Earth, China, Kyoto. Wang Mingyuan stared blankly at the calendar displayed on his phone. June 11, 2010, 9:15 a.m. Am I crossing over? Even after watching it for a while, Wang Mingyuan still couldn't believe it. He originally lived in 2024, had already graduated from university, and was busy with work every day. When I think of mortgages, car loans and future life, endless darkness wells up in my heart. Alexander, he didn't dare to resign at all. He only remembered that before waking up, his boss asked him to work overtime, and he didn't dare to say a word, so he quickly got to work. As a post-00s generation, he has no courage and confidence to rectify the workplace. After all, his parents are from the countryside and have no pension. If he dares to rectify his workplace, he will have to be rectified by his parents when he goes home. In the end, I only remembered that the computer screen in front of me was a little blurry, and when I opened my eyes again, I was already here. Is this a sudden death from continuous overtime? Alas, at least the company is a regular unit, and there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. I died suddenly at my desk, and I can settle down at home. Wang Mingyuan sighed. At this time, there were still twitches in his mind, and clumps of memories rolled over, which were all memories belonging to this body. Similar to his experience in his previous life: birth, elementary school, junior high school, university, but the difference is that this one was born in Kyoto. It was the celestial dragon who he was very envious of in his previous life. Growing up all the way, safe and smooth, almost no problems, and even his parents left 3 houses for him in Kyoto. It can be said that he stood at the beginning of his life as soon as he was born. The only regret is that the parents of this body went on a trip abroad not long ago, and as a result, they crashed while sightseeing in a helicopter. It is the same as the solid ending. Well, they all bought personal accident insurance, and the travel company lost a lot of money. It can be said that as soon as Wang Mingyuan woke up, he stood directly in the lives of others, free of wealth. Not long ago, after dealing with related affairs, perhaps because of sadness or fatigue, he became Wang Mingyuan after falling asleep. He had nothing but a cold 8-figure number on his bank account. Alas, it seems that I can only live a life of salted fish lying flat in this life. Wang Mingyuan was sad, and the corners of his mouth drooped almost uncontrollably. But when he recalled his memory carefully, his expression changed slightly. College reunion? My classmates Lin Jia, Lu Yunji, Wang Ziwen, Pang Bo, and Yi Fan. Wang Mingyuan's brows jumped slightly. I couldn't help but look at the time displayed on my phone, and it was indeed June 11, 2010. And the class reunion agreed tonight. His ticket had already been set, and he would fly over later. The names of those familiar and unfamiliar classmates appeared in his mind, making all kinds of thoughts surge in his heart, mainly because these names were too familiar. Covering the sky, the ancient star of the flood? Why is your life so miserable? I thought I could finally be happier, but I ended up having to open it. Wang Mingyuan felt a tingling in his scalp, especially thinking of the memory of Yifan being called a barbarian when he was on the college football team, and his mood became more and more bad. Yifan is notoriously strong in the team, so fierce that the most exaggerated time actually picked up an adult man with one hand, hence the title of barbarian. As for his other close friend Pang Bo, he is not inferior. Pang Bo is strong, 1 head taller than ordinary people, nearly 2 meters tall. The key is that he has a strong figure, and the thickness of his arms even exceeds the thighs of ordinary people. The two of them got together and gave people a strong sense of oppression. Not good, not good. With so many features coming together, Wang Mingyuan already felt quite bad. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. If you remember correctly, at this class reunion, everyone will go to Mount Tai together, and when the Jade Emperor peaked, he was pulled by the 9 dragons and loaded over, and then he was pulled to the Big Dipper. Yifan's Mercedes-Benz car is still parked in the parking lot of Mount Tai. The key is that messages keep popping up on the phone at this time. One is that the flight is about to take off, so that Wang Mingyuan can prepare to go to the airport in advance. The other is a message from a friend. Mingyuan, are you ready? Do you want us to pick you up in advance and arrange the trip? It's hopeless, no need, just wait for death. Wang Mingyuan was ready to make a move for BNK 3 times. Although going to Beidou to practice immortality is indeed enviable, he is very clear about his strength. There were more than 30 students in that group who went to Beidou, but very few managed to reach Beidou, survived and lived well. Some of them died on the ancient planet Mars, that is, Mars. The other part clashed with Yifan in the Beidou and finally fell into the hands of Yifan. Others died in obscurity, leaving no trace. I recall that Yifan, Pang Bo, Zhang Wenshang, Lin Jia, Joey, Louis, Zheng Xiling. Wang Mingyuan silently muttered in his heart. This calculation, there are really a lot of people who mix well. Counting these names, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a beat in his heart. After all, the group of people he remembered, except for Zhang Wenshang, had basically become more than saints. The high achievement is self-evident. After all, a saint living for 4,000 or 5,000 years is considered a long life. Among them, Pang Bo even caught Yifan's express train and directly became the Demon Emperor. And this group of people was almost all taken to the ascension by Yifan, and Zhang Wenshang and Louis also changed their fate because of Yifan. If the assessment standards are slightly relaxed, relaxed. There are actually more successful people, such as Lu Yunji and Li Xiaoman. They failed to reach the end, all because they were killed because they confronted Yi Fan, or fell into the ancient Forbidden Land. According to normal standards, Lu Yunji's group of people also had quite good cultivation, and in the eyes of worldly people, they were at least immortals. In this way, Wang Mingyuan's heart was really a little shaken, and the success rate was close to 1/3. However, the remaining 2/3 were unlucky, with almost no shadow, and died directly. If I take a risk without a little guarantee, I guess I will become the obscure 2/3. Wang Mingyuan sighed. He didn't feel that he had the aura of the protagonist. At this time, he was about to refuse, but a prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The Xeon life system is open. Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he replied to the message without hesitation. I'm already on my way to the airport. Remember to wait for my class reunion. I will definitely arrive. However, the next moment, the system task stunned Wang Mingyuan. As the strongest, how can you be trapped in the 8 regions of the lower realm? Mission: break the cage of the 8 domains of the nether and reach the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Reward: accept the complete baptism of the rules of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and forge the strongest Tao foundation. This? The first task made Wang Mingyuan feel a little confused. As a novel lover, he is no stranger to covering the sky and perfect world, and when he sees the system tasks, his mind instantly goes blank. The world covering the sky is actually today's 9 heavens and 10 earths, a continuation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the perfect world, made up of most of the fragments of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the last era of the desolate heavenly emperor, the most tragic war broke out. Everything between heaven and earth was shattered, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths where the desolate heavenly emperor was located, including the 3000 Daozhou, were all shattered. Later, all this was recondensed into today's heaven and earth, that is, the universe that covered the sky. Of course, it can also be called the 9 heavens and 10 earths, because the great emperor is invincible in heaven and earth, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths are honored for him, which has long been mentioned in the original text of Covering the Sky. As for the cage of the 8 regions of the netherworld, Wang Mingyuan is no stranger. The desolate heaven emperor was originally born in the cage of the 8 regions of the netherworld, which belonged to the desolate realm. It was a small world attached to the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and 3000 Dao prefectures, a prison specially used for imprisonment. Later, the desolate heaven emperor opened a passage from the 8 regions of the lower realm and went to the 3000 Dao prefectures. Wang Mingyuan remembers this very clearly, and now, he is in the ancient star of the flood, on the earth, but this ghost system allows him to break the cage of the 8 regions of the lower realm and go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Is the system convulsive? Aren't I in the 9 heavens and 10 places now? Wang Mingyuan faintly felt something was wrong in his heart, and muttered in a low voice. Just after this low mutter, he felt the system in his mind vibrate slightly. The next moment, another line of text popped up on the virtual screen in front of him. Mission: break the cage of the 8 domains of the nether and go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Completed. Reward: accept the complete baptism of the rules of heaven and earth of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and forge the strongest Tao foundation. Without waiting for Wang Mingyuan to have more reactions, he felt an invisible ripple swept across his body, and his mind seemed to be infinitely elevated at this moment. He felt in a trance that he was one with the whole heaven and earth, and his mind was infinitely high, and when he merged into the heavens and the earth, he felt that the chains of laws between heaven and earth hung down, and 3000 avenues appeared in front of his eyes. He could even see an even more vast and magnificent world, where the world supreme was scrambling to be the first, and the immortal kings were preaching above the 9 heavens. A world tree so magnificent that it obscures the sky stands in the center of the world, and the stars rotate like balls on the leaves of the world tree. The chain of rules fell from above the 9 heavens, turning into clusters of other flames and blending into his body. He felt as if his whole body was burning, and his flesh, bones, and even his soul were changing in the process. In a trance, he heard the chanting of the great Tao and seemed to see the immortal king of the 6 reincarnations standing high above the 9 heavens, telling all beings about the great Tao of reincarnation. In the haze, he seemed to see the endless immortal king exploring the end of time again. The moment the chains merged into his body, he saw 7 supreme kings shining on the imperial city that never fell, spitting out endless power. The imprint left by these supreme powerhouses is also a kind of rule of heaven and earth, and even they themselves have been integrated into the rules of heaven and earth. The incomparably perfect rules of heaven and earth penetrated into his flesh and bones little by little, penetrating deep into his body. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan could feel that the portals in his body were shining for it. Countless portals shine at this time, showing a power like no other. In his body, there were also clusters of strange light blooming, blending into his body and seeping into the flesh and bones of flesh and blood. It was a very peculiar substance, shimmering with the light of the immortal path. The duration of this change, although long, seems extremely short. When Wang Mingyuan came back to his senses, he found that he was still the same as before, but his skin had become better and his complexion was more rosy. He clenched his fists with his bare hands, feeling a powerful force flowing all over his body, and he could even lift the solid wood coffee table in front of him with one hand. That's a solid wood coffee table weighing hundreds of pounds. Lifting this irregular solid wood coffee table with one hand is more exaggerated than carrying hundreds of pounds of iron. He opened his eyes and looked out, feeling a little hazy, and couldn't help but reach out and take off his glasses. With this pick, the world became extremely clear, and even the wooden grain of the wooden floor at home could be seen clearly. This change, Wang Mingyuan's heart was full of surprise and wanted to experience it further. At this time, the phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated violently and made a chirping sound. Wang Mingyuan looked down and saw that the alarm clock he had set had gone off. The car he had booked in advance was about to arrive downstairs, so he no longer delayed, hurriedly packed a few items, and went straight to the airport. If it were before, he might still hesitate to go to Mount Tai or climb the Jade Emperor's Peak, but now, with Tongzi's help, he felt that he could try some adventures. Not to mention anything else, the round of changes just now made him full of confidence in himself. I'm afraid that with the strength of his body now, he can feel 1,000 pounds of strength or even more. Such a change is too wasteful to stay in the Honghuang Ancient Star. After all, the truly powerful characters on the Flood Desolate Ancient Star have already crossed the starry sky and gone to the outside of the domain. Without a perfect imperial scripture and a good inheritance, even if the talent is good, it will be wasted on the Flood Desolate Ancient Star. On the plane, Wang Mingyuan carefully felt the changes in his body while thinking about the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth just now. The complete baptism of the rules of heaven and earth of the 9 heavens and 10 earths should be calculated according to the heaven and earth before the immortal ancients. Recalling the 6 reincarnation immortal kings, endless immortal kings, willow gods, and even the complete world tree that I saw in the baptism of rules, Wang Mingyuan felt that his guess should be 8 or 9. The complete baptism of the rules of heaven and earth was nothing in the immortal ancient period, and almost everyone had such treatment. After all, that is the benefit given to everyone by heaven and earth. But in the chaotic ancient era, the heavens and the earth had been shattered. The heavens and the earth were constantly downgraded, and the strongest could only cultivate to the peak of the human realm, and even true immortals could not appear. All the characters who want to reach the highest level are eager to get a complete baptism of world rules. Only in this way can we lay a solid foundation and climb to higher peaks. My current baptism should be regarded as the foundation of true immortals, and I can even smoothly cultivate to the level of the immortal king. Of course, the premise is that I have this ability. Those common things in the immortal ancient period became precious things in the chaotic ancient era, and they were extremely eager to obtain by the desolate heaven emperor, the son of heaven, the 10 crown kings, and others. After all, they have reached the strongest step, and the gap between them and the top figures in the exotic and immortal realms is only a little bit. What is missing is the supplement to the rules of heaven and earth. Being able to make up for this can make them move towards the strongest, and the desolate heaven emperor was completed after receiving the complete baptism of the rules of heaven and earth in the foreign land. At least now I can be regarded as having the foundation of a strong man. With a vision for the future, Wang Mingyuan got off the plane all the way and came to the party site according to the guidance of his classmates. The class reunion was very lively, and there were many moments of pretending to be slapped in the face. In particular, Yifan was ridiculed at the party, obviously coming by taxi, but he was arranged to be crowded with a group of classmates who didn't get along well. But when the party was over and Yifan drove a Mercedes-Benz to pick up a classmate, the effect of the slap in the face reached its peak. Wang Mingyuan saw that Lu Yunji's face became quite ugly. This is the classmate who specializes in squeezing Yifan at the party. Wang Mingyuan didn't care too much about this. After all, he had an 8-figure balance on his bank card. In addition, his household registration is in Kyoto, which can be regarded as a celestial dragon, and the mockery will not affect him at all. He just found it all a little funny. The class reunion also evoked memories of many students, and everyone decided to move on after dinner. So they agreed to go to Mount Tai together and climb the mountain to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Jade Emperor's Peak. In the process, Wang Mingyuan has a clearer understanding of himself. He has a system, but this system seems to be a bit of a problem. He is in the world of covering the sky, and this system seems to be in perfection. For example, this new system task. The Void God Realm is claimed to be built by many gods and hides countless secrets. Mission: leave your own immortal mark in the Void God Realm and record your own story. Reward: 1/10 of the Xeon treasure fragment. Note: this task is repeatable. Wang Mingyuan had guessed about the system before, but now he has confirmed it directly. Something really went wrong with this system. The Xeon life system is not covering the sky, but perfection. The new task directly stunned Wang Mingyuan. Void God Realm? Where the hell can I go to find the Void God Realm? His memory was very good, and he naturally remembered that the Void God Realm was a very special world in the chaotic ancient era, which could allow people's spirits to roam in it. When the spirit enters it, as if a real person appears inside, the ability of the physical body will also be brought in. Of course, it is only the world of spirit. When the characteristics of the physical body are brought in, people can leave various records in this spiritual world. For example, physical first, high jump first, steal fierce first, attack first. Leaving any record, or breaking the records of the predecessor predecessors can get special rewards given by the Void God realm. And in the spiritual world, it is very wonderful. In the same area, all people in the same realm, for example, the characters in the blood-moving realm are all blood-moving realms. People in the Grotto Heaven realm will only show the characteristics of the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if it transcends the Grotto Heaven level, it can only show the ability at the Grotto Heaven realm level. Back then, 6 Grotto Heavens were opened, and in the essence and mystery realm of the Grotto Heaven realm, there were only 6 Grotto Heavens that had the ability. This can be said to be the best place for low-level and high-talented people to pretend to be slapped in the face, and it is also a classic in the early stage. Whether it is in the 8 realms of the lower realm, or in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there is this special virtual god realm. The key is, now is the era of covering the sky. It is already the post-desolate era. The chaotic ancient era has long ended, and the void god realm has also disappeared. Where can I find the void god realm? For the previous task, Wang Mingyuan also felt that he had taken advantage. Without doing anything, he received the complete baptism of heaven and earth at the peak of Xingu, laying the foundation for him to become the strongest. Now, he is a little depressed. Just as he was thinking about how to log into the virtual world, his phone suddenly received a WeChat prompt. Mingyuan, do you want to take my car with you? It was a message from Yifan. Yifan's car carried Louis, who was unfortunate with the family, and Lin Jia. There are still vacancies, and he wants to pull another person. Lin Jia was extraordinary. Although Lu Yunji mocked her a few words, Yifan did not fall into the trap, but took the initiative to help. Louis is not emotionally stable. After all, her marriage is unhappy. She married a domestic violence man, and her mood is quite depressed. Although Yifan's enemies were targeted by him one by one, he stood up to help his friends. Okay, I haven't ridden a big run yet. I really have to let you give me a ride. Didn't you see Lu Yunji's expression yesterday when he saw you driving out? There was no pressure in life, and Wang Mingyuan instantly became relaxed. In yesterday's classic scene, he was so happy that he was busy eating melons, and the other students were not so happy. However, he did not expect Lu Yunji and others to eat well and be free of his wealth. I simply filmed the classic scene in its entirety. In the photo, Lu Yunji was still in high spirits at the last moment, chatting and laughing with many classmates. The next moment, Yifan rolled down the window and beckoned Louis to get into the car, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Although his face is not iron, this classic face-changing scene is still worth remembering. Even if He has an extraordinary heart, he can't help but be speechless in the face of Wang Mingyuan's ridicule. However, such a move undoubtedly quickly brought the estranged relationship that had become estranged because of the 3 years of not contacting each other after graduation. As expected of you, he sent a message, but Wang Mingyuan didn't have time to read it. At this time, a clear prompt came from his mind. Log into the Void God realm and leave an indelible mark. Completed, in the Void God realm. Breaking the record of predecessors, unfinished. Aha! Wang Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, puzzled in his heart. I didn't do anything. Is this system pumping again? He thought left and right, and finally remembered his previous move. In fact, he just logged into WeChat and looked at QQ. For him, this is just a commonly used social software, sending messages. But at this moment, Wang Mingyuan was suddenly stunned. It can bring people from all over the world together to chat. In a sense, it can be regarded as an alternative spiritual world, an alternative virtual god world. The ventilation system is really powerful. The system was so enlightened. Wang Mingyuan's heart suddenly lit up, but then, he thought of another question. I registered a QQ account, and WeChat has left an indelible mark on it, but how can I break the records of my predecessors? The system is so witty. Wang Mingyuan thought about it for a while, and thought of a way to break the records of his predecessors. Invincible in the same realm? Can it be understood as being invincible at the same level in the game and winning the first place? For others, it is extremely difficult to win the first place in the game list. After all, it requires a lot of Krypton gold, and the amount is not small. But for Wang Mingyuan, it is not difficult. The only thing to consider may be that he is about to go to Mount Tai, and he will soon climb to the Jade Emperor Peak, leaving him with little time left. Since there were 2 female classmates in the car, Wang Mingyuan sat in the co-pilot's seat, but he did not stop, and his fingers were quickly operated on his mobile phone. Lin Jia in the back row was very interested in Wang Mingyuan. After all, Wang Mingyuan's family background is superior, and he has never concealed this, and his classmates know it well when he is studying. Moreover, Wang Mingyuan is an authentic Kyoto native, with a Kyoto household registration and several properties under his name. His birth is the end of many people's hard work, and even some people may not be able to reach his height even if they work hard all their lives. Therefore, many female classmates do not hide their interest in Wang Mingyuan. Whether it is marrying Wang Mingyuan or asking for help with his relationship, it can save them many detours. So, Lin Jia took the initiative to find a topic. Mingyuan, what are you doing? Are you playing a game? I also like to play games and can be together when I have time. Wang Mingyuan didn't look back, his fingers dancing quickly on the screen. I don't play many games, I'm just doing a test. I want to be the big brother on the list, and I'm buying a number. If other students who are still struggling struggling or so disheartened, Lin Jia may say a few words of criticism. But this is Wang Mingyuan. She saw him deduct money several times in a row, and spent more than 300,000 yuan just to buy an account. Then he took this account to play a game, and won the top spot in a game division, and the joy on his face made Lin Jia's heart a little sour. Even if their group of people graduated from key universities, they are only 3 years away from graduation, and there are only a handful of them with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Most people rely on family relationships and connections to inherit the family business to have such an income level. And Wang Mingyuan, the pride of the sky, spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy this game account without blinking an eye, just to be a big brother. This extravagant approach is really difficult for her to understand. Even Yi Fan, who was driving on the side, couldn't help but persuade a few words after hearing this. Are you playing so seriously? Just have fun, don't get too addicted. Wang Mingyuan looked at the system message that popped up in front of him, with a look of joy on his face. Breaking the previous record, 1 out of 10. Completed, obtain the 10 fierce treasure fragment *1. He was immediately overjoyed. It's okay, it's just my change, I'm measured in this regard. Not long after, Wang Mingyuan's mobile phone popped up another payment message, spent 180,000 yuan, bought a piece of equipment, and then killed the quartet in the game. Break the previous record, February 10th, complete, to obtain the 10 fierce treasure *1. Yi Fan was a little numb. However, he graduated 3 years ago, and now he is also a fairly accomplished company boss, well informed, seeing that Wang Mingyuan did not listen to advice, and did not continue to persist. But in my heart, I admired this old classmate a little more. With so much money, his expression did not change, and among his classmates, Wang Mingyuan was undoubtedly the most outstanding in terms of success. By the time they arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, Wang Mingyuan had already won 10 consecutive top spots in different games, different levels and divisions after many attempts. The cumulative expenditure was 1.32 million. If it were before, he would never dare to squander like this, and he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, the money goes out like water, and he doesn't feel distressed at all, because, breaking the record of his predecessors and leaving an indelible mark in the Void God realm, 10/10, obtain the 10 fierce treasure fragments *1. Collect 10 fierce treasure technique fragments, which have been automatically synthesized. Obtain the 10 fierce treasure technique, the true phoenix treasure technique. The mysterious imprint flew between heaven and earth, gradually integrating into Wang Mingyuan's body. Wang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with phoenixes dancing, and countless complex words formed a phoenix that looked up to the sky and cried for a long time. The phoenix chirped between heaven and earth, showing countless postures. Some phoenixes were severely injured and their bodies were covered in blood, but with the cry, endless flames wrapped them up, and the injuries healed in an instant and were intact. Some phoenixes are old and weak, and when they are about to die, the flames wrap them up, and with the old death of the body, they transform into a new life. There is also a phoenix body that is unharmed, but the soul is bleak, and the injury of the great Tao tears its life will in half in its body. With the cry of the phoenix, the endless flames wrapped it up, showing a mysterious technique, and the terrible wound of the great Tao also healed. This is one of the most mysterious spells in the world. It is a quasi-immortal king-level technique, and it can even be counted as an immortal king-level treasure technique. Wang Mingyuan was instantly immersed in it and felt the endless mystery. If the talent is slightly poor, it will not be possible to comprehend this top treasure technique at all. Fortunately, the Xeon personal system does not have the reward of the improper human system in this regard, and after synthesis, it really belongs to Wang Mingyuan. Countless realizations poured into Wang Mingyuan's body, and he felt that his whole body was glowing. Every drop of blood seemed to become extremely bright, and the senescent cells deep in the body were completely devoured, and new cells were growing. The broken hair strands are also quietly repairing, becoming black and shiny. The aging body is undergoing metamorphosis, and new flesh and bones are quietly filled. He seemed to have incarnated into the most powerful race between heaven and earth, becoming one of the 10 fierce men and turning into the legendary phoenix. All broken and aged substances on the body are changing and taking on a new look. However, this state did not last long. I don't know if it was a moment or how long it had passed. When Wang Mingyuan opened his eyes again, he had already recovered from that special state, which made him feel endless regrets in his heart. But at the same time, he also understood that he had not really embarked on the path of cultivation, although his understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique had reached a very high level. However, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. At that moment just now, the scars and imprints on his body were repaired, as if he had turned into a phoenix soaring between heaven and earth. All this was because the system instilled in him to comprehend the true phoenix treasure technique, and if he wanted to enter that state again, he had to really embark on the road of immortal cultivation. Despite this, Wang Mingyuan still felt that the harvest was huge. After comprehending the true phoenix treasure technique, he also felt a special ability. He was able to clearly perceive his longevity. This is an instinct that is naturally possessed after the true phoenix treasure technique reaches an extremely high level. He knew in his heart when he would be born and when he would die. I think I can live another 500 100 years, and that's not my limit. This is really special, because under normal circumstances, people who have not embarked on the path of cultivation cannot live that long at all, and 100 years is the limit. This is because of the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth in the ancient period of immortals. My body has been transformed by the complete rules of heaven and earth. The reason why the miracle has not yet appeared is because I have not yet embarked on the path of practice. Once I really embark on the path of practice, the miracles in my body will gradually appear. Mount Tai has been a symbol of majesty and power since ancient times. After the first emperor unified the world, he performed a ceremony on Mount Tai, which established the majesty and heaviness of this mountain. Then the emperors of the past dynasties also continued to come to consecrate, making the legend of this mountain deeper and deeper. The greatness of the mountain is unmatched, and the long history is incomparable. How many popular famous poems have been left by literati and poets in the past dynasties, which is breathtaking. What about Mount Tai? Shi Luching is not over. I will climb to the summit and overlook the small mountains. Although Wang Mingyuan and his party were sweating profusely, they still looked calm. Many of them are researchers related to ancient culture who can not only climb mountains but also act as tour guides to introduce the customs, history, and culture of Mount Tai. Everyone is not in a hurry. Climb up slowly and enjoy the process. Wang Mingyuan, who had experienced the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth in the ancient period, had no difficulty climbing the mountain for him at this moment. He is surprisingly physically strong. Before going up the mountain, he got the true phoenix treasure technique and baptized his body again. He could feel the layers of bone inscriptions imprinted in the flesh and blood, and felt the great power hidden in the flesh and blood, and embarked on the road of cultivation. This is not the cultivation path that covers the sky today, but belongs to the immortal ancients, or the practice path of the chaotic ancient era. According to the cultivation system of the chaotic ancient era, he should be regarded as reaching the realm of moving blood. He could feel the clumps of spiritual light shining in his flesh and blood. His strength suddenly increased, and his body became strong. He walked slowly through the crowd, looking forward to what came next. At the front of the crowd, Li Xiaoman and Kappa Taland walked together. As he walked, Li Xiaoman was still introducing the history of Mount Tai to the blonde foreigner. Lu Yunji's eyes kept wandering between Li Xiaoman and Yi Fan, with pride and mockery on his face. After all, Li Xiaoman is Yi Fan's ex-girlfriend. However, they were also in breakup season in college. Yi Fan stayed in China after graduating from university, and Li Xiaoman chose to study abroad. Naturally, the connection between the two gradually faded and ended quietly. Of course, this has also become a ridicule for some people. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this, silently moved away from Lu Yunji, and approached Yi Fan slightly. After all, in the early stage, Yi Fan was regarded as the son of luck, and the Kowloon coffin seemed to have been arranged by the ruthless emperor. The ruthless emperor let the 9 dragons pull the coffin and fall here, leading Yi Fan to the Beidou and entering the cultivation world, allowing him to practice. If you are close to Yi Fan, the probability of surviving will naturally be greater. As for Lu Yunji, try to stay away from it so as not to be struck by lightning and implicate yourself. Why do you seem a little silent today? It wasn't like that before. Lin Jia took the initiative to speak, and Zhang Xiling also ridiculed Wang Mingyuan. Just thinking about something. Throughout the ages, there have been many legends, and it is mentioned in the Yellow Emperor's inner canon that the ancients were all 120 years old, with strong muscles and bones, and they were not old. Mount Tai has a special position in many myths, and I wonder if there are any mythological items here. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked up at Wang Mingyuan in surprise. He has also been curious about this recently and is exploring the mysteries of it. After all, he was born with stronger muscles and bones than ordinary people, and his body did not seem strong, but his strength was peculiar. Naturally, he would pay attention to this, but he didn't expect Wang Mingyuan to be interested in it too. In the new century, we still have to talk about science. I didn't expect you to like these two. It seems that there is too much money and life is confused. Several classmates were all teasing. At the same time, the major space stations have fallen into chaos. Just a few days ago, they observed that in the cold and dark space, there were 9 dragon corpses that were hundreds of feet long, dragging a bronze ancient coffin all the way to the earth from the distant starry sky. This mythical scene has subverted the scientific cognition of many people. In just a few days, they tried various means, but to no avail. They were unable to capture the Kowloon coffin. It is impossible to stop its journey. The various weapons developed by mankind today seem so powerless and ridiculous in front of them. Amid the ridicule of the classmates, the group finally slowly reached the top of the Jade Emperor Peak. At this time, there were exclamations from the crowd. Look, what is that? Oh my god, what's in the sky? The Jade Emperor Peak was crowded, and a few exclamations made everyone look up. Then, the sound of horror spread rapidly. Yi Fan looked up, and his pupils suddenly contracted, because those black dots gradually became bigger and bigger as the exclamation intensified. What came into view was a black dragon with a very oriental classical charm. This 100-foot-long dragon slid through the void, exuding an aura of coldness and loneliness. Under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, eyes, the dragon rushed towards the top of the Jade Emperor. As if there was a magnitude 8 earthquake, a group of people scattered and fled frantically. In order to avoid this terrifying impact, the rocks splashed, and even the Jade Emperor's top cracked a huge gap, and the five-colored light flashed in the gap. Wang Mingyuan did not flinch, standing firmly on the ground, like a reef nailed to the ocean, standing still. Even at this time, he was in the mood to grab a few classmates who almost rolled down the mountain. What is this? The sound of panic in the crowd came and went, and everyone ran down the mountain, but there were also those who dared to take out their mobile phones to take pictures at this time, although they were panicked. Of course, the bolder ones also tried to get close to the corpses of the 9 dragons, and some even wanted to pry off 1 or 2 dragon scales with wooden sticks and gravel. Wang Mingyuan was both excited and uneasy at the moment, but he did not choose to run away. He looked at Yi Fan and took the initiative to walk to him. At this time, a strange idea came to his heart. The ruthless emperor is too gentle. Such a powerful item fell here. There is only an ordinary shockwave, no mana or magical power. Even mortals have not suffered much damage in this wave of impact. At the moment when this idea came to mind, a group of classmates around him had basically stabilized their figures. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were sharp, and he saw a man with an extremely tall figure and arms thicker than the thighs of ordinary people, who was slowly climbing the mountain at this time. He was quite excited to see Yi Fan and the others, and took the initiative to approach, but the next moment, the bronze ancient coffin shook slightly, opening a slight gap. Wang Mingyuan felt an unstoppable force coming, and the flesh and blood in his body all glowed at this moment, helping him resist this force. But in just an instant, Wang Mingyuan let go of resistance, and the next moment, he and Yi Fan and others fell into the bronze coffin for the first time. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the bronze giant coffin slowly closed. The body of the 9 true dragons shook slightly, making the shattering of the Jade Emperor's top even more serious. At the same time, the real miracle under the Jade Emperor was revealed. A huge 5-colored altar is on display, with jade stacked on top of the altar and ancient seal script flashing above. In the shocked eyes of everyone, large areas of jade and jade books instantly turned colorless, and the bronze giant coffin shook with a bang under everyone's astonished gaze. Above it, a Tai Chi Bagua door suddenly opened. The next moment, 9 dragons soared into the air, dragging the heavy bronze coffin and disappearing into the door. The inside of the bronze coffin is cold and dark. Some female classmates have collapsed at this time. What's wrong with us? Who will save us? Can we still get out? Will we survive? Her crying and desperate words made people palpitate, and the surrounding environment was even more terrifying. Wang Mingyuan still remained calm in the noisy crowd, knowing in his heart that entering the bronze coffin was not dangerous, but it was more tricky outside. The earth, as a desolate ancient star, carries countless history and glory, and although it has declined now, there are still practitioners. There are a large number of 5-colored altars left on earth. Before entering the bronze coffin, he glanced down. In addition to the grand pure 5-color altar under the bronze giant coffin, there were dozens of small 5-color altars scattered next to it. The energy is abundant, so the bronze coffin only stays on the earth for a short time, and then accumulates enough energy to rise to the sky. Going to the ancient planet Mars next is a problem. The ancient star of Mars experienced a great war in ancient times, and the entire ancient star of life was almost destroyed. Not only did the practitioners disappear, but even the living disappeared, and there was only a huge pit where countless dead souls were buried. Among them, there are even ancient emperors and heavenly sovereigns who have fallen. This also led to the fact that the 5-colored altar on the ancient planet Mars was almost unmaintained and energy was scarce. If it weren't for Yi Fan and others coming to the Great Lane Temple by chance and taking away many Buddhist artifacts that had been circulating in the temple for a long time, as a starting energy, the 5-color altar would not have been able to open at all. But because of their actions, the crocodile ancestor below the Great Lane Temple escaped, causing heavy casualties among the students. In the process, the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Wang Mingyuan thought of this, and couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. At this time, the lights of the surrounding mobile phones kept flashing, reflecting the flustered faces. Many students panicked and tried to make phone calls, some called the police, and some asked for help from the fire department. Unfortunately, the signal is completely unconnected. Everyone, don't panic too much. We had an accident in a 5-level scenic spot in China, and there were so many people present. Even if they are temporarily trapped in this bronze coffin, rescuers from the outside world will arrive quickly. Now the most important thing is that we first save ourselves and count the number of people. Check if anyone is injured and get together to avoid problems. Someone among the classmates took the initiative to stand up, and Wang Mingyuan glanced at it. It was Joey. He is a good mix among his classmates, and he can stand up even in such a crisis moment. Of course, the students in the bronze coffin are all graduates of the same university, and their basic qualities and abilities are acceptable. After having the backbone, everyone quickly calmed down. Shine your phone around each other and start counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 27, 28, 29, 30. When he came to this, Joey's voice trembled with a hint of trembling, and he looked slightly uneasy. There were were 28 people at the party, and 5 students were unable to attend for various reasons. Coupled with the foreigner guide brought by Li Xiaoman, the actual number of people present should be 29. But now it was counted as 30, which instantly made them feel a panic, as if they were watching a movie full of Chinese horror. Seeing that the crowd was about to collapse, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to stand in front of him, pointed to the biggest classmate on the side, and said, "Don't panic, he is also a classmate. Pangbo, I saw that when the coffin of Kowloon fell, Pangbo happened to go up the mountain." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and Yifan also took the initiative to step forward and high-five Pangbo, confirming that Pangbo was a human rather than a ghost, and the atmosphere gradually quieted down. "Aren't you saying you can't come? How did you come here? I couldn't make it in time, but after the meeting, you went to climb Mount Tai again, and I hurried over after dealing with the matter at hand, but I didn't expect it." Pompo looked up at the huge bronze coffin, and despite his height, he couldn't touch the top. There were still doubts in the crowd, and it wasn't until Pangbo shared several interesting facts from his college days that the atmosphere gradually quieted down. Yifan had already gotten together with Pangbo and confirmed Pangbo's true identity, and after Wang Mingyuan proved the authenticity of Pangbo, he stopped speaking. When the crowd settled down and searched again, they found Wang Mingyuan standing on the coffin wall of the bronze giant coffin, carefully examining the mural on it. Through the faint light of the mobile phone, you can see the ancient murals above the bronze bureau, depicting the life scenes of ancient ancestors, as well as various strange beasts like myths and legends in the classic of mountains and seas. Wang Mingyuan looked up and looked calm, like an archaeologist. If you don't consider the surrounding environment, this scene alone is really impressive, as if you are at the site of an archaeological excavation. The giant tiger with wings on the ribs, the gods and men with 3 eyes, and those characters unique to ancient times. These are students related to ancient culture were deeply attracted by the murals. The text above records the ancient charm, which seems to be related to the oldest myths and legends in China, coupled with the 9 true dragons and the huge mysterious coffin, which makes them even more fascinated. Do you think it is possible to join this archaeological team after we are rescued? With this possibility, we are the first to come into contact with these materials, and with our academic qualifications and majors, we really have this opportunity. At this time, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but look at the 2 classmates who spoke with admiration. Although there is not much problem with their statement, their university is 211 universities, coupled with their professional background, and as the first person to come into contact with the Kowloon coffin, it is indeed very likely that they will join the archaeological team, provided that they are still on Earth. Bang! Just when the atmosphere was gradually relaxing, the huge bronze coffin suddenly shook again, as if it fell to the ground again, and even rolled over in place a few times, and all the students fell to pieces. However, when he opened his eyes again, he heard someone exclaiming, "There is light, there is light. Did someone come to save us?" After staying in the dark for too long, as soon as they saw the light, everyone didn't wait for others to react, and they boldly rushed straight out of the coffin. Soon, more exclamations came from outside the coffin. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry to go out. Looking up, his gaze became extremely sharp. Through the open coffin lid, you can already see layers of sand on the outside that look like blood, and the blood-red sand stretched endlessly, with no end in sight, and did not match any environment on Earth. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingyuan's heart calmed down, and he realized that they had reached Mars. Yifan and others walked a little slower, but in the end they got out of the coffin smoothly. In their opinion, the inside of the coffin is empty, with neither water nor food, and staying in it is equivalent to seeking a dead end. The outside world may have the arrival of rescuers, or it may be a new environment, which is better than staying in a coffin anyway. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and didn't stay any longer. Although they were safe in the coffin, if the crocodile grandson of the crocodile ancestor ran out, it would be difficult for them to deal with it. It's better to take advantage of the time now and run to the Great Lain Temple first. He planned to find 1 or 2 self-defense artifacts in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The other students didn't know much about this aspect, but Wang Mingyuan had now mastered the true Phoenix treasure technique, and there was some kind of divine power surging in his body. He used these handed-down treasures, at least much stronger than Yifan, a mortal who had not yet stepped into the path of cultivation. At this time, there was a lot of chaos around, and Yifan and others had found an ancient steel, and with their ancient Chinese skills and knowledge of modern science, they confirmed their position. Mars? We actually crossed such a long distance to Mars? Spaceships can't go that fast. However, the strange environment around them, the red sand in the sky, and the incredibly bright moon above their heads made them realize that they were no longer on Earth. This abnormal situation shocked their hearts. Ordinary life instantly plunges into the realm of mythology. But that's it, let's eat something first. They took out the bread and mineral water they had carried in their bags when climbing Mount Tai and had a simple meal. There is something in my stomach, and my mind is gradually settling down. Everyone is an adult, and after a simple analysis, they all understand that they can't sit still, and the food and water in their hands won't last long. So after joint discussion, they decided to explore along this area. Although I was uneasy uneasy. This kind of thing had to be done. Everyone divided into several teams according to their familiarity and began to move forward. Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan and Pang Bo are in a group. The physical fitness of the three of them is considered top-notch among everyone. Because Wang Mingyuan had experienced the baptism of the rules of the immortal ancient heaven and earth, he had comprehended the true phoenix treasure technique and had already embarked on the road to transcendence. In a short period of time, he felt that his strength in one arm had reached 1,000 pounds, and it continued to increase. The light constantly flashed between the flesh and blood, helping him swallow the essence of heaven and earth. And Yi Fan, as the first generation of the ancient holy body, even if he did not embark on the road of cultivation, his body was still amazingly strong. Pang Bo was a descendant of the demon god, with a trace of the blood of the demon god flowing in his body, 2 meters tall, thick thighs, and full of strength in his arms. When they walked to the magnificent temple and saw that the temple had Great Lain Temple written in ancient font, the three of them couldn't help but be shocked. In this deserted and lifeless land, there is a temple with the name Great Lain Temple written on it. Such a fabulous scene is indeed striking. Wang Mingyuan was the first to come back to his senses. After all, he had seen this scene in the book earlier, and now he saw it again in reality, and he was still shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Yi Fan and found that Yi Fan was in a daze facing the withered linden tree in front of the Great Lain Temple. Wang Mingyuan knew that this should be Yi Fan's chance, and he might get a grape, that is, the seed of the Bodhi immortal tree. He didn't go to fight, but turned around and entered the Great Lain Temple, and called out to Pang Bo beside him, "No matter what, this is also the legendary Shakyamuni's dojo. Whether there are immortals or bodhisattvas, the contents are at least an antique. Take them first." Pang Bo also came back to his senses after hearing this, and rushed into the ancient temple with Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan chose a wooden fish, while Pang Bo casually picked up the burning bronze lamp in front of the Buddha. As they walked out of the temple, they ran into other classmates. Needless to say, seeing Wang Mingyuan and Pang Bo's actions, other students naturally began to search in the temple. Wang Mingyuan could get more things, but he understood that these things had long lost their effectiveness over the years, and only had an instinctive protective effect. It was useless to take a few more pieces, so I simply didn't do too much. And Pang Bo saw that Yi Fan was still in a daze outside, so he took the initiative to hand the bronze lamp in his hand to Yi Fan. Turning around, I saw that a group of classmates in the temple had already entered the temple. Everyone was looking for their own treasures, and it was difficult to get things after entering, so he simply found a few stones to raise himself, climbed over the temple door, and removed the plaque of Great Lain Temple. Wang Mingyuan's brows jumped, and he couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed of great demon blood, and he didn't know how to worship God and Buddha at all. At the moment when Pang Bo removed the plaque, a crack suddenly appeared in the stone Buddha in the ancient temple, and then the grand Buddhist six tones sounded. The sound was like thunder rolling, deafening. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the stone Buddha full of cracks instantly turned to ashes, and the ancient temple that had gone through the years also died with the wind in an instant. More than a dozen students who walked out of the temple held various utensils in their hands, their faces full of astonishment. At this time, the utensils in their hands began to glow. However, as the temple dissipated, all the light faded. Everyone knows in their hearts that what they have in their hands is by no means extraordinary and has extraordinary power. The original joy calmed down, and the expectations for the future quietly rose in my heart. Maybe we have embarked on a path of gods, so we have obtained the items left by the gods, and if we can continue along this road, maybe. Lu Yunji's eyes were bright, as if he was flashing with light. The half-broken Vajra in his hand also glowed slightly at this time, making him look like a Buddhist arhat. However, just as he was speaking passionately, a classmate looked into the distance in horror. "Hurry up, run, there's a sandstorm over there." In the distant sky, countless blood-red sand gathered into terrifying sandstorms and were rushing towards them. What's even more shocking is that they can see the transparent ripples that are constantly flashing in the distance of the sandstorm, which seems to be an enchantment or formation that allows them to breathe and walk normally in the strange environment of Mars. But as the sandstorm approached, the formation seemed to be gradually collapsing, and in an instant, everyone panicked. "Quick, run, that 5-colored altar and bronze coffin may allow us to survive." Everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Mingyuan's gaze involuntarily swept towards the underground of the Great Lain Temple, and he felt an extremely terrifying divine thought and aura slowly recovering. "Let's go quickly, I'm a little uneasy." Wang Mingyuan looked around and found that he was surrounded by classmates. He hoped that this group of people would be safe, so he took the initiative to say, "The Great Lain Temple is regarded as the most sacred and sacred place in myths and legends, but there are also many Buddhist texts that often suppress terrifying demons and evil objects under the temple." I felt a bit uneasy in my heart, hoping that this was just an illusion. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding students felt uneasy, as if a pair of terrifying and evil eyes were staring at them behind them. Familiar students got together. Fortunately, Wang Mingyuan did not intend to stand by. "Maybe this is an illusion, but we have the Buddhist artifacts of the Great Lain Temple in our hands, and you also saw their miracles just now. which is much stronger than the consecrated items in the temple. Let's get together the students with and the students who don't have the Buddhist artifacts together and go back quickly. The students who came here were already in 2s and 3s, and they all had a good relationship on weekdays, and after hearing this, they were even more closely united and rushed backwards quickly. Kiss. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan's expression changed suddenly. He heard a crisp sound of breaking the air, as if it were the sound of a bullet popping out of the chamber. When I turned my head, I found that a classmate suddenly fell to the ground softly, losing his movement. He felt a chill in his heart and realized that the challenge had really begun. The descendants of the crocodile ancestor began to be active with the disappearance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Wang Mingyuan stepped forward, turned over the body of the female classmate who fell to the ground, and saw a translucent hole above her forehead as if pierced by a bullet, and bright red and white liquid flowed all over the ground. The crowd exclaimed, followed by panic. Dang! At this moment, Wang Ziwen's body suddenly emitted a circle of golden light, and the Buddhist artifacts in his hand also lit up, but the light quickly dimmed. What's going on? It seems like something was attacking me just now. Wang Ziwen looked confused. He only caught a glimpse of a black shadow, and before he could react, the Buddhist vessel in his arms glowed. Hurry up! We can't see clearly. Things we can't feel are attacking us. Maybe returning to the inside of the bronze coffin is our way to survive. Yi Fan made such a judgment and agreed with Wang Mingyuan's decision. He immediately took the lead and took the initiative to get together with a few classmates who were familiar but did not have Buddhist artifacts, held high the bronze ancient lamp, and asked everyone to hold it together and quickly walk into the distance. The same is true for Pombo. Just as they were moving forward rapidly, the plaque of the Great Lain Temple in Pangbo's hand bloomed with Buddha's light again. Pangbo's eyes were sharp, and he noticed something strange the moment the light flashed. It's something like a crocodile. It just pounced on my forehead. It's like a crocodile, but it has no feet all over its body. It's more like a snake. Although they found the terrifying object of the attack, the students around them were sure in their hearts. As long as it is not those wonderful things that are confirmed to be in the material world, they will always feel more at ease. This has a lot to do with their years of scientific education. They were not far from the bronze coffin, about 1,000 meters away. I thought this distance was nothing before, but now it feels unusually long to go back. As soon as they arrived at the bronze ancient coffin, there was a sudden earth-shattering roar in the direction of the Great Lain Temple behind them. Wang Mingyuan turned around suddenly and saw that the sandstorm was getting more and more violent in that direction. The formation field that originally protected everyone seemed to have been shattered, only there was a protective shield around the bronze giant coffin. And in that monstrous sandstorm, it seemed that 2 blood-colored lanterns lit up instantly. At just one glance, Wang Mingyuan's heart trembled and he felt a terrible sense of oppression. However, the arrogance that Gu Wen exerted in his flesh and blood made him stare at that place involuntarily, as if he was about to attack. That was the arrogance given to him by the true Phoenix treasure technique as one of the 10 evils, unmatched in heaven and on earth. Only a true dragon who is also at the level of the 10 evils will make him feel pressured, and a great sage-level crocodile whose bloodline was still far away from the true dragon was not worth mentioning in his eyes. It would only cause provocation. Of course, the real Phoenix is the real Phoenix, and Wang Mingyuan is Wang Mingyuan. Feeling the terrifying oppressive force, Wang Mingyuan rushed forward without hesitation. He asked a few classmates to grab him, use his strength, and quickly rush into the bronze coffin. All this was far more than that, and after completion, he picked up the wooden fish and rushed out, holding a few female classmates who were weaker and walking last, in his arms, and rushed forward suddenly. The crowd was shocked by several consecutive back and forth, and even Yi Fan couldn't help but look sideways. He was already known as a savage in school, and his body was formidably strong. But he couldn't do it like Wang Mingyuan. Thanks to Wang Mingyuan's help, everyone's speed was improved, but fortunately they did not suffer much damage. On the way, only 2 unlucky classmates were attacked again and fell to the ground, but fortunately there was no scramble because of the lack of Buddhist artifacts. When they finally arrived at the bronze coffin, they found that it was not fully closed. A group of people looked from a distance and saw the dense small crocodiles gushing out of the earth, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If they had been slower just now, I am afraid they would have died long ago. However, some people noticed an unusual sense of urgency and were full of a sense of crisis. Why hasn't this level been opened yet? Why don't you leave yet? At this time, the 5-color altar had begun to shine, and a gossip pattern was condensed above the head, but the center of the gossip map, the Tai Chi pattern, had not been formed for a long time. At Yuwangding, the Kowloon giant coffin was activated at that time because the Taiji Bagua map had been condensed. The center of Tai Chi turned into a hollow, and the Kowloon coffin set sail smoothly. But now this step has not been completed for a long time. Seeing the little crocodile like quicksand gradually approaching the 5-colored altar, everyone present was anxious. It should be a lack of energy. Wang Mingyuan had already expected it in his heart long before he came here. The 5-color altar on the earth has always been maintained, and although a large number of people have left, there are still many practitioners on the earth as a desolate ancient star. The related artifacts are also well maintained on earth. Earth. But the ancient star of Mars was once a powerful planet of life, and then it was completely silent due to the war, and the practitioners completely disappeared. Therefore, the energy reserves above the five-color altar are insufficient to start the cosmic voyage. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan could even feel that the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands were glowing, and the faint light continued to pour into the five-color altar. Although the speed is not slow, it is definitely not fast. For this huge crisis, the original work has already provided a solution. All items containing divine energy can charge the five-color altar, as long as it is within the range of the five-color altar. Whether it is a dead ancient Bodhi tree, a Buddhist artifact in the hands of everyone, or a small crocodile related to the crocodile ancestor. Seeing that the movement on the other side of the Great Thunder Sound Temple became more and more violent, it seemed that the heavens and the earth were turning over. Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate to tell his guess, and then under the gaze of everyone, he strode out of the bronze coffin. As he approached the areas affected by the little crocodile, the wooden fish in his hand slammed into it. The invisible ripples instantly spread outward, and the little crocodiles closest to Wang Mingyuan fell one after another, blood gushing out of their mouths and noses, and their lives were not long. With the death of this group of little crocodiles, the light on their bodies gradually blended into the five-color altar, and everyone sharply found that the Tai Chi pattern in the center of the five-color altar began to gradually change from blur to reality, much faster than before. Useful, it really works. It can really accelerate the opening of the five-color altar. You have to hurry up, otherwise the demons over there in the Great Thunder Sound Temple may break through the wind, and when the time comes, under the guidance of the direction given by Wang Mingyuan, rational people can naturally make judgments, but there are not many people who take the initiative, and everyone is a little hesitant. Yi Fan glanced at Pang Bo, and the two walked out side by side. When a person dies, he is an egg in the sky, and he will not die for thousands of years. Fight. Now that I have a direction, I don't even have a place to cry if I don't fight until I die. Pang Bo suddenly picked up the plaque of the Great Lei Temple, which was completely cast from bronze, and smashed it hard, and suddenly a large piece of small crocodile turned into meat paste. Patches of light flew from his side, blending into the five-colored altar, and the outline of the Tai Chi diagram seemed to become clearer. At the same time, Yi Fan took the bronze ancient lamp to his side, had a flash of inspiration, and blew lightly at the flame. In an instant, a curtain of fire rose from the sky in front of him, rushing straight to the pile of small crocodiles, igniting one in an instant. The smell of burning fills the air, mixed with the aroma of grilled meat. The progress of the Tai Chi Bagua map above his head was obviously one step faster. Driven by them, the unfortunate female classmate Louis gritted her teeth and stood beside Yi Fan. She turned the Buddhist rosary beads in her hand like golden amber, and as she turned, a Buddha faintly condensed behind her, and a huge Buddhist Zen sound sounded around her. When the large small crocodile heard this sound, it immediately stood in place and turned over to expose its belly. Seeing this scene, Lu Yunji was not willing to accept Yi Fan, and gritted his teeth and walked out of the ancient coffin. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand emitted bursts of light, smashed down suddenly, and a large piece of small crocodile fell with it. As the number of people taking the initiative continued to increase, some other students holding Buddhist artifacts also walked out. Those timid students who did not dare to take action took the initiative to hand over the Buddhist artifacts to the students who bravely fought and had a good relationship with them. The blood around them became more and more intense, but everyone was in high spirits, because most of the Tai Chi Bagua map had been condensed. Work harder, it's about to start. The shield above his head was about to collapse, but at this rate, at least until the five-color altar was opened, the shield would still be maintained. Everyone's hearts were full of hope, and although they were out of breath from exhaustion, they were still desperately doing it. But Wang Mingyuan felt a little uneasy. As the bloody aura became more and more intense, the movement in the distance became louder and louder, and suddenly there was a loud noise. The terrifying coercion that had always existed broke out in an instant, and all the people holding the Buddhist vessels felt weak, unsteady, and fell to the ground. It was a kind of gap in the level of life, as if a sheep was directly paralyzed and incontinent in front of a tiger. They were facing the same situation at the moment, and it seemed that there was a level of life that far exceeded their existence reviving and approaching this way. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to shake, and everyone witnessed the two huge blood-red lanterns in the distance gradually approaching. As it approached, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, because it was not a lantern, but a pair of huge eyes. The demons had not really arrived yet, and the terrifying blood-colored dark clouds had covered the entire sky, and even the moonlight could not penetrate. Everyone's heart trembled, and it became difficult to even move. Among the crowd, only Wang Mingyuan, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were in a slightly better situation. Wang Mingyuan has experienced the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth of the true phoenix treasure technique and the immortal goo, and his physique is surprising today. Coupled with the protection of the 10 fierce treasure technique, the flesh and blood suddenly flashed with light. Yi Fan was born with a strong resistance to this kind of terrifying majesty, while Pang Bo had the blood of the demon god. Wang Mingyuan struggled to stand up and dragged several classmates who had collapsed to the ground back to the five-color altar. In this battle, they took the initiative to walk out of the five-color altar and successfully killed many crocodiles. As the light shone, the Tai Chi diagram above his head was almost completely constructed. At this time, Wang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and worked together with Yifan and Pang Bo to move all the classmates back to the five-color altar and send them to the bronze coffin. As the bronze coffin suddenly shook, the terrifying aura in the distance seemed to stagnate. The blood-colored lantern did not approach, and the long-awaited Tai Chi Bagua map above his head finally slowly formed. When the Tai Chi diagram rotates, it flashes slightly. The two Tai Chi diagrams closed with a bang, and just as they were about to open the channel, a blood-colored light bloomed in the distance. In those two blood-colored lanterns, there were actually two heavenly swords splitting out, directly sealing the Tai Chi diagram. The passage that was about to open was suddenly blocked. But at this time, Wang Mingyuan's heart was completely relaxed. At this point, everything he can do has been completed, and the next step is to obey fate. At least with his efforts, this group of students did not lose one-third, only 3 fell in a pool of blood, and there were no bones left. With that strong vibration sound, the terrifying demon gradually approached the five-color altar, and the holy power spread out. Even the desolate holy body is difficult to resist. Wang Mingyuan had nothing to do, and at this moment, the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands actually rose from the air on their own, bursting out with unparalleled light, and suddenly rushed out. They emit a brighter light than the sun. At the next moment, the five-colored altar shook with a bang, and all the Buddhist artifacts fell again. But at this time they were dim and even more broken, and the bronze coffin shook gently. 9 dragons pulled and rushed into the passage. The bronze coffin was extremely dark, but when Wang Mingyuan entered it, he did not have the initial fear, but felt an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, he felt a slight vibration in front of him, and the nihilistic Xeon human system projected a line of handwriting again. First entry into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As soon as you entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you broke into the Buddhist temple, unveiled the seal of the Buddhist gate, and released the strongest demon. Your legend has been circulated in the practice world, and the legend is increased by 5. Mission evaluation, S. Famous for 9 days in 10 places. Reward, upper part of the original true solution. Name, Wang Mingyuan. Age, 25. Divine skill, true phoenix treasure technique. Legendary, 5 out of 100. Waves of patterns poured into Wang Mingyuan's heart. He witnessed the fierce battle between the gods and the golden-winged rockbird, and also saw Kuanping soaring freely above the 9 heavens. More importantly, he also saw the description of the strongest bone inscription between heaven and earth. These contents are profound explanations of the principles of heaven and earth, unfolding from the level of fundamentals and origins. Although he has not really embarked on the road of cultivation, Wang Mingyuan was deeply attracted by these pictures and involuntarily immersed in them. As a result, he also had a new understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique. This is the most fundamental explanation of the great way of heaven and earth, which can help him understand and analyze all the methods of practice. Before he reached the quasi-immortal emperor realm, all the methods could be included and explained with the help of it. This is the supreme method left by an immortal emperor. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan felt that his understanding was being infinitely elevated. The Xeon life system was continuously instilling in him the original true understanding, so that his understanding reached an extremely high level at this moment. It can be said that this indoctrination is an extremely precious opportunity. When his understanding rose to this height, he seemed to hear the hazy sound of scriptures coming from the ancient bronze coffin, as if a fairy bell was vibrating melodiously. But after a while, the voice seemed to be chanting softly in a Buddhist Pure Land. Listen carefully, want to immerse yourself involuntarily, but there is a feeling as if you are falling into the abyss, as if you are wandering in the underworld. Wang Mingyuan didn't pay too much attention to these, and his mind gradually calmed down. Under the nourishment of the original true solution, he seemed to be like a god, and the flesh and blood in his body were glowing, as if countless portals were about to open. As the ancient scriptures flowed, those words gradually blended into the tip of his heart and were remembered by him. Wang Mingyuan understood the source of this scripture. It was the supreme scripture left by the desolate heaven emperor, specially used to repair the immortal realm, and it could be regarded as an immortal scripture. Although this may not be the supreme scripture for spiritual practice, it undoubtedly points out the direction on the road to immortality. In order to repair the immortal realm, the desolate heaven emperor even personally created a small heaven and earth, and in the future, he could directly integrate this heaven and earth into the immortal realm to make it more perfect. Wang Mingyuan silently pondered, and at the same time used the original true interpretation to understand and digest the ideas and spiritual concepts in this supreme scripture. This process made his flesh and blood shine brightly, invisible to outsiders, but he could clearly feel that there were clumps of bone patterns surging in his flesh and bones, and the power was constantly increasing and expanding. This is a means of developing the physical body, making his physical body gradually become stronger and stronger. And the bone patterns that flowed the most were derived from the true phoenix treasure technique. Wang Mingyuan seems to have have really become a fierce beast in the ancient period, a true phoenix. The divine power in his body surged out, and his strength skyrocketed. In just a moment, Wang Mingyuan felt that his physical strength had doubled, and it was even continuing to grow. He felt that the strength of one arm had reached at least 2,000 pounds, and there was even the possibility of further improvement. However, when he wanted to continue improving, he felt a weak limitation. At this moment, he was in a special state of gods, although he had some regrets, but he had no choice but to sigh softly. Lack of heaven and earth essence, lack of sufficient divine objects. While the system instilled in him the original true solution, the supreme fairyland in the bronze. Ancient Coffin was also blessing his power at the same time, which made his state extremely special, and he was able to frantically increase his own strength. But the problem is that it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, just like the bronze coffin could not be activated on the ancient heart of Mars before. Even with supreme power, but without enough energy, he was still powerless. This made Wang Mingyuan feel very regretful, but he had no choice but to accept it. If there was enough energy provided just now, he even felt that he could imprint the supreme bone patterns in his body like the 10 evils of the immortal ancient period, and become like the young son of the true phoenix. According to the cultivation standards of ancient times, his performance in the realm of moving blood was definitely not inferior to that of the young son of the true phoenix. Wang Mingyuan, what's wrong with you? Pang Bo on the side noticed his strangeness. Before, his relationship with Wang Mingyuan was not very good, and he could only be called a classmate. However, after experiencing the test of life and death, especially Wang Mingyuan's move to run out of the bronze coffin at a critical moment and carry his classmates back to the five-color altar, Pang Bo's view of him changed greatly. Originally, he only knew that Wang Mingyuan was a native of Kyoto and had free wealth, but that's all. After experiencing this change, he gradually felt that Wang Mingyuan was indeed a real man. Not to mention, in order to activate the five-color altar, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to step into the altar first to fight against those terrifying and weird crocodiles, which made him have a very good impression of Wang Mingyuan. You've been here in a daze all day. I've been calling you, and you haven't responded. Yi Fan is the same, and he has been nagging about what scriptures can be heard here. Wang Mingyuan turned his face sideways. Even in the completely dark bronze coffin, he could clearly see the situation around him. He noticed that Pang Bo was sitting on the ground, holding a plaque of the Great Lein Temple in one hand. His face was full of fatigue, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had obviously not slept for a long time. Having such a friend who cares about himself makes Wang Mingyuan's heart feel warm. I heard that scripture too. He glanced to the side and found that Yi Fan was also in this state, and under his gaze, there was a treasure in Yi Fan's arms shining with light, which should be the seed of the Bodhi immortal tree from the Great Lein Temple. Grapes. What? Pang Bo asked in surprise. At this time, Yi Fan also slowly woke up, and when he heard their conversation, a hint of shock appeared in his expression. After the three of them communicated, they found that the development of things was still changing greatly. More than a night had passed since they left the ancient star of Mars, and the bronze coffin was still sailing, and it seemed that there was no intention of stopping. Where will we end up? Pang Bo asked. Do you think we will really embark on the path of the ancient immortals? Just like the gods. He still has some hope, but more of a worry about the future. Maybe. Yi Fan responded, although he was also a little uneasy, but his expression remained calm. Wang Mingyuan's heart was tense, and he knew the next situation. They were about to arrive at the desolate Forbidden Land, and if something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, now that he had obtained the true Phoenix treasure technique and the primordial true solution, it was unacceptable for him to return to Earth to live a stable life. What's more, in the enlightenment just now, he had already laid the framework of the realm. If there were enough artifacts to supplement, he would be able to directly reach the realm of moving blood in ancient times, which was not inferior to the ordinary descendants of the 10 fierce evils. Wang Mingyuan was not obsessed with the methods of cultivating the ancient immortal period or the chaotic ancient era, but because he had not yet come into contact with the cultivation world, the only thing he could understand was the bone patterns. The true Phoenix treasure technique also entered his heart through bone patterns. Since he already had a foundation in this area, he naturally did not come into contact with other methods of practice. The original true solution was analyzed for him logically, pointing out the direction of this path of cultivation. If there is a practice method during this period, the original true solution can also help him. It's like a formula and routine that can make him walk more smoothly on the road of practice. The three of them were thinking deeply about the future direction, and suddenly, a looming voice sounded in their ears, which was not clear at first, but then became more and more grand. The voice seemed to be a tragedy, like a grand funeral, which made everyone involuntarily feel a sense of sadness. At first, it seemed that there was only one person's voice, but then it gradually increased, and it seemed that tens of thousands of people, and even the entire starry sky was mourning, singing, and crying. It's like the funeral of a supreme emperor. The people in the ancient coffin felt uneasy for a while, and they didn't know what was happening, and then some people exclaimed, because the Buddhist artifacts that had already glowed when fighting against the crocodile ancestor flashed again at this moment. One after another, clouds of light flowed out of the Buddhist vessels, and this time it seemed to squeeze out the damaged Buddhist vessels. The light scattered out and blended into the coffin wall of the bronze ancient coffin, making it light up a little above it, showing a grand picture of the starry sky. This seems to be the road we have traveled, and the road we are going to go next. Everyone carefully discerned and quickly recognized the direction. Earth, the ancient star of Mars, and the next path. Both the Earth and the ancient star of Mars lit up, and then pointed to the 7 stars that were closely connected together. It's the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper. In a group of people, there are those who study astronomy, and they can judge the direction with a little distinction. And judging from the measured traces, they are not far from the next Beidou, and they should be able to arrive soon. Seeing it this way, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Wang Mingyuan understood the reason in his heart. Pang Bo had already mentioned it to him before. When he stayed in the bronze coffin for a long time, Lu Yunji and his group of followers Li Changqing and others jointly launched a collection of materials, trying to take away the water and food from Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan, and even the water and food of other students wanted to be distributed uniformly. After all, no one knows how long they will stay in the bronze coffin, and they don't have much food and water on them. The group had some reserves when climbing Mount Tai, and could only eat a few simple meals. Therefore, they actively want to collect food. Pang Bo also had a conflict with Lu Yunji. He looked tired and bloodshot, precisely because he guarded Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan in the middle of the night. Wang Mingyuan glanced at Lu Yunji, not caring about this villain in his heart, and of course he didn't mind killing him directly when he had the opportunity. However, this is not the time for disputes. He looked at the ancient starry sky map and silently remembered it in his heart, because this is a cosmic starry sky navigation map handed down from the mythological era. If you want to get out of the starry sky in the future, you will definitely need this starry sky map. The map records the location of many 5-colored altars, with the help of which you can continue to sail in the starry sky. When the atlas lit up, the entire bronze giant coffin was also constantly vibrating. At the same time, a hazy ripple enveloped the bronze coffin, counter-serving the terrifying impact. When the terrible impact finally stopped, the bronze coffin shook again, just like in the ancient star of Mars, and the coffin lid opened, revealing a bright light. Are we here? Where will it be? A place where the gods practice? Maybe you will come to a place where science and technology are extremely prosperous. Everyone speculated, and through that layer of sky, someone soon exclaimed, "Here the birds sing and the flowers are fragrant, and there are creatures alive here." This exclamation made the crowd excited. The ancient and gloomy bronze coffin, no one wanted to stay any longer, and everyone rushed out in droves. Some people even said with anticipation, "Will we return to Earth again? My wife just got pregnant." Wang Mingyuan glanced at the young man and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Kowloon coffin has changed the fate of countless people and made many people completely different. There are many people whose future is bright, but there are also people who are still nostalgic for the ancient stars and the world where mortals live. Wang Mingyuan was not nostalgic, so he strode out, and the fresh air outside was filled with the rich essence of heaven and earth, making him can't help but take a deep breath. Layers of heaven and earth essence poured into his body, making his state more and more outstanding. According to the practice method of ancient times, or the practice method of the chaotic ancient era, Wang Mingyuan has stepped into the realm of moving blood. His body was constantly being developed, and there was a glimmer of light in his flesh and blood. However, although this shelf had been built, it could not move due to the lack of the corresponding essence of heaven and earth. After coming to this place where the essence of heaven and earth was strong, he immediately felt refreshed, and his skin seemed to be glowing. "How do I think your state is very special? It seems to fit in here." Yi Fan himself was an ancient holy body, and he still had grapes in his arms, which made his senses extremely sharp. Wang Mingyuan just smiled slightly when he heard this. "Let's go. It's not as desolate as Mars. Maybe there will be people. We can settle here and continue to stay so as not to starve to death." Wang Mingyuan understood that time was precious now, and the breath brought by the coffin of the 9 dragons suppressed all kinds of desolate slaves in the ancient forbidden area. At the same time, it also suppressed all kinds of abnormalities here, so as to avoid losing all life opportunities if you touch a pile of white bones casually. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they could pick some medicinal herbs here, and even harvest the fruits of the 9 wonderful immortal trees on the sacred mountain. Of course, Wang Mingyuan did not do it immediately, but looked at Yi Fan. There is no abnormality in the desolate ancient forbidden land. This is all for the sake of the ruthless emperor and the great Chung holy body for Yi Fan's face. If some people don't understand this truth and take the opportunity to frantically pick holy fruits on the 9 holy mountains, then the great holy body will definitely respond. Wang Mingyuan understood this truth, so after a group of people temporarily stopped to rest, he took the initiative to take Pang Bo and Yi Fan to explore the surroundings and find some food. Wang Mingyuan secretly observed here and found that there were 9 holy mountains here, one of which was particularly close to them. Under his guidance, Yi Fan and Pang Bo quickly climbed a holy mountain and discovered the holy spring in the center of the holy mountain and several 9 wonderful immortal trees growing around the holy spring. At this time, the tree has already borne fruit, and the red fruit exudes an attractive aroma, which is very conspicuous. Wang Mingyuan didn't need to say much. Yi Fan and Pang Bo couldn't wait to pick the fruit from the tree. After Wang Mingyuan picked the fruit, he confirmed that there was no abnormality around him and unceremoniously ate one. The brightly colored fruit was only the size of a fist, ruddy all over, like a big tomato, but it contained a strong essence of life. As soon as the fruit enters the throat, it turns into juice. Well, it's not poisonous. Seeing that Yi Fan and Pang Bo were looking at him, Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. At this moment, he felt that his physical body was constantly sublimating. He had already opened up all the levels on the road of cultivation in the blood-moving realm, and the realm framework had been built, but he lacked the energy to practice. Now a fruit of the 9 wonderful immortal elixir fell into his stomach, and it immediately turned into energy and entered his body. Yi Fan and Pang Bo observed Wang Mingyuan for a while, and when they saw that he was indeed not abnormal, they took action and picked all the fruits from the tree. The height of this small tree is about half a person, and the whole body is turquoise, like a jasper carved from it. There are 13 plants in total, which bear 13 fruits. After more than a day of running, Pang Bo and Yi Fan, who had almost nothing to eat in their stomachs, were hungry. This fruit was sweet and tempting, and in the blink of an eye, they each ate 3 of them, and divided 2 more to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan saw that Yi Fan gave it to him, so he ate it unceremoniously. In terms of friendship, Yi Fan really can't pick out any thorns. After eating, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to walk to the spring in the center of the small tree, smelled the sweet spring water, and took a sip suddenly. He had embarked on the road of cultivation, and there was nothing unusual here. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, and he drank it in one go, and even the spring water that could make people take a bath was reduced. Pang Bo was originally a pot-bellied man, and he couldn't help but be surprised to see Wang Mingyuan's appearance. "I didn't expect you to have such a big appetite. This water is no problem to drink. Come, I'll invite you to drink. It's fragrant and sweet." Wang Mingyuan generously stepped aside, as if he was setting up a banquet, and stretched out his hand, as if there was a dragon liver and phoenix marrow in front of him. Pang Bo didn't find it strange when he saw it, but pointed at Wang Mingyuan and smiled. He also smelled the faint aroma of the spring water. "Although it is not as good as the fruit I just picked, it also has a pleasant aroma." So, he poured out all the water from the mineral water bottle on his body and grunted 2 bottles. Seeing this, Yi Fan also did so, poured 2 large bottles, and directly treated this place as a buffet. After eating 9 holy fruits, Yi Fan left the remaining 4. "Take these back to Yi and Zhang Xiling. They didn't eat them either." Yes, they must be hungry now. Even though the 3 of them vaguely felt that these fruits and spring water were a bit extraordinary, they had no objection. Wang Mingyuan knew that this was the holy fruit left after the split of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, but he was not too greedy to eat it at the moment. On the one hand, this is basically the welfare that Yi Fan brought to him. Yi Fan certainly has the right to preside over the distribution, although Yi Fan does not know this, but Wang Mingyuan understands it in his heart. On the other hand, the benefits are substantial enough. Wang Mingyuan felt as if there was a volcano in his body, and the vigorous essence gushed out. His body, roots, and soul were strengthened in the process. No matter how much fruit he had, he couldn't eat it. At this moment, his body was like a volcanic eruption. If he hadn't eaten the top 9 wonderful immortal tree fruits, if he was an ordinary medicine king, I am afraid that his body would not be able to bear it and burst open. Of course, when he turned around to look for his classmates, Wang Mingyuan walked down the spring and found a few medicine kings along the direction of the spring flow. These medicine kings have lived for tens of thousands of years and are top elixirs. However, among the others present, he was the only one who embarked on the path of practice, and the others did not know about it, so they could not see anything special. Wang Mingyuan picked them one by one. This can be said to be the largest welfare distribution in the early stage of the entire covering of the sky, and it will be difficult to have such an opportunity after that. After a simple meal, the group obviously had no intention of staying here. Behind him, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin slowly, and slid down, gradually falling into the boundless abyss, which was the habitat of the wasteland. At the same time, they found a broken stone stele, and the words, "desolate forbidden land," barely pieced together made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Especially, after experiencing the Mars Ancient Star event, it is difficult for everyone to calm down in the face of such a strange place. The scenery here is extremely beautiful, with green grass and verdant greenery. However, there was no human presence at all, and there was not even a trace of animals, which made everyone feel that something was wrong, so they took the initiative to move to the periphery. Wang Mingyuan was already well aware of the dangers. Here, after all, this place is one of the 7 forbidden areas in the east. Although it is safe at the moment, if you stay here for a long time, once the desolate slave recovers, no one will be spared. Well, Yi Fan is an exception. After getting the benefits, he didn't want to stay any longer, so he let everyone straight out. At this time, the crowd was already divided into 2 factions. One faction was headed by Wang Mingyuan, Yi Fan and others, and the other faction was Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. suffering. They tried to collect food and water from other classmates in bronze coffins in an attempt to distribute them together. Although it seems like this on the surface, it is actually a kind of robbery, which has aroused everyone's disgust. After walking for a while, the two groups of people naturally separated and opened up the distance. Wang Mingyuan had already noticed, but on the surface, he didn't seem to care, and even took the initiative to keep a longer distance from them. After all, although the initial danger in the bronze coffin has been solved, the greater hidden danger is still lurking in the crowd. The terrifying demon and evil lord did not give up following, and a wisp of divine thought had entered Li Shouman's body. At the same time, the god of the great holy body who was suppressed by the crocodile ancestor also had mixed feelings for the ancient holy body because of Yifan's reasons, and wanted to take it away. He also followed in the ancient coffin. Now their situation is not good at all, like a crater about to erupt. Moving forward all the way, he didn't encounter too many problems, until he saw the phantom of a heavenly palace. Wang Mingyuan's heart moved, and he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was about to walk out of the ancient forbidden land. He couldn't help but look back, surrounded by 9 holy mountains, as if there was a giant as tall as a giant staring in this direction in the endless abyss. For the great Chung holy body, Wang Mingyuan did not have much fear in his heart, but more of a respect. But he was absolutely unwilling to stay here to accompany the great Chung holy body, and after glancing at it, he walked out without hesitation. When it came to a certain stage, everyone felt strange. The body seemed to be burning, and the blood seemed to gush out of the body. Wang Mingyuan had already foreseen all this. This is a necessary process when moving from the ancient forbidden land to the outside world, and it belongs to a unique kind of dharma vein washing. By burning chi and blood, the body will change, which makes it easy to experience the taste of the sea of suffering. Don't look at the immortals of the Big Dipper ancient star, as if everyone can practice. In fact, there are hundreds of millions of living beings in the Big Dipper, but only 1/10 or 2/10 of them can really embark on the road of cultivation, or even rarer. Even if they get a practice method in their hands, most people cannot open up the sea of suffering and truly embark on the road of practice. And Yifan's situation is even more difficult. After all, the once desolate ancient holy body was infinitely beautiful, and 9 of them appeared in a row in the desolate era, invincible in heaven and on earth. In that ancient period without an emperor, the dark turmoil was successfully suppressed, so that the forbidden area did not dare to make waves in the outside world. However, this also caused trouble. 9 generations of holy bodies were born one after another, and the breaking of the holy body meant the birth of the emperor, and the forbidden area was thus made into a temperless temper. After so many years, they still can't start a dark turmoil and want to wash the world with blood. There is no way to replenish Shouyuan and live longer, which definitely violates the fundamental principle of the forbidden area. I thought that 10,000 or 20,000 years could pass, but it turned out to be more than 100,000 years, and it seems that it will continue to be brilliant. No one can stand it in the forbidden area. This made all the exclusion zones have to unite. With the help of the Tongtian Mingbao in the underworld, they cast a curse between heaven and earth. This curse directly changed the environment and rules of heaven and earth. In the ancient period, the invincible physique could no longer be practiced after that, and it was difficult to even open up the sea of suffering, and it was very costly. At the same time, when breaking through to the four-pole secret realm, you will encounter unimaginable difficulties. This group of insidious dark supremes teamed up to integrate a Tao map against the great sage into heaven and earth. As long as the holy body breaks through to the four-pole secret realm, there will be a Taoist map pressing over. The Tao map was inserted into the heaven and earth tribulation thunder. What about the 4 extremes secret realm to the great sage? Even if the heavenly emperor comes, it will be cold. Therefore, the Holy Eucharist fell plummeting after its extreme splendor. Not only did Deshang's holy body not appear, but even the holy body that broke through the 4 extremes of the secret realm no longer existed. This directly blocked the path of the holy body to practice. The ruthless emperor did not intervene too much in Yifan's growth process, but made changes at several key nodes. The first is to let Yifan come to Beidou from the ancient star of the flood. From a world that almost cut off practice, he entered this world where practice was extremely prosperous. Without this interference, Yifan's holy body should have spent his life as a mortal in the flood desolate ancient star. This is almost certain. Another interference, in Wang Mingyuan's view, should be the 9 wonderful immortal tree in the desolate forbidden land, and the rules of washing the body with Shaoyuan and Qi and blood when going out to help people practice better and better sense the sea of suffering. The 9 wonderful immortal trees were split into dozens, maybe even more than 100. Although the fruits produced were not as good as the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, the number was many. There were a total of 9 holy mountains, and each of them had 13 split 9 wonderful immortal medicines, which could bear 13 fruits. 9 seats together, who knows how many fruits can be produced. These fruits, when Yifan first entered the desolate forbidden land, he accidentally hit and ate them on a holy mountain. With the help of this baptism out of the desolate ancient forbidden land, he helped the desolate ancient holy body dissolve a large part of the power in the divine medicine fruit. This opens the first first confinement in Eucharistic practice. Later, when Yifan was detected by several practitioners such as the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, others were unwilling to ask him, thinking that it would be difficult for him to embark on the path of cultivation. However, after obtaining the practice method, Yifan had already embarked on the path of practice with a little practice. This shows that the first cultivation level of the desolate ancient holy body was opened for him by the ruthless emperor. And when the desolate ancient holy body broke through the four poles to cross the tribulation, the Tao wound was also resolved with the help of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs of the desolate forbidden land. But because the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs were split into dozens of plants, the medicinal properties of a single plant were not as good as the real immortal elixirs. Even if they are aggregated, they are only comparable to the immortal elixir, but they lack the medicinal properties of the real immortal elixir. To put it simply, eating the various fruits of the 9 wonderful immortal tree has the effect of having the effect of the immortal elixir, but it will not become resistant to the real immortal medicine. The effect is truly ingenious. It is not that the ruthless emperor or other similar emperors cannot come up with an immortal elixir. If the ruthless emperor was asked to take out the immortal elixir, she would have the true dragon immortal elixir herself. During the Kunlun period of the ancient star of the flood, the white tiger's immortal elixir also wanted to follow the ruthless emperor, but the ruthless emperor did not choose it. In fact, there are many opportunities for others to obtain the elixir of immortality. Does the ruthless emperor really need the immortal elixir? No, what she longed for was to be able to resolve Tao injuries, but it was not a real immortal elixir. After all, the immortal elixir can only exert its effect once in a lifetime, and it is enough to take it once. If you take the immortal pill again in the second life, it will become resistant and lose its effectiveness. If Yifan took the immortal medicine because of the Tao injury in the four-pole realm, even if he was dazzling and the holy body was completed, he would only live for more than 10,000 years. With such an ingenious thing as the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, Yifan's injuries were recovered, and at the same time, it did not prevent him from continuing to take the immortal elixir after the follow-up to Shang. When Wang Mingyuan thought of this, he felt that the ruthless emperor was really well-intentioned. The key is that with such a layout, there are almost no traces of it to others. Of course, although he knew this, Wang Mingyuan did not intend to say it. At this moment, he also felt that the blood was boiling, and under the influence of the rules of this place, Shou Yuan seemed to be constantly decreasing, forcing out his own potential with the help of Shou Yuan and Qi and blood, making himself more suitable for practice. In this process, the more potential in the bloodline and body, the more it is forced. For mortals, if the energy in the bloodline is insufficient, then they can only be replaced with longevity essence. But if the essence in the flesh and blood is sufficient, then the release of this wave of potential will be more significant. Wang Mingyuan noticed that the faces of Li Xiaoman, Capitaland and others in the crowd were aging rapidly, and wrinkles began to increase. But Yi Fan and Pang Bo are gradually rejuvenating, becoming younger and younger, their clothes becoming wider, and their heights gradually shorter. Little by little become smaller. Wang Mingyuan had already begun to embark on the path of cultivation, so this step further stimulated his potential. The bones of the flesh were still getting stronger, and the holy fruit swallowed before was rapidly consumed. Is this the help of the ruthless emperor? Feeling the rapid strengthening of his body and the vigor of his qi and blood, Wang Mingyuan's heart surged with a burst of ultimate comfort. He had already built a framework, and at this moment, with the help of the tempering of the laws of heaven and earth, it was like refueling a car, and the power of the holy fruit was quickly transformed into his own ability. This power melted into his limbs and bones, penetrated into his body, and made his body extremely strong. 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds. In the midst of his breathing, Wang Mingyuan felt that his body had crossed multiple levels and reached a higher level. With the swing of one arm, it already has tens of thousands of pounds of power, and this power is still growing rapidly. The tapping into his physical potential did not damage his foundation, but strengthened it further. He felt the continuous strengthening of his body, and lowered his head to stroke the elixirs in his arms that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, and Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate to take them all. These elixirs could not be kept in his hands at all, and his strength was too weak at the moment. Even if he held the divine skill treasure book in his hand, he would be easily caught when he met someone who was a big realm higher than him. What's more, these medicines are extremely precious, and they are elixirs that have not been picked for tens of thousands of years or even more in the ancient Forbidden Land. It is impossible to keep them at all, so it is better to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly grab it and refine it in an instant. In this special state, the potential in his body was burning, and the elixir was automatically refined. Wang Mingyuan only felt like an empty car fuel tank was constantly filled with gasoline, and his bones and flesh were glowing, gradually becoming stronger. One bone pattern after another was engraved on his body, imprinted between his flesh and blood. The special framework built by the true Phoenix treasure technique was gradually filled. 3 holy fruits of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, plus several medicine kings ranging from thousands to 10,000 10,000 years. The huge medicinal power was quickly digested here. Wang Mingyuan felt that the entire frame was quickly filled, and even had a feeling of going to a higher level. He seemed to be about to step into the grotto heaven realm. Moving blood, grotto, inscriptions. These are all practice methods that belong to the chaotic ancient era. The practice method in ancient times was not bad, and with the help of the true phoenix treasure technique as the foundation, it could also advance all the way. At least until the peak of the humanitarian field, there is no big problem, and this road has already been walked in the chaotic era. However, Wang Mingyuan did not strictly follow this path but used more precious medicinal materials to baptize his body and temper his body, and he may not think of a higher realm. After all, no matter how perfect the cultivation method is, at most it can only allow people to reach the threshold of the quasi-immortal emperor, and they can't even cross this threshold. And the cultivation method in the heaven-covering universe seems to be able to reach the peak of the humane realm now, that is, the level of the great emperor, but in fact it was left by the supreme immortal emperor. The road ahead is getting brighter. Since there is such a good path of cultivation, if you still cling to the incompleteness and stick to the ancient method, you will undoubtedly seek your own death. He once had no practice method, but stepped into the cultivation world with the help of the true phoenix treasure technique, which gave him a certain ability to protect himself, which was acceptable. However, if you continue to rely on this method for practice, it will be redundant. Therefore, more and stronger energy did not make Wang Mingyuan rush to the next realm, but made his current physical body in this realm stronger, as strong as a true phoenix cub, and even more exaggerated. After all, he held the original true solution left by the immortal emperor of the corpse of the first emperor of eternity. Although the cultivation according to the original true solution can only reach the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, it is already powerful enough. He was able to directly apply the cultivation formula in this realm, further enhancing his body and soul, without being limited by the current realm. In this special environment and state, it seems that Wang Mingyuan's thoughts are felt. He felt that under this special rule, a portal opened for him in his body. In an instant, the sound of the waves surged, and the fiery red light soared into the sky, like countless waves surging, and Wang Mingyuan's heart was shocked. The indigestible and vigorous life essence poured into it, and the dot, which was originally only the size of a grain of rice, quickly expanded to the size of a fist at this moment, and gradually began to stabilize. I don't know how long it took. When Wang Mingyuan opened his eyes, there were bursts of exclamations in my ears. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Li Xiaoman, and others also woke up one after another, but their state was completely different. Yi Fan and Pang Bo are in their prime, looking only 12 or 13 years old, like the rising Dongxi, and Li Xiaoman, Zhang Wenyuan, and Lin Jia seem to be in their twilight years, like Piang's evening intentions. One side is extremely young, but the other party has gray hair, and the situation can be described as bleak. Among this group of people, the only one who has not changed much is Wang Mingyuan. He was in the same state when he entered this place, and he was still the same when he went out. Most of the vigorous life essence in his body was refined, which strengthened him, and the true phoenix treasure technique stabilized his state so that he did not become younger further. Of course, in terms of longevity, today's Wang Mingyuan may be the longest liver in this group. After experiencing the baptism of immortal Gu's complete rules of heaven and earth, his body seemed to contain a large amount of immortal matter. After tasting the sacred fruit on the sacred mountain, this capacity increased even more. Even if he only maintains his current realm and does not break through further, I am afraid he will have thousands of years of longevity. And if he continued to break through, the immortal substances lurking in his body would emerge further. This state was both special and peculiar, and Wang Mingyuan was faintly aware of it when he opened the secret realm of the Sea of Suffering just now. Those numerous immortal substances seemed to be integrated into the countless laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the immortal ancient period, and were deeply hidden in the rules of heaven and earth. As his cultivation level improves, those rules will be further released in his body, prolonging his life. In the Shingu period, this may just be an ordinary thing, but in this world, his physique will become different and exceptional. However, Wang Mingyuan felt it carefully and didn't think about it anymore. He, Yi Fan, Pang Bo and others supported their aging classmates and walked out quickly. So far, they have not completely stepped out of the life exclusion area until they saw the streamer flickering above their heads, and there were humanoids in the streamer. Wang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they had stepped out of the life exclusion area. At this moment, the originally static Ziqiang life system suddenly vibrated, and then a line of handwriting appeared in front of Wang Mingyuan's eyes. First entry into the 9 heavens and 10 earths 2. Break into a large life restricted area and seize the treasure in the life forbidden area. Retire successfully and evaluate S level. Reward, Kunpeng treasure technique. Wang Mingyuan's heart was shaken, and he couldn't help but look back at the ancient forbidden land. The ancient forbidden land is still green grass, and Xianji is everywhere, except for the lack of life. Everything seems flawless. Along the way, it seems to be a different world. He couldn't help but check the records above the Xian life system. Name, Wang Mingyuan. Age, 25. Prestige, fame moves the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Divine skill, true phoenix treasure technique, Kunpeng Kuanping treasure technique, legendary 15 out of 100, mythical 10 out of 100. If you are unhappy to obtain the inheritance of the strongest party again, it is definitely false. However, at the same time, Wang Mingyuan was also a little weird in his heart. Xian life system? I'm afraid this is not the life experience system of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, right? Judging from the many rewards given by the system, it was obviously quite similar to the cultivation path of the Desolate Heaven Emperor. While there are some differences, most of them are consistent. Rising from the great wilderness, coming out of the cage of the 8 regions of the nether, and finally ascending to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, in the process, he obtained Lucian's treasure technique, Kuanping treasure technique, and the original true solution. The entire path of rise is almost the same as that of the Desolate Heaven Emperor. However, the Desolate Heaven Emperor can indeed be called the strongest life, but there are some things that cannot be copied, which is simply covering the sky. At least not to mention anything else, the cultivation method created by the Desolate Heaven Emperor was based on the chaotic ancient era, opened up the path of taking the body as a species, reached a higher level, and left behind a perfect method. Later practitioners could learn the methods of the Desolate Heaven Emperor, but if they copied it completely, it would be useless, and they would not be able to reach a higher level at all. At that time, the Desolate Heavenly Emperor did not leave the practice method after the humanitarian field, hoping that the latter could create a new path in order to move forward side by side with him. Otherwise, the highest could only reach the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, and there could be no 2 immortal emperors on the same road. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It's really ridiculous. I have only moved the blood realm now, and under the rules of heaven and earth, I have only opened up a sea of suffering. Any practitioner in the Taoist palace realm can cut me into 8 sections, but I am fantasizing about the quasi-immortal emperor. Continuing to practice like this, whether he can reach the level of the emperor is a question, and it is ridiculous that he is still imagining the future. Wang Mingyuan felt funny, and at this time, the streamer that flew away before seemed to sense him and fell straight down. Several people present couldn't help but be surprised, because the rainbow-like brilliance was actually a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She walked in the light and fell in front of everyone. She looked at the people present, and then glanced at the desolate forbidden land behind her, and her face suddenly showed surprise. You guys, did you come out of the ancient forbidden land? There was no need for Wang Mingyuan to speak, and someone introduced what happened in a tongue-in-cheek manner. Wang Mingyuan knew that these people should be practitioners from several practice places near the ancient forbidden area. Next, without any surprises, these practitioners who survived the baptism of the rules of the ancient forbidden land would be included in the sect. After all, after that baptism, the sea of suffering of everyone present has begun. Even if a person with a talent for cultivation wants to embark on the road of cultivation, it takes a lot of effort to open the sea of suffering, and ordinary people can't even think about it. Therefore, this group of people present all have the talent of practice, and after such a round of baptism, the future practice will be smoother, and it can be regarded as a good practice seedling. Next, if nothing else, they will all be sent to several surrounding cave heavens. This is the next choice. However, Wang Mingyuan did not want to practice in these small cave heavens. Because of the lack of cultivation methods in these places, the strongest supreme elder was just a figure at the grotto heaven level, and his cultivation methods were not good, and his inheritance was even weaker. They belonged to several holy places and subordinate forces of the family. Characters with cultivation talents in the sect will be selected and sent to the Yaoguan Holy Land, Yaoqi, or the ancient Ji family and the Zheng family. Wang Mingyuan didn't want to waste time in vain. Without a complete and excellent imperial scripture, future practice will inevitably take many detours. And at this time, the Shaking Light Holy Land should have been closely connected to the inheritance of the ruthless emperor, and the Shaking Light Holy Sun should have practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. These small cultivation sects are inextricably linked with the Yaoguan Holy Land. Although I don't know what my current physique is, I think it's also the best physique. If it shows something special, it may be quietly devoured by Yaoguang and used to practice. When he was in the Flood Ancient Star, the most urgent task was to practice the method and to cultivate in a place where he could practice. Entering the Kowloon coffin and coming to this world was the most suitable choice at that time. However, after arriving here, the situation of choice has changed. Although Yi Fan received help from the ruthless emperor at several key nodes, such as letting him embark on the path of cultivation, allowing him to repair his injuries during the Four Poles realm, and even preparing the method of combining the Tao for him after the completion of the holy body. If the holy body encounters obstacles on the road of Emperor Chang, with the help of the combined Tao, he can become a flawless emperor and continue to move forward on the road of practice. Help in this regard is indeed extremely important. But in other aspects, the ruthless emperor basically did not intervene, and he did not want to cultivate a flower in a greenhouse. In the most difficult level to pass, the ruthless emperor prepared help for Yi Fan, but at other times, Yi Fan had to rely entirely on himself to break through. This is like the two paths prepared by the immortal emperor for the emperor's son. One is that there is only one immortal heavenly sword, reward, nothing. The other is the essence of the ancient tea tree and the 8 tribes, protected by countless strong people and endless divine treasures for him to squander. The emperor chose the latter, so although his bloodline talent was the first in this generation, he could be regarded as the last among many princes. In terms of courage to fight, and he did not experience any hardships at all. As a result, he was directly killed by Yifan and the Holy Prince. Although Yifan has a backer, his path is exactly the opposite of that of the prince. Except for getting help from the ruthless emperor in those levels that he couldn't break through, he was desperately struggling to survive the rest of the time. This instead created his supreme legend. Wang Mingyuan has also thought about the difference between the two. Therefore, he chose to hug his thighs. Even if no one interferes, with a backer behind, you can naturally go further. Struggling here by myself is a complete waste. Without the aura of the protagonist, I would have died countless times. I am not Yifan. I have to find a thigh to hug. And looking for a backer cannot be casual. First of all, there must be a relationship, and there must be a context. Otherwise, even if you hold the true phoenix treasure technique and the Kunping treasure technique to seek a backer, you will be killed and seized on the spot. This is the last situation Wang Mingyuan wants to encounter. He already had an idea in mind about how to find a backer, or who to look for as a backer, but now, he can only go through this round of selection honestly. After all, he had just walked out of the desolate Forbidden Land, and he had not even mastered the basic written language and cultivation methods, so he could only survive for a while. I remember that several small cave heavens around had the first volume of the Taoist scriptures left by the moral heavenly venerable. This so-called strongest Luanhai method can be used as a reference. Although the complete Taoist scriptures can no longer be found, the incomplete scriptures are still circulating, such as this first volume of scriptures, which are now basically mastered in the land of the eastern wilderness. This method is extremely valuable and can be used for practice. And I remember that if you join the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven or any grotto heaven next to it, you will soon encounter the opportunity to open the Qing Emperor's tomb. Only by following Yifan can we get such a lively atmosphere. Thinking of the secret realm of the Great Thunder Sound Temple on the ancient star of Mars not long ago, as well as the secret realm of the desolate ancient realm he had just experienced, Wang Mingyuan felt that it was relatively feasible to stay here and wait for a wave of operations. Not to mention anything else, the generous rewards given by the first 2 secret realms are already considerable. There will definitely be something next. If he hadn't followed Yifan, he wouldn't have been able to get into such a high-level secret realm, which was equivalent to a level 1 directly hitting a top secret realm of 100 levels, and such an opportunity must not be missed. It's actually relatively easy to mix in silently here. The true Phoenix treasure technique not only has powerful attack skills, but also has the means of obscuring the divine object. Even if you are as powerful as the 10 evils, it is inevitable that there will be times when you are vulnerable. When I was young, I should be Loki, pretend to be stupid when I should be stupid, disguise my own chi and blood and magical powers, and make myself look ordinary, as if I just ate a holy fruit without any special performance. Therefore, it was Pang Bo who was looted in the crowd. Pang Bo not only ate the holy fruit, but also had an extremely special physique, containing the blood of the demon god. After experiencing the time of the desolate Forbidden Land, it seems that some of his potential has been activated. At this time, he was particularly special, as were Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling, who were closely related to him, but they were slightly inferior to Pang Bo. Because of their relationship with Yifan, they each ate 2 holy fruits, so when they walked out of the ancient Forbidden Land, not only did they not become old, but they became younger. Such a character has opened up the sea of suffering. Coupled with the consumption of the holy fruit, his life has been extended, and his body contains the power of the immortal elixir. The next practice was like divine help. At least in the eyes of this group of small sects, there was a high probability that they would be able to break through to the realm of the Taoist palace. Known as fairy seedlings, they immediately triggered a robbery. Of course, it was Yifan who was robbed at first, but after a closer look, he was immediately disliked by everyone, because he is the ancient Eucharist. Because of this, all the grotto heavens did not want to take in Yifan, and the experience of suffering losses in the early years made them avoid them. In the early years, the Holy Land tried to cultivate a holy body. After all, in ancient times, the 9 holy bodies were born one after another, shocking countless people. If successful, the harvest will naturally be rich, but in the end it will usher in failure. Therefore, the major holy places have long been well aware of the cultivation of the ancient holy body. It is difficult to get the body to embark on the road of practice again because of the change in the rules of heaven and earth, not to mention the subsequent levels. Although these small sects did not know much about the deeper situation, they knew a simple truth: the ancient holy body was basically impossible to practice, so they were unwilling to ask for it. For Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan, they still want it. At the strong request of Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan, Yifan was brought on. They must teach Yifan to practice, otherwise Pang Bo will not be willing to go. The Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven was helpless, so they could only bring it together. After all, there is no no difference between herding a sheep and a flock of sheep. It was their consensus that the ancient holy body could not be practiced. In their opinion, Yi Fan will naturally give up after some attempts, and there is no need to make the immortal seedling Pang Bo feel dissatisfied because of this little thing. After staying in place for 2 days, everyone set off directly, and one of the leading practitioners rode the Hua Hong, soaring through the clouds and mist, showing the unique style of the practitioner. Yi Fan was not valued in this group, and everyone felt that he could not embark on the road of cultivation, but he was calm all the way. But there were undercurrents in his heart. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's heart and state. The reason why the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven got its name is because it was built on a ruin. This ruin has existed since ancient times and has a long history. When the group arrived at the Spirit Ruins Cave Heaven, they did not immediately obtain the method of cultivation, but settled down in the Cave Heaven first. They were arranged next to a low mountain peak, surrounded by several acres of spiritual fields and a few thatched huts. In the medicine field, there are even ginseng as thick as an arm and Ganoderma lucidum half a person's height, and the aroma of medicine is overflowing. All this belongs to Wang Mingyuan and Pang Bo. Even the Taoist boy who delivered the food once mentioned that if they had the ability, they could open a cave in this area, and no one would interfere. This part is their special treatment and belongs to the gift of the fairy seedlings. Every day, special people provided them with food and water, and after more than 10 days of life, an elder from the cave finally came to teach them. The elder's name was Wu Qingfeng, and his attitude was gentle and kind. He started with the basics of writing and practice, and gradually taught several people. Although Wang Mingyuan has mastered the True Phoenix Treasure Technique and the Primordial True Solution, he also has the Kunping Treasure Technique. But I am still curious about the practice of this world and follow it seriously. Wu Qingfeng's teachings are in-depth and simple, from the vast world to the human body. He is very skilled in this area and is responsible for teaching all disciples within 3 years of initiation. After 2 months of teaching, he finally began to teach the 3 of them the true practice method. That is, an imperial scripture that will be taught by all the cave heavens around the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. The Taoist scriptures will see scroll. Pang Bo and Yi Fan did not understand this, failed to realize the preciousness of the imperial scriptures, and honestly followed them to study. Only Wang Mingyuan sighed in his heart. It is estimated that only Baidu will be so extravagant. Any small sect can use the imperial scriptures to help disciples build a foundation and practice, and it is indeed a burial emperor star, and the overall strength is amazing. Wang Mingyuan was immersed in it and quickly made a breakthrough in this regard. He has the True Phoenix Treasure Technique and the primitive True Understanding, and his understanding of practice is extremely high. Under the inspiration of the Taoist scriptures of this world, his understanding of this world became clearer, and his practice was like a fish in water. Outside the desolate forbidden land, he had already opened up the sea of suffering with his powerful medicinal power, but he lacked the method of cultivation. And now that I have obtained the practice method, I can continue to extract essence from my body, impact the boundless sea of suffering with the essence of the wheel of life. The sea of suffering, which was originally only the size of a fist, gradually expanded as this process and became as thick as an ordinary person's waist. The divine power flowed like a tide, continuously, and fiery red. Pang Bo's practice in this regard was also smooth. He had sensed the wheel of life, and was able to adjust his essence and impact the sea of suffering, but he still needed to take his time. Only Yi Fan was in trouble in the process. His sea of suffering was as solid as a rock, and it could not be broken open at all. Wu Qingfeng, who was in charge of teaching him, mobilized his whole body to warm up Yi Fan, but to no avail, thinking that the ancient holy body could not be practiced at all, and shook his head again and again. In this regard, Pang Bo seemed quite anxious, while Yi Fan was relatively calm and only occasionally a little uncomfortable. Despite this, Wang Mingyuan is not worried about this. He knew that the most difficult level of the holy body, embarking on the path of cultivation, had actually been opened, most of it with the help of the holy fruit in the desolate forbidden land. Just like the web download, it has been 99.9% complete, and now it is only the last step. If there is a person with a high level of cultivation here, he will definitely be able to see the mystery at a glance. It's a pity that the realm of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven is too low to be seen. After all, their supreme elder was just a Dao Palace realm. In the small country of Yen, they can be regarded as immortals, but for real practitioners, they are just starting out. Therefore, on this day, when Yi Fan tried to practice again, but returned in vain, Wang Mingyuan offered to help. I have felt the wheel of life and opened up a sea of suffering. Wang Mingyuan said, from my point of view, the practice is not that difficult. You are almost done. I will help you. Hearing Wang Mingyuan's words, Pang Bo was stunned. He practiced for many days in a row, only feeling the wheel of life, but failed to open the sea of suffering. But he didn't expect that Wang Mingyuan had quietly opened the sea of suffering, but there was no publicity at all. According to what Elder Wu Qingfeng said before, the sea of suffering of ordinary people is like normal land, which needs to be carefully cultivated and carefully sown before it can blossom and bear fruit. But your sea of suffering is as hard as a rock, like divine iron, and it is extremely difficult difficult to open up planting. Wang Mingyuan continued, I think I need enough life essence, maybe some treasures, I happen to have a little here. After saying that, Wang Mingyuan took out a 1,000-year-old ginseng from his arms, although it was not too big, only more than a foot long, but the whole body was golden and already had a human form. However, there was no aroma in his hand, until Wang Mingyuan tore the skin of the ginseng, and the rich aroma instantly spread, as if it was a golden juice. This is one of several elixirs that Wang Mingyuan picked from the ancient Forbidden Land. This elixir is not too precious because it is less than 10,000 years old, so Wang Mingyuan kept it. He is not a person who specializes in exclusive enjoyment. Since he has received Yi Fan's favor, he naturally hopes to have the opportunity to repay it. This is too precious. Why don't you use it first? I can't practice it now, Yi Fan hurriedly said. Wang Mingyuan didn't say much, just took out a jade bowl and poured out all the juice from the ginseng, dividing it into 3 bowls. After Wang Mingyuan's operation, Yi Fan's resistance was greatly reduced, and then he heard Wang Mingyuan say with a smile, these days, you have also heard Elder Wu Qingfeng say that the ancient holy body is the first physique of the past. If you can practice, it is definitely a big thick leg. I am investing in advance and hugging my thighs in advance. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, knowing his own affairs. After nearly 2 months of practice, he had understood that there was a natural reason why the desolate holy body was not taken seriously now, and it was difficult to practice, as if it was impossible to cultivate at all. Even if it was once the best in the world, it still didn't help after changing the version. However, since Wang Mingyuan said so, he no longer refused, decisively drank the bowl of ginseng juice in one gulp, and then ran the breath. At this moment, he felt a surge of energy all over his body. The qi and blood in his body soared into the sky like a tide, golden waves surged, and lightning flew in the void. The momentum was extremely amazing. Pang Bo was stunned, while Wang Mingyuan squinted and observed carefully. Judging from the movement, it's similar to mine. It's just that I am biased towards flames. There is a scorching burning feeling, the qi and blood swell and vigorous, like a barbarian dragon, but it is milder, more inclined to the divine soul. The ancient holy body is like a dragon, just like the reincarnation of the ancient barbarian elephant, with a stronger impact and more inclined to the physical body. After such a comparison, Wang Mingyuan also knew in his heart, and Pang Bo was completely stunned. His surprise was unabashed, and his face was full of joy for Yi Fan. Yezi, you can practice now, we will have to hug your thighs in the future. He was smiling, and Wang Mingyuan also smiled slightly. He already knew this. When Pang Bo saw such a scene, he directly wanted to share the remaining bowl of ginseng juice with Yi Fan, but Yi Fan resolutely refused. But Pang Bo only took a small sip, and then felt abdominal cramps, which were unbearable, and it took a while for him to calm down. Although he was full of energy, he didn't dare to continue to eat indiscriminately. The ancient holy body still has a great advantage in this regard compared to the ordinary physique, and Wang Mingyuan does not have much demand for this. When he walked out of the ancient Forbidden Land, one of the medicinal materials he took had the medicinal properties of 30,000 years, which could be called the king of small medicine. The reason why this medicinal material was left behind was precisely because it was inconspicuous, and even if it was discovered, it would not cause much trouble, so Yi Fan swallowed it all directly. Although Yi Fan refused at first, he finally accepted it obediently under Wang Mingyuan's one-handed suppression. Your practice speed. Despite accepting the medicinal materials, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were still shocked. They were obviously standing on the same starting line, but they found that Wang Mingyuan's cultivation progress far exceeded theirs. After walking out of the desolate Forbidden Land, a scripture flashed in my mind, and then the speed of my practice increased rapidly. Wang Mingyuan did not hide it and took the initiative to share the original true solution with the two of them. Yi Fan and Pang Bo are both newcomers to the cultivation world and are not familiar with a lot of knowledge. Although surprised, they recorded it truthfully. Not to mention anything else, Yi Fan had also heard an ancient scripture in the bronze coffin, which he did not hide, and took the initiative to tell Wang Mingyuan and Pang Bo. Therefore, they are still very receptive to this kind of thing. Pang Bo even regulated his qi and blood because of this, and opened up a sea of suffering like Yi Fan. According to his guidance, I quickly found the location of the sea of suffering, and then opened it up directly. I really don't know which immortal left it. Pang Bo sighed. Wang Mingyuan just smiled slightly. During this time, he had been practicing in the Spirit Ruins Grotto, comprehending the Kunpeng treasure technique and corresponding to the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. After all, when the desolate Heaven Emperor opened up the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, he borrowed many elements of the Kunpeng treasure technique. The collision of yin and yang is like opening up the world. One side is full of endless life, while the other side is full of life. It was this idea that made Wang Mingyuan, under the guidance of the original true solution, have a deeper understanding of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. His sea of suffering opened up faster and more fiercely, and the divine power in his body had been connected and could surround his entire body. Even Wang Mingyuan felt that he could already open up a spring of life in the sea of suffering. Of course, in this process, Yi Fan was was once again targeted by Elder Han of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, wanting to catch him for alchemy. Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan both belong to the immortal seedlings, and there is a registration in the Spirit Ruins Grotto, and there is a background as a backer. And Yi Fan had nothing, and he had eaten the holy fruit, so he naturally became a target. Forced to do so, Pang Bo took the initiative to request to go out to practice. Elder Wu Qingfeng led the team. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Wang Mingyuan, and a group of disciples went out together to the ruins. Wang Mingyuan's heart moved, realizing that the critical moment had come. The tomb of the Qing Emperor is about to open. The Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven stood on top of a ruin. Not only the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, but also several other grotto heavens. That was the trace left by the rupture of the demon court established by the Qing Emperor. To this day, there are still many demons roaming this ruin. Every year, the practitioners of the human race also explore this ruin, looking for treasures, and gain a lot. Wang Mingyuan's previous experience of exploring the Great Laiyin Temple and the desolate Forbidden Land made him look forward to this expedition. This is an opportunity to get high ratings in the early stage, and the adventure map is difficult, but not too dangerous. If it weren't for such an opportunity, he should have left long ago and gone to find his backer. But this expedition ends here. The area after that is too dangerous, and no protagonist's life can survive. Next, Yi Fan will go to the Bronze Immortal Hall to explore and seek the source of his Xianhuang Mother Qi. That kind of place can kill you if you are not careful. Except for a person like Yi Fan, who is more tenacious than the 9 Lives Cat Demon, only Nangong Dianing, who wants to fight for a lifetime of immortality, can survive there. Wang Mingyuan has a clear understanding of this and never plans to take risks. After rubbing this wave, I will run away after scoring some benefits. I don't have that much life. Although there are many treasures in this secret realm outside the Spirit Ruins Grotto, the risk still exists. After all, demons are still roaming here. If something happens accidentally, the consequences can be imagined, of course, especially for low-level characters. The most valuable treasure in the world has long been swept away by the major holy places and families in the eastern wilderness. There is almost no great danger. Even as long as the realm reaches the level of the Taoist Palace, it can sweep everything in this secret realm. After all, at this time, the 4 pole powerhouses are digging the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Wang Mingyuan is quite relaxed about this. In front of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, he only showed the level of the Sea of Suffering. In fact, he had reached the level of the Spring of Life, which was the second stage of the realm of the Sea of Wheels. The Sea of Suffering, the Spring of Life, the Divine Bridge, and the other side are the 4 stages of the realm of the Sea of Wheels. The Wheel of Human Life overlaps with the Sea of Suffering, and the realm of the Sea of Suffering allows people of life to communicate with the Sea of Suffering, thereby opening it up. Such a powerful divine chakra can extend in the body and use endless divine power to block the aging of the Wheel of Life. The Wheel of Life is like the rings of a tree, and after 1 year of life, it has an extra circle of marks on it, just like a tree. If you want to live forever, the Wheel of Life will no longer age, and you will no longer engrave the years, and you will naturally become an immortal. Of course, this is theoretically true, and all practitioners know it, but no one has actually done it so far. When the Sea of Suffering is wide enough and the gods can reach a certain height, they can open up under the Sea of Suffering, allowing more life power to emerge, and spring eyes will appear in the Sea of Suffering. This can be regarded as a spring of life. The divine power of the Spring of Life realm gushed out like a trickle, and it was already able to fly into a rainbow and fly in the sky. In other places, this is just the beginning of the path of practice. But in a place like the state of Yen, it can already be called an immortal, which can be regarded as having some self-preservation power. Poof! A divine light gushed out from Wang Mingyuan's life spring, cutting a century-old python in two. Yi Fan couldn't help but be secretly surprised when he saw this. Are you practicing so fast? Because of that passage? At this point, they have stepped into the ruins, but not all of them are together. Elder Wu Qingfeng led the team, and this was the experience of many disciples under his command. The disciples dispersed and picked elixirs everywhere to avoid danger. Only when they really encounter an irresistible monster will a signal be sent out, and Elder Wu Qingfeng will come to the rescue. Otherwise, it will not be possible to achieve the effect of honing at all. Wang Mingyuan picked a jade snake orchid under the protection of the giant python. This herb was about 50 years old, and it was one of the spiritual medicine atlas of the grotto heaven in the spiritual ruins. It can be used to refine elixirs. After collecting, you can get a lot of rewards by submitting it. That scripture was extremely mysterious and allowed me to tap into more power from my body. Wang Mingyuan did not lie. The original true solution was indeed extremely effective here. It is not a simple practice method, although it cannot allow people to ascend to heaven in one step, but it is an explanation of the truth of heaven and earth, so that people have a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. With the original true understanding, and then practicing against the Taoist Sutra Will See scroll, you can even pick out the omissions in the Will See scroll. It is not that Wang Mingyuan's talent is too high, but that he has been able to modify the imperial scriptures left by the moral heavenly venerable. Instead, he could feel the flaws in this Taoist scripture, and there were several passages that did did not conform to the laws of the governance of heaven and earth in the original true interpretation. Such a basic principle error has obviously been artificially changed. Perhaps it was mistakenly recorded over the years. After noticing this problem, Wang Mingyuan boldly practiced according to the original true solution, and suddenly, his state of suffering became more mysterious. Wang Mingyuan's sea of suffering is completely different from Yifan. It is not gold, but a boundless blue, like an endless sea. However, the spring of life and divine power were endlessly fiery red, like a flame that never went out. Water and fire are incompatible with each other, but they are wonderfully blended together, which is amazing. After he revised that part of the scriptures, he felt that the divine power flowing from the spring of life and the sea of suffering became more and more abundant, wisps of silk and condensed into strings. Above the boundless sea of suffering, sometimes a bright moon appears, and sometimes a big sun appears. The golden crow falls in the west, the sun tilts in the west, the jade rabbit hangs high, and all kinds of scenes are repeated, and you can even see the stars in the sky, showing the mystery of the rotation of the week to the fullest. This is probably the true complete body of the Taoist scriptures. Wang Mingyuan suddenly realized in his heart. Taoist scriptures have been passed down over the years, and some places have been changed, which he has already learned in the original work. Yifan later succeeded in practicing by obtaining the first volume of the true Taoist sutra in the tomb of the demon emperor, while he practiced by modifying the original true solution on his own, which made an indescribable sense of accomplishment emerge in his heart. I don't know if it's completely correct. After all, I don't know much about practice. Although Wang Mingyuan had doubts about the correctness in his heart, his body, and the original true interpretation told him that his current condition was more comfortable than the Taoist scriptures passed down from the spirit ruins grotto. The divine power in his body became more and more abundant, and the abnormalities in the sea of suffering became more and more obvious. So, he decided to keep it in this state for the time being, and then compare it after he really obtained the Taoist scriptures in the future. After the modification, Wang Mingyuan felt that he had gone further in digging his body, and the divine power gathered in his body was becoming more and more vigorous. This did not surprise him, because he had gained a lot in the ancient Forbidden Land. Nowadays, many medicinal powers have been precipitated in the body that have not been fully digested, so it is normal to make rapid progress in the early stage. Even the parents and sons of the ancient emperors may not directly use the immortal elixir to help build the foundation and practice. Wang Mingyuan directly cut the medicinal material in half, not a section by himself, and handed the rest to Yifan. Eat. Seeing that Yifan wanted to refuse, Wang Mingyuan added, "Now the strength gap between you and me is too big, and there is no need to refuse. Your strength is not enough, will drag me back." Yifan was an extremely rational person, and when he saw this, he stopped refusing and swallowed the medicinal materials directly. As an ancient holy body, his sea of suffering was extremely strong and could withstand the impact of a large number of elixirs. In the early stage of practice, there is no need to consider anything else, just take the elixir violently. It can be seen that he really deserves to be the first physique of the Big Dipper. Yifan took the initiative to leave, so he did not mix with the large army, and took the initiative to distance himself. After all, that Elder Han wanted to catch him for alchemy. He had already communicated with Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan and was ready to find an opportunity to leave here. This is also the reason why Pang Bo took the initiative to let Wu Qingfeng lead the team into the ruins to explore. However, before they had gone too far, 12 turquoise lights suddenly flashed in the distance, and then a giant tiger with wings wailed and fell to the ground. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were leisurely, his eyes were sharper, and he saw a flash of red flashing. The flashing green light was 12 turquoise flying swords, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the giant tiger and slashed it to the ground. After the giant tiger died, a figure flashed by. The figure was rickety, only 1.5 meters tall, and his white hair covered his face, making it impossible to see his true face. But it can be seen that his body is thin, aging unsightly, and the whole person looks extremely gloomy. He walked to the giant tiger, took out a jade bottle, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and a large ball of blood gushed out from the wound above the giant tiger's neck, which he connected to the bottle. He was even more unscrupulous, and in front of Yifan and Wang Mingyuan, he disemboweled the giant tiger and took out the heart. The heart was half the size of a person's head, and it was still beating in his hands. After all this, he suddenly turned around, revealing a face full of wrinkles and age spots, crisscrossing wrinkles that made him look old, as if he was going to die at any moment. At this time, he smiled at Yifan and Wang Mingyuan, but that smile had no sense of intimacy, but made people feel a chill in their hearts. The heart of the winged tiger is indeed a good thing, but the vintage is not enough, and the taste is worse. After saying that, he actually gnawed the huge heart in 2 or 3 bites in front of the two of them, and the blood splattered and swallowed it into his stomach, which made people shudder to watch. After everything was over, the smile on his face became more and more eerie and creepy. When you go out on an adventure, don't be too far away from the team. Leaving this warning, he immediately turned into a rainbow shadow and disappeared without a trace. Yifan's face was terribly gloomy, and Wang Mingyuan Yuan's expression did not look very good. This is the elder Han who is eyeing Yi Fan. On the surface, it seems to care about the two of them, but in fact it is a naked threat. Yi Fan's face was gloomy, and the other party was obviously eyeing him, intending to capture him for refining. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't been by his side, I'm afraid he would have done it just now. However, after careful evaluation, Wang Mingyuan's heart gradually settled down. The killing methods are indeed a bit terrifying, but they stopped there. When Elder Han made a move just now, Wang Mingyuan had already judged the other party's realm. He was also in the realm of the Wheel Sea, and did not reach the Dao Palace. It should be the third smallest realm of the Wheel Sea, the Divine Bridge. This level is like the boss of the novice village, although it is a bit difficult, but not too high. Although Wang Mingyuan's cultivation level was now a small realm lower than that of the other party, and the life spring had just been opened, he was full of confidence in defeating the other party after evaluating himself from that elder's attack. His physique is also extremely special, although he has not found a physique that matches him, but it is obviously a kind of existence similar to a holy body, extremely strong. The realm of moving blood has reached the extreme, and a wave of one arm can burst out with more than 108,000 pounds of power. This kind of power is enough to tear tigers and leopards alive and overturn the barbarian elephants, which is really terrifying. Although the other party is old and weak, he has reached the realm of the Divine Bridge, but if he gets close to him, he will inevitably be torn apart. As for how to get close, Wang Mingyuan was not worried. Kuanping Bashu is known as the first in extreme speed, and if it is practiced to a profound state, it is definitely not inferior to Xingzimi. Recently, he has studied Kuanping treasure technique quite deeply, and if he really makes a move, the other party will definitely not be able to avoid it. After having the confidence, he stopped worrying, but said to Yi Fan, he has already set his sights on you, and it is estimated that he will not give up. In your situation, if you leave like this, I am afraid you won't be able to get out, and you must find a way to solve him. Yi Fan has always been decisive and understands that the current situation must be changed, but he also feels powerless at this time. But the cultivation is too bad. I have a way. Wang Mingyuan discussed with Yi Fan in a low voice, and the shouts of Pangbo and others could be vaguely heard around. Although the crowd dispersed, the distance between them was not too far, which was why Elder Han didn't make a move just now. He took the initiative to control Yi Fan and not let him go too far, while warning and threatening Wang Mingyuan. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't been with Yi Fan, this elder would probably have made a move long ago. After all, Wang Mingyuan was also listed as an immortal seedling in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, although his physique had not yet been clarified, but it was certain that his physique was extraordinary, and he had taken the holy fruit and was able to practice normally. Such a situation is already considered an immortal seedling in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. After all, the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven is not a holy place, it is just a small sect. After some discussion, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to distance himself from Yi Fan, and even pulled away Pangbo, who was slightly nervous on the side. In the depths of the dense forest, a dark green gaze stared at them closely, and noticing this scene, the corners of Elder Han's mouth, which was as thin as a ghost, couldn't help but rise slightly, showing a smile. You know each other. At the same time, he also saw Yi Fan leaving the large army alone and constantly going deeper into the ruins. Elder Han couldn't help but grin, turning into a rainbow light and following closely behind. And behind him, Wang Mingyuan's eyes were like water. He shuttled through the dense forest, although he did not fly into a rainbow, but the speed was extremely fast, and the whole person seemed to have become an afterimage. As he continued to mobilize the Kuanping treasure technique, he became more and more skilled in using it, and he didn't even leave an afterimage, like a mysterious figure. Occasionally, a strange beast saw it, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A bobcat with a golden light all over its body tilted its head in confusion, and then continued to gnaw on the prey it caught. I don't know how long he ran. Wang Mingyuan suddenly stopped, and Pang Bo in his hand couldn't help but hold on to the tree trunk and vomited again and again. Brother Wang, my eldest brother, are you really sure? Even though his face was pale and he couldn't bear the terrifying speed, Pang Bo still asked nervously. I'll do things, don't worry. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were firm, and Pang Bo's eyes became more and more ruthless. In the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven for more than 2 months, they were often found to be faulty. Han Feiyu, the grandson of Elder Han, came to trouble them many times, and the purpose was obvious. Many people in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven know the situation. After Yi Fan opened up the Sea of Suffering before, he wanted to quietly leave the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, but he was targeted, and there were people waiting for him at the door, so he had to return. Therefore, this ruin expedition came into being. However, trying to escape was unsuccessful, and the enemy was already unabashedly revealed. On the other side, Yi Fan also felt uneasy in his heart, but he knew that this game was crucial. He decided to trust Wang Mingyuan and Pang Bo and continued to walk into the depths and stay away from the large team. As he continued to walk, the sounds around him faded away, and a green light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he rolled over, and the next moment, his scalp stung, because a turquoise wooden sword flew past him, extremely fast, instantly leaving a scar on his leg. leg. In the shadow of the woods, Elder Han suddenly appeared like a ghost. He waved his hand, and the 11 turquoise long swords behind him danced and went straight towards Yifan. Give up unnecessary resistance, and be obediently practiced by me as an adult pill. Your friends have given up, so why are you struggling? People like you should have been my elixir obediently, but the holy fruit is not something you should enjoy. 12 turquoise long swords formed a sword net, completely blocking Yifan's retreat. He desperately dodged and dodged, but there was nowhere to escape. If Elder Han hadn't wanted to end his life directly, he just wanted to save his life and refine his flesh and bones into elixirs, he would have fallen long ago. But even so, he was hard to resist. The space to move was getting smaller and smaller, and the 12 flying swords had already locked all his directions. The next moment, the flying sword will pierce his limbs. A dazzling smile appeared on Elder Han's face, his mouth was open, his sparse teeth were exposed, and his empty expression made the surrounding environment even more terrifying. At this time, Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath, and his whole person turned into an invisible shadow, instantly spanning a distance of dozens of feet, appearing behind Elder Han. That was the ultimate use of Kuanping treasure technique. The chi and blood in his hand and the divine power in his body condensed together, like a volcanic eruption, delivering the pinnacle blow. Lao Dang, the gold coin is exploded. The author has always believed that the original true solution was left by the quasi-immortal emperor who left footprints on the Boundary Sea embankment, and after reading the comments, everyone said that it was left by the corpse-immortal emperor. I went to flip through the book again, and the perfect 2010 chapters were written very clearly, but it did not directly explain who left them. However, it should not be the one who left footprints on the Boundary Sea dam, implying that it was the corpse-immortal emperor. The author has made changes to the previous content. Sorry. Like a bolt from the blue, the fiery red divine light churned and jumped in the air. A phoenix phantom condensed behind Wang Mingyuan, and then the fiery red divine power and sky-high chi and blood suddenly rushed into Elder Han's body. In the process, a shield-like treasure on Elder Han's body flew up, but before it fully bloomed, it was smashed through with a punch. The terrifying fist light instantly pierced through his body. You? Elder Han turned around suddenly, his face showed horror and anger, and when he saw that it was Wang Mingyuan, his face became incredulous again. In just a few seconds, his face seemed to have undergone the baptism of the dying shop, changing several times. He seemed to want to say something, but Wang Mingyuan didn't give him a chance at all. The divine power that exploded into his body exploded the next moment. Elder Han desperately suppressed it, but to no avail. Cracks began to appear on his skin, and the internal organs could be clearly seen in the cracks. Among them, the red light flickered, and a fiery red phoenix spread its wings and roared in his body. The next moment, he opened his mouth but left no last words, and the whole person exploded like fireworks, turning into meteors in the sky. Flesh and blood were spilled several feet away. At this time, Wang Mingyuan did not stop. His whole body was shrouded in fiery red divine power, and his eyes were like lightning. Look around and confirm that no trace has been left. There were also a bunch of things scattered around, including jasper lotus seeds and 9-leaf divine grass, and the 12 turquoise long swords were also lying quietly on the ground, without any movement. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, ha. Yifan lay on the ground like the rest of his life after the catastrophe, panting again and again. Just now he was forced to have no way out, and Pang Bo quickly rushed over from a distance, and when he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, he couldn't help but stomp a few feet in anger. This old dang is dead? Pang Bo was angry and couldn't help but stare at Wang Mingyuan in surprise. 9 years ago, what are you doing? They all came from the earth and worshipped the spirit ruins grotto heaven to practice together. Why was the gap between the three of them so big? Yifan can still understand. After all, he is known as the first physique of the Big Dipper, and his practice shows a difference at the beginning. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, seemed low-key and introverted, but he didn't expect to kill an elder of the grotto heaven in 2 or 3 strokes, which was really unreasonable. Is it the difference in that verse? Wang Mingyuan seemed very indifferent, and did not hide too much about this, directly showing the difference between the original true interpretation of the divine introduction. Although his strength did not completely depend on the original true solution, he still relied more on Yifan's help. He had eaten many spiritual objects for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, naturally including the most precious immortal medicine. Coupled with the combination of the true phoenix treasure technique and the original true solution, the medicinal effect of this part can be displayed and refined in a short period of time. That's why he can show such special strength. As for why he didn't hide it, he knew in his heart that the personalities and characters of Yifan and Pang Bo had been tested in this covering the sky. In the face of the enemy, they are as ruthless as the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, but they are affectionate towards their friends. When Yifan didn't understand it in the early days, he distributed the elixir of immortality to several friends. In the later stage, he had a deep understanding of the cultivation world, and was still willing to share the phoenix blood and red gold obtained from the primordial ancient mine to Pang Bo, and he did not monopolize it. Pang Bo is also not stingy, helping Yifan, and is always willing to help when encountering danger. With such a personality and conduct, Wang Mingyuan is naturally willing to make friends with them. Sometimes, It is difficult for him to share precious things with his friends. After all, he can't help but be friends with Yifan and Pangbo, but go to make friends with the Black Emperor and Duwanda, okay? Primitive true solution? Both Pangbo and Yifan were attracted by this statement. Although Pangbo read the original true solution, although he gained something during the period, he was more confused and complicated, and Yifan fell into deep thought. After he got the original true solution, he seemed to be in a bronze coffin, reading the grand scripture, and always felt comprehensive, but each time he understood it was much more complicated than before. Whenever this happens, the grapes on the chest will glow a shimmer. This made him understand that this scripture is definitely extremely powerful. This time Wang Mingyuan's admission made him more determined in his thoughts. Don't think so much yet, let's take stock of the harvest first. This old Deng has broken out so many gold coins, you must not miss it. Wang Mingyuan's face was full of smiles. This elder Han of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven didn't seem to have much on him, but after her body was blown up, treasures were scattered all over the floor. Wang Mingyuan is no stranger to this, because after opening up the sea of suffering, he can hide spiritual things in his body. Pangbo's eyes flashed, and the 12 flying swords were carefully put away by him one by one, and then looked at the elixirs all over the ground, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. After several months of teaching by Elder Wu Qingfeng, they were no longer completely ignorant of the cultivation world, and many of these herbs they recognized each other. Black jade divine lotus seeds, this is a good thing. Only divine lotus that has grown for thousands of years can bear such a fruit. 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, this thing also has to grow for hundreds of years, full of aura, and it is definitely a first-class treasure when used to rush through the level. Green jade snow lotus, this elixir can only grow in extremely rare areas on snowy mountains that have not been melted for many years. Taking stock of the harvest is always pleasant, whether it is Yifan, Pangbo or Wang Mingyuan, they all feel extremely comfortable in their hearts. Of course, although Pangbo and Yifan were busy collecting these treasures, they didn't mean to ask for them, and everything was piled up next to Wang Mingyuan. This meaning couldn't be more obvious. All the gains belong to Wang Mingyuan, and he naturally has to collect it himself. Wang Mingyuan was also unceremonious, although these spiritual objects were much worse than those on the 9 holy mountains, but for their current realm, they were still top-notch things. These are all the accumulations of Elder Han's life, used for clearance and practice. Wang Mingyuan kept them all by his side, picked up a black jade lotus seed without hesitation, and swallowed it directly. However, after doing this, he divided the 9-leaf Ganoderma grass and green jade snow lotus next to him to Yifan and Pangbo respectively. Before, you could share the holy fruit with me, but now these things are much worse than the holy fruit, but I hope you don't dislike it. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, with a hint of embarrassment on their faces, and Wang Mingyuan continued. All the way from the earth to here, it is already a foreign country, and the only thing we can rely on is each other. What's the use of me being strong alone? Awkwardly like a woman, eat it quickly. The two are not hypocritical people, and after many life and death tests, their relationship has become deeper and deeper. Pangbo was not a polite person, and he decisively grabbed the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum grass, looking particularly arrogant. He longed to swallow the green jade snow lotus in one bite like Yifan, but when it was brought to his mouth, he suddenly trembled and remembered the experience of golden ginseng juice not long ago. So, he only carefully picked a leaf and swallowed it. Even so, it didn't take long for his face to turn red. For him, the spirituality and life essence in this elixir were too strong. But Yifan seems quite adaptable. His physique made the path of cultivation extremely difficult, but once opened, there were almost no obstacles all the way to the Four Poles realm in the early stage. There is no need for enlightenment at all. As long as there are enough spiritual objects, he can rush through the level like a tiger descending the mountain. At this moment, there were already bursts of surging sounds in his body, golden waves of bitter air rising into the sky, and lightning flashing from time to time. Wang Mingyuan's situation was much calmer, and there was also an infinite blue sea shaking in his body. The spring of life he opened up was like a volcanic eruption, and the sea of suffering also expanded, and the blue waves became more and more. But the whole seems to be extremely stable. Above the sea of suffering, the sun, moon and stars appear and disappear, repeating cycles, showing a mysterious and unpredictable state. The three of them had already left the original large army for a long time, and they were considered separated. But now that they have a bunch of treasures in their hands, they are not in a hurry to find a large army. Moreover, Yifan did not really join the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, and the cultivation scriptures he could obtain were completely the generous alms of Elder Wu Qingfeng, but in fact, he was riding a ride between Pangbo and Wang Mingyuan. Although he had embarked on the road of cultivation, he still did not know much about the whole picture of the cultivation world, and he understood the truth of the sin of harboring a bai in his heart. The desolate ancient holy body that had not been able to practice for many years was now in his hands, which naturally attracted everyone's attention, and it was not only Elder Han who was eyeing it. If his identity is exposed, he may be reused in the Spirit Ruins Grotto, but it is more likely that the Spirit Ruins Grottos will not be able to protect him, but will attract more powerful and terrifying characters. Wang Mingyuan could not refute this. Those who have justice in their hearts may help in times of of crisis. After all, the contribution of the desolate holy body to Baidu and the entire human race cannot be underestimated. But now, once exposed, the shaking light sanctuary will most likely target him, capture him, and use him. Wang Mingyuan couldn't do anything about it. He didn't intend to stop Yifan, he could only sigh silently. Yifan was indeed thoughtful in this regard. And Wang Mingyuan himself is not willing to stay here, he has his own plan. With their own thoughts, they did not go to find a large army, but decided to find a place in this area to practice in retreat. Wang Mingyuan's physique was similar to that of the ancient holy body, and he was also extremely powerful, so he didn't have to worry about digestion and absorption in the face of elixirs. His progress was rapid, and the sea of suffering was expanding, and his waist was thicker than that of ordinary people. Yifan followed closely behind, although he was slightly inferior, but he frantically devoured the treasure, whether it was digestion or absorption. His sea of suffering has grown from the initial size of a grain of rice to the size of an ordinary person's fist. Even in this process, Yifan felt that if he continued to maintain this state, he would be able to communicate with the fountain of life in about 1 to 2 years. Pompo was the slowest to make progress in it, but there was also a breakthrough. Wang Mingyuan made rapid progress, and in his free time, he took the initiative to explain the original true explanation in Taoist scriptures to Pang Bo and Yifan. With the help of grapes, Yifan comprehended the original true solution relatively quickly, but compared with Wang Mingyuan, there was still a gap. After all, Wang Mingyuan's original true solution was systematically instilled, and although it was only the divine introduction of the 3 original true interpretations, it had reached the pinnacle of the humanitarian field. And the pinnacle of the humanitarian field is the existence of the great emperor and even the heavenly emperor. This understanding gave Wang Mingyuan an extremely deep understanding of the path of practice. The scriptures he explained were simple and eloquent, which made Yifan and Pang Bo fall into deep thought. During the sermon, Yifan did not hesitate to take out his grapes and share them with Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan to help them further understand the scriptures. Pang Bo has improved the most in the process. His understanding of the Taoist scriptures has become more and more in-depth, and he even feels that Wang Mingyuan's Taoist scriptures that have changed a few words are more accurate. Therefore, he tried to practice according to Wang Mingyuan's revised Taoist scriptures, and successfully opened up a sea of suffering, which greatly inspired him. This also surprised Yifan, and both of them deeply realized the extraordinary nature of the original true solution. Although this scripture does not directly explain the essence of practice, each reading can bring new understanding, as if fresh understanding is always quietly emerging. All kinds of elixirs that were originally extremely precious to them were completely consumed in just 3 days with the help of this blessing. However, in the process, there are also some strange signs. There seemed to be some kind of change in the secret realm, and one powerful psychic monster after another ran frantically towards the outside world. They can't even take care of the medicinal materials they guard in their own caves. In addition to his practice, Wang Mingyuan picked several precious medicinal materials from within a radius of several miles, which is proof of this change. This made both of them realize that a huge change had occurred in the ruins. After a simple discussion, the 3 people who had greatly improved their cultivation unanimously decided to go deep into the ruins to find out. Wang Mingyuan had a plan in his heart. He originally wanted to punch a card here at the tomb of the demon emperor, and of course he didn't intend to participate in the competition. It is simply a joke that the characters of the Dao Palace, the Transformation Dragon and the Four-Pole Realm want to go deep into the tomb of the demon emperor to compete for treasures. He only planned to punch in and turn back immediately. Of course, this is also crucial to his plan to hug his thighs. Yifan and Pang Bo had no objection to this. Just opened up the sea of suffering. It is a good time to make rapid progress. If you practice step by step in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, relying on the herb liquid and medicines provided by the Lingshu Grotto Heaven, so that the sea of suffering can grow further and break through to a higher realm, I am afraid it will take 10 years. They can't stand such a weight. Go deep first, but don't go too far, turn around and return. The courage of the 3 of them is not small. Since he decided to go deeper, Yifan didn't have to think about it. Panbo's side must be more cautious. Wang Mingyuan remembered that Pang Bo was targeted by an old demon monster here, intending to take away his body. Wang Mingyuan, who took the initiative to take them on an adventure, of course shouldered the responsibility for this. After all, they are rare friends and fellow villagers in this group. In this regard, Wang Mingyuan had already planned, and he taught Yifan and Pang Bo the method of protecting and strengthening the primordial spirit in the True Phoenix Treasure Technique. It's not that they don't want to teach them the complete True Phoenix Treasure Technique. In this regard, Wang Mingyuan was not stingy, just because the True Phoenix Treasure Technique was too complicated. Even after the Desolate Heaven Emperor obtained the True Phoenix Treasure Technique, it took years of practice before he could gradually understand and succeed. Even if Yifan and Pang Bo have Bodhi that enhances their understanding, it is impossible to fully comprehend the True Phoenix Treasure Technique in a short period of time. I am not an ordinary person, and the method I got is also extraordinary. In case of sudden changes, this method will surely be able to save your lives. Wang Mingyuan took the the initiative to intercept part of the true Phoenix treasure technique and taught it to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Now their knowledge in the cultivation world is still shallow, and they cannot see the depth of it. But the difficulty of the practice made them realize that this was definitely a good thing. Wang Mingyuan believes that the person who wants to take away Pang Bo must be able to see it. This can at least make the other party have some scruples and dare not be too arrogant. Has the blood of the demon god, plus the top inheritance. In the eyes of outsiders, Pang Bo is actually quite powerful. Unfortunately, once you take away the house and share memories, many secrets will be exposed. Of course, he can also use this to pull out a bigger tiger skin. But he didn't have the confidence or strength, and it was not easy to scare away the demon. If Pang Bo really encounters an accident and needs to be rescued in the future, it is not impossible for me to successfully hug his thigh and rescue him again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo didn't know what Wang Mingyuan was thinking, but they both studied hard and recognized Wang Mingyuan's ability more and more. At the same time, they became more and more curious about Wang Mingyuan's origins, but since he didn't want to mention it, they didn't ask tacitly. After basically mastering the spell to protect the soul, even if it encounters sudden changes, it can protect itself in the face of taking the house. The group finally picked up their pace and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. However, although Wang Mingyuan deliberately went around, everyone still inadvertently walked into a desolate place. The grass and trees here withered, the earth cracked, and it was a completely barren land. And there was a faint layer of black gas around him, and Wang Mingyuan noticed something was wrong as soon as he stepped into this place and wanted to retreat. But before he could react more, there was a sudden loud noise under his feet. A corpse stood up from the ground and directly lifted him away, and Yi Fan and Pang Bo were shocked. The two hurriedly ran to Wang Mingyuan's side, concerned about his situation. In the process, I didn't even have time to listen to his advice. Stay away from here, don't come here. As soon as Wang Mingyuan finished speaking, the two of them had already rushed to his side, and the fog around them became thicker and thicker. The surroundings became darker and darker, and there was nowhere to be found even the moonlight above his head, only sparse stars, and the starlight was faint. Relatively speaking, the black mist became more and more intense. Then there was a series of disturbing falling bodies. A number of corpses fell from a high altitude and smashed at Wang Mingyuan and Pang Bo one after another, but Yi Fan seemed to take the initiative to avoid them. Wang Mingyuan's heart tightened and he realized that something was wrong. If you remember correctly, Pang Bo was taken away by the old monster in this strange environment. The old monster seems to have something to do with the Qing Emperor. I don't know how many generations of the Qing Emperor are the great-grandsons. Wang Mingyuan guessed that the reason why these evil corpses did not smash towards Yi Fan may be because Yi Fan was an ancient holy body and was born with the ability to ward off evil spirits. On the ruins of the ancient star of Mars, the great Thunder Sound Temple, not only the crocodile ancestor, but also a god who became a great holy body came out. However, Yi Fan was never taken away by the god's thoughts. One reason is that Yi Fan has the ability to suppress evil spirits and ward off evil spirits, making these evil things both greedy and disgusted, and taking the initiative to leave him. Another reason is that the god Nian has just broken through the seal, and his strength has not yet recovered, so he cannot immediately take away Yi Fan. Of course, the other party may also have some cultivated thoughts, wanting Yi Fan to become stronger, and then take it away. In any case, the ability of the desolate body to suppress evil is innate. This ability is unlike any other and extremely extraordinary. Therefore, even if you get here, even the descendants of the Qing Emperor are now considered powerful beings, and you have to think twice if you want to take away Yi Fan. He must have only set his sights on Pang Bo. After all, Pang Bo has the blood of the demon god, and Wang Mingyuan has always thought so before. However, when he felt a chill down his spine and saw a dry corpse falling from the sky, with green fire coming out of his eyes, staring straight at him, Wang Mingyuan's heart was beating wildly. He saw that the eyes of the dry corpse first fell on Pang Bo, showing greed, as if he had a possessive mind. When his eyes turned to him, the green fire in his eyes surged, growing more than 10 feet in diameter, and locked tightly on him. All three felt great danger, but Wang Mingyuan was the most critical. Because he saw that the fire was constantly approaching him and Yi Fan, he seemed to be a little hesitant. After hesitating for a moment, the fire suddenly rushed towards Yi Fan, extremely fast, and disappeared into Yi Fan's body in an instant. Then the sea of suffering in Yi Fan's body vibrated slightly, and the sea of suffering the size of a fist emitted golden light, like a magic lamp that never went out. The two turquoise fires were instantly bounced out by Yi Fan's body, as if frightened, and seemed to be a little bleak. Subsequently, they locked their eyes on Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan's heart beat faster, but he knew that this was because the power of the ancient holy body to suppress evil had shocked the other party. But he didn't have this ability. Compared with Pang Bo, who only had a trace of demon god blood, he was more attractive. His chi and blood were as majestic as a tide. After all, it was forged with the true Phoenix treasure technique. At the same time, he practiced Taoist scriptures and polished his foundation with the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Kunping treasure technique. At this stage, in terms of foundation, he is not inferior to the ancient holy body, or even much stronger. After all, the ancient holy body now only has the most basic values, and nothing is known about the scriptures, and even the content of the Taoist scriptures is incomplete. At this point, he is actually more powerful. It's just that Wang Mingyuan has always been accustomed to forbearance. Even in this place, he was still accustomed to hiding his aura with the method of obscuring the divine object in the true Phoenix treasure technique, and it was not completely exposed. At the moment of frighten just now, he suddenly dodged, showing amazing blood and speed. But for the old monster who was already considered a powerful advancer, this speed was nothing at all. After a while, it suddenly rushed into Wang Mingyuan's body and entered his body directly. Wang Mingyuan only had time to scold angrily, but he couldn't react in any way. At this moment, he felt cold in his body, as if he had fallen into boundless ice. At the same time, the Taoist scriptures operate naturally. In the endless blue waves, the fiery red spring of life gushed out powerful divine power like a volcanic eruption, trying to blast out this old monster who wanted to take him away. But at this time, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to suppress this instinct. His soul continued to condense in his body, contracting to one point, and took the initiative to give up the dominance of his body. In the eyes of the outside world, Wang Mingyuan's eyes instantly bloomed with turquoise light. Yifan screamed in shock and immediately rushed over, as did Pang Bo. Only Wang Mingyuan's heart was bright. For Wang Mingyuan, such a thing was completely unexpected, but he did not panic. After the initial uneasiness, he quickly calmed down and even felt that the current situation was the best choice. If this old monster really wants to take Pang Bo, if something goes wrong in the process and Pang Bo dies, then Wang Mingyuan will definitely feel deeply guilty. After all, he insisted on visiting the tomb of the Qing Emperor, but it caused Pang Bo to die, and he would feel regret and guilt. This was also the reason why he was willing to teach Pang Bo some of the true Phoenix treasure technique. And the main purpose of teaching Pang Bo was to hope that he could last longer in the body and wait for him to come to his rescue. Unexpectedly, the old monster gave priority to him and Yifan. After failing on Yifan, he turned his target to himself. As soon as Wang Mingyuan's soul entered his body, he felt the strength of the other party's soul, as well as the rustiness and clumsiness of his soul techniques. The other party has extremely powerful divine soul technique methods, such as the Demon Emperor's 9 slashes. After all, he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. However, in addition to these, the other party's attainments in terms of divine souls seemed quite unbearable. When the two people first met, Wang Mingyuan could sense the general strength of the other party. He is in such a state at the moment. The true Phoenix treasure technique is different from the true dragon treasure technique and the heavenly horn ant treasure technique, although its attack power is not as unparalleled as theirs, but it is also a top work in ancient times and the immortal ancient period. The most outstanding thing about it is that it has the ability to self-nirvana at the level of the soul. In terms of the combination of soul and body, the true Phoenix treasure technique can be described as invincible. In the original work, this old monster of the demon clan did not even win Pang Bo when he had the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. Although Yifan's intervention played a role in the later stage, Pang Bo persisted for a long time. From this point of view, the strength of this old monster of the demon race is actually not high. Wang Mingyuan could only comfort himself like this. Since the matter had come to this point, he could only adjust his mentality. He felt that the divine soul was combined with the physical body in the shortest possible time, shrinking into a ball. After the old monster occupying this body controlled his body, he found that there was only a small lump of soul left in the sea of consciousness, and there was no time to do more, so he simply left a seal and ran out. Such an operation is powerful enough for Pang Bo and Yifan, two people who have just embarked on the path of cultivation and have not yet perfected their inheritance, and conceal people to death. But for Wang Mingyuan, a person who has the inheritance of the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Kunping treasure technique, it has no effect at all. At this time, he was able to control this body and clearly observe the situation in the outside world. Wang Mingyuan saw Yifan and Pang Bo looking surprised and ran towards him frantically, wanting to save him. As a result, the old monster of the demon clan flashed a rainbow light and quickly fled towards the depths of the ruins, and dozens of ancient corpses also rushed into the distance. The original plan was to take advantage of the changes in the ruins to try to pick some treasure medicines and return them after getting the benefits, but now they are out of control. Wang Mingyuan was slightly moved. He had to admit that Yifan and Pang Bo really had no room for criticism in terms of treating friends. However, Wang Mingyuan's vision quickly lost their sight. As the old monster quickly moved through, he finally reached his destination, which was the deepest part of the ruins. In this area, ancient temples stand tall, and in the center is a volcanic crater. The magma inside the crater is rushing, and in the center of the magma, there is a crystal temple that sinks up and down. Boom! At this moment, there was a dull loud noise suddenly coming from the temple, like an ancient god beating a drum. Invisible fluctuations spread from this area to the entire ruins. Wang Mingyuan felt a shock in his body, and seemed to be suppressed. Fortunately, the old monster who controlled his body was extremely powerful and quickly defused this impact. At this moment, the area has gathered quite a few people. A lightning lightning bird with a length of more than 5 meters and a golden light all over its body was hovering on a mountain, surrounded by electric light, and the divine power was powerful, like a god. And it is not the only overlord in this area. There is a terrifying monster beast hovering every other distance in the complex, more than a foot in size, and the whole body reflects the black light of the centipede wandering in it. Covered with scales, the body of the cow has a lion-like head, and this barbaric alien species is more than 10 meters long. Standing there brings a sense of oppression, as if it will attack at any time. In the deepest part of the volcano, there were 20 or 30 terrifying monsters circling here, staring at the area. At the same time, there were also 20 or 30 gray-haired old men gathered here in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Their strength was outstanding at this stage, and they were confronting that group of monster beasts. Elder Wu Qingfeng and others were also among this group. It was precisely because of the anomaly that Yi Fan, Pang Bo and Wang Mingyuan had to go so far, and no one took them back. In addition to this group of people, there were 4 or 5 figures on the volcano near the temple and some powerful monsters with monster characteristics. They were also confronting each other at this time, but did not start the war immediately. Wang Mingyuan recognized that the 4 or 5 humanoid figures were the head of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven and the 4 elderly people who had obviously reached the realm of the Dao Palace. Despite the serious and dangerous scene, Wang Mingyuan always couldn't help but laugh when he looked at all this. The powerful man of the Dao Palace actually wanted to snatch the tomb of the Demon Emperor. This scene made him feel a little funny. However, when Wang Mingyuan saw his body staring at the volcano, trembling with excitement, and took the initiative to stride forward to climb the volcano, his smile disappeared instantly. He cursed angrily in his heart. The character who took away his body, although he was once the power of the immortal second realm, had a great decline in strength after only his divine soul remained. After dominating his body, the strength that can be exerted is not worth mentioning. After all, he was the second small realm of the Wheel Sea realm, the Spring of Life. How could he use his life spring to fight against the Dao Palace? He cursed secretly in his heart, but he didn't disturb him at this time, just silently adjusted his breath. The true Phoenix treasure technique allowed him to quietly combine his soul with his physical body more closely, and even absorb the soul of this old monster, continuing to open up the sea of suffering and enhance the spring of life. The old monster seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't panic, but was ecstatic. What kind of physique is this? He said to himself in his heart. The chi and blood and body are not inferior to the desolate ancient holy body in the same realm, and all kinds of visions have been born in the sea of suffering. Shoyuan has been in this realm for more than 1,000 years, and after I entered the Lord, he was able to combine with my soul to further enhance my body and open up the sea of suffering. He didn't feel anything wrong, but was very happy. The loss of not being able to take away the ancient holy body before was instantly replaced by a surprise. Even when the divine soul was gradually consumed, he did not take the initiative to stop it, but further pushed the divine soul, wanting to develop the power of this body. This scene stunned Wang Mingyuan. This descendant of the Qing Emperor made Wang Mingyuan stunned. How ignorant and ignorant. He faintly felt that there seemed to be something tricky in it. Could it be that the other party wanted to pit him and take him down in one fell swoop? However, Wang Mingyuan used the true Phoenix treasure technique and even used the original true solution to probe the body, but found no abnormality. The descendants of the Demon Emperor further opened their souls, and also took out the elixir and spiritual objects from the storage props they carried with them to swallow. In this way, the potential of the body is stimulated. This made Wang Mingyuan even more confused. He probably could understand why the other party did this. Others don't know much about this, but the 19th grandson of the Qing Emperor should know it well. Although the Qing Emperor was unreliable and had only been enlightened for 30,000 years, he did not even leave a trace. His power was also nowhere to be seen. There were neither extreme imperial soldiers nor supreme powerhouses. Among the many great emperors who cover the sky, the Qing Emperor can be described as extremely funny. Even the great emperor of the human race in the early days of immemorial, the Taiyin human emperor and the Sun human emperor, had a reason for their inheritance to be cut off. The Sun emperor was targeted by the underworld, and the inheritance of the quasi-emperor level was finally shattered. The Taiyin emperor, on the other hand, was in a certain dark turmoil, and even the inherited extreme Dao imperial soldiers were shattered, and finally declined. Their weakness is traceable, but the situation of the Qing emperor is really funny. As a green lotus immortal elixir, his talent, roots and talents have been considered the top since ancient times. With his lifespan, coupled with the immortal medicine, it will develop normally. Living for 30,000 years will never reach the point of weakening chi and blood. After all, after the great attainment of the holy body preaching, the lifespan can also be more than 20,000 years. If the Qing emperor preached with the immortal elixir, there would be no problem in living for 20,000 years. Eat another immortal elixir and live to the second life. 30,000 years is the period when chi and blood are at their strongest. Judging from the combat effectiveness of the Qing emperor, he did have the ability to live for so long. After all, before he became enlightened, he could go deep into the ruins of God and kill the two perfect holy spirits. Later, with a killing thought, he chased the the Eternal and killed the Holy Spirit who was about to become enlightened. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is definitely at the level of the Heavenly Emperor, and his lifespan should also reach the level of the Heavenly Emperor. Although the sky covering method is short-lived, the stronger the combat effectiveness, the longer the lifespan. There is no problem with this. As long as the Qing Emperor does not operate indiscriminately, when the road to immortality opens 200 years later, he was at his peak and became the Emperor of the world. There is no need for other tricks at all, and you can break in with your own ability and become an immortal. As a result, this first wave that covered the sky disappeared 20,000 years ago. At the peak moment, no trace was left. But he went to find the Desolate Tower and opened up an immortal realm in the Desolate Tower. Although the idea is good, you have to look at your own strength. A person at the pinnacle of the humanitarian realm, but wants to create an immortal realm that makes people immortal. In the Xiangu period, such an idea could make people laugh. However, the Qing Emperor did it indomitably and left no way back. Dismembered himself, leaving only a heart for future generations as an inheritance, and the original spirit entered the Desolate Tower. Who knows what other riotous operations the Qing Emperor did in these 20,000 years. Anyway, until now, the Qing Emperor, the closest emperor to contemporary times, has not even appeared as an emperor or daughter. Yen Ruyu said that he was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, but he did not seem to be the biological son and daughter of the ancient emperor and the great emperor. Not even the first generation. Now the one who seized Wang Mingyuan is a descendant of the Qing Emperor and belongs to the 19th generation grandson of the Qing Emperor. But how long has it been inherited? And the strongest among the descendants of the Qing Emperor turned out to be only the power of the second immortal realm. In the current era, the power of the immortal second realm is not invincible at all. It is even inferior to the holy lords of the major Holy Land families. Wang Mingyuan, who knows the strong people behind him, only feels that the overall situation is extremely funny. In less than 10,000 years, the descendants of the Qing Emperor and the inheritors of the Qing Emperor, in addition to the Qing Emperor's scriptures in their hands, everything else was almost completely lost. In the last 20,000 or 30,000 years, it can be determined that there has been no dark turmoil. There is no dark supreme in the forbidden area who covets the descendants of the Qing Emperor. How did the descendants of the Qing Emperor make themselves like this? Wang Mingyuan couldn't figure it out. But thinking of this, compared to this descendant of the demon emperor who took his body, he understood in his heart. The inheritance of the descendants of the Qing Emperor should basically have been lost. He probably knew that this was the tomb left by the Qing Emperor. After all, this was the tomb of his ancestors. If he didn't even know this, it would be a big joke. However, he clearly doesn't know enough about this vast universe. At this time, Wang Mingyuan was hiding in his body, and the descendants of the demon emperor did not notice much. He now took out the spiritual object to help open up the sea of suffering and improve the realm, entirely to take the initiative in the next battle. After all, his physical body had been lost, and although he had taken away his new body, he was limited by the realm and strength revealed by Wang Mingyuan, and he could not exert much power. Now once it was confirmed that Wang Mingyuan's body had potential to be tapped, he had no doubt that he began to frantically swallow spiritual objects and open up the sea of suffering and the spring of life. After glancing at the crater and the many people ambushed around him, he did not step forward immediately, but after making sure that he could improve his realm, he took the initiative to step aside and squat silently. Although this is a descendant of the Qing Emperor, he is still a little humiliated. He didn't directly take out the little medicine king, or even more precious treasures, to take. All he took out was a few xenogenes and a few elixirs. Most of these elixirs are between thousands and thousands of years, and there are very few for 10,000 years. For a great power of the immortal second realm, these things were decent, but for the descendants of a demon emperor, they seemed a little shabby. Thinking that soon after, the tomb of the demon emperor will be opened, and the descendants of the Qing Emperor will even personally compete for the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers, for fear of being snatched away by others, Wang Mingyuan can also understand. It can only be said that the Qing Emperor is indeed not benevolent enough in terms of not being a human being. His descendants had almost no treasures left in their hands except for an imperial scripture. The extreme Tao imperial soldiers didn't need to be grabbed at all. As long as he proved that he was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the extreme Tao imperial soldiers would fly to their hands. At that time, any holy place with a great family with inheritance knew that the extreme Tao imperial soldiers could not be snatched, because the extreme Tao imperial soldiers had their own consciousness, and once they woke up, they would break through the sky, and no holy place or family could suppress an extreme Tao imperial soldier for a long time, let alone take it as their own. Of course, the more ignorant this person is, the happier Wang Mingyuan is in his heart. After all, now it is necessary to rely on him to fight with the powerful demon clan of the second immortal realm, and whoever wins will survive. It's really an amazing physique. It's by no means an ordinary thing. This time I really picked up a treasure. The waves were raging in the sea of suffering, and the original fist-sized spring of life was expanding wildly. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor was not sure at first how many spiritual objects this body could withstand, so he carefully began to take the elixir of about 1,000 1,000 years. Then, he carefully opened up the Sea of Suffering and the Spring of Life. It didn't take long for him to discover that the potential of this body was far beyond his imagination. The Sea of Suffering, which should have been carefully expanded, has just been opened and needs to be operated with extreme caution. Opening up the Sea of Suffering is like reclaiming wasteland in farming, and at the beginning you can only carefully cultivate it to make the land fertile. Only in the future can excellent seeds grow in the Sea of Suffering, but it also needs to be carefully maintained. However, this body is completely different. As soon as the elixir is integrated into it, a large group of essence is quickly squeezed out. Then it poured into the Sea of Suffering. The blue waves were overwhelming, and the edge was expanding. The Spring of Life gushed out more and more violently, and there was no sign of instability. How can this situation feel like some kind of divine body, royal body? The 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor noticed the difference, and even felt that it was more stable than when he first embarked on the path of cultivation. In terms of physique alone, this level of strength is even better than him, which is really surprising. After all, he is a descendant of the Demon Emperor. Although it is already the 19th generation, the bloodline is much thinner, but the body is still much stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. Under such circumstances, he was not as good as Wang Mingyuan. This made him feel a little abnormal, so he added 2 seals to Wang Mingyuan's spiritual consciousness, and vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. Seeing this heavy seal, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking that it was of little use to him. Indeed, this technique originated from the Demon Emperor's scriptures, which were mysterious, but his understanding of the Demon Emperor's scriptures was not very deep. In Wang Mingyuan's view, who possessed the true Phoenix treasure technique, many places seemed to be omitted, and they were just roughly sealed with force. He was still able to control this body unaffected, and with the vision of this immortal second power, it was even better than that. This one was obviously not skilled in mastering this body, and the effect was not exerted to the extreme. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to control the digestion elixir in his body, strengthen the Sea of Suffering, and dig the Spring of Life. At least 50% of the relevant efficiency has been improved, and this person is very confident in his seal. When he sensed that his body was running automatically, digesting elixirs, and refining sources, he did not feel that there was a problem with the seal. After all, what he sealed was only a junior in a small fountain of life. He only felt that this body was extremely mysterious. The human race and my demon race are really very different. He was amazed in his heart, and at the same time, a faint sense of vigilance rose. Such a powerful physique, it will definitely not be an unknown person. I really don't know which Holy Land family is the inheritance. He secretly reminded himself to be careful to avoid being discovered as abnormal in this body. Of course, this vigilance is only trivial. The inheritors of the Holy Land and the family will never be thrown out to practice when their cultivation level is so low. Even if you come out to practice, because of your special physique, you will be accompanied by a powerful protector. And in the Spring of Life and the Sea of Suffering, there must be quite a lot of treasures, but this one found nothing. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the volcano, the dull drums became more and more intense. Even this great demon couldn't help but change his expression. He swallowed a pile of elixirs and source stones into the Sea of Suffering, ready to refine them at any time. While refining the elixir, he stared at the crater. At this moment, the temple inside, which was constantly rising and falling, completely carved from 5-colored jade, was rising, and was approaching the crater, and was about to be born. All races and demon races were watching there excitedly. At this moment, without any skills, everyone could see that there must be a treasure inside, and it was a powerful treasure. Just this dull drum sound, whether it was a demon race or a human race, when they heard it, their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned pale. Those with slightly weaker cultivation even oozed blood from the corners of their mouths. The 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor stared at him without blinking, with 2 green lights flashing in his eyes, unabashed. At this time, he felt that his body was still improving, so he did not rush up as before, but suppressed himself. He felt that the divine power in his whole body was boiling, making this body stronger and bigger. Whether it was chi and blood, the Sea of Suffering, and the Spring of Life were increasing. Bang, bang, bang. It's a wonderful feeling. I have made up my mind that this body must not be given to others, let alone known to others. After I go back, I must read a lot of classics to study what kind of physique this is, and I feel that it is almost close to the direct descendants of the 2nd and 3rd generations of the great emperor recorded in the classics. Because of this, he has regarded this physical body as his own. And Wang Mingyuan used the true Phoenix treasure technique to test the divine soul many times. After confirmation, the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor did not know anything, and Wang Mingyuan quietly laid out many methods in the realm of divine souls. At this time, he had completely shared the divine soul vision of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. Even his divine soul power was mixed into the opponent's divine soul power, allowing the other party's divine soul to grow at this stage. Of course, in fact, that part of the power was Wang Mingyuan's own, and he even refined a part of the opponent's divine soul power, but it was not fully displayed. At this stage, falling under the induction of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor, the qi and blood of the physical body are not only increasing but also the realm is improving. Even the power of the primordial god is improving. All this is shocking and even moving, and without him noticing, his soul faintly flashed with fiery red light. However, the light quickly dimmed again and turned turquoise again. It's just that the turquoise color is brighter than ever. Qingdi scriptures. The other party was unaware of this, and Wang Mingyuan quietly gained more in the process. However, it was not so easy to get things further without arousing the vigilance of the other party, so he temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Until, bang! A violent roar shocked everyone present, and then they saw the temple made of 5-colored jade rushing out of the volcano directly and appearing in front of everyone. The ancient imprint that was originally sealed broke a big hole at this time. This scene made everyone unable to suppress their inner excitement. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor rose from the ground without hesitation and turned into a red light and rushed into it. In the process, he mobilized the power in his body without scruples and collided with multiple strong people in a row. He found that the more he mobilized the force, the more power was spewed out from his body, and he was even more surprised. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, quietly infiltrated his power deeper into the 19th grandson of the demon emperor when the other party was mobilizing his forces. Both of them were very satisfied with this series of operations. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor was quite proud in his heart, and he fought with many people in a row, and his physical performance was not inferior. This feeling made him feel more comfortable facing a person who was only in the realm of the spring of life. His physical body had actually reached the level of the Taoist palace. He could confirm without a doubt that this was an unknown divine body, a royal body. The physical body is strong, and it can naturally accommodate more divine soul power, allowing him to use it to his heart's content without worrying about his physical body collapsing. The divine thoughts released by the demon emperor's 9 slashes came one after another, almost causing many people to fall into a rout, and he rushed into the temple first. Even in the process, he was further refining the power in the sea of suffering so that he could improve himself. This was the first time he felt the pleasure of the pinnacle of heaven, which was both comfortable and comfortable. Rise in battle, break through in battle. In fact, he was outputting violently, while Wang Mingyuan was deeply refining in his body. As a powerful person in the second realm of immortals, and a descendant of the demon emperor, although the wealth in Wang Mingyuan's eyes is not much, but at this moment, for his realm, these riches were still considerable. The boundless blue waves continued to surge, which was the recovery and impact of the divine power in the body, making the edge of the sea of suffering wider and wider. While doing this, Wang Mingyuan suddenly felt the sea of suffering move, and then a golden page appeared in the sea of suffering. Taoist Classic Wheel C Volume. The book is peculiar and mysterious, radiating a dazzling golden light. Wang Mingyuan became interested in this, and although he only glanced at it roughly, he remembered it in his heart. But the immediate priority is not to study this thing. He completely ignored the battles from the outside world, continued to tap the potential of this body, and integrated his own power into the soul of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor. He was quietly refining the other party's soul and enhancing his strength. At the same time, when the power was not strong enough, he hid his divine soul in the opponent's divine soul and kept a low profile. The more fierce the battle in the outside world, the richer Wang Mingyuan's gains became. The other party basically didn't pay attention to this body. As Wang Mingyuan mobilized more and more power, he could perceive the other party's memory. It is also possible to fully share relevant visions and understand the dynamics of the outside world. Although the 19th grandson of the demon clan behaved extremely mediocrely, Wang Mingyuan still had to deliberately create some interference. Otherwise, this old monster who has lived for thousands of years will always have strange thoughts. Such a smooth process, if there are no setbacks, he will definitely have doubts. Therefore, during this time, Wang Mingyuan deliberately made a sudden move to compete with the other party for control of the body. Of course, he still had reservations about this blow, and he could withstand it with just a few characters from the Dao Palace realm bombarding a palm at the same time. He was directly photographed of this temple made of 5-colored jade pools. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor also felt this change, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed. The previous success made him ignore Wang Mingyuan's existence. At this time, he was about to compete for the heart of the Qing emperor and the extreme Dao emperor's soldiers left by the Qing emperor. There was no time to care about Wang Mingyuan, so he can only focus on using this body. All disputes can only be discussed later. However, being disturbed at a critical moment made him angry but helpless. It is not so simple to take the house. After all, this body is also Wang Mingyuan's. He tried to mobilize the powerful power of the primordial spirit to slash, but he did not dare to kill Wang Mingyuan. After all, if the other party's soul is completely erased, the physical body will also fall. What he needs to choose is fusion rather than extermination, and this process can only be carried out slowly. In the short confrontation, Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to show weakness, only showing the ability of the life spring realm, and retreated one after another. But he deliberately confronted the other party, so that the other party could not mobilize their momentum. Therefore, at such an emergency moment, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor quickly compromised. Let's join forces to get through this difficulty first, and then I can return my body to you. This is the tomb of the demon emperor, which hides the demon emperor's weapons and heart. The first treasure of the Oriental Terran is also here, and the Taoist classic is also in it. We can seize it together, and you can choose 2 treasures from it afterwards. Your physique is special and extremely powerful. I can let the heart of the Qing emperor reside in your sea of suffering. In this way, your physique will be further strengthened, surpassing the divine body and the king's body. After several rounds of fighting, this one made a quick decision and made a very tempting promise. Wang Mingyuan sneered in his heart because he knew that this was not realistic at all. At this time, he has shared the other person's memories and can even partially perceive the other person's mind. Now the 19th grandson of the demon emperor just wants to stabilize him temporarily. This body he is already bound to obtain, and he will never give up easily. As for the promise made and the benefits to Wang Mingyuan, he didn't care. Anyway, the body belongs to him, and it doesn't matter how many promises he makes in the end. The reason why he still cares about it is just to make Wang Mingyuan believe in him. Otherwise, who would believe it if they made so many beautiful promises casually? Anyone with a discerning eye feels something is wrong. Wang Mingyuan nodded in approval and then took out the golden page. He blended between a pile of rubble and several corpses, and with a slam slap, he pushed the things into the distance. Not far away, Yifan and Pangbo stared at this place like looking forward to the stars and the moon, their faces full of nervousness and anxiety. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor felt a little sorry, but soon stopped caring. It's just a scripture that can be practiced. It's useless to my demon race, just divide it. After this round of deliberate demonization, Wang Mingyuan chose to remain silent and silently refined the elixir in his body. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor fought and died in this temple, while he focused on refining elixirs in his body. Both are done at the same time, and both are done well. Even the 19th grandson of the demon emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "This body is really mysterious, and it can still maintain the operation of the scriptures in the fierce battle, refining spiritual objects to break through the realm. I must get this body." Wang Mingyuan clearly felt the strong desire in the other party's heart, and sneered in his heart. At the same time, he was also silently preparing, constantly mobilizing the memory of this immortal second power to find a way to fight. In particular, the records and combat methods related to the 9 slashes of the demon emperor in the forbidden chapter of the demon emperor's scriptures are crucial to his next counterattack. At this time, the fierce fighting is not over. Outside the temple, a person who was also a demon broke in, looking uneasy. The ancient Jiang family is here. Wang Mingyuan noticed that even in the fierce battle, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor couldn't help but look back and look at the outside world. Divine rainbows cut through the sky, and they were flying flags. Immediately afterwards, the strong sound of chariots was deafening, and 36 powerful strange beasts were pulling chariots in the air and galloping over. The terrifying power swept through the air, and the flag was not held by the ancient Jiang family, but from the shaking light. Wang Mingyuan's heart couldn't help but be shocked. The other party's actions and scenes were extremely grand, and they were very impressive. Dozens of strange beasts were all barbaric heterogeneous, and the scales on their bodies were like armor, black and gloomy, reflecting a cold luster under the sky. In the void in the distance, a series of flashing lights indicated that more people were coming. Wang Mingyuan felt that this was very reasonable. After all, the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven was only a small sect under the jurisdiction of the Shaking Light Holy Land. They are responsible for the rule of this area while selecting suitable practitioners to send them into the Yaoguang. This is where the sphere of influence of the Shaking Light Holy Land has changed, and they should react the fastest. However, sects like the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven had no idea what was hidden here, and the origin of this place was even more vague. But as a holy place that continues to be inherited, the Shaking Light Holy Land obviously knows the details of this place. When the outside world arrived, the panic and nervousness of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor were obvious. Now that the demon clan as a whole has not declined, there are still many strong people, such as the Qingjiao King and the Peacock King, and their strength is not inferior to that of the holy lords of the Holy Land in the family. Even the Peacock King is a legendary being who has killed the contemporary Holy Lord. However, these are not related to the descendants of the demon emperor. The pillar of the descendants of the demon emperor is him, well, the power of a second immortal realm. If someone blocks it here, the descendants of the demon emperor may collapse. Wang Mingyuan captured the thoughts in the heart of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This is really the worst force of the descendants of the great emperor he has ever seen. He couldn't help but wonder that these people were not descendants of the Qing emperor at all. They were simply raised by their stepmothers. How could they treat their descendants like this? It was funny in his heart, but Wang Mingyuan understood that what happened next was crucial, directly related to whether he could hug his thighs. Regarding how to hold his thighs, Wang Mingyuan already knows it in his heart. He planned to choose a desolate family to cling to. Whether it is the Jiang family or the Ji family, it is a good choice. The Jiang family is a descendant of Emperor Hanyu, and Wang Mingyuan is a descendant of Emperor Emperor Yan, and the identity of the descendants of Yan Huang is not something to be said casually. Emperor Hongyu has long since passed away, but his physical, psychic and consciousness continue to multiply on the earth to this day. To this day, on the earth, that is, on the ancient star of the flood, the myths and legends of the Yan Huang War are still circulating. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan is undoubtedly a descendant of Yan Huang. Whether it was with the Huanggu Jiang family or the Huanggu Ji family, he had the opportunity to establish contact. He believed that the Araga Jiang family and the Aragonal Ji family had the ability to judge the origin of his bloodline. They will definitely be able to confirm whether they are from their family. As for the bloodline determination of China, Wang Mingyuan also knew a little before coming. Basically, the bloodline genes of the entire Chinese people can be traced back to the three ancestors. That is the original ancestor. The battle between the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, another extremely famous one, is Qi Yu. The Yan Emperor is the Han Yu Emperor, and the Yellow Emperor is the Void Emperor. And the character who competed with the Yellow Emperor, Qi Yu, must also be a psychic emperor corpse. From this point of view, he may have the blood of the Yan Emperor, the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu on his body. After all, everyone is called the descendants of Yan and Huang, and the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor eventually became one. Among each other, their descendants have also intermarried. And the legend of Qi Yu originated from Zhou. With such a title and name, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of the Zhou too from the Zhengzhou royal family. This is definitely a top emperor. After all, the changes of the flood desolate ancient star were so great that even the Rongcheng clan, who had reached the 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor, lamented that he could not preach in the flood desolate ancient star and chose to go far away. Those who can compete with the Yellow Emperor must be the existence of the emperor's corpse. The desolate ancient family is extremely exclusive, and outsiders basically cannot get their inheritance, and even if they get a little, they will be hunted down endlessly. Yi Fan is one of them. But all this is not a problem for Wang Mingyuan, but even a good thing, because they are extremely xenophobic and also protective of their shortcomings. As long as he does have the bloodline of the desolate ancient family, there will be no problem in integrating into the desolate ancient family. Of course, it is obviously not realistic for an outsider like him to be well trained in a desolate ancient family. It is inevitable that it is also full of contradictions and disputes. Wang Mingyuan knew that the Jiang family still had descendants, and due to strife within the family, they were forced to leave and go to the northern regions to become great bandits. And the Ji family is not to be outdone in this regard, and there are also a lot of troubles. There are many disputes between factions, and each faction has its own interests. As long as the bloodline is the same, you can join the desolate ancient family. However, it is even more difficult to obtain a lot of resources for cultivation in the family. After all, everyone has their own parents and ancestors in the family, and they are all still alive. As an outsider, Wang Mingyuan is already good in their eyes to be accommodated by the family, and it is simply a fool's dream to want more support. But Wang Mingyuan doesn't care about this. First of all, as long as he shows enough potential, there will naturally be people betting on him, and the opportunities in the future are far greater than those in the wilderness. Secondly, Wang Mingyuan didn't expect to get much help from the desolate family. As long as you can read the imperial scriptures normally in the desolate ancient family, it is enough to have a complete imperial scripture. He has the advantage of being a prophet first serving, and it is not difficult to obtain various treasures on the Big Dipper. The most difficult thing to get is the entire imperial scripture. Wang Mingyuan didn't think that he could find the imperial scriptures in all regions like Yi Fan. Moreover, the imperial scriptures practiced in each realm are different, and the final integration is also a big problem. All he needed was a complete practice and a strong background and backer. As long as he put on the cloak of a desolate ancient family, most of the problems would not come to him. At least when you get through the early period of vulnerability, things will be much easier. In the later stage, he will play freely and is not afraid at all. Although the ancient family seems to be easy for everyone to trample on, but in fact, once they really do it, the power of the desolate family is extremely terrifying. The ruthless lineage of the Shaking Light Holy Land has found many people as inheritors. Hua Yunfei of Taishan Gate, the holy son of the Holy Land of Yaoguang, and Zhang Yifei, a descendant of the ancient Zhang family. As a result, Hua Yunfei was forced to death and had no power to resist. And Zhang Yifei directly used the extreme Dao imperial soldiers to kill all those who dared to enter the ruthless lineage of the Zhang family. Zhang Yifei didn't do anything, but got the emperor's scripture for nothing. It can be said that having a background and a backer does not mean that you can show the background and backer at any time. Instead, when encountering danger and facing a higher realm of characters, you can have a place to hide and someone can help you solve the problem. This is what Wang Mingyuan needs most during his developmental period. After all, he is a hero in the later stages. The people of the Shaking Light Holy Land came here, as if they had triggered some kind of potential, whether it was the 19th grandson of the demon emperor who controlled Wang Mingyuan's body, or other demons, they all used secret techniques at the same time. The intensity of the entire battle instantly increased, and in a short period of time, a powerful demon was split in two with a single knife, blood splattered, and internal organs flowing to the ground. However, the spirit ruined ruins Grotto Heaven's side also paid a heavy price. A Supreme Elder was bombarded by the terrifying beam and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Obviously, the demon side did not receive support, while the reinforcements on the human side were steadily flowing. Therefore, they are ready to make a quick decision, decide the winner in the shortest possible time, and then take the treasure away. At the same time, the situation inside the cemetery has reached its most intense moment. In the magnificent hall, a transparent crystal coffin burst out with dazzling light, suppressing all the sounds of battle. The sound of the bang became clearer. It was a crystal clear heart, and its owner had been sleeping for an unknown number of years, but it was still beating rhythmically in the crystal coffin. It was the beating of this heart that caused the entire spirit ruins Grotto Heaven, and even the monsters of several secret realms around them to flee from this place. And now, it is becoming more and more clear, beating in front of many contenders. However, at this moment when the treasure appeared, no one dared to do it, and everyone was suppressed. Even Wang Mingyuan felt his heartbeat like thunder and his face turned pale. At this moment, he realized that his heartbeat was almost the same as the heart in that coffin. Even the rhythm of breathing seemed to be the same, and the whole person was controlled by an invisible force, and his face became more and more pale. At this most critical moment, a sun seemed to rise inside the hall, and everyone's vision was blocked. I only heard someone exclaim, "The Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier." It is the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier of the Demon Emperor. Wang Mingyuan couldn't see everything around him, but he knew that the most precious thing in this temple was escaping. He could even feel the endless excitement surging in the heart of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. When he saw his surroundings again, the streamer flashed and quickly went into the distance. "Quick, chase it, the Extreme Imperial Soldiers are going to run away." Wang Mingyuan didn't want to catch up at this time, because he knew that all this was a trap set by the descendants of the Demon Emperor. In the distance, there are both descendants of the Demon Emperor and a cornucopia. It was Yen Ruyu, a descendant of the Demon Emperor, who used the cornucopia to attract the Demon Emperor's Extreme Imperial Soldiers. But Wang Mingyuan couldn't tell whether the cornucopia was attracting the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldiers or Yen Ruyu's bloodline was working. He didn't care about this. While the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor took advantage of everyone's attention to be attracted, his eyes were like lightning, and he scanned the hall. In an instant, he found a king's divine weapon made of the 9 heavens divine jade, which was a large bell, and there was a piece of Diluo Yingjing next to it. He quickly grabbed these and put them all in the sea of suffering. At the same time, he took the opportunity to snatch a large amount of materials and treasures, and it was not until this time that the people next to him gradually reacted and began to fight. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out in the temple, and countless psychic weapons flew in the air, rushing out of the hall and flying into the distance. Not only that, the crystal-like coffin also flew at this moment, following the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldiers. Wang Mingyuan realized that there were many crises here and could not continue to fight. In the gap between the melee, banners have appeared outside the palace. Not only the Holy Land of Shaking Light, but the ancient Jiang family also arrived. Even the banner of the Orangu Ji family appeared here. They teleported directly through the Great Mana and using the field. And although they came late, they were extremely domineering, flying flags one after another, blocking this area. No matter how many people you take the initiative, when they completely seal off this area, everyone will have to be looted by them one by one. Wang Mingyuan hinted to the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor in his heart that he originally wanted to continue to fight, but at this time he had the idea of escaping in his heart. "I am still young, the people of the ancient Holy Land and the family have already come, and if I continue to compete, I am afraid I will not be able to please them. Today's harvest is enough. With the heart and weapons of the ancestors in hand, there are still many opportunities in the future, and we can no longer continue to fight. My body has infinite potential, and if it is damaged here, the loss will be too great." With this thought in his heart, he instantly turned into a streamer and quickly rushed out. On the way, someone tried to stop him, but he was directly slashed on the head by the Demon Emperor's 9 slashes, and fell on the spot, losing his soul. Wang Mingyuan's speed is fast, even at this stage and process. He measured it carefully and found that he now had about 20% of the power of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. When facing each other, he still couldn't eliminate the other party. After all, the gap between the two was too big. One is in the second smallest realm of the Wheelsea realm, while the other is a person of the second small step of the Sendai realm, the last secret realm and the 5 secret realms. Among the 5 secret realms, the gap between secret realms is like the gap between large realms, which is extremely difficult to cross. There are almost no others who can fight across the big steps except the Holy Body and the young Emperor. However, they were only able to cross one realm. The Wheelsea realm played the Dao Palace, the Dao Palace realm played the 4 poles, and the 4 pole realm fought the dragon. When it comes to the Sendai realm, the gap between the realms between them is even more exaggerated. Each realm of Sendai has 9 small steps, and each small step is equivalent to a gap of the previous level. The power of the second immortal realm and the level of the first immortal realm are basically 9 levels apart. Even the young Emperor, if he wanted to reach such a level, he had to reach the level of Divine Forbidden. Wang Mingyuan counted discovered the gap between his realm and the other party, and felt extremely heavy in his heart. This gap is not just 10 small realms. Even if the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor has many negative buffs, the physical body is missing. There is only the primordial spirit. And the primordial spirit is also somewhat incomplete, but the level gap between them is still like a world of difference. Even with the true Phoenix treasure technique and the primordial true solution, he still had no bottom in his heart. In fact, there is some hope in my heart. After some calculation, he already had expectations for the next operation. When he was sure that the hope of victory was sufficient, he did not hesitate to attack. Hidden in his body, he crossed the seal left by the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor like a stream of water. When he rushed out, the entire divine soul was glowing, not only his own strength but also the power that came from the divine soul of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. He directly cast a forbidden chapter belonging to the Qing Emperor's scriptures, and the method was exactly the same as the method of sealing him by the 19th grandson of the Qing Emperor. However, in Wang Mingyuan's hands, it exuded a vast and terrifying aura, and did not give the other party a chance to fight back at all. This is the result of his deliberate understanding after understanding the other party's memory. Under normal circumstances, his methods of use are at the same level as the opponent. However, Wang Mingyuan had both the true Phoenix treasure technique and the original true interpretation in his hands. With the help of the original true interpretation, he understood the forbidden chapters in the Demon Emperor's scriptures, and in a very short period of time, he raised this taboo chapter to a new level, even better than the effect of the Demon Emperor's 19th grandson who had practiced for thousands of years. In the entire human body, the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor only had time to let out a scream before he was sealed in a corner of the sea of consciousness. However, if he wants to kill the other party, Wang Mingyuan can't do it for the time being. He thought in his heart, and when he rushed out, he looked down and found that Yifan and Pang Bo were standing nervously in a corner, staring at him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the two of them and rushed straight out. Yifan and Pang Bo were still struggling, and there was a fat Taoist priest in a Taoist robe standing next to him, and Wang Mingyuan said directly, "Mount Tai." The two were immediately stunned and stopped resisting fiercely. Wang Mingyuan's appearance at the moment is indeed terrifying. His whole body is filled with green demonic energy, and his eyes are flashing with green light. But when it comes to Tarzan, their hearts are instantly touched, which is the code that belongs to them. In the Beidou practice world, I have never heard of the existence of Mount Tai, and Wang Mingyuan's escape was not unplanned. Before he started it, he had already discussed it with Yen Ruyu and others. He turned into a streamer and headed straight for the area. There, a beautiful and flawless woman was waiting, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Mingyuan with green eyes flashing green. At this time, the world was already covered by layers of fields, and it was forbidden to go out. It is rare for the desolate family to join forces with the people of the Holy Land. They control the barbarian beasts, hold the formation flag, shuttle around, and block this area. Yen Ruyu held a brilliance like the sun in his hand, which was the extreme imperial soldier left by the Qing Emperor. At this moment, there is no need to start, just a slight press, and an exit will be opened in an instant. Everyone rushed in and rushed out in the blink of an eye. They have already made a thorough plan. After escaping from this area, he did not run wildly for the first time, but used the field arranged in advance and various means to directly hide into the void. It can be said that they used Sun Tzu's art of war to the extreme. No one expected that they had obtained the most important treasure, but instead of running away immediately, they chose to wait for the right moment here. Why did you bring two people back? After all the means were arranged, the demon clan gathered again before they had time to discuss the harvest of this round. They were surprised that the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor had brought back two teenagers. At this time, it was a critical moment. They not only got the heart of the Demon Emperor, but also obtained the Demon Emperor's extreme imperial soldier. When outsiders come, they naturally have to be strictly scrutinized. Yifan and Pang Bo felt very uncomfortable, because there was a group of warblers and swallows gathered around them, all of which were as gorgeous as peaches and bright and moving. The two of them are very special. One is a desolate ancient holy body that can be practiced, and the other contains the blood of the ancient demon god in his body, which belongs to my demon race. Before entering the field, Wang Mingyuan had already transmitted a message to Yifan and Pang Bo to keep a low profile. Although they look like 12 or 13-year-old teenagers, they are actually adults, have experienced the ups and downs of society, and look quite mature. At this time, they also kept a low profile, glancing at Wang Mingyuan with indignant eyes. As soon as Wang Mingyuan's words fell, an old woman following Yen Ruyu's eyes lit up. Today's descendants of the Demon Emperor are in the darkest moment, and the strongest is undoubtedly Wang Mingyuan, the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. But it happened that he had multiple negative buffs superimposed on him, lost his body, and his soul was also traumatized, unable to exert all his power. In addition, among the descendants of the Demon Emperor, except for Yen Ruyu's bloodline atassimism, which gradually approached the ancestors, there were no other outstanding people. At this time, they need strength very much. They need young Tianzhou. As a result, the 19th 19th grandson of the demon emperor went out and brought back 2. If you want to nurture the heart of your ancestors, you must have a strong body. Although the king body and divine body of the eastern wilderness have been born, but they cannot cooperate with us tacitly, now it seems that this may be the best choice. A brief check of the demons present, all of them had ecstatic expressions on their faces. The old woman next to Yen Ruyu was even more amazed. The chi and blood are majestic, and the strength is like a barbaric elephant, and this body is not inferior to the Taoist palace in the realm of the Sea of Suffering. This is just the beginning of practice. If you continue to practice in the future, I am afraid that it will be limitless, worthy of being the first physique of the Big Dipper. The demon clans were amazed. After carefully examining Pangbo's body, the demons were also quite satisfied. There is indeed the aura of my demon clan in the depths of the bloodline, and it is extremely strong, and it should be a descendant of a certain demon god. But now the blood has not yet recovered, and it needs to be well trained. My lord is really lucky, and he not only got my demon treasure when he went out, but also brought back 2 extremely talented teenagers. Several demons continued to marvel. When Wang Mingyuan talked to them, his demeanor was calm and showed no flaws at all. Because when the 19th grandson of the demon emperor was fighting wildly outside, he quietly shared all his memories. The other party was fighting fiercely outside, but he quietly attacked secretly. At this moment, the other party could only roar wildly in the sea of consciousness, but he could not receive any information from the outside world and could only be forced to hold a corner. However, Wang Mingyuan deliberately made his expression dark and serious at this time. Now is not the time to relax. We have obtained the treasure left by our ancestors, and it is the strongest time and the most dangerous moment. After all, there is no one who can even use ancestral weapons. According to seniority, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor is not the highest, but the cultivation world has never measured the level by seniority, but by strength and fist. Today, his power is the strongest among the descendants of the demon race, so the whole world is also commanded by him. I don't know what the adult has planned. The old woman's strength and seniority were also outstanding in this group, and she asked carefully at this time, I need to borrow the field teleportation array and go to the fire domain. Wang Mingyuan said that this was the best solution he came up with after occupying this body. If there was a big battle with the soul of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor in this body, he was not sure now. Even if he had the true phoenix treasure technique, it would be useless. The gap between the two is too big. At the moment, this kind of seal can temporarily suppress the other party, and he plans to wait for himself to be strong, and then refine the 19th grandson of this demon emperor little by little. However, waiting was too dangerous, and Wang Mingyuan was not as careless as the 19th grandson of this demon emperor. Obviously, the flying dragon raised his face, but he insisted on continuing to be strong. He hopes to solve the physical crisis as soon as possible, and the fire domain is the best choice at present. He plans to perform a phoenix nirvana in the fire realm. Phoenix nirvana is the top inheritance of the true phoenix treasure technique, not only ordinary blood recovery, but not even like the secret of the word to restore the body and soul. Instead, in the endless flames, taking off the old body and being reborn into a new body is a new transformation. The desolate heaven emperor once used the true phoenix treasure technique to live a new life, which was an extremely mysterious great technique. Wang Mingyuan is obviously unable to achieve complete nirvana and be reborn in the world. However, his understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique has reached an extremely high level. Through the means of nirvana, the body and soul can be further strengthened in this process. The old body fades away, and the new one is reborn. The process of nirvana requires endless artifacts and treasures to give birth to a new body. Wang Mingyuan's plan was to refine the soul of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor in the divine soul as a divine object in the process of nirvana. He mastered the means of phoenix nirvana, but the 19th grandson of the demon emperor did not have such an ability. In the fire domain, he is like a fish in water, while the other party will be swallowed by the flames. Field teleportation? For Wang Mingyuan's departure, the demon clan had no objection. After all, Wang Mingyuan is the highest status and the strongest being. He set out for a clear goal, that is, to improve his strength. No one will stop him. As for why he chose to go to the fire domain, no one asked. The only thing that gets stuck is the problem of the field. There is no field around us that can teleport, and if we want to teleport, we have to borrow a road. An old woman beside Yen Ruyu thought for a moment and finally gave a suggestion. You can go to the Qingjiao King to borrow the road. For the demon race, the field teleportation, which was difficult for Yifan in the early stage, was actually not too difficult. They can easily reach multiple areas where they can teleport. Why do you want to go to the fire realm? The flames there can directly burn people to death. Although no one refuted it directly, the old woman next to Yen Ruyu was still a little puzzled in private. The body of this body is very special, and it may be of great benefit for me to practice in it. Wang Mingyuan didn't explain much. Communication with King Qingjia was quick, but he didn't plan to leave immediately. After all, Yifan and Pang Bo have no backers now, and if he leaves directly, it will be difficult for the two to arrange. Moreover, with Wang Mingyuan's current ability, he couldn't go far directly into the fire domain. The demon clan is busy here, each has something to deal with, and there are too many treasures obtained from the tomb of the Qing Emperor, which need to be counted and counted. In addition, there are the hearts of the extreme Dao Emperor soldiers and the Qing Emperor. Everyone looked quite nervous and gathered to the side. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to pull Yi Fan and Pampo aside. He led them to a temple that had been cleared out for him. Wang Mingyuan, or the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, had the highest status among this group of people, and no one dared to peek at them. As soon as he entered the temple, Pang Bo couldn't hold back and wanted to ask, "Mingyuan, this is," but he was held back by Yi Fan and didn't let him say more. Yi Fan has always maintained extreme vigilance here. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to check and used the power of the demon emperor's 19th grandson to confirm that there were no peeps around. But he didn't let his guard down completely. After all, he had just beheaded the 19th grandson of the Qing emperor and was about to end this struggle. For him, this is not the time to be presumptuous. If the demon clan really wanted to compete with him, his current strength might be able to defeat the old woman next to Yen Ruyu. But if Yen Ruyu mobilized the extreme Dao imperial soldiers with the power of his own bloodline, he would definitely not be able to resist and would die without a place to be buried. Therefore, caution is still necessary. I'm about to go to the fire realm to solve my problems. I have obtained some of the nirvana technique before, and I can use the power of flame to perform nirvana, and with the protection of my body, I may be able to succeed in. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan and Pang Bo both looked a little nervous. During this time, Wang Mingyuan has been very close to them, and they don't want Wang Mingyuan to disappear for no reason. But Wang Mingyuan raised his hand and suppressed the anxiety of the two. The strong in the cultivation world are respected. If the strength is not enough, they will only be ruthlessly insulted by the strong. Didn't you already have a deep understanding in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven before? It's the same now. Thinking of Elder Han chasing them all the way and wanting to cultivate Yi Fan into an elixir, Pang Bo shuddered in his heart. In this vast cultivation world, it did not make them feel the immortal wind and Dao bones of the practitioners, but cruel and terrifying. Anger can't solve anything. You guys come here. Now I have the upper hand. I will teach you the demon emperor scriptures in my memory. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's eyes were red. On the contrary, Wang Mingyuan seemed very calm. The demon emperor scriptures belong to the unique cultivation methods of the demon race, which are not compatible with the human race, and can be referred to as, at most. The content of the demon emperor's scriptures is lengthy, but now Yi Fan and Pang Bo are no longer rookies who have just entered the cultivation world, and they are also recorded very quickly. After the two finished memorizing the scriptures, Wang Mingyuan explained the relevant points to Pang Bo and Yi Fan in detail. Pang Bo himself has the blood of the demon god, and it is possible to practice, but the leaves, at most, can be used as a reference, and the taboo chapters in the study are. After teaching this part, Wang Mingyuan naturally asked Yi Fan to borrow grapes. This is also part of Wang Mingyuan's plan. The 19th grandson of the demon land has reached the second realm of immortals, and the gap between the two is too big. With Wang Mingyuan's current cultivation, he could not go deep into the fire realm at all, and he could not burn the 19th grandson of the demon emperor to death with his pious flame, so he had to go deep, and the grapes have the function of fire prevention and can take him all the way deep into the fire realm. This was an indispensable means for him to kill the second immortal power. When Yi Fan heard this request, he did not hesitate to hand the grapes to Wang Mingyuan, and even took out the golden page in the Sea of Suffering. There is also a quaint bronze block in my Sea of Suffering, which is most likely a treasure, and you may be able to help you take it out. After hearing this, Wang Mingyuan was slightly moved. With Yi Fan's wisdom, of course, he could judge the particularity of the bronze block in the Sea of Suffering. After all, he was called Yi Hei, the bronze block that could press the golden pages of the Taoist scriptures to the side of the Sea of Suffering must be extraordinary. In addition, when he took away Yi Fan and Pang Bo, there was also a Taoist priest named Duanda by his side. Yi Fan must have guessed about that bronze block, which was once the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. Although Yi Fan doesn't know much today, he also has a sense of proportion in his heart. In front of him, Yi Fan did not hesitate to mention this bronze block and was even willing to hand it over to Wang Mingyuan. Even if he couldn't take it out himself, the bronze block had already taken root in the Sea of Suffering and could no longer be removed. It's useless to me, but don't tell anyone in the future that you got this thing. It's really a treasure. Wang Mingyuan was moved in his heart, and at this time, someone had already come to report outside the bronze hall. My lord, I am ready. King Qingjiu agreed to borrow the path. Wang Mingyuan glanced at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and told the people who came, Pang Bo contains the blood of the demon god in his body, and his future potential is unlimited, so be sure to take good care of him. The man nodded respectfully in agreement. As for other words, Wang Mingyuan didn't say more. Now he holds a grape in his hand and masters the complete true phoenix treasure technique, the primordial true solution, and the Kuanping treasure technique. If he had such a flying dragon riding face but couldn't defeat the 19th grandson of the demon emperor with a thin inheritance and not extensive knowledge, then he would rather choose to die. Although King Qingjiu was nominally a king, he had not actually reached the realm of the king of the three immortal slashing paths, and he was still the power of the second immortal realm. It can be said that in this era, the essence of heaven and earth is scarce, and cultivation has become extremely difficult, and the characters of the second realm of immortals can already run amok, known as great powers, and even holy lord-level beings. Wang Mingyuan borrowed the road as the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, and King Qingjiao even took the initiative to go out to receive and exchange pleasantries. In the past, the identity of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor could indeed allow him to communicate with the Qingjiao king, but now his strength has weakened, and the other party seems to be more cordial. This is not to say that King Qingjiao has become more amiable, but because of the birth of the demon emperor's tomb, the descendants of the demon emperor's lineage obtained the extreme Dao imperial soldier, and now the news has spread. When King Qingjiao heard Wang Mingyuan's intentions, he waved his hand cheerfully and asked his subordinates to take him to open the field teleportation array. As for the huge consumption in this process, the Qingjiao king obviously did not mention it. This is the reality of human sophistication. In this process, Wang Mingyuan deeply felt the strength of the demon clan's forces, at least in the early stage. It could indeed be called powerful, but let Wang Mingyuan regard the demon race as a reliance. He is absolutely unwilling, mainly because he can't hold this leg. Although he could pretend to be the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, with the help of the extreme Dao emperor soldiers, he had a good relationship with some people in the demon clan, but that was all. Today's demon race is fragmented, although they nominally belong to the same race. In fact, the differences between the races are quite obvious. The connection between each other is just an incense, and it is really unrealistic to unite and take action together. And now the strongest in the demon race has not cut the way, and he is not a king at all. It's okay for now, but once the version is updated, they will be backward. Wang Mingyuan didn't want to be attached to such a leg. Of course, the key is that although he has obtained the scriptures left by the demon emperor, he cannot practice them and can only be used as a reference. As long as it is maintained properly, the identity of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor can be used all the time, and if there is danger in the future, it is not impossible to borrow the extreme Dao imperial soldier. In the process of field transmission, the light is bizarre, and the space is sometimes quickly stretched away, and sometimes quickly closer. This feeling is quite strange and completely confuses the space. Wang Mingyuan realized it carefully, but before he had more insights, he felt a shock in space. There was light in front of him, and a magnificent field of fire came into his eyes. The southern region is not too famous in the entire eastern wilderness, and the reason why it is famous is only because there is a magical fire domain here. This fire domain is extremely peculiar. There is neither grass or trees, nor magma, but there is a flame that never goes out, always burning here. On weekdays, it is almost unvisited because it is simply impossible to survive here. Only the strong who need to refine the weapon will venture to go deep into the fire for tempering. Wang Mingyuan set his eyes on the boundless fire domain, and his heart was slightly shocked. The flames stretched endlessly, with no end in sight, just like being in a mythical mountain of flames. Just by getting closer, you can feel a strong heat wave coming to your face, mixed with a dangerous atmosphere, and your skin is a little sore. The breath of death permeated the area, as if warning people. However, at the same time, when Wang Mingyuan felt the state of this area, he could experience an indescribable comfort. That's because of the transformation of the true phoenix treasure technique, which made him naturally close to this flame, like a fish in water, like a young child of a true phoenix. This flame is not calm, it is hidden on weekdays, but occasionally riots, and even the power may be burned to the ground. And what made this area famous was the core flame, which was rumored to have burned the immortals to death. Wang Mingyuan was not afraid of this, and only had expectations in his heart. He held a grape in his hand, recalling the many gains on his body, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If the 19th grandson of the demon emperor really regarded him as a descendant of the demon emperor, then his collection was simply insignificant, and people couldn't help but feel lost. But if he is regarded as the power of the immortal second realm, his collection is still quite considerable. All kinds of treasures emerged one after another, and it was obvious that this one was already ready for reconstruction. There are a bunch of treasures stored on his body, and now all these treasures belong to Wang Mingyuan. The Phoenix Nirvana requires both the supreme flame and countless treasures. After all, wanting to shed the old body and become a new life is an extremely special change. This is actually a kind of reinforcement on the original basis. If this step of nirvana can reach its peak in the most extreme of the humane realm, it can even live out the second life with it, thus stepping into the realm of immortality. Of course, there is also a huge consumption in this process. The birth of a new body from the old requires endless support. Even a real phoenix would be cautious about this step. The fire domain is deep, with a foot of hundreds of miles. Wang Mingyuan crossed the distance of 7 or 8 miles in the blink of an eye. The flame gradually changed from the original crimson to a blue. When he didn't use the grapes, he could already feel the layers of heat waves and scorching heat, but the power at the moment could not hurt him. He was not satisfied with this, and continued to go deeper and walk 7 or 8 miles, and the flames gradually turned into milky white, as if they had become extremely white. The skin began began to feel a burst of pain, but as the magic circle moved, he could still bear it, and then there was the fourth layer, a pure black flame, like a flame burning in hell, which instantly made Wang Mingyuan feel that his skin was about to crack, as if it was a famous dish roasted pork skin. However, with the help of the true phoenix treasure technique, the surrounding flames no longer repelled him, but seemed to have a sense of closeness, like a fish in the water. He withstood the flames and continued to go deeper. Next was the fifth layer of golden flames. This level of flames was enough to burn the masters of the four-pole realm, but Wang Mingyuan still felt that it was not strong enough, and after a pause, he took out the grapes and entered the sixth level. There was a purple fire here, and most of the strong people would not go deeper when they practiced here, and if they went deeper, they would most likely die. There were only 9 layers in the fire domain, and the deeper it goes, the more dangerous it became, and in the end, it could even be said to burn the immortals to death. By the 6th level, it was quite dangerous, and from time to time you could see some humanoid ashes, which even people in the dragon realm could not bear here. However, Wang Mingyuan still felt that it was not safe enough. Considering the power of the true phoenix treasure technique and the grapes, he took a deep breath and continued to walk forward for some distance. The flames in front of him were no longer purple, but shimmered with a multicolored luster. He tried to strengthen himself through the true phoenix treasure technique, but he couldn't bear it here. Not strong enough? Wang Mingyuan said secretly in his heart. It is probably possible to burn some people who have just entered the Sendai realm, but the gap between the second heaven and the first heaven of Sendai is huge, almost a big realm. He felt that this place was still not safe enough, so he held a grape in his hand and resolutely walked to the 8th fire domain. At this point, even with the protection of the grapes and the operation of the true phoenix treasure technique at the same time, I still felt as if my body was being pierced by thousands of needles. He took the initiative to stretch out his hand out of the protective range of the grapes, and in an instant, his little finger began to turn black and scorched, and finally turned into a little ash. Even, he felt the sting of the primordial spirit, which was enough to ignite the body and the primordial spirit. At this time, he nodded in satisfaction. This is foolproof. The piles of treasures were not taken out by him, but placed in the sea of suffering. If the elixir is taken out, it will be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Even though he had already made various preparations in his heart, Wang Mingyuan still took a deep breath in the face of such a situation. There are 2 results of the phoenix nirvana, one is life and the other is death, and success is not predetermined. However, after so much preparation and having such a deep understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique, it would be too cowardly not to dare to do it. Isn't practice to have the courage to live to death? Wang Mingyuan closed his eyes, and the next moment, he swallowed the grapes into the sea of suffering. The boundless colorful flames instantly drowned him. In an instant, Wang Mingyuan's entire body was ignited by 7 colored flames. This is a place where only the power of the immortal second realm can set foot, and even people who are close to the immortal 3/Dao can practice here. Wang Mingyuan could not reach this place with the help of the true phoenix treasure technique, and could only rely on grapes to penetrate deep into this area. Once he lost the protection of the grapes, he was instantly engulfed by flames. In the face of such a desperate situation, Wang Mingyuan did not panic. He even took the initiative to operate the true phoenix treasure technique, introducing the flame into the place where the primordial spirit was heavily protected by the body, igniting the edge of the sea of consciousness. The first to be ignited was the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, who was sealed by him, the power of the second realm of immortals. Rumble! The 7 colored flames instantly ignited the entire sea of consciousness, and the demon emperor let out a painful wail, and his body turned into a burning torch. At this time, Wang Mingyuan was still forcibly using the power of his divine soul to suppress that area. The forbidden chapter from the demon emperor's scriptures tightly sealed this area without any gaps. What did you do? What the hell did you do? Fire domain? You actually came to the fire realm? How did you get forced into the 8th fire domain? Let go of me, now only I can save you. Are you crazy? We don't have to lose both. I can give you this body. In a short period of time, the demon emperor had already identified the specific location and began to give in frantically. At the same time, on his soul, layer after layer of soul was actively stripped away by him. He was extremely decisive, instantly cutting off the burning part and extinguishing the flames on his body. Although this made his soul dim and he was hit hard, he at least survived. While frantically giving in, he also tried to communicate with Wang Mingyuan and negotiate with an extremely gentle attitude. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't listen to a word from him at all. At the moment when his body was swallowed by the flames, the 7 colored flames also flowed into the spring of life and the sea of suffering. The strange thing is that the sea of suffering was not directly burned to collapse at this moment. On the contrary, the edge of the sea of suffering that collided with the 7 colored flames shook violently and was further opened. However, this openness is too arrogant, and the whole sea of suffering seems to be about to explode. And inside the life spring, circles of spiritual objects were ignited at this time, and the endless medicinal power spread in his body. The endless medicinal power constantly repairs the boundless sea of suffering, stabilizes neutralizes it and avoids direct explosions. At the same time, what was amazing was that wisps of colorful flames merged into the sea of suffering from the spring of life. Nirvana has begun, and there is no way out. Or hesitate, full of worry and fear, failed in the process of nirvana, and died tragically on the spot. Or with the help of endless spiritual objects and powerful divine souls in his body, he used himself as firewood to move towards a higher realm. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan certainly would not choose to retreat. He confirmed that the seven-colored flame could hurt the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, so he did not hesitate. The next moment, as he took a deep breath, the colorful flames around him instantly dissipated. In an instant, his entire body was on fire from top to bottom. Even the divine soul in the sea of consciousness was swallowed up by the flames, and there was no darkness above and below, all of which turned into colorful colors. And the demon emperor 19th had just extinguished the flames on his body, and the next moment, all he saw in front of him was colorful flames. He lamented desperately, his eyes showing a look of determination. Since you want to die, then don't die. The endless turquoise divine soul power surged wildly, rushing towards Wang Mingyuan's core. Wang Mingyuan's heart was shocked. After all, the other party was the power of the immortal second realm, and the distance gap between the two was too great. If the opponent fights desperately, he also faces certain risks. But when he felt the vast fluctuations, his heart was relieved again. Because although the other party casts the forbidden chapters in the demon emperor's scriptures, it has no real power. Sure enough, as I know, the color is fierce and introverted. Give you a chance, but you are useless. Wang Mingyuan had already mastered all the memories of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, so he judged that he did not have the courage to shine the sword. He didn't dare to die with Wang Mingyuan. Maybe this person had a high self-esteem in his heart and was unwilling to go to the underworld with Wang Mingyuan. Let's go! Boundless power rushed towards Wang Mingyuan, but before he could get close, he was burned out by the heavy seven-colored flames little by little. But such a huge energy consumption successfully caused the flames around the 19th grandson of the demon emperor to temporarily dissipate. At this time, this man rushed out without hesitation, completely abandoned Wang Mingyuan's body, and was determined to break free from the outside world. Before rushing out, he did not forget to release cruel words. If you want to die with me, you are too naive. You are asking for your own death, but I will not accompany you. I don't know how you swallowed a few rays of flame in the 8th layer of the fire domain, but you can't burn me to death with this. As for you, when you die, I will collect your ashes. Countless emerald ghost fires rushed out suddenly and then fled back at a faster speed. This time, the turquoise ghost fire was ignited all over its body by flames, and its soul fluctuated violently, and its voice became distorted. You are actually really in the 8th level of the fire domain. How did you walk in? Are you really looking for death? The moment he rushed out, he finally had direct contact with the outside world, but he collapsed instantly. The boundless colorful flames covered the entire heaven and earth, surging, much worse than the situation in his body, and in just an instant, he was ignited. If it weren't for the quick reaction, it would have turned to ashes just now. However, at this time, his condition was still extremely bad, and the turquoise ghost fire kept flying, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, but there was no chance to extinguish it at all. At this time, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor made up his mind. The turquoise divine soul was twisted in the colorful flames, and the powerful divine soul power swept frantically in the body, looking for an opportunity to escape. In the end, he captured a crucial node. The word secret? No, this is the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, or a peculiar nirvana method, which contains the power of the phoenix. There is indeed a method similar to the Phoenix Nirvana in the world of heaven covering, and it is not inferior to the secret of the word, but there are very few people who can master this method, far inferior to the universal of the word secret. As a demon clan, the 19th grandson of the Qing emperor had also heard of it. The changes just now were sharp and rapid, leaving him with no time to react. At this moment, he finally gained control of part of his body and sensed a mysterious change. His soul burned by the flames, as well as the artifacts accumulated over the years, were all burned in this body. The most essential matter is bound by a mysterious means, hidden deep in the core of this body. Boundless vitality is nurtured in it, like a phoenix rising from nirvana. In this process, the sea of suffering continues to expand, and the spring of life is also growing. This peculiar method was not only absorbing his power, but also absorbing the power of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and even the power of the colorful flames in the 8th layer of the fire domain was gathered. Eventually, this vast and pure force is transformed into a transformative force. The old body is transformed and sublimated in the process, wandering on the edge of life and death. Above the spring of life, fiery red divine power gushed out, building a divine bridge. Normal practice requires a little bit of construction, but now this divine bridge seems to have been born out of thin air, quickly built successfully, surging forward without any intention of pause. In a few breaths, a complete divine bridge was condensed. The sea of suffering is endless, and there is no end in sight, so if you want to survive the sea of suffering and reach a higher realm, you must condense a divine bridge above the sea of suffering and cross this distance with the divine bridge to reach a higher realm. Now, the other party has built the divine bridge in a very short period of time, and he saw above the divine bridge the figure shrouded in colorful flames standing in it. The divine bridge leads to the other side, originally shrouded in fog, and anyone who hesitates and is not firm in their Taoist heart will get lost in it and will never be able to reach it. The figure was obviously wrapped in boundless flames, but without hesitation, he took a step and stepped over. Crash! It was as if there was an illusory sound of broken mirrors, and all the fog dissipated in an instant. At the end of the divine bridge on the other side, a magnificent Taoist palace emerged. The figure kept taking a step and stepped directly over. Crossing a secret realm is actually the sublimation of life. At this moment, the 19th grandson of the Qing emperor could feel that the other party's life essence was improving and changing, and his soul was also much stronger. But that's not enough. Do you think you can compete with me if you break through to the realm of the Tao Palace? You are not qualified at all. He knew that the other party had mastered an extremely powerful secret technique, and it was a matter of life and death at the moment. The 19th grandson of the Qing emperor threw everything aside and rushed straight to the other party with boundless colorful flames. I still have a chance. As long as you take away his body and master his secret technique in the process, it will not be him who will transform in the end, but me. With such a secret technique, I will definitely be stronger than before after recultivation, and it is no problem to become a king by slashing the Tao. He pounced on Wang Mingyuan with extremely firm confidence and strength. However, in the face of his crazy attack, Wang Mingyuan just smiled slightly. At this moment, no one else could perceive it, and in this special environment, he did not hesitate. The true Phoenix treasure technique was in full swing, and at this moment of transformation, the power he could use was extremely huge. The colorful flames that merged the burned spiritual object with him, the divine soul power on the 19th grandson of the Qing emperor who had just been burned, and his own original flesh and blood and soul power. All the power converged in his body at this moment. Then, under the astonished gaze of the 19th grandson of the Qing emperor, Wang Mingyuan turned into a fiery red phoenix flying high in front of him. Although the phoenix seemed small, it exuded pure and noble power, exuding a supreme aura. At this moment, even as a descendant of the demon emperor, he felt suppressed. How is that possible? Pure-blooded phoenix? You are obviously human. Who are you? He exclaimed, but Wang Mingyuan had no intention of talking to him. The power in his body erupted without scruples, instantly penetrating his soul. That was the strongest blow he could understand and strike in his current realm. 8 prohibitions. Who are you? The 19th descendant of the Qing emperor was astonished. His soul burned even more violently, being pierced by this blow from beginning to end, and the soul inside was also ignited by the flames. Although his realm was too high and he was continuously hit hard, he was still not dead and was still struggling. Wang Mingyuan stood aside, shaking his head and sighing. It's just 8 prohibitions, and it's still too weak. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor was shocked by this pretending move. Who the hell are you? Throughout the ages, who can break into the 8 prohibitions in such a low realm? Neither the great emperor nor the ancient emperor of the same period could do it. Because during this period, they had not yet grown to a perfect level, their bodies were not strong enough, and their souls were not perfect. In the realm of the Sea of Wheels, or just entering the realm of the Taoist Palace, it is too shocking to be able to play the 8 prohibitions, and the great emperor in his youth is just like that, reached such a shocking level, but the other party was still dissatisfied. Wang Mingyuan shook his head, indeed feeling dissatisfied. He didn't mean to pretend. Thanks to the blessing of the Zhejiang life system, his understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique, and the comprehension of the original true solution, he was born to stand on the 8 forbiddens, and it can even be said that he was on the threshold of the divine forbidden. But no matter how high the operation and awareness are, if the body's hardware and software cannot keep up, it will still be useless. The body is not strong enough, the chi and blood are insufficient, the soul is not strong enough, and the strength of the soul is not strong enough. Even if you have the top skill in the world, you can't display it. Just like a mortal who has never practiced holds an extreme Tao Imperial soldier in his hand, even if he has an extreme Tao Imperial soldier, he will be easily defeated by the practitioner. Wang Mingyuan's previous state was somewhat similar, but not so exaggerated. Before, he couldn't fight even if he wanted to, but now he can play because he is in the most special situation. The body, soul, chi and blood, everything was ignited and turned into a new power, and the old body was collapsing. On the border between life and death, he has gained infinite supplements, completely putting aside his previous scruples. In addition, the soul of the second immortal power was burning wildly, turning into his motivation. As a result, he was able to show supreme aggression. But unfortunately, even so, the lack of foundation is still a shortcoming, unable to reach a higher level, and can only play the level of the 8 prohibitions. You should have no regrets about being able to die at this level. Wang Mingyuan attacked again. This time, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor tried to resist, but his strength was still stronger than Wang Mingyuan. However, his attacks never hit the opponent, but fell more into the boundless sea of fire. And Wang Mingyuan can always hit him accurately at the last moment. Whenever he is wounded, his strength strength weakens, but Wang Mingyuan's aura is constantly soaring. In this situation, after more than 10 rounds of fierce collisions, the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor knew in his heart that there was no suspense about victory or defeat. At this time, his breath was almost equal to that of Wang Mingyuan. The surrounding flames had burned out, and the original body had already exploded into a charred corpse. It's over. Wang Mingyuan looked down at the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor and then delivered the final blow. In the entire body, the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor is the one who can withstand the flames the most. This blow completely burned everything. If someone from the outside world could see this scene, they would find that in the 8th heaven of the fire domain, a charred corpse was lying quietly on the ground, and the surroundings had already turned to charcoal. Only the head that was burned like a skeleton still had colorful flames burning in a circular cycle. As Wang Mingyuan's final blow fell, the skull shook slightly, and the colorful flames rose instantly. At this time, there seemed to be a turquoise light flashing, and then the flame quickly dimmed, as if a breeze was caused by the sudden fire. The charred corpse on the ground shook slightly and turned into a puddle of humanoid ashes, and at the location of the ash heart, a fiery red light gradually brightened. At first, it was as weak as Mars, as if the heart was beating gently, and then gradually expanded. As it continued to consume the colorful flames around it, the fiery red light cluster quickly outlined the outline of the human form, the skeleton, flesh, and blood. Until the end, Wang Mingyuan reappeared under the wrap of the flames. He stood between this world, breathing the air again. His heart was clear, without joy or sorrow, and in his hands, the colorful flames burned quietly. Even if the grapes were at his feet, he didn't pick them up, but the flames still couldn't burn him. On the contrary, according to his heart, the flame kept changing, sometimes turning into a rabbit and sometimes a black bear. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a bright smile. Wang Mingyuan could feel an incomparably powerful force surging in his body. At this moment, he seemed to be able to easily tear apart the heavens and the earth and shatter everything. He understood that this was just an illusion, because the increase in his own strength was too rapid compared to before, which brought an illusion to his body. However, he was still happy. This Phoenix Nirvana has brought rich harvests. His cultivation directly broke through a large realm, from the second small realm of the Wheel Sea realm, the Life Spring, to the first heaven of the Tao Palace, and the heart part of the first heaven of the Tao Palace was almost completed, and a little polishing could impact the second heaven of the Tao Palace. Today's strength, in a place like the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, is enough to become a Supreme Elder. All this is the great blessing brought by the spiritual objects accumulated by the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor over the years. In this special state of nirvana, all spiritual objects were absorbed by him in the shortest possible time, including the divine soul of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. But the improvement of the realm was not his biggest gain. The place where the soul was hidden in the center of the eyebrows, it seemed that there was an unquenchable flame beating at this moment, making the area between the eyebrows shine with light. Wang Mingyuan tried his best to control it, otherwise a flame that would never go out would directly appear in the center of his eyebrows. That was his soul. Compared with the evolution of the physical body, the evolution of the original spirit is more significant. After all, he devoured the power of an immortal second realm, and the divine soul was completely digested and turned into his primordial spirit. Despite the huge growth of his body, Wang Mingyuan still felt that this body was somewhat restrictive to his soul. Once his current soul exerts force, it can eject out of his body. There seems to be a mismatch between the physical body and the original spirit. This is not the lack of evolution of the physical body, but the original spirit has been strengthened too much in this process. In such a state, Wang Mingyuan assessed himself that the power of the primordial god may not be inferior to the characters in the realm of the dragon. And that's not the final takeaway. As his consciousness turned, a ball of 7 colored flames suddenly jumped out of the palm of his hand. In this special and peculiar nirvana, the flames in the 8th layer of the fire domain were absorbed and refined by him, and he was able to control them. The flames beat lightly in his hands, like an elf. However, maintaining this flame consumed a lot of divine power, and after playing for a while, Wang Mingyuan felt that the divine power could not be supported. This is my next killer move. If the elder level figures of the Immortal One realm were caught off guard and burned by me, they would definitely suffer. That is, they lacked firepower and could not be fatal with a single blow. And if the characters below the Sendai realm are ignited by this fire, they will definitely pay a heavy price, and they can be burned to death if they are not careful. Wang Mingyuan had a clear understanding of the lethality of the 8th flame in this fire domain. The puddles of ashes around him are the best proof, all of which are characters from the Sendai realm. After dealing with the big problem of his confidant and getting such a huge gain, Wang Mingyuan suddenly felt extremely comfortable. When I came, I was in a hurry, but when I went back, I was no longer in a hurry. He sent the grapes into the sea of suffering, and then let the sea of suffering open and swallow the flames of the 8th fire domain one after another. After experiencing the Phoenix Nirvana, the flames between heaven and earth seemed to have lost their lethality to him. Wang Mingyuan tried, he didn't need grapes, and walked into the 7th fire domain with his bare hands. The colorful flames there could not burn him either. He could withstand it. Even, he tried to walk to the 9th fire domain, that is, the junction of the 8th and 9th fire domains. Without the help of grapes, he can withstand it on the edge. But he also had a premonition that if he dared to rush in, his body would not be able to withstand it for too long and would still be burned to death. The 9th fire domain was already a huge transformation, and perhaps it was possible to forge the heirloom holy soldiers there. It's a pity. Wang Mingyuan looked at this empty area and couldn't help but feel a hint of regret in his heart. This is the best place to forge weapons, and people have ventured here for generations to forge invincible weapons. It's a pity that he doesn't have the right materials on him, and he can't forge it here. After shaking his head and sighing, he walked out without reluctance, and this harvest was enough. When I came, I was in a hurry, but I was no longer anxious when I went back. The competition over the Qing Emperor's tomb has not yet ended, and there is no need to go over now. Moreover, after the dispute stopped, Yan Ruyu and others would hide in another place according to the established plan. Wang Mingyuan slowly walked back, experiencing the new power emerging from his body, while thinking about the next plan. On the side of the demon clan, he basically didn't need to join in the fun anymore. After all, in the demon race, there was nothing worth caring about. The only important thing was the extreme imperial soldiers. But he couldn't just reveal the extreme Dao imperial soldiers. Another very critical is the heart of the Qing Emperor. However, Wang Mingyuan still has a clear understanding of his strength. If Yi Fan did not have a fragment of the immortal cauldron in the Sea of Suffering, once the Qing Emperor's heart entered his Sea of Suffering, I am afraid that it would be completely squeezed out in a very short period of time. It was the fragments of the immortal cauldron that stabilized the heart of the Qing Emperor, which gave Yi Fan the opportunity to accommodate it. If Wang Mingyuan had come, it would have been dead long ago. This is also the reason why he did not show greed in front before, and there are some things that he simply cannot master. There is an inextricable causal connection between Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, the ruthless emperor, and even the emperor. After all, the Qing Emperor's previous life was the Qinglian immortal king, who had been rescued by the Desolate Heaven Emperor and promised to help the Desolate Heaven Emperor rise with his flesh and blood in the future. Yi Fan and the Desolate Heaven Emperor both have a deep causal relationship with the bronze ancient coffin, and their appearances are also very similar. The heart of the Qing Emperor will not toss at will on Yi Fan, but it may not be the case on others. As for the bronze block, Wang Mingyuan had some considerations. However, after the bronze block entered Yi Fan's Sea of Suffering, even Yi Fan himself could not take it out. Wang Mingyuan no longer cares about this. Now that he has reached the realm of the Dao Palace, he no longer has a way to practice, although there are Qing Emperor scriptures to refer to. However, the cultivation methods of the demon race are very different from those of the human race, and it is unrealistic to use them directly, and I don't know what kind of realm can be cultivated even if I use them reluctantly. Wang Mingyuan didn't intend to force himself. He was ready to think and look for opportunities to join the ancient family. For others, even if they have the bloodline of the desolate ancient family, it is extremely difficult to join and obtain the inheritance of the imperial scriptures. But Wang Mingyuan knows several directions. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to find Yan Ruyu, but wandered around the southern regions, with a clear goal in mind. After about half a month of hard work, he quickly found the person he was looking for. It was an inconspicuous tavern tucked away in a corner of town. The tavern is run by an old man and a little girl by his side, and the two depend on each other. Life is tight and difficult. Occasionally, some hooligans register their accounts here to consume, but they never pay. At first, Wang Mingyuan had doubts about whether he was in the right place, but when he saw the little girl, he immediately confirmed in his heart that he had come to the right place. "Grandpa, I'm a little hungry." The girl was only 4 or 5 years old, with a horn braid, her face flushed, and she looked very healthy. However, her clothes are full of patches, and although she is washed cleanly, she can also see the embarrassment of her family's situation. Wang Mingyuan witnessed this scene, and an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. If ordinary people live such a life, he feels that it is understandable. But these two are the direct blood of the Jiang family and the descendants of the emperor. Due to a dispute within the family, they lost the dispute and had to flee the family. They don't even have the opportunity to practice, and they are already embarrassed to live in the mortal world. Not to mention having the imperial scriptures. In another generation or two, you may starve to death in this town. The surface of the desolate family in the Holy Land seems to be calm, but in fact there is an undercurrent. If you want to enter it, it is not easy to obtain the inheritance of the imperial scriptures. Of course, when Wang Mingyuan came here, he already had a perfect plan and calculation in his heart. If he took the normal path to enter the desolate ancient family, he was willing to take out treasures such as the True Phoenix Treasure Technique, the Kuanping Treasure Technique, or the Primordial True Solution, and be recognized by a certain big person in the family, and perhaps he could obtain the inheritance of the imperial scriptures. But the way of begging in a low voice was by no means what Wang Mingyuan wanted. He had the best means in the world, and with the advantage of prophet foresight, he didn't need to condescend to please the desolate family, although the desolate ancient family was still powerful to him today. Sometimes, what seems like a straight road is the closest, but in fact taking a detour may be faster and more stable. After confirming the direction of the town, Wang Mingyuan swept with his mind and found that there were almost no vegetables and fruits in the kitchen. So, he turned around and went to a mountain behind the town, quickly beat 2 goats, and carried them back alone. He asked the old man to cook the goat, and the rest of the materials were used as cooking money. The old man enthusiastically wanted to help, and even took the initiative to help Wang Mingyuan unload the goat. However, the 2 goats picked by Wang Mingyuan were heavy and weighed about 60 or 70 pounds. The old man was old and weak, and he almost flashed his waist with his hands. However, the old man's craftsmanship is very good, and he handles these game very quickly. Soon, the rich aroma of goats wafted out. In order not to let Wang Mingyuan wait too long, the old man specially brought out a few plates of side dishes, all of which he made with his own hands. Wang Mingyuan tasted the side dishes while drinking the old man's homebrewed wine, and his life was enjoyable. Until 4 or 5 people with a hooligan vibe swaggered into the tavern. Smelling the aroma in the tavern, one of them couldn't help but grin. "Old man, you tell us every day that you have no money. It doesn't look like you have no money. While we are away, you actually started stewing mutton. The weather is getting colder. It's really time to eat something good. The old man will bring me 2 pots of mutton soup, and the mutton will be given high." The old man looked embarrassed and apologized in a low voice. Immediately, an arrogant voice was heard, and one of the gangsters stood up and said loudly, "You just look down on my brother Wang, obviously stewed mutton, but you don't give us a bite? Why, can't I keep accounts with my brother Wang's face? Guest officer, this is really not good. These are all things that the guests bring themselves. There is really nothing in the small shop." The old man begged for mercy in a low voice, obviously not wanting to lead the fire to Wang Mingyuan, and hurriedly did not dare to point it at him. But the other party didn't care at all, staring at the old man without any scruples. One of them stood up directly and pushed the old man to the ground. Wang Mingyuan sighed helplessly, and a chopstick suddenly flew out in front of him, accurately penetrating the palm of the gangster and nailing him to the table. The leading gangster was furious, and then 3 chopsticks flew out one after another, piercing their palms. "Get out! Do you dare to target Lao Tzu's sheep?" The 4 gangsters fled in embarrassment, and the old man quickly came over to thank him, but there was a faint deep worry on his face. At the same time, the old man also put forward his own suggestions. "Young hero, leave quickly," he said. "They can't beat you, but they are used to using insidious methods." Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This old man was obviously extremely well educated. Obviously, Wang Mingyuan made a move here, but he had the greatest influence. But the old man reminded him to leave quickly. Wang Mingyuan taught those people a lesson in the store, patted his butt, and prepared to leave. Soon after, these gangsters who felt lost face would definitely come back to trouble the old man. Alas, Wang Mingyuan thought to himself, the old man's nature is really kind. Unfortunately, his lineage lost power in the power struggle of the Zhang family, and was even framed to death. It is really emotional that those with a conscience do not live long. Wang Mingyuan saw through the changes that might happen next, but he did not tell him bluntly, nor did he invite the old man to eat meat together. "Don't be polite to me, I can't finish such a big portion. I already said it, the rest is your reward, eat it quickly," he said with a smile. The old man hesitated slightly, but the little girl in the kitchen looked at the mutton cooking in the pot with bright eyes, unable to take her eyes off it. The old man sighed, but in the end he still couldn't refuse. The dinner atmosphere was pleasant, but it didn't take long for noise to be heard outside. The gangsters are back, and this time there are more people, a full dozen. The leader kicked open the door with a slam, and before he could speak, Wang Mingyuan had already grabbed a handful of chopsticks and threw them out, and a series of screams suddenly came from outside. "Don't stop eating a meal," Wang Mingyuan said helplessly. The little girl couldn't take her eyes off it, and even forgot to eat the mutton. She looked at Wang Mingyuan excitedly. "Big brother, you are so powerful." Only the old man, the worry between his eyebrows became more and more serious. When he was full of wine and food, Wang Mingyuan did not sell his guan and said directly, "I am from the Zhang family." The little girl looked confused, but the old man's face changed instantly. "Zhang Jia." The old man originally had a gentle attitude towards Wang Mingyuan, but when he mentioned the Zhang family, his expression couldn't help but show a hint of pain. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan hurriedly clarified, "I am not a member of the Beidou Huanggu Zhang family, but a branch of another life ancient star. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself." The old man suffered a lot of losses outside, mainly because of the Zhang family, and he naturally did not want to continue to misunderstand the other party. Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, while the 4 or 5-year-old girl next to him looked confused and was drinking mutton soup in large gulps. She obviously didn't know much about the ancient Zhang family and the Zhang family of other ancient stars of life. "Grandpa, this mutton soup is so delicious." "Well, if it's good, drink more." Wang Mingyuan watched quietly from the sidelines, with a lot of emotion in his heart. The outside world was disturbed, and the entire eastern wilderness cultivation circle exploded, and I don't know how many strong people went to explore the tomb of the demon emperor. Even when the news spread farther, powerful characters opened the field teleportation array and rushed from Zhengzhou and Kitahara. However, all this has nothing to do with Wang Mingyuan. He just chose to stay quietly in this town. But he didn't stay long, and after dealing with several waves of riots caused by those gangsters, he took the old man and the little girl to find another quieter area. This place was about a few hundred miles away, and he settled down again. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry to return to the location of the demon clan, but briefly got along with the two descendants of the Jiang family and practiced silently. Although there is no cultivation method of the Dao Palace realm, the demon emperor's scriptures can also be used as a reference, but it cannot be strengthened to the extreme like the demon clan. At the same time, Wang Mingyuan did not intend to go too far directly in the realm of the Dao Palace. There was still a large part of the power strengthening the original realm of the Sea of Wheels. In this world, it is possible to practice a secret realm, and it can also be gradually improved between the 5 realms of Will Sea, Dao Palace, Four Poles, Transformation Dragon, and Sendai, and it does not affect each other. Cultivating a secret realm alone to the limit can also reach the realm of saints. Now Wang Mingyuan does not have too ambitious a goal, but rebuilds the realm of the Wheel Sea, which is not a big problem. He stayed quiet in the mortal world, and despite the disturbances from the outside world, things had changed a lot. When he stayed in the mortal world for the second month, something finally happened over the demon emperor's tomb. I don't know how many people died, and the commotion in that area finally subsided. The demon emperor's Yin tomb and Yang tomb were discovered, and the exposed Yang tomb could get treasures, while the Yin tomb had countless deaths, but no valuable clues were explored. All this finally reminded the outside world of the majesty of the emperor. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this. What he was concerned about was that as the Qing emperor's tomb disappeared again, the Xian human system in front of him vibrated again, and then a prompt popped up. Explore the graves of the pinnacle of the humanitarian field and retreat with your whole body. Get up close and personal with the heart of the pinnacle of the humanitarian field and get a fragment of a supreme scripture. Your plans and your methods can be called invincible in the same realm. When you first enter the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you have become a new legend of a generation, and the legend is increased by 15. Rating, C grade. Reward, Extreme Transformation once. Legendary, 30, Mythic, 10. Wang Mingyuan's quest to explore the demon emperor's tomb had already been completed, but the task reward had not been sent, which made him curious. Now that there was sudden progress, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart, but this reward made him fall into deep thought. Extreme Realm Transformation? Is this judged according to the practice standards of the ancient period? The extreme transformation of the blood-moving realm is the power that surpasses pure-blooded creatures, and it can reach 108,000 pounds with a simple wave of one arm. The extreme transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm was from the 9 Grotto Heavens to the 10 Grotto Heavens. So what will my reward be this time? Nowadays, his own cultivation method is very different from that of ancient times, and he is taking the path of cultivation in this world. Therefore, this extreme transformation made Wang Mingyuan full of curiosity. He found a remote and uninhabited mountain outside the town, and when his body collided, he went deep into the ground and then chose to receive the reward. In an instant, Wang Mingyuan felt a special and mysterious force pouring into his body, making his body more and more complete and stronger at the current stage. The qi and blood of the physical body are further strengthened and become stronger. In Wang Mingyuan's surprised gaze, his body began to peel off a layer of old skin, and the whole skin fell off like a metamorphosis. In the mouth, the originally strong teeth also fall out one after another, and new teeth grow quietly inside. There was an indescribable pain from inside the body, and the pain reached an extremely intense level. Even though Wang Mingyuan had cultivated to such a state, he still felt so painful that he couldn't breathe. His mind clearly felt that the bones were breaking, and the internal organs were also cracking, undergoing metamorphosis and growing new parts. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but cough violently, and the sound he coughed up was mixed with fragments of internal organs. This process can be said to be the most powerful and complete transformation in the world from the inside out. Whether it is skin, bones, flesh and blood, or internal organs, they all undergo new changes in the process and gradually become stronger. I don't know how long it took, but when Wang Mingyuan finally came out of this strange state, the surroundings were covered with broken bones. It was mixed with blood, broken skin, and fragments of internal organs. It can be said that this transformation is extremely thorough. Wang Mingyuan clenched his fists lightly and felt a powerful force flowing through his body. This feeling is difficult to describe in words, but it makes people feel comfortable. The physical body was much stronger than before, and even in the process, even the primordial spirit grew passively, although it was not obvious, but it did exist. The body and the soul are inherently complementary. The strength of the body can promote the growth of the soul, and the strength of the spirit can check and fill in the gaps in the body, forcing the body to become more tenacious. This is very much like a special transformation of the realm on the other side. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of the transformation of the other side recorded in the Taoist scriptures. The realm of the Sea of Wheels is the starting point of the cultivation world, and it is also the most special stage. When a person is in the realm of the other side, he can achieve 9 consecutive transformations. Even an ordinary mortal body, as long as he seizes an opportunity, community. These 9 transformations are extremely special and powerful and can make people not inferior to the legendary king body and divine body. In this process, if the powerful body can grasp the transformation, it can go further and awaken the ancestral divine power hidden in the body. Wang Mingyuan did not stay in the realm of the Sea of Wheels for too long, so he directly crossed the secret realm of the Sea of Wheels and reached the realm of the Taoist Palace. Relatively speaking, he did have some shortcomings in the realm of the Sea of Wheels. Even thanks to the Phoenix Nirvana, he still couldn't make up for all his shortcomings. Compared with the top Tianzhou of this era, his gap is not too big, but if you compare him with the great emperor and ancient emperor in his youth, this stage is obviously lacking. Now, the improvement of this realm can be regarded as a compensation for the shortcomings of the past, which has further enhanced his strength. This reward is pretty good. Wang Mingyuan nodded, and a burst of novelty welled up in his heart. Those top Holy Land families in this realm on the other side will naturally do their best to make themselves perfect. All kinds of artifacts, potential enhancing treasures, strengthening the body and spirit, will be used at all costs. In this way, they can distance themselves from scattered practitioners and ordinary practitioners in this realm. Wang Mingyuan thought that the 9 transformations that Ji Fan experienced in this process could also be called a miracle in the same realm. The fruit of the 9 wonderful immortal elixir he used, as well as the essence and blood of the Qing Emperor, few people in the world can match it in terms of talent and chance. There is a hidden danger in her body, the body of the moon. If there is no strong person to give birth to a little yang energy in her yin, I am afraid she will not live to be 20 years old in the future. Wang Mingyuan withdrew his hand from Uncle Zhang's abdomen, and the surging essence in his body gradually subsided. This is him teaching the old man to practice. At first, the old man was unwilling to practice. He just wanted to spend his life in an ordinary life. Because his family has been passed down here for generations, his grandfather Zhangzhe has been living here. Later, he also had a son, but unfortunately that the child had outstanding talent in cultivation and went to the Yanxia cave heaven and was finally framed by others because he had no background in backer and died namelessly. And he was targeted in the town because the Li family took a fancy to his restaurant and wanted to take it for themselves. A family with few relatives and friends, only the elderly and little girls, of course, are easy to become targets of others. If it weren't for Wang Mingyuan's intervention, the old man and the little girl Jiang Tingting would have had to leave this place soon. Whether it will leave safely or be buried in the soil is difficult to predict. The old man was unwilling to practice, but since he learned that Jiang Tingting did not change, he was afraid that he would die before the age of 20, and he suddenly couldn't sit still. He began to try to practice, but in the past 2 months, he has only initially sensed the sea of suffering. It will take time to open the sea of suffering and embark on the road of practice. On the other hand, Jiang Tingting, she is talented, and she has opened up a sea of suffering in a short period of time and has truly embarked on the road of practice. On this day, Wang Mingyuan originally planned to leave, preparing to return to the demon clan to return the grapes to Yi Fan, but he didn't expect that more than a dozen barbarian beasts suddenly flew in a remote town. This made Wang Mingyuan's heart move, and when he saw the leader waving the Jiang flag, he immediately understood that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The people of the Jiang family are here. They quickly found Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tingting, and confirmed that they were indeed descendants of Jiangzhe. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, the reason why he lived here was because Jiangzhe should have inherited the Jiang family's unification and became the Holy Lord of the Jiang family. However, today's contemporary Holy Lord has succeeded to the throne, and great changes have occurred during this period, and Jiangzhe has left the Jiang family. Because of this change, Jiangzhe's brother Jiang Yi was expelled from the family and wandered in the northern regions, becoming one of the 13 bandits in the northern regions. The filth between the ancient families is complex and emotional. Wang Mingyuan already knew this, but he didn't care too much. Uncle Jiang originally did not want to return to Jiang's house, but after learning about the little girl's physique, he realized that she might die before the age of 20, and finally nodded. He thought that maybe the Jiang family had a chance to change all this. Of course, in this process, the Jiang family also directly swept away the apprentices who murdered his son, which was also a major reason. The desolate ancient family is indeed quite domineering in this regard. You were the one who saved my Jiang family? Yes, come back to Jiang's house with us, and you will get the reward you deserve. In the face of Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tingting, this teen behaved very politely. The leader Wang Mingyuan is very familiar. His name is Jiang Yifei. He is handsome, and his clothes are as white as snow. The whole person looks like there is no problem at all, as if it is the most perfect masterpiece of the creator. However, Wang Mingyuan felt a faint strangeness in his heart, but he did not show it. As for the 14 or 15-year-old boy named Jiang Yichen next to him, it was extremely disgusting. His attitude was unruly, and he unabashedly showed contempt when he looked at people, simply staring at him with slanted eyes. Big brother is also a member of our Jiang family. Jiang Tingting didn't seem to have much scheming. She didn't notice anything unusual at all, and she felt that the family's great hatred could be avenged, and the evil anger in her heart was also vented. At this moment, she introduced Wang Mingyuan with great interest. Maybe I heard the secret news of my Jiang family family somewhere, so I deliberately came over to cultivate the relationship. Jiang Yichan responded coldly, his bad attitude was unabashed. No, the eldest brother is very good, and he teaches us to practice. An ordinary Dao Palace realm monk has some great cultivation methods. Maybe he has taught you crookedly, and he has to correct it a little bit when he returns to the family. Be quiet. Jiang Yifei's attitude is much milder, which is difficult to criticize. I don't know which lineage of my Jiang family is a descendant of my Taoist friend. His tone was soft, but there was a hint of scrutiny in his bright eyes. My Jiang family's clansmen are all registered. Everyone has a background, and they didn't come out of nowhere. Taoists are kind to my Jiang family, so I will naturally not be stingy in return. But if Taoists play tricks and insist on entering my Jiang family, I am afraid it will be bad. His attitude is gentle and well-founded, and it is. Although the desolate ancient family is huge, the various branches and factions are very clear, all in the corresponding genealogy, and Wang Mingyuan is not among them. What's more, Wang Mingyuan's surname is Wang, not Jiang. I am from another ancient star of life, and the blood of Emperor Hangyu also flows in my body. Wang Mingyuan looked calm, but what he said surprised several people present. You are from another ancient star of life? An elder of the Jiang family frowned, staring at Wang Mingyuan, trying to find a trace of unnaturalness in his expression. Wang Mingyuan looked very calm. At this time, they were already in the territory of the Jiang family, suspended on the island in the air, never falling. Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tingting have been properly placed, and only Wang Mingyuan was brought by Jiang Yifei himself to be examined by the clan elders. After all, what Wang Mingyuan mentioned is important. However, this clan elder also looked a little confused at the moment. He was a powerful person in the Sendai realm, and he was staring at Wang Mingyuan with a tight brow at this time. Xiao Yu, if you want me to give you more generous rewards, although to be blunt, my Jiang family has never treated people who have been kind to my family badly. Why should it be so laughable at this time? The clan elder looked at Wang Mingyuan and shook his head. He thought that Wang Mingyuan just listened to some secret legends before he mentioned different ancient stars of life and nonsense. If you say to ordinary practitioners that you are from other life ancient stars, you may be able to fool one or two, but for the Jiang family, this is really a bit ridiculous. After all, the Jiang family was a desolate ancient family with a complete inheritance, and they knew that there were indeed different ancient stars of life in the cold and dark universe, but to cross two planets, only the sages could do it. A person who has just broken through the realm of the Dao Palace talks about this, which naturally makes people laugh. Wang Mingyuan still remained calm. It was beyond his expectations to have the elders of the Jiang family personally receive him and examine him. After all, it is more likely that the other party does not trust him at all. This is also because he saved the descendants of Jiang's lineage, and it seems that it was the people of Jiang's lineage who exerted influence on it. After all, Jiangzhe was a figure who could compete with the Holy Lord of the Jiang family back then, and even if he had left, the relevant forces were still very strong in the Jiang family. I came out of that bronze coffin, which took me across the starry sky in here. The elder of the Jiang family looked puzzled. It had been a while since the bronze giant coffin fell into the ancient Forbidden Land, but the specific information has not yet been widely disseminated. At present, the Great Holy Land and the family are not clear, and there are still a group of people in the bronze coffin. However, when Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to mention this part of the news, the elder ordered it, and soon someone reported the relevant situation. About half a year ago, a group of people did come out of the desolate Forbidden Land, and they worshipped several small sects such as Xiang Grotto Heaven and Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Speaking of this, the person in charge of the investigation added, a few of them were very lucky that the bronze coffin fell on a holy mountain where all the slaves were suppressed, and they picked the holy fruit on that holy mountain and took. The desolate ancient family investigated a matter quite easily and quickly. They passed through a field teleportation array, and there was always information from the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, Xiang Grotto Heaven, and other places. Not only did they know the specific number of people, but they even knew the specific appearance. Didn't you say that you were inadvertently teleported from a temple in the western desert to the desolate Forbidden Land? And you are not surnamed Jiang. How can you be a descendant of my family? The amount of information is huge and shocking, but at least now he is no longer as distrustful as he was at the beginning, and the clan elder thought for a moment and took the initiative to introduce himself to Wang Mingyuan. Jiang Hengyuan, you can call me Jiang Lao. I will verify what you said. The clan elder left in a hurry, but it didn't take long for him to come again the next day, and in front of Wang Mingyuan, he took a drop of essence and blood from Wang Mingyuan's fingertips and dripped it on a quaint mirror. The drop of essence and blood flashed for a moment, and then merged into the mirror's surface in the shocked gaze of the clan elder, and the entire mirror surface was shrouded in a faint red light. At first, the red light was faint, but gradually became brighter, and the clan elder's mouth couldn't help but open slightly, his face full of shock. How is that possible? This bloodline inheritance. This is already a bloodline within 10,000 years, or even closer, thicker than mine. Wang Mingyuan's heart moved, and his originally tense emotions were completely relaxed at this moment. After all, everyone says that the people on the the earth are the descendants of Yen Huang, but the Yellow Emperor has the legend of 3,000 imperial daughters, while the Yen Emperor does not have many scandals. If he himself has the blood of the Ji family, he does not doubt it, the probability is quite high. However, if it is the bloodline of the Yen Emperor, it may be less. After all, Emperor Yen has always maintained a clean body, which is completely different from Emperor Hengyu. Emperor Hengyu was born from crepe myrtle and was suspected of being the ancestor of the human path, and his past affairs were countless. However, after the psychic communication of his corpse, he became the Yen Emperor, but he became extremely self-denied, and there were almost no scandals. And the time when the Void Emperor became the Great Emperor was really singing and crying, and there were no scandals circulating around him. But for some reason, after his body became emperor, he left behind the legend of the Yellow Emperor's imperial daughter ascending 3,000 times. The personalities of these two people are completely reversed, which is really strange. Now that Wang Mingyuan has confirmed that he is a descendant of the Jiang family, he breathes a sigh of relief, which can be regarded as achieving his goal. The inheritance left by another life ancient star. At first, he thought Wang Mingyuan was talking nonsense, but he didn't expect to accidentally confirm that he was really related to the Jiang family, and the clan elder fell into confusion. The relevant situation was quickly reported, attracting the attention of many people, and even a big man came in person. Which ancient star of life are you from? What is the condition of my clan on that ancient star? The big man was gentle and carefully asked for these details. Although his tone was gentle, Wang Mingyuan felt a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere permeating the floating island, as if an invisible force had descended on this area. Wang Mingyuan even felt that his true phoenix treasure technique was accelerating in this atmosphere, as if he sensed the existence of the same kind. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but think of the Jiang family's extreme imperial soldier, Hengyu Furnace. Looking at the gentle-faced middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Mingyuan's feelings suddenly became different. The other party was kind, but if there was a falsehood in his words, I am afraid that he would be directly seen. In that case, his situation will be very different from before. However, Wang Mingyuan had no intention of lying. The Jiang family lives very well over there, with a large population, and may be much more multiplied than the Jiang family on this ancient star of life, more than 1 billion people. Wang Mingyuan did not lie about this. If calculated according to the standards of the descendants of Yen Huang, the entire China should be counted as the descendants of Yen Huang, and today's population does exceed 1 billion. So many descendants? The big man of the Jiang family looked surprised. Then what do you want to do when you come to our vein across such a long distance? Of course I want to get the Hainyu Sutra. Wang Mingyuan recited this sentence silently in his heart, but did not say it. He wanted to make this request openly. Maybe the Jiang family would still have reservations about him. With a move in his mind, Wang Mingyuan expressed his true thoughts on coming here. The family has developed very well in the Honghuang ancient star, and now it occupies half of the ancient star, and the entire east is controlled by my Jiang family. As for why I came here over such a long distance, I wanted to ask for help. The big man looked down slightly, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, there were huge waves in his heart. A creature from the ancient star of the flood, claiming to be a descendant of the Jiang family. After confirming this, they immediately partially revived the Hainyu furnace to discern whether Wang Mingyuan's words were true or not, and judge his bloodline. As a result, this man has not lied until now, and at the next moment, Wang Mingyuan's words moved him even more. We found a road to immortality, and on this road we found some secrets of becoming immortals, as well as the incomplete immortal tripod. It's just that that area is full of murderous intentions. Even if it is accurate, if there is no accurate map, it will die. I came here to seek the help of the family, and with the help of the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, I tried to go deeper into that path. A loud noise was like thunder, and the big man of the Jiang family couldn't help but shake his body slightly. What did you say? A simple sentence, but it contained too much information, making it difficult for him to digest it all for a while. At this time, in order to keep up with Wang Mingyuan's thinking, there were already people behind him who were busy flipping through the family classics. After careful review, he finally understood the deep meaning of the ancient star of the flood. It was an extremely powerful and prosperous ancient star, closely related to the emperor of the mythical period, and it was on this ancient star that the emperor became enlightened. Even in the ancient classics of the family, it was recorded that the ancient star was suspected of leaving the secret of the emperor's immortality. And now, this descendant of the Jiang family from the ancient star of the flood wilderness turned out to be in order to borrow the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, explore a mysterious ancient land, and seek the fragments of the immortal cauldron. All this is shocking. At this moment, Hengyu Lu still did not raise any objections, indicating that what he said was true and not false at all. This is too appalling. Because it is too outrageous, it seems real. After all, if it was false, if they really wanted to deceive their desolate ancient family, they would never make up such a ridiculous lie. You occupy half of the ancient star of life? Then you want to go to a mysterious forbidden place to get the fragments of the immortal cauldron, and even speculate that that area may hide the secret of immortality? That's right. Wang Mingyuan looked quite indifferent, which was one of his plans. As for the descendants of Yanhuang on the ancient star of Honghuang, it is not a lie. China does have half of the country. As the current head of the Wang family, Wang Mingyuan naturally knows the family's overall plan. His plan was to take the extreme Dao imperial soldiers to Kunlun to explore and obtain the fragments of the immortal cauldron. If conditions permit, he even hoped to bring back the ancient pagoda made of divine trace purple gold. It was left by a character who competed with the Qing emperor and was almost enlightened. With that material alone, an extreme Dao imperial soldier can be cast. In this case, Wang Mingyuan's determination to explore Kunlun is undoubtedly true, and everything he says is also the truth, so there is no lie from beginning to end. But your cultivation is. The big man of the Jiang family still had some doubts in his heart. This is a crucial thing, and it is too confident to let a person like Wang Mingyuan come to the realm of the Taoist palace. Wang Mingyuan treated this indifferently. Everyone has different ideas. I'm just one direction. The family's plan is only this: there are too many peak powerhouses on the flood-desolate ancient star. Even in this era, many quasi-emperors were born on that ancient star. They were contemporary people, not just based on their background. It is also possible to seek cooperation with them. There is not only one family plan, and I don't have much support for this plan. The big man of the Jiang family was silent. At this moment, he even wondered if the Hangyu furnace on the hanging island was malfunctioning. This is too exaggerated. The living quasi-emperor is still in the contemporary era. Now the Beta Holy Lord level figure is just the immortal second realm, and there is not even a character of the immortal 3/Dao. Once one appears, it can lead a family in Holy Land to glory for thousands of years. However, the situation seemed to be different on the side of the flood wilderness ancient star, and the quasi-emperor could be seen everywhere. In this case, the other branch of the Jiang family can still occupy half of the ancient star of life. So how deep is their heritage? This is too scary. Just thinking about it, the big man's body trembled a little. Wang Mingyuan was smiling in his heart, and there was not a single lie in what he said. China's current power has gradually reached its peak, and the other country on the other side of the ocean occupies half of the country, and it does occupy half of the ancient star of life. And on the ancient star of the flood, there are indeed quasi-emperors one after another. Lao Tzu formed by the psychic body of the moral heavenly venerable, Shakyamuni formed by the revival of Amitabha Buddha's demonic thoughts, Yen Emperor formed by the psychic form of the corpse of Emperor Hangyu, Yellow Emperor formed by the psychic form of the body of the Void Emperor, and Rong Changshi with the immortal medicine ginseng fruit tree. Due to their special situation, they can all be counted as contemporary quasi-emperors. The big man of the Jiang family, who originally thought there were some problems here, suddenly felt excited when he heard this. Many contemporary quasi-emperors, this is simply terrifying. Even if Han Yu confirmed, he still couldn't believe it. Wang Mingyuan smiled indifferently. Is it incredible? Someone came to the Big Dipper ancient star many years ago and left traces, and I think you should have heard of it. Who? Shakyamuni. He walked out of the ancient star of the flood and walked side by side with another quasi-emperor. The big man of the Jiang family fell silent. Shakyamuni may be a mystery to outsiders, but in today's Simo, he has become a taboo, and no one in Buddhism dares to talk about this character. However, the desolate ancient family knew some of his origins and knew that he had amazing cultivation. He came from the starry sky, and after coming to Beidou, he directly entered Mount Meru. This move caused a huge wave between the desolate family and the Holy Land. After all, on Mount Meru, there are extreme imperial soldiers and demon-subduing pestles, as well as endless telekinesis. Such a person can suppress the entire western desert and control Mount Meru. How strong he is, it is simply unimaginable. In the classics left back then, the earth-shattering collision permeated the emperor's power, and it seemed that he was a quasi-emperor. In the post-desolate era, the Qing emperor's Great Way law had not yet completely dissipated, and it was incredible that someone could come to this point. Today, the big man learns more about him. He is from the flood-desolate ancient star? He asked in surprise. You? That's right, I was able to come here because of some of his light. Because I demolished his ashram, borrowed the magic weapon he left behind, used a 5-colored altar, and came in a bronze coffin. Wang Mingyuan added lightly. This is an extremely secret thing. He knew in his heart that the Huanggu Jiang family would inevitably try to control the group of classmates who also came from the other side of the starry sky, and with the help of their descriptions, they could even directly obtain the situation on the other side of the starry sky from their primordial spirits. The Jiang family will definitely use great power to conduct an in-depth investigation into this matter. Borrowing the extreme Dao imperial soldier. The big man of the Jiang family hesitated. Beidou's extreme imperial soldiers could hardly be lost, because the gods would revive on their own and could not be suppressed at all. After a while, they will break the seal and return to the family. But he was not sure about the situation of the flood-desolate ancient star. If it is really controlled by a supreme quasi-emperor, the extreme Dao imperial soldiers are indeed at risk of being lost. And this matter is of great importance, and it is difficult for him to make a decision for a while. Little friend, Dao Taoists may wish to stay on the floating island for a while. This matter is of great importance and needs to be discussed. The big man of the Zheng family left in a hurry, and there was so much information obtained today that it was difficult for him to digest for a while. Not only him, but the entire Zheng family was also caught in a fierce debate. This is related to the secret of becoming an immortal, and it also involves the starry sky of the other universe and the immortal cauldron. No one can stay calm. He personally came to ask Wang Mingyuan, and secretly there were many big people listening. Not only was he shocked, but the entire ancient Zheng family was also shocked. They even had the illusion that the Zheng family of the flood-desolate ancient star was truly extraordinary and unique. The quasi-emperor mentioned by those people involved the secrets of becoming an immortal and becoming an immortal. And their contemporary holy lords, their cultivation is nothing more than the second realm of immortals. In comparison, it is suddenly ashamed of oneself. However, after the initial shock, some people raised questions. Under the same cosmic starry sky, why is the difference in cultivation between each other so huge? We can't even get a saint out of our side, but they can frequently emerge from the quasi-emperor. Is what he said false? How could a young monk in the secret realm of the Taoist palace be involved in such an earth-shattering secret? Many people questioned this and found it unbelievable. After all, the whole thing is unacceptable. In the face of these doubts, Jiang Zhe's character sneered again and again at this time. This question was raised in front of Hangyu Furnace, who dares to lie in front of the extreme Tao imperial soldiers. There are so many top powerhouses in the flood-desolate ancient star, maybe they have created some kind of special secret technique. Someone whispered, but the tone seemed a little weak. The extreme Tao imperial soldiers symbolize a great emperor and another continuation of the emperor's life. Although they could not revive the extreme Tao imperial soldiers to a profound state, the people in front of them were not beings with extremely high cultivation. They were just Taoist palaces. Even if there is an immortal technique, how can it be deceived by the Tao palace realm? The matter is of great importance. Do you want to revive a holy ancestor? The entire Jiang family quarreled fiercely. No one could make a clear judgment, and even the contemporary Jiang family holy lord was powerless. I think it's better to search his soul and get the information we want from his soul. Someone made such a suggestion, and the audience fell silent in an instant. The holy lord was silent, his eyes flickering, as if tempting, and Jiang Zhe's characters continued to sneer. If you really dare to try, you can give it a bold try, but I firmly oppose it, and this must be in the minutes of this meeting. This one sneered. You treat people of the same clan so cruelly. My uncle was treated like this by you back then, and died young, leaving only 2 descendants. Now you still want to treat people from another ancient star of life like this. Dare to do it. Do you really think that another ancient star of life is easy to bully? Why do you have to say it so badly? The matter of that year has already been concluded, and now all the people in Jiang Zhe's lineage have been taken back? Some people tried to mediate, and many more were still unwilling to give up the offer. It's a big deal, and it's worth making him make a little sacrifice for the sake of the family's interests. Ha! The one responded with a sneer, recalling that the competition for the Holy Lord had completely chilled this vein. Zhang Yi betrayed his family because of this incident, and now he has become one of the 13 bandits in the northern regions, and has not yet returned to his family. Today you let him sacrifice. If someone in the Honghuang ancient star lineage wants you to sacrifice in the future, how will you feel? This one sneered again and again, unceremoniously sarcastic. From the perspective of bloodline, this person's bloodline is closer to the ancestor than anyone present. Although the realm is not high, in terms of bloodline, he may still be our ancestor. Is this how you treated your ancestors? For the sake of the family's interests, you actually let your ancestors sacrifice a wave first? Even though this person was so sarcastic, the person who made the suggestion was still unwilling to give up. I think if the ancestor knew and saw that he could make the family more brilliant, he would be happy. After all, the glory of the family now depends on the sacrifices of our ancestors from generation to generation. Ha! This person's rhetoric can be described as high-sounding. Many people present felt physically unwell, but the only one who stood up against it was Jiang Zhe. The contemporary Jiang family holy lord is still silent. Jiang Yong saw this scene and roughly understood. The holy lord seemed to be tempted to take action, but he was unwilling to take this responsibility. Everyone knew that the judgment made by Hangyu Furnace was quite reliable. What he said should be true. But if they lend out the extreme Tao imperial soldiers and let the other party take the lead, the secret of becoming an immortal may be able to be shared with them, but the immortal cauldron in the immortal land probably doesn't have their share. Someone was tempted, secretly thinking about how to covet all this. If they could get the secret of the immortal cauldron from Wang Mingyuan, they could build a 5-color altar by themselves and go to the Honghuang ancient star to try to obtain the immortal cauldron. With multiple quasi-emperors, I can still occupy half of the life ancient star, which is even stronger and more prosperous than my current lineage. There are no extreme Tao imperial soldiers in the vein of the Honghuang ancient star, and it is obvious that there are contemporary quasi-emperors alive. If we take the extreme Tao imperial soldiers and there is a dispute between the two families, the extreme Tao imperial soldiers will not be biased. After all, we we are a family. As soon as these words came out, even those who were greedy couldn't help but feel a chill and didn't dare to speak again. And the contemporary lord of the Jiang family finally stood up to administer justice at this time. They are all people of the same lineage. Why should they make such a vicious proposal? This matter should not be discussed again, and it must not be mentioned again. He vetoed the proposal, but did not make a real decision or explain how to treat Wang Mingyuan. As for how to deal with this clan member in the future, it is of great importance, and we still need to discuss it together and further investigate the relevant situation. The Holy Lord finally gave an order. Yes, yes, some people echoed repeatedly. After all, he is not the only one who came here, there are others. The true situation of the Honghuang ancient star, we can not only know from him, but also from others. Wasn't there any connection with Xiang Grotto Heaven and Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven before? Go find someone over there. We must confirm whether he is from the Flood Desolate Ancient Star as soon as possible, and at the same time, we must also find out the situation of the Flood Desolate Ancient Star. The means are still as gentle as possible. You can take the 9 dragons to pull the coffin over, and it is not affected by the Desolate Ancient Forbidden Land. I really don't know which Desolate Ancient Star is the powerful shot. One after another, the essence of heaven and earth rolled from the sky, continuously integrating into Wang Mingyuan's body. This vast essence was much richer than when he was cultivating in the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, and it was almost unimaginable. Just ordinary practice made his sea of suffering more stable and continued to open up. It can be said that even if Beidu's heaven and earth essence is lacking, in the ancient family, the essence of heaven and earth is still extremely strong. Bitterness, no one can shake the foundation of the ancient family. The desolate ancient family sits on the most superior spiritual vein of the Big Dipper, swallowing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, and practicing in this spiritual energy year after year, and the cultivation level is almost unimaginable lower than that of the Taoist palace. People with a little talent can basically cross into the realm of the four poles and become outstanding figures in the cultivation world. Wang Xiaoxia, please eat. A team of exquisite-looking maids held plates made of white jade and presented Wang Mingyuan with delicacies. These are carefully cooked by spiritual objects. Among them is a peculiar bird with a hint of phoenix power in its body, and there is also a golden sheep that is cooked to perfection, roasted golden and full of aroma. Fruits and vegetables are grown on spiritual trees that have been around for thousands of years, which are particularly precious. It can be said that this meal, the head of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, is rarely enjoyed several times in his life, and Wang Mingyuan's 3 meals a day are so delicious that they have lasted for half a month. During meals, he is always accompanied by the beautiful direct descendants of the Jiang family. She held the soup in her hand, her eyes were affectionate, and she showed 1,000 styles in her every move. But Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this, and wiped out the food in front of him in 2 or 3 bites. He waved his hand and said, "You go down. Which clan elder is here today?" "It's still Elder Zhang Yong." The woman responded gently, and was rejected by Wang Mingyuan again, not feeling frustrated. Half a month ago, when she was rejected so directly, she was furious. After all, she is the proud daughter of the Jiang family, from the direct line, and I don't know how many people want to marry her when she goes to the outside world. Some young talents even offered to become sons-in-law and wanted to join the Huanggu Jiang family, but she never paid attention. But here with Wang Mingyuan, she has repeatedly encountered setbacks. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this. After all, her cultivation was still shallow now, and there was nothing special about women in his eyes. Almost as soon as the woman left, Zhang Yong turned into a streamer and flew to the island. Seeing Wang Mingyuan, he was very polite and took the initiative to stretch out his hand to signal. Under an ancient tree, stone tables, stone benches, and a few futons have already been prepared. The maids thoughtfully placed the incense table and lit a few sticks of sandalwood. This can make people's minds clear, easier to enter meditation, and achieve a state of enlightenment. Such items are extremely precious in the outside world, and ordinary people can't ask for them, but Wang Mingyuan doesn't care about it. Half a month ago, he did not have such treatment, and some people even went to the island with an arrogant attitude, wanting to ask him about the details of the Flood Ancient Star. Coincidentally, that person's cultivation was not excellent, and he was in the realm of the Taoist palace, and he was defeated by Wang Mingyuan a few times. Judging from the eyes of the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor, the young man was easily defeated, but it did not mean that he was weak. He was already quite good in the same realm, and had the level of the Holy Son and Saint of the Small Holy Land of the same level. Not top-notch, but not bad either. Wang Mingyuan easily defeated him, and then there were even figures from the 4th level of the realm to challenge him, and he was also defeated by him. Originally, it was supposed to defeat the small one first, then the old one, and then the higher level character. However, Zhang Yong hurried over and repelled all the family disciples. He was extremely angry and respected Wang Mingyuan in his words. Since that day, Wang Mingyuan's treatment has improved greatly. Of course, Wang Mingyuan understood that this should be a struggle between different factions within the desolate ancient family. His appearance here just highlighted some contradictions and made them more intense. But he didn't care about it. The people who tested him were one faction, while Zhang Yong Yong was another faction, a moderate and a radical. If you want to gain a foothold in the ancient family, it is not enough to rely on eloquence alone, you must show extraordinary strength. And Wang Mingyuan's strength shown in an understatement has already shocked the ancient Zhang family. With the realm of the first heaven of the Tao Palace, defeat the 5 heavens of the Tao Palace, and practice the children of the family with the imperial scriptures. This is really shocking. According to the news they obtained from the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven and the Xiang Grotto Heaven, Wang Mingyuan did not embark on the road of cultivation when he walked out of the desolate ancient forbidden land. In all respects, he didn't seem to be special, and even received 2 months of language and writing education in the Spirit Ruins Grotto. Not only Wang Mingyuan, but all those who came out of the ancient forbidden land have experienced such a tempering. The Zhang family even used a special method that would not damage the soul to probe the memory. They investigated several people who came out of the ancient forbidden land, and finally confirmed that Wang Mingyuan's words were true. Indeed, they came from an ancient star of life, and the environment of that ancient star was completely different from this world. The world described by that group of people had all kinds of technology, and the level of development was more like the eternal starfield that was once recorded in the classics. It's just that the level of science and technology is not so advanced, and practitioners are almost insane. This contradicts the situation described by Wang Mingyuan, but the Zhang family does not think that matter is simple, because the few people they investigated seemed quite ordinary. After arguments within the family, they were considered too ordinary, only living in the mortal world, and had never been exposed to the high-end cultivation world. During the investigation, several others mysteriously disappeared, without even a trace. Even if the supreme elder of the Sendai realm and the family went to investigate, he only found a terrifying and powerful divine thought. The investigation into that group of people ended with that. What's more, according to the information obtained from memory, this group of people even landed on the ancient star of Mars and found the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The terrifying monster that broke out of the wind from the Great Thunder Sound Temple shocked the Huanggu Zhang family even more. That is definitely a terrifying existence that transcends the level of saints. After their careful measurement, it should be the supreme demon at the level of the Saint King to the Great Sage. Contacting the Great Thunder Sound Temple and Shakyamuni, they could be sure that the powerful demon was sealed by Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni is indeed a quasi-emperor of the world, and the ancient star of the flood really has a quasi-emperor. And those who only live in the mortal world, many memories cannot be referenced because they have never been in contact with the real spiritual world. What Wang Mingyuan said was true. He came from an extremely powerful place of practice. Since then, Wang Mingyuan's treatment has gradually improved. The radicals chose to hide, while the moderates became the main force in the docking with Wang Mingyuan. Zhang Yong is a representative of the moderates. Zhang Yong often talked to Wang Mingyuan, knocking on the side, and occasionally sitting and talking, from which he discovered a new world. Wang Mingyuan does have a very high understanding of cultivating Taoism, and often points directly to the essence of the Great Way in a few words, which is deafening and thought-provoking. His power in the second heaven of Sendai also gained something in the discussion with Wang Mingyuan. When Wang Mingyuan discussed the Great Way with him, he did not fall behind at all, and even made him ashamed of himself in terms of comprehending the Great Way. Even if he read the annotations left by the emperor from the family, Wang Mingyuan could explain, which was completely different from many directions and ideas recorded in the family, but it also pointed directly to the avenue, which was not inferior to the scriptures of the great emperor. Not only that, there were many people in the family who were listening quietly, and they all had a lot of insights. Even during this time, when Zhang Yong and Wang Mingyuan were discussing, they also made small progress in the realm of the second immortal, which shook the entire family. After a series of discussions and demonstrations, they agreed that Wang Mingyuan also held the inheritance of the great emperor and was definitely not inferior to the imperial scriptures. The reason why Wang Mingyuan dared to come here to fool around was undoubtedly because he had enough confidence. Without mentioning anything else, what he said does have its truth, of course, only partially true. He did not mention that most of the ancient stars on the Great Desolation were mortal worlds. It is a fact that there are many quasi-emperors in the ancient star of the flood, and he also admitted it. When the Zhang family learned about part of the flood desolation ancient star from others, they immediately felt uneasy. The perception of others told them that there were only a bunch of mortals on the ancient star of the flood, focusing on the development of science and technology, and nothing else. China is strong and occupies half of the country. They didn't think that Wang Mingyuan was wrong, they just thought that those people's views were also correct. After all, they had not practiced and had not been in contact with the high-end cultivation world. Especially after this period of discussion with Wang Mingyuan, no one had any doubts about it. In the divine introduction of the original true understanding, you can always believe it. As long as it is not about practical practice scriptures and the understanding of the Great Way, even if there is a great emperor, Wang Mingyuan can talk to him. After many arguments these days, the Zhang family has confirmed that Wang Mingyuan does come from a powerful cultivation family. In terms of accumulation accumulation and heritage in all aspects, it is comparable to the ancient Jiang family. However, the Huanggu Jiang family has not yet made a decision and is ready to delay. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry about this and sat down with Jiang Yong again today, vaguely feeling that there were still people in the dark listening to the record silently. After he finished talking about the avenue, he suddenly changed the topic. It's time for me to go. Ha! Jiang Yong was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said eagerly, but where did I not entertain well? I'm very satisfied with the hospitality these days, but it's not what I want. Jiang Yong was anxious. He got a lot of benefits during this time, and even many people in the family benefited a lot, so naturally he didn't want Wang Mingyuan to leave like this. He hurriedly spoke out to keep him. The matter of borrowing the extreme Dao Imperial soldier is negotiable, but this matter is very important, and the family has been arguing about it for the past few days, and has not yet made up its mind. If you are willing to wait a little longer, there should be new arguments and we fully support you. His faction naturally supported Wang Mingyuan, and in the past half-month, many Sendai realm powerhouses that had accumulated for many years had made breakthroughs. The strength of the entire lineage has improved a lot. The practice law of covering the sky basically does not pay attention to enlightenment before the realm of the four poles. As long as you practice hard and have sufficient resources, you can quickly accumulate to the realm of the four poles. But after reaching the realm of the four poles, the higher you practice, the more you need to pay attention to accumulation. The Sendai realm attaches great importance to enlightenment, and sometimes even if it is accumulated, if there is no comprehension of enlightenment, it cannot be broken through. The Tao spoken by Wang Mingyuan gave them a deeper understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. On the basis of the original, they are all making breakthroughs. After all, what the desolate family lacks is not resources, but enlightenment. Even if the essence of heaven and earth is scarce now, the great way is not visible, and it is only those small sects and scattered cultivators who suffer, and it is those innocent practitioners who really suffer. The desolate family, on the other hand, is like a master who has never suffered from this. Although this place is fun, it is ultimately not my ideal place. Wang Mingyuan shook his head, and at the same time he was keenly aware that although Jiang Yong was very sorry, he did not forcibly retain him. Not only Jiang Yong, but also other figures who secretly pay attention to all this. However, Jiang Yong brought more blessings, while others seemed indifferent. I'm afraid that soon, someone will take the initiative to take action against Wang Mingyuan. After all, Wang Mingyuan has too many things. Although the strength of those people is not strong, they are much stronger than the current Wang Mingyuan, and they should be between the realm of transformation dragons and the first heaven of Sendai. There are too many good things, and the ancient Zheng family is not monolithic, so naturally some people are excited. Even if this group of people was exposed afterwards, the Holy Lord of the Zheng family, who always resided in the main position, could directly say that he did not know. He knows what his men are thinking, but as long as these people don't report to him or take the initiative to inform him, he can know nothing about it. However, Wang Mingyuan was not afraid. During this time in the Zheng family, he did not sit still. The Kuanping treasure technique obtained by exploring the desolate forbidden land before had become yin and yang after this period of time, and the speed was extremely fast. He believed that with his current realm, the Kuanping treasure technique would definitely not be slower than the characters in the Sendai realm. He was confident that he would be able to escape. Jiang Yong did not take the initiative to stop it, but curiously asked Wang Mingyuan where he was going next, and at the same time volunteered, since you are leaving, then I will give you a ride. However, there is no five-color altar in the family, but the legendary Zhengzhou Qishir mansion exists. But that seemed to lead to the starry sky of the universe, as well as the strongest trial path did not lead to the flood ancient star. I don't know how the Taoist plans to go back. Jiang Yong offered to send Wang Mingyuan, which surprised Wang Mingyuan. This man not only did not covet his inheritance that was not inferior to the great emperor, but was willing to escort him, and he was indeed a person with a noble heart. Wang Mingyuan's calculation became smoother and much easier. He shook his head and smiled. My career is not successful, but I am not in a hurry to return. Now I want to go to Aragoheim's house. Jiang Yong was slightly confused, vaguely guessing in his heart, but he was not very sure. Ji family? Their great void technique claims to be able to cross the cosmic void, but if they don't pay a huge price, even if they have a map of the cosmic starry sky navigation, the Ji family will not recover their heritage and take you back. Even if I come forward, this may not be able to achieve. As a member of a desolate family, Jiang Yong still knows the top forces very well. No problem. This was one of my plans. Wang Mingyuan didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to speculate on the way to cross the void. What he originally wanted to say was that there was a five-colored altar in the desolate ancient forbidden land, but it lacked a core, and the core was in the ruins of the Zhengzhou feathered god dynasty. But now, Jiang Yong's statement is not bad. Facing Jiang Yong's suspicious gaze, Wang Mingyuan smiled indifferently. I am not only a member of the Zheng family, but also a member of the Ji family. Not only does I have the blood of Emperor Hangyu, but I also have the blood of the Void Emperor. If possible, it can even flow with the blood of the Zhuli dynasty. After all, everyone everyone calls themselves the descendants of Yen Huang, and the most famous battle of the Yellow Emperor back then was not with the Yen Emperor but with Qi Yu. Qi Yu claimed to lead the Zhuli tribe. The Yellow Emperor, who could communicate with the corpse of the Void Emperor, fought with Qi Yu, who was likely to be the founder of the Zhuli imperial dynasty in Zhongzhou. The tribes of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, including Qi Yu's tribe, should have intermarried each other later, and the blood was naturally intertwined. Since the Zhang family is in trouble, then I'll go to the Ji family and see if they will be different. Jiang Yong instantly felt a stiffness, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He supported the family to help Wang Mingyuan, but was not responsible for family affairs. All decisions of the family need to be decided by the Holy Lord of the Jiang family, and he has no power. Therefore, his sense of crisis is mixed with a hint of comfort. Did the Jiang family of the Honghuang Guxing and the Ji family intermarry? He only had this doubt and surprise in his heart, but, at the same time, he also had a sense of course. Even in Beidou, the relationship between the Jiang family and the Ji family is good. In previous years, there were also intermarriages with each other, but there was no direct union between the main veins. After all, the main veins of both parties are extremely powerful, and it is difficult to say who assists and who is the master. However, in the face of danger, the friendship of the same spirit is obvious. Unexpectedly, the same is true for the ancient star of the flood. This made him understand why the Jiang family's bloodline could occupy half of the life ancient star in the Honghuang ancient star. The family union of the bloodline of the two great emperors is, of course, an invincible existence. Go to Ji's house? The contemporary Jiang family lord, who had been sitting firmly on Dao Yutai and was ready to get enough benefits from Wang Mingyuan, suddenly couldn't sit still when he heard the report of his subordinates. In fact, he didn't need his subordinates to report. He had been silently controlling the treasure and observing the area these days. He also listened to the arguments of the two sides, and had some understanding, feeling that his own realm would break through and he could go to a small level. He didn't doubt Wang Mingyuan's identity, but he just borrowed the extreme Dao imperial soldier, which was not good. A small Taoist monk, you know, if you don't have that ability. But now that the other party was leaving, he couldn't easily gain benefits, not to mention that the other party was going to another desolate ancient family, and he couldn't sit idly by. He has always refused to agree, and there is no reason for the five-colored altar. He didn't know whether he could go to the ancient star of the flood, and he didn't know the situation of the flood desolate ancient star, and he couldn't know what kind of strong people there were on that side. In case the extreme Dao Emperor soldiers passed, but the other party's bloodline could not come back, it would be troublesome. After all, the extreme Dao imperial soldier cannot be sealed because it has a god, can breathe on its own, and has its own wisdom. If someone else snatches it, it can only be sealed, and it will automatically return after a while. But if it falls into a powerful family that is also the blood of the great emperor, the gods of the extreme Dao imperial soldiers revive, and maybe they really won't come back. After all, there is an immortal cauldron there, which hides the secret of becoming an immortal. Coupled with the fact that the other party only had him as a choice, he simply dragged it away. Anyway, he can prostitute Wang Mingyuan for free now, but now, he can no longer continue to prostitute for free. He wasn't sure if the Ji family would agree, but he felt that the probability of success was still not small. Others were not clear about the situation of the Huanggu Ji family, but as the head of the Huanggu family, he knew a lot. At that time, the Void Emperor fought for life and death with several major forbidden areas, and at the most dangerous moment, all the forbidden areas seemed to start rioting. The Void Emperor took the coffin and the will and went deep into the forbidden area to fight the Dark Supreme. Even with the immortal elixir, the Void Emperor only lived for one life, 10,000 years. It can be said that he is the shortest lifespanning of the great emperors. The Void Emperor paid a heavy price, and the forbidden area also paid the price of blood. Many Dark Supremes died at the hands of the Void Emperor. Therefore, the Void Emperor signed a series of treaties with the Forbidden Zone, stipulating that the Forbidden Zone would not be born. However, treaties have always been meant to be torn apart. Between the Void Emperor's Ji family and the Forbidden Area, especially the Immortal Mountain against the Void Emperor, endless blood feuds have accumulated. Once something happens, the Dark Supreme and the Immortal Mountain will definitely not mind killing the Ji family from top to bottom. The opening of the road to immortality does not seem to be far away. In this case, the Ji family is likely to behave extremely aggressively. Because of the secret of becoming an immortal and the immortal tripod, the Ji family may indeed make a move. Not only these, the strength of another family in the flood desolate ancient star is likely to have become extremely strong. After all, there are already contemporary quasi-emperors on the Honghuang ancient star, and the Jiang family and the Ji family, who can occupy half of the life ancient stars, will definitely have quasi-emperors. Moreover, they have mysterious means in their hands, and their preaching during this period has already benefited them a lot. In addition, in the side preaching, they even realized that Wang Mingyuan was not practicing the Hainyu Sutra inherited by the family, but a unique practice method. Wang Mingyuan did not shy away from this, and took the initiative to tell them about this practice method he had come come into contact with after coming here, and had already used this Taoist scripture to cultivate the first secret realm of the Wheel Sea. These things are very tempting to the Jiang family, but because Wang Mingyuan is also the blood of their family and has recently been closely related to Jiang Zhe's lineage, many people have heard his sermons. If you offend directly at this time, it will be a bit unkind. Although most of the affairs of the Jiang family were under his control, he could not be completely arbitrary in the face of people of the same bloodline, the same clan, especially those who would not compete with him for the position of Holy Lord. In the earlier temptation, the attempt to search Wang Mingyuan's soul was also blocked. Mentioning this matter now will attract more opposition. The more he thought about it, the more the Holy Lord of the Jiang family felt that the situation was not good. What if Wang Mingyuan really went to the Ji family, borrowed the extreme Dao imperial soldiers from the Ji family, and mastered the secret of the immortal land in the immortal tripod? No, he must be kept. He thought to himself, didn't he mention before that he wanted to see the Hengyu Sutra handed down by the family? Now is the time to talk about it. It is possible to cooperate with the Ji family, but it must be led by us, or we can unite. Wang Mingyuan once proposed to exchange part of the inheritance of the Honghuang ancient star with this side to promote common development, but was rejected at the time, and now, the Holy Lord of the Jiang family felt that this proposal could be reconsidered. He also loves his family and the blood of the Jiang family. Even if it is another ancient star of life with the same blood flowing in its body, it is okay to talk about it. Wang Mingyuan felt the increasing and powerful aura in the dark, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. That's exactly what he was for. If he just came to the Huanggu Jiang family to ask for benefits, the Huanggu Jiang family would definitely not agree. Even if he agreed, he had to sign many treaties that humiliated the country. After all, as a small Dao Palace realm monk, just because of the same bloodline, it is definitely a luxury to get the Jiang family's imperial scriptures and borrow the Jiang family's extreme Dao imperial soldiers. He deliberately mentioned the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, and in this half-month sermon, he lightly mentioned the Hengyu Sutra, which was precisely to achieve this goal. Everything is negotiable, and naturally you have to ask for a sky-high price and pay back the money. Now, Wang Mingyuan feels that the time has come to sit on the ground and pay back the money. Before he could walk out of the door of the Huanggu Jiang family, an elder had already taken the initiative to appear in front of him. The person who came this time was not Jiang Zhe's lineage, nor the Holy Lord's lineage, but a neutral figure, a powerful person in the Sendai realm. This person's attitude was quite gentle, with a smile on his face, which was very different from the provocations of the previous line of the contemporary Holy Lord. Xiaoyu, why are you in a hurry to leave? The family side is not unagreeable, but this matter is important and related to the rise and fall of my lineage, so of course it needs to be handled carefully. This is not only related to the rise and fall of your lineage, but also closely related to our lineage. As far as I know, the road to immortality will open in 200 years, and it will be in the Big Dipper. If there is not enough foundation to suppress it in these 200 years, the opening of the road to immortality will be accompanied by the most terrible dark turmoil. Wang Mingyuan said this, and sighed full of regret. I still have a lot of time, but my family doesn't have much time. What? This neutral elder was shocked. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yong on the side, and found that Zhang Yong was also confused, and the two of them suddenly felt a mountain of pressure in their hearts, because this is news that they did not know before. The road to immortality will open, and there is a high probability that it will be in the Big Dipper. This point has long been known in the hearts of the desolate ancient families and the Holy Land. The ancestor Hengyu the Great was not a person of the Big Dipper ancient star back then, and it was precisely because it was calculated that the road to immortality would open in the Big Dipper that they would move here with their ancestors, which has long been recorded. And it's not just them, the ancient Ji family, the major imperial dynasties of Zhengzhou, and the immemorial race. These families that once gave birth to the great emperor and the ancient emperor were all because they calculated that the Baidu was about to open a road to immortality, so they laid out early and moved here. However, they are not very clear about the specific opening time of the road to immortality, but they only have a general impression. Now that they have received the exact news from Wang Mingyuan, they feel both stimulation and mountain-like pressure. The excitement stems from the rare road to immortality is about to be revealed in front of them, and they have the opportunity to truly step into the fairy world. According to legend, the road to immortality was only opened in the mythological era, when the emperor ascended with almost all his subordinates. 6,000 years ago, it was also suspected that the road to immortality had been opened once, but as a result, the Tianqian Holy Land did not hesitate to pay any cost, and even used the imperial soldiers in their sect to rush into the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, but finally ushered in a tragic ending. In this way, a supreme faction collapsed. Now that they heard that the road to immortality was about to open, their hearts were filled with endless desire and incomparable fear. They are not a small Holy Land family with a shallow background, but a powerful family that has existed in the desolate era, and their deep understanding of the Forbidden certain area makes them understand what it means to open the road to immortality. This means that the Dark Supreme and the Exclusion Zone will do whatever it takes to rush out. If they all become immortals, then it's fine, but if it fails, it will cause the most terrible dark turmoil. Although I hope that the Dark Supreme can enter the path of immortality, whether it is death or immortality, do not come out again. But since ancient times, the opening of the road to immortality has often been accompanied by bloody winds. Moreover, there are often only one or two people who have become immortals in history. The remaining Dark Supremes who failed to enter the immortal realm would surely set off terrifying dark turmoil. If Wang Mingyuan had come here half a month ago and said these directly, the Zhang family might not believe it without confirming the situation. However, Wang Mingyuan challenged the high realm with a low realm and proved that he had a stronger combat effectiveness than the divine body and the king body in a low way. Almost the combat effectiveness of the young emperor. Such a performance and situation, who would doubt that he was not inherited from the ancient family in Holy Land? Coupled with the fact that he has been talking about scriptures for half a month, his narration is even more shocking. Not simply combat effective, but an alternative heritage. Only the great emperor's family and holy places have such expressiveness. This is Wang Mingyuan laying the foundation for himself, and now when it comes to the harvest time, he has finally caught his mouth. Wang Mingyuan now said that the dark turmoil would break out in 200 years, and the Zhang family's first thought was not doubt, but worry. Obviously the foundation he had laid had an effect, and they had believed this. 200 years? An elder Jiang looked uneasy. Is it only such a short time? Wang Mingyuan nodded. That's why we seem urgent, although we don't have a perfect map, but we are also ready to force our way into it. Otherwise we can wait slowly. Speaking of this, Wang Mingyuan is still inconspicuous. In fact, he knew that the map was hidden in the 10,000 Dragon's Nest, but he had no ability to obtain it. In the future, I can only wait for Yifan to go there and find an opportunity to borrow from him. I thought to myself, by the way, the grapes that Yifan gave me haven't been returned yet. This thing is basically useless to me. It has no other effect except fire prevention, and I have to find an opportunity to return the grapes to him. I don't know what Yifan is busy with now. In the endless underground river, Yifan carefully avoided a corpse that had been soaked in water for an unknown amount of time, looking nervous and, suddenly feeling a chill shiver. Is there any evil thing staring at me? He carefully looked around, but found nothing unusual, but beside him was a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, staring at him viciously. I advise you to let me go quickly, so that I can still plead with my family. Maybe I can spare your life. Yifan didn't respond, just slapped the girl's buttocks lightly, making her scream suddenly. Kid, you're dead. While they were frolicking, a bronze temple appeared in front of them. Don't you have an accurate time on your side? Has the emperor recovered? If there is no protection from powerful figures, I am afraid that there will be accidents at that time. There is still a quasi-emperor in my clan, and now he has made many preparations, and he is trying to add a little more foundation to that quasi-emperor and strive to become enlightened when the road to immortality opens. Wang Mingyuan kindly warned that there was no lie in his words. After all, among the same clan, there is indeed a quasi-emperor who belongs to the blood of the Zhang family, and that is the Yin Emperor. He has come a long way in the quasi-emperor field, but he is still some distance from the realm of alternative enlightenment, and the elder in front of him originally seemed to have a somewhat leisurely demeanor, but in an instant, his heart was like ashes. Wang Mingyuan seemed to notice the displeasure on his face, so he didn't stop at this topic for a long time, and changed the topic softly. Is there a peak great sage that is sealed? It is best to be a direct descendant of the emperor. If not, 2 or 3 generations are also fine. Otherwise, it would be difficult to cultivate to the peak of the quasi-emperor in 200 years, and if he did not attain enlightenment in an alternative way, he would not even be qualified to stand in front of the Dark Sovereign. It was not only the elder Jiang who came to keep Wang Mingyuan falling silent. The contemporary Holy Lord who hurried over was also stunned at this time, and he was about to come forward to keep Wang Mingyuan in person, but he only felt cold hands and feet. Why didn't you say it earlier? The contemporary Jiang family Holy Lord could no longer sit still, and in the face of Wang Mingyuan, who sat back on the stone bench, he couldn't help but question. Wang Mingyuan spread his hands innocently. When I first came, I said it directly, and you didn't believe it. Thinking of the methods Wang Mingyuan used to test him when he first came, the contemporary Holy Lord of the Zhang family couldn't help but be silent. Part of it is still his default. At that time, the whole family's attitude towards Wang Mingyuan was more suspicious. Of course, the family bloodline flowing in Wang Mingyuan's body, especially according to the family's records, is only about 5,000 years away from the real ancestors. This made it difficult for the family to use strange methods on him to speak out. After all, if you look at the bloodline, this is their ancestor. Maybe it was sealed tens of thousands of years ago. Among their peers, they are not polite to each other, but they still have to maintain a certain respect for this kind of person sealed in the source of the gods. After all, the ancient Zhang family survived disasters and dark turmoil several times, all because the descendants of the great emperor in the divine source broke the seal and disintegrated the disaster. The emperor died again and again in the process, and and now he has been killed and wounded. No emperor? The descendants of the second and third generations of great emperors, the great sages at their peak, are not either? Then it's hopeless, wait for death. The contemporary lord of the Zheng family had a black line on his face. The same vein is the same, how can you say this? He felt a lot of pressure, but Wang Mingyuan became more and more relaxed. The fish has already taken the bait, and he will take control of the next. Then I can't help it. Wang Mingyuan spread his hands casually. Even we are struggling. If we can't become a great emperor who suppresses the universe and galaxies within 200 years, it will be too late. The family is already trying its best, but it is still difficult to achieve. We can't take care of ourselves, let alone others. I think there are other ways. At this time, the contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family spoke softly, and there was no way if he was not gentle, and many people's hearts were hanging. The Hanyu furnace has been suspended under this island, and the Sheji horn is also behind them, constantly emitting white light. This shows that the other party is not lying and what he said is true. Of course, this may also be false. Maybe Wang Mingyuan thinks that everything he says is true, but the information he obtained is wrong. But the Zheng family present did not think so. Is there no other way? There is no other way but strength. Wang Mingyuan naturally spread his hands. Then he naturally asked, is there no emperor in the family now? Let the emperor revive. There is 200 years, and the cultivation can also become strong. With the help of the emperor's formation to hide, it is also a good idea to rebuild the family in the future. It is better not to mention this suggestion, and the people present scolded in a low voice. Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? There are a lot of things in the desolate ancient family, and in Wang Mingyuan's opinion, it is really bullshit. But in the face of darkness and turmoil, this point is the same as the enemy. After all, any self-proclaimed human emperor who did not enter the Forbidden Area and the Forbidden Area were basically blood feuds. Can it be reconciled? Impossible. Others still have a chance to surrender, but they can't. They are already blood feuds. How can they reconcile? The record of the Hanyu Emperor is not as brilliant as that of the Void Emperor. The record is about 2-0, and the Void Emperor is basically a super god player of more than 7-0. Even among the ancient emperors, it can be regarded as the top. Emperor Hanyu has a clear record that he killed 2 immemorial emperors at the gate of the Taichu ancient mine, and before becoming enlightened, he stood in the cosmic starry sky, killed the 12 quasi-emperors who came to challenge, and finally became emperors. Sit down and talk again, this time without the previous concealment. After all, what Wang Mingyuan said involves extremely deep secrecy, and from this point of view, his origin is absolutely extraordinary. There is no need to continue to hide and test each other. Taoist friends are in the same vein as my clan, so don't ridicule it. One is prosperous and the other is lost, so it's better to sit down and have a good talk. I also love my family, and if I can make my family brilliant again, I will naturally be happy. But now the Zheng family does not have an emperor, and in the process of suppressing the dark turmoil again and again, the emperors have died. The contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family said this. His face was full of frustration. It can only be said that there is no living emperor between heaven and earth now, and the ancient emperor has also fallen. It is no longer the great emperor who entered the Forbidden Area. The real great emperor has long since disappeared in time. I have made it clear that the most pressing issue today is that no one can absolutely suppress the most terrible dark turmoil, not even the contemporary emperor. If the Qing emperor was still alive, it would be much easier. When it came to the Qing emperor, Wang Mingyuan shook his head helplessly. This can be said to be a top wise man. Obviously, the road to immortality in this life is paved for him. With his cultivation and creation, Wang Mingyuan did not believe that the Qing emperor would not be able to count these. He only needs to live normally, take an immortal elixir, and then live out of the second life, and he will definitely be able to embark on the road to immortality with his peak qi and blood and enter the immortal realm. However, this wise man wanted to open up the immortal realm by himself, holding the barren tower, and as soon as the primordial god got in, he didn't care about anything. He wanted to live, and, with the combat effectiveness of the heavenly emperor level that he showed during his lifetime, he might be able to leave an indelible legend in this period of ancient history. Even suppressed 6 dark forbidden areas in one fell swoop, including the underworld. Wang Mingyuan firmly believed that the Qing emperor had this ability at his peak. His heritage is profound, absolutely not inferior to the enlightenment of the holy body or the enlightenment of the chaos body, and his combat effectiveness is also among the top among the great emperors throughout the ages. Alas, when it comes to the Qing emperor, Wang Mingyuan can't help but feel a trace of bad luck in his heart. The immediate task now is to find a person who will be enlightened, help him preach, and then let him come and quell this dark turmoil. Ha! The Zheng family was stunned. Wang Mingyuan sighed softly. 200 years is too short, and it is difficult for the ancestors of the clan to attain enlightenment in this short time. But the crisis 200 years later is imminent and must be resolved. But where to find a person who will become enlightened now? And why does a person who will become enlightened need help from my Zheng family? The Zheng family's contemporary holy ancestor asked suspiciously. Taoists may not know that now that the world is changing. changing it is difficult for even the king of the Tao to appear, not to mention crossing the three major realms of saints, saint kings and great sages, reaching the quasi-emperor. Even Beidou has never heard of any family having a peak quasi-emperor sealed in the divine source. The holy ancestor of the Zheng family humbly asked for advice. He felt that he was really unqualified as a holy lord, at least in many secrets. He didn't know as much as the clansman from the flood desolation ancient star in front of him. As far as I know, the family also knows something, and there are still many strong people in the entire universe. There are also many characters who have reached the peak of the quasi-emperor's ninefold heaven. When Wang Mingyuan entered the field he was familiar with, he talked about it without guilt. The contemporary patriarch of the Zheng family, on the other hand, calmly glanced at the Xieji horn behind him, still emitting a faint white light. I don't know which ones are the most powerful. In the age of mythology, the first god General Chuan when the emperor founded the heavenly court. If it weren't for the emperor preaching first, Chuan would definitely become a heavenly sovereign. He did not fall in the age of mythology, but has lived to this day. If he had no knot in his heart, he would naturally be able to become the contemporary emperor after the collapse of the Qing emperor's great way of heaven and earth. The contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family was both dazed and surprised. He didn't expect that there were such powerful figures in today's universe. When Wang Mingyuan mentioned Chuanying, there was a hint of regret in his tone. Chuanying's story is quite legendary, and he was supposed to preach, but even the emperor valued his talent very much, and specially sent him to the next generation to become enlightened. Unfortunately, the later emperor wanted to ascend to the throne, but was attacked by the immortal emperor and several other heavenly sovereigns. Although the emperor dismantled this conspiracy, he soon died. The immortal emperor successfully preached and proclaimed himself emperor, causing the heavenly court to collapse and completely disappear. Chuanying has always been haunted because he failed to preach before the immortal emperor, which caused the collapse of the heavenly court, which became his eternal knot and made him unable to preach again. Although it is only one step away, it can never be passed. Later, in order to buy time for Yi Fan, he finally died with the prison emperor in the underworld. It can be said that his life is legendary. However, Chuanying belongs to the heavenly court, although the heavenly court has now collapsed, but the rest of the forces have not completely dissipated, and the Feathering God dynasty is a branch of the heavenly court, and so is the God organization. Now the head of the divine organization is a quasi-emperor of the nine heavens. Chuanying doesn't need our help. Even if we take the initiative, it won't help. The contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family silently wrote down all this, and these secrets were unknown to the ancient Zheng family. He guessed that this information should come from the forces and situations that the quasi-emperor of the flood ancient star knew when he traveled through the starry sky of the universe. Wang Mingyuan shook his head and continued, another alternative enlightened figure is Ning Fei, the first god general of the immortal emperor. His situation was similar to Chuanying's, but he also had demons in his heart. Although he was as powerful as the Dark Supreme, but he couldn't preach after all, and there was no need to say much about him. The power of the undead emperor has not collapsed so far, and he cannot lean towards us. The contemporary lord of the Zheng family was silent, and he vaguely felt that he was not suitable to stand in front of Wang Mingyuan and talk about those characters who had attained enlightenment and were close to becoming emperors. How can he be on an equal footing with the power of the second realm of immortals? Wang Mingyuan completely ignored it and continued to talk to himself. The first two are the strongest and best figures in this universe, and from the perspective of paper strength, the two of them are most likely to become emperors, but in fact they are the most unlikely. And there are many second-class powerhouses in the entire universe. The slate of the immortal emperor is still alive, and now she is in the Big Dipper, and she was once sealed by the beginningless emperor. She had reached the level of the quasi-emperor ninth heaven, but this was probably her limit and could not go any further. The contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family silently recorded, feeling a hint of inferiority in his heart. Wang Mingyuan in front of him was full of energy, like the ancestor of the family, and he was like a small character. This is the ability and information that a desolate ancient family with a quasi-emperor can grasp. He was secretly amazed, but Wang Mingyuan's tone was still calm. There are many other quasi-emperors, but they each have their own families and forces, which are basically difficult to win over, let alone enlightenment. Speaking of this, the contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family noticed that Wang Mingyuan's mood seemed to be a little low, and he couldn't help but be curious, but Wang Mingyuan didn't take the initiative to mention it, and he was embarrassed to take the initiative to ask, mainly because the topic was too high-end, and he was worried that what he said would ruin this atmosphere. The reason for Wang Mingyuan's depression is that those most responsible quasi-emperors each have their own reasons and cannot become enlightened alternatively. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were respectively psychic with the Emperor's corpse, and they were born with the physique of a great emperor, and their strength was extremely strong. Even the Rongcheng clan, who could make the ginseng fruit tree follow and practice to the realm of the quasi-emperor, was ashamed of himself because of this. In terms of strength, they are unquestionable. However, it was precisely because their bodies in their previous lives were too powerful that the laws of the imperial way in their previous lives became a constraint in their bodies, preventing them from breaking through further. This makes them unable to complete the final dark and turbulent decisive battle. The confrontation with the Dark Supreme is extremely difficult. Another person who was very likely to become enlightened is the heavenly soldier Gu Xing, who had reached the 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor back then, but was targeted by the Dark Supreme, so he took the initiative to severely damage his origin in the terrible heavenly tribulation. Now he has been in a state of nirvana, and if the time is right, he can soar into the sky and become an emperor. What Wang Mingyuan said was the Golden Crow Emperor. He can be said to be the top king Go. In terms of talent, it is top in all aspects. In the era he lived in, he was invincible to his contemporaries, and he was only one step away from preaching all the way to the quasi-emperor 9 heavens. But the Dark Supreme was eyeing him at the same time, and he was not sure to preach immediately in that environment. So, he simply faked his death to escape, cut off the origin of the past, and re-emerged. When the time comes, you can preach directly. This is not good, that is not good. Is there really no suitable candidate? Originally, the contemporary Holy Lord of the Zhang family did not have much sense of crisis. Hearing Wang Mingyuan mention the top quasi-emperor in the universe one after another, his scalp couldn't help but tingle and the pressure doubled. In the past, he felt that the ancient Zhang family was extremely powerful, but now it seems that the Zhang family is far behind. There is neither an emperor nor a great sage at the peak of qi and blood, and they are all old and insufficient qi and blood. Of course there is. Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up. According to the family's understanding, now in Beidou, there is a person who is alone, has almost no power to follow, and has reached an alternative enlightenment. However, this character was also severely injured and had a great injury. If he could fully support him, help him return to his peak, and let him preach to the emperor when the Qingdi Avenue was completely dispersed, it would be a way. The eyes of the Zhang family's contemporary Holy Lord lit up instantly. I would like to hear the details. Gai Jiuyo. What? He's alive? Most of the contemporary Holy Lords of the Zhang family are not familiar with the quasi-emperors mentioned by Wang Mingyuan before and those who have reached the level of alternative enlightenment. But when he mentioned Gai Jiuyo, he immediately understood. This is a well-known and veritable iron-headed baby in Beidou. During the most prosperous period of the Qingdi Avenue, he spent thousands of years cultivating to the realm of alternative enlightenment. It can be said that in any era, he is qualified to preach to the emperor. However, this iron-headed baby chose to become enlightened under the suppression of the Qing Emperor's avenue, which was simply asking for his own death. Sure enough, he wanted to preach at his peak but was suppressed by the Qing Emperor's great way, leaving indelible scars. Since then, his legend has further consolidated the myth of the invincibility of the great emperor, and at the same time, it has disappeared between heaven and earth without a trace. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have been able to believe that Gai Jiuyo was still alive. If he were really alive, he would be nearly 9,000 years old now. Thinking about this peerless figure who has lived for 9,000 years, I can't help but tremble in my heart. Can he preach? The contemporary Holy Lord of the Zhang family was suspicious of this. The Zhang family has quite rich classics and has a deep understanding of the growth path of the emperor. The emperor never had a late maturity, and he was invincible all the way to the peak from his youth. Usually in 2,000 or 3,000 years, he can preach and become emperor, invincible in the world. In the past million years, there has only been one emperor of the ancient disorder who had no rival in the same period. There are historical records that the latest great emperor who preached was about 5,000 years old, and there were no more after that. Because he lived to the later stage, his qi and blood declined, and his body gradually became unable to bear it, and he could not survive the most terrible great emperor tribulation. There are no people who can preach to the age of 9,000 in ancient history. Therefore, the Holy Lord of the Zhang family questioned. What's more, now he still has the wound of the Great Way, which is well known in the world. How can you preach in such a situation? Wang Mingyuan glanced helplessly at the contemporary Holy Lord of the Zhang family. If he is fine in all situations, in all aspects, in a complete realm, without injuries, and with strong forces, then why should the Zhang family make a move? This sentence directly silenced everyone present. Then how can I get him to recover? How the ancient emperor lived out of the second life, how he recovered. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a strange silence again. How the ancient emperor lived out of the second life is no secret to those present, even to the practitioners of the world. Immortal elixir. As long as you have the fruit of the immortal elixir, you can live out the second life. However, the immortal elixir is not easy to obtain. It is the exclusive artifact of the ancient emperor. Every year, strong people who are about to die go to the forbidden area to explore, wanting to get a holy medicine or immortal medicine living in the forbidden area. However, for such a long time, there are very few successful people, and what they get is basically the medicine king, the little medicine king or the holy fruit. The immortal elixir has spiritual intelligence and can actively evade, usually growing in restricted areas. It will take the initiative to choose a patron, and it is often followed by the world's best genius, that is, the emperor in his youth. Otherwise, they are protected by the Dark Supreme. When Emperor Hangyu was invincible in the world, he did have an immortal elixir to follow. But now, the immortal elixir is no longer in the Zheng family. What should the Zheng family do? Immortal elixir, it's too hard for us. The holy lord of the Zheng family looked embarrassed. If it's not difficult, what kind of kindness is it? If it's not difficult, how can I get a great emperor to be willing to protect my clan? Wang Mingyuan said naturally. At the same time, his extremely powerful primordial spirit was keenly aware at this time that as he depicted the relevant methods, the eyes of the holy lord lineage and some people behind him had become indifferent. This is a big matter, and we need to discuss it again. The topic came to an end here, and the holy lord left immediately. Wang Mingyuan's treatment here has been raised to another level, but the Zheng family Emperor Jing that was originally promised has disappeared. They only gave him the Hangyu Sutra, which belonged to the realm of the Taoist palace. The reason given by the other party is also very sufficient. The inheritance in the family is the same, and only after reaching the corresponding realm can the scriptures of the next realm be obtained. This is obviously hanging Wang Mingyuan and letting him stay here. Wang Mingyuan is very aware of this, and he often encountered such a situation when he worked in his previous life, and his boss always drew cakes like this: as long as you work hard, there will always be milk and bread. But he knew in his heart that as long as the Zheng family confirmed that what he said was true and could be implemented, the Zheng family would definitely kick him away without hesitation. Holy Lord, is what he said true? Sheji has been emitting white light, which proves that what he said is true. Then are we going to do it according to his plan? The Holy Lord of the Zheng family was silent, as if thinking, if he finishes this, won't he control my Zheng family? No, he must not be allowed to do this. How can my Zheng family let an outsider control it? His identity and origin are now a mystery. Absolutely not. How can a small Dao Palace realm cultivator have the ability to complete the entire layout? Or our Zheng family has to take action personally. He just made a suggestion, although he has merit, but it is not a big deal. I don't think so. We don't think he has much credit, but Jiang's lineage is now a demon, and they will definitely fully support him. Wang Mingyuan was thinking about the future of the world, but what the Zheng family is thinking about is the present and their own future. The contemporary holy lord of the Zheng family never spoke, but in a hidden corner of the Zheng family, there was a roar. Domineering side leak, really looking for death. Wang Mingyuan's treatment in the Zheng family has improved again and again, and he has gradually approached the core cultivation area. The essence between heaven and earth was as rich as mist, and a slight improvement could be felt between breaths. Staying in this kind of place all year round, even a pig can reach the realm of the Taoist palace, or even higher. However, Wang Mingyuan felt a subtle difference. There were fewer and fewer people in Zhang Yan's lineage, and there were very few other visitors. Only some people sent him various spiritual objects every day to let him practice with peace of mind, and no one paid attention to other things he asked. He suddenly understood in his heart that the Zheng family obviously wanted to take the initiative to refrigerate him. If there is no protection of the Zheng family's bloodline, perhaps this refrigeration will not only be refrigerated, but will directly return him to dust. Sure enough, the desolate ancient family has continued to this day, and it is basically rotten. When Wang Mingyuan stayed in this core area until the 8th day, Zhang Yong finally came, but his expression looked very bad. The family determined the traces of Gai Jodio and found that he was suspected of being alive. At the same time, I am also preparing to use the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers to find an immortal medicine. They didn't plan to take you. Let's go. This Zheng family is completely rotten. I was going to come to you before, but I can't even find where you are. Zhang Yong's expression was extremely embarrassing. In fact, he didn't say anything more ugly. According to the information he obtained, there were even people in the family who hoped that Wang Mingyuan could die quietly. Of course, this was not their personal action. They were ready to provide a large number of divine objects to help Wang Mingyuan break through the realm of the Dao Palace and reach the realm of the Four Poles, and then arrange a guardian for him to ask the Sword World. Such traditions are common in families throughout the ages, and it is normal. However, in the process of testing the Sword World, it is inevitable that there will be some accidents. He could die at the hands of an enemy. After all, Wang Mingyuan is the bloodline of the family, and there is a quasi-emperor behind him, and he must not die at the hands of his own family. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he deeply felt that the abstraction of the ancient family was so high. But he didn't expect the desolate ancient family to successfully hand over an imperial scripture to him. Then have I completed what I entered in the family tree? This was the request made by Wang Mingyuan after the last conversation, and the Holy Lord naturally did not refuse. After all, if he refused his request for the entire imperial scripture, it would not be so easy to refuse the matter of entering the genealogy. It's this time, you're still worried about this, and you successfully entered it. You're so simple. You gave all the best to the family, without thinking about yourself at all, just like my old brother. brother. Zhang Yong was helpless and anxious. Time is tight. I came here secretly. In the Zhang family, it is difficult for you to really grow, and the Holy Lord lineage will not allow you to be strong all the way. I have arranged that you can go to the northern regions to find Jiang Yi. He was one of the 13 bandits, and his life in the northern regions was not bad. Although his resources over there are not as good as those of the family, at least you can grow up there normally. I have arranged a field for you. You can go directly. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhang Yong in front of him and used his primordial spirit to sense it, but did not feel the malice of the other party. There was no strong murderous intent around, but Zhang Yong's face was full of anxiety. He thought for a moment and nodded. The process of going out was quite smooth, and he almost didn't meet anyone, or Zhang Yong had already arranged everything properly. Faced with such a scene, Wang Mingyuan's gaze seemed cold and distant. Zhang Yong has the ability to conceal some of the family's arrangements, which Wang Mingyuan is convinced of. After all, he was also the one who competed for the position of the Holy Lord. But in such an important situation, against the backdrop of the contemporary Holy Lord's attention to him, it was a bit strange that he could still successfully avoid everyone's gaze. Could it be that the Holy Lord of the Zhang family deliberately leaked part of the arrangement to Zhang Yong and asked him to send me out of the family? Although this is just one of his guesses, Wang Mingyuan is convinced of it. After confirming this, he felt more at ease in his heart. The trace of blood from the Zhang family made the Zhang family unable to bear to kill him. If he leaves from here, he may face a thunderous murderous intent next. Those killers are definitely not from the Zhang family. They may come from the human world or from hell. And his cultivation is still shallow now, and he is more likely to be in danger and have accidents. Of course, the Holy Lord lineage was even more satisfied with this. After Wang Mingyuan completes his own value, he should die quietly. As for the many secrets on his body, the Zhang family didn't care. If you can successfully cultivate a great emperor, those secrets are nothing to the great emperor. Their kindness to a great emperor will naturally get a lot at that time. You don't need to get it from Wang Mingyuan. Then there shouldn't be any accidents on this trip, and smart people won't mess around in this link. Now, for the contemporary Holy Lord of the Zhang family, it was better for me to die quietly outside. Understanding this, Wang Mingyuan felt at ease in his heart. Sure enough, as he expected, he didn't encounter any problems along the way, and the field teleportation array had already been arranged. The top is even full of source stones needed to activate the field teleportation array. Zhang Yong helped Wang Mingyuan up, and at the same time took out a small bronze cauldron from his arms and handed it to Wang Mingyuan. Their lineage is sorry for you, but ours can't be like this. There are 30,000 caddies of sources in it, as well as some elixirs, which should allow you to practice for a while. I also prepared a letter for you. When you arrive in the northern regions, Jiang Yi will protect you, and there should be no shortage of resources in terms of practice. You put it away. Wang Mingyuan nodded and glanced at the field teleportation array again. Has this domain teleportation array been debugged? How do I make changes? He asked curiously. After hearing this, Zhang Yong thought for a moment, and then took out a book sewn from animal skins not far from the field teleportation array. I don't know much about the field. There is an introductory book here. If you are interested, you can read it at any time. Wang Mingyuan's grapes were slightly hot in his arms, and he quickly flipped through this field introductory book, paying special attention to the part about modifying the field teleportation destination. With grapes, primordial true understanding, and the power of the powerful primordial spirit, although the time is limited, he also has a lot of understanding of these contents. At this time, Zhang Yong seemed very anxious. He completed the debugging of the field teleportation array alone, and solemnly said to Wang Mingyuan, "Be careful with everything." He wanted to say something more, but there was the sound of battle and weapons colliding in the distance. Zhang Yong's face changed, and he quickly infused divine power, making the entire field teleportation array shine. Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he saw an elder of the Sendai realm of the Holy Lord's lineage stepping into this place at the last moment. His expression showed regret, but he faintly felt relieved. The corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth rose slightly, and the moment the field teleportation array was activated, he made a modification in the field. He changed the destination of the teleportation to the fire realm of the southern domain, instead of the northern domain. He was no stranger to this destination. He knew that Jiang Yi was very strong before, but he did not get the Hangyu Sutra of the Zhang family. Going to the northern region did not fit into his plans. At this moment, he first had to go back to the southern regions and find Yen Ruyu and the others. In the Zhang family, he is the Zhang family, but in the Demon Clan, he is a Demon Clan member and the 19th grandson of the Demon Emperor. He needed to borrow the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers and find someone who could teach him the Hangyu Sutra. This is why he must ensure that he has been entered into the family tree in the Zhang family. Of course, he did not go directly to the northern regions out of a wise consideration, because he knew that once he went to the northern regions, he would definitely encounter a large number of chases, and many people in the Zhang family wished he would die immediately. The field light flashed, and the next moment, Wang Mingyuan was already in the fire domain he was familiar with, and fell directly into the 8th layer of the fire domain. This is the result of his early modification location of the site destination. Although the Jiang family does not seem to be directly chasing him at present, Wang Mingyuan has always felt insecure in his heart. He has always liked to nip potential dangers in the bud. After all, the relationship between Jiang Zhe's lineage and the 13 bandits has long been a recognized fact. I don't know if there are already killers in ambush in the northern regions at this time. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry to come out of the fire domain, but sat cross-legged, and his powerful divine thoughts instantly swept all over his body. On his robe, he found an extremely secret divine thought. This piece of clothing is one of the treasures given to him by the Jiang family, an item belonging to the realm of dragons, and has the ability to avoid water and fire. Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate to change into a new set of clothes, and then threw the treasure into the fire domain. After leaving his body, the flames of the fire domain instantly ignited the treasure, and it didn't take long for it to turn into ashes. Since his last nirvana, he had been able to control the colorful flames of the 8th layer of the fire domain, so the flames of this heaven and earth did not pose a threat to him. When that treasure was on him, it could automatically dodge the flames, but once it left his protection, it turned to ashes in an instant. Fatally, with a wailing sound, the wisp of divine thought was directly burned to ashes in the flames. But this is not the last step. Wang Mingyuan took out the items given to him by the Jiang family one by one during this time, and found that there was nothing precious, not even a king's weapon. Most of them are gadgets below the Sendai realm, which seem precious, but in fact they are of little use. He did not cherish these items and threw them into the 8th fire domain. After a while, 3 more whales of divine thoughts came out, and they were immediately burned to ashes. The Jiang family is really polite to me, but they are very ruthless to their own people. But it's not over here. After all, it's a desolate family, and there are still many means. Wang Mingyuan used the divine power of his whole body, and the pure white and pure black colors on his body were intertwined with each other. That was the Kunping treasure technique that he had been practicing silently and had reached a high level. The two forces of the most yin and the most yang collided and blended with each other, which was the purest and most special power between heaven and earth, and it was the means for Kunping to cross the world back then. In the collision of pure yin and pure yang, anything on his body that did not belong to this force was repelled, and then 3 strange methods were swept out of him. Even Wang Mingyuan couldn't tell what kind of secret techniques these were. At this point, he felt that it was almost over, but he still felt that his cultivation was still insufficient. Even if you have a pinnacle spell like Kunping treasure technique, you can't exert true power with the limitations of your realm. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let go of the protection of his body in the 8th fire domain. Endless colorful flames poured into his body, burning him from beginning to end. Even the power of the Sendai realm, if it does not protect itself at all in this fire domain, it will be burned alive. Under this weight, Wang Mingyuan realized that any means were basically ineffective for him, so he nodded with satisfaction. In this fire realm where everyone fears and everyone fears, he feels like a fish in water. Rarely, he felt a sense of security. In the desolate ancient family, he was actually not at ease, and his heart was full of insecurity. After all, he had no backer and no background. If you want to get a perfect inheritance of the imperial scriptures with your bare hands, you need to go through many setbacks and tribulations. In order to get his scriptures, Yifan died several times, and many times he almost died in the underworld. Wang Mingyuan thinks he doesn't have the good luck of Yifan. Coming to the desolate ancient family was a big gamble, although it was a gamble, but he also gained something. The purpose of coming to the ancient Zhang family was basically achieved. On the one hand, he obtained the Hanyu Sutra of the Wheel Sea realm and the Dao Palace realm, and on the other hand, he was included in the genealogy of the Zhang family. These Zhang families didn't care too much, after all, compared to what Wang Mingyuan said, these were insignificant. The Zhang family did not give the perfect imperial scriptures and extreme ground soldiers that Wang Mingyuan really wanted. They thought they had successfully stuck Wang Mingyuan, but they had no idea what his true purpose was. Considering that in the bronze cauldron, the tens of thousands of caddies of sources and elixirs sent by the Zhang family casually, the corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth rose slightly. He decided to retreat here. He had already understood the scriptures he had obtained. With the grapes and the original true understanding, it is not too difficult for him to understand and understand. Now, he has a deep understanding of the Hanyu Sutra, successfully balanced the problems of the Taoist scriptures and the Hangyu scriptures, so that the two secret realms were perfectly connected, and the influence between them became stronger and greater. After all, he had mastered the original true understanding, and now the realm of cultivation is not high, and it is not necessary to be like Yifan. The scriptures of each secret realm practice are different. Reaching the Sendai realm, especially when the immortal 3/Dao, it is extremely difficult to penetrate the 5 secret realms. Wang Mingyuan laid a solid foundation in the early days, and even built a framework when he was in the Zhang family. However, in the Zhang family, he deliberately suppressed his practice and did not allow himself to break through frequently. After all, that place was too unsafe. Who knew how many people were staring at him, and the more he showed his strength, the worse it would be. Staying in the 8th fire domain, his body digested hundreds of pounds of source in an instant. Subsequently, the realm of the first heaven of the Tao Palace was completed and successfully entered the second level. It can be said that the desolate ancient family is really rich, and some of the resources provided casually can allow people to directly practice to the perfection of the Taoist palace. However, for Wang Mingyuan, these resources are still insufficient. His original physique was not the body of the strongest. However, with the foundation of the true Phoenix treasure technique, the Kuanping treasure technique and the original true solution, coupled with the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth, in the ancient immortal period, his physical potential was extremely huge. As long as he has a strong enough cultivation technique that can lay a larger framework for him, then his physique can gradually transform and reach a higher level. There is no doubt that he has this potential. Whether it is the true Phoenix treasure technique or the Kuanping treasure technique, they are all 10 fierce treasure techniques, which belong to the quasi-immortal king or even the immortal king level of exercises, and can completely create a powerful framework. However, this also annoyed Wang Mingyuan, because under normal circumstances, tens of thousands of pounds of source is enough for a person to cultivate to the consummation of the Taoist palace, but at this time, his situation is somewhat similar to that of the holy body Yifan, and tens of thousands of pounds of source can only allow him to cultivate to the third heaven of the Taoist palace. His need for resources is enormous. By the time the resources provided by the Jiang family were exhausted, Wang Mingyuan's heart, divine storage, liver divine storage and kidney divine storage had all been opened. The three minds have given birth to a god. If Wang Mingyuan was willing, these gods could come out of his body and become a kind of clone, communicating with his heart. This situation is very special. It seems to be a bit like the god born inside the grotto heaven in the grotto heaven realm. It took about half a month for the cultivation breakthrough, and more energy was used to build a framework, gradually allowing the body to transform little by little in the process. The main thing is to make the body gradually stronger and raise the ceiling of the load. Although a lot of resources were consumed, Wang Mingyuan was not frustrated. After all, how many people in this world are eager to improve the carrying capacity of the physical body and are willing to consume more resources, but still have no chance? Only by laying a solid foundation in the early stage can we have the strength to sweep the world in the later stage. After half a month of hard work, Wang Mingyuan once again filled the entire sea of suffering, the spring of life, and even the Taoist palace with colorful flames to protect himself. If anyone dares to jump into his body and take it, that would be fine. Then, he turned into a streamer and left the place. His goal was clear: to find Yen Ruyu, borrow the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and then go to the northern regions, go deep into the Purple Mountain, and pull the god king Jiang Taishu out. This is the real purpose of his trip to Jiang's house this time. As a member of the Jiang family, he was going to Zishan to rescue the god king Jiang Taishu, and then he could naturally get the opportunity to practice the Hangyu Sutra. Otherwise, in the desolate ancient family, in the face of a group of old monsters' seniority rankings, who knows how much time it will take to get the complete imperial scriptures? In this chaotic era, messing around must pay attention to background, power and dependence. Now, Wang Mingyuan is looking for a solid backer. His thinking has never changed and has been moving in this direction. The desolate ancient family is not trustworthy as a whole, but with the desolate ancient Jiang family of the god king Jiang Taishu, it can indeed rely on one or two. A living saint who will likely transform into a saint king in the future. In this era of difficult cultivation, even the characters of the three immortals can wantonly push the world and be invincible in the world, which is the symbol of invincibility. And in the entire desolate ancient family, everyone's morality added up cannot be compared with the god king Jiang Taishu. However, walking out of the fire domain, the news he got made Wang Mingyuan a little surprised. The Ji family has indeed begun to test the sword world. Ji Haoyue, the divine body of the Ji family, made the whole family full of energy. After all, in this era, the immortal 3/Tao seemed to be at its peak, and the achievement of the god king body was almost equivalent to the immortal 3/Tao. For 1,000 years ago, a god king appeared in the Jiang family, who swept the world and pushed all the way, making the Jiang family glorious for many years. Nowadays, the Ji family rarely has the appearance of the god king body, and they also hope to regain their former glory. Therefore, they went to great lengths and spent a lot of resources to let Ji Haoyue challenge her contemporaries all the way. Of course, persimmons always have to be pinched softly first. Along the way, the first thing she locked in was Yen Ruyu, who had amazing blood. The reason for this is that the Qing Emperor is now without a trace, and the forces left by the Qing Emperor have almost fallen apart. In this chaotic era, lack of background and support, despite outstanding ability, is inevitably stepped on. Therefore, Yen Ruyu became a target. The place where she was hiding was found by the Ji family, and Ji Haoyue completely swept the area. Wang Mingyuan learned about this situation and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Nowadays, the relevant information has been disseminated quite widely. Yen Ruyu disappeared in this battle, but it is rumored that she managed to escape. The whereabouts of her followers are unknown, including a 13 or 14-year-old boy who kidnapped the woman known as the Little Moon from the Ji family. They fell into the underground river together, and there are still not many clues. Wang Mingyuan knew at a glance that this was probably probably what Yifan and Jizue did. It seems that Yifan, the son of fate, is still moving forward according to his established trajectory. Wang Mingyuan was deeply impressed by Yifan's experience because he had gone deep into the Bronze Immortal Hall with Jizue. In the process of escaping from the Bronze Immortal Hall, he collected the root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi with the help of green copper blocks. Wang Mingyuan guessed that all this might be arranged by the ruthless emperor, but it may also be because Yifan and the brother of the ruthless emperor look similar, which is destined to be a causal entanglement between them. Therefore, when he hides in some mysterious areas, he will naturally encounter what the ruthless emperor has left behind. After all, in Yifan's upbringing, the influence of the ruthless emperor almost threw out. In the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, he took the holy fruit left by the ruthless emperor's research and dived into the underground river, only to encounter the Bronze Fairy Hall of the ruthless emperor. And in the Bronze Fairy Hall, he got the root of the black and yellow Mother Qi collected by the ruthless emperor. Met Hua Yanfei and the holy son of Yaoguang, who practiced the exercises of the ruthless emperor. The entanglement between the ruthless man and Yifan always exists, but if the ruthless emperor deliberately interfered in the process, it didn't seem to leave much trace. Wang Mingyuan can't get in touch with it for the time being, and he can't understand such a high-level thing. After learning this part of the news, he thought about it for a while, and roughly understood where Yifan and Jizue were now. They should have hid in the Taixian Gate. Wang Mingyuan believed that Yifan's life was as tenacious as Xiaoqian, and he would not die in this early fluctuation in turmoil. Therefore, after understanding, he stopped paying attention. He found the battlefield where Yen Ruyu and Ji Haoyue fought fiercely. Today, there are many people walking around this battlefield. This is a bounty offered by the Ji family. If someone can find Jizue, they can get rich treasures, even ancient scriptures, and friendship with the Ji family. In the cultivation world, many people are moved by this. Wang Mingyuan ignored this. On the edge of the battlefield, he searched carefully and quickly found what he needed. It was a small mark, a green lotus, imprinted on an inconspicuous rock. After confirming this, Wang Mingyuan's heart relaxed and he walked in the direction of the imprint and quickly found the target. That was the trace left by Yen Ruyu, which was convenient for the characters of the Qing Emperor's lineage to track their traces. Along the way, Wang Mingyuan's face gradually became strange. Because he was very familiar with this direction, it was a stronghold left by the Qingjiao king of the southern regions. At the beginning, it was here that he borrowed the field teleportation card. When he walked to the door, the demon clan that was responsible for guiding him last time was still here. Seeing Wang Mingyuan, there was a hint of joy on his face. Lord Wan Bishan, are you out of the customs? Wan Bishan is the name of the 19th grandson of the demon emperor. Wang Mingyuan had a complete memory of this, his face was calm, and he just nodded lightly. I heard that you were attacked as soon as I left the customs, and I followed the mark here. Entering the stronghold of the Qingjiao king, he really saw Yen Ruyu. King Qingjia was not here. He gathered with the Peacock King, another strong man of the demon clan, ready to take revenge on the Ji family. Now, they have their sights set on the holy lord of the Ji family and want to join forces to kill the holy ancestor of the Jaeger-LeCoulter family. Yen Ruyu saw Wang Mingyuan's successful return, and his face relaxed slightly. After all, Wang Mingyuan is now her biggest pillar. Hearing that Wang Mingyuan was going to borrow the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier, she did not hesitate and immediately handed him the Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier that was as dazzling as the sun. Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly, showing that he had reached the realm of the three heavens of the Taoist palace. Although the realm was not high, Yen Ruyu and several vixens around her breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Mingyuan had just opened the Fountain of Life a few months ago, but they didn't expect to reach the triple heaven of the Dao Palace in a short period of time. I thought that soon after he came, he would be able to restore his cultivation. Now that my clan is in danger, I must focus on restoring my cultivation and have to go to the northern regions. Once reborn, twice familiar, Wang Mingyuan has already borrowed the field teleportation array of the Qingjiao king, and it is not troublesome to use it again this time. Even several veterans under King Qingjiao did not feel any problems and took the initiative to prepare for Wang Mingyuan. After all, Wang Mingyuan was able to stand side by side with the Qingjiao king and the Peacock king at his peak, and he was actually a giant of the demon race. Jiaolong meat buns, fresh Jiaolong meat buns, Diluo silver essence, only exchange for the same level of refining treasures. You need the 9 heavens divine jade. In the process of field teleportation, everything around was bizarre, as if the space was stretched and compressed. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the holy city. As the center of the northern regions, the holy city connects various places, including the royal family of Zhengzhou and the strong people from the northern plains. The major holy places and families of the eastern wilderness all have powerful figures who reside here. Even the demon clan is no exception. The demon emperor hall and the major demon kings have their own fields here. I, Wang Mingyuan, came here openly through the field teleportation array, but it didn't cause too many waves. There is a lot of people here, not only humans and demons, but even psychic weapons walking on the streets. Above the sky, the palace and inn are always suspended, and from time to time on on the ground, you can see the pillars of light turned into chi and blood soaring into the sky like dragons. This is a unique scene in the Holy City, and even the Holy Lord level figures can't help but show amazing demeanor here, unable to hide their demeanor. I swept it away, and although I saw this, I wasn't curious. Holding a green lotus in my hand, I asked a few people and confirmed the direction. Purple Mountain is also a special attraction here. After all, this Purple Mountain can automatically recover after being injured, and has accumulated a lot of fame here over the years. After determining the direction, I crossed directly and found the location of Zishan, but did not enter it immediately. Instead, he walked around the Purple Mountain and found a small village at the foot of the mountain. There are many people in the village, mainly surnamed Zhang and Wang. I immediately understood that this should be the descendant of Master Yuan Tian. However, now that the Book of Yuan Tian has long been lost in Zishan, their inheritance has also been cut off, and naturally there are no various mysterious means. I don't care too much about it. After confirming all this, I returned to the Holy City. Now I haven't reached my limit yet, but I can still polish in the Holy City for a while. Although I am not good at source magic, I don't have the Source Heaven book. But in the original work, when Yifan gambled on stones in major casinos, the most expensive rough stones had names and shapes, which were clearly described. Now that my cultivation is getting better and better, I still remember these things. Even I clearly remember what the rough stone of the humanoid immortal elixir and the Qilin seed was. But I have no intention of opening these two rough stones. I just want to collect as many divine sources as possible now and break through to the fifth heaven of the Tao Palace. Of course, if the resources are abundant enough, I also hope to try to break through to the realm of the Four Poles. After having such a realm, entering Purple Mountain will be more calm. Anyway, with my participation and intervention, I came to Zishan faster than Yifan. At this time, although the God King was still weak, he was much better than Yifan when he first saw him. Next, the Holy City was a little sensational. I used the True Phoenix treasure technique to disguise myself and became a different person. Then he went to the stone workshop of the Ji family Holy Land, and then went to the stone workshop of the Yaoguang Holy Land. The top babies were opened one after another. Every time I go to a stone workshop, I change my identity. The True Phoenix treasure technique is played to the fullest here, and under the new look. I got millions of pounds of sources in a short period of time. In the stone workshop of the Holy Land, digging up the 9 orifice stone man and getting a small piece of dragon patterned black gold, it made the entire Holy City even more sensational. It was the dragon patterned black gold that had been bred into a small sword, if the 9 orifice stone man lived long enough and was not dug out. In a million years, I am afraid it will become the supreme holy soldier. That is the exclusive material for the ancient emperor, although it is less now, and the weight is insufficient. But its value is still immeasurable. I didn't keep it in my hand, but put it in the auction pavilion of the Heavenly Demon Shop, directly exchanged for millions of pounds of source. In addition to this top-notch and valuable item, there are other equally precious items, and I have obtained a total of 6 or 7 million pounds of the source here. If it weren't for my superb disguise technique and my close relationship with the demon race, the Heavenly Demon Hall would have taken the initiative to help me hide it. It is estimated that there has been a problem here a long time ago. I am not panicking, I am practicing in a hidden cave in the Heavenly Demon Hall at this moment, ready to break through. Others didn't know my identity, but the Heavenly Demon Hall was aware of it and knew that it was an old monster being rebuilt. Therefore, both the upper and lower levels were very cautious about me and did not dare to get too close. The practice in this area went very smoothly. This is the case with the method of covering the sky. As long as you accumulate enough resources before advancing to the 4th level, you can have a smooth journey without too many obstacles. When Wang Mingyuan left the customs again, he had already become a monk in the 5 heavens of the Taoist palace. Among the younger generation, he is not the top, belonging to the second-rate level. After all, during this time, the top figures in the younger generation have reached the realm of the Four Poles, and even some of the better ones have crossed into the realm of dragons. Not to mention Wangtang, who is known as the capital of the great emperor, may have become the existence of the Sendai realm during this period. Although Wang Mingyuan broke through one after another in a short period of time, he was not proud and complacent. At this moment, there was a mysterious force in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and awakened. The power in his body seemed to be continuous, and the chain of weapons made his heart surge with endless pride. The divine storage of the heart and the divine storage of the kidney are particularly special. In the Heart God collection, the highest essence of the True Phoenix treasure technique has been fully mastered by Wang Mingyuan. His mind turned into a phoenix flying high here. In the Kidney God collection, there is a kuanpun, which swims in the vast ocean is a huge kuan. But when it flapped its wings and was about to fly, it turned into a rock bird and soared above the 9 heavens. These two states are constantly changing in his body, showing endless mystery. These two gods in his body alone were enough to sweep the monks of the Taoist palace realm among the younger generation. The Tao Palace realm is almost unbeatable. It's a pity that I don't have the Yuan Tian book in my hand, and the accumulation of the source has reached this point. I'm afraid it is already the limit. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh, although he continued to change his face during this time and went to the stone workshops of different Holy Land families to open stones. But in such a short period of time, top relics have been opened one after another. Even a fool will feel abnormal. Someone has already noticed that a top source master seems to have come to the holy city. If you want to go to the Holy Land stone workshop to open the stone again, it is not so easy. However, since you have already kicked at the door, how can you give up easily? Wang Mingyuan looked at the contact letter in his hand and smiled slightly. It was a letter of introduction from Jiang Yong to him when he left Jiang's house, specifically to introduce him to Jiang Yi. In the future, as one of the 13 bandits in the northern regions, it is still possible to come up with a source of 2 million caddies. The holy city was mixed, and Wang Mingyuan didn't need to spend too much energy and time looking for a target, because in this holy city, the 13 bandits also have their usual foothold. Wang Mingyuan quickly found this location and noticed the descendants of the 13 great bandits, Li Heishui and Zhang Huairan. Just now, the 13 bandits carried out a big operation, plundering the mineral deposits of a holy place and removing all the rough stones one by one. Of course, there are also massive sources. When Wang Mingyuan came to the holy city, he had already done some investigations and quickly locked on several targets. One is Li Heishui, a descendant of the 13 great bandits, and the other is Jiang Yi's descendant Jianghuai people. Although they are descendants of the 13 great bandits and are inextricably linked with the Holy Land family in the holy city, they are all negative. After all, they are responsible for robbery, while the Holy Land family is responsible for paying. However, the holy city has always followed the rules of Zhiga, and even if everyone knows their identities, no one dares to attack them directly. Li Heishui and Zhang Huairan strolled leisurely in the holy city, drank and chatted, and went to Shifang from time to time. The reason why they came here was because the saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land came to the holy city to seek the help of Master Yuan Tian, hoping to seal several stone kings. Although they knew nothing about the source technique and could not seal the stone king, they were quite interested in the Yaoqi saints. After all, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi has always been known as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness, and each generation of the Queen Mother of the West is peerless. They also wanted to marry this generation of Yaoqi saints home, so they have been following them. Recently, Wang Mingyuan's actions have attracted attention, and the saintess of Yaoqi has also come to the holy city. Here, there is an agreement between the stone workshops opened by the major holy places and families and the long-standing Yuan Shu family in the northern regions. Even if the source art family lacks a source in their hands, they will not easily go to the Holy Land and the stone workshop of the family to open stones. There are clear rules between them. In the stone workshops opened by the families of the holy city and the Holy Land, if a large number of top treasures were mined in a row, it was almost certain that an alien raptor crossing the river had come. Because of this, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi was attracted. If only I could use the source technique, I might be able to create the glory of the past. I heard that the saintess of the Yaoqi generation was married to the Yuan Tianchi of that generation. Li Heishui's name is like that person, his whole body is as black as charcoal, and he hides in the crowd. When Wang Mingyuan first saw him, he thought he was a foreign friend. He and Zhang Huairan got together and talked in a low voice. Wang Mingyuan walked to them silently, did not take the initiative to speak, but just let the scriptures in his body operate autonomously. There seemed to be immortals singing Zen in the Taoist palace, and the inaudible scriptures echoed in his heart. This hazy sound could only be vaguely heard when he was close to him. Li Heishui hadn't reacted yet, but Zhang Huairan vaguely heard the corresponding scriptures, and his whole body was shocked. He couldn't help but look back at Wang Mingyuan, who was standing not far from him. Wang Mingyuan also nodded at him, without saying anything, turned around and left. Zhang Huairan did not hesitate, and immediately followed. He understood what Wang Mingyuan meant. Who are you? Which generation of the Zhang family? I have nothing to do with the Zhang family. When he walked to a secluded place, Zhang Huairan spoke directly. But these words are just deceiving ordinary scattered cultivators. Although Jiang Yi has broken with the Zhang family, over the years he has traveled all over the northern regions, robbing various holy places and families, but he has never robbed the Zhang family's mine. Anyone who knows a little about the situation understands that there are internal contradictions between Jiang Yi and the Zhang family, and they still maintain unity with the outside world. Me, now he is a figure of Jiang Zhi's faction, and because he has a secret, he is hunted down by the contemporary holy lord of the Zhang family. It is estimated that there are bounties about me in the northern regions now, and many people wish I could die here quietly. Zhang Huairan did not take the initiative to show his closeness, still with a hint of suspicion. After all, as a descendant of the 13 great bandits, if you believe others casually, you don't know how many times you have died. As for why he followed Wang Mingyuan just now, it was because he still carried the inheritance of the Zhang family, and others couldn't hear the scriptures in Wang Mingyuan's body, but he understood. That was a vision that would only be shown after practicing the imperial scriptures, and this imperial scriptures were the Hainyu scriptures inherited by the Zhang family. You don't need to know too much. Give this token to Jiang Yi, and he will naturally understand. If he believes me and tells him to prepare 2 million caddies of sources, I need to practice. Wang Mingyuan looked very calm, and as soon as his words words fell, he floated away. Outsiders may not know what happened in the ancient Jiang family, but Jiang Yi must have understood something. Although he has drawn a clear line with the Jiang family, there are still some relatives and friends in the Jiang family. Even Wang Mingyuan's outing this time was suggested by the Jiang family, prompting him to come to Jiang Yi. He believed that as long as the token was handed over, Jiang Yi would trust him. As for whether Jiang Yi is willing to take out 2 million caddies of source, it is a test of trust. If he is willing to cooperate, Wang Mingyuan will be more sure. If he doesn't want to, then he won't have anything to lose. See you in the holy city in 7 days. After leaving this agreement, Wang Mingyuan left easily. He still needs to go to the vicinity of Purple Mountain. After all, there are some things that have not been retrieved. When he arrived at Zishan again, Wang Mingyuan did not go deep but circled around this area and quickly found the target. He found a group of bandits collecting protection fees in the mountain village, and they also called themselves the 13 Great Bandits. This can be regarded as a characteristic of the North. The northern regions have given birth to rare treasures with their unique natural environment, and a peculiar source can be condensed between heaven and earth, which is the crystallization of the essence of heaven and earth. Initially droplets, they solidify further into source stones. Just a palm-sized source stone contains unparalleled life essence, and its value during cultivation far exceeds that of heaven and earth. And this peculiar creation can seal people in it, even after tens of millions of years. As long as they do not take the initiative to break through the seal, they can maintain their current state and remain young forever. The reason why the Holy Land and the family have prospered for a long time is precisely because they have one after another sealed in the divine source, which is the inheritance left by the ancestor who was invincible in the world back then. However, although there are such peculiar creations in the northern regions, this area is not overgrown. Desert sand and stones can be seen everywhere, and it is rare to see oases. Accompanied by a never-ending nest of bandits, they searched everywhere for this kind of treasure of heaven and earth. The most famous are the 13 bandits, and there are countless small bandits under their names. The 13 great bandits had a great appetite, and they usually focused on the treasures of the desolate Holy Land or the family, and once they made a move, they would be earth-shattering, and they didn't look down on the scattered source at all. However, others are flocking to it. In order to collect more sources to help with cultivation, many small sects took the initiative to recruit a group of small bandits so that they could oppress them everywhere, like collecting taxes, forcing people from all over the world to provide sources regularly. In this process, it is inevitable that there will be oppression of goodness, burning, killing, and looting. After all, not everyone can deliver the source on time and in quantity. Wang Mingyuan is not a bodhisattva in the temple and does not have so much compassion. But when he saw with his own eyes that the entire village was dilapidated, the old, weak, sick, and disabled were killed at will, and women were raped, he did feel a little moved in his heart. Although I came with a purpose and wanted to get something, there are some things that I don't see as true, but when I see them, I feel differently. The turquoise sword from the Qing Emperor's tomb flashed instantly, and, in an instant, it cut down more than 80 bandits not far from the village. Only one bandit with the highest cultivation level and opened up a sea of suffering survived, and was immediately searched by Wang Mingyuan. Could it be that they were sent by small sects like Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven and Xiang Grotto Heaven? Wang Mingyuan thought to himself. Sure enough, they are black gloves. After completing the set goal, the sect will teach them certain introductory practice methods. However, they usually have nothing to do with the sect. After all, the sect still needs to maintain its innocence. Originally, Wang Mingyuan planned to understand the situation, especially to find the small sect that had a fire god furnace, and directly came to the door to kill the blood-stained people in this sect. But now seeing such a cruel scene, he couldn't help but spend an extra day and a half killing all the visible bandits in this area one by one. Of course, Wang Mingyuan thinks that he is not as good as the Lesan giant Buddha, but he also has a certain compassion. Cut the grass to remove the roots, otherwise the spring breeze will blow again. He followed the clues of these bandits and eliminated all the small sects that had been entrenched in this area for hundreds of years. These small sects live in the gap between large holy places and families, and usually live in remote places where the essence of heaven and earth is thin. Even if they had been passed down for hundreds of years, their cultivation level was not high, and the supreme head of the sect was just the triple heaven of the Tao Palace. In front of Wang Mingyuan, the waves rippled without ripples. In his palm, a phoenix spread its wings and flew high, spitting out a ray of colorful flames. The supreme head in front of him, who was collecting resources and preparing to break through to the triple heaven of the Tao Palace, did not even have a chance to resist and was instantly ignited by the colorful flames and turned into ashes. Only one furnace survived, which seemed to echo the true phoenix treasure technique. In the sky, a phoenix with wings spread appeared. At this time, Wang Mingyuan was running the Hangyu Sutra, and the stove was dripping and turning, actively integrating into his palm. With Wang Mingyuan's attack, the surface of the furnace has been concave or suddenly raised. But soon, this furnace will be like a true phoenix treasure technique, quickly recovering and healing without a trace. This is a weapon before Emperor Hangyu never said, and and the later Hangyu furnace is very similar to this furnace. It can even be said that the future Hangyu furnace is built in imitation of this stove. It's just that before Emperor Hangyu said it, the materials in his hand were not advanced enough to refine a better furnace. This is the source of the Hangyu furnace. The ancient Zheng family has been looking for the fire god furnace, but they have never found it. Wang Zheng Taishu had traveled here and wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, the god king Zheng Taishu went deep into the Purple Mountain and never came back. Wang Mingyuan held the fire god furnace in his hand, and there was a messy scene under his feet. Most of the people in this small sect, like the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, have already died. Only a few of those who were determined and opposed the sect's plundering of civilians and robbing resources survived. Because they are imprisoned in dungeons, if Wang Mingyuan does not come, they may soon face death. At this moment, they looked blankly at the sect that was engulfed by the colorful flames, stunned on the spot, not knowing what they were thinking in their hearts. Wang Mingyuan ignored them. Li Huoshin furnace vibrated gently and then merged into his sea of suffering. He took a deep look at the place, then turned and left. The time agreed with Jiang Yi, one of the 13 bandits, is not far off. Everything is in hand, everything is ready, and he is going to the appointment. Holy City, Tianzi No. 1 restaurant. The so-called room is actually a huge platform suspended above the sky, overlooking the entire Holy City. And there are many formations here to protect it. Outsiders can't spy on and eavesdrop at all. Legend has it that this is the property of a certain holy place and family. Jiang Yi agreed to meet Wang Mingyuan here. When he saw Wang Mingyuan, the figure among the 13 bandits seemed quite polite. You saved my brother's descendants? Then from now on, you will be my Jiang Yi's benefactor. Although he has been famous here for hundreds of years, his appearance is still like that of a young man, and he does not look old or handsome. In the face of Wang Mingyuan's request, he agreed without hesitation. I have prepared 2 million pounds of sources, most of which are divine and xenotype. Don't worry, with me, the Zheng family's hand can't be reached, and I will definitely protect you. This man had an extraordinary temperament, and when he met, he took out 2.2 million pounds of source, far exceeding Wang Mingyuan's expectations. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but nod slightly. Compared to the moodless contemporary Zheng family holy lord, this one looked more heroic. He didn't even ask for anything else, so he directly took out a jade bottle, filled the 2 million caddies of sources, and handed it to Wang Mingyuan, and asked curiously, "What does it mean to just Xiao Zhu? The news from Uncle Jiang Yong's side told me that you are my little ancestor?" Over the years, I have not had a deep connection with my family and I don't know the specific changes. It's very simple. Wang Mingyuan looked calm in the face of this curious question. Because in terms of bloodline, I am indeed closer to my ancestors than you, and I am your ancestor. Ha, did you just break out of the abyss recently? Jiang Yi still wanted to ask again. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to say, but those are not the main problems. Now the family has become like this, and even the clan has to copy the weapon, which really saddens me. I decided to rectify the family and bring it back to normal. I've always had this idea, but unfortunately I don't have enough ability. Jiang Yi sighed. The reason why he betrayed the Zheng family was precisely because he couldn't get used to the current situation of this family. It's enough to have this idea. Why don't you go with me to find a person with enough weight? For example, the ancestor of your lineage. 4,000 years ago, the divine body was completed, and the invincible god king Zheng Taishu in the world was completed. The god king ancestor is still alive? Where is he? Jiang Yi's heart was shaken. Now he is cultivated to the realm of Sendai, but when it comes to the ancestral god king Zheng Taishu, it is still difficult to calm down in his heart. He is now quite famous, shaking the northern regions, but he is only a giant role among the 13 great bandits. Even among these 13 bandits, he cannot be considered invincible. 4,000 years ago, his ancestor, the god king Zheng Taishu, had already dominated the eastern wilderness and was known as invincible. The gods and kings of the same generation turned to dust in front of him and were defeated by him. 4,000 years ago, the god king Zheng Taishu had already cultivated into the god king body and reached the realm of the immortal 3/Dao. However, he mysteriously disappeared and was never heard from again. I originally thought that under the leadership of the god king Zheng Taishu, the Zheng family would usher in a glorious prosperous era, but it all seemed to come to an abrupt end. Although it will not decline, it has indeed lost its former invincibility. Over the years, the descendants of the god king lineage have speculated many times. The god king had already achieved great success back then, and no one in the eastern wilderness was invincible. Even if other top holy places and families secretly put pressure, the god king would not disappear quietly, and the disappearance would inevitably leave traces. The only place where the god king could disappear silently was the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness. However, the god king was born early, and his longevity was extremely abundant, so he would not venture into the forbidden area to find the so-called holy medicine. Therefore, the descendants of the god king lineage have always believed that the god king may have been lost in a special secret realm. Over the years, they have never given up on their search for the god king. Not only them, but even the Zheng family was trying to search, but there were no clues. Now, Wang Mingyuan suddenly brings new clues. Zhang Yi was surprised, and a trace of excitement rose in his heart. The God King ancestor has always been fair. If he can return to control the situation, he will be able to rectify the chaos. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation, and had no intention of refusing at all. For Wang Mingyuan, the God King Jiang Taishu was an ancient man 4,000 years ago, which seemed very distant. But for Zhang Yi, this ancestor is just a figure from the previous generation or two. After all, it is not uncommon for the old monsters of the Sendai realm to live for 1 or 2,000 years, and even if the God King Jiang Taishu is 5,000 years old now, he is only the elder of the first 2 generations for Jiang Yi. In his memory, this ancestor is still alive. The God King is trapped in Purple Mountain, and it is not easy to save him. Jiang Yi's expression was heavy, and he didn't even care about more than 2 million pounds of sources, which was completely different from the contemporary Holy Lord of the Jiang family. Wang Mingyuan did not hide it and told him directly about his plan. It was the tomb of an ancient emperor, and later it became the resting place of the beginningless emperor. The God King was trapped in it while exploring, and there was no way to escape for 4,000 years, and if he wanted to save people, he was afraid that he would need the extreme Dao imperial soldiers. What? Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically after hearing this, and he felt a burst of confusion and pressure. After some thought, he finally decided, although there are extreme Dao emperor soldiers in the family, they are now like water and fire with me, and they almost have no contact with each other. I'm afraid I can't borrow the extreme Dao imperial soldier from the family and the contemporary Holy Lord. At this point, Zhang Yi sneered. He will definitely put obstacles in it. After all, there are no 2 days in the sky, and the Jiang family can only have 1 son and 1 Holy Lord. After the return of the God King Jiang Taishu, who would sit in this position became a problem. Even in the eyes of the God King Jiang Taishu, the position of the so-called Jiang family Holy Lord was just a joke, and he didn't look down on it at all. But today's Jiang family Holy Lord doesn't think so. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment, and said firmly, "This matter must be done. I will take the initiative to inform the Jiang family. The matter of saving the God King ancestor will definitely be implemented even if it is obstructed by the contemporary Holy Lord. But there are many dangers in it. Once the God King ancestor breaks out, in the process of restoring his state, I am afraid it is the most dangerous moment and the greatest risk." This keen exception quickly grasped the heart of the problem. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but nod in admiration. Indeed, this person's speculation was not wrong at all. The return of the God King Jiang Taishu was undoubtedly great news for the Jiang family. But even within the Jiang family's internal faction, there were still people who did not want the return of the God King Jiang Taishu. As for the outside, there are more forces that do not want the God King to appear again. According to the plot in the original work, after the God King Jiang Taishu is rescued from the Purple Mountain, the subsequent recovery process will face many difficulties. The Jiang family did not gather too many heavyweights, but there was a character whose background was not stimulated, and he was blocked by everyone at the door, almost breaking through the defense. At the same time, the top items needed for healing and recovery are extremely scarce. If it weren't for Yifan's strong assistance in it, using the juice flowing out of the true dragon immortal elixir and the divine spring from the desolate forbidden land, God King Jiang Taishu might not even have a chance to wake up. Even so, when encountering a terrible enemy in the middle, Yifan still needs help. At the same time, the God King Jiang Taishu's beloved Kaiyun Fairy also gave his life in the process. The whole recovery process can be described as full of contradictions, difficulties, and great costs. Even if the God King Jiang Taishu later killed a group of holy lords under the moonlit night, his reputation resounded all over the world and caused a sensation in the entire eastern wilderness, but this still left him with indelible regrets. How many internal disputes there are and how many external reasons there are, Wang Mingyuan is not clear in his heart, but he knew that if he did not have the luck of the protagonist, he would let the God King return openly and fall into this whirlpool. I am afraid it would be difficult to survive. Therefore, when he heard Zhang Yi's suggestion, he took the initiative to shake his head. The Jiang family has a great cause. Although the news spreads back, it will inevitably take action to save the God King, but the news of the God King's weakness will also spread rapidly, and it is still unknown whether it can be restored. If I want to save people, I have a way. Zhang Yi wanted to ask again, but saw Wang Mingyuan raising his hand, holding a verdant jasper lotus in his hand. He suddenly stopped talking, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Even if the jasper green lotus did not recover, it stayed there quietly, exuding boundless divine power. When he stared, he felt a trembling feeling and couldn't help but want to kneel. Qingdi soldiers? Zhang Yi recognized its origin with just one glance. The appearance of the Qing Emperor's tomb has been here for a while, and the relevant news has already spread here, and even the Huanggu Jiang clan has fought fiercely in it, suffering heavy casualties. He had some understanding of the situation there, but when he saw this extreme Dao Imperial soldier, his heart was still shocked. Doesn't the news say that this extreme Dao Imperial soldier was taken away by the demon race? Although he was puzzled, he just took a deep look, and Wang Mingyuan remained silent. For this figure known as Xiao Zhu in the family, he felt awe for the first time in his heart. There are still a lot of things that need to be prepared. Seeing that the extreme Tao imperial soldiers had successfully suppressed the other party's restlessness and uneasiness, Wang Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. The God King is in a state of extreme weakness during these 4,000 years, so it is necessary to prepare sufficient recovery medicine. I can go to Yaoqi for help. The divine spring used by Yaoqi to water the peach sacred tree is the gentlest, and I can get a large part of it. I can also try to exchange a peach from the Yaoqi. Although this peach is only the seed of the peach immortal elixir, and it has lost the effect of the peach immortal elixir, it also has the effect of living and dying human flesh and bones. Jiang Yi is indeed worthy of being the 13 major bandits of the northern regions, and the relationship is extensive, and Wang Mingyuan couldn't help nodding after hearing this. You can prepare more items in this area. Thinking of a nirvana he had tried before, Wang Mingyuan's heart moved. The true phoenix treasure art can make people nirvana and live out the second life. And the god King Jiang Taishu should actually have a certain certainty about living out the second life in the long years. It's just that you don't grasp it enough. It's still a life of death, and if you make a mistake, you will fall directly. The part about nirvana in the true phoenix treasure technique can greatly increase the probability of the god King's recovery. And phoenix nirvana does not need to be gentle, but needs enough creatures to fade away from the old body and give birth to a new body in the flames. It's okay to collect more treasures, spiritual materials and spiritual objects. I have a nirvana method in my hand, which may help the god king recover faster. Jiang Yi nodded and didn't ask more. He also didn't know what Jiang Yong said in his letter to him. Anyway, Jiang Yi's respect for Wang Mingyuan is obvious, and Wang Mingyuan is quite satisfied with this. Jiang Yi went to prepare more things, but Wang Mingyuan could not help in this regard, so he could only provide advice. After all, he had nothing in his hands, only tens of millions of pounds of sources. As for why Jiang Yi was also involved, he naturally hoped that he and the other 13 bandits would urge the extreme Tao imperial soldiers. The extreme Tao imperial soldier can be said to be the strongest weapon in the world before the great emperor was born, and under one blow, no one in the sky and on the earth could be defeated. But its consumption of divine energy is also extremely huge. Wang Mingyuan was just a small monk in the Taoist palace realm, and even if he tried his best, he couldn't revive the Qing emperor's soldiers too much. Bringing the Qing emperor's soldiers into Purple Mountain, he would instead expose the flaws of the extreme Tao emperor's soldiers. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan needs to take the initiative to seek foreign aid and let others help promote the extreme Tao imperial soldiers. Jiang Yi is undoubtedly a good choice. Jiang Yi went to prepare more items, while Wang Mingyuan went to a wilderness with tens of millions of pounds of sources. He is ready to make a breakthrough. Compared with Yifan's arduous search for resources and accumulating tens of millions of caddies, Wang Mingyuan's process was much easier. This is the advantage of his prophetic foresight. The only danger he encountered was the desolate ancient river, but he managed to put his name in the family tree. After all this, the communication with Jiang Yi has become much more relaxed and happy. Naturally, he also took advantage of Yifan. Wang Mingyuan mined almost all the famous stones in the stone workshops of the major holy places to accumulate source stones. In this way, the causal relationship between me and Yifan is much deeper, and I have used up the resources he will use. Although he understood this, Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate at all. After the God King was really rescued by him, the so-called 10 million pounds of yuan was not worth mentioning to him. At that time, he was a person of enlightenment. Chickens and dogs ascended to heaven, and Yifan was just one of them, and he didn't care if he helped a little more. Obviously in danger of a breakthrough, Wang Mingyuan's thoughts were still erratic. For the holy body, breaking through from the Tao Palace to the Four Poles was a natural moat, but it was not an insurmountable level for him. The continuous accumulation of sources around it turned this originally desolate land into a sea of essence. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath, and the next moment, a ray of colorful flames gushed out of his body, igniting the boundless essence. Rumble! The light of the flame was simply more dazzling than the sun, and the essence was boiling. It was supposed to be an earth-shattering scene, but it was suppressed by the green lotus shaking next to it, and all visions disappeared. Endless essence poured into Wang Mingyuan's body, causing him to enter a state similar to Phoenix Nirvana. The whole person seemed to have turned into a phoenix, spreading its wings and flying high in this power. This is a special method from the true phoenix treasure technique, and only continuous nirvana can forge a powerful race. In the boundless flames, Wang Mingyuan remained motionless, but his bones, muscles and skin were changing drastically. It was like a terrifying creature swimming under the skin, and the crackling sounded as if it had broken out of a cocoon and turned into a butterfly. The blood also changed violently in the process, turning into a special crimson gold, like a sun god flame burning in the sky. When the transformation reached its most intense moment, there was suddenly a thunderbolt that pierced through the sky and earth above his head. At this time, clouds shrouded in clouds, and boundless dark clouds covered the world. The thunder fell, and the skin and bones on Wang Mingyuan's body exploded, and blood splattered. If there were bystanders, they might think that he had died under the lightning, but the top masters could see the difference. The flying blood and bones had long since lost their vitality before the thunder fell, more like the cocoon of a silkworm chrysalis. The thunder instead fueled the breaking of the creatures in his body. Rumble. Like a never-extinguishing flame, Wang Mingyuan jumped out of his original body, his whole body burning with golden flames, like a super saiyan. The divine light gushed out in his eyes, and another bright thunder fell above his head, which smashed on him but turned into circles of shining fine thunder, shattering directly. If you look closely, Wang Mingyuan's body is surrounded by yin and yang, forming an indestructible shield. This is the clever use of Kuanping Bao Shu. After the fine thunder was shattered, countless small vortices appeared on Wang Mingyuan's body surface, swallowing the thunder into his body and tempering his newborn bones and muscles. Four poles. Feeling the new state and the powerful power, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but exhale lightly. When communicating with Jiang Yi in the Divine City, he once expressed the lack of next practice methods. Jiang Yi did not hesitate to give him the scriptures of the Four Poles and the Dragon chapter, but Jiang Yi did not have the scriptures of the Sendai realm because he practiced another chapter, which was his adventure outside. However, these scriptures are enough now. Anyway, the God King Jiang Taishu must have the full Hangyu Sutra in his hands, and even the taboo chapters in it should be complete. Different emperors have their own views on each realm and are good at different directions. The Taoist Heavenly Venerable has the most in-depth research on the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, and the Taoist scriptures he left behind, especially the first volume of the Wheel Sea Scroll, are known as the strongest scriptures in this realm. The realm of the Taoist palace is most famous for the Queen Mother of the West, and among the other remaining Western Emperor scriptures, the study of the Taoist palace is particularly thorough, which can be called the strongest scripture in the realm of the Taoist palace. As for the Four-Pole realm, the Hangyu Sutra inherited by the Jiang family is the most representative. The four poles not only refer to the limbs of the human body, but also represent the four poles of heaven and earth, covering the entire universe. This realm can further develop the human body and open more doors for the full release of God's power. It can not only open the portal in the limbs, but also connect the four poles to the root avenue of heaven and earth and the universe, thus giving people infinite combat power. When it comes to the depth and mystery of the realm of the four poles, the Hangyu Sutra is undoubtedly the first. Needless to say, the Taiwan Emperor's Taiwan Sutra claims to be invincible in this regard, and it is the most powerful method in the same realm. As for the Sendai realm, there are many controversies, but there is also a comparison between the moon and the sun, which is stronger and which is weaker. Yin and yang are mutually beneficial, and the world respects it. Practicing the two oldest scriptures of the human race, the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture, can be invincible in the Sendai realm. Wang Mingyuan longed to be invincible in the world and have combat effectiveness comparable to that of any great emperor or ancient emperor, but he did not need to practice the strongest method in every secret realm, because these scriptures were left by different emperors and ancient emperors, with their own imprints. They did not communicate with each other, and often even influenced each other and attacked each other. The five secret realms that are simple and messy are not as good as a book of imperial scriptures to cultivate from beginning to end. After all, any of the strongest people did not follow the path of other great emperors and ancient emperors to the top. They all had to carve out their own path. If you can't open up your own path, it will be difficult to reach even the quasi-emperor realm. At this time, Wang Mingyuan felt that his physical body was sublimating and further transforming on the original basis. This is a reborn change, even a change that occurs from the source, like the special transformation of a divine cicada. However, Wang Mingyuan's race has not changed. He is still a person. He felt that he was gradually approaching the true phoenix, and it seemed that the origin was also moving closer to the true phoenix in this many transformations. The immortal substances in my body are constantly increasing, becoming more and more intense, and my lifespan is still increasing. The divine soul in the center of the eyebrows swallowed the thunder and lightning that fell from the top of his head, tempering the divine soul to make it stronger, and the center of the eyebrows was also printed golden. The powerful divine soul power made him keenly aware of the various changes in his body, and the change in strength was not the largest, but the change in Shouyuan was the most significant. In the realm of the four poles, Wang Mingyuan felt that his lifespan had exceeded 3,000 years, and this was still an unsaturated state. According to my current state, if I stay in an area where immortal matter is rich, immortal matter will continue to pour into my body and fill the void in my body. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of the original reward, the complete baptism of the rules of heaven and earth in the ancient immortal period. At first, he felt that there was nothing special about it. After all, it was not a baptism that directly improved the realm or strength. For strong people like the desolate Heaven Emperor and the 10 Crown Kings, if they can obtain the perfect baptism of the rules of heaven and earth, it will make them reach a higher level, be able to reach the strongest in the same realm, achieve the immortal king in the future, and lay the foundation for the immortal king. But for Wang Mingyuan, this is just an ordinary baptism of rules, and if he wants to become stronger, he has to rely on his own efforts. After experiencing this baptism, he didn't feel anything special for a while, but now he noticed a difference. Is this a special bug? The rules of heaven and earth in the ancient immortal immortal period were extremely perfect, and the characters in the second realm of immortals could have almost infinite longevity. Of course, in the immortal ancient period, this realm was not called immortal too, but heavenly god. In the ancient period of immortals, reaching this state can already lead to immortality. As long as talented practitioners put in a little effort, they can basically reach this level. Therefore, most practitioners in the ancient period of immortals were indisputable and ethereal. However, with the destruction of the heavens and the earth in the ancient immortal period, the heavens and the earth were no longer complete, and the realm of all practitioners was affected. Life expectancy has been greatly shortened, and even if it reaches the peak of the humanitarian field, the lifespan is only 1 million years. Later, the heavens and the earth underwent more drastic changes, and their lifespan was further reduced. All practitioners suffered heavy damage from the great way of heaven and earth, and those who lived too long were killed on the spot. In the last fierce battle of the desolate heaven emperor, the 9 heavens and 10 earths completely collapsed, and the rules of heaven and earth became more and more chaotic. After endless years of baptism, heaven and earth gradually reunited into a ball. The rules of heaven and earth gradually became perfect in this process, and there were no shortcomings, which may also be influenced by the desolate heavenly emperor. After all, the desolate heaven emperor had tried to repair the heavens and the earth. When the desolate heaven emperor reached the level of the 10 evils, he experienced a death, and the soul collapsed, leaving only his physical body. After that, he lost all his memories and regained his composure. Unconsciously, he recollected many fragments of heaven and earth, even fragments of the immortal realm, and mixed them into one, forming a new 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, he continued to try to become an immortal in that era of absolute spirits, repeatedly opening channels and wanting to go to the immortal realm. Nowadays, in the great universe of covering the sky, many ancient paths to immortality made Wang Mingyuan suspect, which was likely to be the traces left by the desolate heaven emperor after trying. In the process, the desolate heaven emperor also found that the immortal realm had been shattered and created a small world on his own, intending to use it to repair the immortal realm, and left it in the third bronze coffin. Later, after the desolate heaven emperor regained his memory, he directly attacked the immortal realm with his supreme strength. These things left behind are useless, and at the same time, the influence of heaven and earth on the practitioners is gradually fixed. Even if it is a great emperor, he can only live for 10,000 years. However, there seems to be something unusual here with Wang Mingyuan. I have a perfect set of rules of heaven and earth in the immortal ancient period, although I can't rush out of the body and affect the outside world and others, but in my body it is self-contained, and I am considered a person from the immortal ancient period. He thought to himself, in other words, when I reach the second realm of immortals, I may have endless longevity. Yuan. Of course, theory is theory, reality is another matter. Wang Mingyuan is very clear about this. Theoretically, his longevity essence would be endless, but the immortal matter between heaven and earth was limited. At least in this heaven and earth he was in, the immortal matter was not too abundant. He continued to absorb immortal matter like a black hole, but until now he had only absorbed enough immortal matter to live for about 3,000 years. He could feel that his body was still empty, longing for the filling of immortal matter. If you can go to a place with rich immortal substances, such as the Taichu ancient mine and the immortal mountain closest to here, Wang Mingyuan has a very high understanding of the great way of heaven and earth, and can even easily defeat the thunder when crossing the thunder tribulation, and his mind can fly far away. However, when he thought of the desolate forbidden land and the immortal mountain, he couldn't help but have a cold war. If I really walk over and become a black hole of immortal matter, I will definitely be discovered by the Dark Supreme, who is most sensitive to show Yuan for the first time. Next, what the Dark Sovereign would do, Wang Mingyuan didn't dare to think. If in the era when Emperor Yi Tian reigned over the world with such characteristics, Wang Mingyuan would simply wake up laughing, because at that time, he was equivalent to a red dust immortal, and he could basically live forever. Even if Emperor Yi Tian discovered this characteristic of him, he would not target him. At most he would only study 1 or 2. But in this era, Wang Mingyuan only felt his scalp tingle. In the future, even if it is a desolate forbidden land, try to avoid it and hide as far as you can. The ruthless emperor is known as the great emperor of the human race, with great merits to the human race, and at the same time extremely gentle to Yi Fan, but not necessarily to others. Wang Mingyuan did not forget how the ruthless emperor became enlightened in the first life, that was to step on the bones of the kings to become a generation of emperors. If you really want to take action, the ruthless emperor is not a delicate queen, she has the strength and means. Wang Mingyuan does not dare to provoke. If you can't go to other restricted areas, you can't go close. After discovering this special situation, Wang Mingyuan wanted to take the initiative to control the body's absorption of immortal matter, but he found it difficult. He was able to suppress his body, but it could only slow down and not completely control it. Absorbing the immortal matter that was free between heaven and earth was more like an instinct of his. It's really painful and happy. In such a situation, it is really my mission to fight against the Dark Supreme. If I get caught by them one day, today, then I will suffer. A body with an almost infinite lifespan made Wang Mingyuan dare not imagine what the Supreme in the Forbidden Area would do after discovering him. This is even more amazing than the road to immortality. As he discovered this, at the same time as the moment when the Thunder Tribulation was covered, the immortal matter between heaven and earth became extremely active, and Wang Mingyuan instantly lost the mood to continue to cross the tribulation. Suddenly, he swung a blow, surrounded by pure white and pure black holy power, turning into a huge koan. With the accumulation of endless thunder and lightning, koan suddenly flapped his wings and turned into a rock bird, and the entire dark cloud was pierced by him, instantly brightening. The thunder and lightning between heaven and earth rolled, as if they felt anger and wanted to conceive again. However, the 49 heavenly tribulation reached this stage and it was already over, and the rules of heaven and earth made the thunder tribulation gradually dissipate, although heaven and earth were unwilling. Wang Mingyuan landed steadily, put away the extreme Tao Emperor's soldiers for the first time, and the whole person instantly turned into a streamer, which was his Kuanping treasure technique to the limit, and disappeared from heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. At the moment when he disappeared, powerful divine thoughts swept around, communicating and colliding with each other, making a sound like thunder. Extremely powerful thunder and lightning magic? No, there should be a person here to survive the tribulation. Such a calamity thunder, judging by its strength, it should not be the realm of Sendai. Which Tianzhou is it? The divine thoughts collided and searched, but the person was not found. At this time, Wang Mingyuan had already fled. After reaching the four-pole realm, he felt that his state had improved further, but he was still only at the level of about the 8 prohibitions and could not go further. In this state now, the realm can be regarded as keeping up with the level of the saints and saints of the younger generation, reaching the top level. But there are too many old forces in this era. The realm of the holy son of Yaoguang should be higher, and my son Wangtang is definitely more than the realm of the four poles. Wang Mingyuan's heart was full of joy, but he was not complacent. After returning to the holy city, he began to slowly adjust his breath and feel the great way of heaven and earth. After the four-pole realm, it is no longer so easy to continue to break through, not only requiring cultivation resources, but also having a deep understanding of the great way of heaven and earth. Wang Mingyuan has the original true solution, the true Phoenix treasure technique, and the Kuanping treasure technique, but he is not afraid of these. On the 4th day of staying in the holy city, Jiang Yi visited again. I didn't exchange the peaches, and the Yaoqi side didn't let go. Mentioning this, Jiang Yi felt a little regretful. However, he only had this one thing, and he couldn't exchange it for other recovery help, but he exchanged a lot of spiritual objects with mild medicinal properties. In the Yaoqi, he changed the core spring water to a whole pool. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but nod when he saw this. With such a large number of treasures, coupled with the fact that they quietly went deep into Purple Mountain, the number of participants was extremely small, and the news that the God King Jiang Taishu was still alive would naturally not spread, giving them more time for the God King to recover. With these preparations, it is almost enough. With these preparations, we are about to set off. Going deep into Zishan is not aimless and unplanned. Wang Mingyuan touched a piece of jade in his hand, which he got when he swept away many forces around Zishan. This piece of jade is simple and special. It doesn't look complete, and obviously there are other jade stones that can make up a piece. This was one of the targets that Wang Mingyuan deliberately collected when he went to Zishan Mountain, which was the imperial jade left by the beginningless emperor. With this token, you can enter Purple Mountain and come back alive. If you can collect 9 pieces, and at the same time it is an innate holy body, Tao Fetus, you can enter Purple Mountain to open the beginningless sutra and get the inheritance of the beginningless emperor. Unfortunately, the innate holy body Taoist fetus has not yet been born. Without this token, if you don't enter through the right channel, if you come out of the right channel, even if you hold the extreme Tao imperial soldier, you will die in the Purple Mountain. Wang Mingyuan knew the gold content of the beginningless emperor, and he was also an extreme imperial soldier, and the beginningless bell was even about to become an immortal weapon. He fights the extreme Tao emperor soldiers, and he can fight as many as he wants. If it is chaotic in the Purple Mountain, how many people will die? Then let's go. Wang Mingyuan was a little apprehensive, while Jiang Yi was full of confidence. In his opinion, there are extreme Tao imperial soldiers who can sweep the world, and they will definitely not encounter obstacles. He couldn't wait to save the God King, and then return to the Jiang family to beat up the contemporary Holy Lord. In a huge abandoned vein hundreds of miles away from Zishan, Jiang Yi's face was full of doubts. Why don't you just rush in with the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and you have to take a corner? He was so excited that he even tried to activate the extreme Tao imperial soldier. After all, when he was in the Jiang family, he had never had such treatment and could not personally control the extreme Tao imperial soldiers. And Wang Mingyuan looked at him with an idiot eye. If it weren't for remembering that in the original work, Jiang Yi, as one of the 13 great bandits, brought a group of people to the rescue when the God King Jiang Taishu encountered difficulties, Wang Mingyuan would have wanted to scold him directly at this moment. At that time, Jiang Yi was high-spirited and proud, but now he looked looks a little silly. Do you think you can wander around the tomb of the great emperor at will? Do you think you are stronger than the God King? Or do you think you have the best physique in the world, and you can continue to revive the extreme Tao imperial soldiers in the Sendai realm? Confronting the extreme emperor soldiers supported by the great emperor's formation, can they hold on forever? Wang Mingyuan asked 3 questions in a row, which directly silenced Jiang Yi. But after a moment of silence, Jiang Yi was still a little excited. After all, this was the first time he and Wang Mingyuan had explored the tomb of the great emperor, and he was still holding the extreme imperial soldier in his hand. He was secretly proud in his heart, as if a child was holding a straight stick in his hand, and the weeds on the side of the road had to suffer. Wang Mingyuan felt speechless for the first time. A person who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, how could he be so unstable? However, this living treasure-like character made Wang Mingyuan's heart relax a little, and the tension was reduced a lot. Entering Zishan, Wang Mingyuan was actually a little apprehensive. After all, the risk was not small. Of course, in fact, I have the Emperor Jade and the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and the risk I encounter is much smaller than Yi Fan. The problem is not too big. He touched the piece of imperial jade in his arms and strengthened his confidence. Compared to Yi Fan, I am already lucky enough. Yi Fan has never gotten a complete imperial scripture from beginning to end, and each part has gone through hardships. Only Taoist scriptures are relatively easy. This vein had long been depleted, and Jiang Yi fell directly from his weakest point to more than 3,000 meters before landing. As soon as it fell, there was a movement of spreading its wings in the air. A strange humanoid creature with a wingspan of 4 meters and a height of 2 meters suddenly pounced. But before he got close to Wang Mingyuan, a divine light erupted from Jiang Yi's eyes, which immediately split it in half. Magic bat? After seeing the specific appearance, Jiang Yi was surprised, because this was a strange magical creature that would only be born in the land of great evil. However, this is not the end. As they go deeper, there are more and more of this peculiar bat creature, and finally there are even terrifying monsters with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and a height of more than 5 meters. But in front of Jiang Yi, these were just local chickens and dogs, and he did not use the treasures he carried with him, and killed them one by one with only divine power. This strong sense of security made Wang Mingyuan breathe a sigh of relief, but he also knew that this was just an appetizer, and the next thing was the real test. After this part, continue to go deeper, but no other creatures appear. The dark ancient mine was empty, and I don't know how many years it had been dry. At first, it was very peaceful all the way. The only special thing was that this place was completely devoid of life, as if there was no living life. They traveled dozens of miles all the way, except for the land gradually becoming soft. There was nothing else unusual. Jiang Yi wanted to speak several times, but was stopped by Wang Mingyuan with a look each time, which made him silent. This unruly figure once took the initiative to betray the Zhang family and appeared extremely active. However, the one who was higher in the family than him conveyed the news that he would respect Wang Mingyuan and call Wang Mingyuan Xiaozu. Jiang Yi guessed that Wang Mingyuan broke out of a certain divine source, and his seniority was probably surprisingly high. He silently thought in his heart that Wang Mingyuan not only determined the position of the God King, but also borrowed the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, which added a mysterious aura to Wang Mingyuan. Of course, the most important thing was that he noticed that Wang Mingyuan had seemed impatient, for fear that Wang Mingyuan would revive the majesty of some of the extreme imperial soldiers, and beat him to death with a hammer. Something is wrong around. Wang Mingyuan continued to move forward, and Jiang Yi took the initiative to stand in front of him, frowning and looking around. It still seems calm and normal, but the temperature has begun to gradually drop compared to the beginning. Even though he was a powerful practitioner, he gradually felt cold in his body here. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's eyes turned to the surrounding rock walls, and his heart moved. There are ancient murals carved on the rock wall, which I don't know how many years have existed. At a cursory glance, it may be more than 100,000 years old. Jiang Yi watched intently, and Wang Mingyuan also glanced at it. At first it was just someone who found a vein here, and then began to mine here. The record on the mural is simple and clear, but over time the situation has gradually changed. Because they dug out a peculiar creature in this vein, with a horn on its head and 6 wings on its back, the entire mine fell into disaster as a result, and the creatures were terrifying and powerful. Whenever it roared to the sky, the ground would crack, and magma would gush out from the ground, showing the momentum of reigning over the world. Jiang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. This is digging up the primeval creatures, and it is likely to be as strong among the immemorial creatures, even a royal family. Others living in the northern regions may not know much about primeval creatures, but he is different. He is one of the 13 great bandits. He robbed the mineral deposits of major holy places and families all year round, and he had a deep understanding of the secrets in the minerals. Mining often encounters all kinds of strange and unpredictable situations, sometimes inexplicably bloody, and the miners of the entire mine suffer fatalities. There are also people who dig up a huge and incomparably large divine source, and actually seal powerful and terrifying immemorial creatures. This situation often requires several holy places and families to join forces to suppress it, and sometimes even need to use the heirloom holy soul soldiers. Every time an immemorial creature is dug up, it means that blood flows into rivers and heavy casualties. And now, this mural records such a scene. But Jiang Yi soon realized that his surprise was still too early. In the blink of an eye, the next mural depicts the powerful primeval creature, kneeling on the ground, offering and worshipping a huge divine source in a bowing posture. This made him feel a wave of horror, and the divine source was hazy and unrecognizable. But Jiang Yi could be sure that there must be creatures in the divine source, and they were peerless powerhouses. In the next mural, the characters near the divine source died, and the corpses of thousands of living beings floated on the ground. Even if the creature has not yet broken the seal, it has already caused extremely terrifying lethality. After that, the scene about the divine source was simply like a cool text, and countless creatures died in the area where it appeared. The powerful immemorial creature kept bowing to it, until the style of painting suddenly changed, and an incomparably powerful human race suddenly appeared. His figure was completely invisible, only a hazy aura shrouded him, and above his head, there is a stick figure written with the word Emperor. This is? Jiang Yi's heart swelled with horror, and he felt a kind of excitement of contacting the secrets of the ancient period. A human emperor? At this moment, there is no suspense in this picture, and a terrifying war breaks out between the two, and finally, everything is suppressed. The subsequent pictures are incomplete, and some of the murals are damaged and difficult to see. But Wang Mingyuan knows this quite well. This should be the revival of the immortal Queen of the Year, who wants to reign over the land. However, in the end, he met the beginningless emperor. The beginningless emperor suppressed everything and resealed the immemorial creatures. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan felt a feeling of reliving the sky, but Jiang Yi beside him had already stood upright. The remains left by a great emperor, looking at the traces of this vein, should be around 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago. As a person who has been educated in an orthodox ancient family, Jiang Yi has extremely rich knowledge in this area. After thinking about it for a while, I probably guessed the person who made the move. It's the beginningless emperor. After learning this, he fell silent, and there were many records of the beginningless emperor in the cultivation world, and there were countless legends. All of this can be summed up in one sentence. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road, and the beginningless path is empty at first sight. This sentence is enough to show the strength of the beginningless emperor. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi continued to move forward, but gradually discovered the difference, and the originally black soil gradually turned gray and white. Whenever he stepped on the ground, he would hear the sound of bones cracking. Jiang Yi stared down at the land, his expression changing slightly, because this layer of gray-white material was nothing else. It was layer after layer of bones, spread all over the earth, crumbling and turning into bone meal. Combined with the scene on the mural, God knows how many creatures died here back then. Originally thinking that they would face great danger, both of them held their breath and concentrated, but when they crossed this distance and walked several miles, Jiang Yi was stunned, because the front is not the Jedi or fierce land in front of you. At this time, endless essence gushed out in front of him, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so rich that it was suffocating, as if he was in a grotto heaven-blessed land. And the area quickly lit up, emitting a gentle light, completely no longer the gloomy and cold before. It is as if you have suddenly stepped from the cold winter to the warm summer. In this area, fiery red birds flutter high in the air, while an all-scaly earth dragon sits through it. However, their movement seems silent, and if you look closely, you can find that they are not living things, but a vision formed by the condensation of the essence of endless heaven and earth. This is the source, and it is the source of the gods. Jiang Yi frowned, not as excited about the treasure as ordinary people, but felt more and more tricky. We have to be careful. This kind of treasure can never appear here for no reason. Either the terrain here is extremely dangerous and impossible for people to pass, or there are peerless beasts hidden. Wang Mingyuan looked down at the ground, which was also covered with skeletons one after another. Unlike the previous ashes, these bones still maintain their intact form after an unknown number of years. Even the bones were flowing with white light. It is certain that they were all top powerhouses during their lifetime. However, here, for some reason, they died inexplicably. Continuing to walk forward, I finally found a clue, and after walking about a mile, in the place where the essence was the strongest, two spring eyes suddenly appeared, one black and one white. It was the yin and yang eye, and the whole formed a Tai Chi diagram in this area. On one side, the aura soared into the sky and the spirit was surging, while on the other side, the evil aura was rolling, implying endless murderous intent and death. Relatively few people died here, but each skeleton was exceptionally special, and the traces showed that they had been dead for anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands of years. Jiang Yi frowned at this time. He tried to take out a magic weapon and stretch it forward, but thousands of sword chi in the Taiji diagram instantly gushed out, and in an instant, the treasure of the Sendai realm was cut to pieces. This is a naturally formed Jedi, and it is very difficult to break through with our strength. Before they really entered Purple Mountain, they had already encountered difficulties. Wang Mingyuan remembered that Yi Fan was able to walk through here through the means related to the source technique through the gift of Zhang Wuya, a descendant of Zheng Tianshi. He hasn't been in contact with it yet, but he's not panicked. At this time, he put the extreme Tao Emperor's soldiers forward. Activate it. Zhang Yi honestly injected the endless divine energy in his body into the extreme Tao Imperial soldiers. Even if he tried his best, the Qinglian Imperial soldiers only shone slightly, emitting a hazy brilliance, barely sheltering Wang Mingyuan and himself. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and without hesitation, the two strode forward together. In this process, the two spring eyes inside the Tai Chi diagram continued to spew out endless essence and terrifying evil energy, forming thousands of sword chi fiercely slashing violently. But these sword chi fell on the thin protective cover of the extreme Tao Imperial soldiers, as if they could be shattered with a light touch, but they turned into ashes in an instant, without a trace. After passing here, they finally reached the end of this vein. A purple mountain wall appeared in front of them, and the purple mountain arrived. Without using the extreme Tao Imperial soldiers, Wang Mingyuan took out a small turquoise sword obtained from the tomb of the Qing Emperor, and began to dig continuously on this purple mountain, quickly digging a passage. Zhang Yi silently guarded by his side. What is frightening is that they walked into the road that had just been excavated, and it healed quickly. The peak seems to come to life. Wang Mingyuan desperately went straight ahead. Rumble. When he swung his eyes and opened his eyes again, there was already a green jade step in front of him. They finally arrived inside the purple mountain, and in front of them were patches of white jade palaces. Along the way, Zhang Mingyuan quickly discovered an unusual scene, because a line of writing appeared on the purple rock wall. God King Jiang Taishu mistakenly entered the demon mountain and decided to take a look. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi was almost overwhelmed with excitement. The God King ancestor is really here. This mountain peak is so weird that it actually trapped the God King ancestor here. He should be imprisoned by the powerful primeval creatures inside the mountain. He was full of excitement and his words gushed endlessly. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath and gradually felt a little confident in his heart. The words are like dragons and snakes, and the momentum is compelling. Even just looking at these words, you can feel the character's strong self-confidence and excellent cultivation. 4,000 years ago, the God King Jiang Taishu's God King body had already been completed, slaying the three paths of immortals, and at the same time practicing the Dozi secret, which was known as the first attack. He is known as the most powerful being in the past 5,000 years. At that time, he was still young, high-spirited, and full of energy. But thinking of the miserable situation of the God King Jiang Taishu in the Purple Mountain, Wang Mingyuan almost couldn't help laughing. At this time, Zhang Yi was still very excited. His heart was surging. He stroked the line and praised, even after 4,000 years, this line can still feel the domineering spirit of the God King ancestor. Wang Mingyuan was silent and did not say a word, and everyone's next actions became more and more rapid. Soon, they saw the inscriptions of other characters on the purple rock wall. Although the inscription of the God King Jiang Taishu is quite old, it is the youngest of these words. Next, the handwriting appears frequently, often traces of tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Yaoqi Saint Yang Yi is looking for Zhang Lin and staying before entering the magic mountain. Seeing this line, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. It is rumored that there is a generation of saints in Yaoqi who married Master Yuan Tian. Although it has always been a rumor that it has not been confirmed, I didn't expect that there was really a saint marrying outside. He was very surprised. After all, the women of Yaoqi have never married, especially the saintess of Yaoqi. Those Yaoqi women are all beautiful and moving, attracting countless young talents from the eastern wilderness, and they are all eager to marry a Yaoqi woman, but no one has succeeded for many years. To be able to make a generation of Yaoqi saints take the initiative to come and look for it is simply a lifelong agreement. They continued to walk, and from time to time they could see some handwriting that was not very deep, obviously the one with the weakest cultivation among the practitioners who came here. He is Zhang Jie, a descendant of the Zhang family, and it was he who lost the Yuan Tian book inherited by the Zhang family in the Purple Mountain. He did not rely on his cultivation to go deep into this place, but with his attainments and source techniques, and as a result, he died here unsurprisingly. Wang Mingyuan had some ideas about the Yuan Tian book. After all, it was able to see through the substances contained in the strange stones, and later even set up formations in the cosmic starry sky. It is very powerful whether it is used to gather resources or against people. Yifan relied on the source technique to directly duel with the hegemony when his cultivation was insufficient, and finally won the battle. Used as an attack, and the means are also not inferior. On the purple rock wall, a total of 37 people left words. Among the 37 people, the oldest and most powerful was Gu Tianshu 70,000 years ago. Even after 70,000 years, the words he left behind still have a rhyme. The purple cave twists and turns, making it difficult to discern the direction, but it is not dim, because there is a purple brilliance that is nurtured in it, which can be regarded as bright. As they walked inside, they faintly felt a magical force calling. Wang Mingyuan was able to barely restrain himself at first, but when he saw Zhang Yi not being able to move forward, his heart couldn't help but jump. He took the initiative to step forward, and the green lotus in his hand swayed slightly, emitting a little blue light. Zhang Yi suddenly recovered from the demonic call. His face was pale and sweaty. There are terrifying creatures stirring up demonic thoughts in my heart. Even I don't even know notice it. This is definitely a saint. Jiang Yi came from a desolate family and knew better, so he became more and more uneasy. He understood why the God King ancestor was trapped in the Purple Mountain. With such a horror here, no matter how many people come, they will not escape death. Even he, the power of a fairy second realm, was seduced without even the slightest resistance or awareness. I can't imagine how high the realm of that creature is, and the area is still quiet at this time, indicating that the terrible creature is not awake, and I am afraid that it is still asleep. Just now he was just passively seduced by the other party. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt, but Wang Mingyuan didn't care, and his eyes even flashed with excitement because he found a corpse in front of him. This corpse bone is not strong compared to the previous ones, it has collapsed a little, and it does not have the bright luster that has not rotted for thousands of years. What shocked Wang Mingyuan's heart was that there was a silver ancient book lying quietly next to the bones. At the same time, there were broken stone clothes and stone knives around the bones, which was probably the bold Zhang Jie of the Zhang family. Quick, activate the Qingdi soldiers, let's go over together. Although Jiang Yi was frightened, he still obediently obeyed Wang Mingyuan's arrangement. In this chaotic and terrible crisis, Wang Mingyuan appeared particularly calm. The extreme Dao Imperial soldiers emitted a soft light, enveloping the two of them. In an instant, the terrible magic sound disappeared, and they smoothly got the book back all the way. The cover of the book had the words Yuantian book written on it, which made Wang Mingyuan can't help but smile and squint his eyes. Coming here, he did not choose to explore deeply, but circled around the caves. Because in his memory, the God King Jiang Taishu did not go too deep into the Purple Mountain, probably only within the scope of the magic sound. After going around for half an hour, Wang Mingyuan finally made a discovery. Are you who? A weak voice sounded in his ears. Wang Mingyuan heard it very clearly, and Jiang Yi also heard it clearly. Jiang Yi was like a kitten with fried hair, covered in divine power, like a god. And Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Although the voice was weak and intermittent, he knew in his heart that the only one who could speak in the Purple Mountain and was in a weak state was the God King Jiang Taishu. Me? Wang Mingyuan responded while motioning for Jiang Yi to follow and walk in the direction of the sound. Soon, they came to a flawless jade table, and a figure could be faintly seen inside the jade wall, as well as a tall, scaly demon shadow. When Jiang Yi saw it, he immediately clenched the Qingdi soldiers and felt a hint of danger. Don't worry, he's now in a deep sleep. The voice sounded in their ears again, and only then did they notice that inside was a thin figure, skinny and boneless, almost only a skeleton remained, and it was this person who was talking. Who are you? If it weren't for Wang Mingyuan's holding of the Qing Emperor's soldiers, he suspected that Jiang Yi might have bombarded the extreme Emperor's soldiers. In such a situation, and this scene was really a bit terrifying, which made him feel uneasy. However, the next moment the answer surprised him, and he was furious. God King Jiang Taishu. What? How dare you insult my Jiang family God King ancestor? He suddenly hit the jade in front of him, and the jade wall shook, and cracks appeared. Wang Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. Ha! In his memory, the God King Jiang Taishu was joined forces by multiple holy places and families to enter Purple Mountain with the help of several extreme imperial soldiers to rescue him. Of course, this incident quickly spread the news that the God King Jiang Tai was weak and dying spread throughout the eastern wilderness, and then caused great turmoil in the holy city. Wang Mingyuan knew that the God King Jiang Taishu was here, but before he saw the extreme Dao Emperor soldier, he had no intention of coming to investigate. On the one hand, Zishan was too dangerous, and without the protection of powerful extreme Dao Emperor soldiers, he was not sure that he would be able to get out safely. On the other hand, the God King was sealed in the stone wall, and his lack of strength could not break that seal and rescue the God King Jiang Taishu. This is from the perspective of the original Yifan, but now it seems that the situation is not as bad as imagined. If you remember correctly, when Yifan mistakenly entered Zishan, he also relied on the treasure left by Master Yuan Tian. When he entered Purple Mountain, he was not even in the secret realm of the Taoist palace. The God King Jiang Taishu was very sorry after understanding the situation, thinking that Yifan could not save him. In despair, afraid that the secret of the word would be lost, he passed on the secret of the word to Yifan, and then fell silent. Normally, the God King Jiang Taishu should die in the Purple Mountain, but Yifan really deserves to be Yifan. If others treat him well, he will repay him tenfold and 100 times, and if others treat him badly, so do he. After receiving the inheritance of the God King, he spread the news that the God King Jiang Taishu was in trouble in Zishan, and finally rescued the God King. Later, he was even more willing to use the immortal elixir to save the God King. From this point of view, the practitioners of the Will See realm may not be able to rescue the God King, but the power of the Sendai Second Heaven realm may not be helpless. The current God King Jiang Tai was so weak that it was almost impossible to support it, and he was barely able to sustain his life with only one breath left, unable to struggle out. If there is help from outsiders, it is a different matter, such as Jiang Yi, who is now smashing the wall with all his might. God King, ancestor? The voice of the God King Jiang Taishu was intermittent, but it seemed to be more exciting than before. before. You are Jiang family, ancestor, am I already an ancestor? His tone was full of excitement, but with a hint of indescribable melancholy. After all, when he stepped into Purple Mountain, he was in his prime and young. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 years passed, and he was trapped here, unable to move, and when he saw the new man again, he was called the God King Ancestor. This feeling is really difficult to express in words. At this time, Wang Mingyuan firmly believed that Zhang Yi could solve the problem alone. He didn't make a move, he just infused all his divine power into the extreme Dao Imperial soldier in his hand, letting it emit a faint light in case of sudden changes. Zhang Yi seemed very brave, especially when it came to his ancestors, who quickly pierced the entire cave. Then, he saw the skinny figure inside and immediately prepared to strike hard. My God King Ancestor reigns over the entire eastern wilderness, what a pride. It's just that I accidentally fell into the Purple Mountain, and I want to be insulted by you like this, it's too presumptuous. Do you think that hiding in the rock wall will not be able to do anything to you? Today I want you to understand that the desolate family cannot be insulted. Even in the Purple Mountain, even if you want to fight against the immemorial creatures, I will make you pay. He raised his hand to punch, but was stopped by Wang Mingyuan. Don't say it, since it has been broken, then bring the God King. Our purpose of coming here has been accomplished, delaying will only cause trouble, let's leave quickly. Ha! Zhang Yi looked at Wang Mingyuan in astonishment, and then glanced at the skeleton-like monster in front of him. What did you say? I said this is the God King Ancestor we came here to save. How is this possible? The God King Ancestor is a genius. I have seen the portrait of the ancestor. The God King Jiang Taishu is a handsome and dashing hero, and his appearance is also first class in the land of the eastern wilderness. At that time, it even moved the heart of a saint in a holy place, and she vowed not to marry him. As a result, after 4,000 years of not being seen, the God King Jiang Taishu actually only had a secondary skeleton left? He did not believe it, and he did not believe in death. At Wang Mingyuan's strong request, Zhang Yi finally brought the skeleton-like God King with him. After completing the goal, Wang Mingyuan had no interest in exploring the Purple Mountains at all. Even if he knew that there were the world's top inheritances here, many treasures left by the beginningless Sutra and the beginningless Emperor, and even the relics of the immortal Emperor. But those things were not something he could touch at the moment, and he didn't want to take a second look at them at all. In order to facilitate his escape, he simply picked up the God King Jiang Taishu and hung the piece of imperial jade on his belt, which was particularly conspicuous. Then, he asked Zhang Yi to try his best to revive the extreme Dao imperial soldier in his hand, and quickly rushed out along the way he came. When walking outside, he vaguely seemed to hear a dog barking from behind, but Wang Mingyuan did not look back. This escape did not encounter many surprises. Although the God King Jiang Taishu on his back was weak, he was not as weak as Yi Fan when he came. At this time, he still maintained a clear mind, and as he moved forward, his condition gradually improved. Are you my Jiang family? Why isn't it my Jiang family's Hangyu furnace? Has something happened to the family? Although the God King Jiang Taishu was weak, he still had a lot of words. At this time, his beloved, Fairy Kaiyun, had not yet died, and he had not experienced tragic changes. On Wang Mingyuan's back, he actually looked quite talkative. Of course, something happened to the family, a group of white-eyed wolves, and even someone offered a reward to kill my ancestor, so I had to find a way to solve it, so I could only run around. Wang Mingyuan did not miss any opportunity to apply eye drops. He didn't encounter too many accidents when he rushed out, but Wang Mingyuan still had no intention of stopping. It wasn't until he rushed out of the Orvane for more than 100 miles that he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi's heart was full of doubts and puzzles, and what puzzled him the most was that he couldn't believe that the skinny person in front of him was actually the God King Jiang Taishu. Until Jiang Taishu read out a few passages from the Hangyu Sutra for him, which were the secret classics of the Jiang family, and only the Jiang family's direct lineage could practice. Is it really the God King Ancestor? I've already said it, trust me, bring me what I prepared before. After confirming that it was indeed the God King Jiang Taishu who was rescued, Zhang Yi immediately became honest. He thought of the offense he had offended Jiang Taishu and Zishan before, and hurriedly took out the jade bottle from his arms. The jade bottle is filled with Yaoqi water, which is used to water the core spring water of the peach tree. Don't recover here first, stay away from Zishan. Wang Mingyuan glanced back at the towering purple peak behind him, still feeling uneasy in his heart. Even though he knew that powerful and terrifying creatures would not suddenly appear in Purple Mountain, staying nearby always made him feel a faint uneasiness. He knew what kind of bomb pack it was, and most of the power left by the undead emperor was hidden here. Fortunately, this uneasiness and discomfort were gradually suppressed and turned into excitement, because now is the time to take stock of the harvest. The silver Yuan-Tian book shone brightly in his arms, shimmering with light, and Jiang Taishu, who is like a skeleton, is in good condition because they came to save him a few years in advance. At least so far he has not been in a coma. Far enough away from Purple Mountain and not close to the holy city, Wang Mingyuan made a hole in a mountain peak and moved Jiang Taishu in. Zhang Yi was honestly guarding outside, and the spring water of Yaoqi, the artifact that restores divine power and nourishes flesh and blood, is desperately moving everything inside. The god King Jiang Taishu has been sealed in the Purple Mountain for more than 4,000 years, and he is very eager for information from the outside world, and his heart is full of desire to know. But he also understands that the most important thing now is to restore himself. At first, he was not absorbing quickly, basically swallowing the spring water of Yaoqi slowly, because it was the gentlest divine spring. After all, after more than 4,000 years of poverty and hardship, if he made up for too much at once, even if he was already a saint, he might be directly mended to death. Wang Mingyuan sat aside, and at this time the Xian life system came with a prompt again. As the seed of the strongest, at the age of 20, you once again broke into the lair of a true phoenix, entered the treasure mountain, and returned with the treasure. Evaluation: A. Reward: the precious blood of the 4 pure-blooded creatures, a holy medicine plant. Legendary plus 15. Mythic plus 5. Legendary 45. Mythical 15. Wang Mingyuan touched his chin. He didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Another unexpected experience. But this time is not the end. There are new changes waiting for him. Even the strongest will still have a fragile childhood and need to find a force to protect them. The desolate heavenly emperor grew up at a young age and was protected by the willow god. After entering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there was the protection and guidance of Qi Daolin of the Supreme Hall and Meng Tianzhang, one of the strongest in the humane field. Mission: entering the 9 heavens and 10 earths for the first time. Rumble. Requirement 1: find the main forces of a side of heaven and earth and join them. Requirement 2: to become the strongest, you must go through the strongest and most brutal training. Seeking protection from a force is just to prevent you from being attacked by the strongest when you have not grown into the realm of the strongest. The flowers in the greenhouse will wither when they are hit by wind and rain. Join the forces and stay out of the forces. Reward: the Supreme Hall is not perfect with the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill. Wang Mingyuan blinked and looked at Jiang Taishu, the god king who was still swallowing the essence of heaven and earth not far away, and black hair gradually growing on the top of his head. He felt that although this self-improvement life system had many loopholes, it seemed to follow in his footsteps to some extent. At least now he is between several forces. His state was somewhat similar to that of the desolate heavenly emperor back then, and this system was basically imitating the growth of the desolate heavenly emperor. As for joining a powerful force, it is only nominally protecting him and will not give much benefit. That's the situation now. He himself was outside the ancient Jiang family, and although he was considered a member of the Jiang family, he would still be hunted down by the Jiang family. Soon after, the god king really recovered, and his grievances with the Jiang family were almost resolved. The Jiang family will behave friendly to him in the future, but it may not be possible to say how to get close. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this. Anyway, all he wanted was the Jiang family's Hunyu Sutra. He didn't want to join such a ridiculous large group, and he was full of miasma troubles. Therefore, this task basically follows itself and is completely a reward for nothing. Wang Mingyuan didn't care after seeing it. When the god king reigns over the world and fully recovers, he will naturally become a member of the Jiang family. Now, he went to pay attention to the previous task first. The precious blood of the 4 pure-blooded creatures, or the essence blood. Wang Mingyuan had some impressions, because the desolate heaven emperor had experienced a baptism of the essence of pure-blooded creatures in his childhood. Those creatures were heaven-swallowing sparrows, xiangqi, etc. Every pure-blooded creature had extremely high talent and potential in the immortal ancient period, and could fight against the desolate heaven emperor when he was young. Their records are all in mythological classics, but their talents are not as high as the 10 fierce ones, and they have never reached the level of immortal kings or quasi-immortal kings, so their fame is relatively low. Wang Mingyuan decided to receive the reward, and the next moment, 4 quaint clay pots appeared in front of him, all wrapped in heavy seals. These clay pots are very old, and even look a little rough, as if they were fired by the ancient ancestors. With clay when the world first opened, exuding a breath of time. The seal is simple and atmospheric, with a special atmosphere, and the breath inside the 4 clay pots cannot flow out. However, there was a simple baptismal prescription next to it. This is an unexpected gain in addition to the reward. Wang Mingyuan picked up the prescription and glanced at it, and couldn't help but be surprised. Sure enough, this is a method of baptism. With the help of the essence and blood of the 4 strongest pure-blooded creatures, they can baptize themselves, so that the body, soul, and even divine power can be transformed on the original basis. This is an extremely amazing transformation method, both primitive and powerful. Just like the way the ancient ancestors drilled wood to make fire. Although primitive, it was definitely powerful, and it would continue to need the help of flames for years to come. Wang Mingyuan was deeply impressed by the transformation of the desolate heaven emperor Shihao in this extreme realm. After the desolate heaven emperor reached the limit of the grotto heaven realm, he experienced another baptism, and this baptism was carried out under the auspices of Lu Xun, with the help of the essence and blood of the 4 strongest pure-blooded creatures. Shihao was able to go one step further here, and the 10 caves in heavens were united. Of course, it was not enough to rely on the essence and blood of the 4 4 pure-blooded creatures. Lucian himself had paid more than a dozen drops of essence. Today's Wang Mingyuan has just entered the realm of the 4 poles, and his cultivation realm has not yet reached its peak, and he is very happy to get this transformation method. He lifted the lid of the clay pot slightly and suddenly felt a strong fluctuation. The cultivation realm of the 4 pure-blooded creatures is very advanced, and it is definitely above the Sendai realm in today's era. The cultivation realm is not the key. The key lies in the special divine substances and the laws of the Great Way contained in their blood. Wang Mingyuan observed carefully and made a slight distinction. He felt that he could combine this special essence and blood with the true phoenix treasure technique to carry out a small phoenix nirvana. Just like the nirvana and transformation he had carried out after collecting tens of millions of sources in the fire domain before. His physique itself is not special, not extremely strong, compared with the desolate heaven emperor and the holy body Yifan. Perhaps it is just a mortal body. But now, in terms of combat effectiveness and realm performance, he is not inferior to the divine body and the royal body, and can even be compared with the ancient holy body. This is because he got the true phoenix treasure technique, and after the phoenix nirvana again and again, his physique gradually changed, close to the true phoenix of the immortal ancient period. He had experienced the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth in the immortal period, and he himself had such potential. With the method of the true phoenix treasure technique, he can keep moving forward, just keep transforming. How can this transformation method, this way of nirvana, make me feel a little familiar? Wang Mingyuan touched his chin, and suddenly looked back at the immortal purple mountain behind him, and suddenly felt as if he was enlightened. Isn't this the method of the immortal emperor, between heaven and earth? Constantly collect the essence and blood of the ancient emperor and the great emperor, swallow the immortal essence in the body, and then bathe in the blood of the emperor, and be reborn in nirvana. Wang Mingyuan said to himself. However, this kind of nirvana can only be regarded as a small nirvana, not a drastic change in essence, the kind of transformation that is 9 deaths. The change for practitioners is not so thorough and huge, it is still a little worse. He continued to think. Judging from the performance of the immortal queen, this is indeed the case. The transformation of the immortal emperor began at the end of the mythological era, and he himself opened the ancient era, but from the ancient era to the desolate era, and even in the post-desolate era, when Emperor Yi Tian was in power, the immortal emperor still failed to complete the real transformation, and was still secretly waiting for an opportunity and entangled for more than 20,000 years. The transformation of this one is much inferior to the beginningless emperor, the ruthless emperor, and the Yi Tian emperor. The desolate heaven emperor also mastered the true phoenix treasure technique back then, but he only used the true phoenix treasure technique to live a lifetime, and after nirvana, he changed to other cultivation methods. Along the way, his progress can be described as overwhelming and invincible. It can only be said that the immortal emperor took advantage of it. Is it because he doesn't have a complete inheritance of the true phoenix treasure technique, or does he just want to be opportunistic? Wang Mingyuan leaned towards the former. After all, in the chaotic ancient period, when the desolate heaven emperor was still there, the inheritance of the 10 evils was almost cut off. Later, the heavens and the earth continued to change, and the immortal realm further collapsed. Although the immortal emperor fell from the immortal realm to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, according to what he said, there was not even a single immortal in the immortal realm at that time. The entire immortal realm had fallen to this point, and the inheritance related to the 10 evils was naturally impossible to talk about. Although the immortal emperor is a pure-blooded phoenix, the true phoenix treasure technique was probably gradually summarized by him with his own talent, plus many classics collected from heaven and earth. Wang Mingyuan was trying to use the method of transformation at this moment. However, this blood contains the strongest avenue, and it needs a strong enough person to preside. He looked at the skeleton-like God King on the side, and his heart couldn't help but move. The God King is definitely a figure who has gone extremely far in the realm of saints now, and he should be approaching the Saint King. After all, this is a saint in the post-desolate era, growing up in the era of absolute spirits, extremely terrifying. He must be the right choice to preside. It's just that the current recovery of the God King is not ideal. Compared with Yifan, the resources in his hands still seem scarce. There was no essence contained in the true dragon immortal elixir and no divine spring water from the desolate forbidden land. As for the seeds of the Qilin immortal elixir, Wang Mingyuan did not take it out. There are too few resources, and there are only a few things that can help the God King recover. Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment, scratched his chin, and turned his gaze to another reward in the mission, a holy medicine from the ancient period. Although the rules of heaven and earth in the ancient period were not as perfect as before, the medicinal effect of this holy medicine was still amazing. Although it is not as good as the immortal elixir, among most drugs in the world of heaven and earth, its effect is undoubtedly extremely good. Wang Mingyuan even suspected that due to a bug in the dog system, this holy medicine was most likely from the Chaogu period. After all, in the chaotic ancient period, the medicinal properties were not earth-shattering. For the current heavens and earth, after all, there was still an immortal medicine in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, this holy medicine is special in that it grew in the chaotic ancient period. If you want to compare the environment of heaven and earth in the chaotic ancient period, it can probably be compared with the current strange world. The immortal matter there was extremely abundant, and this holy medicine naturally contained a lot of special substances in the process of growing for a long time, which was really shocking. For the characters of this era, this medicine may be more precious than the immortal medicine. After all, the special feature of the immortal elixir is that it allows people to live for a second life and live for 10,000 years, but after that, they can no longer take it, and resistance will inevitably occur. No matter who it is, the immortal medicine taken will only be effective if the first plant is taken. This holy medicine is different, because the life it continues does not depend on its own medicinal properties, but because it contains abundant immortal substances. Wang Mingyuan was not eager for these, but was a little afraid. His lifespan has exceeded 3,000 years, and if he continues to increase, who knows how many years and months he will live. Therefore, after confirming that this medicine should be effective, he clicked to receive it without hesitation, and then threw it into the huge bronze cauldron used by the God King's recovery. The God King Jiang Taishu felt something strange during his recovery, and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, it was as if 2 heavenly swords were spraying out of his eyes, and the void was instantly illuminated. What is this? He stared at the holy medicine, his eyes showing suspicion, and then he looked at Wang Mingyuan again. Wang Mingyuan calmly spread his hands. I carry it with me, and I think it is useless to me, so I will give it to you. The God King Jiang Taishu's expression was incomprehensible, even though he was in an extremely weak state. After several inquiries, it was confirmed that Wang Mingyuan did not want this holy medicine and seemed to really intend to leave it to him. He did not choose to take it immediately, but carefully put this holy medicine into his sea of suffering. Despite this, the gaze on Wang Mingyuan has become completely different. Just now, the God King Jiang Taishu had confirmed that this peculiar holy medicine could extend his life by hundreds to thousands of years. At first glance, this medicine seems to be inferior to the immortal elixir. But even the medicine king who has grown for 100,000 years is nothing more than that. What's more, even the medicine king who grows for 100,000 years can only make people's lifespan reach the theoretical limit, but it cannot break through that ceiling. But this plant can do it. He has lived for more than 4,000 years, and if he can't make another breakthrough in his current realm, he actually doesn't have many days to live. In these long years, the God King Jiang Taishu has long been ready. The years of living in Zishan were long and painful, and he hovered on the edge of life and death every day. Although the terrifying immemorial creatures sealed in the divine source did not break through the seal, the invisible evil thoughts it revealed had been tormenting him. Whenever the primeval creatures awakened briefly, it was his most difficult moment. Each time, he was on the verge of death. However, this long pain also honed his will, allowing him to find a peculiar balance between life and death, and seize the opportunity to live a second life. He was confident that he would live out his second life. This confidence stems from his tragic experience. Now, however, he seems to have another choice. Wang Mingyuan was also beating drums in his heart, and he could also feel the potential power of that holy medicine. This medicine can probably give him hundreds or thousands of years of life, but he didn't dare to touch these things easily, and he was even a little uneasy. In terms of practice, he spent more than half a month outside Purple Mountain to recover. Not as compact as in the original work, the God King finally recovered little by little. At least it is no longer the appearance of being old and dying. Flesh and blood grew all over his body, and he gradually became a handsome and upright young man. And for most of this month, Wang Mingyuan did not waste it. With the gradual recovery of the God King, he also continued to give eye drops to the Jiang family, especially the contemporary Holy Lord. In the process, he didn't say much, but truthfully recounted what he experienced in the Jiang family. At the same time, Jiang Yi confirmed that in the Holy City, or in the dark areas of the northern regions, the world and hell did receive orders against Wang Mingyuan. The reward is extremely high. As long as someone can kill Wang Mingyuan, he can get a good income. This order existed before Wang Mingyuan left the Jiang family. Has the Jiang family become like this? God King Jiang Taishu was a little stunned. He never thought that the ancient Jiang family had changed so much for 4,000 years. In other words, the ancient Jiang family has always been like this, but the God King Jiang Taishu was invincible and was the undisputed first in that generation. All kinds of dark sides of the Jiang family could not be shown in front of him. Even those dark people would smile in front of the God King Jiang Taishu and behave in a friendly manner. Hearing Wang Mingyuan mention that there would be dark turmoil in 200 years, the God King Jiang Taishu was stunned. Is it imminent? He whispered to himself, but did not deny it. In fact, judging from his contact, this is almost inevitable. He has been in Zishan for more than 4,000 years, and although he has little contact with the outside world, he has a good understanding of the situation inside Zishan. There are many primeval creatures inside Purple Mountain, and there are not a few saint-level beings, and there are terrifying beings that surpass the saint level. This is just one area of Purple Mountain. From the chats of those monsters, it can be inferred that there are many beings like this in the eastern wilderness. In this way, the Big Dipper is like sitting in a crater, and once the volcano erupts, it means disaster. Over the years, the monsters in Purple Mountain have become more and more active, indeed indicating that the final day is not far away. The God King Jiang Taishu had no doubts about what Wang Mingyuan said, but more of an understanding. After the God King Jiang Taishu recovered in general, Wang Mingyuan did not hide it, explaining the original true solution while teaching the God King Jiang Taishu true phoenix treasure technique. In the ancient Jiang family, Wang Mingyuan was reluctant to reveal any word. Even when explaining the original true solution, he did not directly take out the chapter of the original true solution. Rather, as the entry point of the Tao, many views point directly to the direction of the Great Way, but the fundamental theory has not been described in detail. Therefore, the people who listened to him talk about the road felt that they had gained a lot and achieved breakthroughs. Although the recorded arguments are quite valuable, they are still scattered and disorderly, and it is difficult to form a system. Of course, this also makes many people think that Wang Mingyuan is very powerful, but they believe that this strength comes more from the family than from the strength of the individual. In the face of the God King Jiang Taishu, Wang Mingyuan did not hide too much. After all, in the original work, the character of the God King Jiang Taishu has been tested many times. Yi Fan did not save him, but in order to prevent the secret of fighting words from being lost, he was willing to teach one of these 9 secrets to Yi Fan, just to continue the top inheritance under the world. And when Yi Fan later saved him, the God King Jiang Taishu did not treat Yi Fan badly. Not only at that time he took on all the grievances and hatreds of Yi Fan, who was an enemy of the whole world, but also took the initiative to bear the pressure for him when Yi Fan crossed from the realm of the Taoist palace to the realm of the Four Poles. That was a peerless cauldron for the holy body specially left by the underworld. The tribulation of the Four-Pole realm had to face the great sage level Dao map, and almost no one could succeed. However, this guy is extremely smart, and if there is an extreme Dao Emperor soldier, it will actively blur, very targeted, and cannot be avoided at all. It doesn't work to forcibly erase it with the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, it is specifically for the holy body. In order to save Yi Fan, the God King Jiang Taishu shed all the blood of the God King in his life, just to pull Yi Fan back from the brink of death. If he only does this, Jiang Taishu is undoubtedly extremely deep in personal affection. Wang Mingyuan would appreciate him even more, and he also had more respect for the God King Jiang Taishu. However, what is truly impressive is the time when the immemorial tribes recover. In the immemorial 10,000 races, saints and Saint King level powerhouses abounded, and even great sage level figures were active in the world. In that case, Jiang Taishu alone faced many immemorial saints, killed the Saint King level figures, and faced the immemorial tribes alone. The demeanor revealed at that moment really made Wang Mingyuan admire and yearn for it. He thought that he did not have the temperament and heroism of Jiang Taishu, and if he really wanted to do it, he might not be able to achieve that state. But he admired the temperament of the God King Jiang Taishu and was willing to be friends with him. A character like the God King, as the old saying goes, when the sky falls, there is a tall man on top. And now, 200 years later, the innocence is about to collapse. If we can't be as strong as possible in these 200 years, the future will be bleak. Wang Mingyuan knew in his heart that in the situation of death in the future, he did not have the courage to face that battle. Yi Fan has courage, so he is Emperor Yi Tian, the God King Jiang Taishu also had courage, so he was called the God King in white. No matter how many peerless characters and how many God King bodies, there is only one God King Jiang Taishu. True Phoenix treasure technique? At first, Jiang Taishu didn't care about this. After all, the Phoenix Nirvana technique also has a heritage in the Big Dipper, and its effect is not inferior to the secret of the word Ji, which is very peculiar. However, as Wang Mingyuan gradually devoted himself to the story, this peerless powerhouse began to show a peculiar look, and his whole mind was put into it. By the time Wang Mingyuan finished explaining the entire framework in simple terms, it was already 3 days later. Even as a figure in the realm of saints, Jiang Taishu fell into enlightenment. He felt that this technique was profound and mysterious, even more peculiar than the forbidden chapters in the imperial scriptures. He was completely immersed in it, and even felt that there were many lessons to be learned from such a method. God King Jiang Taishu couldn't help but be silent. This is an inheritance from another life ancient star? No, this is the inheritance that belongs to my clan. Wang Mingyuan replied with a smile. Of course he was not lying. Because he himself is a clan, he can naturally say so. Jiang Taishu was silent, and at this time, Wang Mingyuan proposed that he wanted to obtain the entire inheritance of the Hanyu Sutra. Jiang Taishu did not refuse. It should be like this: you are a member of my clan, and it is natural to get the Hanyu Sutra. 4,000 years ago, the God King Jiang Taishu was in charge of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family's Hanyu naturally had a complete inheritance through him. He even read and learned the forbidden chapters in their entirety. However, his bearing is extraordinary, and the forbidden skills passed down from his ancestors can only be imitated, not surpassed. month. He did not invest too much energy in this regard, but evolved the doozy secret to its peak, claiming to be the first attack in 5,000 years. This inheritance is more extraordinary than the secret of words, and if you practice to a profound realm, you can even live out of the second life through this method, and I got this inheritance. Jiang Taishu felt faintly uneasy in his heart. It was not the demeanor of the ancient Jiang family at all, and under Wang Mingyuan's explanation, he got many original true interpretations, but even a Hangyu Sutra seemed to be picky. Actually, you don't have to worry about it like this. After all, from the perspective of bloodline, I can still be regarded as your ancestor. Wang Mingyuan smiled indifferently, easily swept through the slightly solemn atmosphere, and then said naturally, in terms of seniority, it is not suitable for us to communicate, so it is better to be called a Taoist friend. The realm gap between the two was obvious, although it seemed unreasonable, but Jiang Taishu nodded after thinking for a moment. It seems that I have taken advantage of the Taoist friends. I have also obtained a secret technique, but I can let the Taoist taste it, Jiang Taishu said, not giving Wang Mingyuan a chance to refuse at all, so he took a pose. Although it was just a gesture, there was a spirit of fighting the heavens and the earth, as if it was about to pierce the sky. When Wang Mingyuan saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but move. He instantly understood that this should be the secret of the word fighting among the 9 secrets, which originally belonged to Yifan's chance, but it turned out to be a circle and fell into his hands. Realizing that this was a top skill, Wang Mingyuan did not refuse. He clenched the grapes and tasted them carefully. Soon, he fell into the realm of enlightenment, although it was just a simple gesture, but it made him feel that this move encompasses all things, and all the moves in the world can be integrated into it. This is undoubtedly the most mysterious method in the world. However, compared to the Xeon life system, it is slightly insufficient, and it doesn't directly instill it in my mind, and I have to understand it myself. Shaking his head and sighing, Wang Mingyuan was also immersed in the realm of enlightenment. Although his realm is not high, comparable to that of first-class players of the same age, he is outstanding in terms of talent and understanding. After all, thanks to the original true understanding instilled by the system. He looked at all the secret techniques of the world from a unique perspective, looking at all this from a very high level, and gradually understood it. After all, this is the supreme method left by the corpse-immortal emperor. Along this method, if you don't think about it, you can reach the realm of a quasi-immortal emperor just by imitating and copying. It can be said that this is the highest inheritance in this world without any effort. This enlightenment lasted for more than half a month. The God King was already ready to leave, and he had fully recovered half a month ago. In order to avoid swallowing the essence of heaven and earth and draining the essence of this heaven and earth, he even stepped directly into the galaxy and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The divine ability shown amazed Zhang Yi. Wang Mingyuan seemed calm, because he knew that the realm of the God King at the moment was about the 8th or 9th heaven of the saints, and he could go further with a little understanding. And this period of stay is precisely because Wang Mingyuan explained the original true solution to the God King Jiang Taishu. This supreme classic is also quite valuable for the God King, so he often falls into deep thought. Of course, Wang Mingyuan's learning progress is also the focus of his consideration, and Wang Mingyuan needs to write down all the Hangyu Sutras. At the same time, he also had to learn the secret of fighting words, and Wang Mingyuan taught him step by step, without any impatience. Even the taboo chapters in the Hangyu Sutra were taught to Wang Mingyuan, but Wang Mingyuan only learned and referenced them, not directly using them. The taboo chapters in the scriptures of the great emperor are invincible in the hands of a great emperor, which can make him enter the divine realm and be invincible in the world in the same realm. That was the most suitable method for the emperor. However, this only belongs to the emperor himself, and if others want to use it, they will not be able to reach the same height at all. After all, it was the supreme mastery tailored by the emperor. After more than a month of communication, the God King finally chose to leave. For 1,000 years have passed, and he has too much to deal with. He needs to deal with the affairs of the Jiang family, and he also has to face his own life events. Wang Mingyuan understands this, because during this period of discussion, the God King grasped a higher vein, and he needed to break through. The land of the eastern wilderness could not survive the tribulation. He needed to go to the starry sky of the universe. Wang Mingyuan only has blessings for this. The God King promised him that he would not intervene when competing in the same realm and generation, but if there were people of the older generation who relied on the old and sold the old and hunted down Wang Mingyuan, he would help, and also gave Wang Mingyuan a jade plaque to contact him. In the end, Wang Mingyuan watched the God King Jiang Taishu walk into the sky step by step, and finally integrated into the vast space. Zhang Yi was stunned from beginning to end. He had thought about the strength of the God King ancestor, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then what should we do next? I have my plan. First I want to go back to the side of the demon clan, and then send me back to the southern regions. I still need to find a few people. Wang Mingyuan's eyes flashed. Wealth does not return to his hometown, like a night walk in brocade, and at this moment, he is about to embark on the road back to his hometown. Generally speaking, ordinary people who want to travel from the southern region to the northern region may need to fly continuously for several years, let alone the strongest among the practitioners. For the vast majority of of ordinary practitioners, crossing two domains is an almost impossible task. Wang Mingyuan is now only in the realm of the four poles, but he has successfully crossed the two domains many times. Now, he confidently wanted to use the field teleportation array of the 13 bandits to send himself to the southern regions. Jiang Yi did not hesitate to follow Wang Mingyuan to Zishan Mountain. He saw a scene that far exceeded his own realm, and he is still shocked. The shock given to him by the god king Zhang Taishu made him feel numb all over his body. In Jiang Yi's eyes, Wang Mingyuan's sense of mystery became deeper and deeper, because he could not only sit opposite the god king and discuss the Tao, but also not fall behind. Today, he calls Wang Mingyuan little ancestor, and his heart is full of admiration. Wang Mingyuan was extremely generous in helping Jiang Yi, and the source of 2 million caddies was easily sent over, and at the same time, he went deep into the Purple Mountain with him. Wang Mingyuan did not unload the grind and kill the donkey. After all, for Jiang Yi, these 2 million caddies were almost his entire net worth before the map was fully upgraded. He didn't hesitate to take it all out, and this courage alone is commendable. When explaining the original true solution, Wang Mingyuan did not care about Jiang Yi's existence, so that Jiang Yi continued to have epiphany in the process. And, when the god king Zhang Taishu explained the whole Hanya Sutra, he did not avoid Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi also followed to study, even including the taboo chapters. The only thing to avoid was the true phoenix treasure technique. This is Wang Mingyuan's request, and gave a reason: if this method is not revealed, it will be fine. Once it is revealed, it may attract unimaginable enemies in the future. Even the Zhang family couldn't stand it, so it was best to limit this method to a few people. The god king Zhang Taishu expressed understanding. This part alone, for Jiang Yi, is also a great gain. He took 2 small steps in succession on the realm of Immortal Terrace, and was already approaching the Immortal 3/Dao, and even had a certain understanding of the /Dao. However, if you want to break through, you still need to accumulate enough in the future. His accumulation over the years before was exhausted during this time, and in the face of the comprehension of the great way of heaven and earth and the collection of resources, the practice in the post-desolate era was really difficult. The great Tao of heaven and earth is not visible, and the essence of heaven and earth is thin, and it is difficult to achieve anything. The vast majority of talented practitioners were stopped in front of the threshold of the Immortal 3/Dao, and now, Jiang Yi at least didn't have much threshold before cutting the way. When he breaks through again, he can be regarded as the top among the 13 bandits. Except for the boss, others are likely not his opponents. This can be regarded as one of the rewards given to him by Wang Mingyuan. If 2 million pounds of sources can be exchanged for a breakthrough in several realms, I don't know how many people in the cultivation world are willing, especially the holy lords of major holy places and families. They will definitely flock to it. Of course, it's not that simple. However, after this round, Wang Mingyuan's relationship with the 13 bandits has also become much closer. If he can show friendship in the game, his relationship with the 13 bandits is probably at the level of respect. Jiang Yi was full of respect for him. Therefore, when Wang Mingyuan used the field teleportation array of the 13 great bandits to return to the heaven and earth where King Qingjia was, the process was very smooth and did not encounter any obstacles. When he arrived at the Qingjiao King's dojo, the Qingjiao King was still not there. They are carrying out their plan, preparing to take revenge on the Ji family, killing a supreme elder, or killing the Ji family's contemporary. Holy Lord! After all, for such a person who has lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, a few months to execute a plan is simply incredibly short. Wang Mingyuan has returned. Yan Ruyu was slightly surprised by the news of his return, and what made her even more happy was Wang Mingyuan's cultivation. My lord, your cultivation has recovered a lot again, and I think you will be able to return to the Sendai realm soon. Some people in the demon clan cheered for Wang Mingyuan, and the atmosphere was full of joy. Wang Mingyuan just nodded slightly, not complacent because of this. After all, he knew that his current strength was nothing. There are still many crises in the future, and with his current level, self-preservation in the land of the eastern wilderness will become a problem, and he can only dominate among the younger generation. My lord is literate and virtuous, invincible in the world. Pang Bo was also mixed among many demon clans and praised Wang Mingyuan. This made Wang Mingyuan's expression a little strange. After a few months of not seeing each other, Pang Bo's body became more and more majestic, mixed among the demons, but it was not abrupt, because Pang Bo is a disciple accepted by Wang Mingyuan as the 19th grandson of the demon emperor. His status in the demon clan is quite low, and the resources obtained are obviously a lot. Now his sea of suffering cultivation has been quite effective, and he has successfully opened up the spring of life. After a period of polishing, he will be able to cast the divine bridge. Compared with Yifan, this person's practice can be described as much smoother. However, he deliberately used the dialect of the earth to praise, and Wang Mingyuan saw his intentions. Pang Bo was a little worried in his heart, for fear that Wang Mingyuan would be taken away by that terrible old monster. Wang Mingyuan returned the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers to Yan Ruyu, and after the reminiscence was over and the demons dispersed, he called Pang Bo to his side alone. Is there any news from Yifan's side? He asked. When Pang Bo heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if it was that old monster, he obviously wouldn't care about Yifan's movements. Yi Z hasn't been heard from since he left last time, and now I don't know what the situation is. He and the little moon of the Ji family have disappeared together. The demon clan is also investigating, but there is really no news. Pang Bo continued. They were also very nervous about this, and they didn't avoid me when they talked about it. After all, the heart of the Qing emperor was still on Yi's body. Pang Bo was mixed among the demon race, and because he had the blood of a demon god, there was no obstacle to directly practicing the Qing emperor's scriptures. This allowed him to successfully pass the many tests of the demon race without being discriminated against. Among the demon race, various news did not take the initiative to avoid him. Wang Mingyuan nodded in understanding, secretly speculating in his heart. Yifan should have escaped from the Bronze Immortal Hall. Originally, if he hadn't brought Ji Ziyue, it wouldn't be a big problem. But now that he brought this little moon of the Ji family, the situation was complicated. He remembered that the factional struggle within the Ji family was equally fierce. If I remember correctly, some people in the Ji family hope that Ji Ziyue will disappear outside, and even hope that she will die. After all, they have already produced a God King body Ji Haoyue, and one more primordial spirit body would be too strong. In this world, between the forces, either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. If it cannot be overwhelmed, there will be countless disputes in the middle, and the most feared is the stage of barely maintaining balance. Today's Ji family is like this, barely maintaining a balance in the open and secret struggles, hoping that one vein can completely overwhelm the others. Even if there is a change, as Yifan walks outside with Ji Ziyue, who has been sealed in cultivation, they will inevitably be chased. And the only thing that can protect them and let them avoid being chased is the Taixuanmen. Even if my presence has changed the situation a lot, you can't go wrong in this aspect. Wang Mingyuan quickly made a judgment that Yifan and Ji Ziyue should be at Taishan Gate. I went to find their approximate location, and I probably had some guesses in my heart. Pang Bo listened and was overjoyed. However, Wang Mingyuan did not go out immediately, but stopped to teach Pang Bo first, which was still his previous theory. In the entire sky, after testing, there are not many people whose character and strength have passed the test. Yifan is one, and Pang Bo is also one. Wang Mingyuan secretly hoped that the more friends with this kind of character passed, the better, so he didn't mind spending time maintaining a good friendship with Pang Bo. Why don't you want to call me my adoptive father? After explaining the Qingdi scriptures to Pang Bo again and reorganizing the original true interpretation, Pang Bo was moved. Hearing Wang Mingyuan's joke, he leaned over and hugged Wang Mingyuan without hesitation, and said loudly, "The righteous father is above. Please accept the child's bow. The adoptive father is on top. Give him something more. The child is going to starve to death." Another source of 10,000 pounds. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh, but he knew in his heart that this also meant that the teaching was coming to an end. "I'll go out for a walk and see Yifan's situation. Yitzi, you practice well. I'm still waiting for you to give me retirement." With a wave of his sleeves, Wang Mingyuan left decisively. As a classmate and friend, he has the ability to naturally want to find Yifan's whereabouts. Of course, if you can comprehend the secret of all words on the humble peak along the way, it will be even more satisfying. Since he realized that his physique was special and he was very likely to be close to immortality, Wang Mingyuan's fierce breakthrough thoughts gradually faded. More attention and energy are put on cultivating tall people. In his opinion, Jiang Taishu is the kind of tall man who can withstand the sky even if it falls, and Yifan is also, after all, he is the one who dares to rush into the ultimate battlefield in times of darkness and turmoil, and must work hard to take care of him. Wang Mingyuan felt that he did not have many connections, and felt that if the normal dark turmoil broke out, it would be difficult for him to survive that terrible catastrophe. At least it is extremely difficult to find a secret place without being noticed by the Dark Supreme. In case he accidentally fell into the secret realm mentioned in the original work and was discovered by the Dark Supreme, then he had no place to cry. Wang Mingyuan felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart. The influence of the rules of heaven and earth in the immortal ancient world has always been with him, and this influence will only become more obvious in the future. Nowadays, his realm is still low, and he has not been in the spotlight, and most people don't care about him, and they don't care much about him. As he got stronger and stronger, Wang Mingyuan vaguely felt that his body would absorb more and more filth, and at the same time, his strangeness would inevitably be gradually noticed by others. You have to cultivate a group of friends in advance, otherwise it will be miserable when something goes wrong. Walking on the road to Taishan Gate, Wang Mingyuan was still a little nervous, thinking about how to hide his identity and successfully enter the Taishan Gate. I planned to quietly go to Humble Peak to meet Yifan at that time. However, before he reached the Taishan Gate, he got an extremely powerful news. Jiang Taishu, the god king who once moved the entire eastern wilderness, returned and came to the Jiang family. It was rumored that there was a lot of turmoil in the Jiang family, and the contemporary Jiang family lord was hung at the door for 3 days and 3 nights, was because he stepped into the door with his left foot. Of course, there are also rumors that the Zhang family has a small ancestor who has been sealed in the divine source for many years to recover, but because of his low cultivation, he is not valued in the family and is despised by the Holy Lord's lineage. As a member of this lineage, the God King Zhang Taishu will naturally solve this matter after returning. Brother God King is really interesting. When Wang Mingyuan heard the news, his heart was relieved, and then he felt a burst of joy. This means that the God King Zhang Taishu finally returned from the cosmic starry sky and truly became a saint king. In this era, it is absolutely invincible. He had tried his best to hold on to this golden thigh tightly, but now he finally got his wish. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan no longer disguised himself and went directly to the showdown. He walked to the mountain gate of Taixuanmen and made it clear, "I heard that a friend came to visit Taixuanmen, so I came to visit and wanted to meet my friend." The disciple in front of the Taixuanmen mountain gate did not intend to report it first, but when Wang Mingyuan said that he was a member of the Zhang family and reported his name, the disciple reluctantly went in to report. After all, Wang Mingyuan's cultivation is not bad now, and practitioners of the Four Extremes realm come to visit old friends at Taishan Gate and always have to pass on one or two. Next, Wang Mingyuan was stunned. Streamers flew from afar in front of him, wearing luxurious robes, treasure light flowed, and his breath was extremely powerful. He almost wanted to turn around and run away. Fortunately, the person who came the fastest had not yet arrived, but the voice had already come. "I didn't expect it to be a senior of the Zhang family who came to visit, and I didn't welcome him from afar, so please forgive me." Ha! Wang Mingyuan was stunned, and the fastest one had already come to him, and he was an elder of the Taishan sect. Without him asking, the elder took the initiative to express his identity and intentions. After the return of the God King's seniors, it spread throughout the world, and now the entire eastern wilderness knows that there is a Zhang family ancestor named Wang Mingyuan who has traveled outside. "But I didn't expect you to come to us." The elder's etiquette was quite thoughtful and his attitude was very polite. Not only him, but even the head of the Taishan sect, the Lord of the Star Peak, also came over, and he also behaved very respectfully, and, even before Wang Mingyuan could say anything, he had already pulled him to the main peak of the Star Peak. There are mysterious beasts pulling carts along the way, with extraordinary momentum and extremely grand scenes. Taixuanmen's mood was also quite uneasy, and they were carefully observing Wang Mingyuan's expression along the way. There is a reason for such caution. The announcement of the God King Zhang Taishu spread all over the world, although the words were polite, but the domineering and warning meaning contained in it should not be underestimated. Rumors spread from the outside world, and they refuted the rumors that the contemporary Zhang family lord was not hung at the door for 3 days and 3 nights. One of the rumors refuted was Zhang Yi, one of the 13 bandits in the northern regions, who personally refuted the rumors in the holy city for 3 days. The contemporary Zhang family holy lord was not hung for 3 days and 3 nights, but for 10 days and 10 nights. Please do not spread it at will. Well, it's really a novel method of refuting rumors. Therefore, everyone confirmed the authenticity of this incident. After all, Zhang Yi was so arrogant but did not receive retaliation. Even the contemporary saint of the Zhang family was treated like this because he did not respect the little ancestor of the Zhang family. Taishan sect did not want to be the next sect to be visited by the God King Zhang Taishu. The God King Zhang Taishu disappeared for 4,000 years, and the vast majority of practitioners were not deeply impressed by him. But now there are still some living old monsters in the Taishan sect, and they know what the God King Zhang Taishu means. The first attack of 5,000 years is not empty, it is fought. What's more, 4,000 years have passed, and everyone else is gradually aging, but the God King Zhang Taishu is now appearing in public, but his appearance looks unusually young, heroic, full of black hair, full of energy. Others may not understand what this state means, but the families and sects with inheritance know it well. The realm of the God King has made a breakthrough on the original basis, and now the chi and blood are still like the sea, showing no signs of decline. There were still a group of people who were still alive 4,000 years ago, and they all knew the situation of the God King back then. At that time, the God King was already a great achievement God King body. That is a person who has experienced the 3 immortal slashing paths, and if he makes a breakthrough on the original basis, what kind of realm will that be? A half-saint? Even beyond the unspeakable level? No one could be sure, but they all realized that the current Zhang family could not afford to mess with them. And Wang Mingyuan's various postures and actions also surprised everyone. The Zhang family seems to have paid too much attention to him. They don't know Wang Mingyuan's origin, but they speculate that he may be a special figure recorded in the classics. They felt that he might be an emperor, or a peerless person who was extremely close to the emperor's bloodline. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain this attitude of the Zhang family. All kinds of speculations in their hearts were churning, but they would not show it, and the specifications of the reception were naturally raised to a very high level. Wang Mingyuan was quite surprised by this. Although wealth does not return to its hometown, it is like a night walk in brocade clothes, but this is too luxurious. Sitting in the carriage pulled by the strange beast wrapped in scales and armor that seemed to contain Pisho blood, Wang Mingyuan also had to exchange
exchange pleasantries with the contemporary Taekwonman leader. Figures from other sects also came to meet him. At least there was nothing picky about etiquette and treatment. After all this was over, Wang Mingyuan had the opportunity to propose that he wanted to go to Humble Peak. He had a friend there. Although Wang Mingyuan strongly said that he wanted to keep a low profile, there were still 4 elders of the Taishan sect accompanying him back and forth, followed by dozens of serving disciples. No matter how much they scolded, they refused to leave, and Wang Mingyuan simply stopped insisting. Walking all the way, before reaching the Humble Peak, he saw a young man with a bow and arrows on his back, aiming in this direction. After looking at it for a while, the boy suddenly took back his bow and arrow, turned to leave. Is Taekwonman really not particular? It's just a few small ones, as for so many people? A leading elder was introducing Wang Mingyuan to the situation of Humble Peak and its inheritance. Don't look at the power of this mountain now, like a small earthen bag, but it was extremely brilliant back then, and there were peerless figures. Even if the inheritance has been cut off several times, as the years go by, it is natural that someone will comprehend the inheritance of their ancestors here, and this entire mountain peak is like a scripture. If someone can fit the Patriarch's Avenue, he will naturally be able to pass it on. This elder is very polite, even in the face of a person with a prominent status like Wang Mingyuan. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and his attitude is very respectful. It's just that when he saw the situation of Humble Peak, even the elder's face couldn't help but gloomy, because in front of Humble Peak, there was a group of disciples wearing the costumes of Xingfeng disciples, who were inserted there one by one like radishes. Others are simply tied up and hung from trees. The scenery of my Humble Peak is really different. Wang Mingyuan laughed, and the elder could only helplessly defend. The frolic between juniors made the Taoist friends laugh. It's really a coincidence. Seniorly, a large number of people have come from Xingfeng, ready to ask us for forgiveness. Just because I beat a few ordinary disciples, as for protecting the calf like this? A bit too much, right? Yi Fan screamed strangely as he ran behind Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu's expression was also a little surprised. Until he saw the group of elders and greeted each other, he couldn't help but look at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan smiled and nodded to Li Ruoyu, exchanging greetings. Although Li Ruoyu looks old, he walks tremblingly, but in fact, he is wise and foolish, and the inheritance of Humble Peak will eventually belong to him. He can not only inherit the natural avenue, but also obtain the inheritance of the secret of all words. Although his cultivation talent is not outstanding, it is extremely compatible with this kind of avenue. His cultivation was also superior in the entire Taishan sect. It's just that he has never been inconspicuous. Yi Fan, who was standing behind Li Ruoyu, was stunned when he saw this scene. Wang Mingyuan? What? You don't know me after just a few months? Sure enough, if you have a high status, you won't recognize your former old classmates, right? If you climb the big tree of Taekwonman, you won't recognize me? I thought I was dazzled just now. I really saw a ghost. Yi Fan was unceremonious, and directly hugged Wang Mingyuan's shoulder. Seeing this, the 2 Taekwonman elders accompanying him couldn't help but jump wildly. How is it? Teach me this, brother. Wang Mingyuan looked around and said with a smile, I didn't do anything. I just went to recognize a relative. What relatives? With such a big family, can you introduce me to a few nieces and nephews? Yi Fan did not shy away from it. However, he also took the initiative to pull Wang Mingyuan aside, and the Taekwonman elders and many disciples next to him did not follow up tacitly, leaving room for them. As for the disciples who were hung on the tree by Yi Fan causing trouble, their eyes widened one by one. Brother, you can deceive the demon clan, but why was even the Taishan sect deceived by you? You have to take it easy. If the filling is exposed, then a huge hole will be poked, and there will be no place for us to stand in the entire eastern wilderness. Yi Fan reminded in a low voice that although he has always been bold, he is not as bold as Wang Mingyuan. It's okay, I just made a name in the Huanggujiang family and entered the family tree, and then I will cover you. Looking at Yi Fan's cautious appearance, Wang Mingyuan patted him on the shoulder and said, confidently, I only lack a righteous son. If this righteous son is surnamed Ji, it will be even better. Maybe I will also include the righteous son surnamed Ji in the Jiang family and write it into the family tree. Brother, is there really a way? Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately beat Wang Mingyuan's arms and legs. Give brother a chance? After being in the cultivation world for so long, Yi Fan is no stranger to the desolate ancient family. When the tomb of the Qing emperor was in the tomb, the ancient Jiang family's dojo directly reserved the entire site. All the materials in the Qing emperor's tomb were consumed by the desolate ancient family and paid for by the practitioners who came. This scene is so magnificent that it makes people's hearts flutter. It's so cool. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, brother. I have long agreed with the Jiang family in my heart. The ancient holy body belongs to the whole human race, so what does it matter if it belongs to the ancient Jiang family? Wang Mingyuan was shocked, and at the same time rarely relaxed and happy. Such a joke can only be caught by the classmates who came with him. Of course, the only ones who were willing to joke with him were Yi Fan and Pangbo. Promising, Wang Mingyuan gave a thumbs up. Then can you, Shakyamuni's grapes, lend me a little longer? What Shakyamuni? Yi Fan looked serious. This grape has long been yours. As soon as Wang Mingyuan took out the grape, Yifan put it into Wang Mingyuan's arms. The two amused each other and couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the recent pressure was instantly released. Come on, I got something good recently. I left some on purpose. You can try it and see how it works. Wang Mingyuan casually took out a piece of Zenogen equivalent to 10,000 pounds of source and threw it into Yifan's arms along with the grapes. As soon as the Zenogen was taken out, the surrounding heaven and earth essence immediately became intoxicated by several levels, which made Yifan intoxicated. The righteous father is above, accept my bow. This is really generous. In between the fights, the two briefly chatted about their experiences during this time. Yifan's experience is similar to before. No one in the demon clan could withstand the heart of the Qing emperor, and in the end it fell on Yifan. Yifan and Pang Bo practiced in the safe area of the demon clan every day, and they lived comfortably. However, later, the divine body of the Huangguji family asked the sword world and found Yen Ruyu. After a fight, Yifan and the large army got lost. He grabbed the little moon of the Ji family, went deep into the underground river, and entered the Bronze Immortal Hall by chance. After experiencing a thrilling scene, he escaped through a hole opened by his ancestors with the help of fragments of the bronze cauldron and obtained the root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Speaking of this, Yifan couldn't help but take the initiative to recommend to Wang Mingyuan. I just got the root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. There is still a large area of Xianhuang Mother Qi there. It is definitely a treasure for building the extreme Dao Imperial Soldier. I think you kid is quite discerning. Call me your adoptive father, and I will tell you the location. After hearing this, Wang Mingyuan's heart was indeed shaken for a moment, but soon, he shook his head firmly. Xianhuang Mother's Qi is indeed precious, but if this thing involves the ruthless emperor, it will not be good. Xuanhuang's mother is too heavy and stupid. It doesn't fit my temperament, I don't like it, so forget it. Yifan's eyes widened and he looked around Wang Mingyuan carefully. Isn't there a risk that your name will be written into the Zheng family tree? When will your cowhide break? Otherwise, we will cut our robes in front of everyone now, and I am afraid that when the Zheng family kills you, they will see my face full of blood. The two were fighting, and their mood became relaxed and happy. The Bronze Immortal Hall is indeed too dangerous. If it weren't for the bronze blocks, I wouldn't dare to think about whether I would survive. Although the treasure is tempting, you can't exchange it for your life. Hearing that Wang Mingyuan went directly to fool the Zheng family, Yifan's heart was also shocked. Brother, your way is unreliable when you hear it. We have the blood of Emperor Hangyu flowing in our bodies? I think we can try. Your road is too crazy. I don't dare to go. Forget it. Your blessing is too high. I can't bear it. Yifan sighed. The laughter and play with Yifan did not last long. Seeing that Wang Mingyuan was indeed looking for Yifan, he said that he would stay on the humble peak for a while. He also clearly refused to have someone stay to serve him, and then a group of elders and disciples of the Taishan sect reluctantly left. Even so, there were still people waiting at the foot of the humble peak. If there are any questions, Wang Mingyuan can summon them over at any time. Moreover, daily food, clothing, and the items needed for practice are provided according to the standards of the elders. It can be seen that there is nothing wrong with it in all aspects. The old man Li Ruoyu was very indifferent, and he was also a friend of Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan also had a good impression of this person, and sat with him to talk. After all, when Yifan rose in the early stage, most of the people he met had no conscience and morality. But in his early days, there were also two very conscientious and moral people. One is Elder Wu Qingfeng of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, and the other is Li Ruoyu of Humble Peak. Both of them were very good to Yifan and were responsible for the elders of the school. The three of them stayed on the Humble Peak like this. Wang Mingyuan also took the initiative to explore the Humble Peak when he had free time, sensing this world. He wanted to try to feel the natural avenue of Humble Peak and experience the secret of all the words hidden on this peak. During this time, Yifan rarely lived a very happy life. With the source provided by Wang Mingyuan, his cultivation broke through on the original basis and reached the level of the Divine Bridge, not far from the other side. In their spare time, the two discussed going to the northern regions together to make a big ticket. Wang Mingyuan generously took out the Yuan Tian book, and the two of them understood it together. After getting the Yuan Tian Shu, Wang Mingyuan also flipped through it, thinking that he had some experience in Yuan Shu. But I always felt that something was missing, so I asked Yifan, a person who later became the Yuan Tian master, or even surpassed Yuan Tianshi, to discuss it. Sharing this thing with Yifan is also to take the initiative to cultivate him. The stronger the taller, the less danger he will face in the future. In the future, when facing the Dark Supreme and the Immortal Emperor, they will naturally stand in front. Well, Wang Mingyuan's fishing life lasted for about a month, and Xingfeng no longer took the initiative to send people over. Taixuanmen didn't send anyone over either. The corresponding treatment given to him every day has not decreased, and it seems that everyone has become accustomed to Wang Mingyuan and Yifan staying at Humble Peak. However, the Zheng family sent someone over, and the battle was quite grand, led by an elder, and dozens of people came together. These people are from the lineage of the Holy Lord of the Zheng family. This time, they were not as arrogant as before, and and they all asked Wang Mingyuan to go back in a low voice. Wang Mingyuan was very puzzled by this, although after the return of the God King, this vein was suppressed a lot, and they shouldn't be so low.
What about the unruly attitude before?
Recover. Zhang Yong, who was in Jiang's lineage, also followed. He pulled Wang Mingyuan aside and whispered to him the reason for the matter. The contemporary holy lord of the Zhang family is not hung at the gate of the Zhang family now, but in front of the door of the inner ancestral hall. The God King Zhang Taishu spoke, unless Wang Mingyuan was solemnly invited back to the Zhang family and held a banquet in the family to publicly confirm that he was included in the family tree, the holy lord of the Zhang family could be put down. This banquet will be held in the ancestral hall, which means that it will be displayed in front of the tablets of many ancestors. Every 20 years or so, a large banquet is held within the Zhang family, inviting many family children to participate and eat and drink. This is not only to make the children of the family feel a sense of identity with the family, but also to let them get to know each other.
And this banquet undoubtedly humiliated the contemporary Zhang family holy lord, which was a punishment.
After all, what the God King Zhang Taishu asked was that Wang Mingyuan would really return to the Zhang family and register with the Zhang family before he would let go of the contemporary Zhang family lord. In other words, thousands, or even tens of thousands of clansmen gathered at the banquet to witness the contemporary Zhang family holy lord being hung at the door of the ancestral hall. In this way, he basically has no face to be the holy lord of the Zhang family again, and he is bound to be replaced. Wang Mingyuan just heard this, and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. As for the family children who questioned him and provoked him in the family before, they were basically punished to varying degrees, and they were all severely beaten.
Wang Mingyuan thought to himself that he was not a demon either. I probably know everything. I'll go back in a while. Wang Mingyuan expressed understanding.
Zhang Yong did not strongly ask him to go back immediately, and secretly felt relieved in his heart. After all, the ascension of the contemporary Zhang family lord to the throne was not a glorious thing, forcing his clan brother Jiang Zhe to die unjustly, and not in the family, but vomiting blood and dying outside.
Zhang Yi directly betrayed the family.
To this day, this incident has left a profound impact within the family. It can only be said that there are too many dirty things within the family that have been passed down for millions of years. If you want to say clean, perhaps the stone lion in front of their door is the cleanest. He came to persuade him because of the lineage of the contemporary Zhang family lord, and he spent a lot of favors and energy to invite him over, but he was actually not very willing to come. The two mocked each other for the contemporary Zhang family lord, and Wang Mingyuan suddenly remembered what he hadn't done before.
By the way, will the God King be there?
I also have some things about spiritual practice that I need his help with.
Wang Mingyuan did not forget that he still needed a baptism.
With the essence and blood of 4 supreme pure-blooded creatures, this baptism should take his body and soul further. He was busy discussing the truth with the God King before, helping the God King Zhang Taishu recover, and the God King was about to cross the Saint King's tribulation, so he did not immediately ask the God King to help him preside. And before breaking through too fast, Wang Mingyuan felt that he still had to consolidate the foundation. After all, it only took him a few months to walk the path that others could only walk for a few years. In a short period of time, he jumped directly from the realm of the Tao Palace to the realm of the Four Poles, breaking through a complete realm. If He Fan, the protagonist of Destiny, had not had his help, he was still wandering in the realm of the Spring of Life, and he hadn't even reached the other side.
The God King Ancestor is here.
The God King Ancestor has not returned for many years, and now he has reappeared, and they all come to visit to meet the holy lords of all races in the family.
Zhang Yong said this, his face full of pride.
The Zhang family has not had such a moment of proudness for many years. The internal strife within the family is chaotic and infighting, but it seems to be unimposing on the outside.
Today's grand occasion of all ethnic groups gathering is still exciting. God King Ancestor hopes you can go back as soon as possible.
This time, not only the holy lords of the major holy places and families will visit, but even the proud daughters of the clan will come. Of course, the God King Ancestor hopes that you can go for a walk and see if you want to marry a beautiful woman in heaven.
Wang Mingyuan was dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of heartbeat in his heart. This kind of treatment is completely at Yi Fan's level.
Don't look at the fact that he is going to meet Zhang Taishu now. There are not many people in the entire East or even the Big Dipper who can enjoy this glory. Those who go to visit are basically the holy lords and descendants of holy places and families. When they were in the Zhang family, they all behaved in a friendly manner and humbly called themselves juniors. As soon as they walked out of the door of the Zhang family, they were all ancestors and legendary figures in the eyes of outsiders. The vast majority of practitioners will never have the opportunity to come into contact with such an existence in their lifetime. And the God King personally mentioned that the identity and status of those who can marry Wang Mingyuan should not be underestimated. Basically, it is either the Huangguji family or several other top families, and may even be the royal family of Zhangzhou. Women on the land of the Big Dipper, especially those whose cultivation has reached an extremely high level, are really not falsehoods. The improvement of the level of life has created their excellence, and autumn water is the eye, and jade is the basic condition. All of them are like fairies, far better than the beauties circulating on the internet on the ancient stars of the flood. Wang Mingyuan remembered the demon princess Yen Ruyu he had seen not long ago, and her beauty was even more otherworldly. But the instant heartbeat was quickly suppressed by him. Besides, my cultivation is insufficient, and it feels too dangerous. 200 years from now, we will usher in the most terrible dark turmoil in history. It is already difficult for him to live alone, and if he drags his family along, it will be a disaster. If you don't know that there will be a disaster in 200 years, it's fine, but now that you know it, you have to marry a wife, then you will be responsible for the woman's family. Then when will you go back? A few more months? Wang Mingyuan was not sure. He came to Humble Peak and talked to Li Ruoyu about the Great Way. Li Ruoyu has a deep understanding of the natural avenue and can almost read the scriptures engraved on the mountain peaks. Wang Mingyuan felt that he was similar. He did not have a deep understanding of the natural avenue, and he was not very interested in it. Just by virtue of the original true solution and the solution formula, as long as it is determined that this place is unique, it can be gradually studied. Now he felt that after a few months of polishing, he would be able to understand the secret of all the characters on the Humble Peak. Then I'll go back first. Zhang Yong is very interesting. On the third day after Zhang Yong left, Wang Mingyuan vaguely had a feeling. He looked at this quaint mountain and felt that it was no longer a mountain, but like a thick scroll of scriptures, which seemed to carry the rules of heaven and earth. Li Ruoyu, who had cultivated to the peak of the first heaven of Sendai and was about to become a great power, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Wang Mingyuan's thoughtful appearance. He looked around the mountain peak thoughtful. He said to Yifan, who was barbecuing meat and preparing to feast on the side, "I may have to retreat for a while." Obviously, it was the inheritance of Humble Peak, which was about to be obtained by outsiders, but Li Ruoyu had no intention of expelling him at all, and sat cross-legged on the ground. He muttered to himself, "Great achievements are like missing, great skills are like clumsiness." This is the teaching left by one of the patriarchs of Humble Peak. At that time, the inheritance of Humble Peak was cut off, and it was the patriarch who naturally obtained the inheritance from the mountains and rivers, and left this passage before sitting down. Yifan was a little ignorant on the side, and was about to continue the barbecue when he suddenly felt the grapes in his arms slightly hot. Thinking of the relevant rumors he heard when he came to Humble Peak, his eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring anything else, he sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a grape in his hand. As soon as he made preparations for this series of preparations, he saw the 9th-step ladder that was originally used to test his talents suddenly fly up, becoming bigger and bigger, turning into 9 huge platforms. The above shows the Jade Tower and Jade House. Wang Mingyuan turned into a streamer and threw himself into it, and Li Ruoyu followed closely behind. The top of the mountain is full of nothingness, complete emptiness, but intertwined with inexplicable truths. That is the manifestation of the Great Way of heaven and earth. Yifan seemed to be on the spot as if he had a flash of inspiration at this time, and the grapes in his hand were scorching. He directly entered the state of enlightenment. At the same time, the movement of Humble Peak also caused vibrations in other areas, and dozens of streamers immediately flew from the side of Star Peak, all of whom were old men with white beards and hair. The leading lord of Star Peak saw Li Ruoyu and Wang Mingyuan in the palace, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked. "I didn't expect his cultivation to have risen to this point. When he started, I thought he was mediocre in talent and his achievements would not be high, but he was silent in the Humble Peak, but I didn't expect it to reach such a height now." He was shocked in his heart. Wang Mingyuan on the other side made his eyes flicker. In a short period of time, you can understand the method left by the ancestor, enter the inheritance hall, and obtain the inheritance. This talent is admirable. If it were an ordinary scattered cultivator, he would have been directly accepted as a disciple of Humble Peak and became a member of the Taishan sect. But at this moment, looking at Wang Mingyuan, several elders of the Taishan sect, even the supreme elder, chose to remain silent. Wang Mingyuan's identity background is too extraordinary, and Zhuofeng has come to such an ancestor, and they all understand it in their hearts. Even if he got the inheritance of one of the main peaks of the Taishan sect did not dare to say much. It can only be said that there is a difference in identity and status. If Yifan was at this time, he had to choose to join the Taishan sect, or start to face the chase. He had previously obtained a void big seal from the Ji family, but was hunted down by the Ji family miserably. And Wang Mingyuan, as a member of the Jiang family, no one dared to say much. There are even people next to him who praise it. Such talent is really enviable. Maybe the rumors are not false, his status in the Jiang family did not come out of nowhere. Maybe he is really a descendant of the great emperor. If not the first generation, then it should be within the previous generations. Several supreme elders discussed in a low voice. All agreed. It is true that Wang Mingyuan's talent is too amazing. The great road he practiced was obviously not the natural road. They could tell at a glance, but he had abruptly obtained the inheritance of the Humble Peak natural Tao with his talent. It's pure talent. In any case, this is the joy of my Humble Peak, and it is also the joy of my Taishan sect. The inheritance of Humble Peak has seen the light of day again, and it will surely be brilliant again. Regarding Wang Mingyuan's disposition, several
people present did not have clear opinions, so they could only ignore it. Move on to other matters. At this time, in the midst of many palaces, Wang Mingyuan was also immersed in that special enlightenment.
He felt a heavy number of scriptures springing up in his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh.
The original true solution is indeed an all-powerful solution, and anything about enlightenment can be solved with it.
At least before embarking on the red dust immortal road, it is stable to use it, and there will be no problems.
In the great universe of covering the sky, there is indeed no inheritance that cannot be deciphered.
Wang Mingyuan immediately paid attention to the 9 secrets, because in the process of comprehension, he felt that the secrets of the word fighting he had mastered were also working. The 9 secrets were led by the emperor back then, and united with the 8 heavenly sovereigns to create and deduce, not only did not influence each other, but would promote each other. Wang Mingyuan immediately began to understand this part. This part is very profound and mysterious. It takes a lot of energy to understand, but he did not miss another part of the natural avenue. The founder of Humble Peak obviously did not reach the realm of the great emperor, and the quasi-emperor was hanging. Otherwise, Humble Peak would not be just one of the 108 main peaks of Taishan Gate. If it is really that powerful, it must be a holy place of orderly inheritance. But this passage also has reference value.
There will be no problem in practicing all the way to the realm of sages. Wang Mingyuan silently noted it.
This is not intended to be used for practice, but to absorb the essence of it. With the original true solution in hand, he was naturally interested in different scriptures.
There are well-developed scriptures that he can visit and absorb the essence of them. Wang Mingyuan's understanding of the original true interpretation of the divine introduction completely depends on his outstanding talent, and occasionally receives insignificant help from the system. In this regard, he is an unsolvable being with a deep understanding of the great way of heaven and earth.
He had countless top scriptures in his hands, and he could easily understand and absorb them. If he had access to more powerful scriptures now, he could start creating a scripture of his own.
Creating out of thin air won't work, though.
The new methods created by the desolate heaven emperor are all based on the laws of the past immortal ancient period. He has read and visited almost all the scriptures of the Xiangu period. Therefore, if Wang Mingyuan wants to create a method that is completely suitable for his own practice, he must also go through this process. After all, only by standing on the shoulders of giants can he see higher and go further.
Only in this way can we be invincible in the world.
He silently wrote down the scriptures, and by the time he woke up from his contemplation, it was 2 days later. Wang Mingyuan thought about it. The natural avenue was not the same as the avenue he practiced, but his idea of harmony with heaven and earth and the unity of heaven and man made him understand. This is somewhat similar to the method of the immortal ancient period, but it has also been improved, and the attack power is also unmatched.
This is the method of covering the world.
No matter which path you choose, if your combat effectiveness cannot win the first place in the same realm, you will not be able to preach. After all, if you want to preach, you have to face the challenges of the whole universe.
If you don't win, you will be beaten to your knees.
However, when he fell from the sky, Wang Mingyuan found that there were many people waiting outside. Today's Lord of Taishan sect and the peak master of Xingfeng are here. Not only that, but there were also several strong men with white hair and beard, and the aura on their bodies was extremely powerful.
Judging from Wang Mingyuan's induction, they were all within the Sendai domain. This scene surprised Wang Mingyuan, and he instinctively had the urge to escape.
Yi Fan took the initiative to grab Wang Mingyuan and protect Li Ruoyu in front of him.
If it weren't for Wang Dao's guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to open the Humble Peak inheritance this time, Li Ruoyu explained indifferently.
After all, this is one of the main inheritances of the Taishan sect. Wang Mingyuan has neither passed the assessment of the Taishan sect, nor is he his disciple, so it has almost nothing to do with the Taishan sect. He was a complete outsider, and it was really inappropriate to suddenly obtain such an important inheritance. However, before Wang Mingyuan could find an excuse, the Lord of the Star Peak took the initiative to say, "The blessings of the Taoist friends are profound, and their talents are extraordinary, which is enviable. However, the Humble Peak inheritance is one of the important inheritances of my Taishan sect after all, and it is your blessing to get it, but please don't pass it on casually."
Wang Mingyuan had no intention of transmitting it casually, and nodded sincerely.
Li Ruoyu suggested on the side, "Since Wang Daoyu has obtained my Humble Peak inheritance and walks outside, it is naturally inconvenient, so it is better to become my Humble Peak's Kaching elder, so that it is easy to explain to all parties." The Lord of Taishan sect and several elders next to him looked at each other. All of them had no objection, and they all agreed in unison.
Wang Mingyuan felt a little embarrassed about this, but he still happily took over the token of Elder Taishan Menjuofen Kaching made by the other party. Yi Fan was stunned from beginning to end, and said in shock, "Are you marrying the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family? This treatment is simply exaggerated."
Wang Mingyuan was happy in his heart, but he couldn't help but sigh when he thought that 200 years later, now it is considered a favor owed to the Taishan sect. If there is strength, it will definitely pull them in the next 200 years. I had such a plan in my heart, and although I didn't say it directly, I was invited to continue to stay here.
Yi Fan ran over with a
strange face and said to Wang Mingyuan, who was discussing with Li Ruoyu, "The young disciples over there from Xingfeng want to invite you to a party." When he said this, Yi Fan's expression was quite strange. The disciples of Xingfeng had previously been arrogant and domineering, and they had been taught by Yi Fan that the relationship between the two sides was not harmonious. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would not accept the other party's invitation, but the identity of the inviter who came over this time was different.
Wang Mingyuan followed Yi Fan's gaze and couldn't help but be stunned.
The people who came to invite were actually Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei is handsome, wearing white clothes, and has an ethereal temperament.
He is almost perfect, as if there are no flaws, and can satisfy all people's imagination of beauty.
Even on the earth, a person with flawless skin that has been filtered by many filters and cannot even be seen from his pores is much inferior to him. The moment Wang Mingyuan saw him, the alarm bell rang in his heart, and he didn't feel relaxed at all.
Really? I deliberately hid over there and didn't want to say hello to him, but he dared to come over to me?
The humble peak inheritance is here again, and it must usher in new glory soon. Brother Yi and Brother Wang have both been inherited, and they are also leaders among the younger generation.
I have a party on Xingfeng, mainly inviting people of our generation. I wonder if you two are willing to enjoy the light?
Yi Fan was a little eager to try. After all, he didn't have too many emotional ties to his ex-girlfriend. But the Ram Maodong seems to be different. Manual dog head. Although Yi Fan was silent on the surface, he was still full of arrogance in his heart. Now that his cultivation is constantly improving, he also wants to see what the top powerhouses in the younger generation look like. Previously, the God King of the Eastern Wilderness, Tg Haoyue, defeated Yen Ruyu of the Demon Clan in one fell swoop, and that kind of power made him yearn for it. He really wanted to see it, and after a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyuan also nodded.
The Zhang family can even keep Jiang Yifei's side. Let Jiang Yifei prostitute the heaven-swallowing demon skill for free. So what's the problem with me coming to prostitute for free?
I am also a member of the Jiang family.
To say that he is not interested in the heaven-swallowing demon gong, it is definitely false.
After all, this technique can make people cultivate into a chaotic body the day after tomorrow, and it is said to be able to swallow all things in heaven and earth, and it is one of the top methods in the world. Wang Mingyuan was full of curiosity about these natures. He was not only interested in the heaven-swallowing demon skill, but also very concerned about the immortal heaven skill.
With Jiang Yifei's successful experience, Wang Mingyuan also wants to learn.
I just don't know if the other party is interested in him, his origins, or both.
No matter which one it is, Wang Mingyuan can try it.
In this regard, Wang Mingyuan is more inclined to think that the other party wants to choose him as the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Judging from the selection of candidates by the ruthless lineage, basically the people who inherit the heaven-swallowing demon skill are people with good talent and identity background. People like Yi Fan, who have no background and no backer, are actually targeted by them and want to swallow the origin.
If you don't go to the meeting, there must be some difference. How many days will the party last?
Mainly because I have some realization in practice recently, I may have to retreat for 1 or 2 days. There are strong people on the side of the inheritor of the ruthless lineage, and the strength is still strong. Wang Mingyuan is obviously not as good as them. Therefore, he planned to call a foreign aide and invite the God King over to be on the safe side.
This is not bullying the old comrades.
The contest between the younger generation is based on the younger generation, and the contest between the older generation is based on the older generation. There are obviously people hidden behind the ruthless lineage, and now Wang Mingyuan also wants to have a strong person behind him. The gathering of the young generation will last about 7 days, and it doesn't hurt for the Taoists to go later.
Hua Yunfei nodded, and Wang Mingyuan nodded as well.
Both of them had perfect smiles on their faces. Yi Fan was confused about this, but he decided to wait 3 days later and go to the party with Wang Mingyuan.
Why do you have to wait a few days? Is there anything wrong with them?
As soon as Hua Yunfei left, Yi Fan asked Wang Mingyuan. This can only show that he is indeed Yi He, and his senses are extremely keen. Wang Mingyuan had just made a calculation, and before he could take action, he had already guessed. It's nothing, mainly because I'm worried about your safety this time, and I didn't bring a Taoist guardian when I went out.
If this is a party for the younger generation, if there is a fight, the young one is beaten, and the old one comes, then wouldn't it be dangerous for me? So find a hand first.
Wang Mingyuan directly asked a disciple of the Taishan sect to send a short message to the Jiang family through the field teleportation array.
God King save me.
Since the Jiang family now has many factions, and the Taishan sect should also have a ruthless insider.
This time, Wang Mingyuan used the original bone pattern.
He knew this, and the God King Jiang Taishu also knew this. Some of them are specially used to write the original true understanding of heaven and earth. Combined together as God King save me, this password may only be understood by God King Jiang Taishu.
The God King came quickly, and on the afternoon of the second day of Wang Mingyuan's practice, the God King Jiang Taishu arrived.
And it didn't pass through the field teleportation array, but flew over directly. Only the God King Jiang Taishu had this kind of strength. After all, the realm of the Saint King level was already able to cross the cosmic starry sky. He quietly appeared on the humble peak, and when he appeared in front of Wang Mingyuan seemed to feel it. If it weren't for the God King's initiative to show his traces, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Who is this? Yi Fan was startled by the sudden appearance of the God King, and he was secretly vigilant in his heart. Immediately, he saw Wang Mingyuan naturally tear off one of the legs of the roasted crane and hand it to the God King. Jiang Daoyu, you are here. The God King took a deep look at Wang Mingyuan, but did not refuse. He unceremoniously grabbed the crane's leg, took a hard bite, and swept his eyes over Wang Mingyuan, who seemed to be a little fatter than before, with a slightly surprised gaze, and said, "You don't look like there is any danger like this?" Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan lived a carefree time during this time, eating well, dressing well, and using well, and they did enjoy it a little too much. At this time, they were having a barbecue, and although they were grilling spiritual cranes raised by Taixuanmen, no one dared to say anything. This kind of treatment not only does not bully others, but also makes people feel extremely safe. Sit down and chat slowly, eat first.
Seeing Wang Mingyuan's friend, Yi Fan was not outside.
For some reason, he felt a hint of cordiality towards the person in front of him, took the initiative to greet him, and gave another roasted leg of lamb to the God King. The God King stretched out his hand, touched it, and glanced at Yi Fan with slight surprise.
Human race holy body?
His title was different from others, and he did not call Yi Fan the ancient holy body, but called it the human holy body. The original desolate ancient holy body was not this name, but more often called the immortal golden body. This change was due to the fact that the Holy Eucharist was born one after another, with a total of 9 people, basically all of whom sacrificed for the human race.
Each of them has suppressed a period of dark turmoil.
Therefore, the original immortal golden body was called the human holy body by later people. At the same time, it is also because 9 holy corpses appeared one after another during the desolate years, and they were invincible in heaven and on earth, so they were called the desolate holy body. This name did not come out of nowhere, but the holy body of the human race was called by others because of its efforts again and again, contributing to the human race. The holy places and families in the world are very aware of this experience, and they also have a certain understanding of its inner secrets.
But if you want to respect it because of this, well, only people with high morals will respect it more,
while those with a more flexible moral bottom line will choose to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. Just like some people from the Ji family chased Yi Fan, they were not soft at all.
Some holy places and families are also merciless in their pursuit of Yi Fan.
And the moral bottom line of the God King Jiang Taishu is obviously very high. Seeing Yi Fan, he was slightly stunned, as if he was thinking,
is it born because of the changes in heaven and earth? Now that the human race is in the most critical moment, the holy body came into being? There is also a descendant in the family who looks like an ancestor. Is it born because of this?
It's just that the time is too short, only 200 years. He muttered to himself, his eyes looking at Yi Fan gently.
This is the God King Jiang Taishu, a friend I met when I traveled in the northern regions.
Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and then stood up in awe. Jiang Taishu, the God King who has recently become famous in the cultivation world and attracted countless people to worship, naturally knows something. This is Yi Fan. If we talk about bloodline, he is similar to me. It can be said that our bloodline is closer to the ancestors of the Jiang family. The God King was also stunned for a moment, and then stared at Yi Fan, falling into deep thought.
Haven't you heard that the ancestors married a holy body?
But according to the records of the ancestors, they may have married a descendant of a certain holy body. Others don't know the details of Emperor Hangyu's life, but the people of the Jiang family still know about it. Faced with such a holy body with the blood of Emperor Hangyu, the God King Jiang Taishu was slightly confused, but then felt that it was very reasonable. He looked at Yi Fan carefully, and he had already begun to think about taking him to his side to teach him personally. Dark turmoil is coming, and a holy body like Yi Fan must be cultivated well.
However, Wang Mingyuan's next words made the God King's brows furrow immediately.
We should be targeted by the inheritor of the ruthless lineage. I guess someone wants to take the origin of the two of us. The God King's brows furrowed slightly, although there was no momentum released, but the entire void seemed to be condensed. The air also seemed to be frozen, solidifying like amber. For the first time, Yi Fan truly realized what it means to be invincible and what is terrifying. He finally understood that it was precisely because of this appearance that all the holy places and families came to worship. However, the God King Jiang Taishu was only angry for a moment, and then he immediately restrained his momentum.
There are indeed abnormal people.
God King Jiang Taishu nodded, his eyes turning to the direction where the star peak was. At this moment, his divine thought seemed to have enveloped the entire Taishan gate, and he quickly searched for it. In a short period of time, he locked on the strangeness and stared at Xingfeng. It can be said that all plans and conspiracies are nihilistic in the face of strength. A saint king who should not appear in the current era and stage can sweep everything. The God King locked onto the target in a very short time.
Jiang Daoyu, don't make a move yet. Wang Mingyuan stopped the impulse of the God King.
The ruthless emperor did not leave descendants, and although the so-called ruthless lineage inheritors now all have this name, they are actually divided into different lineages. One of them is the fellow townsmen and villagers of the ruthless emperor. Emperor, who have received part of the inheritance of the ruthless Emperor. The other is the tomb keeper of the ruthless Emperor, who still guards the tomb of the ruthless Emperor. These two lines are nominally the inheritors of the ruthless Emperor, but their relationship with the ruthless Emperor is very weak.
The real inheritor of the ruthless Emperor is actually someone else. The god king Zheng Taishu looked very interested. For this Zheng family from the ancient star of another life, the god king was full of curiosity. Obviously, Wang Mingyuan has quite a lot of secrets. After the god king Zheng Taishu returned to the family, he learned that Wang Mingyuan even talked about the quasi-emperor in the family. Now the top quasi-emperors in the entire universe, Wang Mingyuan has commented on them one by one, and the comments are very pertinent. He obviously knew a lot about the secrets between heaven and earth. Now Wang Mingyuan talks about the ancient and mysterious ruthless emperor, and the god king also listens with relish. That inheritor is none other than Yi Fan, far away in the sky, close in front of him. Ha! Yi Fan's face was full of shock, and he pointed at himself backwards. Me, he. The god king Zheng Taishu looked at Yi Fan carefully, but still did not find anything special about Yi Fan. The muscles and bones are strong, the chi and blood are like dragons, and the foundation is strong. There is no doubt that Yi Fan is fully worthy of the title of holy body, and he is indeed the first in the Beidou physique in the world. However, apart from these, he didn't seem to have anything special about him, so that the god king couldn't see that he was like the inheritor of the ruthless emperor. Not only him, if you count by the standards of the inheritors of these ruthless emperors now, I can also be regarded as it. This sentence surprised both the god king Zheng Taishu and Yi Fan. There is no trace of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill on your body, and if you are the inheritor of the ruthless emperor, why are you targeted by people who are also inheritors? The god king Zheng Taishu was really curious, but at the same time felt a hint of doubt. He felt a little dizzy. Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. All this is going to be said, then long and short. Then it's a long story short. We have all come out of the ruthless emperor's dojo and taken the ruthless emperor's immortal elixir. Judging from the relationship with the ruthless emperor, we are obviously closer. The god king Zheng Taishu took a closer look at Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan. The medicinal properties of Wang Mingyuan's immortal elixir have been refined very cleanly, and it is basically completely integrated into his body. There are still certain traces on Yi Fan's body, which the god king can see at a glance. You once entered the desolate forbidden land and picked the 9 wonderful immortal elixir fruits in the desolate forbidden land? I also know this. You are implying that the ruthless emperor once had the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs? The god king pondered slightly, but he had some doubts in his heart. But according to the classics that have been circulated, the immortal elixir that the ruthless emperor had back then was the true dragon immortal elixir, not the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs. Even if the 9 wonderful immortal elixir was really obtained by the ruthless emperor later, you were just lucky enough to take the 9 wonderful immortal elixir fruit that was split into dozens of plants, and at most you only have a trace of connection with the ruthless emperor, and you are not a true inheritor. What if everything we do is carried out under the nose of the ruthless emperor? Well, what you said is a bit complicated. I can't keep up. Is the tomb of the ruthless emperor in the ancient forbidden land? Or, he didn't say the rest of the content, but a possibility emerged, and even the god king Zheng Taishu couldn't help but shiver. Wang Mingyuan did not delay. You guessed part right, but it's not complete. The ruthless emperor is indeed alive, but not in the form of the Dark Supreme and other forbidden areas, as you might think. In order to make the god king Zheng Taishu better understand, Wang Mingyuan gave a vivid example. The life of the ruthless emperor is like what you wanted to do before, living out of the second life. However, the vast majority of people can only live out of the second life, and the ruthless emperor has lived a little longer than others. Even so, the god king Zheng Taishu still couldn't help but gasp. There are not many records about the ruthless emperor in the entire cultivation world now. Only in the top emperor family do they have quite rich classics. The reason why the classics of the ruthless emperor are rare is not because his merits are less than those of other emperors. On the contrary, the ruthless emperor has a lot of merits, and his impact on the entire human race is extremely far-reaching. If nothing else, the ruthless emperor once pacified a forbidden area, which was enough to shock the entire ancient history. The remains of that restricted area still exist today. The record of that period of history is still there, but it will not be publicized on a large scale. The reason for this is that the rise of the ruthless emperor is too legendary and too cruel at the same time. Among all the great emperors, the ruthless emperor's cultivation talent can be called the penultimate talent, and there is no doubt that no one can compare with her. Her physique was not suitable for practice at all, and it was a miracle in itself to be able to embark on the path of practice. Practitioners call themselves mortals, which is often a humble word. After all, not all people with special physiques can go to the imperial road. Competing on the ancient road of the starry sky, the strongest trial road in history, it is a pinnacle of extraordinary talent. In the process of breaking through one realm after another, the physical body has gone through round after round of strengthening. Saying that he is a mortal body is just not as good as a peerless physique such as the holy body and the overlord body. When confronting physique
physiques such as the divine body and the king body, it is not at all inferior. And the ruthless emperor called himself a mortal, that is, a real mortal body, so ordinary that he couldn't even step on the road of practice. As a result, this person with spiritual talent has reached the peak step by step. The exercises she created made her physique constantly transform and become the most powerful chaos body in the world. Of course, the price is that the entire universe is burdened with it. Although there is no detailed record of the period of the rise of the ruthless emperor, it must have been a golden age, with all races competing and all kinds of extremely powerful physiques emerging one after another. In the end, the ruthless emperor defeated the divine body, the king body, etc., absorbed the origin of 10,000 physiques, and forged the strongest body. This process of rise was undoubtedly bloody and brutal. Her cultivation techniques are also too hurtful, and they are a taboo for all races in the universe. No one wants a second ruthless emperor, so the process of her rise and her spiritual experience are downplayed. That period of history was dusty, and although no one deliberately destroyed those information, most people chose not to mention it and gradually forgotten, because they are afraid. The ruthless emperor did kill so much that no one in the world dared to be honored. Therefore, even if the merits and creations of the ruthless emperor are enough to be called the emperor of heaven, the records about her are still not rich enough, and those who know avoid it, while those who do not know are full of curiosity and fear. After all, since ancient times, the names of the great emperors have always been mysterious and unpredictable, representing their supreme achievements. But the name of the ruthless emperor is simple and clear. Since he is called a ruthless person, can he still be a gentle person? If only he hadn't become an accomplice of the Dark Supreme. Jiang Taishu breathed a sigh of relief. And Yi Fan, who has not received orthodox Xianxia education, is almost illiterate in the field of Xianxia at the moment, but he is full of curiosity. Emperor Hengyu is also a great emperor, and the ruthless emperor is also a great emperor. It stands to reason that they are both great emperors, and there should not be much difference between them. The ruthless emperor is still alive, so why didn't he stop us in the first place, watching us take away his immortal medicine? Was he suppressed by the bronze ancient coffin? God King Jiang Taishu said firmly, no one can suppress a flawless emperor. The ruthless emperor didn't make a move, he just acquiesced to your picking. Of course, it is also possible that the ruthless emperor will be ominous and muddled in his later years. Wang Mingyuan turned around in his heart, but he didn't say it. If that's the case, you do have some connection with the ruthless emperor, but it's not too deep. That's not an ordinary relationship. Wang Mingyuan smiled and patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. Come, show me your sea of suffering. Didn't you just come out of the bronze immortal hall a while ago and get the root of the mother chi of all things left by the ruthless emperor? Yi Fan and the god king Jiang Taishu were shocked at the same time. Yi Fan was surprised that Wang Mingyuan trusted the god king Jiang Taishu so much, and even dared to tell such an important treasure. He swallowed the fruit of the 9 wonderful immortal elixir in the desolate Forbidden Land, and if it was known, he would definitely be directly arrested to refine the medicine. And the root of this mother chi of all things, if it is known, it will definitely be a major event that pierces the sky, and it will definitely attract countless chases. After he got it, he didn't dare to say it easily. Wang Mingyuan was so frank that although he was surprised, he did not question this trust. After all, he and Wang Mingyuan did have a fatal friendship, but he couldn't help but measure the god king Jiang Taishu. In his eyes, Wang Mingyuan has always been a person who has made up his mind and then moved, and is extremely stable. To be able to get Wang Mingyuan's trust like this, the person in front of him must be very reliable. Sure enough, the god king Jiang Taishu glanced at Yi Fan's sea of suffering, and his heart was shocked. Where is the sea of suffering? It is simply a hodgepodge. The heart of the Qing emperor, the fragments of the immortal Ding, the golden pages of the book recording the Taoist will see scroll, and the root of the mother chi of all things. Any item was extremely precious to the ancient emperors, and they would want to collect it when they saw it. And Yi Fan has been in the cultivation world for less than a year, and he has collected so many treasures. When Jiang Taishu saw this, he did not have the intention of snatching, but added a little worry to his heart. Sure enough, the dark turmoil is coming, and in such dark years, another holy body was born from heaven and earth, and the luck is so against the sky, it is not inferior to the ancient emperor in the slightest. He felt that his mission was heavier. Such a person with good luck, if it is not the holy body, anyone who sees it will say that he has the posture of preaching and the posture of a great emperor. I have to teach him well and guide him. I don't know if you want to learn from me. I can teach you to practice. The god king Jiang Taishu seemed very humble and took the initiative to ask if he could become Yi Fan's master. Yi Fan was quite surprised by this. He didn't expect that after he revealed so many treasures, he was not greedy eyes, but calm and gentle, and even with a hint of responsibility. Your talent is outstanding, and you deserve to be taught well during this period, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting and saving the human race. There was no greed in Jiang Taishu's eyes, only peace. Wang Mingyuan didn't expect such a change, but he always firmly believed that the god king Jiang Taishu would not rob Yi Fan's things. If even this person's character is unreliable, then there are probably few people in the world who are trustworthy. However, Yi Fan was not very familiar with the god king Jiang Taishu, so he didn't answer this question but just looked sideways at Wang Mingyuan, and Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. Why don't we talk about the inheritance of the ruthless emperor first? With these, plus this, is Yi Fan considered a descendant of a ruthless lineage? Wang Mingyuan pointed to his physical body, meaning the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, and pointed to the root of the mother energy of all things.
God King Jiang Taishu was silent for a moment, and finally nodded.
But his brows were still furrowed, and after hearing Yi Fan's process of obtaining the root of the mother chi of all things, he pondered and said, "There are so many entanglements with the ruthless emperor, I am afraid that there will be a round of cause and effect in the future. The state of the ruthless emperor seems to be wrong. If she really wakes up, whether the root of this mother chi of all things will belong to you or to the ruthless emperor at that time, I am afraid it will be a question." This sentence shocked Yi Fan's heart, but Wang Mingyuan smiled gently, not thinking that the ruthless emperor would snatch Yi Fan's things at all.
After all, that's a brother control.
If nothing else, if Yi Fan wants to cross the 4 extremes tribulation, he only needs to run to the ancient forbidden land. Covered in blood, when it was difficult to endure, if you said, "I'm dead, what should my sister do?"
It will definitely trigger an earth-shattering event.
Of course, Wang Mingyuan only dared to silently go through this crazy idea in his heart, and he absolutely did not dare to put it into practice. If the ruthless man knew that this was taught by him, the ruthless man would probably have to beat him to death before he stabbed the sky.
Let's talk about it later.
Yi Fan looks very free and easy, even a little natural. If this thing really belongs to a ruthless person, then he wants to take it. I have nothing to say, just take it.
I am fortunate to have it, but I am fortunate to lose it. He is very free and easy in this regard. Wang Mingyuan saw that the God King Jiang Taishu was so talkative, and couldn't help but think of Yi Fan's previous proposal.
Do you remember the address of the
Bronze Immortal Hall?
We used to be a direct death, but with the God King, we can collect all the mother chi of all things that you haven't collected yet.
I remember.
Yi Fan nodded, but when he thought of the terrifying scene in the Bronze Immortal Hall, he couldn't help but glance at the God King Jiang Taishu.
So he whispered to Wang Mingyuan, "Brother, this is not a joke. If you walk around, you will really die without a place to be buried. Not a big problem, not a big problem." Wang Mingyuan was full of confidence.
If it were other places, he might not dare yet, but for the Bronze Immortal Hall, he had some confidence.
After all, even Nangong Dienung,
who wanted to win a lifetime of immortality, could break into the Bronze Immortal Hall and come back alive, and Jiang Taishu, the God King who had reached the level of the Saint King, would never have a problem. However, perhaps the shadow left by Purple Mountain on the God King was too deep, and when he heard that he wanted to explore the Bronze Fairy Hall left by the ruthless emperor, the God King thought for a while but did not refuse.
Collecting
the mother chi of all things, and injecting it all into the root of this mother chi of all things, can cast a stronger vessel.
It works well for you, you can try it.
After determining the place, I will bring the Hainyu furnace from the family. Well, with the lessons learned from the last time, the God King seems much more stable. The items left by the exploration emperor are no longer blindly rushed in, but learn to use the extreme
emperor soldiers.
Even if it is said that the ultimate material can cast the ultimate imperial soldiers, the God King Jiang Taishu is not greedy, and even wants to give the part he brought to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was greatly surprised after hearing this. He deeply realized the character of the God King Jiang Taishu, which simply made people feel safe, as if
they were full of morality.
Compared with Elder Han, it is simply one in the sky and the other on the ground. Even the two are not on the same level at all. Let's not talk about this for the time being, it's still quite dangerous over there, so let's solve the problem at hand first.
Wang Mingyuan didn't dwell on this topic, just wrote it down for the time being.
After all, it's always good to seize the opportunity when you can get the good things in your hands. When you meet the descendants of the ruthless emperor, you can ask about their exercises. Wang Mingyuan was at ease, and the God King Jiang Taishu glanced at him and didn't say much. Wang Mingyuan originally had an imperial scripture in his hand, as well as other mysterious inheritances. He believed that Wang Mingyuan would not go directly to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill, and even if he wanted to practice, he would not mess around. And for the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, the God King Jiang Taishu was also quite interested.
After all, it is said that the ruthless emperor gathered the
origin of 10,000 physiques, and became an emperor against the sky in the first life. In the second life, on the basis of the original demon fetus, he gave birth to a divine fetus from his body, which turned into a chaos body.
Invincible in heaven and on earth. All kinds of special transformation methods. The God King Jiang Taishu is also very curious.
After all, it is the inheritance left by the great emperor, and it is too precious to be precious.
Then let's go to the meeting first? Yi Fan asked.
No, although the amount of the ruthless emperor is very high now, the other party probably won't recognize it too much, and it is more
appropriate to add a little weight,
Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. He knew that the little moon of the Ji family had not yet returned home. Because she stepped on the 9th step ladder when she entered the humble peak, her talent shocked the entire Taishan sect, and she was
cheekily asked by the elders and peak masters of the Taishan sect Star Peak.
After all, Xingfeng is now the most prosperous vein among
the many mountains mountains of Taixuanmen, and even the master is the master of Xingfeng. And before the humble peak didn't even have an
inheritance, it was too low-key, and in the eyes of everyone, it was like a mountain with a broken inheritance, and it didn't last long. Therefore, it is a complete waste to have the best genius here. A group of them are not only cheeky, but also for the future of Taixuanmen.
Li Ruoyu did not refuse.
And now, Wang Mingyuan is going to find Ji Ziyue, the little moon of the Ji family.
If you go to find it as Yi Fan, I am afraid that you will not be able to see it.
He is now the treasure of many supreme elders on the Star Peak, and he will never let Ji Fan, a person who had no talent when he first started, affect Ji Ziyue's cultivation.
Wang Mingyuan was different. He went to see Ji Ziyue as the elder of Humble Peak Kitching, but no one stopped him. Why are you related to her again?
Yi Fan was slightly reluctant, although he initially took Ji Ziyue hostage to escape from the pursuit of the Ji family, but in the next relationship, especially in the Bronze Immortal Hall, he gradually developed a good impression of this eccentric woman.
If it weren't for Ji Ziyue, he wouldn't have come to Taixuanmen.
Why, you started to feel sorry for your daughter-in-law before you even passed the door? Wang Mingyuan teased, but Yi Fan did not show the slightest embarrassment on his face, and explained in a low voice, she is a member of the Ji family, and her status is very high. If she is involved in these things, once something goes wrong, it will have a great impact. It's a small problem. There is a God King here, and he can't turn over any big storms at all.
With the God King, the sense of security is enough.
While chatting, they had arrived at the Star Peak. Besides, I have a reason to come on this trip. At present, our strength is not as good as the ruthless emperor. Lack of persuasiveness. With her joining, the situation will be very different.
What must be you?
These words did not shy away from Ji Ziyue. She had already walked over with a smile on her face at this time, staring at Yi Fan with smart eyes, and unceremoniously set out conditions. If you want me to help, it's not impossible, but I want the inheritance on the Humble Peak. Obviously I came first. She gritted her teeth, revealing her delicate little tiger teeth. Wang Mingyuan just smiled and pointed to the inconspicuous bronze ring on her hand.
At first glance, the ring looks like an ordinary plaything, like a toy for mortal children. We need its help to enhance persuasiveness. As for what we are planning,
Wang Mingyuan glanced at the God King next to him, and the God King didn't say much, but Wang Mingyuan felt that the moment he looked over, the surroundings instantly became quieter.
It seems that no one else can hear their conversation. We are planning the succession of the owner of the ring.
With this thing, it is more convincing to call us the inheritor of the owner of the ring. Maybe at that time, there is no need to use force, and the inheritance can be deceived directly.
Ji Ziyue looked down at the quaint bronze ring.
Although it didn't look outstanding and ordinary, she and a few of the top people in the family knew what was special about this ring. This ring was accidentally obtained in the treasure house of the Ji family when she was a child, and she had a wonderful induction with her. It has been left behind in conservation for many years, and has not shown anything special so far. For her, this ring can hide the attention of the outside world and allow her to change her appearance, and no one will think there is anything wrong. Even if the Ji family searched for her traces all over the world, with portraits and bounties posted all over the place, she could still easily worship the Taishan Gate, and even the head of the Taishan Gate Star Peak could not see through her identity. And she herself is a primordial spirit body and is highly valued in the family.
After she got the ring, the family flipped through the classics and discovered its particularity.
It turned out that this was brought back by a supreme saint of the Ji family. This supreme saint had inadvertently penetrated deep into the Bronze Immortal Hall and found a shattered body in the Bronze Immortal Hall, suspected to be a true immortal. This supreme saint had the ability to change the heavens and the earth and move the stars, but he only carried the body out of the Bronze Immortal Hall, only to be killed by the murderous intent contained in his flesh and blood. And this bronze ring was worn on the body of the suspected true immortal. Although the Ji family could not grasp Ji Ziyue's condition and could not figure out the power of the bronze ring, there seemed to be no abnormality after years of observation, and gradually they forgot about it. But Ji Ziyue knew about all this.
Impersonating the inheritor of the ring owner?
Her big eyes flashed instantly, looking very interested.
What are you going to do?
After understanding Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan's plan, she took the initiative to join without waiting for Wang Mingyuan's invitation. You kid has a bit of a conscience, so I won't care about you before. Count me as one, but if you get the inheritance, you have to share it with me. The first sentence was said to Yi Fan, and the second sentence was said to Wang Mingyuan.
You mean this bronze ring belongs to the ruthless emperor?
Yi Fan stared at the bronze ring, thinking in his heart, this ring is not very special no matter how you look at it. It really looks like a toy played with by a child. It is not smooth and delicate, but looks a little rough, and seems to have been polished with bronze sheets. And it can be seen that the strength used to make this item in the first place was not great, giving people the feeling that it was made by a child, and the polishing in many places was not fine enough. However, this item was carried by a peerless figure, which must have been taken very seriously. It stands to reason that this should be a peerless weapon comparable to the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers. But according to Ji Ziyue's description, there is nothing special about this bronze ring, and there are very few powerful abilities.
This is not what the God King is concerned about.
He couldn't help but think of the former peerless saint of the Ji family.
The saint was carrying the body of a
suspected true immortal, and he had also heard of it. Later, several top holy places and families divided the flesh and blood of the suspected true
immortal, and the Jung family also participated.
About that period of history, it is quite clearly recorded. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago. The period when the ruthless emperor was active was more than 200,000 years ago. It can be confirmed from this that the ruthless emperor is still alive, has not gone deep into the forbidden area, and has always wandered outside the heavens and the earth. This allowed the God King not to kill himself against the ruthless emperor, nor did he multiply his confidence in turning into
the Dark Supreme.
At the same time, he was more and more shocked by the strength of the ruthless emperor.
Because they agreed that the suspected true immortal figure was completely dead and
there was no trace of it. Regarded as a true immortal by the desolate ancient family, it is conceivable how far the strength and realm of the ruthless emperor during that period had reached. After all, the desolate ancient family, especially the great emperor family, is very familiar with the appearance of the great emperor.
Many features
of that body had already shown signs of true immortality, far surpassing the great emperor.
Wang Mingyuan was not surprised by this,
because in his memory, it was the ruthless emperor, and at the end of the third world, something went wrong when he was about to usher in the fourth generation. By that time, the ruthless emperor had already far exceeded the boundaries of the heavenly emperor and had gone a long distance on the road to immortality. The ruthless emperor practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill in the first generation and achieved the heaven-swallowing emperor. In the late first life, he did not take the immortal elixir, but created the immortal heavenly power with his own talent. In the demon womb, the divine fetus was born, the second life was lived, and the chaos body was transformed. At the end of the chaos body, he took the true dragon immortal elixir and lived until the third life. At the end of the third world, he had an accident when he transformed into the bronze immortal hall, and his body collapsed. With the state of the ruthless emperor at that time, he had already shown the characteristics of some immortals, and it was very likely that he had cultivated the chaos body to an incredible state. Being mistaken for a true immortal by the great emperor's family is a high probability event.
Ruthless emperor?
Ji Ziyue opened her small mouth in surprise. She felt something was wrong, because that period was far from the period when the ruthless emperor was active.
Almost 100,000 years. How could the ancient emperor live so long?
However, the ruthless emperor lived at least 3 lifetimes, and it is indeed possible to live for a long time. I didn't expect that even the most talented people of Xingfeng's generation came, and this annual party can be regarded as a veritable gathering, a gathering of elites.
Hua Yunfei was
quite gentle in dealing with people, and he did not refuse in the face of this one who came, but his face was full of joy. He sat in the crowd and played the piano.
The melodious sound of
the piano even surprised Ji Ziyue, because the sound of the piano was in harmony with heaven and earth, and even attracted birds to dance with it. Hua Yun Frisbee sat cross-legged in it,
as if he was one with heaven and earth, showing amazing piano skills. The piano skill alone is close to the Tao, which is enough to represent his natural talent to approach the great way.
All this made Wang Mingyuan sigh silently. The ruthless emperor has always been ruthless, and the characters selected to practice the heaven-swallowing demon gong are all the best in the Holy Land family, and they are very likely to inherit the throne if they practice normally. At that time, they can occupy the magpie's nest and borrow it to regenerate. Whether it is the Taishan Gate or the Shaking Light Holy Land, it is the same.
However, the situation is very different now.
No matter how talented you are, your future achievements are unpredictable. After all, among the great emperors of ancient times, in terms of physique and talent, they may not be called the first of the times. A group of people talked lightly. With Hua Yunfei's opening remarks, even if some people want to fight in their hearts, after such a baptism, the killing intent and fighting intent in their hearts will not be so strong. He was dressed in white, like an immortal, and his temperament was almost perfect, which made people unable to criticize. During the conversation, everyone can talk about all aspects, and it seems that everything can be discussed, and it can be involved in all corners of the world. He wandered between people, and although many people had conflicts with each other because of his presence, it did not cause disputes. While chatting, a disciple of Xingfeng next to him seemed to have inadvertently uncovered a topic. Now the Ji family divine body of the eastern wilderness asks the sword world, and when walking, I have never encountered an opponent, and I don't know who can defeat it. The disciple's tone was full of sighs. Hua Yunfei also sighed. Not long ago, Ji Haoyue had come here to fight him, and he was defeated with a move. Of course, on the surface. In fact, regarding the inheritance of the ruthless emperor, he didn't even use up a single move.
If it is really displayed, Ji Haoyue may not be able to compete with him.
It can only be said that the dragon body Ji Haoyue challenged everywhere in the early stage, and seemed very strong, but she has never lost. In fact, it was either because he bullied Yen Ruyu's cultivation that was inferior to his own, or many people hid their trump cards and did not fight him head-on.
If you really want to fight to the death, you may not be able to tell the difference between victory and defeat.
The top practitioners foreigners on the Beidou side are all meticulous and never show their edge easily. Whether it is Hua Yunfei or the holy son of Yaoguang, they like to leave room.
And Yi Hei is the one who likes to keep his hands the most.
When Hua Yunfei mentioned that he was defeated by Ji Haoyue in one move, his eyes seemed to float to Yi Fan. Li Xiaoman was also watching this scene.
Wang Mingyuan's heart moved, and he instantly understood that they should already know that Yi Fan was the ancient holy body.
In the eyes of others, Yi Fan's ancient holy body has been regarded as a waste body.
But in the eyes of the inheritors of the ruthless lineage, this is not a waste body at all, but the strongest source in the world. If they could devour the source of the holy body and use it for their own use, they would be able to soar into the sky. Of course, Yi Fan is not the only holy body in the world. As we all know, there is also a holy body at the location of the holy cliff, and it has already been completed. The origin is thick, and the strength of the body is not inferior to that of the great emperor. If the descendants of the ruthless lineage can climb the holy cliff and refine the great holy body, they can become the top figures in the world. After all, the origin of devouring others does not necessarily require people to be alive, and it can be used after death, although the effect is slightly different, but it is still effective. However, in the ruthless lineage, even the craziest few did not dare to make any attempts on the body of the great holy body. Just as everyone knows that the dark supreme origin in the Forbidden Zone is invincible, but only the immortal emperor dares to hit their ideas. Even the immortal emperor is extremely picky. Only those who can condense the immortal essence of immortality, or those who have lived out the second and third lives, he will take a fancy to them. Although he is used to wandering around the Nanshan nursing home and kicking Beihai kindergarten, what he is targeting is the most amazing people in the world. At this time, Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly and said proudly, although the Ji family god king is strong, compared to me, the victory or defeat may not be known. Since it is certain that the other party is interested in Yi Fan, and it is likely that he is also interested in him, then you might as well add a little more bait. How can you catch a big fish without fierce material? When Hua Yunfei heard this, he looked at Wang Mingyuan with a slight surprise. Ji Ziyue beside Wang Mingyuan frowned when she heard this, and then her smart eyes blinked, smiling like a crescent moon. Ji Haoyue is a complete sister control, although the relationship between them is deep, but sometimes Ji Ziyue will also be bored with her brother. She would be happy if someone could teach her proud brother a lesson. Wang Mingyuan did not hesitate and walked straight forward. Raise your hand to signal Hua Yunfei. Since it is an elite gathering of the younger generation, why don't we give it a try and see how I am different from the Ji family's divine body? Wang Mingyuan is high-spirited, and Hua Yunfei is also a leader among the younger generation. At this time, the two were already in the realm of the four poles, and the realm was the same. Did the Jiang family also have a divine body? Hua Yunfei was surprised, although he didn't want to step forward, but after a while, his brows furrowed, and he still took the initiative to walk up. The two walked to the stage, and before they did it, Hua Yunfei still set a standard. This time it's about the Tao. It's not appropriate to see blood. How about let's point it out? Yes. The two quickly collided together, and the next moment it was like a volcano erupting. The blood bloomed like a dragon, and Hua Yunfei was shocked and flew out on the spot, but Wang Mingyuan was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all. He looked indifferent, but the Taishan sect disciples present were all surprised. What's going on? In the depths of Wang Mingyuan's heart, there is an endless ocean of darkness. This vast ocean is completely different from the usual imagery, and there is no feeling of blue sea and bright moon at all. Just by looking at the sea, a deep, vast, and endless feeling suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. And in the black ocean, a large shadow was faintly visible, as if a behemoth was lurking. At this moment, only some visions were shown, and Hua Yunfei had been shaken away. Wang Mingyuan still wanted to continue to shoot, but Hua Yunfei had already taken the initiative to wave his hand. The Taoist has a strong physique. I don't know what kind of divine body it is, and he has also cultivated a vision that I have never heard of. I am not as good as him. In my opinion, the Taoist friend and the divine body of the Ji family will fight each other, and the outcome is unknown. Hua Yunfei was full of emotion, but Wang Mingyuan, who was closest to him, could feel the subtle changes in his mood. This man was obviously unwilling to give up, and his heart was full of arrogance, unwilling to admit defeat easily. He himself has considerable combat effectiveness. After all, he has secretly cultivated the heaven-swallowing demon technique. It's a pity that on such an occasion, his heaven-swallowing demon skill could not be performed. Not to mention that there are ruthless people behind him secretly watching. He is not only Hua Yunfei's protector, but also responsible for monitoring his movements. Therefore, although his high fighting spirit surged in his heart, he felt a hint of depression, and his helplessness towards fate was inevitable. Wang Mingyuan knew in his heart that it was almost enough to behave at this time. The voice of the god King Jiang Taishu in his ears strengthened his thoughts. The person hidden behind him has been moved and has set his sights on you, and both sides have marked their bodies. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this. Although the party became lively because of this episode, many people gathered around Hua Yunfei, and many people were curious about Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan seemed to be very proud, and in the face of everyone's praise, he quickly fluttered. A divine body also wants to dominate the world. Does he think he is the god king of 4,000 4,000 years ago?
Since the past dynasties, there have been divine bodies and royal bodies between various ethnic groups in holy places, but the only real invincible in the world is Jiang Taishu, the god king 4,000 years ago. There are countless divine bodies and royal bodies that have been defeated by the divine king Jiang Taishu. Even if he plays against me, he may not win, and even the two people next to me may not win. These words caused exclamations from everyone present, and their eyes fell on Yifan and Ji Ziyue beside him. Ji Ziyue looked a little familiar in the field, also from Xingfeng, and had walked the 9th ladder.
Her talent aroused everyone's amazement, and she was known as the first talent of Taixuanmen. Everyone present was no stranger to her and thought she was quite strong. No wonder he has such an amazing talent, it must be a peculiar physique. It's a pity I don't know what kind of physique she has. I really hope I can also have this divine body, the royal body. Wang Mingyuan did not sell Guanzi, and at this time the god king hinted in his ear. Ji Ziyue has also been marked with a wisp of mark. The one behind him is a half-step power, but he is just a puppet. His true body has not yet arrived here. I am calculating, and I will soon be able to determine its location. The black hand lurking behind the scenes has been firmly controlled by Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan met everyone's eyes and smiled. You should know something about this.
The Purple Mansion Holy Land once produced a statue with the same physique as her, and she was an innate Taoist fetus. Born with a shortcut, he can get the help of heaven and earth, and once he steps into the Sendai realm, his mana is almost infinite. Of course, Ji Ziyue is not a congenital Taoist fetus, but her performance is quite similar to it. She was born to absorb endless vitality from the great avenue of heaven and earth, not only for her own use, but also for others, which can be called a top assistant. In fact, only by Yi Fan's side is she like a supporting role. If she is really allowed to embark on the ancient road of the starry sky, she can also dominate an ancient road. This kind of physique is extremely rare and rare throughout the ages. Because of its rarity and lack of reputation, Wang Mingyuan specially gave her a thunderous name. And Ji Ziyue had already discussed it before coming, and at this time she also deliberately showed some of her characteristics. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, the essence of the sky gathered towards her, making her look like a fairy, majestic, like a queen. Everyone present was amazed, but they didn't expect that this gathering of young heroes would bring together so many special and powerful characters. And Yifan next to Wang Mingyuan caused dissatisfaction among many people. The physique of the two of you seems very strong and different, but the main reason is that Yifan's hatred value is too high. He beat the disciples of Xingfeng to the ground, so the reputation of the entire Taishan sect was quite high, and many people were dissatisfied with him. However, the disciples of the other peaks suddenly realized at this time. No wonder he was able to defeat so many disciples of Xingfeng. It turned out that his physique was also unique.
But when he tested his talent, why didn't his talent appear? Could it be that he has reservations? Wang Mingyuan noticed that Hua Yunfei's gaze was extremely complicated. This man obviously did not want to practice the heaven-swallowing demon technique, and his lifelong pursuit was only to play the piano on a side peak of the star peak and chase his music. He didn't want to practice the so-called imperial road competition at all, nor did he want to become a puppet of others, let alone devour the origin of others. However, there are some paths that individuals cannot choose. He was chosen by a ruthless person. If he does not embark on this path, his teachers, elders, relatives, and friends will be destroyed. In the spiritual world, weakness is the original sin, and it just so happened that the Taishan sect was not strong, but a little weak. His eyes were complicated, and he even tried to interrupt Wang Mingyuan's speech. Yifan's physique is certainly special, but his cultivation is not high now, and his divine power may not be revealed, and he may not show anything strange when his cultivation is deeper. The voice of the god king Jiang Taishu sounded, and the man behind him was already excited at this time. He even took the initiative to pass on the news to others. Such a rich resource, such a powerful and thick source, but it seems that there are not many people to protect it. He didn't seem to want to give this powerful origin directly to Hua Yunfei. After all, Hua Yunfei's practice of heaven-swallowing demon skill is simply regarded as a divine skill of wedding dresses. The heaven-swallowing demon Gong was born to be restrained by the immortal heavenly skill. Hua Yunfei is just a wedding dress for others. They hope that the one who can truly obtain all the benefits, the one who practices the immortal heavenly skill, will devour this part of the origin. Yifan's physique is of course strong, and in the desolate years, he was known as the first physique of the Beidou, or the first physique of the Beidou human race. He once emerged 9 great people one after another, invincible in heaven and earth, and ruled an era. Wang Mingyuan had just started chanting, so he didn't need to continue. A group of disciples had already exclaimed again and again, if it is between the universe galaxies, or other ancient stars of life, many people may not know much about this physique, but here, they are all very familiar with it. After all, everyone has been protected by the 9 great holy bodies. At that time, their ancestors survived under the protection of the 9 great Eucharists. Desolate ancient holy body, human holy body. Can't this kind of physique be practiced in the post-desolate era? Why did he embark on the road of cultivation again? No wonder when he hit him, the magic weapon magic power was
was ineffective against him and he could shatter everything with one punch. It turned out that this physique could be compared to the young emperor.
Xingfeng's disciples exclaimed and suddenly realized.
But Hua Yunfei's state at this time seemed a little wrong. He barely praised a few words and wanted to end the party in a hurry. However, the other disciples of Xingfeng were in high spirits and even took the initiative to ask, "Now that the three of you are gathered together, are you going to test the sword world?"
"Of course," Wang Mingyuan replied as a matter of course. His demeanor seemed unruly and arrogant.
"I want to see if the Jiang family's divine body is stronger or if the Ji family's divine body is harder.
We are ready to follow the footsteps of the divine body and have a battle with each other after this gathering. Why don't you contact the family and find a guardian?"
This question was quite ingenious. It was raised by a disciple of Xingfeng, and Wang Mingyuan glanced at the other party, suspecting that he was also a ruthless person. "The young emperor didn't grow up in a greenhouse. It's enough to have me. Why do you need others to protect you?"
Concise and straightforward.
"Enough, don't say more. Someone has already come outside the Taishan gate, and he is a great power." The divine thought of the God King sounded in Wang Mingyuan's mind, and no one noticed it at the scene. Wang Mingyuan knew in his heart that the bait he gave was tempting enough, and the other party would soon take action.
There is no
doubt about this, because the whereabouts of the inheritors of the ruthless emperor are extremely secret, and few people know about
their existence. At the same time, they seemed extremely rampant. After all, they successfully parasitized in the Shaking Light Holy Land and mastered the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. The contemporary son of Shaking Light is actually their descendants.
Now, Hua Yunfei, the leader of the next generation of Taishan sect, is also under their control, and if no one notices, they may even occupy Taishan sect in the future.
This courage is even more staggering, and he dares to regard Jiang Yifei, the descendant of the great emperor's family, as a leek to cultivate. Although this leek's cultivation is an immortal heavenly skill, it is really not simple. After the party, the three of them set off together, and within a few days they started going out, as if they really planned to ask Jian Tianxia.
The God King Jiang Taishu waited silently on the sidelines, and introduced the other party's situation to Wang Mingyuan and others. Originally, the other party only sent a puppet with a half-step power, but now it seems that the real big man has also arrived. However, they still seem to be hesitating and arguing.
There are so many temptations that it's hard to resist.
The existence of a suspected dark divine body that had never been heard of, a desolate ancient holy body, and an innate Tao fetus, such a temptation was difficult for anyone who practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill to resist. What's even more special is that among these three, only Wang Mingyuan has an identity background, and the other two can be used to practice at will. This is the focus of the other side's argument.
The God King's eyes were always
fixed on the other party, and after a while, his expression became slightly strange. But he didn't speak. But when Wang Mingyuan and his party were about 200 meters away from Taishan Gate, the sky suddenly changed. Wang Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, and then understood that the other party had exerted some kind of irresistible and powerful momentum, which instantly enveloped him. He was about to join forces with Yifan and Ji Ziyue to confront him, but found that the people around him were gone, surrounded by a lush forest, and he fell into the control of the other party in his breath and lost his way. Despite being in such a fierce situation, in the face of this incredible enemy, Wang Mingyuan did not flinch at all. There was a Saint King beside him. He knew that the God King had not made a move. He was just watching, and he was not afraid in his heart. The other party only trapped him, but did not directly kill him, obviously had other intentions.
Sure enough, the figure appeared in front of Wang Mingyuan, with such momentum that Wang Mingyuan was almost out of breath. Above his head, a Dao treasure vase seal was actually condensed. Wang Mingyuan pretended to be shocked and blurted out, "Heaven-swallowing demon skill." The half-step nodded in satisfaction and praised, as expected of a descendant of the great emperor's family, "I can see my origin at a glance. Come to think of it, you should understand why I'm here," he said coldly. "Devouring the origin of the kings and creating the supreme divine body, you have taken a fancy to my origin?" Although Wang Mingyuan was surprised in his heart, he still remained calm. The half-step powerful eyes showed joy, and did not do it directly, but gave Wang Mingyuan a choice. "You can see my origin, and my talent potential is also extremely amazing, but I am moved to cherish my talents. If you are willing to join my family, I can teach you the immortal heavenly skill and make you the holy son of my lineage. Otherwise, you can only become the food for others in my line to practice." The so-called choice is actually not a real choice, either to become the inheritor of the ruthless lineage, or to die directly. Obviously, the other party is still a little jealous of Wang Mingyuan. After all, Wang Mingyuan is a descendant of the great emperor's family, and if he dies suddenly here, it will definitely cause an uproar. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of the strange face of the God King before, and immediately understood that the reason why the God King was like this was because this group of people actually planned to develop him into a downline. However, after the other party made a request, he did not let Wang Mingyuan go easily. I saw him wave his hand, and the scene on the other side of the field immediately appeared. Over there in the boundless desert, Yifan and Ji Ziyue stood back to back,
back, vigilantly looking around. If you want to become the holy son of my lineage, you must naturally have a strong foundation and foundation. I have prepared a baptismal object for you. He stretched out his hand and pointed to Yifan and Jizue without surprise. The former was the ancient holy body, and the latter was the primordial spirit body. Behind him, there stood a figure faintly shrouded in shadows. At this moment, the man's expression was complicated, and his eyes were fixed on all this. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, Wang Mingyuan guessed in his heart that this was the legendary Hua Yunfei. Not long ago, Hua Yunfei was probably forced up the mountain by a ruthless person, and now, it was Wang Mingyuan's turn. In the face of such a desperate situation, Wang Mingyuan seemed to be at ease. Among the inheritors of your lineage, you are the only one who is the strongest? Wang Mingyuan's face showed obvious disgust. This reaction surprised the mysterious man, and his face showed surprise and unease. He looked around, only to find that the Ming God King was not far away from Wang Ming, but there was no movement around. What do you mean? The mysterious man frowned. I mean, your lineage has made the ruthless emperor lose face too much. Wang Mingyuan said lightly. Ha! Half-stepped Nang's face was full of confusion, and Hua Yunfei also looked dazed. At this time, Wang Mingyuan was blocked by the field and was being stared at by a half-step power, and there was no room for resistance at all. Even if he is the young emperor, he cannot escape death at this moment. However, what exactly is Wang Mingyuan talking about? You guys are so incompetent. The face of the ruthless emperor has been lost by you. He said mercilessly, those who learn from me will live. Those who are like me will die. If you want to take the path of the ruthless emperor, you should openly practice the heaven-swallowing demon. Dong and the immortal heaven Gong dare to be the enemy of the kings, and dare to be the enemy of the entire universe. Which emperor didn't come out of the sea of corpses and blood, standing out from the hundreds of millions of Tianjiao? You flies are simply a shame on our lineage. Ha! The leading half-step was stunned, and Hua Yunfei also looked shocked. What are you talking about? You are also the inheritor of our lineage? The half-step power reacted faster, his eyes locked on Wang Mingyuan tightly. At this moment he wanted more actions, ready to search for souls, and torture everything about Wang Mingyuan. However, Wang Mingyuan only slightly activated the fire god furnace in his body, and easily broke free from the blockade. This hand was unexpected by half a step, which surprised him a little. Of course, it's just that you don't deserve to be the inheritor of the ruthless lineage. It's really embarrassing. You can't even learn, you can only imitate. Wang Mingyuan shook his head and slammed mercilessly. A ray of seven-colored flame burned between his fingers, and even though there was a well-arranged field here, it was burned by him at this moment. The forest scene and the desert scene collide and eventually merge into a calm mountain range. Yifan and Jizue looked at Wang Mingyuan, who suddenly appeared in surprise, while the half-step power stared intently at the seven-colored flame in Wang Mingyuan's hand, and at the same time was full of vigilance against the two mysterious people in front of him. Don't try to deceive me with words. I don't perceive the breath of your ancestors in you. Half-a-step Denang spoke, but Wang Mingyuan just sneered and motioned for Jizue to raise his finger. Hua Yunfei looked at the bronze ring on her finger that looked like a children's toy, his face full of confusion. However, after looking at this half-step power carefully for a long time, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Ancestral relics? Why didn't you get the inheritance of your ancestors? Wang Mingyuan smiled coldly. You are also called ancestors? The emperor has never left any bloodline. You are just people who belong to the same village as the emperor. These words were like a blow to the head, directly reducing the half-step power to the dust. However, this one was not angry, because all this was true. Inheritance? Wang Mingyuan sneered. Whether it is the heaven-swallowing demon skill or the immortal heaven skill, it has long been perfected and condenses the wisdom of the great emperor. If you can practice other basic exercises step by step and finally transcend them, then these two imperial scriptures will only trap you in this life, and you will have no hope of going to the next level for the rest of your life. I really want to know how you have passed it on, and the more you practice, the more you retreat. Wang Mingyuan made accusations and criticisms, almost degrading the other party to the dirt, and the half-step power's expression changed wildly. He had nothing to say, and finally burned with anger. Nonsense. You know if it's nonsense. Wang Mingyuan responded coldly. As for the real emperor inheritance, we have already had it, and you people who hold the emperor's chicken feathers as command arrows are really ridiculous. You should have belonged to our lineage a long time ago, and you were ruled by us, but you still occupied the pit and didn't shit, which is really ridiculous. Nonsense. The half-step power was furious, and the terrifying power surged like a landslide tsunami. However, Wang Mingyuan seemed to be motionless. He had the fire god furnace in his hand, and he had the power of the quasi-emperor level, but the divine power was not revealed. With a little mobilization, it can resist this terrifying power. Yifan has fragments of the bronze cauldron, and the treasures on Jizue's body are countless, not only the bronze ring of the ruthless emperor, but also many treasures brought by the Ji family. It is impossible to overwhelm the three of them with momentum alone. Seeing that the other party was angry and seemed to be about to make a move, move, Wang Mingyuan said unhurriedly. The emperor passed on the materials that can cast the extreme Tao Imperial Soldier to me, allowing me to take the immortal elixir she planted with her own hands in her dojo, and drink the divine spring water she opened up to build a foundation. Let me and him have the same strength as the young emperor of the same period. You, like this. Wang Mingyuan didn't say much about the rest of the words, but he glanced at the half-step power in Hua Yunfei behind him with a very contemptuous gaze. As if a little helpless, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Forget it, after all, there is some fate with the emperor, and it is not impossible to reluctantly accept you as a follower. Who the hell wants to be your attack? Half a step of great power was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He had never seen Wang Mingyuan so angry, and even Yifan looked at him in surprise. It's just that the god King Jiang Taishu said that he had the materials to cast the extreme Tao Imperial Soldier. How could he speak like this to the descendants of the ruthless lineage? And it was also when the descendants of the ruthless lineage were eyeing their origins. Wang Mingyuan looked very calm. So, your so-called branch doesn't recognize my main vein? Wang Mingyuan's tone was calm and he didn't care. The scene seemed a little cold for a while, and half-step Danan was stunned. He hadn't attacked yet, but Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to provoke him, who was dominating the situation. Not convinced? Wang Mingyuan didn't give the other party a chance to think at all, and said with a sneer, if you kneel down directly, maybe I will think about it. Now like this, then forget it, get away, I'm annoyed to look at it. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand directly, kneel down. I pretend I've never seen you. Ha. The half-step powerful man was so angry that he almost laughed. What a big courage. I have walked the world for so many years, and I have never seen you so presumptuous. Don't worry, I will be the last to pull out your origin. I will put your soul on the lamp and burn it, and I will never let it go out if I don't burn it for 100 years. The branch is going to devour the master? Wang Mingyuan's face was indifferent. Just before the other party did anything, his face instantly turned cold. Immediately, before the half-step power could make a move, he felt a terrifying force blocking the entire void. He was covered in hair, and his strong intuition told him that he must not move, otherwise he would die. What was even more frightening was that a slender big hand stretched out from the void in front of him, gently hammering it into the void. The entire void was instantly burst and torn apart. Then a statue of great power was dragged directly from the opposite side of the void. This powerful man was dazed, and appeared here before he could react. Saint? An ancient saint? They all felt like their scalps were tingling, and their hearts seemed to be about to burst. Looking at Wang Mingyuan again, he still looks indifferent and relaxed. Combined with what Wang Mingyuan said just now, their bodies trembled involuntarily. Wang Mingyuan said indifferently, do you think that asking the emperor to train an extreme imperial soldier can run rampant in the world? If you really want to invite the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron over, who will help you is still 2 words. Since you dare to bite back at the main vein, then go to the emperor's dojo with me and let the emperor share a share of the loyalty. With just a light call, the strong man and the half-step powerful puppet he controlled were sealed with all their power. He took a step, with a clear goal, and went straight to the desolate Forbidden Land. The great power and the half-step power were instantly frightened to incontinence. A head-to-toe thriller swept over and sent chills down the mind. Misunderstanding, we are all in the same lineage. Why argue like this? Spare my life. The mighty began to beg for mercy mercilessly, his face full of fear. Wang Mingyuan's understatement instantly shattered their confidence. The reason why they are so proud, daring to control the shaking Holy Land, Taishan sect, and even dare to cultivate a figure from a great emperor's family is precisely because they hold an extreme Tao Imperial Soldier in their hands. In their hearts, there is not much difference between themselves and the desolate ancient family, and when they encounter a crisis, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron can help them clear all obstacles. This is the greatest confidence in their hearts. However, everything in front of them easily shattered their pride. Wang Mingyuan is well versed in the psychological tactics of modern company bosses. At this point, the other party may still have conceit and luck in their hearts, and it is estimated that they still do not believe that they can control the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. He decided to completely shatter the last pride of the other party. Well, let's go to the desolate Forbidden Land to meet the great emperor. The emperor was not dead, but fell into a deep sleep. I see that there is no figure of the emperor in your eyes. He dragged this great power all the way to the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land, and his finger naturally pointed at Yifan. You, take him into the Forbidden Land, throw him into the abyss, and let him talk to the emperor. By the way, pick a few fruits of the 9 wonderful immortal trees for me. I want to quench my thirst. Me? I'm going to the forbidden area? Yifan's face was full of ignorance. At this time, Ji Ziyue also said with great interest, little leaves, pick more. I also want to try them. I haven't eaten them for a while. There was a natural flow between them, laughing and playing, and even Wang Mingyuan really kicked Yifan into the ancient Forbidden Land. Yifan only felt a tingling in his scalp. Although he was in the desolate Forbidden Land, he felt extremely comfortable, because the rules of heaven and earth here were the same as those in the desolate ancient period. Time seems to stand still here, which is most suitable for the rules of heaven and earth for the practice practice of the ancient Eucharist. However, he was no longer the little novice who knew nothing about the cultivation world, and he knew the horror of the forbidden area. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders and realizing that he was acting, Yifan couldn't help but scold out loud. "Don't worry." Wang Mingyuan seemed to have insight into Yifan's thoughts, and said with a smile, "Anyone can die in the ancient forbidden land, but you will never do it. You have a deep relationship with the emperor, and you can even be called the son of the forbidden area. Here you will not have too many crises and you will definitely not die." Yifan was talking to Wang Mingyuan, but the powerful man beside him who had been sealed with all his magical powers had lost his mind in fright. As soon as he walked around the ancient forbidden land, he felt that his time and years had been greatly deprived, and even the hair on both sides had added a few traces of gray hair, and Shou Yuan and essence had been greatly lost. This made his scalp tingle, and the relaxed conversation between Wang Mingyuan and Yifan made him tremble all over. "Emperor, is the emperor still alive?" Wang Mingyuan glanced at him as a matter of course. "Of course, otherwise how could the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron be refined? Do you really think that a group of sages can train the extreme Dao imperial soldiers by worshipping day and night? That's ridiculous. Do you also believe this statement? Where do you think the feeling of plundering the essence and lifespan of heaven and earth in this piece of heaven and earth comes from? Doesn't it feel familiar?" Wang Mingyuan's series of sneers and rhetorical questions made the strong man more and more confused. After some tossing, he finally realized, with a hint of ecstasy in his fear. As a ruthless person, they have the most reverence and admiration for the ruthless emperor. Therefore, when they heard that the ruthless emperor was still alive, their reaction was ecstasy rather than uneasiness. At this time, Wang Mingyuan and Yifan were still chatting. "Just throw him in, and then climb a holy mountain as usual and pick a few fruits. I think Wang Mingyuan is more talented in this regard. After all, you eat the first fruit first." No, I'm not as good as you in this regard." Seeing that he was going to be picked up again, he was about to be thrown into the ancient forbidden land. The powerful finally reacted and quickly bowed down respectfully. Holy Lord, please spare my life, please spare my life. I have realized your greatness and am willing to follow you." Wang Mingyuan heard this, and sure enough, he stopped what he was doing. "Do you really understand? I see." The arrogance of this powerful man at the moment was completely lost, and he nodded in response. "I don't think you actually understand, Yifan." Although this man was already begging for forgiveness, Wang Mingyuan did not stop and shouted again. At this time, Yifan seemed to realize something, and there was no need to say anything, so he grabbed the other party with one hand and went straight to the ancient forbidden land. Holy Lord, I really understand. I am your follower, I am your most loyal servant." The powerful man was shocked all over his body, and quickly took out an ancient scroll from his arms. Wang Mingyuan glanced at it. It was the heaven-swallowing demon skill. However, he did not signal Yifan to stop, so Yifan continued to walk forward without hesitation. "Holy Lord, you are the only hope of our lineage, and I have already understood the true meaning." Another ancient scroll. This time the ancient scroll looks even older. The name on it is very clear, the immortal heavenly skill. Wang Mingyuan nodded, and Yifan stopped. He flipped his hand, put the 2 verses in the storage space, and made his request lightly. "Now in our lineage, there are people who have encountered some small difficulties in practicing because of the desolate ancient holy body. I have some family assets." The powerful nodded. "Very good, then gather a few million pounds of sources. Don't fool me with ordinary sources, it's best to be xenogenious sources and divine sources." "Do as you wish." After such deterrence, this powerful man no longer had a temper at all, and he seemed very honest. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingyuan waved his hand and ignored him. He turned his head to look at Hua Yanfei, who had been standing there in a daze, witnessing all this. Looking at Hua Yanfei, who was still stunned and stiff, Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. "What the hell did I do wrong? You don't even want to call me the Holy Lord." "Holy Lord." Hua Yunfei trembled and said these 2 words, still with reluctance and pain in his voice. Wang Mingyuan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. This farce-like dispute over Taoism basically ended here, and the shaking light Holy Land suffered a crushing defeat. "In that case, let's leave." Wang Mingyuan waved his hand, and today he has gained a lot. Of course, he had to engrave a prohibition in the mind of this mighty. If he dares to mess around, Wang Mingyuan can decide his life and death in a single thought. Why bother with such trouble? Just kill them directly. Yifan was a little puzzled by this. Holding the trump card of the god King Zheng Taishu in his hand, he could crush his opponent wherever he went, so why bother to be false and deceitful? "I am the holy lord of the ruthless lineage, and you are the son of the forbidden area of the desolate realm, so naturally you must have a mind and balance, and you must also be responsible for the ruthless people. They act recklessly outside, ruining our reputation, and we certainly have a responsibility to teach them." At this time, Hua Yunfei still hadn't left, and the powerful man was already a bachelor and ran away, leaving him here. Today's experience shocked him and made it difficult to calm down. Obviously possessing the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, obviously cultivating to the realm of great power in this almost absolute era, obviously not inferior to the holy lord of any holy land and family, obviously possessing an extreme extreme Tao imperial soldier, not inferior to any desolate ancient family in top Holy Land. Obviously the ancestor was still alive, and he obviously had a stronger main vein. All this should have been happy, and he should have swept the world, but he was taught a hard lesson. This powerful person couldn't bear it a little, and the Taoist heart in his heart almost collapsed. Wang Mingyuan looked indifferent and very relaxed. Fight me, he's still too tender. He was very interested in the information of the ruthless emperor mentioned by Wang Mingyuan, many characters in the lineage of the ruthless emperor, and the extreme imperial soldiers he refined. Therefore, he also followed Wang Mingyuan at will. Don't worry, you have called me the Holy Lord, and I will definitely be able to eat and drink spicy food At least I won't use you to practice casually. Wang Mingyuan naturally patted Hua Yunfei on the shoulder. What I said before was the truth, by no means false. If you really use the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill to continue to practice, you will basically not be able to escape the shackles of the ruthless emperor, and at most you will stop at the peak of the quasi-emperor. Although this is not bad, anyone who wants to become a great emperor will not be willing to take this path completely. Throughout the ages, there are no two identical pieces of land, and it is impossible for two great emperors to appear on the same avenue. It's like there can't be two identical flowers. Everyone must find their own path. For keeping Hua Yunfei, Wang Mingyuan actually had some considerations in his heart. He did not intend to cultivate the heaven-swallowing demon technique. As he said, this path was too restricted, too perfect. It is almost impossible to surpass the ruthless emperor. Once you go too far on this road, there is no way to turn back. The holy sun of shaking light fell here. However, the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill still have important reference value. Among them, the idea of nirvana transformation is very useful to him. Although Wang Mingyuan did not intend to practice, he planned to use it as a reference, which was a bit like a phoenix nirvana, but it was not the same. With this line of thinking, he can also live a second life. And there is another very critical factor. In just 200 years, if you practice normally, you will not be able to preach the Tao and become emperor unless the desolate heaven emperor is alive. In that dark turmoil, there was no opportunity for alternative enlightenment, basically just food delivery. It is difficult to reach such a high level on the normal road. To learn the heaven-swallowing demon technique, it is feasible to take some shortcuts. For example, Wang Mingyuan is now known to have an ancient holy body, and he has practiced to the realm of saints, which is in the dojo of King Qingjia. That desolate ancient holy body opened up a small world, and now it has become the lair of the Qingjiao king. And on the holy cliff, there is also a large holy body. Not only that, there is also a great holy body under the Yaoqi, and even a complete body of the great emperor. The parents of the beginningless emperor were there. The normal genre simply cannot experience the terrible dark turmoil, but the evil path stream has some ways to deal with it. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Under his gaze, Yi Fan couldn't help but have a cold war, and he vaguely felt that Wang Mingyuan's intentions were unclear and seemed dangerous. Wang Mingyuan smiled and put the heaven-swallowing demon skill in front of him. This is the great emperor scripture that I worked so hard to get, and it is still flawless. You have to refer to it. If the situation is urgent, an enlightened Gai Joyo may not be enough, then I can consider letting Yi Fan fuse the origin of several great holy bodies in advance to see if it can be ripened in advance. If it can really ripen in advance, Wang Mingyuan has many methods and means. The god King Jiang Taishu also flipped through the two flawless scriptures of the great emperor, but he was not too addicted, and after reading it, he solemnly warned Yi Fan. Throughout the ages, there has never been the same earth, and it is impossible for two great emperors to appear on the same road. Those who learn from me will live, and those who resemble me will die. These two scriptures are not inferior to the chapters left by any great emperor, but they also have a special magical nature. If you practice step by step, it will be difficult to transcend in the future, and it can only be used as a reference, not as a fundamental practice. He attached great importance to Yi Fan and gave a careful warning. As for Hua Yunfei, the god King Jiang Taishu also knew something about his experience, and could only sigh and no longer comment. Yi Fan listened carefully, and he attached great importance to the advice of those elders who were really good to him. After a pleasant fishing experience, all three no longer wanted to return to Taishuanmen. The things in the Taishan Gate were of little use to Wang Mingyuan. He simply decided to go to the northern regions, and Yi Fan naturally had to accompany him. Yuan Tianshu has also been comprehending recently, and he feels that he has some experience, and is ready to go to the holy city to try his hand. When Wang Mingyuan returned to Taishan Gate, he just said to the disciples in the mountain gate, and naturally the disciples deliberately opened a field teleportation array for Yi Fan. Before leaving, Wang Mingyuan also entrusted the God King to help him solve some problems, mainly dealing with Li Shaman's affairs. A great sage left behind a backhand. A crocodile ancestor distraction separated from Li Shaman's body did not cause much waves. Although the crocodile ancestor was a great sage at his peak, after years of sealing, his realm had declined, not to mention a distraction. Although some of his strength was briefly revived in Li Shaman's body, it was still much worse than a saint king. This distraction did not cause much fluctuation situation, so it was suppressed, and then Wang Mingyuan directly fed it to Hua Yunfei.
The spells practiced by the crocodile ancestor were extremely mysterious, not only separating the divine
soul into a part, but also separating the origin, like an alternative new life forming another body. Therefore, even across the vast starry sky, he is still able to act independently and have his own thinking and consciousness.
What a great sage left behind is naturally a great supplement.
Since Hua Yunfei's practice, he has never tasted such a thick and powerful source. Most of the time, he quietly groped for some corpses to devour the origin. After all, the ruthless emperor's lineage has not really risen now, and he does not dare to act openly.
The real rise will not
wait until the shaking light holy sun dominates the world, reaches the peak of the great sage realm on the imperial road, and is about to enter the quasi-emperor realm.
At
that time, the holy son of Yaoguan would not only publicly declare his inheritance, but even his disciples would play with the Dao treasure vase seal as an ordinary bottle. Now he still needs to keep a low profile, and Hua Yunfei himself does not want this unparalleled inheritance.
He was not eager to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Unfortunately,
in this process, the will of the individual does not seem to play a role.
Since he has already cultivated, if he has the opportunity, he will naturally continue to move forward. Wang Mingyuan looked at Hua Yunfei, who devoured the origin of the crocodile ancestor, and couldn't help but be touched in his heart. This is an alternative and powerful source method. Yi Fan took the road of cultivating 100 scriptures,
using the body as a furnace to practice the most supreme scriptures between heaven and earth. Not one or two, but reading the scriptures of many great emperors and cultivating their own scriptures from them. This is the real king. Once the invincible scriptures are born, he will inevitably be invincible in the world and become the supreme emperor.
On the other hand, the heaven-swallowing demon technique
of the ruthless emperor uses his body to nurture all kinds of origins, and finally mixes them into one, casting a supreme physique, and thus stepping into the realm of the
great emperor.
In this process of merging the origin, the body and soul are also transforming step by step.
This kind of transformation is somewhat like Phoenix Nirvana, but Phoenix Nirvana is centered on the self, and what remains unchanged is the self.
The use of foreign objects is just to stimulate one's own origin and make oneself stronger.
There are similarities between the two, but there are also great differences that are worth learning from. As for the breakthrough in the cultivation realm, this is secondary.
With this origin alone, when Hua Yunfei completely digested it, basically the four-pole
realm could be refined and reached the level of dragon transformation. Although the crocodile ancestor did not have much face in the
end, he was beaten to death by the old man of the human demon, but in this world, he was already an invincible figure in the world. As a living contemporary great sage, his origin is strong beyond common sense. In any case, he is still the most supreme existence in the world.
Since his debut,
Crocodile Ancestor has only participated in the peak competition, and the opponents he has encountered are all too fierce.
One is Shakyamuni, who was formed from
Amitabha's magical thoughts, and the other is the human demon old man who practiced the moon and sun with him.
The old man of the human demon is already the pinnacle of the great sage realm.
Even during the Baidu immemorial period, when the immemorial race was at its peak, he alone could kill the immemorial race to silence. Dispatched quasi-emperor level powerhouses to cooperate with the extreme emperor's soldiers to seal the human demon old man.
Go out
and only play the peak game, and this peak game is too difficult, which makes it seem that the crocodile ancestor has no lineup. In front of Hua Yunfei, the crocodile ancestor is still an incredible figure.
Maybe he is stronger than the ancestor of Taixuanmen. So far, he has not completely refined this group of origin.
Even so, the physical body and the original spirit have been frantically transformed and strengthened several times in the process.
Wang Mingyuan looked at all this, not envious, but thoughtful.
If you use the body of the desolate ancient holy body in the Qingjiao king's
cave to refine its origin and integrate it into Yi Fan's body, can it help him mature?
He still didn't give up on this idea in his heart. It is extremely difficult to achieve a supreme emperor within 200 years, but if within 200 years, Yi Fan can cultivate to the realm of the great sage with his talent, then urging him in advance may allow him to grow better.
Shouldering the obsession of the predecessors and showing off their skills in the dark turmoil, isn't it a good thing? Why, you look like you don't belong to the gods. Aren't you moved in the face of this material that can cast the extreme Dao Imperial soldier?
God King Jiang Taishu stretched out his hand outside the bronze immortal hall, and the surrounding Xianhuang Mother Qi wandering outside the hall quickly poured into his palm, condensing into a floating cloud of gas. Although it seemed easy in his hands, in fact, it was extremely easy for him to hold up this mass of gas at will. If it is in the outside world, even a wisp of dark and yellow mother energy is enough to crush the mountains, which is incredibly heavy. I'm still thinking about the dark turmoil 200 years from now.
Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly at this time. Is there still no news from Gai Joyo's side? The God King shook his head and handed the Xianhuang Mother Qi in his hand to Wang Mingyuan. I have been looking everywhere, but I haven't found many clues. Wang Mingyuan smiled and shook his head and did not take over the the Xianhuang mother's energy. 200 years are too close to me and not far away for you. For me, having this gas is of little use. He spoke sincerely, knowing in his heart that the path of cultivation would be smooth and unimpeded in 200 years. Even in the face of such a gifted existence as the desolate heavenly emperor, in this heaven and earth environment, being able to reach the quasi-emperor realm is considered the limit. There is no way to talk about a higher realm. And if you fail to reach the level of alternative enlightenment, you can't even enter the central battlefield. The powerful Dark Supreme roared loudly, which was enough to smash the quasi-emperor into pieces. 200 years later, even the God King Jiang Taishu may not be qualified to participate in that battle. The reason why he was able to join was because he was able to combine with the Yin Emperor, who was formed by the psychic communication of his ancestor Hongyu the Great, so he could awaken the imperial law in the Yin Emperor's bloodline and participate in that battle. The God King Jiang Taishu did not refute this time, but he did not take away the mass of Xianhuang Mother Qi. There are extreme Dao Emperor soldiers in the family, and it is more than enough to use them, and it is useless for me to get this mass of material. 200 years could not be forged into an extreme imperial soldier. In your hands, it is more likely to be achieved. Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and finally did not refuse. And the reason why Yi Fan pointed out that this place left early at this time was because he didn't want to fall into a situation of mutual concession, and he had clearly planned to leave this part of the Xianhuang Mother Qi to the other two. That's it. When the God King Jiang Taishu heard this, he sighed, and his fingers were lightly pulled, and the black-yellow Mother Qi disappeared into Wang Mingyuan's body. When Wang Mingyuan had no time to refuse, the God King had already said directly, "This matter is over. I have a feeling for the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, so I will go back to the family first. If you have anything, you can still contact me in the previous way." After that, without giving Wang Mingyuan more time to react, the figure of the God King disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan could only sigh. As for the Xianhuang Mother Qi in his hand, he did not plan to return it to Yifan. Jiang Taishu had already expressed his attitude, so naturally he would not ask for it again. And Yifan holds the root of the Mother Qi of all things in his hands, so naturally he does not need more Mother Qi of all things, because the root of the mother energy of all things will be like a mother every once in a while, giving birth to a new mother energy of all things. The extreme imperial soldiers he built over there were enough, but Wang Mingyuan still lacked a little. If you don't take what God gives, you will be punished. Wang Mingyuan got the Xianhuang Mother's Qi, and he was not entangled in his heart. So, he simply hid his figure in a mountain and mobilized the colorful flames in his body. Let the colorful flames flow, refine the part of the mother energy of all things in your hand into the shape of a pagoda. Wang Mingyuan has already planned this. His attack power is blessed by the True Phoenix Treasure Technique and the Kunping Treasure Technique, whether in the current stage or in the future, even if he goes all the way to the realm of the Great Emperor, there will be no shortage of attack power with these two treasure techniques. Instead, defense has become an urgent problem to be solved. With the most top-notch weapon, it is better to directly cast it into a defensive treasure. In the Taoist Will See scroll, there is a method for casting invincible weapons, using the divine patterns born from the opening of the Sea of Suffering to cast weapons in the body. Of course, the best materials must be mixed. The casting process is very difficult, but it can have the effect of 100 kills after I open. This can only be forged once, but one weapon can outperform everything in the world. In ancient myths and legends, when it comes to defense, the exquisite Xianhuang Pagoda owned by the moral Heavenly Venerable is known as the treasure of the first merit of the day after tomorrow. It is suspended above the head, and the mother energy of all things falls, making it inherently invincible. Wang Mingyuan is going to create such a similar weapon. The colorful flames melted into the body, flowing with the dark and yellow mother energy, and the divine patterns in the body also flowed with Wang Mingyuan's thoughts, immersing themselves in the heaviest artifacts in the world. Originally, with Wang Mingyuan's current realm, the mother Qi of all things could not be moved at all, but at this moment it was under his control. As he succeeded in sacrificing little by little, Wang Mingyuan felt that his mind was gradually integrated into it. This artifact also began to gradually take shape, taking on the appearance of a pagoda, divided into 33 layers. However, the sacrifice has reached this level, which is probably the limit. After all, he is only in the realm of the four poles now, and the embryo that can practice a weapon is already quite powerful. If you want to truly interweave weapons with Taoism and reason, you must at least reach the Sendai realm. The pagoda in front of him was just an empty shell, and there was not much material to fill inside. The mother Qi of all things outside the bronze immortal hall is indeed precious and special, but relatively speaking, the number seems a little insufficient. If you mix some top materials, it is not difficult to create a heirloom holy soldier, but it is obviously not enough to cast an extreme imperial soldier. However, Wang Mingyuan was not anxious about all this. After all, if you can get the immortal treasure map and return to the Honghuang ancient star, you can go deep into the deepest part of Kunlun and enter the land of immortality according to
the map. There are enough materials there to build the Extreme Emperor Soldier. If there are not too many changes after that, Yifan will definitely be able to get it. And Wang Mingyuan went to obtain the Purple Pagoda made of Divine Trace Purple Gold in this process, and there was no problem. It's really a bit of a Yifan's advantage, which makes people feel sorry. Wang Mingyuan shook his head inside, but there was a smile on his face. But he is also my adopted son, and he has inherited my favor. So what does it matter if he takes advantage of his adopted son? He thought for granted. The matter here in the southern regions has been basically dealt with. Hua Yunfei, Wang Mingyuan didn't let him follow him all the time, but this one seemed to be insecure. After all, when he was pulled into the car by a ruthless person, the other party's threats were not uncommon.
In contrast, Wang Mingyuan seemed too upright, and he did not avoid him with the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. Wang Mingyuan was quite indifferent to this, and even bluntly spoke out. If I were to practice, I would only learn from the heaven-swallowing demon technique and not use it as a major practice. But now that you've embarked on this path, you can't retreat directly. With the immortal heavenly power in hand, you don't have to worry about being restrained by others if you continue to practice. If you want to continue your practice, I have a way to guide you. This is one of Wang Mingyuan's backup methods.
A character like Hua Yunfei who practices the heaven-swallowing demon skill can improve his skills so quickly. It is simply incredible, as long as he has a strong enough source.
And Wang Mingyuan knew
where many powerful corpses were. If he is really in a hurry, Wang Mingyuan has a lot of ways in his hands. If Yifan can't fuse the remains of the holy body, it's not impossible to use it for Hua Yunfei. In the distant starry sky, in the ancient coffin of the ninefold gods, in the coffin of the Void Emperor, there were two corpses of the Dark Supreme. The Void Emperor used himself as bait, and finally killed the two Dark Supremes before the blood dried up.
Wang Mingyuan thought to himself that those two Supremes were not
worthy of lying in the coffin of the Void Emperor. If you are really in a hurry, you can find Gai Joyo or other Supreme Quasi-Emperors and take out the two corpses for the practitioners of the heaven-swallowing demon Gong to practice. I think from ancient times to the present, few people have been so extravagant. He had a complete plan in his heart, and Wang Mingyuan thought about it and felt that there were not too many omissions. Therefore, he returned to the Taishan Gate, borrowed the field of the Taishan Gate, and went directly to the Jiang family.
Hua Yunfei followed him honestly, not running around at all. The main reason is that Hua Yunfei is a vain of
ruthless people, especially the one that is parasitic in the Holy Land of Shaking Light, and he doesn't have much affection in his heart, and he is still apprehensive.
Following Wang
Mingyuan, he rarely felt a sense of security, because Wang Mingyuan only looked at the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, and had not practiced so far. Originally, he could still use the field of the demon race, but due to Jiang Taishu's round of madness, Wang Mingyuan's reputation had spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness.
Even the
figures in Zhengzhou, Nanling, and Beiyuan were shaken by it.
On the side of the demon clan, it is inevitable that there will be some doubts about Wang Mingyuan's current identity. After all, the
identity stolen by Wang Mingyuan is the 19th grandson of the demon emperor, and as the power of the demon race, his ability and strength are quite outstanding. However, it is really unrealistic to get the alternative attention of the desolate family. What's more, it is too absurd to hang a holy lord of an ancient family at the door for 3 days and 3 nights for Wang Mingyuan. After some thought, Wang Mingyuan decided not to go to the demon clan for the time being, so as not to cause trouble. Although the 19th grandson of this demon emperor did not have much face, there was no glorious moment in the entire sky, and he died quietly. But his friends Qingjiao King and Peacock King are both first-class masters of the Sendai realm, and their strength should not be underestimated, and they can be regarded as very strong characters. Although Wang Mingyuan has the top backer of the God King Jiang Taishu, he cannot rely on the God King to solve everything. Moreover, he also took advantage of the demon race. After all, the 19th grandson of the demon emperor wanted to take his body but was killed by him, which is reasonable. And now that he is wearing the status of someone else, it is really inappropriate to eat and drink among the demon clan. Wang Mingyuan still has the essence and blood of the 4 strongest groups on his body that have not yet been used, which is a top treasure that can be used to baptize himself and help him break through his limits. Even the method of the chaotic ancient period is still effective today. After all, this is certified by Lu Shun. This matter could have been resolved a long time ago, but it has been delayed until now due to various reasons, which is really a waste. After thinking about it, Wang Mingyuan decided to go to Taixuanmen to borrow a field teleportation array. With his identity, it is not difficult and it is very simple to operate. By the time he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared at the door of the Jiang family. Compared with the deserted scene last time, this time it can be described as very lively. At the door alone, quite a few people gathered. Streamers from the family jumped out, and they were all masters of the Sendai realm, and they took the initiative to come to greet him. Even the melodious bell rang within the family, rang 36 times in a row, showing the importance of Wang Mingyuan. Everyone who saw Wang Mingyuan Mingyuan had a smile on their faces, and as for the people who had contact with him last time, none of them appeared. The Holy Lord's lineage, which had a bad relationship with Wang Mingyuan before, was nowhere to be seen. The eyes were full of smiling faces, and the elders asked Wang Mingyuan about his experience during this period of time with gentle and cordial, and strongly condemned the unfair treatment he had suffered in the family before.
Well, Wang Mingyuan doesn't care about this.
While walking, he deliberately passed by the ancestral hall of the Jiang family, used a photo stone to record his photo with the contemporary Jiang family lord, recorded all angles, and deliberately compared an eggplant to
show a smiling face.
It's a pity that there is no clearly available network now, and I can't post on moments, which makes me quite regretful.
Wang Mingyuan shook his head and sighed, feeling a little regretful in his heart. However, despite some regrets, he was still in a happy mood. After all, the feeling of returning home is always refreshing. However, in this return, what was wanted to be done had not yet been realized,
such as the God King presiding over this baptism.
The God King Jiang Taishu has been in seclusion since he came back, and he still hasn't left the customs. After learning the news, Wang Mingyuan
was not impatient. After all, using the essence blood of the strongest person for baptism does not necessarily require the top person to protect the Dharma, but someone needs to be there to check and fill in the gaps, so that if there is a breakthrough in the process, it can replenish a large amount of heaven and earth essence in time, as well as sufficient elixirs and spiritual objects. When Sure Hao carried out this round of baptism, there was Lucian guarding him, using the essence and blood of the 4 strongest people to baptize him, which allowed him to complete a breakthrough on the original basis. During that period, he already had the top 10 grotto heavens, and on this basis, he broke through again and reached the unity of the 10 grotto heavens. Naturally, relying on the essence and blood of the 4 strongest people alone was not enough. Lucian also put in a lot of effort in this process, providing more than a dozen drops of his own juice to replenish the energy needed for the breakthrough. Therefore, choosing to be baptized in the Jiang family is actually enough for many people from the Jiang family to support. After Wang Mingyuan spent a period of time happily, someone from the Jiang family really came again, this time from the lineage of the Holy Lord. Their attitude was extremely gentle, even a little humble, and they begged Wang Mingyuan for help. They hoped that Wang Mingyuan can hold a return ceremony in the near future, that is, a grand flowing water banquet, which is planned to be placed for 10 days and 10 nights, in the ancestral hall of the Jiang family. Through this move, it was announced that the Jiang family had officially accepted Wang Mingyuan, and it also marked Wang Mingyuan's return. Wang Mingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Because of the presence of the God King, this group of people had a particularly gentle attitude. After all, if there are clansmen who are wandering outside and want to return to the Jiang family, they usually let the people of the Jiang family come to know him, and the banquet is responsible for that lineage, usually the person who takes the initiative to return to pay for the banquet. It is rare for Wang Mingyuan to take the initiative to pay for it. However, Wang Mingyuan was not satisfied and shook his head. I have recently realized that I may need to break through and need to retreat for a while. An elder from the Jiang family who came to negotiate with the Jiang family instantly showed a hint of anger on his face.
Don't be shameless. Now the Holy Lord is hanging at the door of the ancestral hall, losing the faces of everyone in my Jiang family. Do you still have a family in your heart? If it really is, it should end early, not make such a big fuss. Ha! Wang Mingyuan glanced faintly, turned around, and was about to leave.
I think I'm still more suitable for wandering in the outside world, where I feel more comfortable and my practice will go more smoothly.
He walked straight out, causing a commotion.
Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Elder Jiang Mingy was just a little anxious just now. It was a slip of the tongue. A group of people persuaded one after another, but Wang Mingyuan was unmoved. Until a more witty elder in the family seemed to grasp Wang Mingyuan's vein and took the initiative to promise, no matter how much Xiao Zhu needs to break through, my Holy Lord will bear it with all his might. Someone next to him was full of dissatisfaction and wanted to refute, but when he saw Wang Mingyuan turn around in surprise, he immediately wanted to speak.
They were afraid that Wang Mingyuan would really leave and never come back.
The reason why they were able to instruct Wang Mingyuan before was because they thought that Wang Mingyuan had a desire for the family.
Even if Wang Mingyuan has a complete plan to deal with the dark turmoil, if he wants to impress the peerless figure Gai Joyo, Wang Mingyuan alone cannot come up with enough materials. Only the ancient Jiang family has this ability. However, now the whole situation has reached a stalemate.
They searched all over the world for Gai Joyo and sent out bounties everywhere, but there was no news
so far.
At the same time, they tried to enter the restricted area to obtain the elixir of immortality, but still suffered a crushing defeat and made no progress. The plan proposed by Wang Mingyuan seems to be ideal, as if it can be realized by an ancient family, but in fact it is full of pitfalls in practice. The information they learned through investigation
showed that Gai Joyo had long since died without a trace. Several attempts to explore the forbidden area to obtain the elixir of immortality also ended in failure, and there was no clue.
At this time, the family suffered setbacks one after another, and the god King Jiang Taishu returned strongly, publicly humiliating the contemporary Holy Lord, that is, the person in charge of their lineage.
Now the Holy Lord is still hanging at the door of the ancestral hall.
Although with the cultivation of the Holy Lord Sendai, it would not hurt to hang it for 100 years, but this face has been lost. My breakthrough requires a lot, and it may take more than £1,000,000.
No problem.
An elder from Jiang's lineage immediately agreed. After all, he was in charge of mediation here. Anyway, what was promised was not from his lineage, and he didn't feel distressed at all. I also need many sacred objects in case of emergency. At this time, the face of the elder of the Holy Lord's lineage was already distorted, but Jiang Yong nodded without hesitation.
Yes.
I also need a special place of transformation. I know that the Jiang family has such a place.
I needed a special transformation there.
This proposal made the faces of the characters of the Holy Lord's lineage even more distorted, but they still nodded with difficulty.
The special transformation.
Place is specially used to baptize family members, which can make the blood in the body more intense and make the physique stronger in the process
of transformation.
This is a special secret place in the family, and the number of baptisms that can be obtained by each vein is not much, and often only
the top Tianjiu has the opportunity to obtain it. Now that they are taken out, someone in their lineage will inevitably lose a chance to be baptized. Being able to make the other party's heartache and obtain a lot of resources, Wang Mingyuan naturally felt happy in his heart. That's fine, go prepare. Then when can I officially announce my return to the family?
An elder of the Holy Lord's lineage still did not leave, and despite his gloomy face, he still stayed here to ask.
Wait until I'm done baptizing. After the baptism is over, you can announce your return after realizing yourself. Wang Mingyuan responded with a smile. After receiving a confirmed reply, the elder immediately nodded and said no more. With the strength of the ancient family, Wang Mingyuan quickly had everything he needed to prepare. These things have already been prepared in the family, but because of the mutual constraints between the various factions, they cannot go all out. Now the God King is full of affection for Wang Mingyuan. After all, the God King did not hide his experience. He was trapped in Zishan, and Wang Mingyuan rescued him, which was not a secret in this vein. The line of the God King will take the initiative to assist Wang Mingyuan and will never hold back in the process. And the Holy Lord lineage certainly hopes that their generation of Holy Lords will appear as soon as possible to eliminate this influence. Wang Mingyuan entered the Zheng family's Tenghuang pool easily and happily.
This is a special place of transformation left by Emperor Hangyu, where the children of the family can practice, which can make the emperor's blood more intense. Wang Mingyuan recalled in his mind how to baptize himself, confirming that he was proficient in that aspect of the method, and then took out the essence and blood of the 4 strongest people. 4 simple clay pots were placed aside by him, and at the same time, millions of pounds of Zenagenius sources and divine sources had been piled up inside the Tenghuang pool.
For Wang Mingyuan, these are actually dispensable, just a preparation.
However, in order to make the other party heartbroken, he did not hesitate to make this request. Inside this circle, there are also several small medicine kings that have reached 30,000 years of age and eternal elixirs that are lined up in rows. This batch of elixirs is not piled up randomly, but very effective medicinal materials that can strengthen the body and soul. A large part of them are spiritual objects that can enhance divine power. It can be said that this time, even for the Holy Lord's lineage, it is a big loss. Only the desolate ancient family can gather so many items in a short period of time.
It's a waste to keep good things, so let me digest it.
In the painful and uncomfortable gaze of the Holy Lord, Wang Mingyuan stepped into the Tenghuang pool. That kind of pain, regret, and even a hint of hatred made him feel happier and happier. At this moment, the rich essence of heaven and earth in the pond condensed into fog, and water droplets fell from the sky, all of which were the accumulation of essence. The vigorous vitality of life is intoxicating.
In this special state, Wang Mingyuan pointed his finger, and 4 quaint clay pots opened.
The essence and blood of the 4 strongest people flowed in it, shining with a glittering brilliance, like blood-colored agate. The essence and blood collided with the surrounding divine matter and flowed together. This mass of essence was extracted and integrated into Wang Mingyuan's body.
What is this? Who left those 4 balls of blood? Ha!
I feel the breath of the strongest creature. It seems to be the essence and blood flowing in the body of the creature in myths and legends. I seem to have seen Shangqi and Zhu Yan. The well-informed people in the Zheng family exclaimed one after another, recognizing the source of some of the essence and blood, and were amazed.
Because the blood bathed on Wang Mingyuan's body is all legendary creatures, and looking at its state, the bloodline is so pure that it doesn't look like a mixed race. In such a state, a clear phoenix chirp came from Wang Mingyuan's body. That's it?
Not only did there be the sound of phoenixes chirping, but in a series of exclamations, Wang Mingyuan even condensed a colorful phoenix with gorgeous wings behind him.
The expressions of many people watching this scene in the Zheng family couldn't help but change, flashing again and again. What kind of situation is this? How could there be a phoenix phantom behind him? Is this a practice method from another life ancient star?
The method practiced by Wang Mingyuan was very different from what they knew, but because of the phantom of the phoenix, a group of people were thoughtful.
Is it a special method left by the ancestors back then?
The weapon refined with the great emperor, the Hangyu furnace, was cast with phoenix blood in red gold, and when it revived, it seemed that there was a phoenix alive. Therefore, the phantom of the phoenix appeared behind Wang Mingyuan, and a group of people did not think there was anything wrong, but thoughtful. Only Wang Mingyuan sat quietly on the ground, feeling the changes in his body. He felt the essence and blood of the four strongest people colliding and blooming in his body, showing the power of the strongest bloodline. But this bloodline power was not absorbed by him, mainly to stimulate his own awakening. He felt that at this moment, many portals in his body were opened, and his physical potential was further released. This is a practice method created by generations of practitioners in the chaotic ancient era. Focus on stimulating the potential inside the body, allowing human potential to bloom further, so that pure-blooded humans or other races have potential that is not inferior to pure-blooded creatures. This is an alternative way to exploit potential. The Desolate Heaven Emperor developed this path to the extreme, so he had the ability to use his own body as a species.
He himself is like a big universe, perfect and flawless. Wang Mingyuan has a clear understanding of all this.
But his physical body itself has completed the stage of taking the body as a species, and all kinds of potentials are contained in the body.
The Desolate Heaven Emperor has already opened up this path for him. He didn't walk so hard, he walked very smoothly, and his physical potential was further released.
Oh, the origin of this body has further increased and it has become stronger. At the same time, his physical body was further becoming more powerful, and a circle of skin fragments peeled off from his body, as if he had broken out of a cocoon and turned into a butterfly. Even his flesh and blood were torn, and bright red blood flowed from above his body.
And the blood inside his body was faintly colorful, and there was a five-colored brilliance flowing. This change is a bit like a phoenix, but it is not a phoenix in the human body, but a certain peculiar potential in the human body is released, opened, and the body undergoes inexplicable changes, just like the original divine body and royal body.
And the divine body and the royal body can also be constantly transformed and constantly break the heavens. It is not that after the completion of the divine body, it can only reach the realm of the immortal three slashing paths. Ji Haoyue, the divine body of the Ji family, later continued to transform between the universe galaxies and was dragged all over the world by the coffin of the Void Emperor. The physical body has undergone round after round of transformation. Wang Mingyuan is here now with the same action, so that his physical body continues to transform and become stronger and stronger, reaching an incredible point. The surrounding divine source exploded with a bang, and then turned into a large mass of life essence, flowing into Wang Mingyuan's body, maintaining this change. Wang Mingyuan sat cross-legged in place, his flesh and bones changing little by little. His skin was cracked by it, and his bones were even shattered inch by inch in the process. The internal bone marrow is still undergoing subtle changes. This is the most complete and ferocious change, which can be said to be a rebirth. For others, this is a crisis like death, but for Wang Mingyuan, it is a transformation from the inside out. Since this path has been passed, now basically this powerful change is opening the portal in the body, making the body more powerful. Colorful blood flowed through the body, shimmering with brilliance, and even the bones had a special color.
It's different from any kind of divine body or royal body recorded in the family. Is there any record of this in the family?
The elders of the Jiang family were very puzzled and stared wide-eyed, but although they were all confused, no one doubted it.
Maybe the ancestors left a special bloodline on another ancient star of life.
At this point, they can always believe in Emperor Hangyu. After all, Emperor Hangyu is suspected of being the ancestor of the human path. The biggest rumor about Emperor Hangyu was that he offended the ancient mind of the primordial and had to leave Zhengzhou.
But in the eyes of knowledgeable people, this is completely a joke.
Because for ordinary practitioners, it may take a lifetime to cross from the east to Zhengzhou. But for a great emperor, one step is more than a little distance.
When Emperor Hangyu went to Zhengzhou, he was actually unsettled.
Emperor Hangyu had too many loves, and there was a little problem in this regard back then, so Emperor Hangyu had to go far away to Zhengzhou. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan's bloodline is quite peculiar and different, and a group of clan elders are only slightly surprised and do not care. And Wang Mingyuan's transformation had reached its most intense time at this time, and there was already a lead cloud above his head.
Layers of dark clouds enveloped the area.
At first, there were still people who didn't react, but after a while, the clan elder who reacted the fastest waved his hand and pulled a large number of people away from the side of the Vine Phoenix pool.
Heavenly tribulation, heavenly tribulation. This clan elder had bright eyes, surprised and doubtful. Why is there a thunder tribulation in the realm of the four poles? Wang Mingyuan was not afraid of this kind of catastrophe.
Even though he was now covered in blood, crimson blood flowed all over the ground, mixed with five-colored blood. But he still just calmly soared into the air, throwing a punch, and the heavens and the earth were shaking violently. A thunderbolt that pierced through the sky and earth was interrupted by him. He even took the initiative to rush into the thunder, opened his mouth and spat out the exquisite Xianuang pagoda that had been cast with the Xianuang mother energy before, and jumped out to bathe in the thunder with him. The eyebrows shone brightly, and in the process, the portal in his body opened, making him almost grow a third eye. There was a golden light that penetrated from the center of his eyebrows, and then swallowed the thunder above the sky that could make people directly turn into ashes. Overlapping thunder covered this area, and a group of clan elders were terrified when they saw it.
Isn't the power of this thunder too great? Even the characters of the dragon realm are afraid that it will be difficult to survive in this, right? Their brows jumped wildly, and their eyes on Wang Mingyuan became different. This character from another life ancient star is surprisingly strong.
Bathed in the rushing thunder, not only did he not feel the pressure, but he was like a fish in water.
In their extremely surprised eyes, Wang Mingyuan was baptized in the heavy thunder.
Even confronted the weapons that fell from the thunder.
This terrifying thunderstorm that could directly kill the cultivators of the dragon realm fell on Wang Mingyuan's body, and it did not make much of a wave.
In the end, he fell from the sky with colorful brilliance all over his body, without any scars on his body,
and the tower above his head made of the mother energy of all things was also submerged in his body. A tower, cast by the mother energy of all things.
A group of people in the Zhang family had their eyes glowing, and they inevitably had a greedy heart, and Wang Mingyuan saw all this in his eyes, but he just sneered. The desolate ancient family is like this, he only needs to overcome the tribulation and breakthrough, and the people of the desolate ancient family have more to consider.
Not to mention anything else, Wang Mingyuan's bounty in the world and hell has not been cancelled. It is still on the kill list. This shows that there are still many people in the Zhang family who are not convinced of Wang Mingyuan, but they will not show it on the surface. Instead, it will kill in secret.
Wang Mingyuan knew that there was a great danger in this, but this part was still controllable, and he did not panic. At present, between the entire heaven and earth, the heaven plate of the realm of strength is obvious. He also did not offend the world and hell too much, so although the reward was very high, it would not be too terrifying and powerful killers to come and kill him. Ordinary killers came, Wang Mingyuan was not worried, and it could also be used to hone himself.
After such a round of baptism, Wang Mingyuan has penetrated both of his legs.
In other words, he has reached the second heaven of the four-pole secret realm. To practice limbs in the four extreme secret realm, there is only the four heavens. Reaching this point, his cultivation has risen to another level, and it won't be long before the four poles can practice to perfection. The cultivation resources in the desolate ancient family are piled up one after another. However, Wang Mingyuan is still considered to be outside the family, and he can use many things, but no one will take the initiative to inform him. The whole family and him are in a distant attitude.
Wang Mingyuan didn't care.
He ate to his heart's content at the banquet in the family for 10 days and 10 nights,
and when setting up the banquet,
he deliberately used a photo stone to record this scene worth recording. If he could, he wanted to share it with others, or even post it online.
This time, Wang Mingyuan also had more regrets in his heart. Although cultivating immortality is very cool, the lack of modern life always makes people feel a little less interesting.
Wang Mingyuan missed the Void God realm a little. The Holy Lord of the Zhang family was released after 10 days of Grand Carnival.
He had a dark face and left quickly. Wang Mingyuan did not fall further into the well.
However, the God King still did not leave the customs at this time, and Wang Mingyuan felt that he continued to stay in the Zhang family, with a feeling of constantly testing on the edge of danger. After thinking about it, he decided to leave first.
There are quite a few exciting things on Yifan's side in the northern regions.
With Yifan's protagonist's luck, he must have gotten the Taoist Palace chapter of the Western Emperor's Sutra at this time. Wang Mingyuan wanted to go over and take a look. If Yifan really got it, he would exchange it with Yifan with the four poles in the Hangyu Sutra. Anyway, Yifan can succeed according to his original path, and Wang Mingyuan is not ready to interfere with him too much in this regard. As for the Taoist Palace chapter in the Western Emperor's Classic, since it is known as the strongest chapter in the realm of the Taoist Palace,
then Wang Mingyuan wants to take a look.
Then, using the original true interpretation as a guide, he integrated the essence of the Western Emperor's Sutra into the scriptures he was currently practicing. With the original true understanding, Wang Mingyuan has a strong confidence in this one.
Of course, before leaving, Wang Mingyuan also deliberately answered at the family banquet what the Phoenix Phantom that was displayed behind him when his cultivation broke through.
It is the Phoenix Nirvana technique, which is a taboo chapter that is not inferior to the secret of the word.
Wang Mingyuan replied lightly.
Then he saw that in the lineage of the Holy Lord of the Zhang family, many people's eyes were flashing. Some people even took the initiative to ask Wang Mingyuan to get this most supreme secret technique, but Wang Mingyuan unceremoniously refused.
Do you have a family in your heart, and contributing to the family makes you feel so uncomfortable?
I have a family in my heart, but I also have to have me in my family.
Wang Mingyuan unceremoniously criticized.
I came across the starry sky, revealed the great changes that would happen in the future, and told the family many secrets without reservation.
What was the result? You don't need me to say more, you all know it. As a result, Wang Mingyuan overestimated the morality of this group of people. One of the clan elders actually licked his face at this time. I didn't let you participate in the first place. It wasn't that the family had to
complete this thing alone, but that your cultivation level was too low, and we were afraid that you would be in danger. Facing Wang Mingyuan's cold gaze, this one was embarrassed to finish speaking completely after all. Wang Mingyuan didn't bother to talk to this group of people. The road to the emperor is at my feet, I'm going out to practice. He directly used the field teleportation array in the family, and the destination was clearly stated that he was going to the northern region. Many people's eyes flickered, but no one stopped them. And Wang Mingyuan knew that soon after he went to the northern regions, the fact that he had the inheritance of the strongest would spread. Ordinary people will not hit his idea, but some people with the same top family background should be eyeing him. Stepping into the field teleportation array, the light flickered, and the heavens and the earth changed. Wang Mingyuan was quite leisurely. The bizarre changes represent that space is constantly changing in this process. When he reached the fourth level realm, he could already faintly feel the transformation of space, because the fourth level was the mystery of the four poles of the universe itself, which contained space changes. He was still realizing when suddenly he heard a dog bark. This made Wang Mingyuan's expression change, and he instinctively sacrificed the exquisite Xianuang pagoda of heaven and earth. This was not enough. He also let the fire god furnace in his body initially revive, and a burning phoenix enveloped him. Sure enough, at the next moment, the field in front of him suddenly changed direction, and the space seemed to emit a clear explosion. When he opened his eyes again, he had already fallen directly from the special state teleported by the field. The surrounding area was desolate, all blood red, like sand. Arrived in the northern regions, but it didn't seem to match Wang Mingyuan's destination. Before Wang Mingyuan could react, the surrounding void shook again. There is actually a field teleportation array arranged here. In an instant, it was launched again, pulling Wang Mingyuan in. Before entering, he seemed to hear a dog bark, mixed with an excited cry. This time, right. Further recovery from the fire god furnace, Wang Mingyuan even adjusted the power in his body so that he could make a breakthrough on the existing basis anytime and anywhere. Once there was an unbelievable uncontrollable situation, he would directly trigger the tribulation and then start running away. This is the experience of Yifan that he learned. Obviously he could break through to the next realm, but he suppressed it and used it to deal with risks. Once a person beyond many realms attacks him, he will brazenly induce the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation attracted by him at the level of the same realm that was not inferior to that of the young emperor. Under the same realm, except for the people who have the qualifications of the emperor who can survive, no one else can. And now the Big Dipper has not yet returned to its peak, and there are not many people who can compete with the emperor of the same realm, and once they fall into the thunder, they will die. However, Wang Mingyuan felt a little weird. He didn't break out immediately. It's just that the next time I walk out of an area, I feel the moment of space fluctuations. A figure came out of his body, slightly different from him. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to hide to the side, faintly blending with the void. The space was transformed 4 times in a row, until it completely reached an empty and uninhabited area. But there was one layer after another of fields around it, and the terrifying murder covered all the areas. The arranged field requires a lot of thought and energy. Even a character from the Sendai realm will be fixed and then trapped in it. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to hide in the void, and his god in the Taoist palace was at the forefront. There was fog everywhere, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. But there was a terrifying killing sword coming, breaking the heavens and the earth as if to tear everything apart. Wang Mingyuan's god clone dodged this wave of attack with just a few flashes. And just a few dodges, Wang Mingyuan had a bottom in his heart and relaxed. The field arranged by the other party is very powerful, but he has the Kuanping treasure technique in his hand, and he can swim between the gaps in the field without falling into a dead end. In such a state, you can easily wander around. Moreover, the cultivation of the person who controls this field should not be too high. Although his knowledge is very broad, his field is very powerful. However, due to the limitation of cultivation, many functions cannot be used. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan has full confidence that he can get out of this area. Half of his heart relaxed, and Wang Mingyuan's magical clone took the initiative to turn left and right, and seemed to be very difficult to dodge all kinds of attacks. And the other party had no intention of killing, and after showing enough power, he took the initiative to appear. In the hazy mist, an incomparably huge black shadow was projected, which was not a humanoid creature, but a monster beast standing up to the sky on all fours, like a mythical creature. There is a terrifying power and momentum flowing in it, which makes people fearful. A pair of eyes glowed with a dark green light, larger than the headlights of a car, and the cast shadow covered Wang Mingyuan's entire body. Hey, hey, hey! You kid fell into my hands. Hand over all the treasures on your body, and hand over the supreme inheritance you got from Taishan Gate. Wang Mingyuan listened to this voice and felt the huge majesty, and then looked at the black shadow, but his expression became strange. When he was sent here just now, he was still puzzled. After all, he had just leaked in the Jiang family that he had mastered the Phoenix Nirvana technique. It stands to reason that the other party would not come so quickly. He showed a fake Phoenix Nirvana technique, mainly fishing for Xia Joyo. Dai Joyo was deeply injured, and 8,000 years ago, he wanted to preach and become emperor emperor under the rules of heaven and earth and the Golden Land. Then he received an extremely terrifying Dao injury, and he was silent all the time, silent. He didn't care about this situation, he was used to it.
9,000 years have passed, and from Wang Mingyuan's point of view, Gai Joyo seems to have lost the ambition of the past.
Even if the Qing Emperor's heaven and earth Dao was about to collapse and dissipate, this one had no intention of preaching. It stands to reason that at this level, with his level of alternative enlightenment, it is still easy to find an immortal elixir. He couldn't enter the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness directly, but the immortal elixir in other areas was not without it.
Among the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness, the attitude towards alternative enlightened characters will not be very friendly.
Unless this figure takes the initiative to promise that he will enter the forbidden area in the last years and will not be an enemy of the forbidden area.
Otherwise, if you want to become emperor, you will have to endure their test, and you will be attacked by them when the emperor tribulates again.
But the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness could not be entered, and other places were not without immortal elixirs. Not to mention anything else, there is a true dragon immortal elixir in the 10,000 Dragon's Nest, and there is also a true phoenix immortal elixir in the Purple Mountain. These 2 immortal elixirs were left by the great emperor of the human race. If Gai Joyo is not allowed to enter the forbidden area, if he finds these 2 immortal elixirs, he can basically get their approval.
Of course, not even here. On top of the flood-desolate ancient star, the area where Kunlun is located also has the White Tiger immortal elixir. There is an ancient tree of life on the side of the eternal starfield, and there is a Fusang immortal elixir on the other side of the Ziwei starfield. With Gai Joyo's cultivation and strength, if he really had a mind, he would be able to find the immortal elixir between the universes.
But this person's desire to find the elixir of immortality does not seem to be very strong, and even the desire to live is not very strong.
Wang Mingyuan has a certain understanding and guess about this. Gai Joyo's real target may be the Qing Emperor.
At his peak, he wanted to create a wave of Qing emperors, and under the suppression of the Qing Emperor's avenue, he deafened the heavens and became emperors.
As a result, the iron-headed baby who covered the sky learned a miserable lesson. The heart may be beaten all of a sudden.
Of course, an equally important point may be that such a peerless and domineering figure as the Qing Emperor did not live for too long, and the result was directly gone. The avenue of heaven and earth is about to collapse, which may be a bigger blow to the iron-headed baby who covers the sky. Because the strength of the emperor is directly proportional to the time they live, the stronger they are, the longer they live.
The Void Emperor and the Fighting Saint Emperor are 2 exceptions.
One was that he had already suffered a Taoist injury before becoming a Taoist and had taken the immortal medicine in advance.
The other is that it was too tragic after becoming emperor.
That period was the most difficult. During the period when the Void Emperor was active, the 7 forbidden areas were suspected to have dark supreme activities.
The most intense activities are the Immortal Mountain and the Taichu Ancient Mine.
The weapons mastered by the Void Emperor, because they were stained with too much blood from the Great Emperor and the Ancient Emperor, were about to be turned into immortal weapons. Just for this point, one can imagine how fierce the battle was back then. The Void Emperor, on the other hand, couldn't survive it. He was traumatized too much, and he took the immortal elixir halfway through, and he couldn't live in the second life. But the other emperors basically meet the standard that the stronger the strength, the longer they live. As a result, the Qing Emperor's combat effectiveness was unparalleled, and killing the perfect Holy Spirit was like killing a chicken.
But the years of life are not too long. Wang Mingyuan guessed because of this.
Gai Joyo, the iron-headed baby, may have misestimated the strength of the Qing Emperor, thinking that the strength of the Qing Emperor was average among the great emperors. Then when the Qing Emperor's heaven and earth Dao was at its strongest, he brazenly chose to preach and call himself emperor, wanting to trample the Qing Emperor's heaven and earth Dao under his feet. After failure, the spirit was directly defeated, and the mentality exploded. Therefore, it disappeared for the next 8,000 years. If you want to save Gai Joyo and let Gai Joyo raise his fighting spirit, you have to let this iron-headed baby pick up his Taoist heart again and have an invincible mentality again. Or to say that this iron-headed baby wants to find his goal again. This is also a pit that Wang Mingyuan buried for the Huanggu Zhang family. Even if the Zhang family found Gai Joyo and got the immortal medicine, and wanted to persuade Gai Joyo to take the immortal medicine, it was a problem to preach that the emperor was the capital. As a result, Wang Mingyuan overestimated the strength of the ancient family, and the Zhang family didn't even find the shadow of Gai Joyo. Before he left the Zhang family, he deliberately revealed that he had the Phoenix Nirvana technique. He knew that the Zhang family would inevitably leak this news. After all, there were too many factions within the Zhang family. There is a brand of the Huanggu Zhang family. Ordinary people can't attract it, but there is a high probability that it will attract Xia Joyo, who has always wanted to help the master recover from his injuries and let the master live longer. After all, in the original work, Xia Joyo learned that Jifan was an ancient holy body, and the blood of the ancient holy body has the strongest recovery effect, and after being able to live and die human flesh and bones, they all took the initiative to find Yifan and hang Yifan to catch him and bleed him. The Phoenix Nirvana technique technique possessed by Wang Mingyuan is obviously more precious, more effective, more targeted, and easier to catch fish. It's just that Wang Mingyuan didn't expect that he deliberately buried his bait, and before the fish caught, the bait he inadvertently buried had already caught a dog. Yes, in the field in front of him, the figure was extremely huge, like a powerful person, frantically releasing momentum, and the powerful black shadow that was too tall was not another image, it was a black dog. Even though his body size was deliberately enlarged many times, showing strong pressure, Wang Mingyuan recognized it at a glance. This was the Black Emperor. He was able to have such a deep understanding of the field and the formation, and at the same time dared to cut off the field teleportation array of the desolate ancient family. In the entire sky-covering world, there are not many people who have the courage to do this. There are even fewer dogs. Only the Black Emperor meets the standard. Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of him going deep into the Purple Mountain with Jiang Yi before. When he left, he also vaguely heard a dog bark. Perhaps the Black Emperor had already been awakened by him at that time and walked out of Purple Mountain with him. After all, the god King Jiang Taishu was able to live in the Purple Mountain all the time, and there was also the reason for the Black Emperor and the Tombkeeper of the beginningless Emperor, Gu Tianshu. They have always taken care of the god King Jiang Taishu. Wang Mingyuan took the god King Jiang Taishu away from the Purple Mountain and also activated the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, so it was natural to wake up the Black Emperor. And now, the black dog stared at Wang Mingyuan and asked him about the treasures on Wang Mingyuan's body and the collection. But Wang Mingyuan knew that this part was not the real purpose of the Black Emperor, and sure enough, the next moment, the Black Emperor revealed his true face. Don't you still have 2 accomplices? Aren't the 3 of you going to ask Jin Tianxia together? Where is the ancient holy body and the innate Taoist fetus? As soon as he heard this, Wang Mingyuan knew why the Black Emperor was so bold and had no scruples. He had previously sat with Hua Yanfei and the outstanding disciples of Xingfeng and Taixuanmen and talked. A lot of excellent disciples of Taixuanmen have gone. In order to catch the inheritor of the ruthless lineage, Wang Mingyuan arranged different physiques for Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and him. His physique, because he deliberately showed part of the Kunping treasure technique, was called the Dark God Body, and Yi Fan's desolate ancient holy body is now quite famous. Ji Ziyue's primordial spirit body was falsely called the innate Taoist fetus by Wang Mingyuan. These physiques are not only very attractive to the ruthless lineage, but also infinitely attractive to the Black Emperor. Speak quickly. When the black dog spoke, the oppressive force around him was also stronger, and the terrifying pressure was like a landslide. And Wang Mingyuan's true body has been hidden here for a long time. His eyebrows were shining, which was the physical potential that had been opened by the baptism of the essence and blood of the 4 strongest people before. It is not the martial arts heavenly eye, but the delusional pupil. He had already been able to see through the truth of the void, and at this time he had already seen the broken nail in the field teleportation array, and he had seen the existence behind the field that was presiding over all this. It was a black dog. Ji's fur is shiny and smooth, and his body is extremely strong, just like a calf. The only thing that surprises this black dog is that there is no hair on it. It is bare, and it has only a fleshy tail. Wang Mingyuan was even more sure of the identity of this dead dog. This guy actually stared at the field teleportation array of the ancient Jiang family for the sake of the innate holy body Dao fetus. Perhaps after hearing Wang Mingyuan's story that Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were the ancient holy body and innate Taoist fetus, this dead dog kept staring at this side. Looking at the proficiency of this dead dog, it is estimated that it is not once or twice to interrupt the field teleportation array. Some people in the Jiang family should have known that there was a problem here, but no one prompted them at all. It seems that some people's hearts are still not dead. Wang Mingyuan thought a lot in his heart all of a sudden. Then the gods in his Dao palace turned into a streamer in an instant, crossing this distance at an unparalleled speed, grabbed the black dog, and then passed through the gap in the field. Wow! The Black Emperor reacted only after being pulled out of the field by Wang Mingyuan's clone, and his backhand was a bite, directly biting Wang Mingyuan's palm. The speed is amazing, and this bite alone is a top-notch secret technique. Wang Mingyuan even used the Kunping treasure technique to avoid this bite. Seeing that the dead dog was about to pounce again, the black and white light on Wang Mingyuan's body flashed, and the black dog flew out with a blow. Even if he didn't collect much force this time, the black dog just screamed and flew out, and his body was not injured at all. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a dog that has been baptized with the essence and blood of the beginningless emperor, and it is incredibly strong in terms of physical strength. Seeing that the Black Emperor was about to pounce on him again, Wang Mingyuan just said one sentence to make the black dog not turbulent, and even stopped obediently. You don't want to know the whereabouts of the innate holy body Dao fetus in the future, right? This sentence has an immediate effect. The Black Emperor stopped all of a sudden, and even because the breaks were too violent, the whole person rubbed on the ground for a while. How do you know? The Black Emperor spat out his big tongue, and a pair of dog eyes were dripping and spinning, suspicious. I know a lot more than you do. For the Black Emperor, the innate holy body Dao fetus was his strongest obsession. After all, in his cognition, in his master, the beginningless emperor took the initiative to seal him in his later years. When he woke up again, the beginningless emperor was nowhere to be found. And before the beginningless emperor finally sealed him, he had only one requirement for him, and cultivated an innate holy body Taoist fetus in later generations.
The Black Emperor has countless shortcomings: greed, shamelessness, extremely low moral bottom line, and even no bottom line.
But one thing, this dog is really extremely loyal to its owner. After the beginningless emperor disappeared, the more he thought about it, the more sad he became. For so many years, the biggest obsession in his heart was to cultivate a congenital holy body Tao fetus. Perhaps when he first came out of the Purple Mountain, the Black Emperor also had a layer of confusion. After all, whether it is the ancient holy body or the innate Tao fetus, it is an extremely rare physique. The world is so big, the universe is so big, where to find these two physiques, and let the two of them combine to give birth to an innate holy body Taoist fetus is an extremely troublesome thing. As a result, I didn't expect that not long after I recovered, I went to the intelligence organization to buy intelligence and got a good situation. Although the times have changed, this era is no longer suitable for the practice of the ancient Eucharist. But the ancient holy body did appear, and it had already embarked on the path of cultivation. And another innate Tao fetus actually appeared, and even got together with the desolate ancient holy body.
A man and a woman, extremely suitable.
Of course, there was one more so-called dark god among the three of them, which made the Black Emperor feel a little uncomfortable.
Why do you sing a play for two people? As soon as he learned the news, he couldn't hold back. He went directly to the southern regions to inquire.
As a result, when he went, Wang Mingyuan turned around and went back to Zhang's house, and there was a lot of movement, and he stayed in Zhang's house for a long time. This made the Black Emperor anxious.
Fortunately, the contradictions within Wang Mingyuan and the Zhang family are not too secret.
Those who are interested will know if they inquire a little. After all, the contemporary holy lords of the Zhang family have been hung at the gate for several days. There was an innate holy body Taoist fetus hanging in front, and the Black Emperor's enthusiasm and initiative were extremely high. He directly chose to squat outside the ancient Zhang family, and he was sure that Wang Mingyuan would not stay in the Zhang family for too long and would definitely go out. He made multiple arrangements outside, walking directly from Zhang's house, and he also arranged the field at several must-pass locations. And with the help of the field teleportation array is a very high probability thing, the Black Emperor directly set his sights on the field teleportation array. And when several elder-level people in the Zhang family walked out with the help of the teleportation array, he took the initiative to reverse the destination. After making sure that it was not his goal, he gave up on these people.
Let them survive in the wilderness.
Fortunately, his guess was indeed correct. There were several groups of people in a row who had something wrong, and the Zhang family did not remind Wang Mingyuan that he would reverse his destination this time.
Finally found his goal. However, Wang Mingyuan seemed to be different from what he imagined.
Just by looking at him, he could see his extraordinariness, and learned that he wanted a congenital holy body Taoist fetus.
Who are you?
This time the Black Emperor was a little unpredictable, and finally he did not maintain his false appearance, and returned to a black dog as strong as a calf. Of course, Wang Mingyuan knew the answer for a long time, but he still had to have a systematic rhetoric in the face of the Black Emperor. At least there must be a clear and reasonable statement. Therefore, in the face of this black dog, Wang Mingyuan had a smile on his face that he had a chance to win. He can fool the ancient Zhang family. Although this black dog is cunning, he can also fool one or two. With my current strength, there are very few people who can compete with me in the same realm, and the entire Beidou is only a handful. Any of them are famous figures in the world. If you can compete with me head-on, at least not inferior to me in the flesh, or even surpass me, then you are definitely not an unknown person. The Black Emperor raised his head at this point, and said as a matter of course, I am the Black Emperor. Wang Mingyuan said unhurriedly, there is no doubt that you belong to the demon race, but I know the demon race very well. Neither this generation nor the previous generation, or even thousands of years ago, have never heard of such an existence. In other words, you belong to the demon, but it has little to do with today's demon race. The Black Emperor's face showed a look of disdain, and he didn't think much of the demon race today. After all, he is a self-proclaimed emperor. As the dog of the beginningless emperor, he has always been arrogant. After all, he knows too many secrets. And Wang Mingyuan looked at him. The reaction of the Black Emperor was expected by him, so the corners of his mouth curled slightly and continued to speak. People like you are definitely not without identity and origin, and the concept of the great emperor and the ancient emperor is also very clear. If you are a figure in the younger generation, it is enough. Young people are arrogant, but it is possible that they think that they are not inferior to the ancient emperors and dare to take such a name. But looking at your field and the layout of the formation, it is definitely not something that the younger generation can make. You are definitely an old monster, reworked. Speaking of which, the Black Emperor's dog face was already a little serious. serious, but it was still not very serious. As an old monster, rebuilt, and daring to take such a name, it shows that you have been in close contact with such a character and are related to a certain ancient emperor. And the relationship is not generally close, and it will definitely not be its descendants. In other words, you will not be a descendant of any demon emperor, let alone the most recent demon emperor is the Qing emperor.
And the demon emperor of a more ancient era also does not match your race.
The longer the cultivation world lives, the more people who know about heaven and earth, the clearer the concepts of the great emperor and the ancient emperor, and the more they understand how powerful the great emperor and the ancient emperor are. It was as if Yi Fan had initially proven that he had survived the tribulation and broke the curse of the inability to practice the holy body.
The god King Jiang Taishu personally matched him, wanting him to have a foothold in Beidou and a big backer.
The good matchmaker for him is the little princess of the Feng clan.
The holy lord of the Wind Lord agreed, and the god King Jiang Taishu also agreed, but this little princess of the Wind clan thought that even the ancient holy body could be practiced. But the future is only the second in the world, and he can be called the great emperor, and he will not be the opponent of the great emperor after all. And she herself will become a great emperor in the future, so she rejected this marriage contract. Of course, it turned out later that this was a joke.
No, even if the heavens and the earth were fully restored later, the difficulty of everyone's cultivation breakthrough became lower. But this pearl of the Wind clan, known as a figure with infinite potential, is only a great sage in the end.
Even the quasi-emperor has no way to climb up.
Before Yi Fan became enlightened, few quasi-emperor level figures after Deshang were qualified to stand by his side. It can only be said that the younger he is, the more he feels that the great emperor ancient emperor seems to be within reach.
Just like the ancient stars of the flood, when they were children, everyone's wish was to become a scientist, an astronaut, and an Einstein. It seems to be something that everyone can reach. But the older you grow, the farther away you are from that goal, the more you understand how difficult that goal is. The longer the cultivation world lives, the clearer the concept of the great emperor and the ancient emperor becomes. I dare not casually involve the great emperor and the ancient emperor, because they really represent an invincible and a taboo. You obviously have a clear understanding of the great emperor and the ancient emperor, but you still use the title of emperor. This shows that you should be following a great emperor, not an ancient emperor, and you don't seem to have that much respect for the emperor among the immemorial races, which emperor's enemies were once ancient emperors.
Wang Mingyuan knew all the origins of the Black Emperor, but he deliberately analyzed it here.
Shooting arrows first and then drawing targets is, of course, unfavorable, but these analyses are not wrong.
The cub knew that titles such as the Great Emperor and the Ancient Emperor could not be said casually, and he himself was far away from the level of the Great Emperor and the Ancient Emperor. After that, the Black Emperor still dared to call himself the Black Emperor. In the era of mythology, the invincible figures in the world are called Tianzuan. In ancient times, the immortal emperor was the leader, and during that period, he preached that the world was invincible and then called himself emperor. Later, the human race was mostly called the Great Emperor.
This represents three different eras.
The Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor preached, but because
the period they were in was still the immemorial emperors, generation after generation, they were the middlemen.
Therefore, in that period, they were also called emperors.
And later it was probably the real chapter of the human race created by Emperor Fuxi, and since Fuxi, most of the sermons and emperors were human races. Therefore, since the great Emperor Fuxi, those who preach and claim to be emperors are called great emperors, even if they are not human races. Nowadays, such a concept is widely circulated and most of them have been recognized. The Black Emperor called himself the emperor, and the human race didn't think there was anything wrong, and the immemorial race knew that it was offensive as soon as they heard it. It's like telling black people to eat watermelons and let them go to the field to pick them. The name of the Black Emperor already illustrates his tendencies. What is your identity? Even the contemporary Holy Lord in the desolate ancient family would not know so many secrets. The Black Emperor finally became serious and was no longer as relaxed as before. And it is rare to have a character in front of him who also knows a lot of secrets. Wang Mingyuan habitually wants to tease him. Can't you guess? But I probably guessed your identity. Fighting with you, your physical body is not inferior to mine,
but it does not belong to any divine body king body, and it does not belong to the heavenly demon body among the demon race.
I also don't feel the bloodline of other powerful demons in your body.
Following a human emperor, and at the same time having a rivalry with the immemorial race, he has a bad sense of the immemorial race. At the same time, you have such a strong obsession with the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus. You remind me of a person. Facing the Black Emperor's gaze as if he was going to kill, Wang Mingyuan gently spat out 4 words.
The beginningless emperor.
In so many years, you have most likely nothing to do with the Qing Emperor. The Void Emperor and the Hangyu Emperor, I know their lives very clearly, and I will not have anything to do with them. The Ruthless Emperor has the same concept. This one doesn't know how to keep a dog.
Only in the legend of the beginningless emperor is his physique as the innate holy body Taoist fetus.
Although there are not many records about the beginningless emperor, he did have records in his later years that he once raised a native dog. When mentioning the beginningless beginningless emperor, the Black Emperor's gaze was leisurely, extremely gentle, and without the previous violentness.
It even seems to have a sacred and inoffensive feeling.
But in just a moment, the black dog broke his own skills.
He put his hands around his chest and said with a strange smile,
"Since the boy knows that I have followed the beginningless emperor, then I will honestly hand over all the treasures on my body.
This is an offering to the Black Emperor. After I preach and become emperor, I will naturally give you 100-fold reward.
And tell me where the desolate holy body and the innate Taoist fetus are. I want to know now." He was vicious, and even wanted to pounce on him directly.
Wang Mingyuan did not take it seriously.
He had measured the current state of the Black Emperor, and there was a certain gap between him and his current four-pole realm. It doesn't pose much of a threat to him. Of course, it was also a problem for him to kill this black dog, no matter how much he said that this black dog had followed the beginningless emperor, and he had a lot of treasures on his body. And if something goes wrong, he can drill into Zishan, and many formations inside Zishan will protect him. Not to mention that this dead dog is a waste of effort.
When he still had cultivation, he was still.
He had been baptized by the essence and blood of the beginningless emperor, and his physical strength was incredible. Even if it was a desolate holy body, in the current realm, it was a big problem to smash the Black Emperor's body. If you want to know where the innate Tao fetus and the desolate ancient holy body are, of course you can.
Wang Mingyuan blasted the Black Emperor far away with a palm.
Then, like the Black Emperor, a smile appeared on his face.
"What about the benefits? What benefits can I get? You kid is really a maggot with a black heart."
"This is to contribute to the entire human race. This is to fulfill the order of the beginningless emperor." Before disappearing, the beginningless emperor had instructed the Black Emperor to cultivate an innate holy body Taoist fetus. But at that time, the Black Emperor probably thought that there was no time limit, but he just wanted to inherit the Taoist tradition of the beginningless emperor. He has been doing his best, but he doesn't know that this is the backhand of the beginningless emperor. The beginningless emperor had already gone to the strange world, in the gap between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm. The beginningless emperor calculated that the dark turmoil was about to break out, and this was his last hand. If there is an innate holy body Tao fetus, he can use this innate holy body Tao fetus to make a move. In this case, even if dark turmoil breaks out, at least it will have the power to fight. It is a pity that the Black Emperor did not let the innate holy body Tao fetus be born before the dark turmoil. In times of darkness and turmoil, the beginningless emperor could only look at this world from a distance, and then sighed. Of course, Wang Mingyuan strongly supports the cultivation of the innate holy body Tao fetus, but how to cultivate it is a problem. There is him who matches in this process, and there is the Black Emperor who takes the initiative to help. If you talk to the God King Jiang Taishu again, this matter can basically be done.
There will definitely be no resistance in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. If there is a little controversy, Wang Mingyuan can even directly make Yifan the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land.
In this case, there is no problem where to arrange it. Anyway, now the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land can't beat the Purple Mansion Saint with an innate Tao fetus. But there is a bit of a problem with cultivating it directly. The innate holy body Tao fetus can use the power of the beginningless emperor to then suppress the dark turmoil, which Wang Mingyuan does not doubt. But the premise is that the innate holy body Tao fetus can survive smoothly and is not killed in the middle. With the ability and physique of the innate holy body Tao fetus, it was no less than the chaos body.
Born in any era, you can preach and become emperor, provided that you are not strongly interfered with.
For example, everyone recognizes and admits that once a chaos body is born, even if there is a great emperor living between heaven and earth, the chaos body can still preach and become emperor. Even if the contemporary emperor had already fused the heavenly heart mark, the chaos body could still do it again. This is the specialty of the chaos body. He was born to be loved by heaven and earth. The problem is that the first chaos body in history did not succeed in preaching the title of emperor between this land of heaven and earth. Its potential is too great, too obvious. It was born in the age of mythology, but there was already a heavenly venerable in the world during that period, so this one used his unenlightened body to confront the enlightened heavenly sovereign. The two fought to the edge of the universe, shattering the heavens and the earth, and the final result was that this chaos body died, and that heavenly venerable was also seriously injured. After Wang Mingyuan understood, he could only say one thing: worthy of being an iron-headed baby. Even if you take the initiative to hide before you become enlightened? Of course, this may also be Wang Mingyuan's sarcasm. There is a contemporary living heavenly venerable, and it is fused with the heavenly heart mark. It is probably a bit difficult to escape the blockade of such a heavenly venerable.
The innate Eucharistic Taoist fetus also faced this problem in this era, and the problem is not small.
The chaos body was only targeted by a contemporary emperor, and if the innate holy body Tao fetus was really born, it would definitely be stared at by the immortal emperor. After all, the confrontation and battle between the immortal emperor and the beginningless emperor reached its most intense time. The immortal emperor dreamed of killing the beginningless emperor. If other great emperors and ancient emperors can't beat them, with their pride, they will only find ways to improve themselves. But like the immortal emperor, he will find his way in other directions. After all, the immortal emperor, even if he walks on the road of the red dust immortal, is different from other red dust immortal painting styles. Whether it is Yi Fan, the ruthless emperor, or the emperor of the underworld, they all find ways to transform themselves and rely on themselves to walk out of a different path. The immortal emperor is trying to steal chickens and steal the fruits of others, constantly attacking one old emperor after another, the ancient emperor. Steal these immortal essences contained in the bodies of these great emperors and ancient emperors who could have survived the second and third generations, then bathe in the blood of the great emperor and the ancient emperor and live forever. As a result, although the immortal emperor took a shortcut, his strength or combat effectiveness was indeed a crotch. The talent of the beginningless emperor shocked the past and present, and amazed the past and the present. But only after living for one lifetime, he could compete with the immortal emperor who lived all the way from the beginning of time to the desolate era. The two have been confronting each other, and in the last years of the beginningless emperor's chi and blood, they have been fighting for 2,000 years. So in terms of disappointment, the immortal emperor never disappoints. In a head-on confrontation with an unfavorable situation, the undead emperor will do it 100%. Once the innate holy body Taoist fetus is born, the immortal emperor will definitely punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. There is no need to doubt this at all. After all, even if it is according to the original work, the immortal emperor has a record of shooting. Later, after Yi Fan became the emperor of heaven, he happened to be in seclusion and practice. The immortal emperor took advantage of this period to steal the innate holy body Taoist fetus. Because of this, Yi Fan's disciple Komatsu had to break through and preach to become the emperor. But even so, it was still almost blown up by the undead emperor who had been strengthened several times during that period, almost snatched Yi Fan's son away. Not only did the immortal emperor have such a record, but even before Yi Fan became enlightened, he practiced the secret before practicing and perceiving the future. The wife of the immortal emperor, the immortal queen, also snatched Yi Fan's daughter in the predicted future. It can only be said that it is not a family, and it does not enter the door. The people of this family don't have a really invincible mentality. Some of the things I do are funny. Do you want to cultivate the innate holy body Tao fetus and inherit the Taoist lineage of the beginningless emperor? Wang Mingyuan broke the Black Emperor's calculation at a glance, then looked the Black Emperor up and down, and deliberately said in surprise, "Are you going to combine the two of them so directly, and then give birth to the innate holy body Tao fetus?" Feeling very uncomfortable looking at He Huan with Wang Mingyuan's contemptuous gaze, he glared back angrily. "Of course, after they are combined, I will personally teach this child. I will let him get the inheritance of the great emperor, and the great emperor's weapons will also protect him. He will grow all the way and sweep the world, just like the great emperor of the past." Hearing this, Wang Mingyuan shook his head and made a look of further contempt and disdain, and deliberately looked at the Black Emperor up and down. That's the plan? The Black Emperor was angry. "Isn't my cultivation enough?" In the Purple Mountain, he left an inheritance, left him an immortal elixir, and the emperor's weapon protection, although he did not follow the emperor's side, but the cultivation he received was definitely not inferior to any emperor. The Black Emperor is decisive and quite confident. Normally, this part of the training is of course sufficient. With the most powerful scripture, Beginningless Sutra, left by the beginningless emperor, the weapons of the beginningless emperor, and the immortal elixir, this configuration is already better than that of ordinary descendants of the great emperor. But it's not easy to use here. It seems that you really don't know anything about the enemies of the beginningless emperor. Wang Mingyuan is still interested in the Black Emperor. This black dog can do a lot of things, and at the same time knows a lot of secrets. If he can take the initiative to help, it will be easier to get a lot of things done. Of course, the premise is that the black dog should be dominated by him, not messing around. The Black Emperor has always been extremely rude in his means. Most of the time it is unreliable. There are a lot of problems with that field teleportation alone. There are countless other unreliable things, but the Black Emperor has the ability to do so. Not to mention other Gu Tianshu seems to have not left Beidou at this stage. Gu Tianshu himself is a great sage-level figure. I don't know if I have practiced for such a long time until I have reached the Quasi-Emperor, but whether he arrives or not, he is a peerless figure in the world. The Black Emperor can directly contact this person and communicate with him, which is quite important. What did you say? If anything else, the Black Emperor might turn his head and leave. But when it comes to the innate holy body Taoist fetus, and when it comes to the beginningless emperor, this dog is full of energy. Do you know the situation of the emperor? How could the emperor still have enemies? The emperor has long been invincible in the world, and there is no one who can even take his move head-on in the later stage. The Black Emperor didn't believe it, but Wang Mingyuan's previous analysis made him a little uncertain. Because of Wang Mingyuan's simple analysis, even a holy lord of an ancient family would not be able to grasp so much information. It seems that your realm and cultivation back then were not high enough, and you don't know much about many things. Wang Mingyuan sighed deliberately. This matter is a long story. There's no need to talk about it here. Pack up your things, let's go to the holy city together. The Black Emperor didn't want to clean up or leave, but
Wang Mingyuan's next sentence made him take the initiative. The ancient holy body is in the holy city.
In one sentence, the whole Black Emperor stood up. Don't be stupid, I have a field here. My control of the field is not bad. We can teleport directly to.
The Black Emperor took the initiative to take the stubble, very enthusiastic, and the huge black claws were all on Wang Mingyuan's shoulders. Wang Mingyuan slapped him away. Thinking of the Black Emperor's record, he directly refused. Forget it, I prefer to walk.
The Black Emperor had no choice but to go with Wang Mingyuan. As he walked, he also asked Wang Mingyuan all kinds of questions.
What's wrong with me here?
The innate holy body Tao fetus is born directly, and then it will definitely be able to become a great emperor, cultivated all the way, and when he is unparalleled in the world, who else can target him?
What is the situation of the great emperor? How could the emperor still have enemies living in the world? Are they his descendants?
The Black Emperor didn't want to believe that the beginningless emperor was dead, but at the same time he understood it in his heart. No matter how powerful and invincible the ancient emperors and emperors of ancient times,
once we enter the end of the world, we will usher in death. Time is everyone's worst enemy, and no one can change it.
But he has always had a little hope in his heart, hoping that a character like the beginningless emperor is an exception, and that the beginningless emperor can survive.
Everyone will have enemies, and the same goes for the beginningless emperor. Don't you even know this?
As for the beginningless emperor, of course he is still alive, but his state is very special, and it is difficult for you to see him.
Before Wang Mingyuan finished answering all the questions, the Black Emperor was already excited. The emperor is still alive? Did the great succeed? He went to the immortal realm? When Wang Mingyuan heard this, he just shook his head. It seems that you don't know a lot of things. Do you understand that the road to immortality will open in 200 years? The most terrifying dark turmoil in 200 years is about to break out. Do you know? The innate holy body Tao fetus is to allow it to become a signpost, a guide, borrowing the power of the beginningless emperor to suppress the dark turmoil. Do you know? The Black Emperor was a little confused, but he keenly grasped the key points. The emperor is still alive. The emperor is still alive. As long as I cultivate the innate holy body Tao fetus, the emperor will be able to return and meet me again?
It can only be said that he only listens half of what he obeys, and only listens to what he wants to hear. And Wang Mingyuan thought about it and nodded.
If you want to say that, it's right.
The Black Emperor's big eyes lit up all of a sudden, staring at Wang Mingyuan without blinking.
Then where is the innate Tao fetus?
We have to suppress the dark turmoil, and we must hurry up and finish it as soon as possible.
Wang Mingyuan kept shaking his head when he heard this. Didn't you listen to me tell you? You.
In his later years, the great emperor encountered an incredible enemy, and confronted that great enemy for thousands of years, and then he couldn't survive it, and was forced to use his supreme magical powers to open up the road to the strange world and go to the strange world.
But that side of the world can move forward and not retreat, and he can't come back.
At the same time, the opponent of the beginningless emperor did not go to that world, but was still alive in this world.
Is the emperor's enemy still alive?
At this moment, the hair on the Black Emperor's body exploded, and he was very uneasy.
But he quickly relaxed again.
There is a peerless figure, with their heart, with their invincible posture, and will not suppress me. This is not the confidence born out of thin air by the Black Emperor, but the confidence given to him by the ancient emperors and great emperors throughout the ages. Any person who can preach and call himself emperor has many opponents and rivals.
But any great emperor and ancient emperor will only liquidate the main figures after being invincible, and other incompetent people will not hurt them.
They still have this kind of heart and courage.
The emperor is very courageous, but some people are exceptions. This one is.
The Black Emperor's claws were a little unsure of how to put them down, and he showed a helpless posture in an instant.
Just like I said,
this man has a lot of records in the long river of time, and his moral character is first-class low. There is basically an indissoluble grudge with the beginningless emperor. In order to let the Black Emperor have a clearer concept, Wang Mingyuan even stretched out his finger and pointed to the holy cliff in the eastern wilderness. One of the clones of the beginningless emperor's nemesis was suppressed on the holy cliff, and it is still inside the holy cliff. The list of gods is posted on the holy cliff. You can take a look when you have time. The Black Emperor became more and more uneasy, feeling that his head was empty, and many calculations were inaccurate.
You said before that my method of cultivating the innate holy body Tao fetus was wrong, just because there was such a person? That's right. Wang Mingyuan nodded indifferently.
Directly confronting this one who was not the opponent of the beginningless emperor, and the two of them are already enemies of life and death, and one of them must die. If this one learns that he has the same physique as the beginningless emperor, he will definitely come over and do it.
That's the Holy Eucharist? When Wang Mingyuan and the Black Emperor walked into the holy city alone,
the Black Emperor has reached an agreement with Wang Mingyuan. He will do his best to help Wang Mingyuan, including providing the fruit of the immortal elixir in Purple Mountain. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, needed to find a way to help him cultivate the innate holy body Tao fetus, and let the innate holy body Tao fetus escape the black hands of the undead emperor hiding behind the scenes.
Both think this is very good. Wang Mingyuan felt that if he wanted to save Gai Joyo, the Black Emperor might be able to pick a mature true phoenix immortal elixir from the Purple Mountain.
And if you can pull the Black Emperor to join in, many subsequent arrangements will be easier, because the Black Queen is standing in front of the beginningless Emperor.
And the Black Emperor was also very satisfied with Wang Mingyuan's joining.
At least from the previous chat, he had already felt that Wang Mingyuan had a deep understanding of many things, and there was a lot of information that he didn't know, and Wang Mingyuan was very familiar with it.
For example, the Immortal Emperor.
He didn't know much about the Immortal Emperor, but he only listened to the beginningless Emperor chat a few times in his memory.
But Wang Mingyuan has a very deep understanding of this Immortal Emperor who ended the mythological era and opened up the ancient era. After determining this, the Black Emperor did not hesitate.
And seeing the desolate ancient holy body in front of him, the Black Emperor did not immediately pounce on him, but blinked his big eyes, staring at Yi Fan's surroundings, puzzled.
What about the innate Taoist body around him? Why are there only a few men?
The two people who followed Yi Fan, Wang Mingyuan was no stranger. One was Zhang Huairan and the other was Li Heishui.
It can only be said that Yi Fan seems to be naturally attracted to these people. Even if Wang Mingyuan interfered in the middle, well, Wang Mingyuan's interference was too great. Because Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan appeared together at Taishan Gate, they seem to have become friends. Others may not be very concerned about this news, but Zhang Yi, one of the 13 bandits, is very interested in this one. After all, Wang Mingyuan's seniority is very high in the family, and he wants to call Wang Mingyuan Xiaozu. Wang Mingyuan's every move has a mysterious color in his eyes.
Anything Wang Mingyuan did, he felt meaningful, and Wang Mingyuan's news, he has always been concerned.
After knowing what Wang Mingyuan's family said, he was shocked.
Later, Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan intersected and seemed to become friends. He also paid attention to this point. After learning that Yi Fan was a desolate ancient holy body that could practice, he did not come to take the initiative to make friends. But when he heard that Yi Fan had arrived in the northern regions, he naturally asked the juniors among the 13 bandits to contact Yi Fan.
Naturally, they became friends. Didn't I already tell you?
It also had to be controlled in an orderly manner. They could not give birth to the innate holy body Dao fetus immediately. Before entering the holy city, the Black Emperor's dog could still listen to the advice, but as soon as he arrived here and saw the desolate ancient holy body, his eyes began to glow and sweep around. Wang Mingyuan regretted pulling the Black Emperor into the group. This dog thing is basically forgetting righteousness for profit, and he can't walk when he sees the treasure. And the innate holy body Dao fetus is the biggest treasure for the Black Emperor.
This dog thing looks like it has lost its mind now. Give it a try. What if it works?
The Black Emperor had a pair of shining tricks, and even stared at Yi Fan drooling.
It is said that the flesh, tendons and bones of the desolate holy body are treasures. I don't know how the blood of the desolate holy body tastes. I haven't eaten it yet.
This greedy and ignorant appearance made Wang Mingyuan speechless. He punched the Black Emperor's head, making a sound like Huangzhong Dalu. The Black Emperor's whole mind was buzzing, and then he saw Yi Fan striding forward and hugging Wang Mingyuan.
Why did you come so late this time? I've been here for a long time.
Yi Fan has broken through to the realm of the Dao Palace here, but he has just stepped into the realm of the Dao Palace and has not yet made great strides.
I think it should be a lack of practice.
Therefore, Wang Mingyuan did not avoid Yi Fan, and Yi Fan also took the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. But Yi Fan's desolate ancient holy body was originally supported by the first physique of the human race in Beidou, and there was no need for him to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill, and the compatibility of the immortal heaven gong with him was not so suitable. Therefore, although there are 2 sutras of the pinnacle, Yi Fan is only used for reference at most, but there is no way to practice directly. If it were other practitioners, they would definitely choose an imperial scripture to practice, but Yi Fan did have pride.
Since he set foot in the cultivation world all the way, he has his own pride in his heart. He hastily practiced an exercise, and then he couldn't reach the top of the world, and he himself was unwilling. Wang Mingyuan saw Yi Fan's embarrassment at a glance, and then pointed to Yuan Tianshu. Isn't there a method of cultivation on this?
In the realm of the Taoist palace, this part of the practice method can be described as the pinnacle of the world, known as the first in the world.
Yuan Tianshu Wang Mingyuan didn't hold it all the time.
This thing was a little useful to him, but it was not very useful. On the contrary, after Yi Fan heard about this, his eyes lit up.
That's also an imperial scripture? Think about who was entangled with the Zheng family's heavenly master back then. Wang Mingyuan smiled, and Yi Fan understood in seconds.
The holy maiden of Yaoqi can also be said to be one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness, and anyone who has had entanglements with the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness will stay.
And a heavenly master of the Zheng family left a beautiful legend with Yaoqi. Rumor has it that the Yaoqi saintess of that generation is really married to the heavenly master of the Zheng family. The heavenly masters of all dynasties did not practice, mainly practicing source techniques. Only this one was a bit exceptional. In order to make him live longer, the generation of saints in Yaoqi leaked part of the Western Emperor Sutra. Yi Fan had seen this part of the Yuan Tian book before, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because he compared the imperial scriptures he got
forgot. He felt that this part was indeed very profound and mysterious, but he always felt that the taste was a little off. It should be partially concealed, and all the mysteries have not been revealed. Even so, Yifan was in high spirits. He had also heard Wang Mingyuan talk about the original true solution, and Wang Mingyuan did not hide much from him and Pang Bo. Unlike in the Jiang family, they all explained the problems to the group of people in the Jiang family so that they can answer their doubts. When explaining to Yifan and Pang Bo, it was the original film that directly explained the original true solution, explaining the most basic avenue of heaven and earth. Although Yifan now says that there are many parts that he can't understand, he often sees new things. When you often have some insights, you will feel different when you hold a grape. I already have certain ideas about the integration of the imperial scriptures with each other. Let's go to the inn first and then chat. Briefly describing the experience of this period of time, Yifan directly pulled Wang Mingyuan and left. Now the inn he lives in is also top-notch. After all, the Yuan Tian book is really the best means. He has only recently understood, and he already has a new understanding of all kinds of source stones. As he walked, he also looked at the shiny and smooth big black dog behind Wang Mingyuan and said curiously, "Is this your new pet? It's very good. It's shiny and smooth. Wow." The next moment, without waiting for Yifan to react, he felt a pain in his palm, and the black dog had already bitten his hand. Even with his physical body, he felt severe pain in his body. After throwing it off with a violent force, 3 clear tooth marks were left on his hands. What kind of dog is this? So fierce. I'm fierce? My pet? I'm going to take you in as a pet today. The Black Emperor was furious. The capable man stood up and bit Yifan in one bite, and the two fought directly here. Yifan's physique is extremely extraordinary, and he has not yet encountered an opponent in the same realm, but today he has met it. The black dog's body was like divine gold, and he even felt pain in his palm when he hit it. No matter how you fight, you can't break through. And this black dog is flexible and changeable, always able to bite him from an incredible angle, biting him all over his body with saliva and tooth marks. In the midst of the fight, a group of people came to the inn where Yifan had stayed for a long time. It is said to be a room, but it is actually a large palace. In the holy city, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. After all, this is the center of the entire eastern wilderness transaction. The northern regions are rich in rough stones, as well as various rare treasures. Money will naturally make all kinds of resources gather here, and any kind of transaction can be achieved. The two have not seen each other for a few months, and each has gained a lot. Wang Mingyuan's cultivation has made another breakthrough, and it is about to reach its peak among the younger generation. Yifan, on the other hand, has a deep attainment in the source technique and has gained a lot in the stone workshops of major holy places and families. Even his gains were terrifying, not to mention anything else. If he had used it to break through, he would have been able to cultivate the Taoist palace realm to perfection long ago. In fact, Yifan felt that he did not have perfect exercises, so he put it on hold for the time being. This is a small problem for me. Wang Mingyuan looked at the Black Emperor on the side, but he remembered clearly that Yaoqi was not here, but in another direction. But there was a strange change back then, because at the bottom of the Yaoqi is the Western Empress Mother, as well as the ominous holy body that occurred back then. The accumulation of circumstances over the years has led to ominous occurrences in Yaoqi, and even a large number of foundations have died at the bottom of Yaoqi. Under such circumstances, Yaoqi had no choice but to relocate and gave up its original place. Although most of the things have been moved, the original Yaoqi pool water is still there. Of course, when the Empress Dowager of the West created the Western Emperor Sutra, the insights and scriptures left behind are still engraved between heaven and earth. Others can't get this, but if you practice with the scriptures of Yaoqi, then find the corresponding place. After some understanding, you can induce the imprint left behind from heaven and earth, and then get the inheritance. You can go to the old place of Yaoqi to find it. There should be the inheritance you want. As for the exercises you practice in the next realm, I can provide it to you. Not to mention others, according to my standards, you can be regarded as my adopted son. I have the Hainyu Sutra, you have to have one. Yifan was speechless, but he didn't refute it. I just silently kept this help in my heart. He was very grateful in his heart, but he didn't say much. Why? The Black Emperor, who had just fought with Yifan, jumped up directly. Wang Mingyuan didn't say much, just repeated, "Innate holy body Dao fetus." The Black Emperor's big eyes rolled, and he cursed in his mouth, as if he had said something, but the few people present couldn't understand it. And Yifan thought about it carefully. He also wanted to give Wang Mingyuan a certain reward, but at the moment he really didn't have anything. After thinking about it, he handed Wang Mingyuan a peculiar footwork. The speed was extremely fast, like teleportation, and the distance between breaths spanned hundreds of feet. Wang Mingyuan took a look, and his eyes lit up. He could tell at a glance what this was. This was a fragment of the secret of the line. He thought that Yifan did not have this opportunity, but he could only say that Yifan's bond with the ancient Forbidden Land was too deep, and the relationship between the Tianxian Holy Land and the desolate ancient Forbidden Land is too deep. Yifan seemed destined to meet the old madman, to meet Wei Yi in the Tianxian Holy Land. With this thing, you can go to the benefits. Wang Mingyuan thought for a while,
Still, the Black Emperor on the side of the sword was still reluctant. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Xiao Yezi, do you want me to find you a backer?" Yi Fan was ignorant. Of course he wanted it if he could have a big backer. After all, he has suffered too much since his debut, being beaten everywhere, and being overwhelmed everywhere. If he had a big backer, of course he felt very cool. The Black Emperor, who was quietly eavesdropping on the side, lit up. "Yes, I have a way that allows you to become the son of a holy place and enjoy endless blessings." The Black Emperor thought of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Wang Mingyuan told him before that there was an innate Taoist fetus in the Purple Mansion Holy Land, which was a contemporary saint. Due to its special physique, it is very powerful. The contemporary Holy Land of the Purple Mansion was hung up and beaten by this one. It has become a joke among the holy places, for the son and the holy woman are often two sides of the same body in the Holy Land. One will become the Holy Lord in the future, and the other will become the wife of the Holy Lord. But there is also an unspoken rule, that is, the Holy Son, if he is invincible among contemporary disciples, he will sweep everything. As a result, this one can't beat people now, and just the news of this aspect has made this person quite embarrassed. The Black Emperor is so active, of course, he wants to do some actions. After all, this is a goddess couple. Of course, if you want Yi Fan to become the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, you still have to go through some operations. Holy Son? Yi Fan scratched his head, not very positive. He had crossed paths with the saintess of the Shaking Light Holy Land. In his impression, the strength of the Holy Son and the Holy Lady does not seem to be so strong. The one I introduced to you is a hidden holy place, the most powerful of the strong. Let's go, come to the door first. Although there is already a saint king like the god king Jiang Taishu, Wang Mingyuan feels that the more top combat power, the better. He had been to the holy city, and after a little discernment, he found the place he was going. Yi Fan looked at this stone workshop that had been abandoned for an unknown number of years, and the garden was full of weeds and covered with rocks, with a puzzled face. This is the core area of the holy city, not remote. It can be described as an inch of land. If it were in such an extremely luxurious place, there would still be such a piece of land abandoned here. This surprised him. The Black Emperor was quite relaxed at first, until he suddenly shivered when he stared at an old man in the courtyard. This old man. The Black Emperor was silent and did not dare to say more. And Wang Mingyuan was quite comfortable, and bowed to the old man who was looking at the gate of this stone workshop. Then he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, "Why don't you call Uncle Master?" "Ha!" Yi Fan looked confused, but reacted quickly, and immediately stepped forward and saluted to call him uncle. He knew that Wang Mingyuan would not harm him, since he was specially brought here, and he was so respectful to this old man. I thought that this old man must be strong. Having the opportunity to hug a top thigh, Yi Fan's figure here is quite soft. The old man, on the other hand, was very calm, not showing mountains, no dew, smiling and shaking his head. "How can I be called Uncle Master? I'm just a janitor of this stone workshop." "You misunderstood." He didn't admit it, nor did he care, and looked at the few people in front of him gently. It's like a 1,000-year-old tree that has experienced wind and rain, and treats everything calmly after seeing the ups and downs of the world. Wang Mingyuan, Yi Fan, and others in front of him seemed to be juniors playing with him. Wang Mingyuan did not give up, although he didn't know how glorious the Tianqian Holy Land was back then. Dare to rush into the desolate ancient forbidden land abruptly 6,000 years ago, and to teach the flying immortals strongly. But only from the remaining 3 masters of Tianqian in the Holy Land of Tianqian back then, we can also get a glimpse of how brilliant Tianqian was back then. At that time, one of the 3 masters of Tianqian was the saintess of Tianqian, one was an old madman, and the other was the Sui. The holy maiden of Tianqian stayed in the ancient forbidden land forever and became a desolate slave. Time has left no trace on her, and she will never die. And the remaining 2, the old madman, because the tragic scene of the ancient forbidden land, as well as the tragic battle of that year, has been crazy for so many years. But he quietly reached the realm of the saint. After he saw Yi Fan and learned about some of the scenes in the ancient forbidden land, he woke up from that muddled state. It is a crazy continuous breakthrough in a short period of time. After waking up, he broke through from the original state of old age to the state of a middle-aged person, and gradually woke up. At that stage, Wang Mingyuan guessed that he probably broke through from the realm of saints to the level of saint kings. And later, it was just a little over 10 years of effort. This one has gone to the next level, breaking through from middle-aged to teenagers. At that stage, the old madman definitely reached the level of the great sage. Because after he reached this stage in the Ziwei star field, he killed the entire ship of immemorial kings. Among the immemorial kings on that ship, there were 3 great sages, as well as a bunch of saint kings and saint-level beings. If it was only at the level of the saint king, it would sweep a bunch of great sages, even including the saint king. Wang Mingyuan felt unlikely. Although the ship full of immemorial kings was not in the right state, no matter how wrong it was impossible to achieve this kind of record. If in these 6,000 years, the old madman was in a relatively sober state, maybe his breakthrough would be smoother, not like this. Wei Yi's state is similar to that of the old madman, but he is more sober, and at the same time, he is more thorough, and it is estimated that he has completely laid flat. But this
person's cultivation is not bad at all, and it is also earth-shattering. At this stage, he is suspected of reaching the peak level of the Saint King. After waiting a few years, you can directly reach the Great Sage. This is the stage where the entire universe has not yet recovered, and in this situation, it has reached such a state. In terms of talent, it can be said that any of the three masters of Tianxian is a peerless figure who was not inferior to the God King Zheng Taishu. Unfortunately, among the three characters, their fates are more tragic. Wei Yi did not reach the quasi-emperor realm throughout his life and sat down with the cultivation of the Great Sage level.
And the Tianxian Saint, one of the three masters of Tianxian.
He has been in the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, and then probably ascended to the immortal world with the ruthless emperor. She basically didn't cash in on her talent. The only one who cashed in on his talent was probably the old madman, who was most saddened by the collapse of the Tianxian Holy Land, and he never came out of that sadness, and he was sealed for 6,000 years. After coming out, he broke through to the level of the Great Sage in a very short period of time. More than 10 years of hard work have taken a path that others have never been able to walk in their lives. Later, he broke through the quasi-emperor all the way, and then ate the big pot of rice made by Yifan and became the emperor together.
It can be described as a complete life, basically without defects. It can only be said that the Iron Head Baby is more popular in the universe covering the sky. The most hard-headed ones are often the most fierce, either dying early or having the last laugh. If the head is not so hard, it is basically inserted a little. Wei Yi's head is not very iron, and after lying flat, he is basically a great sage. Gai Jodio is similar. After lying flat, his state has declined all the way, and his chi and blood have declined in his later years, and he can't even maintain the realm of the quasi-emperor. Seeing this old man with a fairly peaceful mentality and no for-tat intention at all, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but start to worry about the state of covering Jodio. In the great universe that covers the sky, as long as there is no ambition, as long as there is no leading iron, there is basically no way to break through. Everyone seems to be unable to escape this law.
Even the first god of the heavenly court, Chuaning, and the first god of the divine court, Ningfei, were like this.
In terms of talent, and understanding, they have no shortcomings in any place and are alternative enlightenment.
It is that I can't get over the hurdle in my heart, that is, I don't have the ambition I had before, and I am limited by guilt and self-blame, and then there is no way to break through. And Yifan was quite clever under Wang Mingyuan's prompting, especially before entering the door. He learned that this was the stone workshop of Tianxian Holy Land. He showed the old man directly in front of the old man the incomplete secret of the line he got from the old madman.
This silenced Wei Yidu.
Yifan was even more respectful, and discussed with Wang Mingyuan before coming, and at this time he said directly, recasting the glory of Tianxian, our generation is obliged. 6,000 years ago, the Holy Land collapsed and no longer existed, but now the mountain gate of the holy place is still there, and the stone workshop is also there, and I want to rebuild the mountain gate. My brother also supports me a lot. He pulled Wang Mingyuan past him and hooked up with Wang Mingyuan. Wei Yi's eyes widened slightly, but he was still not very excited and calm. 6,000 years have left an indelible mark on him, and he is calm and witnessing everything. Of course, his heart is not as calm as it seems. Yifan and Wang Mingyuan stood in front of him, because the cultivation level of both of them was not high, there were almost no secrets for him, and he could see the details of the two at a glance. This also touched his heart. A desolate ancient holy body, and there is also the root of the mother of all things. The other practitioner has the great emperor's scripture, his chi and blood are strong, his mana is infinite, and his physique is something I have never seen, but he is definitely not inferior to any kind of divine body, the king body, and even compared with the ancient holy body. He could see the situation of the two at a glance, just the two people in front of him, none of them were inferior to their Tianxian three masters 6,000 years ago.
Wang Mingyuan's physique has not yet been proven by his predecessors, and his future development is still unclear.
But as long as he didn't die, normal development could basically reach the realm of the great sage. And Yifan's kind has been proven by the 9 holy bodies. As long as Yifan does not die, he can become the second in the world smoothly. Therefore, others are not qualified to say that the glory of Tianxian is reforged, but these two really exist. There was a momentary fluctuation in his heart, but in the end he slowly closed his eyes.
Everything has fallen silent, and what has passed away will eventually pass.
He still had no intention of admitting it. However, the attitude was gentle by 2 points, and a group of people walked to the pavilion on the side and sat down. Yifan took out a bunch of tea sets and wanted to make tea for several people. And the Black Emperor is directly the dog's leg. It picked and searched to take out 2 leaves of the ancient tea tree from its body and put it into the tea set. One of the leaves is naturally painted with the appearance of a Tai Chi Bagua map, and the other leaf is a large cauldron. The tea given by Yifan was already very extraordinary. It was the spiritual spring water he poured out of the ancient Forbidden Land.
Combined with the leaves of the ancient tea tree of the Black Emperor, a strong aroma suddenly emanated. Wei Yi,
a figure who reached the Saint King in the most difficult period of heaven and earth and was about to reach the level of the great sage, was very calm at this time. I haven't hadn't drunk such tea for many years. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes, and he did not refute his identity, which was considered to have softened. However, he did not agree to Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan's revival of the Tianxian Holy Land. How is the situation of senior brother? Senior, since I saw the scene in the ancient Forbidden Land in my memory, I woke up. He passed on this spell to me, and then I watched my seniors seem to be more sober from old age to middle age.
But I don't know more about it after that. Yi Fan told everything he knew, and he did not hide it. He was still quite grateful to the old madman, because this crazy old Taoist looked quite pitiful. Later, he learned more, and he knew that the old madman's senior brother, junior sister, and the master were all dead. The old madman became more and more pitiful in his impression, and the old madman gave him a lot of help at the same time. He once had a time when he was a pendant by the side of an old madman. It's really sweeping the world and being yourself. No matter what kind of person he is directly pushed in front of the old madman. Wei Yi's eyes showed a hint of remembrance, which became gentle but soon became painful again. As the youngest of the three masters of Tianxian, as the junior brother of the old madman, he is the youngest, and his memory is full of the care and love of the elders of the division. Therefore, when the mutation came, he was also extremely painful. He didn't go crazy in that mutation, but was more protected by the elders of the division. And with his talent, in this most difficult era to practice, he will become a great sage for 6,000 years. In fact, he felt that the two senior brothers and sisters above him were better, but unfortunately, I know what you mean, but there is nothing left in the master's sect now, and it is too vain to mention revival. Wei Yi had no ambition at all. His past had collapsed in a mutation 6,000 years ago. Although he now has a strength that is not inferior to that of his master, he is not interested in rebuilding that mountain gate again. The people he remembered and were familiar would never return. Wang Mingyuan probably grasped the context of this person, so he suddenly said when this person's admiration was greater than his heart, "The road to immortality is about to open." As soon as this sentence came out, Wei Yi's whole body was shocked. In an instant, a terrifying aura gushed out. Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan both showed discomfort on their faces. Wang Mingyuan even had a flash of light from the fire god furnace on his body, but fortunately, it was just for a moment. Wei Yi restrained all his breath. For Wei Yi, the immortal road and the desolate forbidden land are his two dead holes. He doesn't care about anything else, but as long as he mentions these two, his mood fluctuates. 6,000 years later, he thought he had already smoothed his heartstrings. But when I heard the road to immortality, I heard Wang Mingyuan tell me that the road to immortality would be opened in the ancient forbidden land 200 years later. He still couldn't help but clench his fists, and he felt the heart in his body that hadn't beaten violently for an unknown amount of time, fluttering at this time. There was a ball of hot blood gushing out of his body. Wang Mingyuan knew that the most critical juncture had come, so he made persistent efforts. He patted the dark black dog next to him, and without waiting for Wei Yi to question, he had already directly added, "This is not only a record left in the ancient Zhang family, but also a record left by the beginningless emperor. He is the dog adopted by the beginningless emperor in his later years." Although the Black Emperor didn't understand what was going on, when he saw Wei Yi's eyes looking over, his mouth couldn't help but crack, revealing his mouth full of big white teeth. Instinctively nodded. The emperor said that the road to immortality will open during this period of time. If someone can seize the opportunity, they may be able to become an immortal during this period of time. Wei Yi clenched his fists, and the master also made this inference back then, and then activated all the foundations when the entire Holy Land was at its most glorious. Led by the quasi-emperor, he rushed into the ancient Forbidden Land with the soldiers of the extreme Tao Emperor. And then, Wei Yi's body trembled. Even after 6,000 years, the blood-colored memory was still deeply imprinted in his mind. The soldiers of the extreme Tao Emperor collapsed, the blood of the elders of the division flowed all over the ground, and the sky was full of corpses. They are in order to ascend to the teachings, to become immortals, and to see the end of the ultimate path, the road to immortality. Wei Yi's eyes lit up brighter than ever, and Wang Mingyuan made persistent efforts. As far as I know, not only the two emperors calculated this time, but many people also calculated this accurate time. 200 years later is the right time. The desolate Forbidden Land is the right place. If there is the right person, this generation can become an immortal. Immortal. Wei Yi's eyes seemed to have two suns. It shook so much that people didn't dare to look at it directly. He seemed to see the original master, the leader, and the senior sister, and they all stood in front of him, looking at him. Wang Mingyuan knew that all his thoughts had been aroused. He is not trying to become an immortal, but to give an explanation to all the elders of the division. At such a moment, Wang Mingyuan added, according to speculation, the right person should be the contemporary emperor. And 200 years later, the rules of heaven and earth of the Qing emperor should completely collapse. If someone is at the right time, in the right place, during this period of time, he may be the only one who can become an immortal. He will leave behind legends that will last forever. All records about that person will be remembered and glorified for eternity. Fame and fortune, Wei Yi has long since stopped caring. There are not too many people who care about the entire heaven-covering universe. But Wei Yi
cares about his master and the Holy Land of Tianxian. The actions of the Tianxian Holy Land 6,000 years ago shocked the world, and the entire Beidou and even the entire universe were recorded.
But in the end, the whole Tianxian became a tragedy, a joke.
With unparalleled determination and confidence, he wanted to ascend to the throne, but all died at the speed of light, leaving no trace. It has become the laughingstock of the entire Beidou. He felt that this shame could not be washed away for the rest of his life. After all, the opportunity to open the road to immortality only happens once in a million years. But now, suddenly someone told him that he had another chance. 200 years later, the road to immortality will still be opened. Wei Yi took a deep breath. He seemed to have returned to 6,000 years ago, becoming extremely young, and when he was about to step into the desolate Forbidden Land, he felt extremely apprehensive. But 6,000 years later, he was not apprehensive, but only unparalleled determination. He wants to try again, with the determination of the elders of the division, with his conviction. It's just that in just 200 years, he has a little bit of trouble. His eyes were bright, but he also felt pressure. He was now standing on the threshold of the great sage realm. A little polishing can pass this stage, and I plan to end this life. Now I have the determination to work hard, but at the same time, I also feel the pressure of a mountain. The miscalculation 6,000 years ago was the biggest oolong in the Tianxian Holy Land. The ghost knew that the immortal realm had killed a horse gun, so he slipped away and stopped an inch. After just playing with such a small game, the Tianxian Holy Land collapsed directly. 6,000 years later, it is not impossible to wash away the shame of the master back then, and if you kill it strongly, it will be good to become an immortal. As long as this can be achieved, the Tianxian Holy Land will inevitably be famous for 100 generations, and it will be sung by countless people, which is a myth within myths. After all, for millions of years, it seems that no one has ever heard of someone becoming an immortal. If this is the case, it is not impossible to re-establish the Taoist system of the Tianxian Holy Land. But when I think about becoming an emperor within 200 years, or close to that field, even Wei Yi, the youngest of the three masters of Tianxian and known as the most terrifying talent, couldn't help but be silent. 6,000 years to achieve a great sage in such a difficult environment is already an amazing achievement, and there are only 200 years left to become emperor. Well, Wei Yi felt that he was already amazingly talented to break the barrier of the quasi-emperor. For people with very high cultivation talents, there are two very important thresholds in the cultivation world. One is the immortal 3/Dao, to determine which path you want to take, determine your future direction, and determine what you want to cut. This threshold was true even for the ancient emperors, who encountered considerable risks when they passed this stage in their youth. There are even figures who are not inferior to the ancient emperors in their youth who broke their halberds and sank into the sand at this stage, failed to cut the road, and died completely. And another huge threshold is that the great sage crosses over to the quasi-emperor. For the most talented top figures, as long as they cross the threshold of the immortal 3/Dao, then smoothly cultivating all the way to the great sage realm is almost the limit of personal talent. It is extremely difficult to move forward in the future, and 99% of the geniuses in the world have been stopped before that threshold, because the quasi-emperor field has already been stained with the word emperor. Very different from before. The difference of one word is a world of difference. Even Wei Yi felt great pressure. 200 years of time. He didn't have much confidence in himself. This is very reasonable. No matter how powerful Tianzhou is, it must stop before this threshold. Down, all the accumulation of predecessors, all the blood and physique talents will not have much effect here. You have to find a way out on your own. Of course, judging from the bloodline of the descendants of the heavenly overlord's desolate ancient holy body and the direct lineage of the great emperor, they could cross this step. But after almost passing this step, the effect of the bloodline became weaker and weaker, because anyone who could reach this realm and reach this point was the most supreme person in the world. At this point, even a mortal's physique will not be inferior to the most extreme figure after reaching the quasi-emperor. Becoming a quasi-emperor, in the great universe, among many races, can already be regarded as one of the strongest races. Of course, it is impossible to let Wei Yi give up. He just frowned and thought, and he finally did not refute Yi Fan's words about his uncle. Instead, he stared at Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan carefully. 200 years later, life and death are uncertain. Anyway, he is determined to wash away the shame of his ancestor. There is a high probability of death. In that case, it is better to think of a way to leave an inheritance. With the talent of the ancient holy body, he became the inheritor of the Tianxian Holy Land, and he was not submissive. It can even be said that with the physique of the ancient holy body, it is not unyielding to become the inheritor of the top racial family in any great universe. That is their glory, not the ancient Eucharist. After all, the bloodline physique of the ancient holy body was already similar to that of the emperor of a great emperor. The direct descendants of the great emperor, the emperor's son, can also be safe and steady, and practice to the quasi-emperor. But becoming a great emperor has never been heard of in ancient or modern times. Only the beginningless emperor broke this curse, and as an emperor, he still became an emperor. But there is only this one example since ancient times, and the direct direct descendants of other great emperors basically did not become emperors.
This seems to have become a curse, recognized by all.
Bloodline will give people an unparalleled help in the early stages, but it will become a huge obstacle in the later stages. Wei Yi is well aware of this, so he does not reject Yi Fan's joining, and even welcomes it.
Maybe someone needs someone to help me record everything I have done, and my disciples can too. Wei Yi seemed to have finally figured it out, and smiled at Yi Fan. I don't think you have a perfect inheritance. If you are willing to practice in my Tianxian, you can do it. Disciple is willing.
Yi Fan bowed very respectfully, and Wei Yi smiled slightly, and with a little finger, a bright light lit up on his fingertips, and then disappeared into Yi Fan's mind. Looking at Wang Mingyuan and the Black Emperor next to Yi Fan, this one hesitated for a moment, and then quickly let go. The scriptures that Wang Mingyuan practiced were the Hangyu Sutra, which he could feel. And recently, Wang Mingyuan's incident has caused a sensation in the entire cultivation world, and this one also understands something. You have the inheritance of the Jiang family, and you have the God King as a guide, but you don't need my Tianquan's inheritance. As for the Black Emperor next to him, not to mention it, this one is the dog raised by the beginningless emperor. He has learned the secrets of the great emperor, and many things that others don't know at all. This one is clear. There is no shortage of practice at all. However, after thinking about it for a while, facing the two people and a dog in front of him, he slowly drank tea and began to talk about the mystery of the Tianxian cultivation method. Rather than saying that he is doing his best to teach, it is better to say that he is leaving a legacy, more like an orphan. In his opinion, among the three people present, Wang Mingyuan and the Black Emperor both had great identities and backgrounds, and both had a high probability of surviving in that dark turmoil. And Yi Fan in front of him is different. There is nothing but the ancient Eucharist. He can also be regarded as giving Yi Fan a guarantee. Of course, Yi Fan actually didn't need this kind of guarantee very much. Although Wang Mingyuan knew it well, he did not pick it out. To say that Wei Yi, who was about to reach the Great Sage realm, improved his cultivation, he still had methods and methods. The evil path flows heaven-swallowing demon skill can be used at this time. Of course, Wei Yi is probably not very good at using it. Of course, it's still very cool to use. However, this is excluded. The other is to use the original true solution to open a small stove for Wei Yi, but this can only be used as an auxiliary. The original true solution is useful and can help people break through the level, but it is still difficult to break through from the Great Sage to the Quasi-Emperor. After all, 99% of the practitioners in the world were stopped in front of this step. Even the most supinate characters such as the future Yi Fan, the holy son of Yaoguang, Yi Tianda, and the holy prince. He reached the peak of the Great Sage very early, but he was still stuck for a while when he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Yi Fan died in the dark turmoil and was silent for 300 years. And 300 years have only allowed this group of characters to go from the Great Sage realm to the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, close to breaking through, but there has been no breakthrough. Even let the most pinnacle Tianjiao seize the opportunity, and in these 300 years, the latecomers came to the top and also reached the realm of the Great Sage. It can be said that this level is difficult, even if there is an original true solution. In 200 years, Wang Mingyuan does not have the confidence to let the displacement in front of him break through to the Quasi-Emperor, not to mention that it has gone far in the field of Quasi-Emperors. However, the original true solution does not work, but it does not mean that other things cannot be done. For example, the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. It was the most special potion developed from the Eternal Star Field. The development of the Eternal Star Field is different from that of the Big Dipper. As the same top living ancient star in the universe, the Eternal Star Field has also appeared many great emperors. There is also a big force between the galaxies in the universe. However, their development is very different from that of the Big Dipper, and even many places are different between the universe. Eternal Starfield has gone a long way in terms of technology, and there are already spaceships and top-notch mechas. Of course, they will also embark on the path of cultivation, but with the most top-notch technological assistance, they can take many shortcuts in this regard, and they can go very fast. The biggest shortcut is the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. This point Yi Fan had also used after the Immortal 3 slashed the path. With the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, he stepped on several small steps in a row in such a short period of time, all the way to the peak of the Immortal 3 Dao, and was only one step away from becoming a saint. And a living emperor in the Eternal Star domain, Daoi, was already far ahead of the curve during that period. The other side before the sanctuary barrier, and he had already stepped into the realm of saints. With the help of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, it can indeed make people become stronger the fastest in a short period of time, and the bloodline in the body can be further revived. For those people with the highest bloodline and highest understanding, this is the top artifact between the universes. The effect of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid of different levels on people is also different. The strongest bloodline evolution fluid is divided into 9 levels. Among them, rank 9 is the strongest and most terrifying, and it is effective for the Quasi-Emperor. After taking it, it can make people improve by leaps and bounds in the Quasi-Emperor field. It's a shortcut, and this shortcut is indeed possible. Of course, with Wang Wang Mingyuan's strength, it was completely impossible to practice the strongest 9-turn bloodline evolution liquid. Not to mention 9 turns, he couldn't practice it even once. If you want to refine the most supreme bloodline evolution liquid between this great universe, the treasure you need is also the most precious. The most absolute and rare artifacts in the universe are needed. For example, the primordial life stone that is only owned in the forbidden area. And a total of 9 treasures of this level need to be found. Even with the strong support of the desolate ancient family, for Wang Mingyuan, this is a top problem. Well, so I have to trick Xia Joyo over first, and then find a way to meet Gai Joyo and fool Gai Joyo as much as possible. Wang Mingyuan didn't say what he thought, but silently listened to Wei Yi, who was about to reach the great sage, in front of him talk about the great sage of heaven and earth.
Wei Yi talked about all kinds of things.
All kinds of scriptures are quite mysterious, and at the same time, they are not only scriptures, but also various methods of combat, as well as methods of field.
He really left his inheritance, and even the entire Tianxian inheritance, here,
entrusted to Wang Mingyuan, Yi Fan, and the Black Emperor. Even the Black Emperor, who had never been out of tune, was faintly touched at this time. His expression became serious, and he didn't scream anymore. However, Wei Yi didn't think that someone could sit with him and talk about the Tao, just teaching. I never thought that after listening to Wang Mingyuan for a while, he would actually sit opposite him and talk about the great way of heaven and earth with him, and he could even keenly detect the omissions in his great way of heaven and earth. In a few words, he pointed out the questionable part of that passage. This surprised the top powerhouse in front of him.
What is Wang Mingyuan's realm?
What is his state? He was able to directly crush Wang Mingyuan with just one strand of hair. As a result, the gap between the two realms reached such an extent, and Wang Mingyuan could even detect the mistakes in his lecture process.
It's incredible. Wang Mingyuan felt reasonable.
With the original true solution in hand, his understanding and views on the great way of heaven and earth are higher than those of ordinary people. Even if he has never read or heard of a scripture, as long as this part of the scripture does not conform to the best solution given in the original true interpretation, then there is a problem with this passage. In this way, he can abruptly compare the problems between the other party and him when the realm gap is so large. It turned out that it was just Wei Yi talking, but after talking for a while, he actually slowed down, talking to Wang Mingyuan little by little, and checking each other's omissions and filling in each other's gaps. Then after a long time, he sighed as he faced Wang Mingyuan in front of him. I'm too arrogant. You and I can be commensurate with each other. Yi Fan, who was dressed as a disciple. No, buddy. There are also some special explanations of the scriptures that Wang Mingyuan said, but Yi Fan can recognize them.
That was the original true explanation that Wang Mingyuan had explained to him and Pang Bo.
At this moment, he deeply realized how extraordinary and powerful this scripture was. At the same time, he also wanted to imitate Wang Mingyuan and point out Wei Yi's mistakes and omissions.
Otherwise, they would come over together, and Wang Mingyuan would become his uncle's Taoist friend. What about him? What is he going to do? It's really going to be a father-son game, right?
Then, he found out he couldn't do it. Obviously, Wang Mingyuan had already told him the scriptures and explained them to him. But as soon as he heard what Wang Mingyuan said, he felt that it was not the same thing as what he understood, and it was a bit plausible.
9 years ago, what are you doing?
Just tried to keep up with Wang Mingyuan's thinking, and after a while, even if he held a grape in his hand, Yi Fan simply gave up. Even if he did it in Chinese, those words were put aside separately, and he knew each one, but when put together, he had a feeling of being dull in his eyes.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
Then Yi Fan decisively gave up, and simply listened to the two of them explain the omissions in the practice process, and then confirmed himself. Disciple is a disciple, this is only temporary. One day I will become a righteous father. He squatted aside honestly, listening to Wei Yi's explanation, which was also a rare experience for him. After all, since he embarked on the path of cultivation, except for the explanation of Elder Wu Qingfeng of the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, he had been a wild road all the way.
There is basically no orthodox education.
By chance, he hugged the old man Li Ruoyu's thigh a little at the Taishan gate, and the old man Li Ruoyu taught him a little. But even so, what he lacks in the cultivation world is still a lot of unlearned and unskilled blind streams in the cultivation world, and he is top-level illiterate. Now listening to Wei Yi explain to him the various realms of the cultivation world in simple terms, as well as the subtle tricks in the levels and scriptures, Yi Fan's eyes really lit up, and he was fascinated.
This is really a make-up lesson for him. Wang Mingyuan also felt some feelings when he listened to it.
The inheritance techniques he got from him, the ones he felt the most were the most supreme methods in the world.
Primitive true solution, true phoenix treasure technique, Kuanping treasure technique. Anyone can be regarded as unparalleled in the world, but these are too ethereal and not grounded.
It is very different from the practice methods in today's practice world, and there are many places that are different. Later, I went around and got the full Hanyu Sutra, and even the taboo chapters in it.
The god King Jiang Taishu did not hide this aspect, and he was very serious about teaching with all his might.
It can only be said that after the god King Jiang Taishu learned that there might be dark turmoil in 200 years, he basically had the idea of death. Just like Wei Yi now, he took the initiative to pass on his Taoist tradition and did not let the most supreme secret technique he carried on his body disappear. The teaching in this regard really did not stay.
It can be described as a dedication. It can only be said that in the universe covering the sky, there are people who are interested in going to the road of the great emperor and are expected to become the great emperor, and the pattern of mind is top-notch. Wang Mingyuan's top scriptures are of sufficient quality, but the quantity is still lacking.
If Wang Mingyuan has no ambition or pursuit, he just wants to practice safely all the way to the realm of the great sage,
then his current accumulation is more than enough. But if he wants to go further to the quasi-emperor or higher level of the field, then he will have to accumulate more. The original true solution is a way of thinking, an idea, and a way of looking at everything. He can help people move quickly and steadily in the humanitarian field. But if you want to go well enough, far enough, you must have enough understanding and see all kinds of scriptures in the world. After all, if you want to enter the quasi-emperor realm, you need to be different from your predecessors and walk out of your own path. To speak human languages, to create your own scriptures, and then you can continue to go up on your own. This point, no matter who it is, needs to be carefully considered. Even the desolate heaven emperor, he later walked out of his own path, but he had also seen all the top methods of immortal Gu. The top methods of the immortal ancient period he possessed were simply numerous. True Phoenix treasure technique, Lucian technique, Kuanping treasure technique, six paths reincarnation heavenly skill, cursive sword technique. He basically inherited all the most essential parts of the immortal ancient period. Then on this basis, we will innovate and complete our own new changes and creations. Wang Mingyuan knew what path he was going to take from the beginning, so he had the clearest grasp of all this. From now on, he will start to cultivate 100 scriptures, and the more scriptures he understands, the better. The Tianqian Holy Land was also the most supreme Holy Land, and when they attacked the desolate ancient forbidden area, they even had the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and they didn't know which great emperor had passed it down. The scriptures practiced by Wei Yi are also quite mysterious and profound. However, it is different from the scriptures that the old madman practiced, and it should be that they each chose a different direction of practice. The old madman has been crazy for 6,000 years, and at the same time he has embarked on the road to immortality and entered the ancient forbidden land. Maybe in this process, you have some understanding and have walked out of your own path. His method of practice changed from old age to middle age, and then to youth, which is very special. The 5 secret realms all contain a cocoon, and when he breaks the cocoon and becomes a butterfly, it is when he preaches the Tao and becomes emperor. Wei Yi's side may be the traditional practice method of the Tianqian Holy Land. This is a scripture that basically does not have much fame in the original work. The transformation of heaven, man and God. Simple and unpretentious, but with its own special charm. I don't know which generation has passed it down, and it has been circulating. Wang Mingyuan listened very carefully, because Wei Yi not only explained the scriptures, but also explained his spiritual insights over the past 6,000 years. A person close to the great sage explains his practice experience and experience. This is a rare blessing for anyone. Even for Wang Mingyuan, such a perception is very important and makes up for his shortcomings. He broke through again and again in a short period of time, breaking through from the Sea of Wheels to the Tao Palace, and then to the Four Poles. Basically, there is not much stop, and it is done overnight. If someone records his practice time, it is estimated that it will break many people's records. But fast does not mean good, and there is a system that indoctrinates him. His ceiling is very high. Even such a rapid breakthrough still stands at the level of the 8 prohibitions. But Wang Mingyuan felt that he was a little inadequate, and many places were not perfect enough and not comfortable enough. He couldn't experience it before, but now that he has the top person as a comparison, he can feel some shortcomings on the path of cultivation. At this time, his body was glowing, and 2 powers, pure white and pure black, flowed over his body. Starting from the Tao Palace, it poured all the way to the Four Poles. Those were the 2 most turbulent and fierce forces, the holy power of pure yin and pure yang, which originated from the Kuanping treasure technique. Baptism begins from the Sea of Wheels. The boundless turquoise blue sea of suffering and the fiery red sea collide with each other in fierce conflict. In this process, it has already expanded to a large enough sea of suffering, and once again expands and expands. Between the fiery red divine power jumps, it brought colorful brilliance. Like Wang Mingyuan's blood, in the Taoist palace, 5-colored light flowed. The god of the heart is hidden into a phoenix flying high, and the god of the kidney is hidden into a kuanping. The other 3 divine treasures also have their own changes, which are very mysterious. Unlike the gods of the ancient holy body that were completely returned to the body, on Wang Mingyuan's side, the gods contained in the 5 divine treasures were quite powerful, and there were various changes, like 5 incarnations. The changes are very intense. Pure yin and pure yang collide with each other, and there are collisions in the skin and bones. The sound of the Taoist scriptures chanted in his body became clearer and clearer. But in such a fierce collision, there were cracks on the edge of the sea of suffering, and small scars continued to emerge inside the body. At such a time, the faint colorful flames burned quietly above the body, maintaining this change. The faint 5-colored flame was in the center of pure yin and pure yang, like a Tai Chi diagram.
diagram, maintaining this fragile change. It seems that this balance will be broken at any time, but at this time it is extremely stable. The faint flame burned, and all the injuries on his body recovered little by little under this flame and became complete.
The body is stronger, the mana is fuller, and the soul is fuller.
The whole person seemed to be integrated into the void of the universe, and even the area touched by his hands and feet seemed to be wider and more distant. This is the method in the Hainyu Sutra, and it is also a very special manifestation of the Four Poles realm. The various deficiencies related to Taoism that were originally caused by breaking through too quickly were made up for and improved at this time.
Even the foundation is thicker than the original. The state is special, and the people are also special. It seemed that he felt Wang Mingyuan's special state, and Wei Yi's preaching did not stop, but it was a little slower, very grand, like Huangzhong Dalu.
Yi Fan also sat cross-legged on the ground, thoughtful, and had a deep understanding. The scriptures spoken by Wei Yi are extremely profound, but there is no way to fully understand them all at once.
Even if he is very talented in understanding, and he also brings grapes.
But it does not prevent him from understanding Wei Yi's entire ideological framework and ideas. This made his feelings deeper and more changed, and he had a clear understanding of the entire practice. This feeling was wonderful. He didn't increase much mana or Taoist actions all of a sudden, but his whole person was more coordinated. Luan Hai and Dao Gong seemed to be connected to each other, and there was an unprecedented sense of transparency. Under this feeling, he was still at the original level, but the power that could be excavated in his body was more and more abundant.
The combat effectiveness has been improved, which is very different from before. It's a very special feeling. So that's how you practice?
Yi Fan has never had a perfect understanding of practice in the original work. Although he was very fierce and strong, he pushed all the way. But before the Immortal Three slashed the way, he was first class in the same realm, but he could not be considered truly invincible in the world, because although his 5 secret realms are all the strongest methods, there is no way to balance them, and even communicating with each other is a problem. There are the best accessories, but they can't play this effect. It was he who finally found the balance when the Immortal Three slashed the Tao, penetrating the 5 secret realms of the entire body. At that time, there was no complete unity, but we could communicate with each other with the same one. Under such circumstances, his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, and he is not inferior to the Emperor under the same realm, and he truly has an invincible attitude. And now, under Wang Mingyuan's change, Yi Fan, who has read the original true solution in advance and has a perfect understanding of practice, has touched this step in advance. Although for now, he still has no way to completely solve this problem, but at least it has begun, and on top of the initial step, there is already a little idea and direction of change. By the time Wang Mingyuan woke up from this special situation of enlightenment, it was already 9 days later. He felt that his body was more peaceful, his mana was stronger, and silently, he had connected the 4 poles. At this moment, he could induce the thunder between heaven and earth at any time, let the thunder fall, and then test himself. The 4-pole realm is considered a complete practice for him. However, Wang Mingyuan was not busy breaking through, but looked opposite him. Wei Yi still sat there unmoving, like a stone, unchanged through the ages. This one nodded slightly at Wang Mingyuan. After discussing with my fellow Taoists, I have also gained a lot. He was calm and indifferent, not describing how much he had changed in the process. But when Wang Mingyuan heard this, his heart couldn't help but move. This one was originally on the threshold of the great sage, but now he has a sense of it, and he should be able to take that step at any time. Now I haven't gone to the cosmic starry sky to survive the tribulation. Maybe I'm waiting for them. The seniors have some insights. Do you want to make another breakthrough? Wang Mingyuan asked directly. Wei Yi nodded. It's a pity that ambition has long been buried in the past, even if the fighting spirit is rekindled now, but the mentality and state of thousands of years are difficult to change for a while. At present, it is a breakthrough, but I am afraid that there will be a long period of platform after that. Wei Yi's tone was very light, with a little regret. Wang Mingyuan listened and couldn't help but sigh slightly. There may be a change in the future. Although there are ideas and ideas, this one can make breakthroughs on the original basis and make brave progress. But the strongest bloodline evolution liquid could not be done by Wang Mingyuan himself, and he still had to wait in the holy city. This time, Yi Fan became a disciple of the Tianqian Holy Land, although he did not register and make a register, but he had a title. After that, you can come over and talk at any time. Seeing that the old man closed his eyes slightly, Wang Mingyuan did not entangle here, and directly pulled Yi Fan and then went to the stone workshops of the major holy places to gamble on stones. He didn't change his face, so he just followed Yi Fan to buy it. Then he witnessed Yi Fan opening the seeds of the Qilin Immortal Elixir, and then prescribed the humanoid Immortal Elixir. The northern region tremor. Even this news spread at an explosive speed and spread all over the place. In the process, Wang Mingyuan's bait finally bit the hook. Wang Mingyuan did not hide his identity, so he followed Yi Fan, and Yi Fan did not need to worry too much. The name of the god King Jiang Taishu is still very good, and no one dares to move Wang Mingyuan directly. But in the past 2 days, Wang Mingyuan also has a feeling of sitting in a crater. later. He himself had once opened a large batch of treasures in the holy city. At that time, he changed his face, and when he got the top dragon pattern black gold sword, he immediately packaged and sold it, so the pressure was not too great. The overall risk is controlled. Like He Fan, even Wang Mingyuan has a feeling of numbness in his scalp. Brother Yi is here. Brother Yi is here. Which holy place is Brother Yi going to gamble on stones today? If you want me to see, let's go to the Holy Land of Shaking Light. There are a lot of good things prescribed by the Holy Land of Shaking Light, and it is impossible to say that another holy medicine that prolongs life will be prescribed. I think the Ji family is not bad, and the Ji family's stone workshop is definitely not bad. Brother Yi, when will the humanoid immortal elixir in your hand be sold? Before Yi Fan could walk over, he was already surrounded by a bunch of old men, all of whom had white hair and beard, and were dying, looking like they were about to die. But all of them are alive, and although their chi and blood are in the stage of decline, they are still strong and unmatched. None of the people gathered here were below the realm of the dragon. They were a little stronger, and they could squeeze into the central stage, and even reach the level of Sendai. Wang Mingyuan looked at such a scene, and had a feeling of numbness in his scalp. If so many people rushed up, he would not survive. As a result, Yi Fan was so ostentatious for so many days, surrounded by so many people, and he didn't panic at all. It can only be said that he was born with a big heart. Even though many people stared at him, their eyes glowed green, and they couldn't wait to peel off his skin and cramp. But when he saw Wang Mingyuan standing on the side of Yi Fan, he had to take the initiative to restrain himself. One is that there are strict regulations within the holy city, which do not allow the use of force, and once the use of force is used, the major Holy Land families will join forces. This is a rule they have set, and some of them may be able to break it, but others absolutely cannot do it. After all, the holy city is so prosperous that all kinds of desired items can be traded here. Such a top commercial center is absolutely not allowed to mess around, and there must be rules. This is the consensus of all the top powerhouses. Another scruple idea is Wang Mingyuan's life experience. Although the ancient Zhang family has not said what kind of identity Wang Mingyuan is, but it is precisely because of the lack of clarification that Wang Mingyuan has become more and more mysterious. Some people speculate that Wang Mingyuan is the emperor of the Zhang family. Otherwise, how could the Zhang family hang the contemporary holy lord at the door because Wang Mingyuan was wronged in the family? For 3 days and 3 nights in a row, this made the face of the contemporary Zhang family holy lord clean. Now the Zhang family has elected a new Zhang family holy lord. But this statement was basically overturned by mature and prudent figures as soon as they studied it. If he was really an emperor, he would definitely be surnamed Zhang first. On the other hand, the emperor could not be excluded from the family. Even if the contemporary holy lord is very authoritative, he cannot be on the stage in front of an emperor. It is absolutely impossible for an emperor to be wronged in the family. But there are also many people who do not agree with this. Most of the emperor's sons are dead, not many are alive, and it has long been recorded that he was born and then died. The white-haired old man who discussed this topic knew quite a lot of secrets, so he said this, but such a statement was immediately refuted. No, Wang Mingyuan may be the biological son of Emperor Hongyu, but it is impossible for Wang Mingyuan to be the biological son of Emperor Hongyu. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Of course, a normal emperor cannot be rejected by the holy lord of the Zhang family, but I heard that this is not the emperor sealed in the Zhang family, and it is said that he is from another ancient star of life. If it comes from another life ancient star, and it is the emperor's son, this is very likely. An old man suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. This old monster who didn't know how many years he had lived said to himself, Emperor Hongyu has written countless legends. It is rumored that he stood in the universe before preaching, invited the entire universe, defeated 12 peerless opponents in a row, and preached the Tao as emperor. But Hongyu the Great has more than just peerless rumors about strength. In the ancient classics, Emperor Hongyu was handsome and extraordinary, and he had quite a few confidants. Many confidants are also peerless and powerful, and because of trivial matters at home, Emperor Hongyu had to go far away to Zhangzhou. These words caused laughter from a group of men, and a smile appeared on their faces that all men understood. Talking about the emperor's romance here, of course they dare not say it very obviously. Therefore, it is more obscure, but they all understand that it is probably because the wives in the family are jealous and noisy, and even the peerless power of Emperor Hongyu cannot be leveled. It is impossible to say that Emperor Hongyu also quietly opened an imperial dynasty in Zhangzhou, and then hid Zhao in the Golden House. After all, for a character who has reached the level of the great emperor, it is a joke to go far away from Zhangzhou. It can walk between the ancient stars of life with a slight step. Walking above the Big Dipper is simply a small step away. The words of Emperor Hongyu leaving Zhangzhou can only be believed by people like Yi Fan who have not received orthodox spiritual education. There is a beauty that is not tainted by knowledge. And since Emperor Hongyu was able to hide Zhao in the Golden House of Zhangzhou, it was also very normal for him to hide Zhao in another life ancient star, Jinwu, and leave bloodline descendants. After all, in the rumors, Emperor Hongyu came from outside the domain, not the great emperor born and raised in Beidou. Wang Mingyuan Mingyuan, a suspected emperor, did not have the same surname as Emperor Hangyu but surnamed Wang. It can be said that a peerless figure with the same skills had a love-hate relationship with Emperor Hangyu and gave birth to a son in his womb. But later he learned that Emperor Hangyu was having an affair, so he went to another place in anger and left another ancient star of life. For people in the circle of the emperor-level figures, it is normal to go from one life ancient star to another.
It's not too difficult for them.
And since that peerless figure has such a personality and character, it is very reasonable for a child born with his mother's surname instead of his father's surname. He suddenly came to the Beidou and the Jiang family, and it was reasonable that the last dispute with the Jiang family was targeted by the contemporary Holy Lord. After such an analysis, a group of old monsters who knew a lot of secrets couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement with this statement. It can't be said that this battle is a battle between the descendants of different lineages of Emperor Hangyu. And Wang Mingyuan stood beside Yi Fan, listening to all kinds of whispers around him, and his face darkened. This group of people deliberately lowered their tones when they spoke, and they communicated with their divine thoughts, which was very inconspicuous.
But there is no way. Wang Mingyuan's 5 senses are incredibly sharp.
He has mastered several imperial scriptures at the same time, and at the same time he has practiced the top treasure techniques. His soul is sharp, and his 5 senses are clear. The words of a group of old monsters around him, even if they were deliberately hidden, he could hear them clearly.
Forget it, they can be regarded as making up a source for me. Wang Mingyuan sighed, too lazy to explain this.
He looked at the fierce girl standing in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly. The girl blocked the road between Wang Mingyuan and Yifan so openly, and then said loudly, "I heard that you are a person in the Jiang family, or a disciple. Do you dare to compete with me and play a gamble?" Yifan took the initiative to take a step back, shrank behind Wang Mingyuan, and looked at Wang Mingyuan with strange eyes, although he didn't speak, but the meaning revealed in his eyes was all the same.
No, you like this one?
This is not developed yet, this is still a lowly. In front of him, Yifan had to quietly take out the photo stone and record this scene, but the next moment he stiffened, because the girl was also eyeing him, and what he said was even more rude. "And you, they all say that you are the first physique of the Big Dipper. That's not bad, worthy of my identity. You can be a servant for me later." The girl was also accompanied by an old servant, who sighed helplessly at this time and looked at Wang Mingyuan and Yifan helplessly. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry, because he was waiting for this one.
"If you come and challenge, you have to report your name. I never fight the unknown."
This girl looks like she has just left the stage of a child, and she looks very young at the age of 12 or 13. It is an exaggeration to say that a girl is a child. At this time, even gender characteristics are not very obvious.
Xia Jiuyo.
This one is very simple and direct, and he is eyeing Wang Mingyuan.
"Aren't you going to test the sword world? Then let's go to the last one. I won, then you promise me something. I lose, so I promise you one thing."
Wang Mingyuan remembered that this girl was very arrogant when she faced Yifan, and she was about to take Yifan as a slave. When facing him, he restrained a lot.
But if you think about it a little, you will understand why.
His identity and origin are very mysterious. Suspected of being an emperor, behind it is really occupying a desolate ancient family, and there are extreme Dao imperial soldiers among the desolate ancient families, and their power is very strong. Xiajiu Yutian is not afraid of the earth but the basic common sense of the cultivation world, as well as being polite to Wang Mingyuan. As for what Xia Jiuyo said about promised him, without thinking about it, Wang Mingyuan knew that this one probably wanted to get the Phoenix Nirvana technique from him. Catching Yifan should also be incidental, because this person came out to help Gai Jiuyo recover from his injuries and let Gai Jiuyo live longer.
Gai Jiuyo is his master.
Her master is not in a good state, but this one is very clear.
Wang Mingyuan deliberately leaked that he mastered the Phoenix Nirvana technique for this reason, and she was the one who caught it.
Gai Jiuyo's traces are too mysterious. He is not Yifan, he can be found just by strolling around. He could only take the initiative to let the other party come to him. The blood of the ancient holy body also has extraordinary effects in the records, and it is rumored that it has the effect of living and dying human flesh and bones, which is almost common knowledge among the Beta sects. Because the Big Dipper appeared one after another, 9 invincible holy bodies in heaven and earth. For this knowledge, practitioners with a little bit of Beidou know it.
Well, Yifan is an exception. Illiteracy in the immortal cultivation world is very reasonable.
After Xia Jiuyo learned this, of course he had to come over and rob it. She wanted to do her best for master, and even though she knew that the effects might not be very strong, she still had to give it a try. Just like later, Gai Jiuyo died in battle in the dark turmoil. Even though this one has reached the level of alternative enlightenment, he is still constantly searching for Gai Jiuyo's body in the big universe, wanting to resurrect Gai Jiuyo.
Fight?
Wang Mingyuan glanced at the little bean in front of him. Xia Jiuyo has not developed yet. Not only is her body not developed, but her cultivation is also not developed. In the original work, when Yifan met her, it was probably a few years later. At that time, Yifan was already standing on the threshold of the realm of the Four Poles, and was about to break through to the Four Poles. And this one has reached the realm of the Four Poles, but it has not yet yet reached the level of transforming into a dragon. Now, because it was several years in advance, this one hadn't even arrived at the four poles, and he was still in the realm of the Tao Palace, probably at the level of Tao Palace perfection. This is not to say that this talent is bad, on the contrary, this talent is very top-notch. He has the same physique as Gai Jodo, and he can inherit the mantle of Gai Jodo, and he can be favored by Gai Jodo.
This person's talent and physique are first class between the entire heaven and earth.
The reason why she seems weak now is because she is too young. He and the first echelon of the current generation have an age difference of more than 10 years. 10 years later, with her cultivation progress, it would be absolutely impossible to reach the realm of Sendai in the four-pole realm, and it would not be too much of a problem. Even if she is 11 or 12 years old now, the perfection of the Tao Palace realm can make many people die of shame. The head of a small sect like the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven, the Supreme Elder, is just this one realm. Your cultivation is too low, you won't be my opponent. Wang Mingyuan glanced at him and shook his head, then pushed Yifan out behind him. When he took out a photo from his arms in front of Yifan, watching Yifan's face gradually darken, he said unhurriedly, "Why don't you use him as a gambler? You two come to the last game." Xia Jiuyo raised his eyebrows, full of interest. However, although she really wanted to come to such a show, she was still slightly silent for a moment and added, "But it's not fair to fight like this. If I win, I have to have another servant and you have to make a promise. It's not fair to you." This very young girl was very arrogant, and at this time she was still thinking about the issue of fairness and was unwilling to take advantage of Wang Mingyuan. And Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. "I probably know the purpose of your arrival here. Let's fight first. I can promise that no matter whether you win or lose this fight, I can help you once. Of course, if you lose, you have to promise me a promise." "No problem." Hey, I'm obviously fighting, and I'm obviously going to export me. Why don't you ask me for the opinion of this party?" Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything, just raised a finger. 1 million pounds of source. "Isn't it natural to go out for your adoptive father?" The righteous father sold his son, which was also the child's unfilial piety, which made the adoptive father unhappy. Yifan directly showed a means of changing his face. Happily, he agreed with Xia Jiuyo on the location of the battle, not directly in the center of the holy city street. Even if he was as arrogant as Xia Jiuyo, he was not so arrogant. You can't fight indiscriminately in the holy city, and this rule will still be followed. Of course, the reason why it was agreed to be a few days later was because Yifan had to break through one or two realms first. Yifan had obtained hundreds of thousands of pounds of sources in the holy city during this time, and it was not enough for him to break through the realm of the Tao Palace and reach the four poles. But on the basis of the original, it is possible to make breakthroughs. Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to rent him a dragon pool so that he could practice in it. After 5 consecutive days of kung fu, he digested hundreds of thousands of pounds of source and broke through to the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. For other practitioners, this breakthrough may take tens or hundreds of years, or even longer. But for this kind of top tianjiao, the early realms do not need to be paved, and they can progress by leaps and bounds. When the group gathered outside the city, Xia Jiuyo's servant faithfully stood aside, but he had no intention of stepping forward to intervene. As Xia Jiuyo's protector, what he needs to be responsible for is not to let Xia Jiuyo be directly attacked and killed by a person whose cultivation level exceeds him too much. In the same realm, he will not care about the competition of characters of the same generation. Even if he was killed, he would not intervene too much. In the sky at this point, as long as the iron-headed baby who is expected to be on the imperial road will abide by it, it is quite martial arts. This seems to be a quality recognized by everyone, and no one would go out of their way to violate it. The two looked at each other. Yifan was relaxed, and Xia Jiuyo was also relaxed and natural, and then in the next moment they turned into two streamers and suddenly collided together. Li Heishui and Zhang Huiran were still a little nervous, although they had never seen Xia Jiuyo, but the protector next to Xia Jiuyo couldn't fake. They couldn't see through the cultivation realm. It was obviously terrifying. Wang Mingyuan was very relaxed. Since Yifan set foot in the immortal cultivation world, there has basically been no time to compete with the realm. Basically, they are all people in the same generation who have opened up the gap between the realm and fought against each other across the realm. It wasn't until the middle and late stages or even the later stages that Yifan's realm gradually caught up and crushed the characters of the same generation. After all, Yifan's time to set foot in the immortal cultivation world was a little short compared to them, and the inheritance was very small, and the resources were all obtained by himself. Now that Wang Mingyuan is involved, Yifan's growth is faster. At the same time, Xia Jiuyo has not yet begun to really exert his strength, and the two are rarely competing in the same realm. And in the same realm, even if Yifan lacks a lot of things now, compared to the original Yifan, the current Yifan does not have a fighting secret in his hand, but there is an enhanced version of the original true solution, and at the same time, it is added to the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the immortal heaven skill, and the heavenly man-god transformation scripture of the heavenly Shin Holy Land. Yifan has not many flaws in this regard, and he is more perfect. Wang Mingyuan was not worried at all about the battle between the two. In two instants, the two collided together, and then Xia Jiuyo's face showed a look of pain. On top of the physical competition, this one suffered a loss at the beginning. The ancient holy body is known as the first physique of the Big Dipper, and under the same realm, his body is not inferior to that of the great emperor of his youth, and he is the strongest one. Xia Jiuyo chose the worst way to play at the beginning, and then she wanted to change and take the initiative to distance herself. As a result, Yifan did not give an inch, although he did not have a complete line in his hand now. But under the guidance of Wang Mingyuan and Wei Yi, he understood a lot. The speed is not bad at all. His whole person turned into a bolt of lightning, far and near, sticking to Xia Jiuyo. No matter how Xia Jiuyo kept his distance, he couldn't get rid of him. Then with just a few efforts, Xia Jiuyo was completely suppressed by Yifan, was pressed to the ground by Yifan and sat on her. The whole battle didn't make much of a wave. Wang Mingyuan watched it with relish. Xia Jiuyo almost didn't get angry, gritted his teeth and wanted to turn over. It's me who is fair, the realm is too low, and there is no breakthrough. I won. It's because my realm is too low to release the true peak of the tribulation immortal song. I won. Yifan just repeated this sentence, which directly made Xia Jiuyo's face flushed with anger. Wang Mingyuan had long expected this result. When the realm was not strong in the early stage, everyone did not go out of their own path, and the advantage of the ancient holy body was terrifyingly strong. Even if the imperial scriptures have not been practiced to a profound realm, all kinds of mysteries will not be revealed. Only if the physical body of the emperor-level character is not inferior to Yifan in this aspect, they can compete with each other. Xia Jiuyo's physique is also a very strong physique. It is the legendary Nine Ghosts body, but it is still a bit worse than Yifan. It can be said that in the entire heaven-covering universe, the chaos body and the innate holy body Tao fetus are the best. The remaining top physiques were the desolate ancient holy body and the heavenly overlord body. The only ones who can compare with them are the descendants of the emperor's direct bloodline, and they can't be worse. It is equivalent to the direct blood of the emperor, which is within one generation. At the same time, among the descendants of this generation, it must be the relatively excellent group to be able to compare with this top physique. And the body of the moon and the body of the sun are also considered the top among these bodies. In terms of the physical body alone, it may be a little worse than the heavenly overlord and the desolate ancient holy body, but in other aspects they have their advantages. And all kinds of divine bodies, royal bodies, heavenly demon bodies, sun and moon divine bodies, and so on. Relatively speaking, it is one step worse. Of course, these gaps are not very obvious in the early stage, at least compared to ordinary practitioners. Their advantages are much greater. After fighting, let's go back. Wang Mingyuan was not surprised by this result and took the lead and went directly to the interior of the holy city. Xia Jiuyo was very excited at this time, and according to his temper, he should have turned his head and left. But at this time, he also hesitated and kept up with Wang Mingyuan's pace, because Wang Mingyuan's next sentence attracted him firmly. I know the purpose of your coming. You should want the Phoenix Nirvana technique in my hand. It's not non-negotiable. Come with me. The three sentences forced Xia Jiuyo, the apprentice of the alternative enlightened guy Jiuyo, for half an hour. Xia Jiuyo obediently followed behind his buttocks, and even the protector didn't say anything. The group soon arrived at the stone workshop of the heavenly whirlpool Holy Land. Now the stone workshop has been taken care of, mainly because Yifan cleaned up this overgrown place, revealing its original appearance. This place itself is one of the most prosperous areas in the holy city, and now that it is taken care of, it will naturally show a different appearance, and Xia Jiuyo doesn't feel anything wrong. However, when the guardian beside her saw the gatekeeper Wei Yi, his body shook. After the collapse of the Tianxian Holy Land, that place was incomparably rich in the spirit of heaven and earth, and it could be said to be the top grotto heaven-blessed land for one side of cultivation. Even now, there is no one to maintain that place, and there are Ganoderma lucidums growing, with white cranes spreading their wings, and the fairy aura is ethereal. Compared to any top holy place, the family is not bad, but no one occupies that territory. The reason why the original mountain gate of the Tianxian Holy Land was not occupied was that there were even many top powerhouses who were terrified. That's because every millennium there is a very sad cry in that mountain range. The sound rumbled and vibrated, and the sky and earth and even the entire mountain range were shaking, as if the sky was collapsing. At first, this scene shocked an unknown number of people, because after the collapse of the Tianxian Holy Land, they divided the many treasures left in the Tianxian Holy Land in the mountain gate as quickly as possible. This is a gluttonous feast, and many holy places and families have eaten a lot. They were originally going to go even further and directly occupy that area, but because there were too many people divided, the fight between them had not subsided for many years. What? Until the first millennium, that extremely sad cry. At that moment, I don't know how many people were numb. But this is only the first millennium, and every millennium there will be that kind of mournful cry that shakes the heavens and the earth. In the first 1,000 years, they just felt that probably there were still the top powerhouses in the Tianxian Holy Land who were not dead. It may be the heritage left in the Holy Land, and they are ready to wait. The voice of the second millennium was still the same, and they felt that this old immortal had been alive for a long time. Perhaps in the process of breaking into the road to immortality, there are old immortals who make breakthroughs on the original basis.
Many people felt uneasy, so they completely put it on hold and did not compete.
Until the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th millennia. Today, a place has become one of the forbidden areas, and all the old monsters who know anything about this situation are creepy. Even if it was the top spiritual land in the world, no one dared to occupy it. The group of people who took things from the Tianqian Holy Land were very uneasy. The characters whose cultivation strength is not high enough feel that they have encountered a strange change there, and it may be some kind of strange ominous creature. Only the truly supreme strong people understand how terrifying it is to cry every 1,000 years for 6,000 years. That thing was done by the old madman, and every millennium he would go there to mourn and cry bitterly.
With this move alone, many holy places and families were furious, because this is a person who doesn't know what kind of person has broken through to the realm of cultivation in the world is crying. Once you want to settle with them, no one can get through it easily.
Compared with the situation of the old madman who was almost crazy, the Tianqian Holy Land Shirfan was very low-key and quiet here. But in the hearts of the top characters, it is also terrifying. The top Holy Land and family are not warm. Tianqian Holy Land Shirfan occupies a large area in such a prosperous area, but it has not been developed for so many years. They couldn't stand it. Many people wanted to occupy this territory, but a janitor in the stone workshop of the Holy Land had been living there.
Every year when someone passes by, Wei Yi, the gatekeeper, is there. He looked old, as if he would die in the next moment, but he was always there. After living like this for thousands of years, like the old madman who cried on the grave, he became a taboo in another Holy Land family. In the eyes of knowledgeable people, he is called the immortal Wei Yi. He has always lived here. Xia Jiaoyo didn't understand this, but the protector beside her knew a little, and it was very frightening at this time. But at this time, he didn't dare to say much. He came in. Can he still leave? You can teach me the Phoenix Nirvana technique, then what do I have to pay? Xia Jiaoyo was very nervous and direct. After arriving here, I couldn't sit still, so I had to go directly to Wang Mingyuan for a deal, or to an exchange. Don't worry. Wang Mingyuan was very calm. When Xia Jiaoyo arrived here, his goal was already half completed. I probably know your situation. You took this one for your master, right? You want to help him heal. Xia Jiaoyo's face showed a vigilant look. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand very easily. I didn't specifically inquire about your situation, but I do know about it. I have my intelligence system. I know your master, and I want to change his situation as well. Because the situation is very critical now. Dark turmoil is about to break out, and it is the most terrifying time, but there is no great emperor in my human race. I sincerely want to help you, and I also want to help Senior Guy Jiaoyo. Saying that, Wang Mingyuan patted the Black Emperor's buttocks, and this black dog had already been ordered before he came here. Hearing this, he quickly wagged his tail, a little reluctant. Without waiting for a moment, Wang Mingyuan has already directly said his whole card, well, part of the whole card. He is the spokesperson of the beginningless emperor. He was able to go deep into the dojo left by the beginningless emperor, and get a mature immortal medicine left by the beginningless emperor from it. Before she finished speaking, Xia Jiaoyo's entire eyes lit up, and so did the protector beside her, especially the protector beside him. As a follower of Guy Jiaoyo, he knew more about the situation of the Jiaoyo. He clearly knew that Xia Yu was out to mess around. Even if there is a Phoenix Nirvana technique and the blood of the desolate holy body, it is estimated that it will not be able to restore Guy Jiaoyo's body. But if there is really a mature immortal elixir, then the situation is really not necessarily. Then what are we going to pay? Xia Jiaoyo was about to speak, but his protector was afraid that this one would suffer a loss in this, so he took the initiative to negotiate on behalf of this young child. We don't need to pay anything. All we want is a human emperor, a pure human emperor. That's all? Xia Jiaoyo was puzzled, and the protector beside him also looked dazed. This sounds like pie in the sky. The other party is willing to pay a mature immortal elixir and the top healing secret technique, just to make a great emperor appear in the human race. This request is not simple. Wang Mingyuan shook his head slightly, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the Taichu ancient mind. The emperor of the human race died glorious generation after generation, suppressed the dark turmoil, and composed a tragic song and a legend. But they didn't need to. It's just that their bones are hard and they can't bend their backs. If you want to coexist peacefully, just say a word to the ancient emperor and the emperor in the forbidden area. As long as they agree with each other, there will be no fights with each other. Give each other face. When you are alive, we do not stir up dark turmoil. After you sit down, we will set off a dark turmoil, which is not only emotional, but also your merits will be deeply remembered by the world. Anyway, a short period of 10,000 years is nothing to the ancient emperors and emperors in the forbidden area. In such a situation only the uncompromising emperor fought the most. Just like the Black Emperor said, the great emperor is not alive, and the great emperor of the human race is dead. If you don't compromise, then you will be the emperor of the human race from beginning to end, and finally blood will be spilled between heaven and earth. If you compromise, you will become the Dark Supreme, and there will be no movement since then. This requirement is is not simple.
You know where your master is, then bring me a word. The dark turmoil will break out in 200 years, which is the most terrible catastrophe in history. After thinking about it, Wang Mingyuan patted Yifan on the shoulder.
Take the seeds of your Qilin immortal elixir and give me a use.
Yifan took it out of his body without hesitation. It was a peculiar seed like a Qilin. Just by appearing, there was a strong essence of heaven and earth flowing between heaven and earth, making everyone feel comfortable. Xia Jiaoyou immediately stared at the seed of this immortal elixir.
The seeds of the immortal elixir can not only be planted to grow into an immortal elixir.
At the same time, if you eat it directly, it can also have the effect of the immortal elixir, but this is too wasteful and belongs to the violent destruction. The protector beside him was also moved, and Wang Mingyuan didn't care much and threw this unicorn immortal elixir to Xia Jiaoyou. You may not believe me, and Senior Guy Jiaoyou may not approve of it, so just use this one as a token. With such a magnificent atmosphere, even Wei Yi felt that Wang Mingyuan's mind and courage were too amazing.
Xia Jiaoyou, an arrogant little girl, bowed to Wang Mingyuan seriously. They go fast, but they come back quickly.
3 days later, a sick old man had arrived here.
Xia Jiaoyou stood beside the old man and supported him. When the old man walked into the Tianqian stone workshop, Wei Yi was moved. He stared at the sick old man, who was dying and old. He kept coughing as he walked, as if he could die at any time. But only he could feel it.
What a terrifying power this old man contained in his body.
A quasi-emperor?
He was shocked. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying figure in such an era.
Not just a quasi-emperor, go further.
After carefully sensing it, his heart was even more shocked. The other party's chi and blood were as vast as the ocean, and the power contained in the body seemed to be able to fill the entire heaven and earth and fill the entire universe. Even if only the wreckage remains, it is in poor condition and has slipped to an incredible point, but it still has irresistible power.
This is a supreme powerhouse. The more powerful a person is, the more he can feel this.
But this supreme powerhouse was very gentle, and he was supported by Xia Jiaoyou to sit in this stone workshop.
He looked at Wang Mingyuan with gentle eyes, and then at Yifan.
When his eyes moved and fell on the Black Emperor, the dog uncomfortably pinched its tail. Guy Jiaoyou came, gentle and excessive. He pulled his fingers, and the Qilin immortal elixir fell into Wang Mingyuan's arms. A dying old man like me doesn't need to spoil an immortal elixir. The old man was sick and wilted, but his words were very firm, and after the Qilin immortal elixir fell into Wang Mingyuan's arms, Wang Mingyuan couldn't even take it out. Fortunately, in the face of such a situation, Wang Mingyuan also knows it in his heart. In the original work, Yifan also thought about helping Guy Jiaoyou restore his state, especially when the immemorial 10,000 races were born and the human race did not have enough top powerhouses. In the entire race, only Guy Jiaoyou, the most supreme figure, can suppress everything, allowing the immemorial 10,000 races and the human race to negotiate and dare not offend casually. But at that time, Guy Jiaoyou also chose to refuse. The reason was very simple. Even if there was no immortal elixir, Guy Jiaoyou was confident that he would suppress the immemorial 10,000 races, so as not to let the immemorial 10,000 races and the human race break out in a terrible conflict.
The other one, in Wang Mingyuan's view, should be that Guy Jiaoyou no longer has too strong fighting spirit.
The ancient emperor's exclusive immortal elixir, he obtained it and had no intention of wanting to eat it.
He wants to leave it to the next generation of the human race. Of course, in this regard, Wang Mingyuan felt that Guy Jiaoyou's luck was probably too bad.
After all, this peerless powerhouse had never heard of an immortal elixir following. At the same time, he did not have the extreme Dao Imperial soldier cast from the unparalleled material in his hand. Among them, Wang Mingyuan remembers a more head-scratching point. This pinnacle figure once changed his face and joined a small sect, and he wanted to obtain the legendary soldier's secret from that small sect. Of course, this can be said to be mysterious and low-key, but it can also be proved from the side that Guy Jiaoyou's luck does not seem to be so good, and he does not look like a great emperor. The secrets of the soldiers and the 9 secrets have to be changed, and they can only be obtained by joining a small sect, and there are still some twists and turns. If I remember correctly, Yifan and Guy Jiaoyou still mixed in that small sect for a long time, not a day or two, but a period of time. Yifan came into contact with a lot of things in a very short period of time, and it is possible that he did not encounter much in the long 9,000 years. For example, it has not been 2 years since Yifan stepped into the cultivation world. He had already obtained the fruit of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs, the fragments of the immortal tripod, and the root of the Shenhuang Mother Qi. Other immortal elixirs, Yifan also had the opportunity to come into contact with them.
If nothing else, if there is no interference from Wang Mingyuan, Yifan will go deep into the Purple Mountain, get the Yuan Tian Shu, and get the Dozi secret.
In the Taishan sect, the secret of the word that has been broken for many years has also been obtained by him,
and cover the 9 underworlds.
Wang Mingyuan's deepest memory of this peerless powerhouse is the period when he used immortal fire to temper the essence and blood in his body and return to the peak in the dark turmoil. Then he chose a Dark Supreme and died with the extremely sublimated Dark Supreme.
This is a tragedy and the most regrettable and heart-wrenching thing. The immortal elixir that the protagonist
twist of destiny like Yifan can casually encounter. Guy Jodo doesn't seem to have gotten much in his life. The materials that can cast the extreme Dao Imperial Soldier don't seem to have this one. In terms of luck, Guy Jodo is a little lacking. Don't you dare to face the challenges of 200 years from now? In the face of the iron-headed baby who covers the sky, gentle advice is useless at all, and strong medicine must be given. A generation has a generation's mission, and I will do my best to stop it. When Wang Mingyuan said this, Guy Joyo was not angry, his eyes were bright, and the whole was very gentle.
How is the senior going to stop it? Wang Mingyuan asked curiously. Guy Joyo pondered for a moment, and then couldn't help but cough again.
This state made Ji-fan look full of doubts. The character in front of him doesn't look like a peerless powerhouse no matter how you look at it. However, Wang Mingyuan led many things, and although he was puzzled, he would not come out to refute or question at this time.
Only Wei Yi looked a little uncomfortable.
Even a peerless figure like Guy Joyo finally ushered in his twilight years.
Guy Joyo looked at Wang Mingyuan, then at Xia Joyo beside him, and also at Ji-fan, and suddenly said, "Boy, you didn't think about it. If I take the immortal elixir, how will you spend the next 20,000 years? With your talent, give you 1,000 years of time, you will not be inferior to me.
Not to mention you, before coming here, I also met the God King of the Jiang family. In his state, he is also a hegemon who crosses the world for another 1,000 years. I have lived for 9,000 years, and there is no need to be disgusting in my last days. I go up, I have at least 20,000 years of time, you don't have a chance. It's a bit too cruel to you." Guy Joyo was not stimulated by Wang Mingyuan, but expressed his concerns. He didn't talk about this topic, but about Wang Mingyuan and the future of the God King. As you said, a generation has a generation's problems, and a generation has a generation's responsibility. Do you want to escape? Wang Mingyuan did not retreat even half a step. Guy Joyo's concerns were of course right. The road to immortality was about to open. In this era, it is the most glorious era in history, and countless of the most absolute figures were born at the same time. Everyone wants to become an immortal in this era. Many ancient emperors, great emperors, and heavenly sovereigns have calculated this time. Therefore, their descendants and disciples were left at this stage, so that they could be born in this time stage. This is destined to be the most glorious and special era. I don't know how many peak characters have appeared, but now only the human race has shown a little clue. For example, Yifan, the desolate ancient holy body Xia Jodo, this 9 ghost body, the innate Taoist body in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. In the Jiang family, the God King Jiang Taishu, the God King body who practiced to the realm of the Saint King under the most difficult environment. If these people were placed in other eras, they would basically be able to compete with the young emperor, which is expected to be preached. As a result, all of them appeared during this period. Guy Joyo also had some guesses and understandings about such a situation. Therefore, this is one of the scruples in his heart.
Wang Mingyuan laughed when he heard this.
"I don't think you're afraid of blocking our road, but you're afraid of dying in the darkness and turmoil. Why the Void Emperor lived all his life, I think everyone in the world knows. Since the predecessors are unwilling, then forget it. Even if our generation has not grown up, we are not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice." Guy Joyo raised his eyebrows slightly. He lived for 9,000 years, and his eyebrows were empty.
Wang Mingyuan's simple provocation method, he can see through it at a glance.
But at this time, he couldn't help but hesitate and was silent for a moment.
"Are you completely sure of that time period? The Jiang family's side has been determined."
Wang Mingyuan glanced at the Black Emperor, who seemed to have a spring on his buttocks, and nodded repeatedly and said, "The great emperor once said that it is this time period." And Wang Mingyuan saw Guy Joyo and continued to add, "This real-time sermon belongs to the right time, the right place, and the right person. The only problem is that the predecessors may have to leave an eternal regret like the Qing Emperor, even more regretful than the Qing Emperor." Guy Joyo's eyes, which were not very interested, suddenly lit up, and there seemed to be a sleeping true dragon reviving in his old body. Wang Mingyuan knew that he had probably grasped the vain gate of Guy Joyo, so he said unhurriedly, "Many great emperors can calculate this. Time and place, there is no reason why the same peak Qing Emperor can't do it. He is not inferior to any great emperor and ancient emperor. It stands to reason that the right time, the right place, and the right person should be the Qing Emperor, and he should still live between heaven and earth during this time period, and he will open this greatest glory in all ages, and directly become an immortal." But he chose another path. Speaking of this, Wang Mingyuan sighed. The road to the sky was not leaving, and he had to find death himself. As long as you don't toss, becoming an immortal is basically a certainty. As a result, the Qing Emperor was able to kill himself. Speaking of this topic, Guy Joyo became more and more interested.
"Do you know the secret of the Qing Emperor? The Qing Emperor is not dead yet? Which one is the right one? Why didn't he want to become an immortal?"
He was not very interested in mentioning other Guy Joyo, but when he mentioned the Qing Emperor, he suddenly became excited.
Wang Mingyuan pointed to Yifan. "Now one of the heart of the Qing Emperor is still in his belly. Of course the Qing Emperor is not dead." Due to Wang Mingyuan's intervention, Yifan did not squeeze the heart of the Qing Emperor to death.
Now the heart of the Qing Emperor is still honestly staying in Yifan's sea of suffering. When When Gai Joyo heard this, wisps of imperial power flowed out of his originally old body, and everyone present couldn't bear it. Fortunately, Gai Joyo quickly restrained himself and stared at Yi Fan, mainly looking at Yi Fan's sea of suffering. He was a little lost for a while, and there was a strange sense of excitement. The Qing Emperor is really not dead. What kind of path did he choose? No one knows, only that he took the initiative to divide his body. He seemed to want to become an immortal in this red dust, rather than just relying on a passage to go to the immortal realm. After all, he was a living emperor, and Wang Mingyuan did not criticize too much, leaving a little leeway for the other party. The Qing Emperor rejected the temptation to become an immortal directly. Of course, perhaps he had other ideas. And if the predecessors preached and proclaimed themselves emperors during this period of time, will become the new right person, will get the right time, the right place, and the temptation that the predecessors need to face may be much greater than that of the Qing Emperor. The rest of the superfluous words did not need Wang Mingyuan to say more, and everyone present could naturally understand them. The road to immortality is about to begin. Why did dark turmoil break out? Because all people want to become immortals and want to be the right people. But they can calculate the right time and the right place, but there is no accurate estimate for the right person. They thought they were the great emperor who cut himself off, and when he recovered at that time, he would naturally be able to rush into it with supreme power and sweep everything. But the result was unsatisfactory. Even Amitabha, who had the power of the great emperor's period, also led hundreds of millions of believers to become immortals, and all died in it. Amitabha, who did not kill a person during his lifetime, caused more killings after his death than any great emperor. It can be said to be terrifying. Even when Xia Zhouyo and Wei Yi heard about this temptation, they clearly showed a look of hesitation. Xia Zhouyo had no doubt that she certainly hoped that her master would become an immortal, instead of confronting an unimaginable number of terrifying dark supremes in the midst of dark turmoil. Wei Yi was also in a deep entanglement, and this matter also needed to be carefully weighed and thought about on him. One is to directly become an immortal and achieve the greatest legend since ancient times, and the other is very likely to die in battle on the same day. If the situation develops well, the dark turmoil is suppressed on the same day, and then it will be fine. If he dies on the spot, and the dark turmoil is still not quelled, then the merits of this contemporary emperor may be greatly reduced. It will be a shame in the legends of the ages. These two options should not be placed on the scales, because this is obviously an unequal choice. A contemporary emperor rushed into the land of immortality in order to become an immortal, without pressurizing the dark turmoil. Even if later people evaluate it, there is no way to criticize it, because that's what everyone has been looking forward to since ancient times. As a result, Gai Joyo squinted his eyes without hesitation, and asked Wang Mingyuan to talk about the situation of the Qing Emperor in detail. I don't know much about the situation of the Qing Emperor, I only know that this one is not dead. It stands to reason that he can become the first being to step into the road to immortality in contemporary times. But according to relevant speculations, as well as speculations in various classics, it is probably that the Qing Emperor believes that even if he passes through the road to immortality and enters the immortal realm, his essence still does not change much. Therefore, he decided to stay in the world and become an immortal himself, and even prepared to create an immortal realm in the world and teach him to become an immortal. As for the Qing Emperor, Wang Mingyuan certainly tried his best to save him. It's just that many records about the Qing Emperor are like clouds and fog, and they are not very clear. Why didn't the Qing Emperor go to the road to immortality? Why not go with this one of the best options? Wang Mingyuan himself has guesses. First of all, the biggest problem may be that Wang Mingyuan said that the Qing Emperor was strong and arrogant, thinking that if he stepped into the road to immortality like this, there would be no essential changes in entering the immortal realm. At most, his lifespan has been greatly increased, but his realm, cultivation, and strength will not change. For other ancient emperors, heavenly sovereigns, and even great emperors, this should be regarded as achieving their supreme goal. But for a truly peerless figure with pursuits, this should not be enough. It's just immortality, but there is no change in essence, it is still standing still. Experience is pursued, and he should want to embark on the path of the red dust immortal, but the Qing Emperor is not very clear about the corresponding path. He chose a path that was different from the path of others. It cannot be said that the Qing Emperor went wrong, because as far as the current time stage is concerned, no one dares to say that this road has been passed. Since the age of mythology, it seems that no one has ever become an immortal. Only during the period of the chaotic ancient era, the last desolate heaven emperor rushed into the immortal realm with supreme strength, leaving behind endless legends and legends of becoming immortals. But after that, even if he was as powerful as the emperor, many heavenly sovereigns were alive during his reign, and they all respected him as the Lord, and even he was so brilliant that he wanted to teach the flying immortals, and he almost succeeded, just failed at the last moment. Even if this one fails, this one is still difficult for all practitioners to cross the peak of the past, and he is truly the strongest. In addition to this one, the closest to the red dust immortal are the beginningless emperor and the ruthless emperor, and of course an immortal emperor is added. But although the beginningless emperor has walked a long distance on the road of the red dust immortal, he has not really begun to make make great strides in his transformation, and he was probably targeted by the immortal emperor in his later years, and then brazenly attacked. As a result, the immortal emperor miserably missed, and in his later years, the beginningless emperor confronted him for 2,000 years. In the end, the beginningless emperor's chi and blood declined, and he couldn't survive it, so he broke through the portal of the strange world with supreme combat effectiveness and went to the strange world. The ruthless emperor is also constantly transforming, and her path is likely to be correct. But such a path can only be learned by others, but there is no way to imitate it. You have to find a way on your own. And even with such a talent as the ruthless emperor, when he crossed over to the fourth world at the end of the third world, his body was shattered and there was a big problem. Such a situation, if it were other great emperors and ancient emperors, would probably not know too much. But in the case of the Qing emperor, with this person's blessing and ability, it is very likely that he has a certain understanding of these. The most important thing is not the beginningless emperor and the ruthless emperor. The most critical thing that made the Qing emperor make the biggest change is likely to be the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is hidden in the long river of history, and in the later years of the great emperor or the ancient emperor, when they may live out the second and third lives, when they accumulated enough immortal essence in their bodies, this one would choose to sneak up and steal the results of others. All along, this one has not always been successful, but has failed. The last emperor of the last immemorial battle in the last years of the immemorial era suddenly went crazy, even mad, and swept away all the immortal emperor's fields. Then when all the situations were unfavorable, he chose to turn into a war immortal and become an immortal for a lifetime. This road is basically impossible to achieve. Even the desolate heaven emperor, who created the heaven covering method, wanted to try it in his early years, but he himself thought it was impossible, and then gave up. Although the holy emperor of fighting is amazingly talented, he cannot be said to be bad among any ancient emperor and great emperor, but it is very unrealistic to want to succeed in a lifetime. He made such an attempt in Beidou at the end of ancient times, which even led to drastic changes in the entire Beidou world. The road was not visible, and the practice was difficult. This influence even spread throughout the macrocosm. Senior brother. But from Wang Mingyuan's point of view, the biggest influence should be Beidou. After all, after Yifan walked out of the Beidou in the later stage, he went to other star fields. Especially on the ancient road to the starry sky, there are not a few saints, kings, and even great sage-level powerhouses encountered on the way. They are all contemporary powerhouses, extremely terrifying. If they all practiced to such a state under the almost absolute heaven and earth, it would be too amazing. Of course, this is just speculation and cannot be determined yet. And the sudden change in the later years of the holy emperor of fighting was undoubtedly attacked by the immortal emperor. After all, among the immemorial races, the status of the immortal emperor was very high, and the entire immemorial era was based on the immortal emperor as the initiator. His status among the immemorial tribes was extremely lofty, and he was also quite respectful of the emperor who defeated the emperor in the early years. As a result, the mutation in his later years can explain this change. That is, the holy emperor of fighting was attacked by the immortal emperor. The immortal essence that had originally accumulated in the body should have been consumed in this sneak attack, making it impossible for the Do Sheng emperor to live out of the second life normally. That's why he chose to brazenly transform into a battle immortal and struggle in despair. This kind of speculation Wang Mingyuan thinks is very reasonable. The combat effectiveness of fighting over the emperor can be regarded as very strong among the ancient emperors and great emperors of the same level. It stands to reason that he should be able to live out of the second life, even if he has already taken the elixir of immortality. As a result, this one ended in this way, casting a shadow on the entire world. And the immortal emperor was disturbed, as well as the moon emperor in ancient times. It can be regarded as basically at the right time and in the right place to basically reach the gate of the immortal realm, but it was later disturbed and influenced by others. The world does not know who the Taiyin emperor was attacked by and who influenced him, but when a great emperor and an ancient emperor were in power, there were basically no other opponents, even if there was already a forbidden area in the immemorial period. But in the face of immortality in the penalty area, they will not attack each other before becoming an immortal. They will unite and open the way. It wasn't until the portal of becoming an immortal opened that they would start attacking each other. And with this section of joint hand, it is not the comradeship in arms of comrades in arms. In the end, even if they do it, they shouldn't be a sneak attack. 200 years later, the road to immortality opened, and the body of the Taiyin emperor, or the remnant body, fell out of it. Then he announced his regret that he was attacked when he was about to become an immortal. Judging from all kinds of hints, Wang Mingyuan felt that there was a high probability that the immortal emperor would be the last to ghost him. The immortal emperor has been doing such things, and it has not been a complete success for a long time, and there have been many misses, and of course the records about him will remain. Ordinary people may not know, even the quasi-emperor of Xi'an may not be very clear, but once it becomes a great emperor-level existence, it can basically be touched. Not to mention anything else, Emperor Hengyu once fished in the ancient mine with phoenix blood and red gold, wanting to fish out the immortal emperor. This one clearly knows that the immortal emperor is alive and knows what the immortal emperor has done. It's a pity that although Emperor Hangyu fished, he hit too little bait. A small piece of phoenix blood red gold, too small. Even the Dark Supreme and the ancient emperor may not necessarily look down on it, let alone the immortal emperor. The record of Hangyu the great emperor's shot is not too much, and the strength realm among the great emperors is not bad, but judging from the overall shooting record, it should be the Qing emperor who is better. Even Emperor Hangyu knew very well about the situation of the immortal emperor during this period. If the Qing emperor wants to say that he doesn't know at all, it is not realistic and impossible at all. In other words, when the Qing emperor learns so much information, he might have a rather wrong guess about the road to immortality. The road to immortality may be fake. It was used by the immortal emperor to fish and make nests.
If you want to become an immortal, you have to find other ways.
It is not illogical and even reasonable to make such a guess, because the ancient star of Mars, that is, Mars, was once a powerful ancient star of life in a more distant era. At the same time, the ancient star of Mars also opened the road to immortality, and then the most terrifying divine war broke out there, making the ancient star of Mars in ruins. And in that divine war, the biggest gain was either none other than the immortal emperor, who swallowed the essence and blood of the emperors and carried out nirvana. Later, Yifan even found traces of the emperor's nirvana there. Then he witnessed the weapon of the beginningless emperor with his own eyes, bringing the nirvana flesh ball into the strange world together. The Qing emperor may also have a certain understanding of such a situation. Then he successfully made the classic have a wrong concept in his mind. The immortal realm is fake, it is used for fishing, and if you want to become an immortal, you have to find another way. For example, like the beginningless emperor, he broke into the strange world, or like the ruthless emperor, transforming from generation to generation and growing up from generation to generation. In this regard, the Qing emperor had his own plans, and he chose to take a path that no one else had taken.
This is probably the entire thinking process of the Qing emperor. Of course, Wang Mingyuan did not say directly about this part of the speculation.
He only said a part, and the light in Gai Joyo's eyes continued to burst.
Becoming an immortal? Suppress the most terrifying dark turmoil and ruin your reputation?
Yes. Wang Mingyuan nodded indifferently, feeling that he should have grasped the context of Gai Joyo, and he added lightly. Even the Qing emperor did not dare to choose to show strength to suppress this wave of dark turmoil during this period. What choice did you make? During this period, becoming an immortal will be praised by hundreds of millions of people, and it will be praised for countless years.
The Qing emperor didn't dare to do it?
Gai Joyo opened his mouth and smiled. Compared with the previous calm and gentleness, this smile actually had a feeling of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone present felt extremely depressed, as if they saw an endless river of blood flowing behind this old man who was dying.
What he doesn't dare to do, don't I dare? The biggest laughingstock of all time, who is qualified to evaluate me?
Gai Joyo spoke word by word. At this moment he was no longer a sick old man who was dying, but a peerless Gai Joyo in the world.
Boy, don't provoke me anymore. I will walk this road.
The voice was not too high, but it was like immortal gold colliding, extremely firm.
Wang Mingyuan was overjoyed and slapped the Black Emperor's buttocks. The Black Emperor immediately stood up and gave a ticket.
Don't worry, senior. As long as the senior really has a heart, I am willing to go deep into the Purple Mountain and pick a flawless immortal elixir for my senior. In the early stage of the Black Emperor, he didn't know that the dark turmoil would be so terrifying. It is also unclear that the dark turmoil will affect so much. Although he follows the beginningless emperor, he is not clear about many secrets. After all, he is just a dog. Now that after learning about the situation from Wang Mingyuan, the Black Emperor was confident that he could deceive that immortal elixir after entering Purple Mountain. Moreover, if everything is really as Wang Mingyuan said, the peerless enemy of the beginningless emperor is still in this world then he cultivated the innate holy body Dao fetus, and he might be caught by the other party to study it before the great emperor of beginningless things saw it. That one has no skin and no face, and will definitely do this kind of thing.
Wang Mingyuan knows this very well.
And with the approval of Gai Joyo's side, Wang Mingyuan smiled and sat down with Gai Joyo to talk about the true phoenix treasure technique.
Before Wang Mingyuan could even say in detail, Gai Joyo was already asking, didn't the ancient emperor only be able to live out the second life with the immortal elixir? Is there any other way to walk on the road to immortality and become an immortal between this piece of heaven and earth? Isn't the highest level between heaven and earth the great emperor? This question was not only Gai Joyo wanted to ask, but the Black Emperor Yifan and others were also very curious and wanted to ask. Even if Gai Joyo has reached the level of alternative enlightenment, he has come into contact with many secrets between heaven and earth. But Gai Joyo's peak period was too short, and he practiced to the peak in 1,000 years, and then he shook the heaven and earth Dao left by the Qing emperor, and since then he has been injured by the great Dao since then. The back basically maintained a state of residual blood all the time. Its most glorious moments are to shake the Qing emperor's heaven and earth avenue, and the other is to temper the essence and blood of his body with immortal fire at the end of his life, and then fight with the Dark Supreme. The sentence left in the last days of his life has made countless people
people's blood boil to this day. In the face of the Supreme, he dared to speak like this.
Who can fight me?
The Dark Supreme was once the strongest between heaven and earth. Even if there was no contemporary emperor after the slashing, he was still invincible in the world.
Under such circumstances, Gai Joyo is still so strong and domineering.
At the last moment of life, the light it shows shines forever. But he only had these two brightest moments, and most of the rest of the time was very low-key, and there were not many things recorded about him in the whole world. It can only be said that the most absolute geniuses have suffered the most serious injuries, and basically choose to hide and heal.
This one doesn't know much about the secrets between heaven and earth.
There are indeed different paths. Facing Gai Joyo, Wang Mingyuan didn't hide too much, because Gai Joyo's character had already been discussed in the original work. It is time-tested. It is different from families such as the Huanggujiang family and the Huangguji family. The 5 secret realms are united, and naturally they become a great emperor, but there are still high and low between the great emperors. The opening is to comment on the high and low between the great emperor, the ancient emperor, and the heavenly sovereign. Even the Black Emperor, a character who dares to name himself the emperor. I was shocked to see such an opening. He was a little afraid to listen, and of course he felt nervous and excited. Yi Fan is still an illiterate person in the cultivation world and lacks a lot of common sense, but at this time he listened with relish. Gai Joyo's eyes froze, and he couldn't help but stare at Wang Mingyuan. He stared at Wang Mingyuan's body carefully, making Wang Mingyuan feel that his entire body seemed to be seen through by the other party, and after a while, Gai Joyo nodded slowly.
I would like to hear the details. Everyone has a secret to face Wang Mingyuan's secret. Since Wang Mingyuan doesn't want to say more, Gai Joyo doesn't ask much. It's just that he stared at Wang Mingyuan's body. Wang Mingyuan felt that this peerless figure should be aware that his current life expectancy was very abnormal. However, in the face of the Dark Supreme, Wang Mingyuan was submissive and did not dare to mess around. In the face of Gai Joyo, he dared to reveal some of his secrets and strike hard. Although the emperor did not see each other, it seemed that each of them was invincible in the world, and it was difficult to distinguish between superiority and inferiority. But even if you look through 1 or 2 words from the ancient classics, you can see that there are still high and low. Faced with Wang Mingyuan's statement, the Black Emperor said proudly, "Of course, the beginningless emperor must be invincible in the world." Wang Mingyuan didn't care about the Black Emperor's broken thoughts, but started talking about it from the mythological era. Even though it is more than 1,000,000 years away, there are still relevant records of the mythological era. From the records of the heavenly court handed down from the mythological era, it can be understood that when the heavenly court was located, the Lord of the heavenly court ruled the world, and there was heavenly venerable under his name. They all nominally obey the orders of the Lord of heaven. Yi Fan didn't feel anything after hearing these words. He was born and raised on the earth, and he took it for granted that the controller of the heavenly court could rule the world. After all, although everyone said that the position of the Jade Emperor would be done, the monkey even dared to shout that the Jade Emperor would take turns to do it, and he would come to my house this year. But this is more of a fabrication by folk legends. In fact, according to the records in Journey to the West, the great sage monkey did not break into the Lingxiao treasure hall at all, and was stopped by Wang Lingwan at the door, and he couldn't even beat Wang Lingwan's level. And the Buddha was also called by the Jade Emperor to suppress Sun Wukong, not to invite. The Jade Emperor is the supreme ruler of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yi Fan felt that there was nothing Black Emperor, Wei Yi, or even Gai Joyo, but he listened very carefully. They are all senior scholars in the cultivation world, and they also understand all kinds of secrets in the cultivation world very thoroughly. And the weight of the ancient emperor and the great emperor is incomparably heavy in their hearts, which can crush the heavens and the earth. Compared with Yi Fan, when it came to the period of the immortal 3 slashing paths, in order to fear that it would affect his disciple Komatsu to become emperor, he deliberately left Komatsu on the earth. Make him go to other life ancient stars to preach, leaving a place for Komatsu. Gai Joyo and Wei Yi both clearly knew how powerful and terrifying a great emperor who fused the seal of heaven heart to suppress the world was, and in the case of one sermon, how difficult it is for others to preach again. Gai Joyo, a practical player who personally practiced this, has the most say. He was all broken by the great avenue of heaven and earth, and his record was miserable. Therefore, under such circumstances, Gai Joyo asked a question he really wanted to ask. Among the rumors, the period in which the heavenly court was located was indeed the most brilliant, and the emperors stood side by side, honoring the Lord of the heavenly court. But that is more of a rumor and does not seem to be confirmed. How can such a situation be established in which emperors coexist? Theoretically, it is impossible, because after a great emperor preaches the Tao and becomes emperor, he will integrate the Tao with his own way and suppress all the ways together. Is there a way to avoid this in the age of mythology? Gai Joyo nominally asked a question, but in fact asked a lot. The most critical question I want to know is how to preach again when there is already a great emperor who has preached and declared himself emperor. This is the difficulty of getting stuck in him. Of course, it was not just that he was stuck, and countless practitioners were later stuck on this road. Even the most supreme Tianjiao could only sigh when his predecessors had already preached the Tao and became emperors.
No matter how good the talent is, he has to wait for this great emperor to die before he can preach, unless it is a chaos body or an innate holy body Taoist fetus. Seeing that Guy Joyo's eyes were about to burst with light, Wang Mingyuan knew that the fire in this person's heart was still not extinguished. Faced with such a question, he smiled slightly, shook his head and said there was no solution during that period. Guy Joyo frowned slightly, and the Black Emperor asked urgently, since there is no such way, isn't it a rumor that the emperors coexist? He doubted. Wang Mingyuan gave him an answer very easily. If there is a great emperor and no other great emperors can appear, then what is the situation in the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness now? The Black Emperor was silent, as if he was thinking. Guy Joyo held his chin and couldn't help but look at the ancient mine of the primordial beginning, and Wei Yi looked in the direction of the ancient forbidden land. If it was during this period, other characters might not know much about the Forbidden Zone and the Dark Supreme. Only the ancient holy places and desolate families that have survived for a long time have something to know. But Wei Yi and Guy Joyo are exceptions. Guy Joyo is strong enough, and Wei Yi is because they have really entered the penalty area. Which emperor in the age of mythology let the characters in the forbidden area come out and rule the universe with him? Guy Joyo frowned, and the Black Emperor asked a more critical question. The state of the group of characters in the forbidden area should be wrong. How can they forever rule the entire universe with heaven and earth? The Dark Supremes in the forbidden area are all former ancient emperors and heavenly sovereigns. At their peak, they could be described as dominating the world and invincible in heaven and on earth. Even if one immortal descends, they dare to fight an immortal. Among the many heavenly venerables, the legendary Lingbao Heavenly Venerable has a record of killing a true immortal. Of course, it's just suspicious. But once the heavenly emperor reached the end of his life, his chi and blood decayed and there was not much longevity, and when he was about to die, most of the time he had to go through many tests, especially for the torture of their hearts. The invincible in the world is about to die, and most people are not willing to do so. It's like the Big Dipper Nangong has to fight for a lifetime when there is not much longevity, not to mention a heavenly venerable and an ancient emperor. Well, but an intact heavenly venerable and ancient emperor had no way to seal himself in the divine source like others, and then survive the long years. They were too strong to exceed the limit, and nothing between heaven and earth could seal them. Therefore, in order to continue to live, many Tianzuan and the ancient emperor made a choice in their later years, that is, to cut themselves off and make themselves less strong. In this way, they can seal themselves in the immortal source and live for a long time. Just like the characters in the ancient Holy Land and the family. The peerless powerhouse among them was about to sit down in his later years, and he would choose to seal himself with the divine source. In this way, they can live a long life, and when the world enters a trough, if they break through the seal, they will be invincible in the world. When the Holy Land and the family encounter danger, as long as they unseal a foundation, they can naturally sweep everything. After all, they were sealed from the era when they were at their peak. I don't know if you have ever heard of the 9-rank immortal pill? Several people present were all figures in the immortal cultivation world who knew many secrets, and when they heard Wang Mingyuan say this, they immediately understood. The highest achievement in the elixir in the cultivation world is the rank 9 immortal pill. Legend has it that refining the 9-rank immortal pill requires the use of a complete immortal elixir, which can only be refined by adding various extremely precious medicinal materials to the fruits of the immortal elixirs. And after the refining is successful, the effect is also earth-shattering. Even if the great emperor, the ancient emperor or the heavenly venerable had taken an immortal elixir, because of the special resistance of the immortal elixir, they could no longer take the immortal elixir to live out the third life. The elixir of immortality has only one effect for anyone, and after taking the rank 9 immortal pill, the rank 9 immortal pill could still allow them to regain their peak strength. Let them add another 2,000 years of life. This is not the lifespan of ordinary people, but the life of Tianzuan and the ancient emperor at the peak of 2,000 years. And in today's cultivation world, the 9 ranks immortal pill is basically a legend. I haven't seen a few people eat it in the long years, but the people in the cultivation world are basically sure that there is this elixir between heaven and earth, because in the ruins of the once broken heavenly court, there were practitioners who had the opportunity to get it. Someone has obtained the waste pill that refined the rank 9 immortal pill. Some people have also obtained the method of refining rank 9 immortal pills that are not considered complete. Contacted, so all connected. The emperor refined the rank 9 immortal pill so that the heavenly respect in the forbidden area during that period had just recovered the peak and then ruled the entire universe with him. Does the emperor have this kind of courage and strength? The Black Emperor questioned. He felt that the beginningless emperor was the best in the world, and what the beginningless emperor did could be called invincible in the world. Now suddenly a great emperor who had done something equally magnificent appeared, and he felt pressured. Guy Joyo nodded in agreement, feeling that the strength of the emperor should be above other great emperors and ancient emperors, as long as he is a peerless person who can embark on the same path as the young emperor. In the heavenly tribulation, they were basically beaten by the once invincible characters between heaven and earth. Guy Joyo is
no exception.
And if you spend the tribulation in many mysterious and powerful places between the universe and galaxies, you will be able to feel a little more. Wherever there is a powerful place between heaven and earth, there is the figure of the emperor who was once invincible in the world. Not to mention this supreme figure, who rehearsed one of the immortal artifacts that have been handed down today, the immortal tripod.
There can be a breakthrough above the great emperor. How did he do it? Guy Joyo asked this question, and of course he added a sentence behind it. Is the Qing emperor also taking such a path? Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. He saw that everyone around him was watching him, very concerned about his next answer. It was simple for the emperor to do this. He relied on himself at that time, but did not rely on the immortal elixir to live out the second life. Of course, there are also speculations that his period was the third life. He chose to cut off his past cultivation in Taoist practice, and in that life he turned into a divine baby and practiced again. After preaching the title of emperor, the world is invincible, and the taboo chapter of the imperial scriptures he left behind is currently familiar to many of you. It's called the secret of all words. All words are secret? Yi Fan exclaimed, and then saw two eyes looking at him dissatisfied. The secret of the word that is said to be able to enhance the combat power tenfold? After hearing this, Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh leisurely. The emperor was already invincible in the world, and with such a secret technique that increased his combat effectiveness tenfold, he couldn't even imagine how strong such a character would be under such a blessing. It is understandable to push all opponents horizontally. Not to mention that this one lived a new life on his own, and re-preached the title of emperor. Live a second life by yourself? Guy Joyo's eyes were bright, and so was the little apprentice following him. Yi Fan was at a loss, and he didn't know anything about the so-called second life. But Guy Joyo and Wei Yi are different. They have lived long enough to have a certain understanding of this hidden and rare thing in the cultivation world. Someone has even seen it in their long years. Dead wood in spring, old trees sprout new shoots. Guy Joyo carefully grasped his own state, and if he thought about it, he had a little inspiration in his heart. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many peerless figures have studied the way to immortality, and living out of the second life is also a path that some people have taken. And there are many people practicing it, and there are many people who have succeeded in the history of practice. But over the years, this method has not been greatly promoted because this step is too difficult. The requirements for practitioners are also too high. Its appearance is too accidental and not systematic. But people have done this throughout the ages. Not to mention others. If the God King Jiang Taishu had not interfered with Wang Mingyuan, he would basically undergo such a round of transformation this time. Every time you live out of the second life, it can be regarded as a new life compared to the original, and the lifespan can be said to be calculated from scratch. No matter how severe the injury has been in the past, all of this can be changed. For any practitioner, this is an extremely precious opportunity. Wei Yi was thinking that the scriptures in their sect actually had a bit of mystery in this aspect. The scriptures practiced by the old madman are a bit like this. And Guy Joyo thought of another direction. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a unique royal family, and every transformation was a new life, which could change the origin on the basis of the original. The lifespan is extremely long, and every transformation will have amazing magical powers. If you want to go this way, you may have to find one or two divine silkworms to take a look. Wang Mingyuan was sweating, and it can only be said that he is worthy of being the most supreme figure, and his ideas are different. If you want to study, you should directly study the top royal family in ancient times. However, Wang Mingyuan is no stranger to the Divine Silkworm clan in Divine Silkworm Ridge. Not to mention anything else, now there is a peerless figure of Divine Silkworm Ridge in this holy city. One is the younger brother of the invincible God Emperor of the 10 transformations of heaven and earth. The invincible ancient emperor of the Divine Silkworm in the sky and on the ground is very special. Because of the legend, the special race of the Divine Silkworm Ridge is already invincible in the world, and it can compete with the emperor and the emperor. But this one has made a change on top of the 9 changes, and the 10 changes are earth-shattering. In the great universe of covering the sky, this one only left the name of an ancient emperor, and nothing else was left. But in the holy ruins, this earth-shattering talent was fully displayed, because this one had already gone far on the road of the red dust immortal, and even quietly became a quasi-immortal emperor in the holy ruins. If no one interferes with him, he will soon become an immortal emperor. In the sky, this one only has a coffin system, or a bed scene, lying in a coffin from beginning to end. But if calculated according to the emperor, this one can be said to be the most special and powerful among the many emperors in ancient times. It has been silently transforming. It can be said that he is the most mysterious and powerful character in the entire chapter of Covering the Sky. Guy Joyo wanted to study this race, but Wang Mingyuan did not refuse. If Guy Joyo can live out his second life within these 200 years, he feels that this is also a good thing. After all, the Golden Crow Emperor, who was contemporaneous with Guy Joyo, made himself a thief and then quietly felt nirvana in the ancient star of the heavenly soldiers, living out the second life. Later, during this period of the Golden Age, in a period when there were countless top Tianjiao, he quietly succeeded in
stealing chickens.
This one had a very similar experience to Gai Joyo, who was also injured by the Great Tao during the tribulation. The same life is not long in coming, but this one is not as iron as Gai Joyo.
After he was sure to live out of his second life, he took the initiative to expose himself to the eyes of many Dark Supremes.
Then after many Dark Supremes determined that this one was seriously injured and could not turn over the wind and waves, this one practiced to the Quasi-Emperor Ninth Heaven without illness or disaster. Then he quietly went to Nirvana.
Among the many great emperors of the human race, when they stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm, they were basically sure that they could preach the Tao and become emperors.
But the process of enlightenment is full of twists and turns, and there are many dangers.
Because they refused to join the Dark Supreme and were unwilling to make a promise in advance not to violate the river water in the forbidden area. Therefore, these Dark Supremes were ready to strangle them in advance, and they were already stared at firmly after they stepped into the Quasi-Emperor's sixth heaven.
If we continue to move forward, there will be many dangers.
We'll be stifled in advance. After all, the Dark Supreme is not a fool, he is very wise. He will not send them one by one and then feed his opponents extremely powerful. They all like to kill people early. Among them, there are clear records in the classics such as the Void Emperor and the Ruthless Emperor. When they crossed the last few Quasi-Emperor tribulations, they did not come once at once, but 2 or 3 tribulations at once. The cultivation has arrived, but he takes the initiative to suppress himself and prevent the catastrophe from coming until he reaches the Quasi-Emperor Ninth Heaven, and he is sure to protect himself in front of the Dark Supreme. At this time, he brazenly triggered the tribulation thunder, jumped up, and climbed to the top. Of course, this process is also extremely difficult. The continuous triple tribulation thunder, even such a supreme character has to do everything he can, and if something goes wrong, it is likely to be doomed.
There are very few special examples like the Golden Crow Emperor and Gai Joyo.
And the Golden Crow Emperor practiced to the Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens, and there was no alternative enlightenment, which was a little lacking in the Nine Shadows. And Gai Joyo has a little less patience than the other party, or a little less luck. If Gai Joyo is willing to proclaim himself, he will definitely be able to preach to the Emperor later, which is recognized by everyone. It's a pity that the iron-headed baby is the iron-headed baby, and he is unwilling to retreat a little. Therefore, the Gai Joyo, a character with obvious and more amazing talent, did not become an emperor, and it can only be said that he lacked a little luck.
However, if Gai Joyo is not so hard-headed, he will also lose his personal charm. Grieved and aggrieved in the future, Emperor Chang is estimated to be not strong enough.
It is said that he will become the most tragic emperor in history, like the Golden Crow Emperor. Living in the world, as a result, few people cared about him at all, and everyone respected Yifan and became the biggest background board. Among the many great emperors, this one is probably the most aggrieved. He stayed between heaven and earth, and in the hole covering the sky, the most famous and interesting was his last words before his death.
Do you want to continue to live and then keep walking on this road?
Gai Joyo already understood Wang Mingyuan's meaning, but Wang Mingyuan smiled and continued to introduce. Therefore, since ancient times, the most powerful emperor with historical records may be the emperor, but it is impossible to be completely an emperor.
The Black Emperor tilted his head to look at Wang Mingyuan, feeling that Wang Mingyuan's head was a little pointed. Wang Mingyuan did not dwell much on this topic and continued to introduce it.
And the emperor wanted to teach the flying immortals, and he almost succeeded, but in the end he was betrayed by his subordinates, and the chaos was about to fail. After he killed several rebellious heavenly sovereigns and emperors, it was rumored that he was in the heavenly court, and he is meaningless as the enemy with the first combat effectiveness in the mythical era. But if we continue to do so, there will be talents in the country, and they will lead the way for tens of thousands of years.
After the emperor is the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor was the first person to preach and become emperor after the emperor sat down.
Since his race is not a human race, but one of the ancient races, in order to distinguish himself from the emperor, he called himself emperor. Later, this also became an ancient tradition, and those who preached in ancient times called themselves emperors.
As a person who created the ancient era, the immortal emperor is amazingly talented and terrifying.
It was rumored that he was not a native creature between heaven and earth but fell from the immortal realm. It is a pure-blooded phoenix without flaws.
As soon as this sentence came out, Wei Yi was shocked, and even Gai Joyo had a dark gaze. They never thought that the legendary immortal emperor would have such a special origin.
Only the Black Emperor was grinding his teeth on the side, indignant. He was most dissatisfied with the so-called immortal emperor. And Wang Mingyuan saw that the few people present were very receptive, so he said solemnly, "Here I want to refute a rumor. The immortal emperor fell from the immortal realm. This is not a rumor. It is not a rumor. It is true." Everyone present had leisurely eyes and the urge to go back and read the classics.
Then did this one finally go to the immortal realm? Nowadays, the immemorial tribes have not yet been fully born, and most of the information about them is hidden. Even figures like Gai Joyo don't know much about them.
At most, I have only seen some ancient races that have occasionally appeared between the mountains and rivers.
He was very curious about this creature that fell from the immortal realm. Is there really an immortal between heaven and earth? Can I fight an immortal after I become an emperor? Are the rumors about Lingbao Tianzuan true or false in the mythological age? Did he really kill an immortal? He was curious, and Wang Mingyuan just shook his head after hearing this. I am not very clear about many of the questions you said. It is certain that there are immortals between heaven and earth, but that immortal is different from the immortals you imagined. And Lingbao Tianzuan, as a living figure in the mythological era, he undoubtedly lived longer, definitely more than the 20,000 years of the ordinary great emperor Gu Huang. He also went a long way from the earthly road to the immortal road. Wang Mingyuan said that this was not empty words. After Yifan stepped on the ancient road of the starry sky, the heaven and earth transformed by the Lingbao Tianzuan appeared. Yifan once saw the wheel of life of Lingbao Tianzuan in the Lingbao Tianzuan spring of life. The traces above it are far more than tens of thousands of years. This shows that Lingbao Tianzuan took the immortal divine medicine and should have gone step further on this basis and lived a second life. It is even possible to live longer. Just later, when he continued to explore this path, he died suddenly. Maybe when exploring, which step is not taken well, just sit down. This is also very reasonable. After all, there is no complete road in the age of mythology. Walking on this road, if you make a slight mistake, you will die. Even in today's post-desolate era, or the desolate era, the ruthless emperor almost died walking on this road. Wang Mingyuan did not struggle too much on the topic of Lingbao Tianzuan and continued to talk about the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor did not return to the immortal realm. He is still alive today, and between heaven and earth. It's just that no one knows his exact whereabouts at the moment. Wei Yi didn't have anything yet. Gai Joyo's eyes were already like a flame was already ignited. Has he lived between heaven and earth for so long? Is he in the penalty area? Gai Joyo asked carefully. The secret of becoming an immortal is a shocking secret for anyone who embarks on the path of cultivation, and they can't wait to know it. Wang Mingyuan shook his head. It should have a lot to do with the ancient mind. After all, most of the ancient minds in the primordial era were emperors from the immemorial period. The immemorial tribes still respect the immortal emperor incomparably, and he is faintly above the 10,000 races. Even if there have been ancient emperors among the races, they still rank the undead emperor as the highest. If on the road of longevity, who has gone the farthest, this one can be regarded as the one who has gone the farthest. Hearing this, even Gai Joyo remains silent. The ancient emperor who did not have the peak of his own slashing. No, he should be a character who was stronger than the emperor. And there is a very simple arithmetic problem that can be done from the beginning of ancient times to the present, a full million years. In other words, the immortal emperor lived from the end of the mythological era to the post-desolate era. And he was living in his peak state, not the kind of dark supreme and the self-proclaimed immortal source. Just thinking about it makes people have a suffocating urge to live for a million years. Even a pig will become a great emperor. And one phoenix, the other pure-blooded phoenix. And it is also a phoenix that came down from the immortal realm. What realm can it reach? Just thinking about it makes people feel boundless pressure. However, Wang Mingyuan added lightly at this time, I am not talking about this ancient emperor who was alive and has once opposed him, and there are not a few human emperors. What is certain is that the emperor once died at the hands of the immortal emperor. In his later years, the beginningless emperor also went toe-to-toe with an unimaginable enemy, and Emperor Hangyu also fished in the primordial ancient mine, but unfortunately returned in vain. They are all fighting against this undead emperor. This one has always been alive and active between heaven and earth. On the way of immortality, this one has come to the forefront. The way of immortality is at the forefront, so he has not become an immortal in such a long time. Is it so difficult to become an immortal? On the basis of the great emperor's domain, how far did he go? This doubt sprinted into the hearts of several people present at the same time, and each of them felt extremely terrifying. But everyone feels different. The Black Emperor felt terrified and uneasy, of course, with a little pride. A terrifying monster that has lived for a million years has not been able to defeat the beginningless emperor, which shows that the beginningless emperor is really strong. But it also has concerns. Did the beginningless emperor really defeat this terrifying monster? This terrifying monster is still active between heaven and earth, so how will it deal with it in the future? What Gai Joyo felt was exhilarating. It was hope, and his blood was faintly boiling. In this world of heaven and earth, the most distressing thing about cultivation is that there is no way forward after reaching the realm of the great emperor. No matter how much he wanted to move forward, he didn't know where to go. He was confused and had no direction. With his level of alternative enlightenment, in today's world where the Qingdi heaven and earth avenue is about to dissipate, there are not too many knots, and it is really not difficult for him to say that it is really not difficult for him to become an emperor. It was not too difficult for him to obtain an immortal elixir. But he didn't have much of a knot in his heart about Emperor Chang, perhaps because he thought that since ancient times, many great emperors have not embarked on a path, and he is now almost equivalent to a great emperor. After the alternative enlightenment, he already had the laws of the imperial way. In this regard, he is really not much worse than a great emperor and an ancient emperor, only one mark of the heart of heaven. He has already come to an end on this road. Whether he
became an emperor or not actually didn't mean much to him, at least for himself. Compared with Chuaning and Ning Fei, this one is not obsessed and is the other extreme. But now, this one's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, as if there are two suns burning in his eyes. Wang Mingyuan knew that this person's fighting spirit was aroused, and he found that his own path was not over and he could continue to move forward. This alone was enough for Gai Joyo to regain all his confidence. Wang Mingyuan knows the worries of several people, but he actually deliberately concealed a little. In terms of the way of immortality, the immortal emperor did go the farthest, living from ancient times to the present and maintaining the corresponding state for millions of years, and there was no problem. He does have an advantage in this regard. The problem is that later other talented characters with the most talent imagined that he had such an advantage, and there was no way. After all, later characters who had the ability to go far away on the road of the Red Dust Immortal were born relatively late. The oldest ruthless emperor was only born more than 200,000 years ago. In terms of living for a long time, he has to be an immortal emperor. The ruthless emperor's talent can be regarded as the best in the whole book, but she has only lived for more than 200,000 years until now, and the beginningless emperor is the most talented in the entire book. After all, the birth is said to be flawless, reaching the level of a saint. His parents thought he was too exaggerated, so they took the initiative to cut off part of his foundation and let him practice from scratch. This one was also born relatively late, still after the ruthless emperor, about the stage of more than 100,000 years ago. The specific time cannot be examined, only that the beginningless emperor probably broke out with supreme combat effectiveness when he was 80,000 years away from now and entered the strange world. With the lifespan of the beginningless emperor's innate holy body Taoist fetus, he lived normally in the range of about 10,000 to 20,000 years. Maybe it is higher, more than 20,000 years in one lifetime. In addition, he himself has an immortal elixir, which he should have eaten, and together he is likely to live for more than 40,000 years. When exactly was it born, it is difficult to determine, but it's probably a range of hundreds of thousands of years. Of course it is difficult to become an immortal. After all, there seems to be no clear record of which one has become an immortal from ancient times to the present. Where is the right path? No one is clear yet that the path of the immortal emperor is the right path. Of course, this path is only for him. Wang Mingyuan looked at Gai Joyo and then at Wei Yi, and finally looked at the Black Emperor, adding, because the immortal emperor's cultivation path is very special. It is a pure-blooded phoenix born with the power of phoenix nirvana. Other phoenix nirvanas are to collect many treasures between heaven and earth and pile them together, burn them with a fire, and then fade the old body and give birth to a new body in the process. The immortal emperor took a coincidence in this process, or discovered a new method of nirvana. Bathe the blood of the emperors, bathe the flesh and blood of the emperors, and absorb their blood essence. Then on this basis, nirvana can be made without adding to the years, and it can survive one life after another. This method of nirvana is terrifying. Even Gai Joyo has a terrifying feeling. Standing on the bones of many ancient emperors and emperors to achieve nirvana, this is definitely a shocking demon. In terms of handwriting, it is even more terrifying than the Dark Supreme. After all, the Dark Supreme has no way to hunt people of the same level. A living emperor and an ancient emperor are extremely terrifying. They want to defeat head-on. They are extremely difficult, extremely sublimated, and it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. When the Void Emperor was declining in his later years, he was able to fake his death and kill two people of the same level. And the other great emperors and ancient emperors are also not bad. The immortal emperor was not an ordinary emperor and an ancient emperor. Often he would stare at the kind of great emperor who could live out the second life on his own. Then stealing the immortal essence from them is equivalent to stealing the results of others. Yi Fan has a lot of say in this. Emperor Yi was attacked in his later years. The ancient emperor and the great emperor had a vision in this regard, and of course they tried different paths to immortality. Many great emperors and ancient emperors have embarked on such a path, wanting to live a second life. In this stage, a peculiar immortal essence will be born in their bodies, which can allow them to rise to nirvana and live out of the second life. Of course, some of the material that was raised by this was also available to the immortal emperor. Wang Mingyuan just said simply, Gai Joyo didn't have much respect for this person who went the farthest on the road to immortality, and some just hated it. Stealing the fruits of others, the longer you live, the more disgusting it becomes. Of course, he felt disgusted in his heart, but he didn't dare to underestimate this character. Where did you get this news? Xia Joyo asked curiously. She was a little shocked, and of course a little couldn't believe it. The main thing is that what Wang Mingyuan said involves too many big people, and it involves very hidden points of these big people. The area where the Zhengzhou Qishir mansion is located has a place left over from the immortal emperor's nirvana. The current dojo of the beginningless emperor used to be the purpose of the immortal emperor, or the dojo of the immortal emperor. Not only did the many people left by the undead emperor be sealed, but even the descendants of the immortal emperor and his wife remained in it. Whatever you do, you will leave traces, and there can be no traces between heaven and earth. Wang Mingyuan lightly pointed out the two imprints left by the immortal emperor. Gai Joyo nodded slightly, with his strength level, he could verify both places.
The traces left by that area of Zhengzhou were left by the emperor.
The emperor died suddenly in his later years, and it is still a secret. This one was attacked by the immortal emperor, and there was nothing left. However, it is understandable that the emperor was attacked in his later years. After all, this one lifted the coffin that the immortal emperor had left behind and occupied it. This matter cannot be explained to any great emperor or ancient emperor, and it must be struck hard. After all, any ancient emperor and ancient emperor are of the same level as each other. Even if the contemporary emperor or the ancient emperor discovers the cemetery left by people of the same level, he will retain some respect.
Will not force the coffin to open the coffin and conduct an autopsy. It's not Sundianing.
It is too much to pick up other people's graves and lift the coffin lid. Therefore, any contemporary emperor is invincible. Even if it is the cemetery of people of the same level, the means left behind cannot stop them. But I will also die in the future, giving others a decent one, and also giving oneself a decent one. Of course, it is also possible that the emperor learned about the past of the immortal emperor, deliberately did so, and deliberately fished. It's just a pity that this fisherman's ability is not up to par and he was pouted by the fish.
Of course, this is all speculation.
No one knows what kind of story it is, and it is buried in the past. What has been passed down is that the immortal emperor absorbed the essence and blood of the emperors and was constantly reborn. This guy must have stared at the holy emperor of fighting, otherwise the holy emperor of fighting would not have been so angry in his later years, and he would have overturned all the dojos of the immortal emperor. In the early years, the holy emperor of fighting had considerable respect for the immortal emperor.
In fact, you have to make sure what I said is true. You can get the answer even in the holy city.
Wang Mingyuan was very calm, and the eyes of several people present lit up when he said this. Even Wei Yi, a person with a very calm mentality, was curious. There is a witness to the incident here, although he has not witnessed it with his own eyes, but he also knows some of the related things. Wang Mingyuan was unhurried, and then patted Yi Fan.
Is it him? It's not me. I'm here for the party. What are you going to do?
Yi Fan was targeted by several people at the same time, and suddenly felt hairy all over his body and waved his hand.
Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. Of course you don't know. You're only a few days old. I'm going to ask you to find that witness for me. Ha, I don't know any witnesses?
Yi Fan was still very confused, and he had no idea why he said that. You went to the stone workshop of the Holy Land of Shaking Light and opened that fairy tomb, and several other stones in the stone garden that you think are very special are open together.
At that time, we will naturally know the answer.
Yi Fan was still a little dazed, and did not react for a while, but Wei Yi, a figure who had been guarding the Holy Land stone workshop for thousands of years, had already guessed.
Which one is it that there is a figure sealed down from time immemorial inside that stone?
Without waiting for Yi Fan to refuse, this one had already taken the initiative to leave the stone workshop and took Yi Fan to that area together, not only because of curiosity, but also to protect the only disciple of the Tianxian Holy Land at present.
To be able to know such a secret peerless figure, and it was sealed from the immemorial period, its identity and origin are definitely not simple, and its strength may be very terrifying.
Even when Wei Yi himself passed, he felt a little drumming in his heart, afraid that he would not be able to suppress it. After all, Wang Mingyuan is a person who is close to becoming an immortal at every turn, and he is an immortal emperor, an immortal queen, and a beginningless emperor at every turn.
If this one character is one of them, it will be a lot of fun. However, although Wei Yi was worried, he glanced at the old guy Joyo, and he completely relaxed.
With this person sitting here, I can't afford to turn over any storms. Yi Fan left. Wang Mingyuan was not in a hurry to practice, just sat here and waited. And Guy Joyo was also very calm, taking a small sip of tea brewed from the leaves of the ancient tea tree of Wudao. For a person in a realm like him, he doesn't have to walk over in person, he can know what happened on the other side from a long distance. If anything happens, he can suppress it in the palm of his hand. The outside was relatively calm at first, but after a while, the entire holy city seemed to suddenly boil, and the crowd ran around. And one after another powerful streamers rushed to the direction where the stone workshop of the Sunshine Holy Land was located.
Then there were one or two loud exclamations. It's open, it's open, it's an immemorial creature.
It seems to be the legendary fighting holy ape. Oh my god, it's really a monkey, golden all over, and its eyes will spit out golden light.
This seems to be the legendary royal family of the ancient clan. There is also a sleeping beauty. Is she a fairy? How could she be nailed to death in the divine source? Even if they were far away, there were still all kinds of voices. And beside Guy Joyo, although Xia Joyo was still sitting there, he was a little restless, as if there was a fire under his buttocks. From time to time, look left and right.
No matter how you say it, this is just a 12 or 13-year-old child, and he still likes to join in the fun. At this time, she was very curious about the situation on that side. Guy Joyo smiled slightly, and with a skill, the void in front of him was like a mirror, and then showed the scene inside the Shaoguang stone workshop.
There is chaos now.
The crowd ran away, and one powerful streamer after another bloomed there. One of the golden monkeys held a spear and competed with the powers of multiple Sendai realms, which was terrifying. I found that beside the monkey, there was a divine source more than one person tall. There is also a beautiful woman sealed inside, but her chest has been pierced and there is no sound. Even if his eyes were closed and there was no movement, he still felt sorry for me, which made people feel sorry for him. Wang Mingyuan didn't even look at that side, but looked at Guy Joyo in front of him and smiled. Senior, you have heard me talk for so long, and you have certain ideas about living out the second life in the future. Why not listen to the method I got, the first recorded immortal figure in history, and see if there is any gain? Guy Joyo's eyes were suddenly attracted back. I would like to hear the details. This one didn't say anything about the reward, but directly stretched out his hand. For a character like him, he doesn't need to say anything about remuneration, and he will definitely be paid in the future. The specific identity and origin of the Desolate Heaven Emperor can no longer be investigated, but it is certain that this is a figure before the age of mythology. And although this one did not have many deeds, the desolate tower he left behind has always been passed down between heaven and earth, and it is the earliest immortal artifact between heaven and earth. This is also a figure who has become an immortal in the most ancient era, because it can be understood from the words recorded in the mythological era. During that period, this character became an immortal in plain sight. This is also the first immortal since records began. Of course, this one is still full of mysteries in this era, and no one can be sure whether he has become an immortal. Of course, Wang Mingyuan can be sure that the Desolate Heaven Emperor is of course an immortal, and it has been done at a very early age, and becoming an immortal is easy for this one. My method, the Desolate Heaven Emperor once used him to live a new life so that he could get rid of his old body, and a new body was born in it. This is a method that is clearly documented and can be learned by others to live out the second life. Guy Joyo became more and more cautious, while Xia Jodo honestly covered his ears, closed his six consciousnesses, and turned his back to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. You don't have to, you can listen to it. The Desolate Heavenly Emperor once said, those who learn from me will live, and those who resemble me will die. Even if it is the same method, different people will understand different paths. Otherwise, how could the pure-blooded Phoenix Immortal Emperor take this special road to Nirvana? Wang Mingyuan's words made Xia Joyo and Guy Joyo slightly confused, but as Wang Mingyuan told the next method, the two suddenly understood why Wang Mingyuan said this. Because Wang Mingyuan is not talking about the so-called Phoenix Nirvana technique, but the true Phoenix treasure technique. Xia Joyo is still young now, and he doesn't understand the gold content of this true Phoenix treasure technique. She was just happy in her heart, feeling that this method of restoring the body, adjusting luck and blood, and understanding the origin had unimaginable mysteries. It seems to be more profound than the unique skills in the forbidden chapters passed down to her by Guy Joyo. At the same time, he also felt that such a method would definitely help his master recover from his injuries and recuperate his chi and blood. Guy Joyo is the most supreme peerless figure. He has understood a lot of imperial scriptures of the same level, and even the methods he left behind can be regarded as an imperial scripture. His vision was high enough, so he felt the power and horror of the true Phoenix treasure technique just by reading it slightly. It is even more mysterious than the imperial scriptures, and even points to the realm after the great emperor, and its practice method is very different from today. The more I realized it, the more shocked Guy Joyo was, and the more incredible it felt. At the same time, he also had extremely firm confidence in the Desolate Heaven Emperor who left this method. If such a method can be left, the Desolate Heaven Emperor must have become an immortal. The more Joyo perceived, the more special he felt, and even in the process of enlightenment, the chi and blood in his body rumbled. It wasn't like the sound of blood flowing, it was more like a big star rolling one after another, and a magnificent universe appeared behind him in a trance. Even the cough he heard from time to time stopped at this time, and the whole person's complexion was still in good condition, and it was better than before. Even Xia Joyo could see that his master was recovering and becoming stronger. As a person who can become enlightened, Guy Joyo's talent, understanding, and talent need not be said more. The true Phoenix treasure art is incomparably profound and mysterious, but as soon as Wang Mingyuan said it, he would talk to Wang Mingyuan and communicate with each other while comprehending. If it is to discuss other avenues of heaven and earth, Wang Mingyuan may not be able to keep up with the thinking in Joyo. After all, this one can really be said to be a figure who is not inferior to the Dark Supreme. In terms of accumulation alone, the characters who have just entered the realm of the Great Emperor and Guy Joyo are just a brother. But when discussing the true Phoenix treasure technique, Wang Mingyuan can say that this Guy Joyo is still a younger brother. Tonzi is still quite reliable in this regard. He personally instilled with a complete understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique, and in this regard, Wang Mingyuan was the first in the world. And the more Guy Joyo realized and was surprised, Wang Mingyuan's answer flowed fluently, which shocked him even more. His gaze towards Wang Mingyuan gradually became a little different. Before, he thought that Wang Mingyuan had many secrets. After all, Wang Mingyuan can tell the secret of the emperor and the secret of the immortal emperor, and it is also related to the dog of the beginningless emperor. He thought that Wang Mingyuan might also be a direct descendant of a certain emperor, but now he firmly disagrees. No great emperor is so special and can learn so much. At the same time, No great emperor could understand a method that led directly to true immortality to such an extent. For the current guy Joyo, he took a look at any top-secret technique between heaven and earth, not to mention that it was no problem to learn 7 or 8 at all. But here, he was even a little unable to keep up with Wang Mingyuan's teaching progress, and even comprehended the profound level, and he gradually felt difficult. And every time he asked, Wang Mingyuan was able to answer easily. This gave him more speculation about the identity of the person in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the immortal emperor. The identity and origin of the immortal emperor can be described as earth-shattering, but Wang Mingyuan's description is also an understatement and not too amazing. And Wang Mingyuan even bluntly said that the immortal emperor had innovation, although when he mentioned innovation, he looked a little contemptuous. Combined with the true phoenix treasure technique that Wang Mingyuan now has in his hands, this is obviously built for the phoenix closely. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't said directly before, he was not an immortal emperor, and Guy Joyo would even suspect that Wang Mingyuan was a phoenix who had lived from the mythical era to the present. Thinking of this, Guy Joyo's heart suddenly couldn't help but be stunned. Who stipulates that there is only one phoenix that falls from the immortal realm? Maybe 2 ends fell that day, and one fell like the immortal emperor described by Wang Mingyuan to make the heavenly court fall. Then in the long years, with the help of the essence and blood of many ancient emperors and heavenly venerables, he was nirvana all the way and lived until now. On the other end is Wang Mingyuan, who doesn't know what kind of methods and means he has used to live until now. When he thought of this, his heart was shocked. However, all kinds of speculations are just speculations after all, and there is no way to really put them into practice. Wang Mingyuan has given him so much help, pointed out the way forward, and now seems to be helping him recover from his injury. He couldn't say anything more about such a great kindness. Therefore, at this time, even if he had some guesses, as long as Wang Mingyuan did not admit it, he would not ask more. And the noise in the distance continued, and suddenly it was quiet again. Because there are heavyweight figures coming, they are all very strong figures in the realm of the Holy Lord. He came with a heavy treasure to suppress and take down this immemorial royal family. And the fighting holy ape also seemed to feel ominous, and with a violent shock, the war spear in his hand repelled all the opponents. Turning around and holding the woman in the immortal source in his hand, he turned around and rushed into the immortal grave where he was, and disappeared in an instant. I heard a series of exclamations from the other end of the picture. It is a teleportation magic array, which has long been engraved with a field teleportation array inside. Quick, chase him, don't let him run away. The picture was quiet for a moment, and many characters rushed out of the holy city like streamers to find traces of the fighting holy apes. But Xia Joyo looked up in front of him, and a monkey with golden fur suddenly emerged from the space. His face was originally relaxed, but after seeing the situation around him clearly, he immediately became very vigilant. The murderous spear in his hand was almost rotten over the long years, but it had a murderous aura that was terrifying. He protected the woman who was sealed in the divine source behind him and looked at the place carefully. He continued to speak words in his mouth, but unfortunately his words were not the language of Beidou today, but a peculiar and more ancient language that should be the language of the ancient race. Wang Mingyuan glanced at him, his spirit was shaken, and he naturally turned the language spoken by Beidou into an idea and conveyed it to the other party's spirit. The holy prince was a little wary and a little repulsive when he first noticed a spiritual idea coming, but after a while, he found that there was no danger and took the initiative to accept it. Soon he mastered this language and asked in a slightly unfamiliar Beidou language, "You, who are you? Which of the immemorial royal families?" This one looked at Wang Mingyuan, but soon looked at Guy Joyo again. Extremely keen divine thoughts. It made him feel the difference between the two people, and the reason why he asked Wang Mingyuan and Guy Joyo if they were immemorial royal families. It is because the ancient race basically has the characteristics of various beasts. The more powerful the person, the closer it is to the human form, and the most powerful royal family is basically no different from the human race. During the period of time when the holy prince sealed himself, the entire Beidou was still dominated by the immemorial race. The human race is only a small part, not too much between heaven and earth. That's why he asked. And before he could get the answer, he saw the void in front of him suddenly fluctuate, like a portal being opened. Then Wei Yi and Yi Fan walked out of one of them. The holy prince's body couldn't help but tremble. Others may not recognize what this is, but as the son of the holy emperor of fighting, he still has a wide range of knowledge. He could see that this was a peerless saint who directly tore through the space and came out of it. Now he is absolutely unbeatable in the face of such a character. There's nothing else to let you come here. Wang Mingyuan is very gentle. Prince Sheng has just entered the realm of Sendai at this stage, and his strength is not too strong. Of course, in my young life, I can already be regarded as the top, but it's still not enough to see here. After all, there is an alternative enlightenment here, a peerless figure who basically stepped into the realm of the great sage with half a foot. I just came here to ask some things about the immemorial period, mainly about your father's later years. Yi Fan was puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted to ask about the immortal emperor? What does it have to do with his father? Could it be that his father was an immortal emperor, and the immortal
immortal emperor was not a phoenix?
Wang Mingyuan smiled and said nothing, and when the holy prince heard such a conversation, his body suddenly trembled, and the golden light in his eyes flickered and flickered.
You know my father, and you know the immortal emperor. Who are you?
He walked here with his head up like a human, and although he was a monkey, he strutted with his head held high, showing extraordinary courage. Even though the few people in front of him were all well-versed figures, he still did not show a humble posture. Just a little bit of inquiry, I told a story, but these people don't believe it, so I'll check it out with you.
Sensing that there didn't seem to be much danger here, the holy prince looked left and right, and nodded and said, You ask? But I have a request. No matter what you ask, I know everything. I just hope you can save my aunt. He pointed to the woman sealed in the divine source behind him. Gai Joyo glanced at it, and immediately couldn't help but glance at Wang Mingyuan again. With the power of covering the 9 nethers to the heavens and the earth, it was clear at a glance that the divine source was not a person, but an immemorial creature. It was a real royal family, and it was the divine silkworm clan he wanted to study before. The cultivation of the characters sealed in this divine source is also not bad, very terrifying, and they can be regarded as strong in the realm of the same king. It was only that before being sealed into the divine source, it suffered extremely serious injuries. It should be that there was a great sage-level figure who was separated from a great distance, and a spear pierced this one, putting him in a dying situation. If it weren't for the racial specialty, I am afraid that this divine silkworm would have died long ago. Gai Joyo thought of this, and glanced at the war spear in the hand of the holy prince. If there was no top divine medicine before, Gai Joyo would not be sure to save this one. But just now, Wang Mingyuan taught him the true phoenix treasure technique. He already had a deep understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique. This is a supreme secret technique that is even higher than the secret of the word secret, and it was only a very short time of understanding just now, and he had a deeper understanding of his injuries. His injuries have been suppressed, and he is even improving step by step, and his condition is constantly improving. Now it has re-entered the quasi-imperial realm, and is even climbing upwards. The ultimate secret technique such as the true phoenix treasure technique can completely lock up one's own state in chi and blood, and only the moment when it is about to sit down will it show the appearance of aging. Gai Joyo has only been getting this treasure technique for a short time, and he still has the wound of the great Tao on his body, so he still shows an old appearance and has not regained his youthful state. When he masters it further, he will become younger and younger. I'll save her, but I do want to ask you a few questions. It is the opening of the 9 underworlds. Who are you? Holy Prince, son of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Prince was very honest and answered directly, without beating around the bush. Gai Joyo was nothing, and Wei Yi's pupils couldn't help but dilate slightly. He couldn't help but think of the dark turmoil 200 years later that Wang Mingyuan had said before. At that time, the most absolute Tianjia would gush out, and he hadn't felt anything before. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he saw a descendant of an emperor, and he was a direct descendant. Gai Joyo was well informed, and when he saw the posture of the Holy Prince, and then compared the current combat effectiveness of the Holy Prince, he had some guesses in his heart. In this realm, the Holy Prince is not inferior to the level of the young emperor. It can even be said that the Holy Prince in this state is a little stronger than his father in the same realm and state. Green is better than blue, that's how it is. After all, there would be no ancient emperor as a father in the childhood of the Holy Emperor of Fighting. The resources he enjoyed were the best in the world, definitely better than any ancient emperor and great emperor in the same realm. Therefore, in the lower realm, they will even be better than the young emperor and the ancient emperor. Then do you know about the immortal emperor? The Holy Prince shook his head honestly. I am not very old. I was sealed by my father when I was very young, and I don't know much about the immortal emperor. I only know that he is respected among the immemorial races. My father respected him in his early years, but in his later years he smashed all the immortal emperor's dojos and altars. At that time, many people under my father's name were puzzled, and when they came to ask, I had the impression that I was completely sealed after that time. The Holy Prince is quite honest. He says whatever he wants, and he can't see the appearance of fighting the heavens and the earth at all. Of course, this is also because several people at the scene are terrifying, beyond his understanding. Even the old man in front of him made him feel like he was seeing his father again. Even if he tried his best to restrain his momentum, standing in front of him, people still couldn't help but tremble. It is caused by the huge gap in the nature of life. Gai Joyo glanced at Wei Yi, and both of them could see surprise in their eyes. What Wang Mingyuan said was really not a fabrication, but completely true, and there were indeed so many changes in the later years of the Holy Emperor. Gai Joyo couldn't help but think of the peculiar place next to the Qishir mansion in Zhengzhou. Wang Mingyuan said that there are also traces left by the immortal emperor's actions. Of course, the one with the most traces should be Zishan, which is not far from here. The beginningless emperor once confronted the immortal emperor, and there should be many relevant records. It turned out that Joyo's gaze was deep, and Wang Mingyuan was very calm at this stage, pointing to the Black Emperor in Mount Meru in the Western Desert. Of course, he also pointed to the piece of divine source behind the Holy Prince. He is too young and may not know much about what happened back then, and the one behind him should know better. And where
the Western Desert is, there is also a fighting holy ape, which is the younger brother of the fighting Victory Emperor. He is still alive there, and he should have more say in the situation back then, and if he wants to know, he can ask. For this point, Wang Mingyuan was quite calm. What he said was true, without adding fuel or vinegar. What the immortal emperor did may be relatively normal for him. After all, it is to live and transform. Compared to the Dark Supreme, what the immortal emperor did seemed to be not so excessive. But this person who has been sneaking up on the road to immortality for a long time is able to go far on the road to immortality, and they are all figures who are expected to achieve the Red Dust Immortal. If he succeeds every time, that's fine, as long as he misses once or twice in the long years, his enemies will be unimaginably many, and the strong will be terrifying. Unfortunately, he missed many times. Since he practiced with others, it was fair for others to settle accounts with him after they came back to life. The Holy Prince honestly told everything he knew, but he was indeed a child. Even if he was now with a fierce force, he could kill the elder-level figures in the Sendai realm. But he is indeed not very old now, and he really doesn't know much about the past. Therefore, he replied like this, and Gai Joyo didn't ask in too much detail. He couldn't say anything. Gai Joyo just motioned for him to bring the princess of the divine Silkworm Ridge to his side. The Holy Prince was immediately overjoyed. It didn't last long, and there were two amazing movements, but the avenues between heaven and earth appeared one after another, hanging here. The chains one after another were built into a phoenix with wings spread high, and then it was immersed in the body of the divine Silkworm Ridge princess. The original injuries that ran through his chest healed little by little in the process. The vitality that was originally silent and almost extinguished in the body was growing little by little. Of course, there is no way to see it with the naked eye of mortals, but it can be felt in the special sixth senses of practitioners. It seems that there is a grass in the ground that has survived the winter. At first, its fire of life was like swaying in a gust of wind, which could be extinguished at any time. But when the cold winter passes, it grows little by little, pushing up the boulders above its head. Then it developed rapidly and grew into a towering ancient tree. The vigor of vitality and the majesty of chi and blood make people look sideways. In this process, the chi and blood in the body of the divine Silkworm Princess of the divine Silkworm Ridge were also recovering independently, and an extremely powerful origin was revealed. The terrifying and vigorous life force grew in her body, and finally it was immersed in her soul. Let this person's soul gradually recover. As for the boundless great sage-level murderous intent remaining in his body, like the snow under the sun, it easily dissipated, leaving no trace at all. Gai Joyo didn't make any moves, and the so-called murderous intent disappeared without a trace. Then in the expectant and surprised eyes of the Holy Prince, the woman in front of her slowly opened her eyes. Although he recovered from his serious injuries in dying, he was obviously not unaware of the outside world. In the face of Gai Joyo, she still practiced the etiquette of ancient times. At the same time, when he felt the majestic vastness in Gai Joyo's body, like the power of a big universe, he was also shocked. There was even a blank feeling in her mind, and she had a feeling that she had seen the Holy Emperor of Fighting again. No, it's different. He is older than that one, and his temperament is also different, although he also makes people unable to resist at all. But one is fighting the heavens and the earth, and the other is implicit and restrained. Princess Divine Silkworm made a judgment in her heart. But after Gai Joyo stared at her for a long time, he shook his head. I thought it was so exciting that it would allow you to make another round of changes on the basis of the original, but didn't you think it was still not enough? 9 changes of the Divine Silkworm. He muttered to himself, but the expression of the Silkworm Princess changed. I never thought that this most supreme quasi-emperor level figure of our time would actually gain insight into her race in such a short period of time, and even took the initiative to push her to make a new Divine Silkworm change just now. No wonder she felt that the origin in her body was changing just now, and there was a faint feeling that she was about to transform. It's a pity that the accumulation over the years has not been enough, and a lot is still lacking. Thank you seniors for their help. She was surprised and shocked, but she still thanked her again and again. Even the fighting Holy Emperor did not allow their race to transform independently to achieve the next step, especially now that she has reached the realm of the Saint King. If she undergoes another round of transformation, she can be called a top powerhouse even in the immemorial era. No problem. I'm also trying to practice my guesses and helping me. Gai Joyo shook his head indifferently, and then asked in detail, this Saint King level figure who also lived in the last years of ancient times and lived for many years. I don't know much about what happened back then. It is precisely because in the face of Gai Joyo's words is the same as that of the Holy Prince. Of course, the Holy Prince really doesn't understand, but she is modest. In his later years, the Holy Emperor of Fighting suddenly destroyed all the Taoist systems of the Immortal Emperor, and even destroyed all the divine cards. This caused a huge wave in the immemorial world, and countless immemorial races were dissatisfied. When the Holy Emperor was alive, there was nothing to do, but the Holy Emperor tried to turn into a battle immortal in his later years. After the failure, the world changed drastically, and the entire immemorial was also chaotic. A huge number of top powerhouses began to rebel, and even the biggest opponents in the early years of the Holy Emperor were invited out. This one told in detail what happened at the end of ancient times, and described all kinds of changes.
Why did the Holy Emperor suddenly destroy everything about the immortal emperor in his later years?
Why he hated the immortal emperor so much in his later years is still a mystery in the minds of the ancient race. Because the Holy Emperor of Fighting can be said to be the last emperor of ancient times, and he has been called desolate since then.
The era of the great emperor began. Starting with Emperor Fushi, it reproduces and transforms all the way. Since you don't know, then go back first.
Gai Joyo motioned for the Holy Prince with a vigilant face and this divine silkworm princess to leave. Wang Mingyuan thought for a while, but let them stay for the time being. Since the seniors want to understand the longevity method, the divine silkworm Ridge clan can learn from it. Not to mention that the two of them should also be regarded as parties, and their grudge against the immortal emperor is estimated to never be washed away, unless one of them dies. The Holy Prince looked up in astonishment. For some reason, they actually had a grudge against the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is the supreme god among the ancient races, and he is still praised by countless people.
The power of faith is still converging.
And Princess Divine Silkworm recalled the question asked by Gai Joyo, but there was a faint guess in her heart, but this also made her feel terrified.
Could it be that the Holy Emperor of Fighting in his later years and the immortal emperor faced each other? As the two most top-notch emperors of the immemorial race, did they compete in their later years?
Princess Divine Silkworm couldn't help but look at the primordial ancient mind. A character like her already had a preliminary understanding of the primordial ancient mind. It's just that there are still endless doubts in my heart. She didn't know what kind of situation it was, but Wang Mingyuan didn't mean to explain it for the time being, so she said it directly. The great change at the end of the ancient era may have been that the immortal emperor attacked the Holy Emperor of Fighting, so it led to a huge change. The Holy Prince was stunned, and the Silkworm Princess's eyes widened.
Wang Mingyuan said directly, and in the area where Zhangzhou is located, there is also the imprint of the immortal emperor's action, and the emperor died there. It is also unknown in his later years. If you want to be more sure and be close to us.
Wang Mingyuan looked at Gai Joyo. Why don't you take us there together? It's not far from here, and there are clear records. Although it is not the immortal emperor, it can also be regarded as one of the clones of the immortal emperor, and you can take a look at the imprint left by the immortal emperor, as well as the traces left by his battle with the beginningless emperor.
Ha!
Gai Joyo thought for a moment and nodded.
What?
Then Wang Mingyuan said a location. Gai Joyo's heart moved, and Yifan's heart was also shaken. I didn't see that Gai Joyo had too many movements, but with a wave of his hand, the group present was already standing in front of the Black Mountains when they appeared again. The mountains looked dark and lightless from a distance, as if they could even absorb the light. But on one of the peaks, there was also a dark red trace, and I don't know how many years have passed and are still shining.
Here it is. Immortal Mountain? Princess Divine Silkworm was a little uncertain, and after looking at it for a while, the Black Emperor shook his head and said, "It's not the Immortal Mountain, this is the Holy Cliff."
It was a dojo of the Great Holy Body, and at his peak, he intercepted a mountain range from the Immortal Mountain with his supreme divine power and became his dojo. In his later years, an ominous event occurred here, when he was attacked and his blood dripped down the entire cliff. Even after countless years, the divine power contained in these blood still hasn't completely dissipated.
Speaking of this, the Black Emperor even had a feeling of nostalgia.
He came here back then, of course, not on his own, but after the beginningless emperor.
The beginningless emperor once offered condolences here. Did he do it?
Although Wang Mingyuan didn't introduce too much, several people who listened to him before had an answer in their hearts. As long as he is ominous in his later years and is attacked by someone, it seems that he did it.
You can find out along the way.
There are not only traces of the battle between the beginningless emperor and that figure here, but there are also secret treasures left by the heavenly court on the top of the mountain. It also has a certain reference meaning for us, so we can take a look. Before they reached the sacred cliff, there was already a dark, half-man-tall crow staring at them at the door.
The crow's blood-colored eyes were full of eerie and ominous aura, and its nest is even more terrifying, made of white bones and skulls piled up.
Gai Joyo just forgot that there was not much movement at a glance, and the black crow turned into a cloud of black gas and exploded out of thin air. The crow was not very strong, but Gai Joyo's eyes were faint, and he faintly had other feelings. The breath left by a supreme power. He is observing us. As soon as he entered, there was a surprise, and Gai Joyo was interested. He felt as if he had lived in vain all these years. He was obviously the most supreme powerhouse in the world, but he was not familiar with the many secrets between heaven and earth, and the top powerhouse active between this land of heaven and earth. He didn't know much about the immortal emperor and the emperor, and the other great emperors and ancient emperors had records of fighting these characters.
As a person who aspires to surpass the Qing emperor, how can he be so ignorant? If it doesn't work, you have to make up for it. The sacred cliff is a restricted area for the vast majority of people in the current Beidou. Even if you have reached the realm of the Saint King, it is extremely difficult to easily land on the holy cliff and see the body of the great holy body. You don't see the red dragon Daoist, a figure who is almost an immortal 3 slashes, and can only
climb halfway up the mountain, and then he has been trapped for thousands of years, almost trapped alive. In the original work, the old madman went to the top of the holy cliff at Yi Fan's request to find the complete ancestral inheritance, that is, the secret of the line. At that time, the old madman should be in the realm of the Saint King. As a result, I wanted to climb the mountain, but I encountered difficulties several times without a map, and I almost got stuck. Later, through the complete map in the hands of the Black Emperor, he walked all the way to the top of the holy cliff and saw the body of the great Chung holy body. At the same time, he got the inheritance left by the heavenly court. Of course, this heavenly court is not the heavenly court. It is not the heavenly court left by the emperor of the mythical era. It was one of the later killer dynasties. The three top killer dynasties are in heaven, hell, and the world. They claim that everything can be killed, and there is no one they dare not kill. When the heavenly court collapsed in the greatest crisis, the Lord of Heaven fled into the holy cliff and then was strangled to death by the body of the great holy body on the top of the holy cliff. Led by Gai Joyo, the process of climbing the mountain was a bit lackluster. Nothing can stand in the way of covering Joyo. When encountering all kinds of ghosts, Gai Joyo is an understatement. If you don't see how to make a move, it will disappear. In this process, Wang Mingyuan can calmly tell the history of the birth of the holy cliff as well as the inheritance left on the holy cliff. He dialed all kinds of sources one by one, and a group of people were quite curious. Even the Black Emperor couldn't stop looking at Wang Mingyuan with his eyes, curious about Wang Mingyuan's identity and origin. Even as a dog raised by the beginningless emperor, he didn't know so much. Wang Mingyuan was very indifferent, he was very flexible, and he had long wanted to find someone to talk about these things, but there were no top masters around him, and he always felt unsafe, and he couldn't say anything at all. Even if the Zhang family has the God King Zhang Taishu, he can't say directly about many of his secrets, because the God King can't cover him. Only by Gai Joyo's side can he rarely find a sense of security. Gai Joyo participated in the progress of the true Phoenix treasure technique, and Wang Mingyuan was also able to master it all the time. One is that he is currently the farthest on this road, and he can clearly sense the various changes in Gai Joyo's body. The other is that Gai Joyo has no intention of deliberately hiding it and will take the initiative to ask Wang Mingyuan when he encounters puzzles and problems. Judging from the conversation, he no longer asked Wang Mingyuan to call him a senior, but to associate with each other as Taoist friends. Wang Mingyuan was able to grasp the long-term worry, and now he has grasped the qi and blood in his body little by little, and even the injury of the great Tao has been suppressed by him. It's just that recovery has not yet begun. There are two reasons for this. One is that Gai Joyo has not yet had a deep understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique. There is no way to live a second life immediately. The other is because Gai Joyo already has a new understanding of his physical condition at this moment. He was giving birth to the immortal essence in his body, but it also took time. Both restricted Gai Joyo at the same time, making it impossible for Gai Joyo to immediately transform on the original basis. But his condition is getting better and better, and his strength is becoming more and more terrifying, and he is gradually regaining his strength from 8,000 years ago. Well, although Gai Joyo lived for 9,000 years, his true peak was 8,000 years ago. In 1,000 years, he has reached a height that no one else can reach in his lifetime. Of course, his life has become very dramatic because of this. It's basically ups and downs. In the first millennium, it was always a high-spirited line, and it could even be said to be close to a straight line, but then it kept falling. It wasn't until 9,000 years later that he had a brief highlight moment, with the help of fairy fire, return to the top, and then die with a dark supreme. Now that I have met Wang Mingyuan, this is finally being reversed. Wang Mingyuan noticed that Gai Joyo's current state had been locked and was picking up. The wound of the great Tao is unsolvable to others, but not necessarily for the Phoenix. Phoenix Nirvana can change this, and even if there is enough qi and blood, this can be reversed just by using qi and blood to heal wounds. What Gai Joyo is doing now is trying to recover with the true Phoenix treasure technique alone when the qi and blood are not strong. In the midst of the chat, some people had already climbed halfway up the mountain, and when they looked from the side, a golden list was pasted on the mountain, golden, and endlessly gorgeous. The majesty of the extreme Tao imperial soldiers permeated the heavens and the earth, making the holy prince and the divine silkworm princess in awe. Neither of them knew this extreme imperial soldier, but it didn't prevent them from being in awe. The Black Emperor looked at this list and sighed. It is a list of gods, a weapon refined by the emperor. The beginningless emperor once heard that there were immortals between heaven and earth, so he refined a list of gods, wanting to see if he could seal an immortal. I didn't expect this list to be posted here, and I don't know what kind of demon there is in this mountain. Gai Joyo stared at the list and stared for a long time. He felt a peerless figure as powerful as the Qing Emperor. However, this extremely powerful figure has not been recorded too much in the entire ancient history, and it is very mysterious. He didn't even leave a related Taoist tradition with this emperor. Obviously he was very close to today's era. And Wang Mingyuan looked at the list and introduced softly, throughout the ages, no one knows who has higher combat power and who is lower between the great emperor and the ancient emperor Tianzuan. No one knows knows and no one can judge specifically. After all, it is a consensus that the emperor does not see each other, except for the mythological age, which is contrary to common sense. This is the case in other eras. In such a situation, the ruthless emperor can be called the first in ancient and modern emperors, which is indisputable. As soon as these words came out, the Holy Prince and the Divine Silkworm Princess were curious. They have been sealed since ancient times, and they don't know much about the information of this era. Yi Fan was curious, and he didn't know much.
The Black Emperor, Wei Yi, and Gai Jiuyo nodded. None of them have any objection to this.
Not only because the ruthless emperor was not suitable for practice at all, but he did not even set foot on the path of cultivation but deft the heavens and became emperor, creating the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. If you just do this step, it can be called a miracle, which is amazing, but it is not the first in ancient and modern times. But the period of the ruthless emperor seemed to be very special, and there were many people who needed to be confronted. He not only opened up a path for all practitioners to practice the heaven-swallowing demon technique, at the same time, she has also created countless unique skills in forbidden chapters. The mythological era is the most brilliant, and the greatest legacy left to the world is the 9 secrets, that is, the 9 most universal taboo chapter methods. It is the most powerful masterpiece recorded in the last of the great emperor's scriptures, and each great emperor often only leaves one. It is their lifelong understanding of the Tao. They are invincible on this road. But the 9 secrets are the 9 ancient heavenly venerables, and what remains are the 9 ancient heavenly venerables, each of whom has the highest method. The ruthless emperor alone created a method that could target the 9 secrets. There were 9 kinds, and this is the limit of the 9 heavenly venerables in the mythological age, but it is not the limit of the ruthless emperor. She is always able to create all kinds of divine skills in her hands, and each of them is not inferior to the forbidden masterpiece.
Each one is powerful.
Although the name of the ruthless emperor and the corresponding past are mostly fog and not very praised, but the surviving methods still spread between heaven and earth, giving people the greatest shock. The first place in ancient and modern talents was not boasted by the ruthless emperor, but the evaluation made by the great emperors of the successors after understanding the situation of the ruthless emperor. Even if the characters of the same level understand the secret methods and inheritances left by the ruthless emperor, they can only sigh and feel ashamed of themselves.
The first place in talent is not worth it.
But there is another first in all ages, that is, the first in talent. This was imprinted on the body of the beginningless emperor. Although it does not spread between heaven and earth, the mother of the beginningless emperor and his father know about the situation of the beginningless emperor's first talent. This is a peerless talent like a chaotic body, and he is born a saint.
Just being born can suck out all the essence on an ancient star of life.
In the case of the great emperor, they can all preach the Tao and become emperor, and achieve invincibility.
The rise of the ruthless emperor is the rise of wastewood. The beginningless emperor is a genius who is arrogant and proud, pushing all the way and invincible.
In the era of many great emperors, they often face a terrible challenge, that is, dark turmoil. But there is a special period, but it is dark turmoil, and it is actively avoided.
During the active period of the beginningless emperor, the forbidden area was actively hidden, not daring to reveal any traces, and hiding in the universe.
This alone can prove the gold content of the beginningless emperor.
Is it so powerful? It turns out that the emperor's realm is indeed hierarchical.
When Gai Jiuyo heard Wang Mingyuan explain a little bit of the beginningless emperor's past, he couldn't help but nod seriously, feeling the strength of this great emperor. In terms of physique alone, it can be compared with the legendary chaos body, how special it is. At the same time, if you practice, you will also break one record after another, which can be described as the shortest time to become an emperor. And the beginningless emperor also has a terrible legend, or a terrible fact, in the eternal star field. Before he became a Taoist, he smashed the extreme Tao emperor's soldiers with his bare hands. It was not that he was barehanded when he was not enlightened, but that he broke it with his bare hands. Before becoming enlightened, he could harden the extreme Tao emperor's soldiers without being harmed, which showed that his physical strength probably reached the level of the great emperor. This is an extremely powerful figure in the desolate ancient holy body, and among the heavenly overlord body, the stage where the chi and blood are at their peak and in the best state can be done. But breaking it with bare hands, no few people have been able to do it throughout the ages. Perhaps only the beginningless emperor is recorded in history.
The Black Emperor and Yurong held their heads high.
Gai Jiuyo, on the other hand, led a group of people upwards, stepped up the mountain, and went straight to the top of the mountain. This is the most core area, and when you step over, you can find that although this mountain peak is black, it is covered by boundless blood, and the entire mountain is dyed.
A huge sarcophagus lays across it. The coffin was 100 feet long, like a coffin for ancient giants. Extremely generous. But after coming up, the Black Emperor stared at the coffin. He was a little drooling at first, and after a while, he began to be suspicious. What's going on with this coffin? Has no one taken care of mold for a long time?
There were layers of green spots above the huge coffin, and the Black Emperor glanced at it, suspicious there. The golden light in the Holy Prince's eyes was uncertain, and after looking at it for a while, he was a little little creepy. It's not mold, it's green hair, and there seems to be some kind of strange and terrifying change happening here. Although he was a little illiterate in the immortal cultivation world, Wang Mingyuan had already explained it to them during the process of mountaineering. The Holy Prince already had a concept of the existence in the coffin. It was a peerless figure not inferior to the ancient emperor, and his body was in that coffin. The body of the ancient king will not decay for 10,000 years, and there will definitely be no problems in this situation. Could it be that he has undergone corpse transformation? He has a hairy feeling. The physical body of the ancient emperor can only be competed with by the ancient emperor, and others can't do it at all. If this terrifying being is really a corpse psychic and something has happened, then all of them will be in danger. Gai Joyo didn't panic. He listened to this coffin, and couldn't help but look at the golden light flashing god list on the side of the mountain, and finally stared at the mountain peak under his feet, a little distracted. He already saw a little bit of what was going on. The list of gods seals an unimaginable peerless figure here. After a long time, this peerless character has a wisp of breath flowing out. He had no way to get rid of this kind of seal, nor could he mobilize too much power. At most he would only change the body of the great holy body in the coffin. Gai Joyo's eyes were like lightning, and the light in his eyes was simply brighter than the sun, and he was really excited.
Wang Mingyuan's statement was once again verified.
The beginningless emperor really left a backhand. If what Wang Mingyuan said was not a problem, then some of the peaks in this mountain were the clones of the enemy of the beginningless emperor, and they were one of the clones belonging to the immortal emperor. In his later years, the great Chung holy body suddenly encountered ominous signs and was attacked by someone, and it was very likely that this person did it. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. At the same time, there is also a terrifying feeling. No matter how much the great holy body reaches its later years, it is still the great holy body, and it is a peerless figure who can compete with the great emperor. Even if Gai Joyo was arrogant, he could be sure that such a peerless figure should be similar to his current state.
It may even be better than his current state.
After all, the great Chung holy body did not suffer the injuries of the great Tao in its early years, and its physical body was no worse than that of the great emperor. Although he had attained enlightenment in an alternative way and possessed the laws of the imperial way, he was one section worse than the physical body of the great Chung holy body, plus his great road injury. In terms of state alone, the holy body of great achievement should be better than him in his later years. After all, he is also in his old age now.
Gai Joyo became vigilant. Wang Mingyuan was also a little nervous, but Gai Joyo was by his side, and he didn't have much pressure.
After all, one of the clones of the immortal emperor, the immortal Taoist, had been completely suppressed and sealed in this mountain peak, and he couldn't make much waves. Even if a trace of power leaked out, it would enter the body of the Lord's great Chung holy body at most. The slightest movement of the body of the great Chung holy body would trigger the alertness of the function list and suppress him again.
This little bit of power will not be much of a crisis for Gai Joyo.
Wang Mingyuan stood on the top of the mountain at this time and did not look inside the coffin first, but looked back at the bottom of the mountain. From time to time, there are always clumps of fog blowing down the mountain, and there is still no way to see it completely. In the fog, one after another, zombie-like figures dressed in ancient costumes stood there, eerie. Wang Mingyuan didn't remember before, but when he remembered it at this time, his eyes couldn't help but light up. In the original work, even the old madman who reached the realm of the Saint King encountered opponents during the process of climbing the mountain and was hindered many times in a row. Every time they stood in the way, there were masters in desperate situations, and even the Dark Supreme who had been killed by the Void Emperor but broke an arm. Then the arm that fell into this mountain peak was psychic, showing extremely terrifying strength. For others, these things are peerless and terrifying items, very scary, and can make saints bleed here.
It can only be said that the peak from the immortal mountain is full of mystery and horror. But for Wang Mingyuan, this is a huge treasure. He couldn't help but think of digging graves everywhere in the Qinling mountains of Zhengzhou, and then finding ancient corpses and swallowing Huayanfei, who was originally used for practice in the corpses. This person has a relatively simple and kind personality, and he doesn't want to practice the so-called heaven-swallowing demon skill at all. In desperation, he did not practice with living people, but worked hard to find the place where there were cemeteries everywhere, and practiced with the help of corpses in the cemetery. It doesn't make sense. The corpses of the Qinling mountains in Zhengzhou can be used for practice, but the corpses in this area can't.
In terms of quality, the gold content of the body in this sacred cliff is quite high, and the quality is also first class. Those who almost reached the level of saints, and those who were more fierce even had something to do with the Dark Supreme. Under such circumstances, if a few bodies can be used to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill, it will definitely make the person who masters the heaven-swallowing demon skill improve by leaps and bounds. The ruthless emperor may not be able to have such treatment, and soon after embarking on the path of cultivation, he practiced with the origin of the saint level. With such an idea in mind, Wang Mingyuan decided to wait until he went down the mountain and asked Gai Joyo to help catch one or two ancient corpses left over from ancient times down the mountain. After all, this is not only helping Wang Mingyuan, but also helping Gai Joyo.
Gai Joyo now wants to fade away from the old origin and let the new origin grow in the body.
In terms of understanding the origin, the heaven-swallowing demon gong can be described as the first in the world.
After all, I have eaten all kinds of flavors.
Being able to watch the practice of the heaven-swallowing demon gong up close and understand the operation laws of the heaven-swallowing demon gong should also have certain reference value for Guy Joyo. Thinking about this in his heart, the huge coffin in front of him had been opened at this time.
A huge corpse and a body similar to a normal human form lay in the coffin.
It's just that what makes people feel numb on their scalps is the huge body in the coffin, which is covered with green hair. Even if he lost an unknown number of years, the breath he exuded still made the people present feel cold and terrifying. Yi Fan looked at the body, then couldn't help but glance at the Black Emperor again, then at Wang Mingyuan, and finally pointed at himself.
This is the future me. The blood of the future self can give birth to life and death, human flesh and bones. Can you come back to life? A mouthful of blood directly turns people into zombies, and then comes back to life? He felt uneasy and chilled. The Black Emperor took a step back, protecting Guy Joyo in front of him, and only then did he explain in a low voice. After the great completion of the Eucharist, it seems that there will be some kind of strange trouble, and there will be ominous events. At its peak, the chi and blood were at their peak. Of course, they could suppress all the weirdness and ominousness. But in his later years, it seems that all kinds of strange things will happen, which are very terrifying and weird. I once heard the Emperor tell that all this seemed to be related to the underworld. The Emperor once went deep into the underworld to solve this problem, but only partially solved it. The curse is a little weaker than it was back then, but it is still very terrifying. The underworld later took the initiative to escape from the world and chose to disappear between the universes, and no one could find its location. Even if the Emperor took a long time to look for it, he couldn't find it.
The Black Emperor didn't say it completely clearly, but Wang Mingyuan already understood what the Black Emperor meant. The invincibility of the 9 great holy bodies in heaven and earth suppressed an era, allowing the human race to continue its long glory. Once there is a problem between the Great Emperor and the Great Emperor, a great holy body will be born to help suppress that period and make it impossible for dark turmoil to break out. If it was just 1 or 2, it would be fine, but such glory seemed endless, and 9 appeared one after another. If it is not interfered with, it seems that it will continue forever, and no one can stand it.
The main reason is that the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area can't stand it.
Wang Mingyuan originally thought that the means against the Holy Communion were after the 9 great Holy Communions, but from now on, perhaps it has begun to be targeted after 1 or 2 of the Eucharists appeared.
Because if you think about it carefully, you can find it.
The persecution of the Eucharist of the archaic has been around for a long time. The most clearly recorded is the great holy body in front of him, who encountered a sneak attack on the blood-fighting Holy Cliff in his later years. There are not many other records, but the rest are more symbolic. That is the companion of the Western Empress Mother, the father of the beginningless emperor, the one who has attained the holy body. In the original work, it is recorded that the great holy body did not encounter ominous signs in his later years, but encountered an invasion curse at his peak, which was extremely terrifying. Even after the Empress Dowager of the West became the great emperor, there was no way to solve that kind of curse. In the end, the Empress Mother of the West and the holy body of Deshang were buried together, just because they were buried under the Yaoqi, so that the former Yaoqi old place underwent strange and unpredictable changes, which was terrifying. Therefore, the curse and persecution against the ancient holy body should have been going on all the time.
In this regard, the underworld should have been at the forefront of everyone and gone far.
The Dark Supreme should have been unable to bear the Holy Communion coming out one after another very early. It's just that in the early stage, this group of Dark Supremes, or powerful beings in the underworld, maybe one is that he doesn't know enough about the ancient holy body, so he didn't target it in advance, and waited until after the completion of the ancient holy body. There were many battles and peak disputes between each other, and after understanding enough, they began to constantly target the desolate ancient holy body that had been completed. In this regard, the husband of the Western Empress Mother, the father of the beginningless emperor, should be the one they have studied the most, achieved the most results, and then practiced it themselves. Of course, they have been more successful in this regard than ever before, but the retaliation he received later was also first class. The beginningless emperor chased the underworld to heaven and had no way to enter the earth. After this, the Dark Supreme and the underworld in the Forbidden Area should also have a new strategy.
They directly engraved the rules against the ancient holy body into the heavens and the earth.
When the holy body broke through from the Tao Palace realm to the 4th level, they ushered in terrible tribulations, so that once they reached the 4-pole realm, they would encounter the great sage-level calamity.
This is directly incomprehensible, so that a holy body in the post-desolate era cannot be completed.
After all, under their encirclement and interception, the perfect inheritance of the holy body had been cut off, and there was no living holy body at that time. The only one who was alive was also in a state of curse and had been in the ancient Forbidden Land, and without the guidance of his predecessors, the desolate ancient holy body had no way to get the means to recultivate the 5 secret realms when cultivating to the peak, and then truly become invincible in the world. The other is the curse that no one can get rid of after entering the four-pole realm without the guidance and protection of their predecessors. After the weakening of heaven and earth, even the power of the immortal platform realm can be called the top, and the saints cannot see it. If you want to help the holy body survive this calamity, even the human race is powerless. Moreover, if the holy body breaks through to the four-pole realm, there will be a terrible disaster, which is a secret to the human race. The vast majority of characters don't know, and Beidou once tried to cultivate a holy body in this post-desolate era. But at that time, heaven and earth were in decline and unprepared. In the end, it still ushered in failure, and even made them think that the later environment of heaven and earth was no longer suitable for the practice of the Eucharist, and the Eucharist was cursed by heaven and earth. In this era, even the most powerful heritage of the desolate Holy Land and family may not necessarily have the realm of the great sage. Even if there were, they would not be willing to let them break the seal for a potentially successful holy body and change the fate of the holy body. After all, even if the curse at this stage is broken, the holy body may not be able to grow to Dashang all the way. There are too many crises in the middle. Not to mention that in such an era, most of the characters in the Sendai realm became holy lords. I see. Even if there are clear classic records in the family. But just like ants cannot imagine elephants, it is difficult to imagine the state of the great body of the immortal second realm. They call the shots and make decisions for the entire family. It is also impossible to dispatch the great sage-level heritage for a holy body that has reached the fourth level of the realm, and they, and even the entire family, will not agree. So this is basically a dead end. Thinking about this, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. The news circulating in Beidou now is that the ancient holy body is the first physique of the human race, and the 9 holy bodies are invincible in heaven and earth. But in fact, in the vanishing past, just through the words recorded in history, just through the records of the scales and half-claws, we can imagine how many tribulations the invincible ancient holy body of the 9 heavens and earth has experienced. How many terrible fights have there been? In front of him was a blood-soaked Dashang holy body, and in the Yaoqi Old Land, there was a Dashang holy body that was cursed to die. And in the desolate Forbidden Land, there was also a Dashang holy body that was cursed, muddled, unconscious most of the time, and covered with golden hair. If it weren't for the protection and maintenance of the ruthless emperor, this great Chung holy body would probably have died of curses in his later years. The 9 holy bodies that are invincible in heaven and on earth, just these 3 recorded ends, the end is not so satisfactory. This has accounted for 1/3. And during the period when the great Chung holy body first rose, the battle should have been more intense and terrifying. There are no records about them, only the information of the invincibility of the 9 holy bodies. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but be silent. He couldn't help but think of the divine thought of the Mars holy body, one of the 9 holy bodies that were likely to come to the Beidou cultivation realm with them. Perhaps among the 9 great holy bodies, he was the only one who died a good death, and the most powerful one. Because only this one is clearly recognized and not inferior to the emperor. Because after the revival of the gods, the power shown in an instant was not inferior to that of the ancient emperors and emperors. Even daring to walk into the primordial ancient mine, he wanted to take a dark supreme with him in the moment. In such a short moment, in the primordial ancient mine, many dark supremes admitted that this one had the combat effectiveness of the ancient emperor. And this Martian holy body is also the only one recorded to have a good death and has a godly mind. Because this person did not die in battle in his later years, but walked in the universe with mood and kung fu, and in the end he may be buried on Mars, which should be transformed. Only this one is the most complete and special. It is the heavenly court that was once the lord of the heavenly court. This should be a great sage-level figure, and he was actually strangled to death in the coffin like this. The Black Emperor had already recognized the identity of the person inside the coffin. At the same time, I saw the figure holding a scepter in his hand and a piece of animal skin paper. Although it felt very terrifying, at this time, you couldn't help but use his big claws to get it. It can only be said that this dog is greedy for money to the point of not being afraid of death. And Gai Joyo was more indifferent, spitting out divine light in his eyes. Then when everyone was surprised, he actually performed the forbidden chapter of his scriptures directly here. The melodious sound of the piano spreads between heaven and earth, and the sound of the piano seems to be in harmony with heaven and earth. There was no abnormality at all, but at this moment there was an invisible fluctuation. The green hair above the sarcophagus fell in patches, then turned into black ashes, and melted into light smoke when blew away. This power that could make the heavens and the earth collapse fell in this area, but it could only destroy the green hair on the body of the great Chung holy body. Wang Mingyuan can see more from this. The power of the tribulation immortal song is endless, and there are even imperial laws that are permeating. But this is not aimed at the great holy body, but inside the great holy body, the terrifying figure who enters his body. That is, the immortal Taoist. There was no violent collision in the whole process, and there was a silent flash of light. The body of the great Chung holy body that was originally lying in the coffin suddenly stood up, and there was a green light gushing out in his eyes. The big slap was directly slapped, and before the terrifying power was dropped, the ripples in the tribulation fairy fairy song were shattered. The invisible and shadowless power permeated this heaven and earth, and the black mountains collapsed. This is also thanks to the mountain peak cut off from the immortal mountain. If it falls on the outside world, it can even make the Big Dipper ancient star tremble and then collapse. Wang Mingyuan watched this scene quietly, and in this instant, many rules flowed and collided between the sky, showing an incomparably dazzling light. Many of the most fundamental laws between heaven and earth are displayed in this process. He looked at it from the perspective of the original true solution, and had a different understanding in his heart to analyze it. He had a new and profound understanding of this side, a perfect world that had been reassembled after the destruction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There are actually people like you in this world. The horror and evil in the body of the great holy body that entered the Lord all spoke at this time. The green light in the eyes of the great Chung holy body flickered, and in the process, it was injured and actually collapsed little by little. However, he also had earth-shattering power, even if he was just a wisp of power leaking out of the seal. In the body of the great holy body, with the help of this body, he was able to have the means to be harmless. Boundless chi and blood flowed in this body, and the vast chi and blood flooded the entire sky. At this moment, Wei Yi even doubted that the great holy body had fully revived, because it was too powerful. Even if he was already standing on the threshold of the great sage realm, he could take that step at any time. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a great sage, but in the face of that chi and blood, he was like a flatboat in the ocean, which could capsize at any time. Just the operation of chi and blood is like the ocean vibrating and roaring towards the galaxy. Boundless endless blood boiled, and Wei Yi recognized this supreme means. This should be the secret of the word of the 9 secrets, and the supreme being mobilizes such means to regulate chi and blood and restore itself. The green light in his eyes became extremely vigorous in an instant. Gai Jodo's gaze also showed a solemn look, and the chi and blood on his body also further erupted. But before the two beings made more moves, the function list that was originally posted halfway up the mountain suddenly flew up on its own. Its burst of endless light covered it with a bang. It was like a slap on the body of the great Chung holy body. Even the body of the great Chung holy body was slapped backwards by this blow, and he had strode out of the coffin and was slapped back by this slap. Even the lid of the coffin of the great holy communion flew up autonomously and covered it in the process. Emperor! The Black Emperor shouted, and he was about to chase the god list. There was incomparably excitement in his eyes, as if he was chasing the beginningless emperor. But after the god list did all this, it rotated in the air, and endless golden light sprinkled down. It didn't hesitate or stay at all, and returned to the top of that mountain. The Black Emperor was on the cliff, looking down at the golden god list, stunned. His soul seemed to have been sucked out of his body. And Wang Mingyuan didn't care so much. He walked to the sarcophagus, Gai Joyo nodded slightly, and the lid of the coffin opened again. The huge great Chung holy body was lying quietly in it, and another heavenly court master was also there. There were also clear fingerprints above his neck, and this person who was so powerful and suspected of reaching the level of a great sage was strangled to death here. Wang Mingyuan took a look, and first took off the heavenly court scepter and the animal skin in this hand. After thinking for a while, he tried to move the body of this great sage and prepare to take it away. It's just that when he reached out to get it, he found that he couldn't hold it at all. A saint can crush a mountain with a drop of blood, and a single hair can make the power cut into 2 pieces on the spot. After reaching such a state, it can already be comparable to the stars, and it is extremely heavy. The reason why it does not appear is only because it is in harmony with heaven and earth and reflects the great way. And a great sage, how heavy the specific body is, it is unimaginable. Fortunately, at the next moment, Wei reached out to explore the coffin and moved the body out. Looking at this peerless figure lying here in luxurious clothes and with immortal holy clothes on his body, he sighed. This should be the lord of the heavenly court after the collapse of the heavenly court. Back then, hell and the world leaked the location of the small world they had, so they were found by many holy places and families to join forces to attack and kill them. Hell and the world have played a big role in this. The inheritance of the heavenly court was divided into several branches, which were taken away by different characters and rushed to all sides. Among them, the best and most special inheritance is of course held by the Lord of Heaven. Everyone thought that he had hidden and dormant again, ready to make a comeback. I didn't expect him to die here quietly. As a person who has lived in the cultivation world for 6,000 years, Wei Yi may not be very familiar with the entire universe, but he still knows very well about the many situations of the Big Dipper. Looking at this figure is also a sigh. When he was alive, his strength was not inferior to his, but he was strangled to death by a corpse. All magical powers and means cannot be used. What are you doing with him? Wei Yi was a little curious, and Wang Mingyuan did not hide it and took the initiative to say, do an experiment. I can also be regarded as a ruthless Taoist master, and he is a ruthless saint, a forbidden area. Of course, we have the responsibility and obligation to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the ruthless line. Yi Fan's face was full of black lines, and his face was helpless and speechless. He just couldn't understand Wang Mingyuan's thoughts, and most of the time he was shocked, but sometimes he couldn't bear it when he was funny or joking. Forbidden area? The eyes eyes of the Holy Prince and the Divine Silkworm Princess fell on Yi Fan's body, which was a little strange. At the same time, there is also a feeling of enlightenment. Before, they felt that Yi Fan was mixed in this group of people and felt out of place.
See what kind of people are present.
In front of a quasi-emperor, it can even be said that he can look at ease in front of a figure who can almost be compared to the ancient emperor, and is a peerless figure who discusses with him, Wang Mingyuan. A peerless figure who has reached the threshold of the great sage and can even induce the great sage tribulation at any time. Even in the ancient period, during the period when the holy emperor of fighting was located, such a figure was the pinnacle of the side, and he could rule a star field.
A big black dog with no hair on its tail and is bald.
The cultivation is not surprising, but it can be understood from the previous conversation. This one is related to an ancient emperor, a peerless figure now called the Great Emperor, and is a pet raised by that peerless figure. The peerless emperor suppressed some kind of terrifying existence here, which has something to do with this black dog. As a same king and a descendant of the ancient emperor, Princess Divine Silkworm is not abrupt to blend into the crowd. Although the holy prince's cultivation strength is not strong, as the biological son of the fighting holy emperor, and the only heir, he is more gregarious here. The most abrupt is Yi Fan, and now that I heard that Yi Fan is a forbidden area, both of them nodded and thought it was reasonable.
A ruthless Taoist master?
The black emperor shivered and distanced himself from Wang Mingyuan without a trace, feeling a little uneasy.
He even opened up a distance from Yi Fan.
Gai Joyo didn't have anything. He looked at Yi Fan and then looked at Wang Mingyuan and said with a little doubt, "There is no trace of practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill on your body, nor is there any trace of the immortal heaven skill. Why are you a ruthless Taoist master?" As a peerless figure, he is not afraid of these. "Those who learn from me live, and those who are like me die. Throughout the ages, there has been no identical earth, nor has there been any identical ancient emperor. There is only one person on the same road, and no one can follow the same road to the top. As a ruthless lineage, it is certainly impossible for the true descendants to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill."
He explained with a smile, and then explained the situation of the ruthless branch, that is, the shaking light holy land and Hua Yunfei's side. He took the body of the Lord of Heaven aside, and did not hide his thoughts. 200 years is too short. Even the direct blood of the emperor wants to grow strong enough in this time, and then participate in the suppression of the dark turmoil. It is impossible and unrealistic. Therefore, we have to think about a special way to grow. Wang Mingyuan did not hide it, and even stared at the great Chung holy body in front of him. Heaven-swallowing demon gong and immortal heaven gong are not scriptures I want to practice, and I won't try them. But there are other ways to learn from it.
If the heaven-swallowing demon gong can swallow a strong enough source and make people grow to the peak in a short period of time, I don't mind giving it a try. The ruthless people are branching out, and there are people who practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven gong in the place where the light-shaking holy land is. I am going to give this body a try.
Taoist friends can actually observe it.
Regarding the update and replacement of the origin, and even the rebirth of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, there are quite a few things worth learning from.
Although so far, no one seems to have embarked on a complete path to immortality between heaven and earth. But throughout the ages, one after another, the heavenly venerable, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor have continued to try and move forward on the road to immortality, and the road they have stepped out of can already be regarded as a road to immortality. The ruthless emperor once gave birth to a divine fetus and the second demon fetus with the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, which is a well-known thing in the world. Although such a road is cruel and difficult for others to reproduce, it is also worth learning from. Maybe it also has a certain reference for Gai Daoyu.
Gai Joyo thought for a while, nodded, and was not too repulsive. I will let that one practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill in front of his seniors and swallow the origin. If it can really be ripened, you may have to trouble your seniors at that time, observe more, and understand more. Of course, there is another subtext that is not said, that is, if it is really possible to mature at Tianjiao in advance, and it does not have much impact. At that time, Gai Joyo could help fight a few more ancient corpses that had been dead for an unknown number of years from the Holy Cliff.
Among them are saints, saint kings, and even the origin left by the Dark Sovereign.
And Wang Mingyuan looked at the body of the great holy body in front of him, and then looked at Yi Fan beside him and said directly,
"And I have an idea.
You can study in this process whether the same type of Holy Communion can merge with each other and not affect each other. The Eucharist may take 1,000 years, this time is too long. If I can ripen in advance, I want to let Yi Fan swallow the origin of this great holy body.
If one doesn't work, I can even find another one." These words moved Gai Joyo.
The Holy Prince and the Divine Silkworm Princess next to him already had a feeling of numbness in their scalps.
I always feel that the information they talk about is too explosive and too scary.
Even Gai Joyo couldn't accept it at all, and Wei Yi said directly, "The 9 holy bodies have made countless contributions to the human race, and there are countless incense burners after death, and we directly desecrate his body, which is a bit."
Wang Mingyuan listened, but just shook his head.
Not to mention whether this path can be successful. If If it can really succeed, I think the 9 holy body will agree to this decision. After all, this is also to suppress the dark turmoil.
If there is a bad name, then I will carry this bad name. This can be recorded in ancient history.
Of course, the premise is that we can survive the darkness and turmoil. But these words still did not convince Wei Yi, and he still wanted to speak.
The Black Emperor stood behind Gai Joyo without a trace.
Originally, he looked at Wang Mingyuan and felt that Wang Mingyuan was elegant and easygoing, and very close. And Wang Mingyuan gave a lot of benefits. He followed the mixed capital to get the inheritance of the heavenly court, and he was able to get the secret of the characters. He liked it very much, but now he had a feeling of cold hands and feet, and his tail was quietly hidden between his legs. There was a muttering in my heart. As expected of the descendants of the ruthless emperor, he is ruthless when he starts to do it. At every turn, he wanted to swallow the origin of peerless figures, and even dared to play the idea of becoming a holy body. Just thinking about it, he felt a little cold in his legs. However, Wang Mingyuan dared to say that these were not the virgin, and he was going to promise Yifan the body of a character who had made countless achievements for the human race out of thin air, and then let Yifan carry the thunder. He can say this, of course, he has some confidence. One is that in the original plot, Yifan was controlling this holy body on the holy cliff when he was in darkness and turmoil. Then he went to the bottom of the Yaoqi with this great holy body and used the body of the beginningless emperor's father. The fusion of the two bodies, which was not inferior to the great emperor, gave him unparalleled combat effectiveness, and only then did he have the confidence and ability to join the final battlefield. When the great holy body of the holy cliff was fused, it could be said that the peerless figure placed on the holy cliff was dead, and there were no descendants, so there was no controversy, and no one expressed dissatisfaction. But when the father of the beginningless emperor was fused, the beginningless emperor was still alive and also learned about the situation. In the face of Yifan's actions, he didn't say much, just sighed, which was a tacit approval of this action. In the end, Yifan's mixed body of these two great Chung holy bodies was beaten into blood mud in the dark turmoil, and there was no scum left. No one expressed dissatisfaction, not even everyone praised this great thing. Therefore, this road was originally walked and can be passed. This is the reason why Wang Mingyuan dared to make this promise. Another reason is that Wang Mingyuan knows that the people related to the great Chung holy body are still alive between heaven and earth and have not disappeared forever. To use their bodies, especially the great body on the sacred cliff, you can obtain the consent of others.
For example, the Martian Eucharist.
Although the Martian holy body was dead, and his body had also disappeared between heaven and earth, but his god Nian is still alive. Under certain means and certain conditions, all memories can be restored. At that time, he was able to maintain a brief peak. He will have all the memories he once had. In the original work, Yifan recalled the memory of the peak period under the stimulation of many times, and this one also passed on to Yifan's unique practice method of the holy body lineage. If you want to use the body of the great Eucharist, you can seek the consent of this one, and he could also seek the consent of the desolate ancient holy body that was still alive living in the desolate forbidden land. When Wang Mingyuan said this, he had actually thought carefully in his heart and measured what he had done. These two living great Chung holy bodies could represent the 9 invincible great Chung holy bodies in heaven and earth to a certain extent, and Wang Mingyuan has thought and measured carefully. 9 invincible great Chung holy bodies in the sky and on the earth appeared one after another on the Big Dipper ancient star, which did a good job of undertaking the period of the great emperor, so that the dark turmoil could not break out. Even if the outbreak was suppressed, the entire universe was in a period of stable development, which was the most glorious stage of the human race. Under normal circumstances, the natural desolate ancient holy body is very rare, and there may not be one for tens of thousands of years or even longer. The appearance of 9 invincible great holy bodies in heaven and earth in a short period of time was actually very unrealistic and abnormal. In fact, it is very likely that the original one was the first generation of the ancient holy body that was naturally conceived between heaven and earth and had no special parents. But the later several Deshang blessings may be the descendants or descendants of the original one.
This speculation is not unfounded and unfounded.
After all, in the original work, a powerful physique that was an enemy of the holy body later appeared, the heavenly overlord. He practiced all the way, and after reaching the peak, he was not inferior to the desolate holy body, and he was the supreme physique that could compete with the great emperor. And the heavenly overlord body lineage has their own life ancient star, which is their ancestral star. The ancestral stars are all people with the blood of the heavenly overlord, and they are all connected to each other. In that avenue where the ancient star of life exists and the heavenly overlord body suppresses everything, only their physique is suitable for practicing above, which can allow them to grow faster. In the distant time, there was also an ancient star that inhabited many holy bodies. It's just that later the ancient star was shattered and the whole collapsed. But the existence of that ancient life star proves that during the most glorious period of the holy body, almost everyone on the entire ancient star of life would have a blood connection with the holy body. Every once in a while, someone will activate the power left by the ancestors in the bloodline, and the bloodline will return returned to the ancestors. Then little by little it evolved into the true Eucharist. Later, some of the 9 great holy enemies who appeared one after another on the Big Dipper ancient star may not have been born pure-blooded or the first generation of desolate ancient holy bodies, but were later achieved by refining their bloodline step by step. This is not impossible. For example, in the original work, after Yifan later set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky, he once saw a descendant of the ancient holy body. It was not the first generation of the ancient holy body, and the blood in its body was strong, but it could not be considered invincible. Later, the one became Yifan's disciple, and then with the step-by-step recovery of practice, the former bloodline also recovered. In the end, the holy body was completed and became the pinnacle of the world. Since there is such an example, it is acceptable that the invincible ancient holy body in the 9 heavens and earth appears one after another. They are likely to be like the emperors left by the Terran emperor. The ancient holy body that originally came to Beidou may have come from the ancestral star of the holy body. After suppressing the dark turmoil, he left behind descendants and sealed him like an emperor. At the right time, in the right place, it was revived, and then it succeeded the great emperor of the human race, suppressing an era, and 9 generations appeared in succession. They have succeeded continuously, and the successive achievements are a miracle between the universes, and I don't know how many hardships they have overcome during this period. The beginningless emperor's father had the existence of the Western Empress mother, and there was no way to solve the curse of the body. And the last living ancient holy body, even if he stayed in the ancient forbidden area and had the help of the ruthless emperor, he was still muddled and often lost consciousness. There is no need to say more about the great holy body in front of him. In his later years, he may have been at the moment when the curse came, and suddenly ushered in a sneak attack by the undead Taoist. A generation of invincible figures bleeding on the holy cliff. The holy body lineage paid a great price in order to maintain the Beidou and the entire human race. What? The destruction of the holy body ancestor star is likely to mean that some people do not want to see this glory continue. Therefore, the ancestral stars of the holy body were shattered, and all the holy bodies were cut off. At this point, Wang Mingyuan initially read the original work and suspected that the destruction of the holy body ancestral star came from the heavenly overlord. The heavenly overlord body vein may have seen the holy body vein weaken at some point, so it took the opportunity to break the holy body ancestral star, causing the entire life ancient star to collapse. But later, combined with the more information he learned, Wang Mingyuan overturned this guess. The heavenly overlord still has considerable courage in this period. After all, he is a person who can be invincible in the world, and he can accept losing or winning a head-on battle. But when the other party is still weak, killing the other party in the bud is very disgusting and lacking in courage. Normally, no character who can grow to the top would do such a thing. Before the heavenly overlord fell, before he joined the dark turmoil, he should have a certain amount of courage to do such a thing. If you haven't reached the peak, you shouldn't be able to destroy the holy body ancestor star in the weak period. When you reach the peak, if you have this kind of courage, you won't do this kind of thing. From this point of view, the destruction of the ancestors of the holy body may have something to do with the period when the 9 holy bodies were invincible in heaven and on earth. They are invincible in heaven and earth, but at the same time, there are countless dark supremes who are unhappy with them. When they ushered in weakness at a certain moment, when the great emperor did not come out, and when the great holy body did not come out, it was the time when the holy body ancestor star ushered in the destruction. And those who can do it and shoot, Wang Mingyuan thinks that it is very likely that they are in the underworld, because they have a criminal record. The original Taoist system of the Sun Emperor above the Ziwei ancient star can continue all the time, and it has always been at its peak. After all, they are the great emperor family, and at the same time there are extreme Dao imperial soldiers, if the family continues normally. Even if there is an occasional period of decline, just like the current desolate ancient families, the Zhang family and the Ji family. But with the family's heritage, it will always be at its peak. Although there are fluctuations in the middle, they can generally maintain a certain lower limit. But later, when Yifan went to Guexan, he was the solar emperor in ancient and modern times, and the lineage was basically completely cut off, leaving only a child, Yitong. It can be described as extremely miserable. On the surface, they are being hunted down by the Golden Crow lineage, basically shattered. But the reason why the Golden Crow family dared to do such an excessive thing was because the underworld had done it back then. During the period when the Sun Holy Emperor's lineage and the Quasi-Emperor were brazenly shattered, the entire Taoist system was basically gone. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan thought about it for a moment, and felt that the destruction of the holy body ancestral star should also be related to the underworld. Seeing that several people were surprised and puzzled in their eyes, and even had a feeling of confusion and doubt, as if they had reacquainted themselves with Wang Mingyuan. Even without a trace, he distanced himself from Wang Mingyuan for a short time, and Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. It's just an idea, a guess, and there are too many problems to achieve. Just now, even if there is a heaven-swallowing demon skill, it is extremely difficult to make Yifan mature in advance and make a Deshang holy body appear completely. After all, the heaven-swallowing demon Gong is to adopt the idea of swallowing knowing all the origins of the heavens and all worlds. There is no way to help the Holy Communion mature in advance. If you want to use this method, I am afraid that there must be a person who has studied the heaven-swallowing demon going extremely deeply and has reached the level of the great emperor to modify this technique, and it is possible to achieve this goal. Even at this point, the people present still did not dare to take the initiative to approach Wang Mingyuan, but they were relieved anyway, and Wang Mingyuan looked at the great holy body in front of him and took the initiative to bow to this great holy body 3 times. Then he said, "And the invincible holy bodies of the 9 heavens and earth are not all dead. I think they either have a teacher-teacher relationship or a blood connection. If you want to use the body of this great holy body, you should also ask for the meaning of this living person."
As soon as these words came out, Guy Joyo looked sideways. Is there anyone still alive in the holy body lineage?
The holy body has the title of the holy body of the Archastic, of course, because it was the most suitable for the practice of the holy body in the desolate period. And in that period of time, the rules of heaven and earth were more suitable for them, which could make it easier for them to practice to the great perfection. At the same time, it was also because during that period, 9 invincible holy bodies in heaven and earth appeared one after another. But now, it is already a post-desolate era. A long time has passed since that time. In terms of time, it is at least 20,000 years. Because the Qing Emperor was the first person to achieve the earth in the post-desolate ancient era, he went against the sky at this special time, at a special stage, during a period when everyone thought it was impossible to attain enlightenment, and went to the highest step by step. The Qing Emperor's reign lasted tens of thousands of years, and the Qing Emperor replaced the heart of heaven with his own heart and integrated the imprint of the heart of heaven. Even if the Qing Emperor has disappeared, the relevant avenues will last for about 10,000 years, and the shackles of heaven and earth will collapse after 10,000 years. Therefore, if there was a desolate holy body alive, he would have to live for at least 20,000 years, or even longer.
This is unrealistic.
Everyone knew that the great emperor could only live for 10,000 years, and the desolate holy body was similar, basically the same
level of lifespan, and after swallowing the immortal elixir of immortality, a desolate holy body would only live for 20,000 years. By this time, it should have been sitting down long ago. How could there be a living ancient holy body between heaven and earth?
Yi Fan's thinking was the most unrestricted. Thinking that Wang Mingyuan called him a forbidden area, he couldn't help but look at the ancient forbidden land and said that terrifying guess.
Are you saying that there is a desolate ancient holy body that has also fallen and entered the forbidden area?
Guy Joyo didn't want to believe these words, and the Black Emperor even jumped up and scolded.
What kind of person are the 9 great divine bodies? How could they enter the forbidden area?
Not to mention whether they have this idea or not, they have been fighting against the existence in the forbidden area all their lives, and their hands are stained with the blood of many people in the forbidden area. In their later years, even if they want to enter the forbidden area, they will be unanimously rejected by the characters in the forbidden area.
Is it possible that this is not possible at all?
If it weren't for the ancient holy body who said this, the Black Emperor might have stood up and beat someone.
Raising this speculation is simply a huge insult to the desolate ancient holy body.
After all, the original ancient holy body was called the immortal golden body in a more distant period.
Later, it can be called the ancient holy body and the human holy body.
It is because the 9 holy Eucharies were born and made countless contributions to the human race, so they are revered by others as the holy body of the human race.
Wang Mingyuan shook his head and nodded.
You're half right. The desolate ancient holy body has not fallen, but there is indeed a living desolate holy body in the forbidden area.
Wang Mingyuan was indifferent. He was talking about the holy body in the ancient forbidden land.
He entered the forbidden area not to live longer, but to suppress the dark turmoil he estimated 200 years later, and to protect the human race as much as possible. If Wang Mingyuan's previous guesses were correct, if the heaven-swallowing demon skill and even the immortal heaven skill could really help Yi Fan achieve great success, only then would he walk into the forbidden area to ask this person who was one of the 9 living holy bodies. There was no need to go in, and he guessed that this one would basically agree. Because the 9 invincible holy bodies have this kind of courage and heart, he is ashamed of himself.
If possible, Wang Mingyuan certainly doesn't want to use this option. He doesn't want to use this method. But the event 200 years later was too terrifying. There are people in the universe who can become the characters of the great emperor and the characters who are qualified to become the great emperor, all withered in that battle and died cleanly. There is only one golden crow left in the quasi-emperor of the 9 heavens who is still in nirvana. Guy Joyo's talent is indeed at the peak of this era.
But he had the experience of sitting and discussing with Guy Joyo, and Wang Mingyuan understood in his heart. Guy Joyo is a great emperor-level figure, but he is also a normal emperor. At least from the current situation, Guy Joyo does not have a very special point like the Qing Emperor, the beginningless emperor, and the ruthless emperor.
This one is relatively ordinary in this regard. 200 years later, if there are no special circumstances, Guy Joyo will preach and become emperor, and then be born against the sky. When the dark turmoil broke out, it was estimated that he could only die in that big outbreak. Of course, he would definitely be able to
drag several Dark Supremes to death. Wang Mingyuan is now strengthening Gai Jodo. At most, Gai Jodo will not take the immortal elixir in the past 200 years, but rely on himself to nirvana. Then try to preach to the emperor during these 200 years. After that, in the midst of the most terrible dark turmoil, if Gai Jodo could barely leave a breath in that terrible battle and did not sit down on the spot, then there would still be an immortal medicine for Gai Jodo to save the honor, so that he could struggle to survive.
Don't think so much, it's just a calculation now. Wang Mingyuan smiled and shook his head. The group had their own thoughts.
However, no matter how you say this round, there is a huge gain, climbing the holy cliff to get the inheritance of the secret of the line. At the same time, the scepter of the heavenly court and the animal skin paper behind it recorded many of the heavenly court's life and death secrets.
Not to mention Wang Mingyuan's last words, this can be regarded as a complete success.
When he walked down the holy cliff again, perhaps it was a peerless figure like Gai Joyo who made a move, and the power and aura leaked by the immortal Taoist were directly blown up. On the way down the mountain, he didn't encounter the immortal Taoist who took the initiative to take out the 9 secrets for everyone, and then asked everyone to help him unveil the list of gods. Including Wang Mingyuan, he still let Gai Joyo make another move. The saints who had been walking on the mountains and wandering in the fog and had died in ancient times were packed and taken away. The group walked down the mountain smoothly.
But everyone has their own thoughts.
The Holy Prince wants to go to Mount Meru in the western desert with his aunt, that is, Princess Divine Silkworm. After all, his uncle Do defeated the Buddha and had already entered Mount Meru 2000 years ago and became a monk there.
But the Divine Silkworm Princess and this fighting and defeating Buddha have a marriage contract. If it weren't for this time, Wang Mingyuan would have told the secret of the immortal emperor on the sacred cliff.
In order to let the holy Buddha of fighting down the mountain, the Divine Silkworm Princess would go directly to the desolate Forbidden Land to touch the mold, wanting to try to get the immortal elixir.
As an immemorial royal family, Princess Divine Silkworm certainly knew that she could not get the elixir of immortality.
She did this mainly to seduce Do to defeat the Buddha and make him go down the mountain. But there is no need to take such an adventure now, because they can directly meet this fighting Saint Buddha with the matter of the immortal emperor. No matter how much he became a monk, if he learned about his brother, the reason why the invincible figure in the world in ancient times had to take a path that could not see success in his later years, it is because in his later years he encountered a sneak attack by the immortal emperor, and there was no way, he had to take a path of death and fight for his life.
This one must not be able to sit still.
The two of them went with boundless thoughts.
Wang Mingyuan did not leave, and even Gai Joyo was still parked in the holy city.
Gai Joyo still had a lot of doubts about the true Phoenix treasure technique, and he needed to further understand it. And under the whole world, the only one who can give him explanations and guidance in this regard is Wang Mingyuan. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor quietly gathered together, and then quickly disappeared. Wang Mingyuan also had some understanding of their whereabouts. They should go to the old place of Yaoqi to get the complete Western Emperor Sutra, or the Taoist Palace chapter of the Western Imperial Sutra.
In this regard, Wang Mingyuan did not interfere.
He just sent a message and called Hua Yunfei, who had been wandering outside. At the same time, he also called out the Taoist master before the ruthless lineage, the power of the second realm of the immortal realm of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Of course, for the one in the Shaking Light Holy Land, Wang Mingyuan only sent a message through their unique contact information. The other party couldn't get through, and he wasn't sure what kind of posture he would come. Last time he just let the other party admit that he was a ruthless Taoist master, and asked the other party to pay £1 million of sources, and then let the other party leave.
But it didn't leave too many means on the other party.
At least until now, the other party has not continued to contact him, nor has he provided him with a source of millions of pounds. This shows that this person is only convinced on the face, but still very unconvinced in his heart. Wang Mingyuan didn't care. He looked at the peaceful mentality in front of him, and his appearance had gradually changed back to his youth, and now he was probably a middle-aged man. Gai Jodo. The whole person is peaceful. With this one here, even if a single Dark Supreme wanted to come and kill him, he would not necessarily die. Hua Yunfei was the first to come over and saw Wang Mingyuan in the stone workshop of the Tianxian Holy Land, and was slightly surprised, but he was still very respectful. He took the initiative to look around here and found that except for a middle-aged man and an elderly Wei Yi, only Wang Mingyuan was left, and his face couldn't help but show an anxious look.
Where's the God King? Where is the God King? I heard part of the news, and that one doesn't seem to have any plans to give up.
After he went back, he investigated carefully and found that the so-called congenital Taoist fetus he encountered last time was fake. At the same time, he also felt that what you said was not entirely true. The reason why you were able to pick the holy fruit was because the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and fell into the forbidden area, suppressing all evil, and you were lucky enough to take the immortal elixir.
He is ready to do it to you.
The last time he suffered a big loss, after the ruthless Tao Master of the Shaking Light Holy Land ran away, he sat in the Shaking Light Holy Land. With the protection of the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, his courage was enough at once. IQ reoccupied the high ground, and felt that the last time he lost face was entirely because of the presence of the god King Jiang Taishu. If the god King Jiang Taishu was not there, it would be a complete joke to be invincible in front of him just by virtue of a few characters who were only in the realm of the four poles. You really have two hearts. It's right that I only give you the heaven-swallowing demon skill, and people like you can only become a cauldron. Hua Yunfei was still anxiously narrating, urging Wang Mingyuan to leave. The next moment, a cold voice was already ringing in their ears. As soon as the sound came up, an invisible aura filled the air, and the entire void was frozen by ice. There was an extremely terrifying aura that permeated between heaven and earth, even made Hua Yunfei tremble and tremble. That was the aura of the extreme Dao Imperial soldier. "Hat boy, you made me suffer a loss last time. Why didn't you call Jiang Taishu over this time? The body that took the immortal elixir has the blood of the Jiang family. I want to see how powerful the origin of a body like yours is, and use it to practice. I think it can allow me to ascend to the sky in one step. Kneel down, beg for mercy, beg me to let you go. Maybe I will think about it and leave you a way to live." Before people came in, words with extremely powerful resentment had already come in. Wei Yi's old dragon Bell's body was trembling and majestic, but under the coercion of this terrifying extreme Dao Imperial soldier, his expression did not change at all. When he came down from the holy cliff again, this one already felt something in his heart and did not suppress himself too much. Directly outside the Big Dipper ancient star, only a peerless figure like Gai Joyo could feel that mighty and invincible aura. If he could return to his youthful appearance at any time, but he didn't change. The extreme Dao Imperial soldier can theoretically kill any person below the alternative enlightenment, but it also depends on who holds it. In this situation, a powerful person in the second realm of the immortal realm was holding an extreme Dao Imperial soldier and wanted to kill him, but he couldn't do it at all. He can easily beat the other person to death. Gai Joyo opened his eyes and glanced there. The next moment, an old man with gray hair and wrinkled faces appeared in the stone workshop of the Tianqian Holy Land. "Ha!" He looked left and right in a daze, and the threatening words in his mouth had not completely stopped. "Come, let me see what kind of path those who learn from me have taken, and those who are like me who die, and dare to look down on the path of my lineage. I want to see what kind of path you have taken. Let the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron measure your level, and see how many times you can catch it. Last time I suffered a big loss, this time I obviously did a lot of investigation, and all kinds of words were quite targeted." But before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but shiver when he saw the situation around him. What made him feel even more terrifying and uneasy was that after arriving here, the connection between the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron and him was directly broken. Wang Mingyuan glanced at him, then at Hua Yunfei beside him, and said to himself, "There are two, but it's okay. Taoist master, just joking with me." The ruthless former Taoist master was very able to bend and stretch, and after looking around, he knelt on the ground very naturally. He was scolding his mother even more in his heart, frightened and uneasy. Even the connection between the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron and me can be cut off. Could it be that they are in the forbidden area? But, judging from the information investigated before, they are all just ordinary people. How can the cultivation of the forbidden area be so low? Could it be that everything he said before is true? They want to take the path of the ancient emperor, start sharpening themselves when they are so weak, and want to test the sword world? This is a person who turned countless thoughts in the shortest time in his heart, and then kowtowed on the spot. "Taoist master, I am loyal to you. This time I deceived the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron from the shaking light holy land. I just think that the old man walks the world. The Taoist master, you can't just rely on outsiders. You have to have the protection of our lineage. Without the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, how can you walk the world with peace of mind?" Wang Mingyuan ignored him, but asked Hua Yunfei to step forward. First, he put the body of the Lord of Heaven in front of Hua Yunfei. If it weren't for Wei Yi and Gai Joyo here, even the aura and majesty naturally emanating from the body of this great sage would have been able to crush Hua Yunfei to death on the spot. And the power of the second realm of the shaking light holy land felt something in a trance, and his eyes widened. The next moment, he heard Wang Mingyuan say, "I know you don't want to practice the heaven-swallowing demon technique, but since this path has been taken, there is no way to turn back. These days, when I was walking outside, I got the body of a great sage, and you don't want to swallow a living person, try to swallow his origin." The second great energy of the shaking light holy land immortal widened his eyes and opened his mouth to speak. "Me, give it to me. I am also a ruthless lineage. I am willing to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Dao Master, look at me. I am your loyal servant Dao Master." This one screamed in his heart, and Hua Yunfei looked stunned. "Me? I swallow the great sage? I probably can't." The wisp of origin cut off by the crocodile ancestor who was obtained last time, that is, the wisp of origin hidden in Li Shaman's body, made this one digest for a long time, and his skills improved greatly. Nowadays, it can be regarded as top-notch among the younger generation. But digesting that origin also took a lot of effort and energy. Now let him directly swallow the origin of a great sage. Hua Yunfei's face showed a look of pain and discomfort. "It's not that I don't want to be the Taoist master, I really can't do it." This one took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "The heaven-swallowing demon skill claims to be able to swallow all kinds of origins in the heavens, but it also also has a limit. It is already incredible that a snake swallows an elephant. I am not even in the realm of transforming into a dragon now. Where do I have the ability and qualifications to swallow the origin of a great sage? Standing in front of him, it is already a miracle that I can live. Hua Yunfei was quite embarrassed. With his current cultivation, he couldn't even break through this great sage drive. No, he couldn't say he could break it, and he couldn't even get close. You can't even do the basics, let alone use the source of the great sage to help you practice. He was very uncomfortable in refusing, and the powerful of the immortal second realm next to him widened his eyes and looked at Wang Mingyuan with a face full of surprise, and at the same time extremely regretful. Now I regret it. I regret it. If he obeys early, he will bring £1,000,000 of sources early. Is this earth-shattering opportunity his? The origin of a great sage. Thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. And Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Ha! Then he casually pointed to the immortal second power next to him. The great sage can't swallow it, so why don't you swallow it first, practice and see if you can be stronger. Anyway, you are all in the same lineage. Ah, this? Spare my life, Taoist master. I am loyal to my lineage. This ruthless former Taoist priest was trembling with fright. At this moment, he really felt that death was approaching. In particular, Hua Yunfei's face had a vindictive glow that made him shudder. Originally, Hua Yunfei was his chosen dish. It was the goo worm he selected specifically to practice for the inheritors of the true ruthless lineage. But now, he is going to be the dish on the other party's plate. This feeling is too unsettling and uncomfortable. And looking at Wang Mingyuan's actions and means, it seems that he really intends to let him be drained here. This made him a little overwhelmed. We took a deep look at this one, and then suddenly smiled and said, "Where is the source of my £1,000,000? This immortal second great power was like being pardoned, and quickly took out a small cauldron from his body. There are 200,000 caddies of this, and I have to go back to get the remaining part. He was also going to make an excuse, but Wang Mingyuan had already waved his hand and asked him to go over and prepare. Then Wang Mingyuan looked at Gai Joyo, and at the same time looked at Hua Yunfei. Gai Joyo and Wang Mingyuan already had a certain tacit understanding, and silently, there was another body of an ancient saint next to the body of the great sage. Hua Yunfei's body trembled again, and Wang Mingyuan stretched out his hand. Why don't you try this? This energy may be a little smaller. The second immortal who had not yet walked out of the gate of the stone workshop of the Tianqian Holy Land widened his eyes, wishing he could come back immediately. But facing Wang Mingyuan's smiling gaze, he gritted his teeth and quickly left this place. He wanted to say that he wanted it too. Even in his current state, he had never touched a saint and had not swallowed the origin of the saint. And this one should be very extraordinary in terms of strength, and he is a very powerful figure. If he can swallow his origin, he will definitely be able to undergo a violent transformation. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't escape from this ruthless new Taoist master, and he had already offended the other party severely. What needs to be done now is to make up for this aspect as much as possible. From all aspects, although this person did not practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill, what he did was indeed a ruthless person. Just a short time later, this one found the body of a great sage and the body of an ancient saint. Hua Yunfei looked at this body, still a little troubled. Fortunately, he was not in trouble soon. Wang Mingyuan personally explained the various cultivation levels of the heaven-swallowing demon gone here, and there were still difficulties. This is not only for Hua Yunfei, but also for Gai Joyo and Wei Yi. Gai Joyo thought about it after hearing this, which was of some help to him living out of his second life. After thinking for a while, Gai Joyo pointed his finger, and the body of this ancient saint was shocked. All the physical bodies outside of it did not change in the slightest, but inside the body, there was a bright source breaking out of the body. Needless to say, Hua Yunfei was blessed to his heart, took the initiative to take a step forward, and operated the heaven-swallowing demon skill. A Dao treasure vase was formed above his head, and the saint origin that could directly burst his existing body fell down like this and entered his body. But the whole is under control, and it doesn't come randomly. At the same time, one light after another was blooming in Hua Yunfei's body, which was the medicine he had put in the sea of suffering in advance. It was recorded in the heaven-swallowing demon skill to help fuse the origin. The cultivation realm is not enough, and at the same time, the understanding of the Dao treasure vase is not enough, and if you want to contain the origin of devouring others, you will of course need the assistance of foreign objects. Even so, it was extremely difficult for Hua Yunfei to accommodate this origin. It's just the appearance of being able to initially integrate, and Gai Joyo has been helping each other in this process. Wang Mingyuan was also staring carefully, because at this moment, Hua Yunfei was practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill in front of them, and his internal transformation and secrets were unreservedly displayed in front of them. Everything in Hua Yunfei's body was changing, his body was strengthening, his bones were getting stronger, and his soul was growing in the process. But the most special thing is the deepest source of his inner body. Most of the time, the origin of human beings is almost predetermined at birth. It was as if after the birth of the ancient holy body, there was a heavenly plate that directly practiced to alternative enlightenment, or to the level of the quasi-emperor nine heavens, and for ordinary practitioners, most of the heavenly plates are before the three immortals / the path.
But this does not mean that everything is set in stone.
The origin can be the same as the cultivation, and then make breakthroughs on the corresponding basis.
It seems that the great achievements of the divine body, the king body, etc., are probably in the period of the three immortals. During that period, the afterglow left to them by their ancestors was completely consumed.
During the period of the three immortals slashing the way, it was the period when their physique was most effective.
The afterglow left by their ancestors can make their body, soul, and mana extremely powerful in this stage. It is difficult to meet opponents in the same realm, and they play extremely well and powerfully, just like the god king Jiang Taishu, and even in this realm, they can even compete with the desolate ancient holy body. But once they pass this stage, they are basically going to fall behind, because they broke through the heavenly plate of the original growth and strengthened the original body, and soul with themselves, and made a breakthrough. In the original work, Ji Haoyue, the god king of the ancient Ji family, is like this. With his own endowment talent, as well as the help of his ancestors from the ancients, he could still continue to transform his body to reach a higher level after the great achievement, and the origin continued to grow in the process. Generally speaking, after breaking through the realm, the origin will receive a round of baptism, and the body, soul, and everything will be strengthened after the realm breakthrough. After breaking through to the realm of saints, it can make the deepest transformation of life levels, achieve an incredible state.
After the characters above the saint realm broke through to such a realm, their origins underwent a fundamental transformation.
Even this state can be passed on stably and blessed by future generations. The most obvious and well-known are the great emperor and the ancient emperor. Their descendants all have unparalleled bloodline.
In terms of origin, each of them is extremely strong and can be compared with the top physique in the world.
In other words, the strength of the origin has a large part of innate factors, but there are also a large part of acquired factors that are closely related to the realm.
In the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the way in which normal practitioners break through the realm and have a strong origin is different.
He first strengthened the origin, and then used this aid to push himself to break through the realm, and then in the process, he strengthened his body and soul. This is of course the most amazing idea in the world, and the key is that it has been realized.
A very delicate balance. The origin of oneself does not die in the body, but is hidden in the most central and core area, and the external origin is outside.
Use the heaven-swallowing demon skill and related elixirs and herbs to fuse these foreign origins little by little. After fusion, the purest essence is integrated into its own body, so that its own origin is directly strengthened. This is a special method of integration, which strengthens the source from the root. If you only read through it in order to swallow the heaven demon skill before, and didn't really practice it, you wouldn't be able to understand the mystery of it. Now that he has seen Hua Yanfei practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill, he has a deeper understanding of the changes in the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Gai Joyo seemed to be thinking, and Wang Mingyuan also fell into thought. Then both of them felt embarrassed. Because the origin of the normal heaven-swallowing demon skill will not be too powerful, and basically matches its own realm. Occasionally get one or two powerful origins, but they don't go beyond their Tuatana. A source like Hua Yunfei that swallows a saint level with the realm of the four poles is basically rare in the ages. The root of his own origin was like a flame in the wind in this process, as if it would be extinguished at any time, difficult to maintain. And once one's own origin is extinguished and dimmed in this process, it means that the practice of the heaven-swallowing demon gong has failed. It will be occupied by the foreign origin dove, which means that I will die directly in this process. No matter how you say it, the heaven-swallowing demon skill also has a magic word containing extraordinary demonic nature. It is so difficult to swallow a large size with a small one, so it is also a difficult thing for Yifan to mature in advance and swallow the origin of the great holy body. Even basically can't do it, and there are some problems. Gai Joyo and Wang Mingyuan could both see that the heaven-swallowing demon attack was constantly swallowing the origin and fusing the foreign origin. No matter how much it is cultivated and grown, the most core source in this process will inevitably be contaminated with other original natures. In the process of practice, there may be slight changes in personality and even way of thinking, and there will be a certain degree of magic. Inside the body, a demon will really be born. If you want to get rid of this transcendence, the immortal heavenly skill is very suitable. But this road is the path of the ruthless emperor, and from all aspects, this road seems to have been perfected, and it is difficult to come up with an alternative way to transcend. The reason why the immortal heaven skill can suppress the heaven-swallowing demon gong is also because the heaven-swallowing demon skill will inevitably bring demonic nature in the process of practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill. There will inevitably be certain flaws between the fusion of origins. As the upper technique of the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the immortal heavenly skill can directly extract the Tao fruit bred by the spring demon gong and swallow the source that has been purified once. I have to think of a way from other aspects. Such a process of origin growth and change made Gai Joyo think about it and gained a lot. But he also understood that there was no way to ripen Yifan with the heaven-swallowing demon skill alone. The theoretical
theoretical ideas of the heaven-swallowing demon gong all have a complete framework. One of them is to swallow 10,000 origins in order to make one's own origin strong to a certain limit. It is to cultivate a contemporary earth. Even after Gai Joyo and Wang Mingyuan carefully studied the heaven-swallowing demon skill, they both suspected that with the talent of the ruthless emperor, they had already understood that they would continue to fill their bodies with more and stronger origins in the process of cultivating halfway, and there was no way to make themselves very strong all of a sudden. When the body is weak in the early stage, accommodating the origin of others can make the origin be strengthened very quickly in a very short period of time, making itself extraordinary. But the stronger the later the origin, the more difficult it becomes, because its own realm has also been improved, and at the same time, its own physical origin has also become incredibly strong. Continuing to devour the origin of Na can only be the icing on the cake. In the early stage, it may be possible to make people reborn if they swallow a wisp of the origin of the king, but in the later stage, they want to make the body change in its origin. I'm afraid that swallowing a body like the desolate ancient holy body may not be able to bring great changes to oneself. In the middle and late stages, the ruthless emperor should have already noticed that the process and step of swallowing 10,000 origins should have been born to synthesize the chaos body. Any kind of royal body, divine body, or other powerful physique in the heavens in all worlds contains a kind of great way between heaven and earth, and the fusion of heaven and earth is the chaos body. This person should have noticed and really practiced it in the middle and late stages of practice. The heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill themselves are one, just to give birth to the chaos body. The two of them thought carefully and felt that this idea was very correct. Other emperors may not have such a long-term vision and are not so coherent, but the ruthless emperor must have it. The two exercises were extremely compatible from beginning to end, and they were in the same vein, and the immortal heaven skill could even suppress the heaven-swallowing demon skill as proof. This shows that the ruthless emperor has long wanted to take this path, and after determining the direction, he will not stop. Perhaps the ruthless emperor feels that such a road can make himself go further in the emperor's field. The ruthless emperor is also different from other great emperors and ancient emperors in this respect. Other great emperors and ancient emperors all opened up the second world with the immortal elixir. Then he tried to live out of the third life with his long longevity yuan, and the ruthless emperor lived out of the second life directly on himself, and he took the immortal elixir for the third life. The heaven-swallowing demon gong cannot be completely used as a reference, it can only be partially referenced. Looking at Hua Yunfei in front of him, his face showed a look of pain, and even his soul was about to collapse several times in the process. Gai Joyo shook his head, and Wang Mingyuan also shook his head. Ruofei covered Joyo in this process, and maintained Hua Yunfei several times. Hua Yunfei directly swallowed the elephant with a snake and ushered in failure. Now, after experiencing several times, he almost dimmed his origin, but he maintained it little by little, began to transform itself in this difficult and painful process. But it was still in an unstable state, and the original oppression of a saint was too strong. Faced with such a situation, Gai Joyo shook his head, and after Wang Mingyuan looked carefully for a while, his eyes were bright. Maybe you can try again? How do you try it? It is a curious story. Now this situation is already a test of life and death for Hua Yunfei, reaching the limit of his limits. If it weren't for Gai Joyo maintaining 1 or 2 for him when he was most dangerous, he would have collapsed and died directly. Maybe we can find another saint's origin and let him be included in the body. At this time, even Wei Yi, who was watching, felt that Wang Mingyuan was a little too devilish. Now the origin of a saint is about to crush Hua Yunfei to death, and another Hua Yunfei can't burp directly. Gai Joyo knew that Wang Mingyuan was not a person who talked casually, so he asked about the steps in detail. What? And Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly, and suddenly a black and white light rose in his hand, and then collided with each other. One is pure yin, and the other is pure yang. The two obviously do not blend with each other, they belong to the two opposing forces between heaven and earth, but at such a time, they collide and merge perfectly. Between the collisions and interlacing, earth-shattering power erupted. Wei Yi was fascinated all of a sudden, and exclaimed, "The power of the moon and the sun? Is this the Taiyin True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra?" Dai Joyo looked deeper and farther, stared for a while, and shook his head. It is not derived from the Sun True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture, it is a more special inheritance, more ancient, and is suspected to have come from before the mythological era. Gai Joyo had obtained the true phoenix treasure technique from Wang Mingyuan's hands, and at this time he felt from Wang Mingyuan that this secret technique had the same aura as the true phoenix treasure technique. It was a very ancient and special temperament. He watched, and there was even a kind of fascination for a while. There has always been a rumor between the Big Dipper or the entire universe, circulating between heaven and earth. The moon and the sun are stronger and the weaker ones, with yin and yang complementing each other, leading to the emperor's prominence. In ancient times, this passage began to circulate and has always been a legend. But everyone firmly believed this, and this passage involved two human emperors in the ancient period, the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor, and it involves the scriptures they practice, the Taiyin True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra. The power practiced by the Taiyin
true scripture is the special Tai-in holy power in the universe, the most in and softest. The power practiced by the Sun true scripture is the special solar holy power in the universe, the most rigid in yang. The two are opposed to each other and blend with each other, and throughout the ages, the most talented people can see it. If the power of the moon and the sun can be fused to achieve balance, then it will naturally be invincible. Not only have some people seen this, and people have tried it for generations, but I have never heard of any of them. On the contrary, there are many characters who practice in this process. If the Tai-in true scripture or the Sun true scripture alone is used for practice, the strengthening of the Sendai realm and the strengthening of the primordial spirit are the best in the world. When the two practice together, if they can achieve a balance at the beginning, then the power of the primordial spirit is boundless and invincible in the same realm. But the further back it is, the more difficult it is to balance the power of the moon and the sun. In the end, he either went crazy and died on the spot, or fell into a demon. The most famous in ancient times was a human demon.
His talent was the top among that generation, and he practiced the Tai-in true scripture and the Sun true scripture. And this one maintained balance all the way, and practiced smoothly all the way to the peak of the great sage. But before entering the quasi-emperor realm, he still couldn't grasp falling into madness, being a god during the day and a demon at night, causing boundless killing in the immemorial years. Even let the automatic quasi-emperor of the immemorial race take action in person to suppress him. However, this one's failure did not make people give up the pursuit of balancing yin and yang, but made many people's eyes light up. After all, this one has really gone far on the road of balancing yin and yang, and is about to enter the realm of the quasi-emperor. And he also showed a matching combat effectiveness. With that kind of yin and yang that is not balanced, its combat effectiveness can be comparable to that of the ancient emperor in the same realm. If you can really balance yin and yang, you can be completely not inferior to the ancient emperor, and even preach the title of emperor. There have always been a lot of iron-headed babies covering the sky, and many people want to try it when they see such a pearl in front, so this old man of human demons is now sealed in the 10,000 dragons nest. The peerless figure in the 10,000 dragons nest wanted to get the complete Tai-in true scripture and the Sun true scripture from this person, and then see if he could go down this path. And not only did they have this vision, the great emperors of the human race throughout the ages had referred to the Tai-in true scripture and the Sun true scripture before they became enlightened, and they also had a high evaluation of these two scriptures handed down from ancient times. They are even called the two mother scriptures of the human race, which are the two ancient scriptures originally created by the human race. Its influence on the human race is extremely far-reaching, and Gai Joyo and Wei Ihua are old enough to understand these. Even when I was ignorant in my early years, I had some attempts, but I did not find a way to balance yin and yang. At the same time, they also have their own path to take, so they have not gone very far on this path. But in any case, they all know about this, when they see the balance of yin and yang in Wang Mingyuan's hands, and even transform each other. Both of them were shaken. There is yang and yin and yang, entangled with each other, and transformed into each other. It turns out that someone has already walked this path in a much earlier era, and has it succeeded? Wei Yi was amazed, and Gai Joyo stared carefully at the transformation between the two yin and yang, and finally shook his head again. This is not a mutual aid of yin and yang, but a mutual transformation between the two, not mixed into one. When one is strong, the other withers, which is an alternative solution, which is different from the solution we conventionally calculate.
Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but marvel at Gai Joyo's sharpness.
Kunpeng did master the method of yin and yang symbiosis, but in the end it was not the fusion of yin and yang, but the distinction between each other. When it is in the water, it is a huge koan, and all the power is fused into it to become the way of the ultimate yin. When it soared, the power of the supreme yin was transformed into the power of the supreme yang, turning into a huge pang. The power of yin and yang in the body is indeed symbiotic, but it is also distinct.
They can be converted into each other, but they are not really mixed into one.
This is a road, and it is different from the path that many characters have taken in the deduction of past dynasties, which is the synthesis of chaos body.
This is Kunpeng's avenue.
Yin and yang are distinct from each other, but they can be transformed into one when needed. Even the state of yin and yang balance is not eternal, and the two can sometimes collide violently and burst out with the power to destroy the world. A special balancing method. If this is the case, it is indeed possible to consider adding another saint's origin to his body. Gai Joyo fell into thought, and Hua Yunfei's face was like earth. Now that he is barely struggling to survive and maintain his current state, he is about to break through the four poles to reach the dragon. But this is also his true limit. Add another saint origin, and he feels that he can die now. Another saint's origin, and then let it achieve a balance of yin and yang in the body, colliding with each other, and after the two collide, the origin flowing down can strengthen the most fragile balance point in the middle. This is indeed a way to make people advance by leaps and bounds in the shortest possible time. This is similar to the golden Taiji diagram that Yifan will go to in the future, and Yifan also reached the realm of divine forbidden with this. Of course, the balance of the Tai Chi diagram is a little different from the existing one. Wang Mingyuan used the Kunpeng treasure tree as a framework to absorb the essence of some of the
the Kunping treasure technique and transformed yin and yang.
In the process of transformation, Hua Yunfei, as the converter in the middle, can get the greatest benefits.
Be able to soar into the sky in the shortest possible time.
If you follow such a path, the Eucharist may really be able to ripen.
But where to find a source that is not inferior to the Eucharist, so as to achieve a state of balance of opposites? Guy Joyo held his chin and fell into deep thought.
And Wang Mingyuan already had a general idea, and couldn't help but smile.
Is there an enemy in the great body of the Holy Spirit?
Of course, there was another physique that had been enemies of the great Chung holy body, entangled with each other, and spread for endless years. The Eucharist had no problem seeking revenge in the past.
I still need to try.
Although there was a high probability that a path was measured, Guy Joyo did not practice it immediately. Hua Yunfei's current state was too fragile, and if the two saint-level origins collided and rubbed against each other, he would have to die on the spot.
If you want to try further, at least you have to let Hua Yunfei break through the existing realm and touch the Sendai realm, and then try again. As for Yi Fan,
Wang Mingyuan and Guy Joyo looked at each other and both shook their heads. The origin of a great holy body, plus a peerless figure who can achieve a balance with the great holy body, suppresses and collides with each other. Walking a tightrope in this, if you want to endure such conflicts and fluctuations, you may at least need to reach the level of the great sage.
For the time being, it is not something that Yi Fan can touch. This road can be walked, but it is not for people now. This technique and means are unparalleled in the world, but they are too strong, and perhaps there must be a special existence suitable for their race to be able to constantly switch between the two and become stronger. It is difficult for others to learn this path. I can only learn some of the essence, and then take another path that suits me. Of course, this is not wrong. This is a path that is completely suitable for Kunping. After the Desolate Heaven Emperor got the Kunping treasure technique. On top of the practice of Kunping treasure technique, it has reached the point where there is no one before or after, and it can be said that it is not inferior to the ancestor Kunping. And the Desolate Heaven Emperor got the Kunping treasure technique and later learned the power of yin and yang collision and used this special treasure technique to open up the sea of suffering. The road of yin and yang mutual aid and balance can really be practiced on the side of the moon and the sun. After all, the unity of the moon and the sun is a chaotic body, and there will be no distinction between yin and yang at that time. Speaking of yin and yang, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of Wanlun's nest. Guy Joyo is by his side, so he can't go over and touch it. Moreover, there is also a fairy treasure map left by the ruthless emperor in the 10,000 Dragons' Nest. There is a complete map of Kunlun on the immortal treasure map, and only by going deep into it can you get the divine trace purple gold that can cast the extreme Dao Imperial Soldier. Wang Mingyuan was a little interested in that thing. Of course, it is more urgent, and the one who needs the divine trace purple gold may be Guy Joyo, because he didn't see any weapon close to the extreme Dao Imperial Soldier from Guy Joyo's body. Guy Joyo doesn't seem to have such a supreme Imperial Soldier. The Emperor had nothing to come standard with, so how could he overcome the most terrifying dark turmoil in history and survive successfully? As for Wang Mingyuan, he did have a desire and greed for something that could cast the extreme Dao Imperial Soldier. He wanted, but the more good things he has now, the more dangerous it is when the dark turmoil becomes, and he needs to keep a low profile. With an immortal physique, as long as you live long enough, you can't collect anything, and there is no need to fight with short-lived species. With such an idea, Wang Mingyuan knows it in his heart. I do know where there are the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture, and there is also an immortal medicine there. Wait for a while, maybe we can go there and get it. Wei Yi had been shocked and numb these days, and he was not even surprised to hear this again, but had a sense of course. Wang Mingyuan was talking about the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, but he couldn't set off now. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor haven't come back yet, and they can't do without these two, especially Yi Fan. Without Yi Fan, the immortal treasure map and the 10,000 Dragons' Nest would not be able to get it. As for now, Hua Yunfei needed to try his best to refine the saint origin in his body, and Guy Joyo understood this process of refining and gained something, but he felt that he could accumulate one or two. In its current state, it still needs a little accumulation if you live out of the second life. In this case, Wang Mingyuan simply went to the outside to survive the calamity. His four pole realms have already been cultivated to perfection, but the last two tribulations have not yet been fully done. It was originally kept to deal with changes, and in case there was a powerful figure to target him, he still had countermeasures. There is no need to keep it now. However, with such a peerless figure as Guy Joyo by his side, it is a waste if he doesn't have to pour it. Wang Mingyuan's eyes rolled slightly, feeling that he needed to strengthen Guy Joyo a little more. The stronger your lineup, the safer he will be in the future. The Dark Supreme has at least tens of thousands of years of experience, and has sealed himself in the forbidden area for millions of years. They have communicating with each other, and they have the best secretaries with each other. Guy Joyo only lived for 9,000 years, and his accumulation in this regard was still too short. I have taken all the secrets of the lines. Is Taoist Guy interested in getting another 9 secrets? Guy Joyo faintly had a misunderstanding about Wang Mingyuan. He believed that Wang Mingyuan should be a figure
figure similar to the emperor, who practiced to the highest level and then cut himself off and practiced again. He knows many secrets of the cultivation world well, from the mythological era to the ancient period, and he can explain the stories and backgrounds of various characters in the desolate period. Therefore, he was not surprised to hear Wang Mingyuan say this again.
"Oh, I have this interest." Guy Jiuyo went quickly and came back quickly.
When Wang Mingyuan said that in the Qinling Mountains of Zhengzhou there was a lineage of inheritance left by the ruthless emperor, and in that small sect there was also a military secret,
Guy Jiuyo went straight over.
With Wang Mingyuan's suggestion, he basically did not waste time, and directly found the complete inheritance of the secret of the word of soldiers on a small mountain outside that sect, and brought back one of the secrets of the word of soldiers. And Wang Mingyuan was just nearing the end of the tribulation at this time.
Taoist friends are really fast, Wang Mingyuan admired. Not far from Wang Mingyuan's side was Hua Yunfei, who was also surviving the calamity.
His heavenly tribulation was also very fierce and terrifying, not as good as Wang Mingyuan, but he could also be regarded as the top among the younger generation, because he had stepped into the realm of dragon transformation at this moment. Because the origin of the saint is integrated into his body, his physique is undergoing the most drastic changes all the time. When walking, the body surface will suddenly crack and crumble, and the broken bone slag will suddenly crack, and the teeth and even the skull will burst from time to time, and then new ones will grow. He had to get through the tribulation quickly and let his origin go further, otherwise his origin might not be able to withstand the origin of the saint, causing himself to fundamentally collapse and turn into a pool of blood.
Fortunately, now there is Wei Yi and Guy Jiuyo by his side. No matter how big the problem is,
he can deal with this aspect very calmly. However, although he broke through to the realm of dragons, this one was still not very excited, because his condition was still not very good. The origin of the saint oppressed him too much, and Wang Mingyuan's plan to pull seedlings to help him grow was not very perfect. And Wang Mingyuan, who had survived the tribulation, touched his chin and looked at Hua Yunfei with a sad face, and couldn't help but think of the immortal second power who had not yet returned. He has been practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill for some time and years, and now he has reached the Sendai realm.
Give him a try to swallow a saint's origin, maybe the situation will be better?
Of course, this is only a preliminary idea, and if you want to practice it in the future, you will have to slow it down. The loyalty of the other party is a problem, and if the strength is too high, it will bring small problems to this side. However, the problem in this regard is not very big, mainly to let Guy Jiuyo have a good understanding and learn how to live out the second life. Although the lifespan is close to infinity, you can learn the cultivation methods of the ancient immortal period. Let yourself transform little by little, and then become a true immortal, a quasi-immortal king. But the practice method also has to look at the version.
The old version is outdated and out of fashion. There is a perfect path opened up by the desolate heaven emperor, and knowing that the 9th generation can become an immortal by transforming, why struggle?
Just learn this path directly. Although there is no way to copy it, the overall idea is still there. There are 3 people who are ruthless, the emperor of the undead and Yi Fan, which is enough. Well, although Duan De also made a mistake, only he could walk his road, and no one else could walk, so forget it if you think about it.
When he was at peace and still thinking wildly, Guy Jiuyo suddenly spoke. Yi Fan is back.
Wang Mingyuan raised his eyes and saw that it was true. A big black dog wearing a pair of pants jumped into the stone workshop of the Tianqian Holy Land. Yi Fan followed closely behind, with a bright face. But what was even more unexpected was that the second immortal power of the Shaking Light Holy Land also followed in fear. He arched his body, nodded, and saluted when they met. His attitude towards everyone is quite respectful, which is completely different from his previous unruly appearance. Yi Fan came in with his head held high, and saw Wang Mingyuan directly lined up the Western Emperor's scriptures obtained from the former place of Yaoqi and listed them in front of Wang Mingyuan. Brother, come to the 2 imperial scriptures to open your eyes.
Wang Mingyuan laughed heartily.
He casually pulled out a scroll of the imperial scriptures from his body, and then Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Because the imperial scripture given by Wang Mingyuan is the entire Hangyu scripture. A perfect imperial scripture, although Yi Fan had already seen the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill before. But those 2 exercises are specifically for swallowing other people's origins, and after strengthening the origin, they practice with the powerful origin.
It is very incompatible with him.
He just understands the visit and learns from the ideas, and there is no way to practice directly. Now this complete scripture still shocked him.
Brother, be stable. He glanced at it and gave Wang Mingyuan a thumbs up. Let's go, I have something to do with you. Wang Mingyuan was ready to directly pull Yi Fan to break into the Wanlong nest.
But after thinking about it, Guy Jiuyo's state is not very stable now, and he is in the dual state of nirvana and non-nirvana.
His comprehension is enough, and it is possible to achieve nirvana anytime and anywhere, and when this top master who can carry the most is gone, Yi Fan will still be in trouble. In this case, it is better to deal with Yi Fan's affairs first. How many pounds of yuan do you have in your hand now?
It looks like about 3 million pounds. Yi Fan smiled shyly highly, and the number he said was enough to surprise a family in a Holy Land. Even if they come up with such a large batch of sources in a short period of time, it will cost a lot of money.
Wang Mingyuan listened and couldn't help nodding.
Okay, then I'll take the time to help you find it again, and try to accumulate enough tens of millions of pounds of sources, and then you can take advantage of the recent good situation and go straight to the tribulation. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, followed by surprise and uneasiness. If someone else suddenly wants to give him so many benefits, his first reaction is that there is fraud in it, and his second reaction is to eat this thing first and then find a way to run away. But Wang Mingyuan suddenly wanted to give him such a benefit, but he accepted it without thinking. It's just that there are still all kinds of uneasiness in his heart.
Isn't there something wrong with my physique?
I don't think there's anything wrong with your source. After all, you're a big dog, and of course you have to bring a group of brothers when you're developed.
But aren't you afraid that this money will be completely wasted?
Although he said such a thing jokingly, it could be seen that Yi Fan was still a little apprehensive and uneasy. Emperor Yi Tian has always planned and then moved. He has arrogance in his heart, and he will not give in directly in the face of any power. But at the same time, he does not think of himself as Long Out Yen, and thinks that he himself is the protagonist of luck. In the face of a catastrophe that even a Holy Land could not get through, he still had a little bottomless in his heart.
Don't worry too much, I know what you're doing.
Wang Mingyuan nodded indifferently and then looked at the elder of the Shaking Light Holy Land on the side. Of course, he was also a former ruthless Taoist master.
Now the ruthless forbidden area needs to be broken through. I don't think I need to say more about what I need.
I can still take out another 2 million caddies, and if you give me a month, I can take out another 5 million caddies. This one is very discerning, and in the face of Wang Mingyuan's request, he not only did not feel uneasy, but was overjoyed, because this shows that Wang Mingyuan is really accepting him by doing this. To really let him do things is to treat him as his own. This one even put down the £1,000,000 source he had brought over, turned around, and left. It was like a dragon was chasing him behind him. Wang Mingyuan looked at it and shook his head, and then looked at Gai Joyo. How far do you think he can go on the road we explored? Emperor Cheng's words, it's hard to say, with the level of his cultivation in this era for more than 2,000 years, even if he has the heaven swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, there is a high probability that he will stop before the threshold of the quasi-emperor in the future.
I didn't see much innovation in him, I didn't see change.
It only follows a fixed path, and even the details are difficult to modify and conform to oneself. This work is organized and uploaded by Liujiu Bookbar. Such a person, even if he has the most supreme inheritance, probably stops at the great sage.
Gai Joyo's judgment was very accurate, and Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart when he heard it.
Because in the original work, this ruthless Taoist master hidden behind the scenes has cultivated to the level of a great sage. Even at this level, he was not considered a supreme figure, and was suppressed by Wei Wei, who later entered the Lord of the Holy Land of Light. However, he should be able to withstand the yin and yang together, and the two saints should be able to bear the oppression of the two saints on his body. If he could understand something in this process, maybe he could take a few more steps in the future.
The emperor never came out of accumulation.
Basically, there will be no such thing as not bullying the young and poor, not bullying the middle-aged and poor, and not bullying the old and the poor.
Any great emperor is basically invincible from youth to youth.
In 1 or 2,000 years, he will be invincible in the world and become emperor. Compared to their age, they are really in their youth, and they can even be said to be teenagers. The slower characters are only 3 or 4,000 years old, and the latest one seems to be more than 5,000 years old, but that is a special case since ancient times, which is very rare. Generally speaking, characters with the appearance of a great emperor will show their natural appearance in their youth.
Even adolescents may be limited by birth.
They don't get the best training, but they will make up for this gap in the shortest possible time.
Just like Yi Fan.
In the face of a great emperor with a bad background, the vast majority of people can only hear a voice of not bullying the young poor. After that, it was an enemy of the whole world, rising all the way and growing all the way. Of course, if you are born like the beginningless emperor, it is really swept all the way, invincible, and never encountered an opponent.
Then give it a try. Wang Mingyuan made this decision very decisively, and Gai Joyo also nodded.
From this, Yi Fan prepared to break through and condition his own state. Although he got a whole copy of the Hangyu Sutra, Yi Fan was still determined to follow his own path. He did not intend to practice all the way to the peak according to the path of ruthlessness and gold, because when he was on the holy cliff, he had briefly become one with that great holy body. Then from the body of the great holy body, the inheritance of the ancient holy body was obtained. Although it is not the most complete inheritance, it has already shown why the great Chung holy body will be invincible in the world. After the holy body reaches the highest realm, the 5 secret realms can be rebuilt. Let the 5 secret realms of the human body grow to the limit, wider than anyone can imagine, thus laying the foundation of invincibility in the world. Therefore, Yi Fan felt that there was nothing wrong with the path he was taking. He wanted to try the scriptures that were the strongest in the 5 secret realms. When the ancient holy body had not yet reached its peak, it laid the most solid foundation for him.
At that time, recultivating the 5 5 secret realms would also make him stronger, reaching the strongest level in history. Although some people have always said that the ancient holy body is the second in the world, it can be called the Great Emperor, and there is no way to become an emperor, but Yi Fan does not believe in this evil. He wants to give it a try and see if he can break that curse. Therefore, even if he had a perfect imperial scripture, he had no intention of practicing step by step. He wants to walk a different path. He is him, it is a different fireworks. And Wang Mingyuan understood the Western Emperor Sutra in his hand. Not only that, but even the Tribulation Immortal song created by Gai Jodo and the scriptures he practiced, Wang Mingyuan had already obtained it completely. It's just that Wang Mingyuan mentioned that he was curious about the current scriptures, and this one was completely handed over to him without much hesitation. But at present, of course, we refer to the Western Emperor Sutra first. As a scripture left by the Empress Dowager of the West, the most special and obvious point in this scripture is that it is unparalleled in the realm of the Taoist Palace, very special. It is known as the invincible realm of the Taoist Palace. Wang Mingyuan compared it with Hong and Jun, and indeed found many subtle changes and differences. But now there is a clue running through the front and back of his entire body, that is, the Hangyu Sutra. This kind of scripture allows him to naturally exert his full power without being restricted, so he can directly exert the strength of the 8 prohibitions at this stage. Now I won't change it randomly. He only measured the particularity in the Western imperial scriptures, and then took the original true solution as the program, slightly and subtly modify the state of the body, making the gods in the Taoist palace more and more mysterious and special. In the Taoist palace, there is a mysterious and unpredictable Zen song flowing. It is the imprint left after the most pinnacle of practice, and it is the Tao, the deceased, and the self singing at the same time. The overall adjustment was slow and firm, and did not change the overall context of the Hangyu Sutra, and the changes in the overall scriptures and cultivation were also very small and subtle. Just like when you first get an incomplete Taoist scripture, you modify yourself. But for its own changes, it is almost reborn. Wang Mingyuan seemed to be integrated into heaven and earth, as if he saw the Western Emperor who was once invincible in the world and then passed down the Yaoqi standing in front of him. Tell him about the experience of creating the Western Emperor Sutra, and the fire and light of wisdom flashing in the scriptures shine through the ages. He improved his form at this moment. It's just that Wang Mingyuan sighed slightly, even if it has risen to such a point. He could feel that he still hadn't stepped into a higher level in the 8 forbidden realm, and he still couldn't get in. He has grown on the basis of the original, but the divine forbidden domain seems to be difficult. That barrier is not the difference between combat effectiveness spanning 8 small realms and 9 small realms. It is a huge metamorphosis. The ruthless Taoist master of the Shaking Light Holy Land came back quickly. It was much faster than he expected a month, and in just 8 days, this one had returned, and he brought back 8 million caddies of source. This one fully understood Wang Mingyuan's needs, and the source he brought back was not the most ordinary circle, and a large part of it was a divine source and a Zenogenius source. Even for the Shaking Light Holy Land, taking out such a large amount of money in such a short period of time can be regarded as a painful thing. But this one didn't say much in this regard. His face was full of flattering smiles, and he was too flattering. Respectfully took that part of the source. Obviously, he knew that there was more to be gained from here. You did your best. This is all for the future of our lineage. The better the forbidden area grows, the brighter our future will be. Wang Mingyuan looked at him and smiled. That's right, I hope you can have a good ending. As he spoke, something extremely surprising happened to this ruthless Tao master who shook the light of the Holy Land. In front of him were 2 corpses that made him tremble even if they died. The breath flowing above his body made it a little uneasy, and his life felt threatened. But as Wei Yi stretched out his hand, the 2 groups of origin rose into the sky from above this body. Then they entangle and collide with each other to form a Tai Chi. It's just that the bodies of these 2 ancient saints were temporarily selected. The 2 are not one and will attack each other, but after all, they are not like the power of the moon and the sun. They are hostile to each other and surround each other. He did form a Tai Chi diagram, but it was not so perfect. This former Taoist master of the Yaoguang Holy Land took a look. He saw all the hidden dangers in it, but he didn't say much. He directly pinched a Dao treasure vase seal, and then swallowed these 2 clusters of origin into his body. Before the origin of the devouring group, Wang Mingyuan and Gai Joyo had already described the situation in this aspect to him, and he could choose to refuse. Of course, he only had such a chance to refuse, and after refusing, all the sources he took would still not be returned. After refusing, he can leave here and then lose contact with everyone. If he didn't refuse, he could continue to practice, and if he had any problems in the middle, he could say them and solve them by everyone present. As soon as he swallowed those 2 clumps of origin into his body, this immortal second power suddenly cracked. It was a crack that ran through the front and back, starting in his abdomen and almost splitting it in half. Yi Fan glanced at it and his brows jumped wildly. He had also heard about Wang Mingyuan and Gai Joyo's plan not long after he came here. They calculated to extract the origin of the great divine body on the holy cliff and the origin of another invincible object in the world together to form a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, and then fill
fill it into his body to help him ascend. But there are still many imperfections in this calculation. Well, what the Taoist master of the Shaking Light Holy Land is showing now is the imperfection. This situation makes people's scalp tingle at first glance. It is too dangerous and terrifying. Fortunately, in the face of this situation, neither Wei Yi nor Gai Joyo made a move. The immeasurable origin was operating, the Tao treasure vase seal was spitting out, and the infinite essence was spit out, so that the state of the two great powers of this Shaking Light Holy Land immortal had changed greatly. The cracks running through the front and back of the body were repaired little by little. Even in the process, there are circles of streamers flowing and blooming on his body, making his state and his physical body stronger. Although the next moment, this person's body swelled up again, almost breaking apart. It is like a volcano about to erupt, with countless cracks on the surface of its body, translucent in front and back. It was a fierce collision between the origins of the two saints, and there was no way to suppress it, and this one's body was too fragile. If you can't bear it in this process, it will be over. This time, Gai Joyo made a move. I didn't see what amazing movements and momentum there were. Silently, everything was restored, and the one returned to his original state, but there were still circles of cracks on the surface of his body. It's like broken porcelain that has just been glued together. This process is undoubtedly very dangerous and terrifying, but this Shaking Light Holy Place, the ruthless former Taoist master didn't complain at all. On the contrary, in this process, the origin of the two saints continued to collide, and the origin aura flowing out of it entered his origin. Then he was swallowed and absorbed by the Tao treasure vase seal, causing his origin to change drastically. There were traces of shattering on his body again, but this time neither Gai Joyo nor Wei Yi made a move, because this time his own origin has changed, causing his body and body to change, and he is evolving. The original crack in the body had not fully healed, but this time the gap even further enlarged, the fragments of the bones, and even the fragments of internal organs jumped out of it. This is the most violent and explosive metamorphosis, which simply makes people feel numb to their scalp. But through the overlapping gaps, you can see the new bones inside, and the internal organs are brighter than before, and there is infinite vitality flowing in them. Very useful, very good idea. This idea can indeed be put into practice. Gai Joyo, Wang Mingyuan, and Wei Yi all stared at this change, and when they looked at it again, they all felt that this idea could indeed be practiced. A person who has practiced the great emperor's scriptures and reached the realm of immortal two realms is almost able to barely withstand the collision of the saint's origin. Well, small collisions. In the process of this collision, his physical body will not directly collapse and explode, and in the process of colliding between the two, the origin will be released and flowed down from each other, becoming a force that strengthens his body. As long as you don't die in this collision process, you can be strengthened. This is a very special reinforcement. Although the Tao master of the Shaking Light Holy Land was once a ruthless person, was not very conspicuous in the entire world that covered the sky, he only appeared a few times occasionally. In the early stage, it put a lot of pressure on people, almost beating Yifan to death and asking Hua Yunfei to take Yifan's origin to practice. Only one sentence was mentioned later, and this one reached the realm of the great sage. Compared with the state of the late quasi-emperors walking everywhere and the great emperors were born out of nowhere, this realm is not very special, not very strong. But that's because that period was very special, a golden era accumulated since ancient times. In ordinary times, a great sage can already cross the planetary domain and become the lord of a starfield. One of the three masters of Tianxian in the Tianxian Holy Land, Wei Yi, also stopped at the great sage in the future and did not go higher. And the top figures who left in ancient times and left to this world and became famous all over the world were basically great sages and did not have a higher level of existence. As you can imagine, the great sage is not bad. It is also very extraordinary for this person to be able to achieve great sages in the future. After all, in this era of lack of heaven and earth essence and no Tao is visible, at the same time, the Holy Land and family with goblins and extreme Tao imperial soldiers are almost at this level. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land and the Holy Lord of the family were basically also in the realm of the second immortal and did not cross into the immortal 3/Tao. Although this one inherited the imperial scriptures of the ruthless emperor, it was similar to the normal Holy Land Lord. If he can reach such heights in the future, it still proves that this person has a certain talent, but he is not highly evaluated in front of Gai Joyo. By Gai Joyo's side, perhaps only by becoming a quasi-emperor could he look up to him a little. Of course, there is also a difference between the great sage and the great sage. In this absolute era, when the great Tao of heaven and earth is not visible, the cultivation of the great sage represents extremely high talent. This work is organized and uploaded by Liujiu Bookbar. In the future, the essence of heaven and earth will gradually recover, and the era of the appearance of the great sage of heaven and earth will be several grades worse. There are still many things to consider. That this Yin-Yang Tai Chi is not perfect in many aspects, including building this diagram and then using the Imperial Sutra as the balance point, but it can make the origin of the body indestructible and grow between this gap. Wang Mingyuan could also see through the changes in the body of this immortal second power. This was not how high Wang Mingyuan's cultivation level was now. But when this one realized that King Mingyuan of Gai Joyo was experimenting with him, he took the initiative to let go of the barrier in his body so that everyone could see clearly. As a ruthless Taoist master, this one may not be enough in many aspects, such as a lot of talent and love, but in terms of ruthlessness, there are still some points. This method made Gai Joyo nod slightly. You can let them practice here, and we watch 1 or 2 every day, which can be regarded as a practice of our calculations. This side was in full swing, but on the other side, Wei Yi suddenly floated away and went to the famous dragon pool in the holy city. It is rumored that in even more ancient times, a true dragon transformed into this pool of water, so its reputation remained. Of course, this is just a rumor, and it seems that there has never been a pure-blooded true dragon between heaven and earth. However, for helping transformation, this pool does have extraordinary effects. The only one who can help others transform at this moment directly wraps up this pool. When he showed up and really wanted to do something, no one stopped him. Although he was not as good as the old madman, he went to his sect every 1,000 years to offer condolences, but he had been guarding the Tianxian stone workshop and had not died for 6,000 years. Any holy place and family would be terrified when they learned of this situation. They clearly know what kind of cultivation it means to be able to live in the world at its peak for 6,000 years. If this one wants to do anything, they will not stop it. And Yifan was sitting cross-legged in the center of the dragon painting time at this moment, and the boundless essence drowned him so that his people could not see clearly. He also thought a lot in his heart at this moment, his parents in his homeland, the friends he made after coming to this world, and Pang Bo, who was still practicing among the demon clan. There were too many things he cared about, and in the end he cut them all off with one thought, closed his eyes, and boundless essence poured into his body, causing him to begin to transform. Layers of essence flowed into his body. Then the most explosive change occurred, its body surface cracked, and the originally crimson blood flowed from his body, as if it was endless. He didn't look like a human body at all, but like a river. The blood was endless, generally flowing out of his body, and then a new substance was born in his blood, and the blood in his body had a hint of gold. The desolate ancient holy body was returning to its peak state little by little. Hidden in the holy city, I don't know how many people are secretly paying attention to him at this moment. However, compared with the original work, there are not many people who want to do bad things against him. After all, the relationship between Yifan and the ancient Zhang family is ambiguous now, especially the little ancestor of the Zhang family. Many people can't grasp it, are not sure about the detailed situation, and dare not make random moves. Although Yifan also offended many people, there were many people cursing at this moment, hoping that he would be struck directly by lightning here. But Yifan was still practicing here steadily, and the boundless black lead clouds covered this area, making countless people tremble. Wang Mingyuan was able to watch calmly, and Xia Jiuyo also stood beside him and stared here. Just a few days ago, Xia Jiuyo had already broken through to the realm of the four poles. She has no shortage of scriptures, nor is there a shortage of resources for practice, and the reason why she is slow to break through is entirely because she needs to have a solid foundation. But at this moment, I saw Yifan surviving the great thunder tribulation, carrying the terrifying thunder with his physical body. She couldn't help but flash her eyes and felt Yifan's strength. The overall process of crossing the tribulation can only be said to be thrilling. Yifan did not need tens of millions of pounds of sources to break through, but rather needed this vast and infinite economy as a booster to push him to this level. In fact, during his breakthrough process, most of the essence flowed out, and Wang Mingyuan stood aside, silently swallowing most of the life essence, and then used it to transform his body, and soul. Of course, for Wang Mingyuan, he had basically reached the limit of the current realm, and it was impossible for his body, soul, and body to become more powerful in the current realm. Most of this vast essence was turned into a potential, allowing him to be more relaxed in the process of breaking through in the future. And at the same time, after the breakthrough, his body and soul would also be naturally stronger, close to the limit of the next realm. He was not like Yifan, the ancient holy body was innate, and its ceiling was very high. All the way to the level of alternative enlightenment helped him. Wang Mingyuan is the one who practices the day after tomorrow. If you want the top plate to be high enough, you have to let the body have enough potential so that the corresponding potential release of breaking through to the next realm can make him strong enough in this realm. Otherwise, he would have to accumulate enough to make up for this problem a little bit. Fortunately, this is not a big problem. At most, Yifan needs so much life essence to break through now, and Wang Mingyuan needs to consume massive resources to break through every realm in the future. One of them is a recovery, and the other is a development. Of course they are different. And as Wang Mingyuan swallowed his essence almost, the most important scene finally came. Yifan successfully crossed the tribulation to another level, and his newborn body shone in the moonlight. He was high-spirited and full of joy at breakthrough. Then at this time, above his head, a Tai Chi diagram pressed down. Just appearing in the void, Yifan couldn't resist directly, and he was about to fall to the ground on the spot. Because it was completely not something he could compete with now, it was the calamity of the Great Sage period. But the horrific calamities left in the underworld are completely unreasonable and shameless. After seeing it, Gai Jodo raised his brows twice, and he had a new understanding of the Dark Turmoil and the Dark Supreme. Wang Mingyuan told him before that no matter how much he did, he was just looking forward to it, but he didn't know much about the Dark Sovereign's many methods. There is also no clear understanding of the lower limit of the Dark Supreme. Now that I took a look, I immediately understood. With high and low, with the invincible strength of the world, he actually used this method. He could see at a glance the ultimate of this Tai Chi diagram, which was a peerless figure inserted into the Tao diagram of heaven and earth by supreme means. This kind of existence would not appear in the normal test of heaven and earth tribulation thunder. As long as the secret realm of the ancient holy body is cultivated to the realm of the four poles, this kind of terrifying and weird thing will come, and then directly beat people to death. No wonder after the invincibility of the 9 great holy bodies in heaven and on earth, no holy body could practice to Deshang, and he never heard of the existence of the holy body again. It turns out that the Eucharist is tortured like this. Who the hell can achieve this? Cultivating the same secret realm alone, and then cultivating the same secret realm to an incredible level and state. That is an extremely rare, secret method of cultivation in the world, and the vast majority of practitioners will never have the opportunity to see it in their lifetime. Moreover, the process of cultivation also requires the consumption of massive resources. Therefore, most people still practice ordinary practice. We'll see. Tao Palace, for poles, Hualong, Sendai. With such a card, the desolate ancient holy body will basically die for a lifetime, and there is no way to cultivate to get ahead. Even if some people understand the twists and turns, they will find a way to practice other secret realms, or find a way to practice only one secret realm. With a cultivation level below the four-pole realm, no matter where he went, no matter where he searched, it was a terrible crisis. If you want to get the method of single cultivation of the same secret realm, you must look for it in the ancient tombs. Moreover, the method of cultivating the same secret realm alone must be strong enough, at least to be able to practice to the peak of the Saint King. Only with such a basic level can we have a chance to resist this terrible thunderstorm. This way of inserting some kind of special test and thunder from heaven and earth. Even if he brought Joyo to his current level, he couldn't do it at his current level, and he sighed when he saw it. But this kind of thing he couldn't do was just to test a small practitioner of the four poles realm, and this kind of thing made him more and more disgusting. There is no invincible heart in the world at all. It turned out that Joyo was just a wave of his hand. The huge Tai Chi map covering the entire sky had already been suppressed by him, and then turned into a small streamer. He was going to be torn apart directly, but seeing the power of the immortal second realm standing not far from him, he had a little more idea. The streamer was suppressed by him, then turned into a ball of light, and finally fell back into Yifan's body. Yifan was at a loss, but Guy Joyo whispered, "It's just that there is nothing worth learning in this Taoist map, but this way of forming Tai Chi between the dragon and heaven and earth can allow you to learn one or two. If you can gain something in form Tai Chi yourself, you may be able to load 2 powerful origins on you in advance." Guy Joyo deeply realized the confidence of this group of people. That is, there is no confidence at all, and the self-proclaimed invincibility in the world is going to use this kind of dark move. They are already afraid of challenges. Even the mentality of invincibility in the realm is gone, so how dare it be called invincible? Yifan was ignorant and happy. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. The sight of the map above his head put infinite pressure on him. It was not existing at all. What he could resist was a terrifying challenge that surpassed his current realm. At that moment, he did understand why the desolate holy body could not be accomplished, and why the desolate holy body was cursed. Although Guy Joyo suppressed it lightly, this was indeed a life-saving grace, and he bowed to Guy Joyo sincerely. Wang Mingyuan looked at it and sighed leisurely. I was sighing in my heart, and sure enough, there was a huge difference between different realms. Jiang Taishu, the god king at the peak level of the saint, had no way to resist this Tao map. Even if he held the extreme Tao imperial soldier in his hand, there was no way to put this terrible thing aside. This thing is quite intelligent, and the extreme emperor's soldiers will be directly blocked by it. Someone must use supreme means to knock down this map. It can be said that the characters in the underworld created this test, which was quite well intentioned. They determined that there were many tunnel emperor soldiers between heaven and earth, and maybe the desolate ancient holy body with an extremely weak cultivation realm would get the help of an extreme path emperor soldier when crossing the tribulation. So even this small loophole was plugged. The only thing I didn't expect was that there might be an alternative enlightenment level figure who would personally guard Yifan at the scene of his tribulation. Normally, this probability is infinitely close to 0. After all, the entire world is in a state of withering. The birth of the ancient holy body is not controlled, and the ghost will appear where it will appear after knowing. The descendants born of that kind of innate desolate ancient holy body have basically been consumed in these long years, and they cannot find a pure-blooded desolate ancient holy body. The desolate ancient holy bodies that appeared later were all innate desolate holy bodies, which were randomly scattered between the universes. And between the entire universe, cold and darkness are eternal themes. In addition to the suppression of several core areas of the strongest trial road in history with the great sage level characters, only the most special ancient stars of life have great sage level figures alive. And such a peak character would basically not personally receive a desolate ancient holy body that had not even reached the four-pole realm, even if the physique of the ancient holy body is very special. Peerless figures in the great sage realm of any era are relatively rare, and they will not be scattered too much in the entire universe.
It is even rarer between the entire universe galaxy, and the Big Dipper is an accident.
After all, this is the burial emperor star, and the most essential forces in the universe throughout the ages have all gathered here. Guy Joyo thought of a lot in a very short period of time, and then thought of the curse of the ancient holy body, and couldn't help but sigh faintly. The gaze that looked at Ji-fan became a little gentler. The human holy body has made great contributions to the universe, especially to the human race of the Big Dipper, and is still known as the first physique of the Big Dipper. As a result, the desolate holy body ended up like this. It can only be said that this is a tragic thing, and he has never understood it before. The ghost knows that the Dark Supreme has no lower limit. Previously, the ancient holy body was cursed and not suitable for today's world, and rumors that it was difficult to practice in today's world spread almost all over the world, especially the Beidou. Everyone seemed to recognize this, but they didn't expect that there were so many things hidden behind it. It's that I'm ashamed of you, so I don't need to thank me so much. It is the true intention of the 9 underworlds. Wang Mingyuan didn't care so much. Now that the matter at hand is almost done, what needs to be done next is simple. The place where the Wanlong nest is located is not mentioned much in the original work, but it was mentioned that it was a snowy mountain, an endless plain. But in the early years, it was not like that, but there was a powerful holy place. It's just that the Holy Land and the primeval creatures are united. Therefore, the Supreme Person carried the extreme Tao Imperial Soldier and wiped out that area. If you look for it now, you can determine the relevant location by flipping through the classics. The group went straight into that area, and Yi-fan was surprised as soon as they arrived there. Because in the field of vision of the Yuan Tian book, this is a land of ascending dragons. Endless dragon veins were hidden in the earth, and real dragons emerged. Such an area should logically be the lair of the true dragon. It is the most special imaginary zone that cannot exist throughout the ages, and the forbidden place recorded in the last few pages of the Yuan Tian book. In order to be able to go deeper into this area where the primeval creatures are located more freely, Wang Mingyuan also specially called the Holy Prince and his aunt over. After all, this area was still the area where the primeval creatures stayed. Archaeal creatures are familiar with this place. All the way to this area, there will be immemorial creatures active here. And once the immemorial creatures in the 10,000 Dragons' Nest were warned, they woke up early, and there were great sages and extreme imperial soldiers. With Guy Joyo by his side, and Guy Joyo still has the secret of the word soldier in his hand, he didn't have to worry about any danger when he went deep into this area. But if you can get everything peacefully, it will be better and smoother. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan not only called for a high status, but also called the Holy Prince of the immemorial royal family, but also called the divine silkworm princess who understood the ancient script and language. Of course, in order to be foolproof, he also brought the extreme Tao imperial soldiers of the Shaking Light Holy Land, and the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron was in Guy Joyo's hand at this moment, but it did not appear. What a secret, the Big Dipper! As soon as Guy Joyo came here, he discovered the secret of this place and looked down at his feet. The group went straight underground. As soon as they entered this area, they immediately noticed something strange, because one after another real dragons rose from the sky, which was stunning. If you look closely, you will find that it is not the real Zhangron, but one dragon chi after another. The rolling dragon energy condensed in this area, forming one true dragon after another. The beard and hair are extremely real, which is dazzling.
This is a more special area than the Zhengzhou ancestral dragon vein, which is very terrifying.
The Holy Prince's eyes flashed when he saw this, and the divine silkworm princess stared, quickly distracted. It's the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, where the Wanlong Emperor stayed, and his people are all here. Her eyes were like lightning, staring here, and there was a curious look in her eyes. Even if he is the top royal family between heaven and earth, she has never really penetrated into the core area of another royal family. This is a secret that belongs to the royal family, and it is impossible for the top characters in the Nansane clan to go deep. Even if they are close to each other, there is no way to get into it. Is there a secret of the unity of yin and yang here? The Holy Prince's was also curious. He lived in the last years of ancient times, and before his time, the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor had already appeared. The Moon, the Sun, who is stronger and who is weaker, yin and yang work together. The world is called Emperor. He has also heard this rumor, and even his father has recognized it. But he never thought that such a peerless scripture could be here. He was not familiar with it, but after looking at it for a while, Princess Divine Silkworm was thoughtful. In ancient times, the Wanlong Nest clan had undergone huge changes. In ancient times, there have always been people who want to practice the principle of which is stronger and weaker in the moon and sun, yin and yang work together, and the world is called Emperor. There have always been people walking on this road, and one of the most prestigious of them has been one. In ancient times, during a period of emperorless years, the world was invincible, inflicted endless killing on the ancient times. But this this one himself is also crazy. His thinking is normal during the day, and once he goes to night, he will have unparalleled magical nature. The immemorial race does not know how much he has eaten. It is rumored that he finally disappeared and was finally killed by the 10,000 dragon nest. The peerless figures in the Wanlong dynasty made a move, and one of them was the supreme figure who was almost about to become the quasi-emperor, and killed him with the Wanlong bell. Now that I think about it, there should be a secret in this, that peerless figure may not be dead.
Princess Divine Silkworm was very curious about Wang Mingyuan.
The main reason is that even a peerless figure like Gai Joyo can be called a Taoist friend with Wang Mingyuan, rather than a master and apprentice.
Wang Mingyuan's cultivation was really insignificant in her opinion, and even the holy prince could not compare.
But such a character can be respected by others. There must be something special about it. Now under the leadership of Wang Mingyuan, he has gone all the way into this area. And Wang Mingyuan seemed to have known the secrets of the ancient era in advance, which made her think a lot.
Even a direct descendant of a peerless emperor in ancient times is not as powerful as this. Who is he?
After leaving the holy city for a period of time, Princess Divine Silkworm no longer knew many things about this era. Especially she and the holy prince also went to Mount Meru together. I learned more about the ancient past from the mouth of the holy Buddha. The holy Buddha of fighting knows that many changes have occurred in ancient times, and he also knows why his brother suddenly attacked the immortal emperor in his later years. For the situation of Gai Joyo, this peerless figure also knows something. Gai Joyo's arrogance can be described as famous all over the world, and he is a figure close to the emperor. Such characters respect Wang Mingyuan extremely much, and she feels a little scared after thinking about it. Such a character can also be called a Taoist friend. She really can't think of what kind of origin Wang Mingyuan has.
She even suspected that Wang Mingyuan was a terrifying old monster rebuilding.
Not only did she not know, but even the Buddha who defeated the Buddha on Mount Meru shook her head after understanding this aspect of the situation, not knowing the situation. But in any case, Wang Mingyuan had a life-saving grace to her, and she didn't have the intention of exploring too much. Judging from the situation shown now, Wang Mingyuan is their helper, and he wants to target the immortal emperor.
Let's go! The portal here is closed, in an underground palace. But for a few people in the world, having a portal and not having a portal are similar.
One is an alternative enlightenment, one is a great sage, and one is a saint king. Such a combination has the ability to sweep the world in any era. Even if the Wanlong nest fully recovers at this moment, it will not affect them much.
Gai Joyo's condition was obviously better than before.
After seeing the practice of the heaven-swallowing demon Gong with his own eyes, and obtaining the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, and understanding the process of the demon fetus giving birth to the divine fetus, his state became younger and younger. Now except for the gray hair on his head, he has gradually returned to the state of youth and is no longer in the state of old age. Wang Mingyuan occasionally looked at Gai Joyo, and even felt that Gai Joyo was like a completely wrapped chrysalis.
But this feeling is only fleeting.
Soon Gai Joyo returned to normal. At one point, Wang Mingyuan thought it was an illusion, but he clearly knew that it should not be an illusion. Gai Joyo should have gone out for a while on the road of the second life, but he didn't know what kind of way there would be. The scene inside the 10,000 dragons nest made Gai Joyo a little surprised. Wei Yi was a little worried, because when he entered it, he already felt an extremely powerful aura flowing in this world.
There is an existence that is not inferior to him,
existing between this world and the world.
And in the deepest part of this area, there is also a terrifying imperial aura permeating. It's powerful and special here.
Let's go. What we are looking for is in the depths, and we need to find someone to lead the way from this area. Wang Mingyuan thought of the royal boy in the original book who woke up early and still had some dragon characteristics on his body. It was the royal teenager of the Wanlong nest who took the initiative to be the leading party of Yifan and his party, went deep into the deepest part of the Wanlong nest and saw the coffin left by the ruthless emperor. I also saw the old man of the human demon. Piece after piece of huge divine source spanned between this piece of heaven and earth. Even without any material support, they were suspended out of thin air.
This is the special of the divine source.
The Black Emperor drooled wildly, and Wei Yi felt the pressure. Yifan also felt very dangerous at the same time, because the inside of the divine source is not empty, sealing one after another, some characters with the characteristics of the immemorial race, and then suspended between this piece of heaven and earth. Some have scales on their body surfaces, some have horns on their heads, and still others have several tails. Although they have many primeval creature characteristics with animal characteristics, they are mostly humanoid, which shows that this race is very strong, because the closer the primeval creatures are to the human form, the stronger they are. Just in this area where the entry is located, many people are already close to the king of the slashing. If you really go deep inside, you can't imagine how powerful it is. This is definitely a terrifying existence that surpasses the current strength of all races. Although there are also strong heritages in the major holy places and families of the human race, they seal themselves for the future. But most of them were sealed when there was little longevity. But this is not the case with the creatures in this area now. Most of them were sealed at their peak, full of chi and blood, and had a long lifespan. The reason why it remained between this piece of heaven and earth was more because the Emperor of 10,000 Dragons calculated that the road to immortality would open in the future, so that they could return in this era and think about becoming immortals for the whole family.
Not only them, but most of the immemorial tribes were doing this operation.
However, the top royal and royal families among the immemorial tribes all have their own special places. Even if a long time has passed, it does not affect them. They are either in the Divine Silkworm Ridge, or in the 10,000 Dragon Nest, Waleen Cave. The places where they are located are the most extreme places in the world, like the Purple Mountain and the Nest of 10,000 Dragons.
Ordinary people can't get in at all.
If you go in, you don't dare to mess around when you know the internal situation. After all, these top races are basically sealed with great sage-level figures, and they are guarded by extreme imperial soldiers.
It can be said that this is the safest place in the world. But the worse races, the non-royal family and the royal family, are much worse, basically lucky to get the divine source liquid, sealing themselves to a place where they feel very safe. Then just wait slowly. There is a lot of luck in this.
Many of them have been dug up in advance over the years, and many changes have occurred. It has been circulating on this side of the northern regions that there are terrifying and powerful primeval creatures that have been dug up and then bloodied all over the place. And even the most absolute characters may not be able to avoid the fate of being dug up in advance.
For example, fighting over Buddha.
He was dug up 2,000 years in advance.
Now that the lifespan is almost exhausted,
it can be said that it is relatively bleak. However, most of the top royal families are still intact and have been sealed very well.
Wanlong Ko is one. When Wang Mingyuan and his party walked inside,
a young man rubbed his eyes and looked at the group of them with sleepy eyes. He looked dazed, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he became shocked again, because the group of people in front of him is very special in his eyes. Wang Mingyuan held his head high and stood at the front. It is a complete humanoid being, without any trace of the immemorial race. Yifan and the Holy Prince stood beside him. Both of them were in good condition. After Yifan reached the realm of the four poles, the golden chi and blood gradually recovered, and the whole body of the fighting holy ape was full of golden light, and his eyes were gushing with brilliance. This immemorial royal boy with only a dragon horn on his head and basically no other beast characteristics on his body also had a very high status.
At a glance, you can see that the group of people in front of you has an extraordinary origin.
A fighting holy ape, needless to say, everyone was familiar with him in the immemorial years. After all, in the most active period of primeval creatures, the fighting holy emperor was the last emperor of the immemorial race. His racial characteristics, all beings know.
This one blurted out at a glance, "Fighting holy ape, holy prince?" Then he couldn't help but look in other directions.
The status of the fighting holy ape in his mind was high enough,
at least higher than his royal bloodline.
After all, he is not a direct descendant of the Wanlong emperor, nor is he a prince or princess. Even the holy prince had an extremely high status in any area and in any immemorial race.
But now this one is standing behind Wang Mingyuan. Although he couldn't recognize Yifan's race, the holy prince was closer to the divine silkworm princess.
The divine silkworm princess was still quite famous in the immemorial period, and she had already made a marriage contract with the younger brother of the holy emperor of battle. At the same time, it also has an extremely special title in the immemorial period, and is one of the four heavenly prides that are most promising to enter the realm of the great sage. It can be said that her name and appearance are circulated, and most of the ancient races in the world know her.
Of course, Princess Divine Silkworm definitely doesn't know his junior.
The sweatshirt behind the silkworm princess was old and frail, and she looked very old, but the aura that suppressed heaven and earth couldn't be faked. This very noble figure in the 10,000 Dragons Nest is no stranger to this aura, and his father has this aura. It was a great sage. If it was just this one, he wouldn't be frightened. The most terrifying thing was the last young man with gray hair. His age does not look very old, but his eyes are full of vicissitudes, and there is a breath of time when he stands there, and he has obviously reached the end of his life. But just standing there, the entire world seemed to be suppressed and sealed by it, and the entire universe seemed to tremble. This feeling has only been seen in legendary classics. His father described to him that this was the case with the holy emperor of fighting in ancient times.
A emperor? This thought came to his mind, and he suddenly became very uneasy.
Standing in front of that one, even if that one has restrained all the chi, he can't help but kneel down. This is the real emperor. He was about to fall to his knees, and Princess Divine Silkworm reacted quickly. When she came here, Wang Mingyuan had already described the corresponding situation to him, and she was mainly responsible for translation and communication, because Wang Mingyuan did not understand the language and writing of ancient times. Not only Wang Mingyuan, except for the Princess of the Altar, who knows both the ancient language and the words of ancient creatures, the Holy Prince can only speak and not write.
Who are you? Why are you here?
The young man was very flustered, wanting to leave but not daring to go.
Fortunately, Wang Mingyuan saw his embarrassment and asked Princess Silkworm to be in charge of translation. "We are here to mourn a great emperor and take away an item left to us by this great emperor.
Of course, this is what Wang Mingyuan said, and when it fell on the translation of Princess Silkworm, the emperor became an ancient emperor. When the young man heard this, his expression became more and more serious, and he understood Wang Mingyuan's origin. Under the appeasement of Princess Silkworm, he did not revive his parents and elders. That's leading the way directly in front.
Which one are you from?
He asked Wang Mingyuan, and Wang Mingyuan shook his head and pointed to Yi Fan, who was standing aside with the holy prince. He has a relationship with that one, and it can be regarded as a very close blood relationship. Yi Fan opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but thinking that the immemorial creature didn't understand his words at all, and the divine silkworm princess wouldn't translate for him, he simply shut up. And the young man from the 10,000 Dragons Nest nodded clearly, looking at Yi Fan with close and awe-inspiring eyes. That kind of awe is even more than looking at the holy prince.
Princess Divine Silkworm was very puzzled.
No matter how much the holy prince is also the only descendant of a prince's direct bloodline, it stands to reason that in the entire universe, except for princes of the same level and the sons of the great emperor who can be comparable to him,
he is the most precious person in the world. Why is this look at Yi Fan even more special?
Until they reached that destination, and then she was also frightened.
I understood why this one looked at Yi Fan differently.
In the deepest part of the 10,000 Dragons Nest, wisps of chaotic chi fell from between heaven and earth, submerging that area, which was the most mysterious and unfathomable. The emperor's aura permeated the heavens and the earth, making it impossible for everyone to get close. And in this most sacred and core area, there are one vermilion coffin after another. At a glance, Princess Divine Silkworm was able to recognize from the unique aura, which was the coffin of an ancient emperor and an ancient emperor. But what made people's scalps tingle was that they walked all the way into the depths, and the ancient red coffins were bited one after another, and they directly saw 4 mouths.
This is a little creepy.
The ancient emperor and the ancient emperor were born with an immortal elixir as standard, which was well known to everyone. Therefore, the ancient emperor and the ancient emperor can basically live for 2 lifetimes.
But basically only one coffin is enough because there is only one body.
Those who come back to life with the immortal elixir will still only have a supreme imperial body. But here, there are 4 coffins. It's not that 4 ancient emperors are buried here, because they can feel the 4 coffins. Although they are all different chi machines, this shows that this supreme figure lived 4 lives with different Taoist methods. To be precise, it should be the 5th generation, because here there is a clear imprint of the grimace mask on different parts of each coffin. Throughout the ages, there is only one mark that will be marked with this mark, and that is the ruthless emperor. Even Gai Joyo stared at this place intently, and for the first time he had an eye-opening feeling. Because this was too special, it broke his previous concepts. No matter how much Wang Mingyuan said, it was not as shocking as what he saw with his own eyes.
Is there really someone who can go out such a long distance on the road to immortality, and he finally succeeds?
Or failed? Gai Joyo looked at the end of the final chaos, where there were no more coffins.
There is only one dragon nest, or true dragon nest.
The ancient trees stand there, and I don't know how huge they are, but they have long since withered. They were built together to form a nest. Endless chaotic chi surged in it, but there was only one nest inside, and the inside was empty, and the true dragon remained. Gai Joyo looked at the place and felt as if he had lost it.
Throughout the ages, has the ruthless emperor, who is known as the #1 talent, not taken this path?
But his sadness was only for a moment. Wang Mingyuan looked at this place and said bluntly, if you want to be sure whether the
ruthless emperor is alive or not, don't you know if you go to the ancient forbidden land, there is an answer to everything?
Gai Joyo's mind moved, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Fan, and then looked at Wang Mingyuan, and at this moment, there was an unparalleled light in his heart.
That represents hope for the road ahead. At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? At first sight, the beginningless path becomes empty. This sentence was widely circulated in the cultivation world, but at this moment, Gai Joyo felt that it was not entirely so. The ruthless emperor is a mountain peak at the end of the immortal road, and I don't know how far he has gone out. Just thinking of the ruthless emperor, he had a strong confidence in continuing to move forward and had unparalleled hope, because there are really people in front of him, not to mention anything else. The 4 coffins standing here now are a clear evidence. There is still a way to go above the emperor.
What the Taoist said is indeed not wrong. I sat in the well and watched the sky before. Gai Joyo sincerely thanked Wang Mingyuan, but at this time the sudden change happened suddenly. Yi Fan, who was standing on the edge of the Chaos Dragon nest, suddenly moved, and the root of the mother chi of all things that had been cast into the top of his body suddenly floated out, hanging down endless mysterious yellow energy. Then in the very astonished gaze of the leading teenager, this cauldron created by the root of the mother energy of all things almost flew down from Yi Fan's head. It seems to be about to enter the 4th vermilion coffin. The young man's brows jumped wildly when he saw this lesson, and the murderous intent in the Chaos Dragon's nest was unparalleled.
He was terrified, knelt down, and spoke the language of ancient times. Wang Mingyuan couldn't understand, and Princess Divine Silkworm looked inexplicable.
Because what this young man said was the words of the kneeling emperor. Yi Fan was very open-minded at this time, and he had too many intentions entanglements with the ruthless emperor. Starting from taking the 9 wonderful immortal elixir planted by the ruthless emperor in the forbidden area. Later, he entered the bronze immortal hall and got the root of the mother chi of all things left by the ruthless emperor. He even got the heaven-swallowing demon skill and immortal heaven skill left by the ruthless emperor from Wang Mingyuan's hands. For this supreme human emperor who made the Black Emperor's scalp tingle, Yi Fan was also a little frightened. At this time, he completely let go of his mentality. If these things did not belong to him, belonged to the ruthless emperor, then let him take them if he wanted to take them. He completely let go of the mother chi cauldron of all things, which flew in a circle above his head, about to rush into the chaos dragon nest, but finally came back. Even in the surprised eyes of a group of people, the last coffin shook, and a streamer flew out of it. The streamer was like the scales of a steamer, shimmering with a faint light, and then fell into the cauldron of the mother chi of all things. The young man of the Wanlong dynasty was stunned and shocked, and he respected Yi Fan even more, because Wang Mingyuan had already said directly before he came, their group of people came to mourn an ancient emperor and take away the ancient emperor's relics from here. Now that everything has come true, of course he is both respectful and afraid. A supreme emperor he had never seen that was not recorded in their ancient history lived 4 generations in a row. His direct bloodline, how terrible will the prince he leave behind? Now he already had a faint feeling that in such a weak realm, there was already a material that could be forged into an extreme imperial soldier, and it is the only mother of all things in heaven and earth, not the mother chi of many things. As long as time goes on, the root of the mother chi of all things will continue to give birth to new mother chi, which can be said to be the only one in heaven and earth. Such a precious item can be inherited in such a weak realm. This emperor who was not in his memory could imagine how terrifying it was. This one is suspected to be a peerless emperor who brought many princes to walk here and mourn the ancient emperor.
Do you want to wake up my grandfather and ask him to come over to receive you?
The words translated by Princess Divine Silkworm made Yi Fan a little panicked, and the Black Emperor was even more at a loss. After all, this is obviously the location of a powerful immemorial royal family, and once the peak figures recover, their purpose may not be achieved.
Wang Mingyuan was very calm.
No need, we don't want too many people to know here. You can tell your father and grandfather afterwards. The young man was a little hesitant, but after glancing at Gai Joyo, he nodded seriously, not daring to say more.
The current situation is very much like an invincible king traveling with a group of the strongest prince-level figures. Even his father didn't have much qualifications to put anything in this. Waking up or not is the same.
That character is so powerful. Although Yi Fan did not know him, Yi Fan was obviously related to the peerless figure among the 4 coffins, and was a descendant of the Supreme Emperor. Even though Yi Fan obviously took the most valuable thing from his house, he didn't dare to say anything. As he walked out, Gai Joyo suddenly stopped and looked at a rock wall, and when his eyes fell, that rock wall naturally collapsed. Then a piece of divine source that was as tall as one person was revealed. Inside the divine source, there was an old man who was bound by chains, his hair was wildly disheveled, and his skin was covered in bones. When the young man saw it, his face showed a look of fear. Before he could say anything, the holy prince suddenly picked up the big black stick in his hand and hit the young man's head with a stick. The young man's eyes went black and he fainted suddenly. Seeing that the Black Emperor and Yi Fan were staring at him, the holy prince stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head, and said with a foolish smile, "Get used to it." And the Black Emperor had skillfully picked up the young man's clothes with his mouth and hid the young man aside. Yi Fan applied another seal from the Origin Heavenly Book to the young man, allowing the young man to sleep longer.
The entire process is skillful and natural. It's better to hide other people's things, otherwise it's quite troublesome to fight here,
the holy prince explained. But no one else said much, only Gai Joyo stared at the person sealed in the divine source, and his gaze became a little peculiar. Wei Yi was also watching, but he showed a very solemn look on his face. Even though the group of people in front of him were sealed in the divine source, even if they were sealed by the top divine thoughts, he still felt the threat of death. It was a peerless and powerful figure, and even the seal could not suppress that kind of frenzy and terrifying momentum. Very special, very powerful.
I'm not an opponent.
He was ashamed of himself, and the divine silkworm princess stared at him, which was also very solemn. Even if she is a royal family in ancient times, she is the legendary god queen who knows invincibility in heaven and earth. Facing the one in front of him, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, because this is a peerless murderer who killed countless people in ancient times. Even the great sage-level royal family was killed by this one, and then roasted and eaten like that. If it weren't for this one, he was a little crazy and not very sober. As long as he is sober, he will be recognized as the most likely person to become an emperor. That was really a reputation to kill. During the Tai period and the entire immemorial race, he was able to continue to run, and finally dispatched the extreme imperial soldiers to seal him down. Even so, Wanlong Chao paid an extremely heavy price. There is a great sage who is about to enter the quasi-emperor realm and is still in a coma, and it is difficult to get out of that state. Go back first. Gai Joyo glanced at it, took a step, and the power of the great Tao naturally led everyone back to the holy city. That is the power of the secret of the word, and in such a short time as The Secret of the Word, Guy Joyo has a very deep understanding of the secret of the word. He has even vaguely touched the realm of part of time. With so many people alone, there was no impact in the slightest, and Princess Divine Silkworm felt this change, and her expression couldn't help but change. Although she had only been down from the holy cliff for a few days, she had a lot of insights and felt that she had gained a lot, but it was not so exaggerated. And when they took a step in the 10,000 Dragons Nest, a true dragon immortal elixir was like a living person, and its roots were walking in the chaos. In particular, it stared at Guy Joyo, poked its head into its brain, and sent out all kinds of ideas. At such moments, it actually has the feeling of actively jumping out of its inside. It is alive because of the special elixir of immortality, because it once followed the ruthless emperor, so it was protected by the ruthless emperor and was able to walk freely in the chaos. Others don't have this ability. They don't have this ability. Guy Joyo had it, and found it, but did not take the initiative to do it. Just stared at this true dragon immortal elixir for a while, and this true dragon immortal elixir didn't know how many years it had matured. The head of the true dragon already has a dragon ball, and its beads are round and jade, and they are completely mature. It is considered a mature elixir of immortality. Even in the state of covering the 9 shadows, the fruit of taking an immortal elixir can be completely restored to its original state. Not only can the wound of the great Tao be completely healed, but even the state will return to its peak period. It has the strength to attain enlightenment in an alternative, but its lifespan is calculated from scratch, and it can last at least 9,000 years. This can be said to be an item that can make all practitioners excited in the world, but Guy Joyo looked at it but didn't have much nostalgia, and this immortal medicine was moved and wanted to follow. But in the end, there was a fluctuation of divine thoughts between the two, and Guy Joyo walked out of here, and this real immortal elixir was hidden in the depths of chaos.
Wang Mingyuan opened his mouth to speak, but Guy Joyo took the initiative to stop the topic. Although he can bring me back to the top, it's just the peak I have. Whether or not to become an emperor is a question. Whether you can't become an emperor and restore your peak state, and after 200 years, it's just a good meal for the Dark Supreme to make them happy. Instead of taking it, wait a while. I already have a certain idea of living out of the second life, and after taking it, all my injuries and all my states have been restored, which is a waste. Guy Joyo's eyes were bright. He should have had a variety of calculations, as he said. If he couldn't get rid of the current predicament independently, completely recover the wound of the great Tao and take the immortal elixiration, it would really just refresh his current state and give him an extra 9,000 years of life. It is not difficult for him to preach and become emperor at his peak. He did it 8,000 years ago. At that time, there was the Qing Emperor's heaven and earth Tao blocking him, and he couldn't finish it. But now the avenues of heaven and earth have completely dispersed, and there is basically no obstruction, and he can successfully cross the threshold. But this is really a waste for him. He took the immortal elixir before he became emperor, so even if he had a lot of deep understanding later, he could only wait until the longevity was about to run out before he could try to live out of the second life and then wait for 10,000 years. That was really a huge waste for him. Of course, what the last emperor experienced in ancient times, Guy Joyo probably didn't want to experience it again. Even the invincible emperor in the world only lived for one life. It is because of taking the immortal elixir in advance, since ancient times, there is only such a case among many great emperors and ancient emperors. Before becoming an emperor, no matter how serious the injury was, basically no one would directly take the immortal medicine. The other one who only lived for one life was the Void Emperor. The Cold Void Emperor took the immortal elixir after precipitation, and it was understandable that he took the immortal elixir for taking it. That period was one of the most terrifying periods of dark turmoil, and it was rumored that terrifying beings were active in the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness. Of course, the most active is the Immortal Mountain. This situation has had a very big impact on this person. After becoming the Great Emperor, he suffered injuries that were difficult to recover, and had to take the immortal divine medicine in advance. Even with the addition of the immortal divine medicine, the Void Emperor probably only lived for more than 10,000 years. There was an immortal medicine to recover from his injuries, but after that, he was still suffering extremely terrible injuries one after another, and Shou Yuan had not reached the peak he should have reached at all. And the opportunity to live out the second life is also quite precious, and only the ruthless emperor has been clearly recorded in the classics since ancient times. All practitioners in the world know that the ruthless emperor practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill in the first life. Then in his later years, he created the immortal heavenly skill on the basis of the heaven-swallowing demon skill. The divine fetus was conceived by the demon fetus, and he lived out of the second life without using the immortal medicine. Another one that has a certain record is that Wang Mingyuan said that he was the emperor. The emperor also lived out of the second life and cut off all the Tao fruits in the past and practiced again. He became an invincible figure in the world, pushing all enemies with the secret of all words. This impressed Guy Joyo, and he should also want to embark on such a path. After all, the two characters who did not take the elixir of immortality in ancient times have written their supreme legends. Just now, he saw with his own eyes the coffin
coffin of the fourth generation left by the ruthless emperor. On the road of immortality, the ruthless emperor walked a long distance, almost becoming an immortal. Guy Joyo also wants to give it a try. Judging from some of the information revealed by Wang Mingyuan before, the person he has always wanted to surpass, the Qing emperor. It also walks on this road, and seems to have gone a long distance in its attempts. Guy Joyo wanted to surpass this one, so he deliberately did not ask this one how to go and how far he had gone. He wants to try to walk on his own. And although he didn't have much experience and took this path for the first time, Guy Joyo also understood and knew that living out of the second life must be possible in very difficult circumstances. Shoyuan and his body must go to the end of his life little by little, so that he can clearly sense what to do next on the edge of death. If he took the immortal elixir, all his results would be emptied. Now that he has a certain idea and a certain direction, giving up directly is the biggest waste. Guy Joyo could also feel that if he could take a step forward on such a road, then he would naturally become an emperor. At the same time, it will be much stronger on the original basis. I have my way. Wang Mingyuan listened and did not interfere. Instead, he looked at the divine source in front of him, which was as tall as a person. At this time, Guy Joyo had already made a move, and his finger was a little on the divine source, and the divine source suddenly cracked. Then the inner oriental Tai was revealed. Of course, his name is not widely circulated, and it is his nickname Human Demon that is really circulated. Because he was a god during the day and a demon at night, he caused chaos throughout the immemorial. And because his race is human, he is called a human demon. At this moment, it was still daytime, and this one suddenly woke up, and his expression was relatively normal. After Wei Yi explained the current situation to this person, the old man couldn't help but sigh. When I realized that hundreds of thousands of years had passed, he sighed and shook his head, and just when everyone thought he would be sad, this look immediately cheered up again. It's here, let's eat first. His eyes were like lightning, and he looked around, even gave priority to the Wanlong nest that had just come out, and he was a little drooling. I was beaten by them with a stuffy stick, slept for hundreds of thousands of years, and now I have woken up and I can't get the field back. Even Wei Yi's brows jumped, and the Holy Prince and the Divine Silkworm Princess both felt the pressure. I feel that this person is a god during the day and a demon at night, and the state of the god is still terrifying. In broad daylight, they are going to attack the immemorial royal family, which is like a person with normal thinking. Guy Joyo just smiled. I haven't gotten up for too long, let's eat some vegetarian dishes first. I haven't eaten for too long, and suddenly I eat too meaty, and it's easy to have gastrointestinal discomfort. The divine spring water originating from the ancient Forbidden Land was boiled, and then the leaves of the ancient tea tree from the immortal mountain were placed in it to brew tea directly here. The old man took a look, blinked his mouth, and complained, it's not impossible. He sat down here. Even if there is an invincible figure in front of him, he is not too anxious and has a fairly peaceful mentality. And while the tea was boiling, Guy Joyo did not hide the purpose of their group. He took the initiative to introduce Wang Mingyuan to the old man of the human demon. This is my Taoist friend. As far as the Taoist understands, the road to immortality will open in 200 years. At the same time, in such an era, it is accompanied by the most terrible dark turmoil. This part of the news, as well as the secret Holy Prince and the Divine Silkworm Princess, is the first time I have heard of it, but both of them are not strangers. After all, they were sealed from the immemorial period to the present era, which means they have corresponding estimates for this era. They are not randomly sealed, and then wait until this time to be opened by chance, which is not the case. Many of the most powerful races in the immemorial years, whether it was the immemorial royal family or the immemorial royal clan, they all sealed down some of the best of their races. Then it opens during this period of time. It's not that they mess around, but they have a complete plan. The ancient emperors, heavenly sovereigns, or emperor-level figures since the past dynasties can deduce and calculate the time when the road to immortality opens with their supreme strength. Of course, it cannot be too accurate, but it can probably estimate a clear time. Therefore, basically all the descendants of the top figures and their power are sealed in this stage. Let them recover in this phase. The Divine Silkworm Princess already had a certain understanding and speculation about these secrets. After all, the immemorial race was basically determined to fully recover and resurrect all during this period of time. Then he became a member of the Master of Heaven and Earth between this piece of heaven and earth. This is very special but reasonable. The Holy Prince was ignorant, he didn't know much about these. After all, he was sealed as a secret when he was young, and he didn't understand anything. At this moment, hearing this, there is also a sense of subversion for him. The old man of the human demon was not too shocked to hear that the road to immortality was about to open in the future, and he just nodded. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but look at the area where the desolate Forbidden Land was located. Thinking about it, even in the immemorial years, he had heard about it. It's just that he is obviously more concerned about the latter paragraph. Dark turmoil? 200 years? He couldn't help but look at the scene and glanced at several people. Only Wei Yi paid a little more attention, and he just glanced at the others and stopped talking. Are there other peerless figures who want to take action during this period to suppress this turmoil? Yi Fan and Wang Mingyuan are talented, and in his opinion, they can be said to be the top in the world. May not be inferior to the young emperor and the young ancient emperor, but 200 years. The old man shook his head, not optimistic about this. Not only is he not optimistic, but even Wang Mingyuan himself is not optimistic. And Gai Joyo did not hide this aspect. He pointed to Wang Mingyuan and said, "We are not completely without ideas, we have certain ideas, their supreme physique and physique, maybe we can ripen in advance." The human demon looked at Yifan. He had heard of it in the immemorial years, or had seen the special nature of the desolate holy body for this physique, and he recognized it. 200 years to make him completely mature. I'm afraid it's too difficult, it's basically impossible to achieve. The moon and the sun, who is stronger and who is weaker, yin and yang are together, and the world is called the emperor. We already have mature ideas in this regard. Wang Mingyuan asked the ruthless former Taoist master to stand up and show his condition. The old man of the human demon took a look and was taken aback. This ruthless former Taoist master was only the power of the immortal second realm when the group went to the 10,000 Dragon's Nest, but now he was already standing on the threshold of the immortal 3/Dao. Recently, there have been several small realms that have been broken through in such a short period of time, but he couldn't see the phenomenon of unstable realm. On the contrary, the realm was very stable. Even some of the saint's Tao fruits were displayed on his body. The origin of the two ancient saint-level figures collided in his body. Not only are the deepest physical origins colliding, but even their perception of the great way of heaven and earth is partially integrated in this collision. Then he fell into the body of this former Taoist master of the ruthless lineage, and was swallowed little by him with the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Therefore, although he broke through in a very short period of time, he did not have an unstable realm. On the contrary, it was very stable. Even his own physique has transformed repeatedly in the process, showing a unique trait. In terms of his current situation alone, he is no less than any divine body or royal body. However, his current cultivation and realm are nothing in front of the old man of human demons. What really surprised inside the demon was that this person's body was entangled with each other, forming the origin of a Tai Chi diagram. It's really fantastic. It can actually achieve such a special balance of yin and yang, and transform each other. The old man of the human demon saw some road gods for a while, and the most powerful thing in his body for practicing the Tai Yin true scripture and the Sun true scripture was the true solar scripture. The Sun Sutra can even overwhelm everything in many cases. Therefore, during the day, he can be the most domineering. Because the Sun true scripture overwhelms everything and can dominate the Tai Yin true scripture, he is very sober and rational at this stage. But as day and night changed, the moon's divine power gradually increased. The balance of yin and yang in his body, or the situation where one side is strong and the other is weak, will be broken, and he will fall into a state of madness. He has been trying to deal with this problem for so many years, but he has never had a good idea. The current situation of this person gave him a new idea. In 1619 Book 1 bar, look at the no mistake version. The situation is not perfect, like walking a tightrope. The origin of the two saints was a little problematic, and there was a little collision. In other words, if they don't grow so fast, their talent and understanding are a little worse, and they can't absorb their perceptions in the aftermath of the collision, and if they absorb the origin, they will die. There are indeed many loopholes, but this idea has outdone all. The old man of the human demon saw it fascinatingly, often curious and surprised. What kind of scripture is this? It can actually absorb the Taoist perception of others, absorb the origin of others, and strengthen oneself. He was sighing. The main reason is that he is a peerless figure who was active in the immemorial period, and he doesn't know much about the later emperors of the human race, or he doesn't know anything at all. When the few people present gave him a popular science of the ruthless emperor and the human emperor who appeared one after another after the end of the immemorial era, this one couldn't help but fall into a daze. My human race can actually have so many great emperors one after another? Isn't it impossible for great emperors to be born one after another between the same race? Indeed, I have fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking there were moon emperors and sun emperors born in ancient times, and isn't it natural that there will be more emperors in the future? The curse has been broken as early as that year. This is the period when I was active. It was the peak of the immemorial race, and the appearance of the immemorial emperors one after another obscured my eyes and made me unable to see myself clearly. The old man was in a huge shock, and after the shock, he couldn't help but burst into tears, and he had a different emotion. After all, during the period he was in, during the period when he was most active, the human race was considered the weakest period, and it was reduced to food among the immemorial races. They had to take refuge in the ancient race, and many times they became vassals of the ancient race, and even slaves. The human race struggled to survive in it, and a character like him appeared who was a first-class alternative. And in fact, his appearance is also a hope and an attempt for the human race. After all, there have always been rumors that yin and yang work together, and the world is the emperor. After the human race came out of a moon emperor and a sun emperor, everyone thought that in the immemorial years, it should be impossible for the human race to have a new emperor. The human race has been falling and has been on the verge of extinction.
line. Under such circumstances, the human demon was a great attempt by the human race in the immemorial years. His talent should be regarded as the top in the immemorial period, and it can be said that he is not inferior to the young ancient emperor in the same realm and at the same time. There was also a clear curse in the immemorial period. After all, the immemorial royal family shocked the world, and everyone thought that only one emperor could appear in the same race. The Terran race broke the corresponding curse, but it was impossible to continue to break it. After all, the road of the moon has also passed, and the road of the sun has also passed, and there should be no other road to take. In a situation where the road ahead was very unclear, the old man of the human demon chose to practice the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture. He can have two human mother scriptures at the same time. I think it's because many people have made great efforts and contributions in it. Even the two great unifications left by the human emperor contributed a large part of their strength in this. Unfortunately, he didn't go down this path in the end, or it was about to go through, but it attracted the attention of many people of the immemorial race, and the extreme imperial soldiers were dispatched to seal him. Hearing Yifan's praise, the old man shook his head. It is said that I am about to walk out of a path, but during that period, I had actually entered a dead end and entered a kind of magic barrier. Yin and Yang cannot be balanced. It is basically impossible for me to step into the quasi-emperor realm, and it is already a dead end there. Learned about the current situation of the human race. I learned that the human race has always had a supreme emperor, and after dozens of them appeared one after another, this one seemed to have some kind of special knot that had been untied. The whole person revealed an open-minded temperament. It can even be said that the old man of the human demon was originally quite good, and the sadness was only for a moment, and soon he walked out of it. As for the experience of the old man of the human demon, the few people present actually didn't have much sense of identity. Only Guy Joyo might have a little bit. After all, now the human race suppresses the world, which can be said to be the top race, and there are not too many dangers and dangers. The experience of ancient times, when it comes to today, almost no one has much empathy. Do you want to further improve this part? This is also possible. The old man was sad for a moment and then recovered, and then pointed out the targets of several people very naturally. Even he didn't have much reservation. The two great unifications of the emperor back then supported me, and even the two mother scriptures passed down from generation to generation did not hesitate much, and they handed them over to me directly. Now I have no problem passing it on to you again. This is a kind of inheritance in itself. He dictated the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture directly in front of the group. There is not too much concealment. Even his experience of practicing the Sun and the Sun was directly dictated, and he gave his own insights on how to balance and achieve yin and yang in many aspects. It can be said that in this regard, this person is worthy of being the top figure. Wang Mingyuan listened thoughtfully and showed this person the mysterious principle of the mutual transformation of yin and yang in the Kunping treasure technique. For a while, several people were a little fascinated, and the divine silkworm princess and the holy prince had already taken the initiative to step aside before everyone spoke, not listening to this supreme scripture. The former Taoist master who was ruthless wanted to hear it, but he found that everyone present had no intention of driving him away, so he listened cheekily. But soon, he discovered that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The old man of the human demon tells from shallow to deep. When it was superficial, the former Taoist master of the ruthless lineage could still hear it clearly, but as soon as he went deeper, he looked dazed and couldn't keep up with the relevant rhythm. And Wang Mingyuan took the initiative to describe and explain with the demons in this process, and the scriptures he said went deep into the unbelievable point in an instant, and he couldn't understand a word. Yifan also had a feeling of having a big head, and he barely kept up with the rhythm with a grape in his hand. Wei Yi and Guy Joyo were very natural, and there was no problem in listening. And the divine silkworm princess can roughly keep up with the rhythm. The holy prince can keep up in the early stage, and can roughly understand it in the middle stage, but it will be a bit difficult in the later stage. Relatively speaking, his accumulation is still too weak, and it is a bit unacceptable to reach this high endgame all of a sudden. Wang Mingyuan would not have been able to keep up with such a rhythm normally, but the whole was limited to the scope of yin and yang conversion and yin and yang mutual assistance. With Kunping Bashu in front, it was easy for him to understand this one, because the main thing he is explaining now is the yin and yang transformation. Kunping Bashu can be called unparalleled in this regard. Wang Mingyuan's explanation made the old man nodded again and again, sighing in his heart, and he had whimsical ideas from time to time. The power of the moon and the power of the sun on his body are both flowing and transforming, and the slightest problem can reverse the change in advance. It is much better than the previous state, and there is no such thing as a madness all the time. And the special Tai Chi transformation diagram formed in the main body of the ruthless person in the front of the lineage, this one also stared at it carefully, feeling that he had a different understanding. The way of the moon and the way of the sun are the paths that the human race has taken out of in ancient times. One is to yin, and the other is to yang. It seems to encompass all the avenues of heaven and earth, and if there is a special one, it is chaos. But the road of the moon and the sun has been passed, and there have been no two identical emperors through
throughout the ages, nor have there been two identical ancient emperors. Therefore, if you want to go later, you will take the road of chaos. Later, the human race produced 30 emperors one after another. Of course, it was not known how much the scope of the entire heaven and earth avenue was broadened.
Let the human race know that any road can reach the sky and become an emperor.
But in ancient times, the human race did not have too many scriptures, nor did they have too many points, basically walking in the dark. The moon emperor and the sun emperor were the only light in the darkness.
They are the only ones who can learn from the whole world.
The understanding of the great way of heaven and earth is limited to a very narrow and very small section. After coming to this world, the old man of the human demon had been greatly shocked, not only from Wang Mingyuan to get a longer inheritance than before the mythical era, but also a solution to the situation in his body. In fact, some of the Taoist systems among the 30 emperors of the human race were also the way to solve the yin-yang mutual aid road.
Emperor Fuxi also left an inheritance? Feng Clan Dragon Monument?
When his condition improved greatly, Gai Joyo proposed another way to solve the situation in the body of the human demon. He was not very familiar with King Fuxi Mingyuan because in the entire sky there were not many traces of this human emperor. The part that has a clear record still appears in the process of Yifan crossing the tribulation, and it is Yifan in the process of cutting the path in the immortal three paths.
When crossing the tribulation, he met the terrifying and peerless character.
He was evaluated by Yifan as not inferior to the ruthless emperor and the beginningless emperor, and was the most supreme existence between heaven and earth. It's just that this supreme existence seems to have only so many traces left, and Wang Mingyuan didn't expect that the Feng clan was actually related to Emperor Fuxi. But Wei Yi on the side also agreed with this. Emperor Fuxi once created the innate gossip, and there was another differentiation on the way of yin and yang, so that the way of yin and yang was all controlled in it, and his path may also be able to give you some points.
If you want to further develop on this path, you can go to the Wind clan to take a look.
The Feng clan is also a big clan, which has survived for a long time, and can be regarded as a desolate ancient family. But the reason why Wang Mingyuan didn't have any impression of him was because this race didn't even have extreme Dao imperial soldiers. The only thing that made this race famous was that the family Pearl Phoenix refused to marry Yifan in its early years. This made the Wind clan become the laughingstock of the entire world and a joke. Wang Mingyuan did not expect that this race was actually related to a human emperor at the beginning of the human race. He didn't know or understand this race, so he didn't speak in this regard, only listening to Wei Yi and Gai Joyo. However, after hearing this for a while, the old man shook his head, his eyes condensed on Wang Mingyuan's body. With this Taoist friend giving me a call, I already have a clear idea of the future, but I don't need to go to the Wind clan. But in the future, when I have time, I can walk between heaven and earth. I never thought that my Terran Dao was so brilliant. In ancient times, the human race still struggled to survive, becoming vassals and slaves. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the great emperor who appeared in the human race hundreds of thousands of years ago could already be compared with the entire immemorial 10,000 races. In ancient times, there were tens of thousands of races, and the ancient emperors who appeared over a long period of time were similar to the great emperors who appeared in the human race, and the gap between them was simply huge.
A race is more powerful than the ancient races combined.
Today's human race and the immemorial period have long been incomparable. After the knot in the heart of the old man of the human demon was opened, he did not cherish himself, and the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture were directly shared with everyone.
Describe the experience one by one. Wang Mingyuan listened thoughtfully, kept thinking, and at the same time corresponded to Kunping Baoshu.
He has a deeper understanding in many aspects, but unfortunately he has not yet entered the Sendai realm. He had no way to practice the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture, which were claimed to be able to make the primordial spirit infinitely stronger and was known as the supreme method of the Sendai realm. But even so, it is easy to make some minor adjustments to yourself, not too difficult. Of course, this is the case for Wang Mingyuan. For the power of the ruthless person in the second realm, this point is even more difficult for the former Taoist master who was about to become an immortal 3. After realizing it, he wanted to independently adjust the origin of the two ancient saints in his body, but he almost sat down here on the spot and went directly into the devil. Gai Joyo was speechless, and in the end, Gai Joyo and Wang Mingyuan took action together.
Mainly, Wang Mingyuan was responsible for planning the formation of the yin-yang taiji diagram, while Gai Joyo was responsible for making the origins of these two ancient saints form a yin-yang taiji diagram that intertwined with each other. What they had to do was not to transform yin and yang into chaos bodies, but to form a yin and yang diagram that could transform each other, more similar to Kunping. The mutual transformation of yin and yang is responsible for the origin of the dividing line itself, which can continue to grow in this process, and finally mix into one by one and jump out of it to become Kunping. Of course, this is the idea of learning Kunping Baoshu.
In fact, the mutual transformation between different origins and different types does not know what kind of existence it will be. The body of the moon and the body of the sun, if the yin and yang are one. The one who jumped out was probably a chaotic body, and the desolate solid ancient holy body and the heavenly overlord body were mixed into one, absorbing the best part of it and jumping out of it, but I don't know what kind of physique it will be. At this point, things have been preliminarily perfected, and it is a great thing for everyone.
Of course, for the former Taoist master of the ruthless lineage, this is a sad thing.
He sadly found that among the many people present, basically everyone was able to keep up with the rhythm. Princess Divine Silkworm, the Holy Prince, and even Yifan, who had the worst cultivation, could keep up with the rhythm, and he was the only one who couldn't keep up with the rhythm. For the first time, he felt the unevenness of life and felt the difference from the young emperor, who was not only the first in the world in body and physique, even the mind and understanding are the top in the world, and they belong to the first class in the world. Recognized this, felt this unevenness, and under the common guidance of Wang Mingyuan and Gai Jiuyo, the origin of the two ancient saints reached a balance in his body, and after the yin and yang successively followed, he suddenly became enlightened.
I realized something in my heart and stopped struggling to preach.
In such an era, after accumulating enough, he actually started to cut the Tao directly. The realm of slashing the way, even for the ancient emperor, can be regarded as a threshold. The higher the talent, the more likely it is to encounter the threshold here. I don't want to let go of anything. I don't want to cut anything, so I will encounter incredible disasters in the process. There were even people who were better than the young emperors and young ancient emperors in the same realm at that time, and died because of this. Therefore, the more talented and pretentious the character, the more he will have to stumble here. The ruthless Taoist master originally thought that he was the protagonist of heaven and earth, and he was arrogant, and it was even more difficult to cross this threshold. In his own memories and life experiences, he can also be regarded as the protagonist of life, obtained the inheritance of the ruthless emperor, and cultivated the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. At the same time, in the Shaking Light Holy Land, the dove occupies the magpie's nest and occupies the Shaking Light Holy Land as a ruthless Taoist master. Even the holy son of the Shaking Light Holy Land became his disciples, and he could use the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers in the sect. Even drawing gourds in this way, he also cultivated his inheritors in the top sect of Taixuanmen.
Let it stay in Taixuanmen in the future.
He even set his sights on the Huanggu family and chose a disciple of the Huanggu Zhang family to become a person who practiced immortal heavenly skills. The planning of this life can be called the protagonist in any area. At the same time, his cultivation was not backward, and in this era when the great way of heaven and earth was not visible, his own cultivation was not inferior to that of any holy land. In his repertoire, he can be called the protagonist. Until he met Wang Mingyuan, saw the god king Jiang Taishu, saw the invincible Gai Jiuyo, and saw Wei Yi guarding the Tianxian stone workshop, he suddenly felt his smallness and his humility. The same is that the great Tao of heaven and earth is not visible, and it is also 1,000 years of practice, and Gai Jiuyo directly attains enlightenment. Even with the heart and courage, he wanted to forcibly challenge and smash the Qing Emperor's heaven and earth avenue, and preach the Tao and become emperor. And his 1,000 years of cultivation are just in the realm of Sendai. I have just entered this field and are still polishing, and the perfection of Sendai, the gap between alternative enlightenment is terrifying. It's just that he always had a little dissatisfaction in his heart, thinking that maybe these people's luck was different, and he got too many benefits, and he was jealous of heaven and earth for practicing the heaven-swallowing demon technique, so he didn't have enough luck. And this time the enlightenment directly knocked everything back to its original form. He understood that there was really a gap between him and these people. Wei Yi and Gai Jiuyo could easily understand the yin and yang together, but both the Holy Prince and Yifan could understand, which was something he could not accept. He understood that he was not a ruthless emperor after all. Now that I have figured it out, I don't dwell on those ones, but I cut off all those arrogance and directly crossed this threshold. Of course, he was able to go so smoothly, but also because he got great benefits from the stage of the Tai Chi diagram yin and yang mutual assistance composed of two ancient saints. Even a pig will be forcibly pushed to a very high field in this case, of course, provided that you don't have too many ideas of your own. Gai Jiuyo and Wang Mingyuan have sorted out the road ahead, but if they want to feel different and want to walk out of a different path, they can only die because of their ingenuity. And this one went out to slash the road, and Gai Jiuyo and Wang Mingyuan's eyes couldn't help but focus on Yifan's body. Yifan moved his buttocks uneasily, a little uncomfortable.
What are you all looking at me for?
Regarding the understanding related to the immortal heavenly skill of the heaven-swallowing demon Gong, and at the same time constructing the Tai Chi diagram of the balance of yin and yang, part of it is for you to consider. We are thinking about how to ripen you. It was not perfect before, but now it is much better. You can give it a try. Do you want to give it a try?
Wang Mingyuan smiled.
Yifan couldn't help but think of the great holy body covered with green hair on the holy cliff, and he couldn't help but shiver when he thought that the source was going to enter his body.
Can I refuse?
That great holy body is a bit stumbling.
Wang Mingyuan smiled and shook his head. You think well. Now even if you want to practice with the origin of the great holy body, you can't bear it.
We are talking about the remains of an ancient holy body in the hands of King Qingjiao, one of the 13 great bandits. It reached the level of a saint back then, and with the yin-yang tai chi diagram we built, it can also allow you to maintain balance and see if you can grow rapidly in this process.
This is Wang Mingyuan's consistent thinking, but Guy Joyo still fell into thought.
The origin of a saint-level desolate ancient holy body is helpful to his maturity, but how to find another body that can be comparable to the desolate ancient holy body? The ancient holy body is called the first physique of the Big Dipper, and of course it has its own special features. Those who can form a balance with the desolate ancient holy body must of course be strong enough, and with such strength and level, it is definitely the existence of the young emperor.
Even Guy Joyo couldn't find a suitable one for a while. I have a way. Wang Mingyuan nodded.
Since Wang Mingyuan had a way here, the remains of the desolate holy body were sent over in the shortest possible time.
Wang Mingyuan didn't do much, but just ordered Jiang Yi, one of the 13 bandits.
Then Jiang Yi quickly achieved his goal.
In Wang Mingyuan's slightly surprised gaze, the god king Jiang Taishu personally came over and brought the remains of this desolate ancient holy body. Are you going to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill?
The god king Jiang Taishu hurried here, with worry on his face.
Last time he helped Wang Mingyuan get the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill.
He marveled at the mystery of this technique, but at the same time he was worried that this exercise would lead people astray. The scriptures that can grow into a great emperor are certainly not wrong, but if you practice alone and don't have the talent of a ruthless emperor, then even if you go astray, you basically can't get out. The god king has been getting this technique for a while, but he still feels that there is still no way to break through on the original basis.
He couldn't get out of the heaven-swallowing demon skill. Then he suddenly heard Wang Mingyuan ask Jiang Yi to take out the remains of the ancient holy body for him.
He immediately thought that Wang Mingyuan was going to practice the heaven-swallowing demon skill, and was very worried, so he immediately rushed over. Of course, he also took the remains of the ancient holy body through exchange, because he knew that Wang Mingyuan had always had an idea, and once he decided, he would not change it at will. However, as soon as he stepped into the stone workshop of Tianxian Holy Land, Jiang Taishu was stunned. Wei Yi was slightly surprised, glanced at Jiang Taishu, and then nodded to Jiang Taishu. Princess Divine Silkworm also looked at this figure, and her gaze became a little special. Then he sighed. As expected of a peerless race that can produce 30 emperors later, there are still heroes all the way up in such an era. She sincerely sighed that since the end of ancient times, the holy emperor of fighting wanted to transform into a battle immortal, and after the defeat, the world has changed greatly. In this world where the Big Dipper is located, the avenues of heaven and earth are not visible, and it is difficult to practice. It is difficult for even the characters of the three immortals to appear, let alone higher-level characters. Although it was not too long to wake up in this era, she had already felt the difficulty of cultivation. The avenue of heaven and earth was not visible, and the essence of heaven and earth was thin. Most of the practitioners walking between heaven and earth were below the Sendai realm, and 99% of the characters were revolved below this realm.
And in such an era, she can see a great sage and a saint king.
Not to mention being able to see such a peerless existence as Guy Joyo.
And the god king Jiang Taishu was surprised when he saw Wei Yi. During his active period, Wei Yi also appeared.
Wei Yi was his predecessor, born 2,000 years earlier than him. In his period, Wei Yi was already a legend. After all, the Tianxian Holy Land had been destroyed and no longer existed. I never thought that this one was still alive, and in such an era, it went far beyond his imagination.
And with so many peerless figures here, the god king Jiang Taishu understood that Wang Mingyuan should not be practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill himself. After Wang Mingyuan briefly told him about his plans, the god king nodded silently, sighing at Wang Mingyuan's open-mindedness. At this time, Guy Joyo's figure moved for a moment, and the next moment he came back again. There was also a smile on his face. Beside him, countless skulls condensed around his hand, and then formed a figure. But when I opened my eyes again, these countless skulls seemed to be drawn into an arm at the next moment. It switches between skull, humanoid and arm. After looking at it for a while, the Black Emperor said in horror, "This seems to be a supreme existence back then, a peerless figure in the immortal mountain." God King Jiang Taishu stared, also thoughtful, and felt pressure. It was a very terrifying existence at the level of a saint, and many parts had reached the level of the Saint King, and even higher level concepts and rules were entangled in it. Back then, the Void Emperor and a supreme being in the immortal mountain fought to kill him. During the battle, one of the supreme beings had one arm cut off and fell into the immortal mountain. Unexpectedly, after endless years, he actually became a psychic and became a living creature. Guy Joyo was also curious about the state of this special creature in his hand. He stared at the peculiar monster in his hand, and then looked at the remains of the desolate ancient holy body held by Jiang Taishu, and nodded after a long time. One of the monsters left by the Dark Supreme is a psychic form of some of its origins, and the other is a desolate holy body that has reached the level of a saint, and the origins of the two can compete with each other. This is the recommendation that Wang Mingyuan specially given. In the original work of Covering the Sky, the old madman who had reached the level of the Saint King walked towards the holy cliff under Yi Fan's encouragement. To climb to the top of the sacred cliff, get the secret of the line. In
In this process, even if he had reached the realm of the Holy Dragon King, the old madman still encountered many obstacles. Among them, this monster formed by the psychic arm of the Dark Supreme of the Immortal Mountain also affected the old madman to a certain extent. He successfully stained the old madman's body, but he was not killed by the old madman. The old madman can become a great emperor in the future, although he ate the big pot of rice brought to them by Yi Fan, but it can also prove how strong the old madman's strength and realm are. Under the same realm, the old madman can directly defeat the Holy Spirit who has reached the peak of the great sage, and he will not be left behind at all. Being able to escape from the hands of the old madman can also prove how powerful this one is. It is related to a Dark Supreme, and if it is matched in the origin, it can compete with the desolate ancient holy body. At the same time, the desolate holy body has always guarded the human race and the heavens and the earth, and the Dark Supreme have always been sworn enemies, and the two are sworn enemies in themselves.
These two are built into a yin-yang taiji diagram, which is simply not too perfect. There is such an idea, such a method. When the god King Jiang Taishu heard about the method built by Wang Mingyuan and others, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. It is indeed ingenious, beyond human imagination. If this road can be passed, perhaps the ancient holy body can really be completed ahead of schedule. He didn't have the urgency before he came, and he was even a little embarrassed to hear such a secret. Since you don't think there's any problem, let's just put it into practice. Wang Mingyuan nodded.
It is also a good thing that the god King Jiang Taishu came here. At least the god King Jiang Taishu's personal thinking about the future, especially the exploration of the second life, is currently at the forefront of everyone. In the original work, this one directly lived out of the second life. He has a deep understanding of how to live his second life. Even though his fate has been changed a lot by Wang Mingyuan now, the relevant understanding will not disappear out of thin air. He still has.
Understanding Wang Mingyuan's thinking, the God King was not stingy.
He directly informed Gai Joyo of all the ideas and methods on how to live out the second life. The two sat aside and discussed. As for Yi Fan, he was trembling in pain on the side. Both extremely powerful origins were extracted. The origin of the ancient holy body is like a golden sun, illuminating the earth, so that there is not a trace of evil spirits between heaven and earth, sacred and inviolable, and has the temperament of avoiding all evils. And the strange monster that originated from the Dark Supreme origin was extremely dark, and a piece of black was extracted. Even faintly could hear the crying of hundreds of millions of people entwined around this origin. Then the two formed a very special yin-yang tai chi diagram that Yi Fan was very familiar with. Just like that, it was immersed in his body, hidden in the deepest part of his origin.
This is the miracle of creation between heaven and earth.
Just the moment of fusion, Yi Fan felt as if he had swallowed an elephant and an ancient dinosaur. His body seemed to be expanding, contracting, and then exploding directly in the shortest possible time, turning into ashes.
The most terrifying dark force was about to kill him directly in an instant.
But at the same time, the origin of the desolate holy body felt his body, and maintained him and protected him at such a moment. His body exploded directly, and countless scars appeared on the top of his body, even translucent in front and back. He was like a porcelain full of holes, and he could see clearly from front to back. When the Black Emperor saw Yi Fan like this, he was a little frightened. First, he hid beside Wang Mingyuan from the back, and then quietly approached Yi Fan's side, opening his blood basin and gurgling violently. Even if that's not all, he also took out a jade bottle for storage from his side and directly filled it with the blood flowing from Yi Fan's body,
while pretending it flows with halatsi.
The precious blood of the ancient holy body. Although it has not yet transformed to the later stage, it is not powerful enough, but now it can also be regarded as an elixir. He drank it in big gulps, without any disgust. Yi Fan was very painful in this process, but he tried his best to maintain this state.
He did not let himself be directly oppressed to the point of explosion.
He held a grape in his hand, and the whole person maintained an ethereal state. Originally, he was very knowledgeable about many cultures in ancient China, very curious, and also had a deep understanding of yin and yang tai chi. Before integrating into the two powerful origins, Wang Mingyuan and Gai Joyo had discussed and thought with him. Before that, he had already been able to take himself as the core and turn it into a golden tai chi map, very special and mysterious. This situation greatly increased his own combat intensity, and he faintly touched the 8th forbidden realm. For him, this is already a very amazing achievement. After all, in the original work, Yi Fan touched the 7 forbidden laws and was already cultivating to the realm of dragons. When he reached the 8 prohibitions, he was even farther away, and now that everything was ahead of his time, he became stronger.
Wang Mingyuan was not surprised by this.
Yi Fan himself has this potential, and Yi Fan collapsed in front of him at such a moment. Then it was reshaped by 2 extremely powerful origins in its body and grew up again. In the end, it gradually stabilized, but Yi Fan also transformed his body again on this basis. He became more and more powerful and terrifying, and now his body is probably not inferior to some Sendai-level characters, or even higher. But this special origin Tai Chi diagram, it also solidified in his body, causing great pressure on Yi Fan all the time. When Yi Fan encounters a life and death crisis, this part will turn into a special potential and then gush out of his body. At the same time, if Yi Fan himself falls into the realm of enlightenment, lacks practice, and lacks enough spiritual objects of heaven and earth, these two groups of origins will also be transformed into the most special energy supplement on their own, so that he is full of energy in this realm and does not need to seek from the outside. It is equivalent to saying that as long as Yi Fan's realm comprehension is advanced enough, then he will directly break through to the highest level of the current realm. As long as his perception can keep up, his realm, at least at the level of a saint, will not have any problems along the way. Well, if you look at it this way, it's almost the same. After he is stable and has enough understanding of the Hanya Sutra, he can practice to perfection in the four-pole realm. Wang Mingyuan nodded. This is much faster than Yi Fan's original cultivation progress, and it can be regarded as a significant acceleration. After completing this step, Wang Mingyuan was ready to go out to continue exploring and continue to practice. During this period of time, he helped Yi Fan to ripen and helped the former Taoist master of the ruthless lineage practice. He sat with Gai Joyo to discuss the Tao, and sat with the divine king Jiang Taishu to discuss the Tao. Discuss the direction of future development with Wei Yi of the Tianqian Holy Land. Wang Mingyuan himself also has a lot of insights. He had already been able to break through the current realm, but he had been suppressing himself and did not do it immediately. Now that he wanted to let go, he could immediately reach the level of a dragon, and even rush upwards. There will be no problems along the way, no obstacles along the way, it's easy and easy. Even if it weren't for Wang Mingyuan's desire to reach the strongest of the current realm in every realm and lay the supreme foundation, if he doesn't suppress himself, he can quickly rush to the Sendai level. For Yi Fan and the others, the further the practice becomes, the more difficult it becomes, and the breakthrough of the realm in the early stage is extremely fast, but once they step into the realm of Sendai, every step requires hard polishing. For me, it is the opposite, because I have the original true understanding. In a sense, I am even like a peerless figure who has reached the peak of the humanistic field in the ancient period, and my understanding of the original true solution has reached the highest peak of the humanitarian field. What is lacking is the method of practice, and what is lacking is the understanding of the present and the earth. And now he has obtained the Taiyin true scripture, the Sun true scripture, the Hanyu scripture, the heaven-swallowing demon technique, the immortal heavenly skill, the Taoist scripture fragments, and the Western Emperor scriptures. Wang Mingyuan's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth is extremely profound. He already has a deeper understanding of today's world. He turned around, ready to go out, ready to break through himself. Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, and the God King looked at each other, and there was something special in their eyes. Taoist friends don't need a strong source, and then let themselves mature and grow faster? Wang Mingyuan looked dazed, a little surprised for the first time, feeling that everything was a little beyond his control. And Gai Joyo and Wei Yi looked at Wang Mingyuan like this, couldn't help but smile, and then Gai Joyo sighed faintly. Taoist friends are good at seeking the world, but they are clumsy in seeking themselves, which is really impressive. He sighed sincerely, and Princess Silkworm was slightly moved. Everything Wang Mingyuan and the others did basically did not hide from them, so she witnessed it all from beginning to end. Witnessed Wang Mingyuan give the origin of an ancient saint to Hua Yanfei, who practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill. The origin of the two ancient saints was given to the ruthless former Taoist master. He even injected the origin of an ancient holy body that had reached the level of a saint and the origin left by a dark supreme into Yi Fan's body to help Yi Fan practice. But in this process, Wang Mingyuan obviously had Gai Joyo and Wei Yi, but he never thought of plotting a set for himself. If he really wanted to, Gai Joyo and Wei Yi would definitely help him. After all, he has a very special meaning for both of them. Gai Joyo's future direction, Gai Joyo's method of healing wounds even came from Wang Mingyuan. As a result, under such circumstances, Wang Mingyuan did not make any requirements for himself and was completely planning for others, which made them amazed inside. Even the corresponding origin is not lacking. There are too many ancient ghosts on the sacred cliff that have been wandering for countless years. Most of them are at the level of ancient saints, and even figures at higher realm levels. If you really want to find it, it is not uncommon to find two dead figures of the great sage level. Under such circumstances, Wang Mingyuan did not have any requirements for Gai Joyo and Wei Yi, and did not plot for himself at all. This kind of mentality, as well as his natural posture, really surprised these two unparalleled characters. Do you have your own plan, ready to ascend to the sky step by step? Gai Joyo's curious inquiry suddenly made Wang Mingyuan a little dazed. He really hadn't thought about it before. After all, in his thoughts, characters like Gai Joyo and Yi Fan grew rapidly, and what he needed to do was to keep a low profile as much as possible, and then escape between heaven and earth without being observed by others. His most critical and difficult years were the dark and turbulent period 200 years later. As for how to deal with that period, Wang Mingyuan does not have a correct idea now. With his cultivation talent, as well as his talent, 200 years later, like Yi Fan, reaching the great sage realm is basically no problem. And if it really reaches that point, that kind of realm, it will basically be stared at by the Dark Supreme in the big universe, and it will be favored by the Dark Supreme. In 200 years, it is basically certain that there is already invincibility in the world. With Wang Mingyuan's current cultivation progress, soon after he stepped into the Sendai realm, he would probably be able to open the 8 forbidden realms and touch the divine forbidden realm. To that extent, it is not inferior to the ancient emperor at all, maybe even a little more exaggerated, because Wang Mingyuan felt that after self-regulation and self-coordination, he might be able to stay in the forbidden realm for a longer time. After all, he has the original true understanding, and after recording the state of that moment, it is not impossible to reproduce it again in the future. A character like him is like a torch in the dark, like the sun in the dark. Even if he tries his best to hide, he can't hide it. Then do I still have to follow my original plan? Let the tall figure who can rise in front of me, and then I choose to keep a low profile? Wang Mingyuan said to himself. Even if Wang Mingyuan has a great emperor-level understanding of the great way of heaven and earth, he has an original true understanding. But practice does not come out of thin air, and if you want to practice to the corresponding state, you must obtain the corresponding resources. To become a great sage, the resources obtained from the universe are absolutely massive. And if you don't fight from among the races of the universe like Yi Fan, and plunder resources from between heaven and earth, then 200 years may not be able to allow oneself to practice to the realm of the great sage. Wang Mingyuan absolutely does not allow this. He is trying to live, but if he keeps going to affect his survival, then this is something he absolutely does not want. After the dark turmoil, the top powerhouse between the universes almost exploded. The characters at the level of the great sage are the standard of the foundation, and the standard of first-class geniuses in the universe. Even the top geniuses, the super first-class geniuses, have reached the peak of the great sage, almost stepping into the quasi-emperor realm. And at that stage, the holy son of shaking light basically made it clear that he was practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. His disciples have all stepped into the realm of the great sage, and have even been able to teach the heaven-swallowing demon skill, which has great prestige in the entire universe. The underworld walks between heaven and earth openly. The peerless figures who stepped into the realm of the quasi-emperor and were able to confront each other with the Qing emperor in the realm of the quasi-emperor, and then tragically ushered in defeat, were all pulled out again by the underworld. If this peerless figure hadn't met his own brother, it could almost be said that he would be able to preach to the emperor. Because the path of his rise is exactly the same as that of the great emperors throughout the ages, he had great luck in the early years and obtained the material that could build the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and made the divine trace purple gold into a tower. At the same time, he is not only lucky, his own strength is also first class in the world. He himself has been invincible all over the world, and he has gone to the quasi-emperor field. It's just sad that he met the Qing emperor and became the background board of the Qing emperor. This is a tragedy, no doubt. It can be said that after the dark turmoil, the world became more and more chaotic, and all kinds of powerful characters emerged one after another. All kinds of forces have come out to move, and even the forbidden areas within the forbidden areas are walking outside openly. Therefore, in an era like the heaven-covering universe, it is absolutely not allowed to choose to slow down the speed of cultivation in order to survive. And at another time, Wang Mingyuan thought of this and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. If this is the case, instead of trying to ripen Yi Fan as much as possible in 200 years, it is better to ripen him as much as possible in these 200 years. When his thinking moved here, Wang Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he saw the opposite side of him, and Gai Jodo had a smile on his face. And with a stretch of hand, two figures dressed in ancient costumes and not knowing how many tens of thousands of years dead appeared in his hands. This is what I brought back when I went to the Holy Cliff. One is an ancient saint with phoenix bloodline, and the concentration of blood is still very high, and the other is a supreme Taoist body, which is said to be a physique that can compete with the ancient holy body after Deshang. The two are entangled with each other, but they can almost form a balance of yin and yang. It was said that he took it casually, but Gai Jodo obviously searched carefully on the Holy Cliff and searched for a long time. Both are very tasteful. One corresponds to the true phoenix treasure technique mastered by Wang Mingyuan himself, and the other is a powerful physique specially selected to form a balance. With previous experience, it is not difficult to do this step at all. Even Wang Mingyuan can check and fill in the gaps in this process, put forward his own opinions, and correct them little by little in this process. It's easy, really not difficult. The most critical Dao treasure vase seal that the heaven-swallowing demon skill needed to practice was pinched out by Wang Mingyuan's hand, and then swallowed the mass of origin into his body. This process is easy and easier than Wang Mingyuan imagined, because even for the old man of the human demon, the yin and yang conversion is very difficult, but the yin and yang cooperation seems to be instinctive to him, as simple as eating and drinking. It was too easy for him to do this, and in terms of talent in this regard, he was about the same as an adult Kuanpum. It's like eating, drinking, and sleeping, something you can do without thinking. It was as if the highest purpose of being able to grind the old man's fellow practitioners of the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture was to achieve the chaos body, and then be able to preach the Tao to become an emperor in such such a state. For the natural chaos body, yin and yang are combined into one, and becoming a chaos body itself is something that is born to be.
Now Wang Mingyuan is in such a situation, and the two yin-yang taiji diagrams are actually not too balanced.
There are many subtle directions, and Wang Mingyuan has found that there are problems and contradictions between the two, confrontation and transformation. But he has a Deshang level Kunping treasure technique, and it is easy to balance it. The breathing is just a little bit of conditioning, even if the two groups of origin have reached the level of saints. But it was also easy to handle in his hands. He felt that his state was improved and changed in the process. The most basic and subtle parts are conditioned by him little by little. Just by conditioning this part of the state, it comes from the origin of the impure blood phoenix and the origin of the supreme Taoist body, and there are traces of essence flowing into his body. And because it is the pure origin produced by the two fighting and colliding with each other, neither of them has the idea of a powerful creature. This state is more like the heaven-swallowing demon gong practice and then transforming from the demon fetus into a divine fetus. The yin-yang tai chi diagram is the core of the demon fetus, and the line in the middle, the one that separates the two, is the divine fetus that is really about to be conceived. This in itself is the key to Wang Mingyuan and Gai Joyo creating this method. It's just that it was more theoretical before, and if you want to really practice, it is unrealistic and unattainable. Therefore, if Yifan wants to mature early, he needs to use the ancient holy body of the same origin as him. In this way, with such a medium, he can more easily absorb the purest source of it. As for Hua Yunfei and the former Taoist master of the ruthless lineage, they themselves practiced the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. There is a certain impact on this, which is not a problem for them, and can even be regarded as a good thing for them. After all, it was a great thing for them to be able to purify it in advance, and to allow them to swallow a more powerful source with a lower cultivation level. For Wang Mingyuan, this situation is more comfortable, more appropriate, and even completely suitable for him. Because his state can be said to be a copy of the Ruthless Emperor, of course, a little better than the Ruthless Emperor. The Ruthless Emperor had no way to practice back then, and Wang Mingyuan was baptized by the perfect rules of heaven and earth in the ancient period of immortals. At the same time, he took the 9 wonderful immortal elixir in the desolate Forbidden Land, and directly opened the road of cultivation with the help of the special rules of heaven and earth in the desolate Forbidden Land. This can be said to be very special, much stronger than the Ruthless Emperor back then. The Ruthless Emperor had nothing back then, and he embarked on the road of cultivation with a fragmented practice mantra. Relatively speaking, Wang Mingyuan is much happier. But even so, it can't change the fact that Wang Mingyuan's cultivation talent is not very strong.
Wang Mingyuan can now reach the 8 prohibitions in his current state.
It is to get the Kunping treasure technique, the true Phoenix treasure technique, and the original true solution, and on top of these 3 Dharma decisions, there is not only the pinnacle of the humanistic field of understanding the great way of heaven and earth, there is also an understanding of his own natal treasure technique that is not inferior to Kunping and Phoenix. It can be said that in this regard, if we only talk about the understanding of the great way of heaven and earth, he is a bit like the Ruthless Emperor, and even some parts are superior to the Ruthless Emperor. At least the current Ruthless Emperor's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth should not be as good as the quasi-immortal king, and he can even reach the level of the immortal king Kunping and Phoenix when he is angry. And the Ruthless Emperor who had just embarked on the path of cultivation should not have such a level. Compared with the comprehension of the great way of heaven and earth in terms of physical practice, Wang Mingyuan lacked a lot. The reason why he was able to break through quickly was that he ate the fruit of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs. The other is to swallow the descendants of the Qing Emperor, a being who has reached the level of the realm of the second immortal power. At the same time, he reached the realm of the 4 poles and returned millions of pounds of source. For the consumption of resources, Wang Mingyuan can be called shocking, and to that extent, he had only reached the 4 poles realm. In the future, breakthroughs will be further improved in all aspects. He made himself not inferior to the young emperor in the 4 pole realm, and if every realm improvement in the future had to be so fierce and invincible, then the resources he needed were massive. After all, his physique is ordinary, and every time he breaks through a realm, he breaks his own roof plate. And now the demonic version of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, the special yin-yang mutual aid origin enhancement method, seems to be tailor-made for Wang Mingyuan. If you look at it this way, it is indeed perfect and suits me very well. Feeling the 2 powerful origins that were constantly transformed in his body, the most essential part of it fell into Wang Mingyuan's body little by little, allowing Wang Mingyuan to achieve a peerless divine fetus.
Wang Mingyuan felt it carefully and then made an assessment. Coupled with the transformation of the 2 into my body, and then the part consumed in the middle, at least from now on, the heavenly plate I practice is at the saint level. In my current state, I don't need to consider too many cultivation resources, and I will have the level of a young emperor all the way to the level of a saint. If you want to continue to break through to a higher level in the future, you will not supplement other powerful sources. If I break through to the level of the saint king and the great sage, I need to consume a huge amount of resources, so that my physical body can also reach
reach the level of the young emperor and the ancient emperor. It was amazing, but Wang Mingyuan's heart suddenly rose with pride at this time. Any physique has a corresponding heavenly plate, such as the divine body. The divine body grew all the way to the immortal 3/Tao in the early stage, and it was only a little worse than the desolate ancient holy body. Even some powerful figures are not inferior to the ancient holy body. For example, if Yi Fan reaches the realm of Sendai and then meets the god king Jiang Taishu 4,000 years ago, the two should be evenly matched. But the reason why the ancient holy body is called the first physique of the Big Dipper, at the same time, it is known as the first-class physique in the universe with the heavenly overlord body. That's because the top plate of the ancient holy body is higher than that of all physiques. The desolate ancient holy body does not need to break the curse of the bloodline. It can practice all the way to the peak of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens and become an emperor in the flesh. And other physiques are not good. For example, the divine body. The god king Jiang Taishu later showed peerless elegance on the ancient road of the human race and was not inferior to the young emperor in the same realm. That's because god king Jiang Taishu had already cut off all his past when he broke through from the saint to the realm of the saint king, and the origin of all his god king body was cut off. On the basis of his original, the new and newly grown origin is stronger and more tenacious, giving him all kinds of incredible abilities. He broke the original top plate and also made this foundation stronger. And another divine body that has been revealed at this moment is Ji Haoyue. After he later broke through the immortal 3/Tao, he also made great progress all the way, and he was considered a strong man on the ancient road of the human race. It's just that he lost to the gods later. Even so, he was a monument on the ancient road of the human race, surpassing an unknown number of people. The reason for this was because later he followed the ninefold god coffin of the Void Emperor all the way into various mysterious ancient places in the universe, constantly baptize himself with various rarest materials, so that he can continue to transform on the basis of his original physique. This allowed him to maintain the leading level in the universe. Wang Mingyuan's state is very similar to him, and it can even be said that he is very similar to the Ruthless Emperor, and his talent is unique throughout the ages, that is the Ruthless Emperor. And systematic indoctrination, coupled with Wang Mingyuan's hard work. Wang Mingyuan's talent can also be called the first in all ages. In this regard, he could sit and talk with Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, and others without falling behind at all, and even give them guidance. But in terms of physical cultivation talent, Wang Mingyuan is neither an ancient holy body, nor a heavenly overlord, or even a worse divine body and a royal body. This aspect will seriously drag him back. It stands to reason that with the original True Solution, the Kunping treasure technique, and the True Phoenix treasure technique, his cultivation speed should be unmatched, surpassing all his peers. Because his state is a bit like the Emperor's reconstruction. Although it has been limited to a certain extent due to the different times, the original True Solution is a whole problem-solving idea. In any era, there is a corresponding reference, just do the exercises. Wang Mingyuan now has the Hangyu Sutra, the Moon True Scripture, the Sun True Scripture, as well as the Heaven-Swallowing Demon skill and the Immortal Heaven skill. There are enough references, and the speed of cultivation should be soaring. But what limited him were the cultivation resources. To make oneself advance by leaps and bounds on the original basis, the resources required are massive and very terrifying. In order to make the source continue to transform on the original basis, the resources consumed in this aspect alone are sky-high. That's not bad. Feeling that the origin in this body is changing, in the breakthrough, Wang Mingyuan has a feeling that he can't suppress it, and he is about to break through to the realm of the dragon immediately, and he has to climb up continuously. He knew that this was not an illusion, but a real feeling. Recently, he has received too many scriptures and has learned too much in this regard. The original True Solution has more and more understanding of this side of the world and this side of the universe. He should have broken through a long time ago. Now it's still suppressed, a little collected. Mainly Wang Mingyuan is controlling. The foundation of invincibility in the world is already there, but the corresponding weapons are not in place, and they are still a little short. Wang Mingyuan looked at the immortal treasure map in Yi Fan's hand. There is nothing special about the immortal treasure map, and it is impossible to use it to create an extreme imperial soldier. However, the cosmic starry sky navigation map recorded on the Xianjin map and the complete map of Kunlun immortal land on its back. According to the map, follow the map all the way, and you will naturally be able to go to the deepest part of the immortal land and find the place where the immortal cauldron was born. The reason why Wang Mingyuan wanted to go to Wanlong's nest before was because of this. Of course, he also had the intention of using the things in Yi Fan's hand to help Yi Fan repeatedly. After all, in the entire heaven-covering universe, there are too many things that have been involved with Yi Fan. In other words, in the entire universe covering the sky, all the top items basically have a deep connection with Yi Fan. Wow! Wang Mingyuan was still in a daze, and at this time the Black Emperor suddenly bit Wang Mingyuan. But it seemed that out of some scruples, he did not dare to bite Wang Mingyuan's body, but bit the corner of Wang Mingyuan's clothes and led Wang Mingyuan aside. Didn't you say that there is a way to make the innate holy body Taoist fetus come out? The innate holy body
Taoist fetus is an indispensable thing to suppress the dark turmoil. Why don't you give an explanation?
The Black Emperor spoke with a bit of a sense of asking for forgiveness. Of course, this has to ignore the blood of the Eucharist that has not been wiped clean from the dog's mouth. Just now, Yi Fan's body transformed, and the blood that flowed out could converge into a pond. The black dog poured it into his stomach abruptly, and even filled half a jar of storage magic tools. I couldn't see at all that this black dog felt sorry for the ancient holy body. This black dog was originally very rude to anyone, quite wild. At least in the original work, he pitted Yi Fan many times, and Yi Fan's group of friends were basically pitted by this unreliable black dog. But here in Wang Mingyuan, this black dog is quite polite and does not dare to make trouble at all. Wang Mingyuan glanced at Wei Yi, who was looking sideways at this place, and then glanced at Gai Joyo, who seemed to be smiling, and understood why this dog was so quiet. Of course, the Black Emperor was not only afraid of Gai Joyo and Wei Yi, but he also had a lot of scruples about Wang Mingyuan. The Black Emperor thought he knew enough secrets, and the scriptures he knew were powerful enough. The beginningless emperor even tailored a set of practice methods for him. However, the secrets and scriptures he knew were far from Wang Mingyuan, but they lacked too much. Wang Mingyuan knew in great detail about various great emperors, ancient emperors, heavenly sovereigns, and even people in mythological times. Compared with Wang Mingyuan, he was like an illiterate person who had just entered the cultivation world, and he didn't know anything. And Wang Mingyuan doesn't seem to have much scruples about a top ruthless person like the ruthless emperor, and he seems to be somewhat close to the ruthless emperor, and he has quite a lot of entanglements with the ruthless emperor. This is a terrible thing in the eyes of the Black Emperor. Wang Mingyuan didn't care as much as the Black Emperor thought. He looked down at the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor spoke to him with divine thoughts, and took the initiative to avoid Yi Fan.
He still had no intention of giving up on the innate Holy Communion Taoist fetus. It's okay to be alive, but can you protect it? Wang Mingyuan did not refuse, but just asked rhetorically. This made the Black Emperor fall into hesitation again. Originally, he did not know that the dark turmoil would break out 200 years later, so he did not understand the deep meaning of the beginningless emperor. He has an obsession to give birth to an innate holy body Taoist fetus, but he can give birth at any time. Therefore, in the original work, after Yi Fan later became the Emperor of Heaven, it united with the weapon mastered by Yi Fan, the Mother Chi cauldron of all things. Blinding Yi Fan's consciousness, Yi Fan and an innate Taoist body gave birth to an innate holy body Tao fetus. Of course, when the darkness was in turmoil, the Black Emperor also understood why the beginningless emperor wanted him to give birth to a statue, an innate holy body Taoist fetus. The same physique can become a special coordinate and then connect the two worlds, so that the beginningless emperor can still communicate with this world across the strange world, then mobilize the power of the beginningless emperor to sweep everything away. He regretted it very much at that time, but now he is called by Wang Mingyuan, and he knows the corresponding situation. So I want to reverse all this. But the problem is that Wang Mingyuan not only told him the benefits of giving birth to the congenital holy body Taoist fetus in advance, but also gave him the disadvantages. The sworn enemy of the beginningless emperor, the immortal emperor who has lived for 1,000,000 years, is still alive, and he is still active between heaven and earth. And the immortal emperor does not talk about martial arts, likes to punch Nanshan nursing home and kick Beihai kindergarten. Once the innate holy body Tao fetus is born, that one is likely to make a move. And now, in the entire universe, no one can stop this one in the entire universe and the entire heaven and earth. The Emperor of Indescence is nothingness in front of that one, because that one is truly invincible. Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 / / / 9 / book / bar. It is a living figure at the peak level of the great emperor. Even more than that, his horror is beyond common sense. The Black Emperor was also entangled and didn't know how to deal with it. However, just because you can't give birth now doesn't mean you can't have a baby in the future. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. It's not that there haven't been absurd holy bodies in the past dynasties, but the innate holy body is very rare. Why is that? Of course, it was because the wife of the ancient holy body was not necessarily an innate Taoist body, but could also be an ordinary practitioner, or other constitutions. Such excellent genes, such a special physique, of course, cannot be wasted. Suffer Yi Fan, infamy I will bear. But all I want is the innate holy body Tao fetus. What do I want him to do with the rest? Wang Mingyuan's eyes were bright, and he transmitted the sound to the Black Emperor. From now on, this desolate holy body only wants to practice, but it does not have too many grudges and entanglements with other people. The one who has had the most contact with him now is just the little moon of the Ji family, but that little moon is not an innate Taoist body. It was a primordial spirit body that had never been heard of and had not truly achieved great success. If Yi Fan is not hearted, you probably can only wait for the next desolate holy body. I think Yi Fan's dim sum is very necessary. Otherwise, I will go to John's house to get the scriptures. The Black Emperor obviously knew a lot of secrets, and at this time, his big eyes lit up directly. Emperor Hengyu has a group of wives and concubines, and he handles it quite well. At most he just goes far away from
from Zhengzhou and can't enter the door. The Black Emperor was not very interested in other things, and when he said this, his eyes lit up and were spinning.
Big bold! Wang Mingyuan shouted angrily. How can you say that about the emperor? That's people's love for wives and concubines. The emperor is invincible in the world. How could he go far away to Zhengzhou? Rumors, all rumors. I understand.
The Black Emperor nodded, and then whispered, the cultivation method of the human desire is privately posted. I want to refer to it. Is there a big medicine, such as I love a piece of firewood or the like? I think love and love are too complicated, so it's better to be a little simple first. The Black Emperor still didn't have any other ideas, and Wang Mingyuan slapped the dog head that came over and pushed it aside.
He said indifferently, now that you are born, are you giving birth to the great emperor of beginninglessness? Or give life to the immortal emperor? After a blow, looking at the Black Emperor's wilting, Wang Mingyuan said again, where is the innate Taoist body? Do you understand clearly? I have inquired.
The black dog approached with a lewd face. In an unknown small holy place, his ancestor had no name back then, and he should be an unknown saint. He founded a sect called the Purple Mansion Holy Land. This innate Taoist body is now a saint in this sect.
We have to find a way to earn her.
It didn't take long for the Black Emperor to recover, but he already had a lot of understanding of the situation in the eastern wilderness today, especially the saintess of the Purple Mansion that he paid attention to. As for speaking, it was like Doraemon taking out a picture scroll from his arms. Above the scroll, there is a woman wearing a Taoist robe with a very beautiful appearance. The woman was full of the beauty of Oriental classical charm, and her every move was eye-catching. Even in the picture, it seems to be alive, as if to come out of it. A simple portrait also successfully left the charm of that woman, standing between heaven and earth, as if echoing the avenue of heaven and earth. The avenues of heaven and earth seem to be one with her. This is the special of the innate Taoist fetus. It is not very obvious in the early stage of practice, and the later it is, the more special it becomes. After stepping into the realm of the Sendai realm, the mana of his body is endless. It can be said to be the other extreme with the desolate ancient holy body, which is strong and invincible all the way from the early stage to the later stage. And the innate Tao fetus has its own infinite mana from the early stage to the later stage. The innate Tao fetus is inherently in line with the avenue of heaven and earth, standing between heaven and earth as if it has become the center of heaven and earth, and all heavens and all paths will take the initiative to devote themselves to their bodies. Enlightenment and practice are as fast as lightning. The two are one, and the combination formed the innate holy body. Tao fetus is truly tough and invincible. His physical body was perfect, and he was no less than the great emperor when he was in the realm of the nine heavens. And the only defective mana aspect was also directly filled, and the mana was endless. It was simply a perpetual motion machine. It can be said that it is an alternative chaos body.
The Purple Mansion Holy Land has been cultivated since childhood to become a saint. How can a woman be easily earned?
That is the foundation of their future sect, their facade.
Not to mention that this one is still an innate Taoist body, and people can make him betray the door?
The God King couldn't do it back then, and the God King and the Kaiyun Fairy are still a painful past. The God King Zhang Taishu seemed to be aware of it and glanced over here, and Wang Mingyuan and the God King looked at each other, nodded separately, and smiled on each other's faces.
The God King originally ended miserably.
In the original work, the God King's favorite Kaiyun Fairy died in his arms, making the God King gray overnight. Then the God King composed a legend, killing 13 holy lords in a row under the moonlit night. Unfortunately, even so, there was no way to save the woman he loved the most, and Wang Mingyuan rescued the God King Zhang Taishu in advance,
and secretly let the God King Zhang Taishu recover.
He even gave the God King an elixir that could extend his life for hundreds of years.
The God King must have not eaten. Wang Mingyuan felt it.
Moreover, the God King Zhang Taishu disappeared for a period of time after recovering, so he should have gone to find the fairy Kaiyun. With the current cultivation and realm of the God King, coupled with the true Phoenix treasure technique handed over to him by Wang Mingyuan, Fairy Kaiyun should have gotten rid of her original fate. It cannot be said that she had already cut off the Tao at this time, and even reached a higher level of realm. It shouldn't be so easy to become a saint, but being able to live longer and regain your youthful state shouldn't be a big problem.
What should I do then? Come to the door.
The desolate ancient saint embodied in this world, but he did not worship any sect, and went to the Purple Mansion Holy Land.
I don't agree.
As soon as this idea was simply put forward, Yifan expressed strong opposition.
How about earning the Purple Mansion saint here?
Yifan was stunned for a moment, while the Black Emperor was muttering in the ear of Dai Joyo. After listening to it for a while, a smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand a little in the void. Silently, a grand small world was opened up by him with his bare hands. This is a great miracle, because only by reaching the realm of sages can we open up a small world out of the void. And the corresponding small worlds are holy places and special bases of the family forever, and they are their secret storage. Basically, all the special heritage of the Holy Land in the family will be placed in the small world, and the powerful Holy Land in family will even be more than one small world.
And it is basically common to want to become a holy holy place. There will also be 1 or 2 small worlds. In this way, the best figures in their sect can stay in it. This kind of small world is only in their hands, with intersections and exits, and even they can adjust the exits and entrances at will, which is very hidden. When encountering the disaster of extinction, as long as there is a small world that has not been blown up, the inheritance is still there. After accumulating enough power, they can rise again. This is one of the foundations of the Holy Land and the family that will never be destroyed. But if you want to open up such a small world, the most basic also requires saint-level power. Therefore, if you want to establish a holy place, their ancestors, or the ancestors of their sects, basically have to be at the level of saints at worst. Obviously, after Guy Joyo heard Wang Mingyuan say that he wanted to create a force and let others join, he took the initiative to help Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan took a step forward, and this glance allowed him to see clearer details. It was not a small world, but between a little brilliance blooming, the brilliance flowed, and it was divided into 9. Directly opened up the small world of the 9 directions with his bare hands, just like the 9 heavens. Every small world is extremely wide and boundless. It is enough to become a top holy place or the heritage of a family, filling countless sacred objects. Of course, at this moment, it has just been opened. Even if the 9 netherworld divine power is unparalleled, the small world opened up in this way is still a barren place, only an endless desert. But Wang Mingyuan looked at this, but he was also a little distracted for a while. Yi Fan glanced left and right, but fell silent and did not directly refute. Because there are not many people gathered at this moment, but they are all the most powerful people in the world. It can overwhelm the world, whether it is in a normal era or an abnormal era, or even when there is a side of the earth that overwhelms the heavens and the earth. Such a group of people can become the top force in the world and achieve a desolate holy land that will last forever and never be destroyed. Although there was only a group of people in front of him, nothing else. There are not enough natural materials and earthly treasures, but this group of people alone and the imperial scriptures in the hands of this group of people are enough weight, more than all. Why, isn't it enough? Wang Mingyuan's eyes were bright and clear, and he had a new idea in the shortest possible time. He looked at so many people present, and then he did have the idea of creating a force. The idea that came to his mind at first was to create a heavenly court, but after thinking about it, he shook his head directly. They have all been played by the desolate heavenly emperor and the Yi heavenly emperor, and even before the desolate heavenly emperor's era, in the imperial fall era and even more distant eras, some people have already played this set. If you play it again, there will be no meaning, don't play this. However, between the turns of his thoughts, Wang Mingyuan had an idea in the shortest possible time. Heavenly court did not want to be established and did not need to be established. And at present, the most urgent idea of this group of people is not to be invincible in the world, not to become an emperor, but to suppress the dark turmoil. The goal after suppressing the dark turmoil is also very clear, which is to become an immortal in this world. Wang Mingyuan sorted out the future road very clearly. Whether it was Guy Joyo or Wei Yi, it was very clear. The road to immortality is difficult and long, but clear. In that case, why don't you help me erect a stone monument and build another palace? This place is called Baiyujing, the white jade capital in the sky, the 12th floor and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my head, and I wish to receive immortality. When Wang Mingyuan said this, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of such an ancient poem in his heart. It was an ancient poem left by the poet Li Bai between heaven and earth. Falling in this world of immortals, it also has a different charm, because between the entire heaven and earth, countless people in the entire universe are pursuing immortality, step after step, one after another, and never stopping. But Wang Mingyuan, a character standing here, seems to really have the charm of an immortal. Even the most demonic and power-seeking former ruthless Taoist master of the Shaking Light Holy Land, facing Wang Mingyuan, would have inexplicable thoughts in his heart. I feel that this character is almost indisputable, and he is not so eager or pursued for everything in the world. Even those who obtained the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill did not pursue it, and even did not practice for a long time. Jinjing borrowed part of the charm and the demon skill and the immortal heavenly skill to make the desolate ancient holy body complete in advance. This kind of heart and courage is indeed convincing. It seems that Joyo and Wei know more. Even the god king Jiang Taishu felt that Wang Mingyuan had an almost immortal-like temperament in the face of Wang Mingyuan. The more I understood, the more I felt that Wang Mingyuan was extraordinary, even knew about the eternal era, and even the only character who became an immortal in the chaotic ancient era. He is also very clear about the emperors of the age of mythology and the hidden history of the age of mythology. He even knows a few steps on the road to immortality. Such a character can indeed be called a banished immortal. Therefore, after Yi Fan recited that verse, Guy Joyo even erected a stone tablet in the middle of that small world and clearly recorded this poem. Yi Fan felt that this place was very charming, very in line with the white jade capital in the sky. The Black Emperor had not been influenced in this regard, and at this time he bit the corner of Wang Mingyuan's clothes and shouted again and again, "Boy, can you make things clearer? Don't say it so roundly. Why don't I know what you're talking about? How can the sons and maidens of other people's holy places
consequences suddenly join the sect you hastily founded. I think it's better to let Yifan be a door-to-door son-in-law, and a desolate ancient holy body will take the initiative to come to the door, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land will never refuse.
The Black Emperor is still simple and rude.
After all, what you take the initiative to ask for is not as useful as what you work hard to obtain. Wang Mingyuan glanced at Yifan, who had a resistant face, and smiled and rejected the Black Emperor's suggestion. Although he is also looking forward to Yifan and a bunch of strong physiques giving birth to a bunch of powerful descendants. But the twisted melon is not sweet, although it quenches the thirst a little, but the future consequences are very serious. After all, Yifan's future cultivation and strength are first class under the sky. Wang Mingyuan was confident that he would become emperor before Yifan, but after becoming emperor, Wang Mingyuan would not have such strong confidence in becoming an immortal and a higher level of realm, and would be faster than Yifan. Therefore, if you leave a line and see each other in the future, you still can't go too far in this regard. We gathered here for a common goal, to suppress the dark turmoil, and to become an immortal. In this case, Bai Yujing was simply established. In the entire universe, the top Tianjiu is like a crushing carp crossing the river, and there are countless of them. I want to solve the dark turmoil once and for all, and I want to make the entire universe prosperous. Then the strength of a few of us is not enough. The body will eventually decay, and the soul will also be ruined, but the spirit can last forever between heaven and earth.
Never destroy.
Wang Mingyuan looked at this side of the world.
Although the whole small world is dilapidated and deserted, there is not much popularity.
Even the essence of heaven and earth is not very rich, but this side of heaven and earth can also be regarded as one of his foundations. While thinking, Wang Mingyuan suddenly felt that his spirit moved, and it was Gai Joyo who handed him the supreme authority to create this small world. Wang Mingyuan can change this small world at will, and at the same time he can control the exit and entrance of the small world. Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 ///////9 //book / bar. Only a peerless figure like Gai Joyo can do this easily without dragging his feet. Wang Mingyuan got such a gift, but he didn't thank him, and after thinking for a while, 12 cities were built out of thin air. There are also 5 floating cities that float above your head and never fall. They are not forged from 2 precious materials, they are the most ordinary mountain and stone civil engineering. One of the 5 towers is the brightest and most dazzling. Wang Mingyuan engraved all the secrets of the characters, the secrets of the words and the secrets of the lines in them, and erected 3 stone tablets. Although there was no immortal gold to build a city tower, anyone who saw such a layout or such a scene would be shocked in their hearts. This little background alone can shake the world, but it is not enough. In the attic where the secret technique was stored, another stone tablet rose in the blink of an eye. The above briefly records the life of the ruthless emperor, which was partially recorded by Wang Mingyuan, and at the same time summarized the parts that the Black Emperor, Gai Joyo, and others understood. The process of the rise of the ruthless emperor is roughly recorded. At the same time, it also records the approximate experience of the ruthless emperor who had 4 coffins and lived for 4 lifetimes. Of course, the most important thing is that the back of the steel records the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the immortal heaven skill, and many of the top divine techniques left by the ruthless emperor. A thought opens, the ruler of the world, and the holy secret of all changes. Such a stone monument is earth-shattering enough to fall in the outside world, and Wang Mingyuan's life at the end of the stele is a simple record of the last sentence, which can be regarded as an evaluation, and since ancient times, talent is the first. And behind this stone tablet, in the eyes of the Black Emperor looking forward to it, another inscription that was comparable in height and size to the ruthless emperor was also erected. The life of the beginningless emperor is recorded above, and this part is mainly inked by the Black Emperor. Of course, the words that were too exaggerated and praised too much were deleted by Wang Mingyuan on his own initiative.
Doing this is amazing enough.
On the back of the inscription, the 3 characters of the beginningless sutra are also written. However, in the end, there was no complete text written on the stele, only a short sentence. The beginningless sutra is mysterious and unfathomable, and it cannot be inherited or understood unless it is the innate holy body Taoist fetus. If there is an innate holy body Taoist fetus, it can be passed down here. After recording the relevant life and scriptures, there is also a short comment at the end.
Since ancient times, the first talent, the birth is the saint.
Although it is only the simplest and most simple, the stone monument made of mountain rocks. But seeing this scene, the Black Emperor couldn't help but boil his blood and feel excited. Because the most critical part of these 2 stone tablets describes the lives of the beginningless emperor and the ruthless emperor. The date of birth is recorded, but in the end there is no year of death, and it is written that he is still alive.
This is more exciting than any other point.
These 2 stone monuments are like 2 peaks, inspiring countless people. Even Gai Joyo and Wei Yi were excited when they saw these 2 stone tablets, and they felt that there was a direction ahead. And here Wang Mingyuan wrote here what he knew, as well as the life experience of the ancient emperor, which he knew, as well as the Black Emperor, Gai Joyo, and others. If there is a scripture of the great emperor, he will engrave the scripture of the great emperor there.
If not, write a temporary vacancy.
There are stone monuments one after another, but at the end there is a stele without a door.
It is written as a monument to immortality.
There is only a short passage above.
The path that generations of Tianzuan ancient emperors have taken is the road to immortality. Even characters like Gai Joyo felt a majestic aura coming to their faces, commenting on many ancient emperors, great emperors, and heavenly sovereigns with one's own strength. Who has such qualifications and abilities throughout the ages? Perhaps only immortals who live forever and never indelible have this qualification.
They each have their own thoughts in their hearts.
And characters like Gai Joyo and Wei Yi have understood Wang Mingyuan's thinking.
Even the stone monuments in front of them are just the simplest inscriptions composed of earth and stone. But anyone who sees this stone monument can feel the extraordinariness of Bai Yujing. The white jade capital in the sky really fits this name, without any exaggeration. Having seen such inscriptions and scenes, I am afraid that no one can refuse to join them, and the longer they practice in the cultivation world, the more powerful the characters, the more they cannot refuse this temptation.
And after probably doing all this, Wang Mingyuan looked back at everyone present and extended an invitation to them.
I don't know if you are willing to join Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing doesn't care about the identity, background, and power behind you, joining it only for one ultimate goal, that is, to become an immortal. The road that all the great emperors, ancient emperors, and heavenly sovereigns have traveled is the road to immortality. But this topic can actually be further expanded, and the path that all practitioners try to walk out of to become an immortal is called the road to immortality. I don't know if you have the confidence to contribute to the road to immortality and forge our immortal legend. When he spoke, Wang Mingyuan erected a smaller inscription which described the scriptures that were created by the people in the scene and then swallowed the origin, so that the origin matured in advance and grew further. This part of the scriptures alone is no less than the secret method in the scriptures of the great emperor.
After all, this was born from the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill.
It also integrates part of the Sun True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra.
Wang Mingyuan thought for a while and engraved the names of several people on the inscription.
Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, Wang Mingyuan, and the old man of the human demon are in the first row, and they can be regarded as the pioneers of this exercise. References include heaven-swallowing demon skill, immortal heaven skill, true phoenix treasure technique, Taiyin true scripture, and Sun True scripture. This scripture created by us, it is better to set up an ancient scroll to record it.
It's better to call it the Avenue.
Wang Mingyuan smiled and proposed, while Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, and the old man of the human demon stared at the newly erected stone stele, their eyes leisurely, and they had a different feeling. With such a name, your heart and courage are really passable. Gai Joyo praised Wang Mingyuan's courage, but he had no intention of opposing it, and it was directly passed. The old man of the human demon also stared at the inscription in a daze, and finally nodded and said, I don't have much effort, this is all the blessing of the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor. The two kings have such a heart and courage, and are willing to share their scriptures with me. Now that I have gained something, of course I should share it with others.
He nodded, approving this part.
God King Jiang Taishu also nodded. He had been here for a relatively short time.
But when I came, I also heard the many changes that Wang Mingyuan told about from the mythological era to the present. I even learned about Wang Mingyuan's efforts during these times.
Find Gai Joyo, help Gai Joyo get rid of his original state, and help Gai Joyo find an immortal elixir. After getting the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill, he did not practice by himself, but tried to help his body Yifan achieve great success and advance. He even wanted the holy body Yifan to go one step further on the original basis and reach a stronger level.
All attempts are convincing.
Jiang Taishu couldn't help but sigh. The desolate ancient family that was born more than 100,000 years ago has decayed, and most of them are fly camps. Compared to it, you are the real desolate ancient family, the descendant of the great emperor. After returning home, Jiang Taishu cleaned the ancient Jiang family fiercely. However, the families are hostile to each other, and the various branches and factions are still incompatible. Even with a powerful figure like him, there is no way to change it. This is an innate deficiency. Jiang Taishu has reached such a state, and after learning about the past of the family, he can only sigh in his heart. After all, their nominal ancestral origins all come from Emperor Hengyu, but the matrilineal lines between the various branches are different, from different powerful figures. Those peerless figures have brought a legacy to the family, but at the same time, the reason for the division of the family has also been planted by them. Even if Emperor Hengyu was invincible in the universe back then, he had to go far away to Zhongzhou after a dispute arose within the family. Jiang Taishu has no way to deal with these things in some of these situations. Having Bai Yujing here is also a good thing for us.
Wang Mingyuan understood the problems in each other's hearts and explained them with a smile.
No matter how powerful the forces are, if the heart cannot go in one direction and cannot be used in one direction, then they will drag each other back. It is negative for our career development. Instead of this, it is better to start anew and find some like-minded people to explore the road to immortality together. Bai Yujing is the beginning of such a road exploration. Wang Mingyuan smiled, for Bai by Yujing, he had a lot of plans in a very short period of time.
There is even a process and policy for pulling people.
After all, he is also a person who has read poetry and books, and he has read it many times at a certain starting point, and there is a similar way to Yuan Bao.
It's a pity that my level of pulling people is too low now, and the pressure is not enough,
so I can only open the entrance to the small world at the door of those top Tianjiao, and then randomly pull them in.
And there is not enough special scene and atmosphere inside, which is a bit sighing. The simple schematic structure is an earth-shattering scripture in the eyes of those who understand and do.
It is engraved with the legendary lives of many great emperors, and even the corresponding scriptures passed down by them.
But the strength of persuasion in the early stage is not so high.
After all, these simple stone monuments made of earthen stones can be easily shattered and destroyed by any practitioner.
Gai Zhouyo, Wei Yi and others felt admiration and even moved because they understood the inside story of Zhe.
He also knew the correctness of the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the immortal heaven skill, and the Hangyu Sutra. But in the eyes of outsiders, there is no doubt that there are many things that need to convince them. It is regrettable that someone needs to explain it in person.
It's shattered in a moment, okay?
If only there was a virtual god realm.
Wang Mingyuan thought of this and couldn't help but sigh. For the people of the chaotic ancient era and the immortal ancient era, the void god realm is already common sense.
It's like the internet of the earth where Wang Mingyuan is located.
Basically, there is a mobile phone with an internet access permit to access the internet.
It is a special place that all practitioners enjoy together, but in the universe that covers the sky, this special, spiritually constructed world no longer exists. Therefore, the void god realm is a special place that everyone can enjoy in the chaotic ancient era. But at the same time, the pressure of the void god realm was also very high in the early stage. Breaking the records left by the predecessors in the void god realm, whether it is the first realm of the physical body or the first high jump, you can get the corresponding reward. As long as there are more rewards obtained from breaking the limit, you can collect fragments and exchange them for the highest divine art true phoenix treasure in the void god realm. And not only the other top inheritances of the Needle King treasure book can also be exchanged in it, and this aspect is still very good. The reward aspect is one, and the other aspect is that the void god realm can be treated as a real world. Everyone can fight and live in it, and the perception of the realm obtained in it is not false, but true.
The combat experience in it is not fake, but real.
And because of spiritual immortality, the physical body did not really go in fighting in the void god realm, and then death was not real death. The void god realm died, and the spirit was sluggish for a period of time in the real world, and the primordial spirit was a little tired. For the characters of the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient eras, it is a special place to rest. Since the void god realm engraves everyone's records, leaving records in the void god realm can measure one's own cultivation level. The first physical body determined by the void god realm was really the first in the whole world, the entire 3000 Tao states, and the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. The power determined by the void god realm was the first, that is, the power of the entire chaos ancient era was determined. Of course, the void god realm has very clear standards. It can be divided in great detail. Different realms have different records, and each realm is divided into corresponding areas. In the area where the blood-moving realm is located, everyone can only show their strength when they reach the blood-moving realm. In the Grotto Heaven realm, everyone could only show the strength of the Grotto Heaven realm back then. It can be said that in terms of fairness, the void god realm is the fairest place. Everyone likes such a special existence, and Wang Mingyuan also likes it. The people of the chaotic ancient era occasionally used the void god realm to fight, and most of the time they developed in it. But if you put it in the universe of covering the sky, it can be regarded as the favorite of the iron-headed baby who covers the sky. Moreover, during the period of the chaotic ancient era, the void god realm was not something that anyone could enter at will, and a certain medium was needed. If only there was such a place.
Wang Mingyuan sighed a lot.
His previous mission to complete the void god realm was to treat the internet on the earth as the void god realm, so he left an indestructible legend in the void god realm in the shortest possible time. In the shortest possible time, it reached the top of several game servers, and it was also recognized by this system with bugs.
Got the true phoenix treasure technique. Now, Wang Mingyuan wanted to really realize the void god realm, but he couldn't think of any good way for a while.
That is, when he was frowning and thinking, the Xeon life system, which had been motionless, suddenly jumped. As the future supreme powerhouse, and has already left an indelible record in the void god realm, how can you be limited by the environment and have no way to land in the void god realm anytime and anywhere? Mission, reach the limit unprecedented before, sublimate both spirit and body, and reach the first in the world in the current realm.
Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 / / / 9 // book / bar. Reward, Void God Realm Boundary Introduction. Item, Void God Realm Boundary Guide.
Effect, with the boundary introduction, you can land in the void god realm anytime and anywhere without restrictions.
Wang Mingyuan looked at the reward in this regard and was suddenly stunned.
The Xeon life system has been invented invisible to him for a long time. Except for the original true solution, the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Kunping treasure technique that were given to him at the beginning, the rest were basically invisible and did not bubble much. Unexpectedly, when he felt troubled today, he suddenly came out again.
Is it that the Xeon life system senses my troubles and naturally jumps out to solve the problem for me?
Or is this similar to the steps of the original awakening of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor? The Desolate Heavenly Emperor had to use the Lucian to log into the Void God realm in the early stage, and then he could log in independently.
Is it giving me the way?
Even if the reward seems to be good, Wang Mingyuan scratched his head a little after looking at it for a while.
This system won't play with me, will it?
As we all know, during the immortal and chaotic periods, the Void God realm was everywhere, covering the entire heaven and earth, and the entire universe. But now, although the entire heaven and earth are the heavens and earths condensed after the collapse of the immortal and chaotic ancients, they belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But I really haven't heard of any great emperor or ancient emperor who has ever touched the Void God realm. The Void God realm has long been recorded, so what is the use of having the so-called Void God realm?
Can it still be directly used to lead to the immortal Gu and to the Chao Gu with the Void God realm? In this regard, Wang Mingyuan has 2 guesses.
One is this Void God realm guidance, which is of no use at all. It's like he logged onto the internet, said that the internet was the Void God realm, and then set a record and got the true Phoenix treasure technique. He used the internet to fool the system, and he was afraid that the system would fool him here. When the time comes, give him a permission to log into the internet, it will be funny. Even if he can land on the Earth's internet in any direction in the universe at that time, it will be of no use.
Could it be that he can also surf the internet and play games in the immortal cultivation world to cultivate his sentiments?
The other possibility is that the Void God realm is real, and he can really log into the Void God realm with this special means. But it is not the virtual God realm that landed in the ancient era of immortals, and had a real online PK with the Desolate Heaven Emperor and others. Perhaps the Void God realm has not been completely shattered, and there are still some fragments hidden in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, hidden in this heaven and earth. It is as if in the vast universe that covers the sky, many exercises can be examined by archaeology. Maybe there is still a part of the Void God realm, and I can rely on archaeology to test the Void God realm.
This speculation is not unfounded.
After all, the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the universe that cover the sky today are inextricably linked with the chaotic and immortal ancients. The absurdity left by the Desolate Heaven Emperor and the small world inside the 9 dragons' coffin used to repair the immortal realm are all here. It is also possible to find a virtual God realm that has never been discovered by others. Even Wang Mingyuan had certain guesses about the Void God realm. The Void God realm is not without traces in this world. For example, in the western desert of the Big Dipper, there are traces left by the Void God realm. In the place of the western desert Buddhist gate, there is a faint spiritual world in the hearts of all living beings.
In that spiritual world, Amitabha Buddha lives on forever and will never be destroyed.
In the original work, Yi Fan once went to the western desert to bring back the contemporary saintess of Miaoyuan. After all, that saint gave her everything, and he and this woman were also entangled with each other and had a lot of grievances. As a result, in the western desert, he found that different temples had different spiritual worlds.
In the spiritual world composed of that temple, you can even find the indelible imprints of the ancient Buddha who burned lamps, Amitabha Buddha and others.
From here, it is very likely that Amitabha Buddha has come into contact with the Void God realm, and the spiritual world he built is very similar to the Void God realm. The belief of Amitabha Buddha spread throughout the entire universe, and the endless power of faith can be continuously transmitted from the universe to Mount Meru in the western desert. It can be said that the magical powers and specialties shown by Amitabha Buddha in this regard are very similar to the Void God realm. Of course, it is not perfect, and there is no way for people to truly enter the Void God realm to live and fight, which is not a perfect real world. But this is also one of the traces left by the Void God realm. If you look at it from this direction and perspective, it is very likely that there are still some fragments and some magical powers left in the Void God realm, between this heaven and earth. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan had an idea at such a moment.
If it's true, what if there really is a Void God realm?
The Void God realm should belong to the ownerless at this time, and once he discovers it and digs it up, he can carry it forward again. Maybe you can also find some powerful divine power treasure books from the Void God realm.
Wang Mingyuan is confident in this, even if his strength is not enough. Isn't there still Guy Joyo by his side?
And if you really get the Void God realm, you have a network access permit. Then he could naturally select people and then let them enter the Void God realm.
For Wang Mingyuan, who is familiar with the future, this is a top big golden finger.
His interest was raised at once, and then he couldn't help but glance at the task again.
Double sublimation of body and spirit, and then reach the level of the first in the world in one realm?
There is no doubt that this task should also be an imitation of the experience of learning from the growth of the Desolate Heavenly Emperor. The Desolate Heaven Emperor rose all the way, and it was extremely difficult, and he encountered many challenges. In the early stage, he didn't have much divine power treasure book, and the blood-moving realm had already written a legend, but it was not the first in the world, probably similar to a pure-blooded divine beast.
One arm has a power of 108,000 pounds in a flick.
He really began to embark on the road of invincibility, and the beginning of invincibility in the world was after he entered the Grotto Heaven realm. It not only opened up the 10 major Grotto Heavens in the Grotto Heaven realm, but also went further on this basis, and the 10 Grotto Heavens became one and only Grotto Heaven. In this realm, the Desolate Heaven Emperor is the sublimation of both physical and spiritual beings, which can be called the first. And now the task promulgated by the Xeon life system is probably to allow Wang Mingyuan to make the same achievements as the Desolate Heaven Emperor.
Let Wang Mingyuan's body and spirit sublimate at the same time, and then achieve the world's #1 achievement. Wang Mingyuan understands this truth,
but he also knows that it will be difficult to do this. Nowadays, it is not a chaotic ancient era, and the related exercises and inheritance have been completely perfected. Generations of heavenly venerables, ancient emperors, and great emperors have gone far on this path of cultivation, and have expanded each cultivation's secret realm to the point of perfection. Among the 5 secret realms, the realm of the Wheel Sea is the first in the Taoist scriptures. The realm of the Tao Palace is the first of the Western Emperor scriptures. The realm of the 4 extremes is the first of the Hangyu Sutras, and the realm of the Dragon is the first of the Tai Huang Sutras. As for the Sendai realm, the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture are the first. Anyone who practices in this realm can be called unparalleled in the world. The two are one, and it is invincible in the world. It can be said that in the 5 secret realms, the practice scriptures have been perfected to the point where they cannot be perfected, and there is no better way to practice. If you want to be special, you can only go to the Forbidden Realm, go out of your own way, and create a unique scripture that is suitable and your own. At that time, it can be said that this scripture is the most suitable for itself, surpassing other great emperor scriptures.
But this kind of transcendence is only for oneself.
For the people of the entire universe, this scripture is just a special imperial scripture, and it is not much different from other scriptures. From this point of view, it should not be possible to make a breakthrough in the realm of cultivation scriptures and cultivation alone, and it is difficult to be recognized. Each task of the Xeon life system is extremely difficult to complete, and you can also step on bugs in the early stage, because of the different worlds and easy to complete. Nowadays, this task can be regarded as difficult, but it is also worthy of this system.
To become the strongest person, then you must have a strongest life.
However, although there is no way to surpass the great emperor and the ancient emperor in terms of scriptures, but Wang Mingyuan actually had an idea at this time. In a certain realm, the first in the world, overpowering everyone under the sky, should actually be talking about the road of the great emperor. It is said that it is a taboo chapter in the scriptures of the great emperor, and it is also a divine prohibition. After stepping into the realm of divine forbiddenness, there is no limit to the combat effectiveness of one's body, and it can break through the 8 prohibitions, reaching an incredible point and infinitely improving. To reach this point, it can be regarded as unparalleled in the world. If in the divine forbidden realm, there is a unique skill that belongs to one's own world. For example, Yifan's heavenly emperor fist and the 9 secrets of the 9 heavenly venerables in the mythical age can be called invincible. At least on this road, no one can compare to him. In the realm of the secret of the word, the immortal heavenly venerable is the first since ancient times, and no one can compare to him. In the field of Xingzi secrets, Xiaoyao Tianzuan is the first since ancient times, and no one can compare to him. And the desolate heaven emperor united the 10 grotto heavens in the grotto heaven realm to form the only grotto heaven, which also showed that he was unique in ancient times, and no one could compare to him. What I will probably do is step into the divine forbidden realm and then create my own forbidden means. The taboo chapter may not have been created so early, but stepping into the realm of divine forbidden land should be regarded as a double sublimation of body and spirit, and it can be regarded as the first in the world. If you want to create a forbidden chapter that is invincible in the world, you must reach the most complete level in terms of skills and physical body and mana. The realm is too low, and there is no such profound understanding at all. The forbidden chapters created by all the divine skills in the world are strong, but after all, there are certain shortcomings. Yi Fan is the protagonist level figure with the most talent and luck. He has long obtained many scriptures of the great emperor, but it is also in the realm of the Saint King, on the battlefield where many gods and demons have died. With the help of the indestructible imprint of the death of gods and demons, he created his own invincible heavenly emperor fist. As for Wang Mingyuan, he also has a certain idea of this. He has not a few great emperor scriptures in his hands, and there are many taboo chapters in the great emperor scriptures. At the same time, there are big killers such as the True Phoenix Treasure Technique, the Kuanping Treasure Technique, and the Primordial True Solution. Originally, his practice had always been on the heavens.
Every cultivation breakthrough is considered the 8 prohibitions, which is the current heavenly board.
The reason why he couldn't step into the divine forbidden realm was not because he wasn't strong enough, but the 5 secret realms were not practiced at the same time, and they were not connected enough, so they could not step into that level.
Wang Mingyuan had a hunch and could even conclude. After he
crossed into the Sendai realm, as long as he ran in, he would rush into that field. And now, he has reached the threshold of that field. Therefore, he was not anxious, feeling the origin in his body growing layer after layer, and he had a leisurely and contented mentality.
But the Black Emperor was not so leisurely. Tell me in detail, be clear.
Since dark turmoil is inevitable, of course we have to pull some potential people here in advance, work together, and grow in advance. At the same time, it is also necessary to let some characters know the truth of the dark turmoil in advance, and then work together to become immortals. They are all members of Baiyujing, and they are all internally together, getting along every day. Of course, they can cultivate feelings, after all, they are in love over time. The Black Emperor was not satisfied with this, and then heard Wang Mingyuan say lightly, "Another point is to cut off the mind of the holy son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land." Now the gap between him and the Purple Mansion Saint is the one who was born with the Tao fetus, and the gap is not too big. He just couldn't beat that saint of the Purple Mansion. But if there were no other circumstances to interfere, they should still come together. After all, although the saintess of the Purple Mansion had a very special physique, she was considered an innate Taoist fetus. But the inheritance of the master only reached the level of a saint. Even if she is talented, her future ceiling will not be too high. It is not the most supreme Tianjiao in the world. There is no way to stand with Yi Fan and become a fellow traveler. Wang Mingyuan smiled and looked at the Black Emperor and patted the Black Emperor's shiny and smooth back. "So, you have to handle the scriptures she practices. Your relationship with Yaoqi is very close. Since you want to cultivate the second great emperor of beginninglessness, you have to make this mother strong enough. I think it's good for you to share a Western Emperor Sutra with her. After all, it is a scripture created by the innate Taoist body, which is most suitable for her physique."
Wang Mingyuan said that there is nothing false about this.
The Purple Mansion Saint has an innate Tao fetus, and it stands to reason that she is also the top physique between heaven and earth.
But this one basically didn't make many waves in the sky. After the dark turmoil, there was no sound at all, and there was no movement at all. There are multiple reasons for this.
One of the most important and special reasons is that the inheritance of the Purple Mansion Holy Land is not too high. It is just an ordinary small holy place.
For ordinary practitioners, it is unattainable.
But for the real character who wants to become an emperor, this inheritance is a little too low. The scriptures she practiced held her back, making her unable to keep up with the first echelon in an era like the Golden Age.
It disappeared without any light blooming.
In the end, although he was alive, there was no big movement, and he should just be a great sage.
It's not like the group of top Tianjiao. They have basically reached the level of alternative enlightenment. She may have survived that dark turmoil by luck. Please, you, collection_6191 book 1 bar, 6 // / 9 / book / bar. After all, even in the desolate Holy Land and the family, when the Dark Supreme was walking haphazardly in the universe, there are also characters hidden in the small world who are exposed, and then all the members die. The innate Taoist body should not have been so bad.
No matter how you say it, it is also a peerless person who can unite with the ancient holy body and then give birth to the world's first physique. The result is so quiet, it's really a waste and a pity. When the Black Emperor heard this, he jumped directly and opened his mouth to bite Wang Mingyuan, but Zhang closed it again after a while. His dog has no skin and no face, and he doesn't have much morality at all. The only thing that can frighten him in his life is that his methods are unpredictable, comparable to the beginningless emperor, and even surpass the beginningless emperor at the current stage.
But this dog is also in awe of some people.
For example, the great emperors of the human race, such as those who worked hard only for the continuation of the human race and the continuation of heaven and earth.
Characters like Gai Joyo and Zhang Taishu will still be respected.
And Wang Mingyuan has both the inheritance of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heavenly skill left by the ruthless emperor. And like Gai Joyo and Zhang Taishu, they are bent on the continuation of the human race.
Always stand on the moral high ground and lead by example.
There are quite a lot of top-secret techniques that Wang Mingyuan himself has come up with, and he didn't care much about it and carved it on the steel. Before climbing the holy cliff, even he took the opportunity to get a secret of a line. In this situation, he really didn't have much confidence to accuse Wang Mingyuan, so he fell silent at this time. And Wang Mingyuan made persistent efforts, and he was also very curious about the Western Emperor Sutra. The beginningless emperor was born as the foundation of a saint, and it was even more terrifying. Later, the cultivation was also pushed all the way, and there was no opponent in the entire universe. This certainly proves the strength and terrifying of the innate holy body Tao fetus. But his parents also have a large part of the element in this. After all, his father was a great ancient holy body, and his mother was the only one in eternity, an innate Taoist body that had been preached. Such a strong inheritance and bloodline made him born with a supreme foundation. If you let the ancient holy body and the innate Taoist body become one now, with the cultivation of the two of them, as well as the current bloodline, the innate holy body Tao fetus born would probably lack a lot. 200 years later, this suppression of the dark turmoil is a big problem, and after that, if he wants to help the beginningless emperor, Emperor, I am afraid he will not be able to do it. If Wang Mingyuan directly said that he wanted to read the Western Emperor's scripture, then the Black Emperor would definitely quibble in every possible way and resolutely disagree. But if it is said that the Nashi Emperor's sutra is for the innate Taoist body and for the future innate holy body Taoist fetus, the Black Emperor can discuss it. At this time, his eyes rolled wildly, he gritted his teeth, scolded, but in his heart he actually agreed. Wang Mingyuan saw this and knew it very well. Knowing that the Black Emperor had agreed, he immediately stopped struggling here. As soon as he stepped on his footsteps, the whole person turned into a streamer and rushed into the outside world. One step out is several miles away, as if the ground has shrunk to an inch, as fast as lightning. Yi Fan felt ashamed when he saw it. This is an extremely profound method in the secret of the line. And Wang Mingyuan walked all the way, and when he reached a no man's land, he suddenly stopped suppressing himself. Endless thunder poured down from the sky. Terrifying thunder spread across the earth everywhere. It flooded the land. This is Wang Mingyuan going through the tribulation, and it is multiple calamities. He himself had already reached the realm of dragon transformation, and after fusing the origin, he rose to the sky in the shortest possible time, all the way over the ninefold steps, to enter the Sendai realm. In this era, among some large holy places and families, if they can step into the Sendai realm, they can already be called supreme elders. And Wang Mingyuan has not set foot on the cultivation world for many days, and achieving such an achievement can be said to be rare in ancient times. What's even more terrifying is that he crossed the ninefold thunder tribulation in a row and came down together, which was almost destroying the heavens and the earth. The overlapping peaks collapsed in an instant under a thunderbolt and turned to ashes. That kind of scene is simply devastating. Wang Mingyuan stretched his body in this process, and his whole body turned into a streamer, and he did not dodge or avoid this most terrifying thunderstorm. Joshin seemed to have countless ripples flashing up and down in his breath, and then swallowed the heavy thunder into his body to refine. Even there were small ripples flashing above his hair, which was the limit of the skill in Kuanping treasure technique. As for the exquisite heaven and earth above his head, the Xianhuang pagoda is also flashing light, swallowing and spitting out endless thunder, tempering this top treasure little by little. Wang Mingyuan is not bad, but this exquisite Xianhuang pagoda is a little worse. The materials are not bad, but the overall is still too little, and if you want to intertwine Taoism and reason, it is more critical at this stage. I have to go to Earth quickly, that is, the flood ancient star has got the right materials. Wang Mingyuan's eyes flashed, determining the direction of the future. Now that the immortal treasure map has been obtained, there is already a clear direction to go to the flood wilderness ancient star. Walking into Kunlun will not usher in death. You can get the tower made of divine trace purple gold. The Black Emperor looked at Wang Mingyuan, who was bathed in infinite thunder, like a walk in the courtyard, and his mouth was twitching. Throughout the ages, I have never seen such an exaggeration, crossing 9 realms at once, and then crossing the ninefold calamity thunder in a row. Although it was such a continuous breakthrough in the low realm, it was amazing enough. Sure enough, it's an old monster reincarnated and recultivated, and I don't know which heavenly venerable, the ancient emperor. If Wang Mingyuan hadn't clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the immortal emperor, the Black Emperor would have suspected that Wang Mingyuan was the phoenix who was constantly rebuilding in the long river of time. Wang Mingyuan's performance is really too special. This thunder is too ruthless. The Black Emperor turned his head to look to the other side, and Yi Fan was also in this no man's land. His thunder was equally vast and terrifying, not inferior to the young emperor. Yi Fan also broke through in a very short period of time, and there were imperial scriptures and top 9 secrets. His talent, understanding, and talent are not inferior to the emperor of his youth. But he was also quite embarrassed when he crossed the tribulation, because he broke through too much in a short period of time. And even though he was already working hard to make up for the Taoist and related shortcomings, he still had certain shortcomings. At this time, he was always in a hurry and couldn't cope with it, and his whole body was scorched black by thunder and lightning. Although his current physical body still had the original state, this thunder not only could not hurt him, but further stimulated the original in his body. Let the origin of the Dark Supreme in his body and the origin of the desolate ancient holy body release more power to improve his physical state. But after all, it looks very embarrassing. There is a big gap with Wang Mingyuan's leisurely and natural attitude. Yi Fan's state waits until the end of the Dragon Realm, and it is basically the 8 Forbidden Realms. And obviously in such a realm and state, Wang Mingyuan is only the 8th Forbidden Realm, and it stands to reason that the difference between the two will not be too big. But the actual performance. Although the God King Jiang Taishu and Wei Yi were in the holy city, they were able to see clearly when they were separated by tens of thousands of miles. This distance can be crossed by them without taking a step. At such a moment, they can easily comment on Wang Mingyuan and Yi Fan. Gai Jiuyo saw more clearly and evaluated more accurately. It's the same 8 prohibitions, but Yi Fan has just stepped into this field. Yi Fan is perfect in the 5 aspects of body, mana, fighting methods, cultivation scriptures, and divine soul, and can be regarded as a heavenly plate that has reached the current state. The only thing he lacked was probably Taoism, which led to his lack of grasp of the finest parts of himself.
And Wang Mingyuan.
Guy Joyo was silent for a moment before saying, he can't find any problems in all aspects, it can be regarded as flawless, and he has reached the true heaven plate of the current realm. He went the farthest out of the 8 forbidden realm, and he had already encountered the ceiling. The reason why he hasn't touched the legendary divine forbidden realm that only the great emperor can reside in is because his 5 secret realms have not yet been opened at the same time.
When he crosses into the Sendai realm, I am afraid that there will be changes, Guy Joyo said conservatively, but in fact, when he saw Wang Mingyuan's performance, he was a little silent.
Yi Fan is already terrible enough. If he met Yi Fan in his youth, it is unknown who will win and who will lose. He even thought that Yi Fan should be better. The ancient holy body is known as the first in the body of the Big Dipper, and it is not blown out. The physical body really has too much advantage when it is in the low realm. What's more, Yi Fan has been baptized by the immortal elixir in the desolate Forbidden Land. The potential of the physical body was developed early. When the realm is low, his physique is definitely not as good as Yi Fan, and he is definitely at a disadvantage when it comes to physical confrontation. In other aspects, Yi Fan is not bad and belongs to the top figures. If he faced Yi Fan at the same time, it was estimated that he would be inferior. If you really don't distinguish between them, you probably have to go to the Sendai realm. His enlightenment talent is too outstanding, and he has already touched the divine forbidden in the Sendai realm. If Yi Fan couldn't trigger the divine ban in the realm of Sendai, then he should be better during that period. But all of this is inferior to Wang Mingyuan. The body has no flaws, the mana is endless, the soul is powerful, and the Taoist practice is even more unfathomable. At the existing stage, you can actually discuss with them. As for combat skills, being able to discuss the true Phoenix treasure technique with him is just this. With such a method alone, it can already be called unparalleled, more powerful than any of the forbidden chapters of any great emperor. Even if Wang Mingyuan is not a pure-blooded phoenix, limited by race, there is no way to bring the true Phoenix treasure technique to the peak. But with these existing means, he is already the most unparalleled figure in the world. Not to mention that Wang Mingyuan is still constantly improving and growing rapidly in this process. His understanding of the great way of heaven and earth is very lofty, and he can directly see through the essence. But I don't know enough about today's era, and I don't know enough about today's spiritual scriptures and the great way of heaven and earth. But after being in contact with him, Wei Yi, and Jiang Taishu for a period of time, and discussing the Tao, his understanding of the great way of heaven and earth was visibly improved. It's like riding a rocket. This level of improvement really makes people wonder if he has been sealed all the way from the mythical era or even a more distant era, all the way to the divine source. Now looking at Wang Mingyuan's tribulation, this sense becomes clearer and clearer. In fact, only the physical state, only the mana and related levels. When Yi Fan was promoted to the realm of Wang Mingyuan, he should be similar to Wang Mingyuan, but the calmness shown by the two in the thunder was very different. Yi Fan has a very high fault tolerance rate. His heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying, and ordinary characters from the same realm who fell into it could be split to ashes by a thunder tribulation. But for Yi Fan, he would not die if he stood still and ate such a thunder tribulation. If the attack in the thunder is too frequent, Yi Fan will be traumatized in the process. He can't be too calm and will be disgraced. There will even be some minor injuries. But in such an accumulation, Wang Mingyuan's combat effectiveness at the same level is stronger and more special. Yi Fan also discovered this, and his eyes couldn't help but show a look of surprise. From his point of view, it was like in the same game. One person was the king rank, but the other was just a master. The game characters controlled by the two people are exactly the same, and the attack strength and corresponding states of the two game characters are the same, but the level shown is very different. It's really amazing that you can still improve under such circumstances. Yi Fan couldn't help but be distracted when he was passing the tribulation, and then took the initiative to see Wang Mingyuan. Then it was smashed down by the boundless thunder tribulation. His body was charred black, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but have blood. But he still couldn't take his eyes off it. Even holding grapes, take the initiative to study. Because Wang Mingyuan was too calm, his physical state and mana state were similar to his. But in such a situation, he wandered calmly and calmly. Even in this understatement, one pool after another that accumulated thunder marrow could be found between the thunder pools of heaven and earth, then swallow it in one gulp in the midst of a surprising gaze. The strength and mana originally consumed by the previous tribulation were restored in this process. It even made his physical body and soul even stronger. The center of the eyebrows seemed to be filled with a five-colored sun, and the primordial gods were emitting five-colored divine light. Please, you, collection _ 6191 book 1 bar, 6 / / / 9 / / book / bar. Wang Mingyuan was walking in the courtyard in the middle of it, and even had kung fu to get distracted. In the chaotic ancient era, due to the lack of perfect laws between heaven and earth, even the thunder tribulation could not descend, and he wanted to be struck by lightning to verify his cultivation, and he also caused thunder himself. The spell used by the desolate heaven emperor to induce thunder is the Thunder Emperor treasure technique, and it is also one of the 10 evils, and I don't know when I can try to get the Thunder Emperor treasure technique? Wang Mingyuan guessed that there was a high probability that he wanted to explore a forbidden place, but his cultivation strength is becoming more and more prominent, and his lifespan has now exceeded 5,000 years, approaching the 6,000-year mark. This special state is like a bright fire in the dark night, so that Wang Mingyuan does not dare to go to the dark forbidden area too obviously. Many times he has to take the initiative to hide himself. This is still due to the fact that whether it is the Kunping treasure technique or the True Phoenix treasure technique, there are means of obscuring the divine object. After all, when the cubs of the 10 evils do not really grow up, they are also very fragile. Strangling practitioners in the high realm in advance will also make them die. Therefore, camouflage is essential until it really grows. But these disguises are easy in front of ordinary people, but not so easy in front of real high-ranking practitioners. Not to mention anything else, Wang Mingyuan has tested it, and Gai Joyo can see through it at a glance. After all, this is an alternative enlightenment. And the divine King Jiang Taishu also seemed to be aware. After all, the god King Jiang Taishu is a person who almost wants to live out of the second life. Although in the end he did not take this path, he used breakthroughs to prolong his life. But his senses are also very keen about the origin of other people's lives. Wei Yi himself has reached the realm of the great sage, and he is also aware of Wang Mingyuan's state. Therefore, because the realm is too low, hiding in front of high-ranking practitioners is a problem. 200 years later, the road to immortality was opened, and the Supreme in the forbidden area was relatively active at this time. At least I won't sleep too much. In any large forbidden area, there is a state of being able to maintain a certain state of awakening and observe the heavens and the earth. The opportunity to open the road to immortality that has been waiting for millions of years is really going to make people vomit blood if they miss it. Therefore, even though he knew that there was a high probability that he would get great benefits from the restricted area, Wang Mingyuan still did not dare to come. Bathing in the overlapping thunderlight, he sublimated himself again, echoing the entire heaven and earth, and Wang Mingyuan's understanding of heaven and earth was one step deeper. With one hand, he smashed a celestial dragon made of thunder and lightning that rushed out from the thunder above the sky. The yin and yang airflow in his hand rotated, condensed into a kunping, and when he soared into the sky, he was immersed in the thunder tribulation above his head, so that the thunder above his head was empty. Heaven and earth seemed to be stimulated by his actions, and further riots. Layers of thunder flooded here. Wang Mingyuan was unmoved, and the whole person even went deep into the minefield to find a real condensed minefield. There were drops of juice inside the thunder pool, all of which were condensed by thunder and lightning. This is the essence of the thunder tribulation, which has the effect of life and death, human flesh and bones, and is the most special and mysterious. He raised his head and swallowed it, and the whole body of the whole person sounded like fried beans, crackling, and even dazzling thunder, making his body transparent inside and out. The layers of white bones can be seen clearly, but his bones were not white, but flashed with five-colored light. The immortal matter that was everywhere between heaven and earth also took the opportunity to drill into Wang Mingyuan's body at this time. Then in Wang Mingyuan's restlessness, his lifespan quietly broke through to 6,000 years. This was still a situation that Wang Mingyuan tried his best to suppress. If he didn't suppress it, he would swallow more immortal matter. Gai Joyo and the god King Jiang Taishu looked at each other at this time. Both of them couldn't help but think of the exploration of the great emperor on the road to immortality that Wang Mingyuan said before. Gai Joyo even thought of the 4 coffins left by the ruthless emperor he had seen not long ago. The ruthless emperor and the Qing emperor have always existed between heaven and earth, and even if the road to immortality is opened, they are unwilling to go in. Is it because they have found the real road to immortality? Further strengthening on the original basis, step by step to become an immortal? Gai Joyo had such a guess in his heart, and he felt that this guess was right. And after thinking about it, Jiang Taishu, the god king beside him, nodded and said, I can feel that if I cut off my origin, cut off everything about me, then, in this most difficult situation, if I can live out of the second life, my origin will be stronger than the previous origin. It will achieve incredible results, and then the lifespan will be greatly enhanced in the process. Now his situation may have been carried out for multiple rounds in a row, and he even cut off his own cultivation. Everything was buried by him, so his lifespan increased to an exaggerated point. Jiang Taishu and Gai Joyo felt that they had experienced Wang Mingyuan's specialness. After all, no one was in the 4 poles, and when they were in the realm of the Taoist palace, they could sit and talk with them. The young emperor can't. Without reaching the corresponding state, it is impossible to have a deep understanding in this regard. Even the young emperor can't do it. Wang Mingyuan did all this easily, and on the several paths that Wang Mingyuan was good at, he could even give the 2 of them a point to point out the way forward for them to practice. This situation shows that Wang Mingyuan's realm is at least not inferior to them, or even surpasses them. If Wang Mingyuan is a person who has gone far on the road to immortality and has lived a new state again and again, then all this is understandable and acceptable. Someone really walked through this road? Whether it was was Gai Joyo or Jiang Taishu, they all felt that there were stormy waves in their hearts. Even the road ahead is bright, and endless heat wells up in my heart. Why are your eyes as bright as the sun? When Yifandu finished coming in, he found that the situation of Gai Joyo and Jiang Taishu, including Wei Yi, was a little wrong. One by one, their eyes were bright, and their bodies seemed to have a sun. Even the savage Dongfang Tai, that is, the old man of the human demon, stared at Wang Mingyuan without blinking. That kind of look, it seems that Wang Mingyuan is going to be roasted and eaten directly. Very special and strange. He faintly felt the difference, but when he looked out at the outside world, he didn't feel any difference, because the world was covered with overlapping dark clouds. Wang Mingyuan is still in the tribulation. His annual 9 heavenly tribulation is rare in ancient times, and it cannot be finished in a short period of time, and it still needs to be struck by lightning for a while. The Black Emperor saw that scene and his scalp was numb, and he didn't dare to take the initiative to lean over. The dog's mouth was constantly muttering, "Is this still a person? How can it be so exaggerated? Isn't it important to pay attention to understanding and the perception of the great way of heaven and earth? How can he be so fast? Isn't it slower to practice the later he goes? How did the practice law come to him and do the opposite?" The Black Emperor muttered. However, he also felt the special gaze of Jiang Taishu, Wei Yi, Gai Joyo and others, and felt more and more that his previous guess might be true. This character is likely to be a peerless big man hidden in the long river of time. But no matter what he thought or guessed, there was no way to determine which one Wang Mingyuan was in the long river of time. There are millions of years from the mythological era to the ancient era, and there are millions of years from the ancient era to the desolate era, and the time has passed for too long. There are too many peerless characters who appeared during this period. Every tens of thousands of years, an ancient emperor, a heavenly emperor, and a great emperor can appear. Even these supreme figures who are invincible in the heavens and the earth, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Because of too much time, some people have completely disappeared into the long river of time, leaving only one name. About their lives, upbringing, and related experiences have completely disappeared. Who Wang Mingyuan is, there is no way to determine in the Black Emperor's heart. It can only be certain that this is definitely an old monster left over from the mythical era, or even a more distant era, terrifying. Although he had followed the beginningless emperor, he was blind to this kind of top-secret story, especially when it came to the mythical era and the ancient era. At this time, the Black Emperor saw that the expressions of Gai Joyo and the God King Jiang Taishu had changed, and at the same time, he had a sense of course. Wei Yi, on the other hand, let out a long sigh on the side. "I'm really old." The Black Emperor did not know why, but he was tens of thousands of miles away from this place. Wang Mingyuan was under the cataclysm and finally adjusted all his states, and at this moment, his body was as transparent as glass. The spine dragon bounced section by section and then boosted him into Sendai. It is like a real dragon supporting everything, with its limbs stretched like the 4 poles of the universe. The violent and fierce power poured out and rushed into the Sendai level. It was also at this moment that the power of his 5 secret realms was integrated into one at the same time. At this moment, the mind seemed to be infinitely high, the body was evolving, and the soul was also rising. Then together they pushed him to an incredible level. At this moment, he seemed to be standing above the 9 heavens, and even the deepest origin of his body transformed and evolved with him. His whole person seemed to have turned into a huge egg, and it seemed to turn into a cocoon. Originally, the endless thunder above the sky vault flooded his body. But if you look closely, you will find that when the thunder fell, it was even accelerating and rushing into his body at an incomparable speed, immersed in his body, and absorbed by him in the blink of an eye. At such a moment, the catastrophe even became his help, allowing him to detach. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to stand still. Only it could move, the only one that transcended the heavens and the earth. Wang Mingyuan stood there, and a special understanding was born in his heart. This is his unique divine guidance, or divine prohibition. It's just that what he rushed into the divine forbidden realm was not the supreme technique of secret techniques, but a unique method of transformation. The body has always formed a balance of yin and yang. The origin group formed by the phoenix and the supreme Taoist body was constantly flashing at this time. The supreme Tao diagram and the phoenix are entangled and transformed. Sometimes the origin of the supreme Taoist body is more powerful, and sometimes the origin of the phoenix is to a higher level. But in this process of mutual transformation, both are actually getting smaller. What is really strong is Wang Mingyuan's own origin. Just like Kuanping, from Kuan to Pang, in this process, whether it is the form of Kuan or the form of Pang, it is not the time when Kuanping is the strongest. When the two are united, it is truly the most powerful stage. The two are converted to each other, but Wang Mingyuan has gained the most benefits in this process. Then the origin grows infinitely and reaches its current limit. Not even the current limit, it should be the special situation brought about by the moment of the fusion of the current limit, pushing his realm to a higher level. This is a crest that collides in an instant. The double sublimation of his body and soul pushed him into the realm of divine forbiddenness. This short-lived peak cannot last forever, because throughout the ages, no matter who it is, only when it is in the realm of the Great Emperor can it be stationed in the realm of the divine forbidden for a long time. Other realms can only occasionally collide with spiritual light, think and work, and the physical state reaches the peak of life at the same time.
Occasionally crash into that field. There is no way to stay in that stage for a long time, and it will eventually fall.
But it is also a very special sign.
As long as you have stepped into that field, then you will have the opportunity to enter it again in the future. And after entering this field, the field of thinking is infinitely extended.
There are also various situations in which understanding will occur to the peak of this life. Whether it is comprehending the scriptures or creating combat methods, you will be invincible in the world.
It is a permanent buff that only the Emperor can have.
Only when the Great Emperor fused the heavenly heartmark and all the heavens and the earth cheered and resonated could he often enter that state.
Wang Mingyuan had guessed before that he should be able to step into the realm of divine forbidden land soon after letting him enter the Empress Dowager.
But I didn't expect it to come so suddenly and so suddenly this time. Before coming in, he had countless thoughts in his heart, countless imaginations about the future, and endless distracting thoughts.
But after truly entering this field, his mind calmed down, and he was extremely peaceful.
The mind has reached infinite strengthening in this stage.
He is even able to assess the current state keenly and subtly. I am now in this state.
I should have come from comprehending a variety of scriptures, including the heaven-swallowing demon skill, the immortal heaven skill, and even the heavenly man-god transformation sutra passed down to me by Wei Yi.
But all of this is not the most fundamental, the most special method of change. The most fundamental and special is the Kunping treasure technique and the true phoenix treasure technique. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan could clearly judge why he entered this field. Even, by chance, he could directly set a mature and reliable path. In the future, as long as he continues along this road, when the realm is advanced, he will naturally enter the divine forbidden realm again. To be able to enter the middle is the idea of turning the demon fetus into a divine fetus passed down by the ruthless emperor, which I perfectly absorbed and partially fused with the nirvana method in the true phoenix treasure technique. The realization of this path is through the principle of yin and yang transformation of Kunping Baoshu. The absorbed source is almost completely integrated into my body through the transformation of yin and yang. Then through the means in the true phoenix treasure technique, everything is completely nirvana, and everything is changed from the old to the new, which is the demon fetus turning into a divine fetus. The origin is as clear as new, completely cut off from the past, as if living out of the second life. Such a method can only be used by me, a person who has comprehended the true phoenix treasure technique in a situation that no one else can match, and others basically cannot reach it. Wang Mingyuan is well aware of this matter. His understanding of the true phoenix treasure technique was so high that it was like a phoenix reincarnated. It's just that this phoenix reincarnation only brought magical powers, and the physical body did not bring it. Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 / / / 9 / / book / bar. He is able to perform special operations that only the phoenix can do. Originally, there was only such a means, but it was nothing. After all, he was not a real phoenix. Limited by his physique and state, he could not use the true phoenix treasure technique to the peak after all. Just like his Kunping treasure technique. By analogy, the Kunping treasure technique is like the forbidden secret technique inside the great emperor's scriptures in this era. Only in Kunping's hands, he is the supreme forbidden secret technique, invincible in heaven and on earth. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be a bit worse. And Wang Mingyuan used the heaven-swallowing demon skill left by the ruthless emperor to turn the demon fetus into a divine fetus. He himself is transforming step by step, changing step by step. His origin experienced such a change at such a moment, and it was really transforming into a pure-blooded phoenix. If I keep changing like this, I will even be like a pure-blooded phoenix. At such a moment, Wang Mingyuan had such a bright object in his heart. But in the divine forbidden realm, he carefully grasped it for a while, and then shook his head again. Plausible. If you want to evaluate, the final continuous transformation and evolution of the origin should be more like a humanoid creature that has swallowed the origin of a pure-blooded phoenix. There are various postures and changes of pure-blooded phoenixes, but they also integrate some of the wonders of Kunping. My state should be mainly humanoid, but it also combines various changes of phoenix and Kunping. This allowed me to perform the phoenix treasure technique and the Kunping treasure technique in a human manner intact. There will be no difference due to various restrictions. This is a very special and peculiar change, and if Wang Mingyuan comes to evaluate it, it is a bit like a supreme heavenly skill passed down from the ancient immortal period, the 6 reincarnation heavenly skill. It can carry 6 supreme scriptures at the same time, and operate 6 supreme scriptures at the same time that could not be practiced at the same time. Then at the same time, it shows invincible power. The 6 are one, invincible in heaven and on earth. This scripture can be said to be one of the most pinnacle and special scriptures in the Xiangu era. If my situation continues, I will be able to transform on the original basis about every time I break through a big realm. Each great realm can perform a divine transformation. The absorbed source will be perfectly integrated into my body and become my source. And these
these origins will be biased towards pure-blooded phoenixes and pure-blooded Kuanping. With the nature of these two, Wang Mingyuan's mind changed and he grasped this situation. And in this special situation, the scriptures that were not very clear in his mind were created by him little by little. This is not an incomplete scripture of the great emperor. It is a special method of strengthening the origin, the supreme method of self-transformation. Although it is not an imperial scripture, it can make the origin strong from an ordinary mortal to a very special realm and place, which can be regarded as earth-shattering. In terms of value, it is absolutely not inferior to any imperial scripture. It can even be said that this is a supreme classic, not inferior to the 9 secrets, because such a method can be regarded as transcending the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. It can absorb different origins, and then let itself usher in changes and transformations. Even this kind of transformation, sometimes there is no need for the origin of others, only the most powerful and special substance between heaven and earth containing the most primitive original substance can achieve the path of transformation. It's just that others want to include the phoenix and Kuanping into their bodies like Wang Mingyuan and transform into an inexplicably powerful creature, but they can't. This particular metamorphosis should be called bionic metamorphosis. It is necessary to have a very good understanding of a certain powerful physique and be very familiar with its origin, and then you can continue to evolve towards that origin. The universality of this scripture is still a little too low. After learning this, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but shake his head. The difficulty of practicing such scriptures is inevitably a little too high. It is powerful enough, and the difficulty of cultivation is really difficult. If you know enough about the desolate holy body, you can accumulate enough resources and even imitate the desolate holy body and achieve a physique similar to that of the desolate holy body step by step. But if the ancient holy body can really be studied so thoroughly, then this character itself is the most supreme figure between heaven and earth. So why do you need to do this? Moreover, the one who knows the most about the ancient holy body is the desolate holy body. The ancient Eucharist does not need such a scripture, so this scripture looks a bit tasteless. Now this scripture can probably only be used to ripen in advance and be used for Yifan and others to practice. However, it can make Yifan mature in advance. After all, he himself is a desolate ancient holy body. Absorbing the origin is strong and will not cultivate an imitation of the ancient holy body. It will only allow his desolate ancient holy body to grow and grow further. This is not bad, and such a method can not only be used by Yifan for the group of people who practice the top physique between heaven and earth so that they can constantly get close to their ancestors and ancestors. As a ripening method, he is the most supreme method in the world. And such scriptures, Yifan successfully practiced until after Deshang. Naturally, there will be a complete map of the desolate ancient holy body, and others can imitate Yifan's set of scriptures to cultivate the imitation of the desolate ancient holy body. If there is someone in the Huanggujiang family who practices and continues to revive the emperor's bloodline, when you practice to the peak of alternative enlightenment, you will also form a peerless scripture according to his combination. If others follow this path, they can also have an imitation of the physique of Emperor Hengyu. Any physique can follow this path. From this point of view, I have created a road where everyone is like a dragon. The transfiguration can be practiced by anyone, even any race. After reaching the pinnacle with this scripture, the map left behind is the supreme map of this race. Others can follow the map and then reproduce the peak. When he thought about it, the time when the divine forbidden realm could stay had already come. At the last moment, all the thunder above the sky, including the humanoid figure that faintly appeared in it, as well as the ancient temple, was swallowed into Wang Mingyuan's body at the same time, turning into firewood for his original transformation. And there was also a hint in his ear about the Xeon life system, the double transformation of the body and soul, in this realm to achieve the world's first realm. No one can surpass it, and the task is completed. Reward the void god realm divine guidance. Just withdrawn from the divine forbidden realm, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The scene of everything in the world fell back into his eyes, but now it was different from before. Before he went to see that the origin of all things in heaven and earth flowed into his heart, and at a glance, there was endless understanding in his heart. Now that I look at it, it has become ordinary and ordinary. It's not too special, it's not too extraordinary, it's very bland. The spirit and body are infinitely full, and they are strong to the current limit. Even as soon as he entered the Sendai realm, he went up 2 steps, which belonged to the second small step of Sendai's first heaven. The progress of cultivation can be described as fast and stable. He was perfect and full of the second small step, and he could break through to the third small step at any time. You must know that the realm of Sendai is different from the past. Each heaven of the Sendai realm is equivalent to a breakthrough in the original Great Realm. In the blink of an eye, he went up several steps in a row, which showed that he had taken a big step forward in the field of Sendai's first heaven. The realm of strength will also be extraordinary. It's all small things. Wang Mingyuan was still tasting the Divine Transformation Sutra at this time, thinking about it while heading towards the Divine City. The Divine Transformation was initiated by him, and the entire general direction and framework were built, which which can be said to be from 0 to 1.
Wang Mingyuan's personal practice is basically no problem.
However, the God transformation gold that is exclusive to his personal cultivation, if he wants to cultivate to the great achievement, he basically has to become a red dust immortal. After all, the origin of his final transformation included the pure-blooded phoenix, one of the 10 evils, and Kuanping, one of the 10 evils. In terms of his understanding of the two, he is unparalleled in the world. Even if he stepped into the earth realm with this method, for him, this map was still incomplete, and he had to go to the realm of the red dust immortal, or even go further, to be able to truly describe the Kuanping and phoenix atlases. Finally, others can transform themselves into him according to his template. This special transformation does not require the most powerful source of others, and all things in heaven and earth have the most special and powerful divine substance. When breaking through the great realm, you can choose to merge and join in, turning it into firewood for breakthroughs and enhancing your own heritage. This part comes from the fact that when the phoenix is nirvana, it will collect countless treasures, then light all this under the sycamore tree, absorb the essence of all treasures in the hottest flames, and live a new life. Therefore, there is such a mysterious and unfathomable special method. Wang Mingyuan changed all this and calibrated it, and others could also learn to imitate it. But there needs to be an ultimate goal, otherwise, when the big realm breaks through, all kinds of messy materials are added to it, and there is no clear goal, and the ghost knows what it will become.
Wang Mingyuan's ultimate goal is to integrate the pure-blooded phoenix and Kuanping into his body.
Among the divine transformation maps of the divine transformation scripture, there are only these two, but the two are still one, and the map cannot be shown before it is completed. If this supreme scripture is really composed, and then all the special physiques and physiques between heaven and earth are marked in it, and turned into an atlas, so that people can follow the map and climb step by step, then it is definitely the supreme scripture that transcends the imperial scriptures, and it is the ultimate goal that all practitioners want to pursue. The powerful and special physique can be matured in advance by borrowing such a map, and the physique of ordinary mortals can be transformed into a royal body and a divine body with the help of this step. Even in this transformation process, a special growth route can be marked. Further refinement of the past, for example, the ultimate punctuation point in an evolutionary route is the body of the sun. Then in the process of evolution, it can be advanced into the Sun King, one of the sun and moon gods. Then after evolving to this step, it evolves towards the body of the sun. Even in this evolutionary process, it can jump many times to the powerful physique that is biased towards the way of the sun. Finally, the ultimate leap is to achieve the body of the sun, or the body of the imitation of the sun. Although Wang Mingyuan's Divine Transformation Sutra is to change its own origin, it is constantly transforming towards the God in his mind. But the self has always been tolerating that God with the self, so anyone who practices the Divine Transformation Sutra will deviate from the original after finally achieving the goal. Therefore, I am the master, and I am inclusive of everything. Imitate, learn from, and then transcend. It was like the ruthless emperor swallowed 10,000 origins to become emperors, and then united with 10,000 origins to achieve the chaos body. But in his later years, he cut off the chaos body and walked out of the chaos body. The idea of the Divine Transformation Sutra is to learn from the ruthless emperor, not to imitate it. From this point of view, this can also be regarded as a godless scripture.
You created a scripture?
When Yi Fan heard this, his expression was inexplicably surprised. He also collected earth scriptures everywhere on the path of practice, and then continued to climb. But the people who embarked on the path of practice with him went very far on this road. He even created a scripture that made his heart feel unspeakable. Don't look at me with a straight face. I have read enough scriptures of the great emperor to create my own scriptures. And now this passage is not perfect. There is only one framework, and there is not much in it. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a little comforted. But what made him look inexplicable was that Gai Joyo, Jiang Taishu, Wei and others looked like they were taken for granted, and no one was surprised. Even the Black Emperor, who has always been disobedient to heaven and earth and fought against heaven and earth, was very quiet at this time. Although it is not perfect, you can also practice one or two, which should promote you to refine those two origins, and then grow further. Wang Mingyuan smiled, did not hesitate, and directly told Yi Fan about the Divine Transformation Scripture. Yi Fan listened carefully from the beginning, and he was arrogant in his heart. After all, Wang Mingyuan had read the great emperor's scriptures, and he had also read them. He felt that Wang Mingyuan could create scriptures, so he should also have this potential. After all, the scriptures of the great emperor are all the same. But the more he listened, the more surprised he became, and finally the whole person was directly addicted to it, and even took out the grapes to keep up with the progress. Wang Mingyuan said. Wang Mingyuan's description of the Divine Transformation Sutra is an improved version, or a reduced version of difficulty. After all, no one can have the same deep understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Kuanping treasure technique as him, not even Gai Joyo. Therefore, the Divine Transformation Sutra told by Wang Mingyuan is still based on the existing situation, standing in Yi Fan's state. The main thing that needs to be understood is the principle of change of yin and yang, balancing the two powerful origins in the body, so that these two groups of origins can be absorbed absorbed by the body and strengthen their own origins.
This part borrows from the heaven-swallowing magic gong and the Kuanping treasure technique. Then another key note is when the big realm breaks through. The great realm breakthrough represents the transformation and change of the essence of life.
Wang Mingyuan added the nirvana method of the true phoenix treasure technique to this process, and also borrowed and absorbed some of the methods in the immortal heavenly skill, so that Yi Fan can perfectly integrate the previously absorbed origin into his body, and there will be no hidden dangers.
Turn all foreign existence into its own heritage.
In the process of breaking through this great realm, not only can it be integrated into a powerful source, if there is a powerful divine matter, it can also be shattered in the process. Extract the divine substances in it, integrate it into the body, and strengthen itself. In this way, it is much easier to practice the improved version of the Divine Transfiguration Sutra. At least the universality is very high, although the talent and understanding required are also very high, but it is probably only equivalent to the normal Great Emperor scriptures. The difficult part is probably equivalent to the 9 secrets. Although it is still difficult, it is already much easier. Yi Fan was directly addicted to it as soon as he heard it, and Gai Joyo also thought about it. He even called his disciple Xia Joyo over. He asked Xia Joyo to also focus on listening to this top secret technique.
Please, you, collection_6191 book 1 bar, 6 // / 9 // book / bar. 200 years later, there will be dark turmoil, but Xia Joyo's cultivation and strength after 200 years cannot be invincible in the world. If he could help Xia Joyo mature in advance, Gai Joyo wouldn't mind promoting this. There are many ancient saints who have died on the holy cliff, and it is not troublesome to bring 2 more people over. Wang Mingyuan's improved version of the Divine Transformation Sutra helped the physique to become a great achievement, and there were no so many restrictions. It only takes a suitable source of physique to integrate it into it. After all, everything is absorbed by the self. After the ego absorbs it, it can achieve the effect of early ripening. The Black Emperor listened silently on the side, and then sighed, because there is no God in it now. He is not some kind of special and powerful physique. It itself is just an ordinary dog, and it has become extraordinary only because it followed the beginningless emperor. There is no way to ripen in advance. As for imitating and borrowing from a powerful physique, and then turning yourself into that powerful physique, the first thing the Black Emperor thought of was the innate holy body Taoist fetus, but unfortunately there was not a single picture of the Divine Transformation Sutra. Thinking of this, the Black Emperor couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan. He felt that if Yi Fan had a map after Deshang, he wanted to steal Yi Fan's map and then practice the Divine Transformation scriptures. This thing is unwilling to give birth to the innate holy body Tao fetus and let him do it himself. And Wang Mingyuan seemed to feel the Black Emperor's thoughts, and added with a smile on the side, the God in the transformation is not only the powerful God he wants to become in the end, but also himself. After all, he contains a God. Before choosing a target, you still have to look at your compatibility. The races are different, and it may be a bit difficult to carry out such a transformation. It is not impossible to change it, but Wang Mingyuan had a very strange feeling when he thought that the congenital holy body Taoist fetus would become the congenital holy body dog fetus. It's just awkward anyway. He just skipped this topic. Anyway, the Divine Transformation scripture is there, and the road to Yi Fan's advanced achievement has already been opened. As for the rest, Wang Mingyuan didn't need to worry too much. What he needed to worry about now was the Void God Realm Divine Guidance. When he stepped into the Forbidden Realm, he had already obtained this special Void God Realm Divine Guidance. It's just that at that time, most of his energy was spent on perfecting the Divine Transformation scriptures, so he didn't care about the Void God Realm, and now that it is empty, of course he has to take care of it. When Wang Mingyuan chose to receive the reward, he suddenly felt an invisible spiritual thought melting into his body from the void above his head. Then he felt that this wisp of spiritual thought was connected to a mysterious area. With this thread of connection, he can enter it at any time. The previous speculation is really true. The Void God Realm is really still there. Wang Mingyuan was really happy at this time, even more surprising than he had created the Divine Transformation scripture before. After all, he expected the Divine Transformation scripture, and sooner or later he would enter the Divine Forbidden Realm, and soon after entering the Sendai Realm. And the existence of the Void God Realm is a real surprise. Although he had guessed before, the real realization still made him happy. After carefully observing the surroundings, he found that Gai Joyo and Wei Yi were both there, and Wang Mingyuan felt relieved. After all, it is to go to a spiritual world that I don't know how many years it has been sold, and it may be broken and fragmented, and once something goes wrong, it is really very troublesome. His current realm is not invincible in the world, just a small person who has just entered the realm of Sendai. Without the aura of the protagonist, if you take risks indiscriminately, you will really die. And cover the 9 underworlds, Wei Yi said. According to that spiritual guidance, the spirit is infinitely high. It was a little difficult, but in the end I passed through that powerful diaphragm and entered a whole new world. At first glance, it seems that he is standing on the 9 heavens of history and earth, standing on the entire universe, and the boundless
boundless galaxies of the entire universe are in front of him.
It seems to be beyond the entire universe, overlooking all this.
He even saw a very familiar scene, the aqua blue planet where he was born at that moment, and the beta where Wang Mingyuan is staying now.
Ha!
The crepe myrtle star near the Big Dipper is also bright and clear, showing in front of you. In the entire universe, except for the Earth's Big Dipper and the ancient star of Mars, everything else is hazy and cannot be seen clearly. It's a fog, or a darkness.
Ha! This is the Void God realm?
Wang Mingyuan had a strange idea in his heart. It has always existed,
covering this piece of heaven and earth, but no one has ever noticed it, and no one can enter? Wang Mingyuan wanted to go further and check carefully.
The divine mind actively touches the Earth, the ancient star of Mars, and the ancient heart of the ancient star, and touches the dark area that he cannot touch for the time being. It turned out that the place could only feel nothingness when his spirit arrived, and everything was like a sticker. Everything is nothing, and the place where his spirit can touch is very small. Finally, I sensed it carefully, and it was only a few tens of feet in size.
Small, incredible.
Only the space of tens of feet he was in belonged to the real space, and the other areas were there, but the stickers were completely nothing, invisible. It's like a shoddy 3D game, except for one beginning. The rest is all 2D textures.
The whole thing is funny. This is a scam.
No wonder for a long time, even the ancient emperors and emperors have not found any traces of the Void God realm. The spiritual world, which originally spread throughout the world, was like the dark side of the world, leaving only a few dozen feet in size. Compared to the entire universe, it is like a grain of sand in the boundless desert. To find a grain of sand in the boundless desert and find an intersection to log in, it is really more difficult than ascending to the sky. However, Wang Mingyuan also quickly discovered something special, and as he stayed in the Void God realm, he stretched this space of tens of feet and fatally expanded a little.
Not a lot.
It was probably a position of 30 feet, but now it has expanded to the appearance of 30 points and 1 zhang. The changes were very small, but now he had a meticulous grasp of himself. After all, he is a person who has crossed into the realm of the divine forbidden area, and he can accurately grasp this small change. For this kind of change, Wang Mingyuan was even able to find its source. It is my spiritual power that has been consumed to a certain extent in this, and it has been supplemented between heaven and earth. This consumption is minimal for Wang Mingyuan. His exercises are working normally, and in the blink of an eye, this consumption will be completely compensated for. However, Wang Mingyuan felt happy about this special change. The Void God realm was originally built from spirits, and there was no supplement of spiritual power at all for a long time. It is regarded as the dark side of the world, belonging to the spiritual level of the world, but it has not been replenished at all over the long time and years, resulting in the vast majority of areas being dim and only a few dozen feet in size.
If it can be supplemented with spiritual power later, it can still cover the entire universe in the end.
The rules in this regard were probably left over from the peerless figures who founded the Void God realm at the beginning. Everyone can enter the Void God realm through some special means, and entering the Void God realm only requires a little subtle spirit to make the Void God realm more solid and stable.
This creates a positive cycle.
After all, this spiritual power is insignificant to the characters who enter the virtual world, and it is a small tax. If this is maintained for a long time, the spiritual realm of the Void God realm will become stronger and stronger, more and more unbreakable. Although the current Void God realm has only a heaven and earth about tens of feet in size, its shelf is still there. It still covers the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, covering the entire heaven and earth.
Even
Wang Mingyuan looked at the edge of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and beyond the starry sky of the universe, he could even look at an infinite heaven and earth. That side of heaven and earth is no longer the situation of the big universe, no longer surrounded by the universe galaxy, but a vast world and a round place. He stood in it, and he could sense that there were incomparably powerful spiritual thoughts flowing between heaven and earth one after another in that side of heaven and earth.
Where is it? Wang Mingyuan's heart shook, and an incredible guess emerged. Strange world?
As the clearest contrast, Wang Mingyuan could feel the spiritual thought of Gai Joyo not far from him, which was so powerful that it was almost invincible in the sky and on the ground. That kind of spiritual thought was like a unique sun in the great universe, covering 9 heavens and 10 earths, extremely powerful. And in the peculiar world covered by the entire heaven-covering universe, clusters of incomparably powerful spiritual thoughts flashed in it.
There are many ideas in it, which are not inferior to Gai Joyo.
They are not all gathered together like the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness.
The sun after the Big Dipper is almost blinding.
In that area where the incomparably huge theory is not inferior to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are also many powerful spiritual thoughts like Gai Joyo, but they are suspended between heaven and earth. But this is not the most shocking. The most shocking thing is that there is a peerless figure between that piece of heaven and earth who is much stronger than Gai Joyo's spiritual thought. It is an incredible and incomprehensible existence. Wang Mingyuan couldn't touch it now, but at the moment of fusion with the Void God realm, the entire Void God realm flashed for a moment, and he was able to sense something.
After a while,
everything dimmed again, and there was only one little living person like Wang Mingyuan in the entire Void God realm. Looking at it again, only the dozens of feet of heaven and earth standing on it are real, and the other areas are hazy and covered with boundless mist. And looking down, only the Beidou is located in the whole world is bright, and there is a point of light flickering.
Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but exhale softly.
Then a smile appeared on his face. The Void God realm can actually connect to the strange world, which is of course quite a surprising thing, and he had seen it when he was connected to the strange world. In that instant, he felt that there were three powerful and unrivaled spiritual thoughts in the strange world. Of course, the spiritual thought just flickered and disappeared, not something he could really touch.
Two of them disappeared completely in an instant.
I think it was the two peerless figures who noticed the clues and disappeared in an instant. Only one thought still exists, which Wang Mingyuan can feel.
In such a special moment, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but be excited. He even found that he was the only one in the whole world. He could try to use his spiritual thoughts to refine this heaven and earth about dozens of feet in size. After discovering that he had this ability, he didn't stop and started doing it directly. The Void God realm gave an explanation in the chaotic ancient era, but it was not very clear. It's just that the Void God realm was jointly created by the legendary gods. And from a later point of view,
the Void God realm is not only found in the 8 domains of the lower realm, but also in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and in the 3000 Dao prefectures. As long as there are characters with a certain strength and power, they can enter the Void God realm. So powerful, covering the whole world and the powerful spiritual world of everyone.
From Wang Mingyuan's point of view, even the supreme in the ordinary humanitarian field cannot do it.
They have no way to build such a powerful and real world. Thinking about it, the Void God realm should have been built by a group of powerful immortal kings in the immortal ancient period.
The 6 paths of reincarnation immortal king, the endless immortal king, and the willow god.
Even the 7 kings of the border wilderness may have contributed a large part of their strength in this. Only their group of the most powerful immortal kings standing between heaven and earth could do this, loading the entire world with a spiritual world. If it was in the immortal ancient period, or even in the chaotic ancient period, it was simply impossible for Wang Mingyuan to refine the Void God realm and have enough authority in the Void God realm.
Don't even think about it.
But in this era, when the Void God realm declined to its weakest, it had this possibility. Standing in the Void God realm, Wang Mingyuan even felt that this special spiritual world even had a sense of closeness to him, and he didn't feel much resistance when refining, which made him feel a little strange. But thinking about it, he couldn't help but think of the reward he received at the beginning, the complete baptism of the rules of the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Is it because my underlying rules are the same as the underlying rules of this side of heaven and earth?
This Void God realm should have been created by peerless figures in the immortal ancient period. Of course, it may also be earlier. After all, the immortal king did not appear out of thin air, but was cultivated over a long period of time and years. But the rules at the bottom are unchanged, and in the immortal ancient period, at least the rules of heaven and earth are unchanged.
In this way, Wang Mingyuan's heart couldn't help but move, and he even felt that he had taken advantage. If this piece of heaven and earth were to be refined, only he might be able to do it. Immortal goo has long disappeared, and the Rangu has also moved away from this heaven and earth, crumbling into countless fragments. Only the Void God realm is the afterglow left over from the immortal ancient era.
No one misses that era, perhaps only the Void God realm is still worried. It's just that this spiritual world has no real thoughts. His special nostalgia may only be understood and felt by Wang Mingyuan.
Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 / / / 9 / / book / / bar.
This thought made Wang Mingyuan feel lost, and there was a strange feeling. Without waiting for him to have too many ideas, the spiritual space under his feet, which was about tens of feet long, had been completely refined by him. This space can already change completely according to his ideas, showing all kinds of architecture. But Wang Mingyuan didn't do much. He simply combined this spiritual space with the small world he was standing in now. Let this spiritual world reflect the small world in which he stands. This shows the white jade capital constructed by Wang Mingyuan. One stone monument after another stood between this piece of heaven and earth. It was a stone stele built by Wang Mingyuan with ordinary civil engineering, but it was different when displayed in the space of the Void God realm. The stone stele of a thought, and the city seemed to be made of white jade.
It looks like some kind of peculiar skeleton. Even with Wang Mingyuan's current realm and strength, it is very difficult to forcibly smash it.
He felt a strange feeling in his heart, and couldn't help but gently touch the stone tablets on one side of the other.
Then he couldn't help but look up at Bai Yujing. After the huge portal are the 12th floor and 5 cities. It's just that the city and temples are too wide and cannot be shown here. After all, the Void God realm now only has a range of tens of zhang. Even mortals can reach the end with just a few steps. A practitioner like Wang Mingyuan can rush out extremely far with a light step. However, the current situation is enough, and the stone monuments one after another are enough to show the difference of the Void God realm. After refining this small world of heaven and earth, Wang
Mingyuan had all kinds of enlightenment in his heart, and he had a lot of authority in this virtual god world. He can build buildings and define the corresponding rules.
It can also pull people in from heaven and earth again.
Thinking of this, Wang Mingyuan did it directly and did not stop. There are a lot of members of Bai Yujing around him. At the beginning, Wang Mingyuan tried to cover the 9 nethers. After all, Bai Yujing's forcing style and heritage were completely supported by this one. As a result, when I touched it, I found that it didn't work at all. Gai Joyo stood there quietly, just like an incomparably bright sun in the entire universe, which could illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Any spiritual touch will collapse directly. As long as the other party is unwilling, he can't pull the other party at all. He was able to contact Gai Joyo, and he was not injured, and he had no other feelings of rejection. Or is it because the rules of heaven and earth and the void god realm are protecting him? Even so, it seems that the 9 underworld are also aware. In reality, Wang Mingyuan felt that Gai Joyo suddenly opened his eyes. The bright light shone across the entire heaven and earth, and infinite power flowed between heaven and earth, and he was looking around. Feeling this change, Wang Mingyuan did not stay in the void god realm but took the initiative to come to the real world. Just now I wanted to pull the Taoist to a peculiar place, but it wasn't that someone deliberately peeked at the Taoist friend. Gai Joyo was stunned for a moment. The special traction force just now wanted to carry his primordial spirit to an inexplicable place, so he instinctively rejected it. Of course, he didn't feel any danger, so his reaction was not very strong. But his heart was actually very strange, because when he reached a state like him, no one could treat him like this quietly. Thinking of Wang Mingyuan, he understood. What kind of strange operation is that? He took the initiative to ask, very curious, and Wang Mingyuan just smiled, then looked around, and said with a smile, "You can go up and take a look together." That is what I found a very interesting thing. It is an item left over from the era when there were true immortals active, and it is one of the relics left behind from that era. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present was moved. I felt incredible, and then I couldn't sit still, and I wanted to see it. The Black Emperor took the initiative to come over quietly, and then stared at Wang Mingyuan up and down. The mouth opened and closed from time to time, and saliva was about to flow out. "Where is that thing? Why can't I see it? Show me, show me." This guy became greedy and wanted to swallow this thing all to himself. Being able to get involved with the true immortal made him unable to sit still just thinking about it. Wang Mingyuan just smiled, and then logged back into the Void God realm. After having the Void God realm guidance, he could enter at any time, but others didn't have this thing, and he had to rely on him to get in. This time he went to cover Joyo again, and there was not much resistance. The next moment, Gai Joyo's figure appeared in the Void God realm. At the same time, the heavens and the earth, which were originally only dozens of feet in size, began to expand all of a sudden. Hundreds of zhang, thousands of zhang, tens of thousands of zhang. As if there is no limit, it is constantly growing. When Gai Joyo appeared between this heaven and earth, it was like a sun appearing. Bright and dazzling, it regained its convergence after a moment. He looked at Wang Mingyuan later, and then looked at this empty world, and quickly came back to his senses. This is actually a new world built of spirits? He felt very peculiar, and carefully perceived this piece of heaven and earth, as if he wanted to explore the rules of heaven and earth. Shortly after Gai Joyo appeared, Wei Yi, Dongfang Tai and others also appeared one after another. Not even them, Yifan, the Black Emperor, and the Holy Prince all emerged one by one. They are all in the outside world, and their body shapes, costumes are completely transformed by spirits. Suddenly came to such a world, looking at the plaque of Bai Yujing standing by Wang Mingyuan, as well as the city gate, the city, and the white jade capital suspended above the sky, all of them were curious. This seems to be a projection of reality reflected between this side of heaven and earth, a world built entirely of spirit. What is the purpose of such a world construction? Looking at it this way, it seems that this spiritual world and the entire universe are combined, and it is the reflection of the universe. This is a legacy left over from the ancient immortal period, and it seems that I haven't seen anything very special. The Black Emperor muttered, looked at it carefully, and soon felt a little disappointed. Because this land of heaven and earth is vast and empty, there is not much creation, and it is empty. The only thing that can be regarded as a little more special is the white Yujing outlined by Wang Mingyuan just now. Among them, the white jade capital suspended above the sky is tall and majestic, full of the style of ancient architecture. The entire white jade Kyoto floated in the vague white mist, surrounded by fairy energy, like a land of immortals. This architectural style is a scene taken from Wang Mingyuan's journey to the west. Even the Lingsha treasure hall was copied by him, but there was no plaque from the Lingsha treasure hall, but it was carved with Bai Yujing. With Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, Dongfang Tai, Jiang Taishu, and others entered here. The entire void god realm recovered rapidly at an incomparable speed. At least Wang Mingyuan has sensed thousands of miles of heaven and earth now, and it continues to expand at a very fast pace. The big framework of the void god realm has been there for a long time, and now it is just recovering. And there is a person at the pinnacle of the humanitarian field who stays between this world. Everything expands very quickly. The power of the primordial spirit that Joyo consumes
every day is unimaginably wide in this space constructed by spirits. This world is recovering and constantly being lit up. Dai Joyo was the first to discover this, followed by Dongfang Tai, Wei Yi, Princess Divine Silkworm and Jiang Taishu. They were all aware of this, and they keenly noticed the changes in their bodies, and they noticed that the consumption of their spirit, or the primordial spirit, was a little more than normal. Then he looked at Wang Mingyuan at the same time, waiting for Wang Mingyuan to explain. Under normal circumstances, they would not let this primordial power dissipate between this piece of heaven and earth. But this was Wang Mingyuan who brought them in, so they waited for Wang Mingyuan to explain. After going through many things, they still have this trust. Just like you can see, this spiritual world and the real world are interdependent, and it can reflect the entire real world one by one. He was originally on the other side of the world, but this was the most basic facility in the ancient and immortal periods. Such a special place can allow all the top characters between heaven and earth to get rid of the limitations of time and space and meet and communicate in this area. Everywhere is far, the top Tianjiao can fight and exchange lives in it, no matter how far away they are from each other. Compared with the spirit of the real world, the distance in the world can be shortened infinitely. As long as the mind is there, it can be reached. Set the corresponding position, and you can get here every time you come next time. And in such a spiritual world, choosing to be connected from one side to the other is also a matter of changing thoughts. For Guy Joyo now, it doesn't take much time and effort to walk between galaxies. When he felt this spiritual world, he couldn't help but sigh after feeling that he had these functions. It's really an immortal method. Being able to sail between star fields can only be achieved by reaching the level of a saint. Even ordinary saints will get lost in the infinite cosmic starry sky and die. Those who can really walk between the universe galaxies basically have to reach the level of the Saint King. Of course, with the help of the 5-color altar, if you are willing to spend enough money and energy, you can also sail across the universe and the starry sky when your cultivation is very weak. But it can only be teleported from one living star to another planet. Between the universe and galaxies, they can't stay anymore. Even in the most prosperous era, the top heroes need to pay a lot of price to meet each other. In order to be able to meet many outstanding talents and collide with each other on this road, an unprecedented emperor was born. The human race, the immemorial race, and the demon race, they all built their own ancient road in the starry sky. On the ancient road of the starry sky, their predecessors provided them with quite a lot of special places suitable for practice. It can allow them to practice on this path and get extremely powerful opportunities. Of course, they also need to collide with each other in order to get these opportunities. Only the most powerful figures can eat everything. On this road, after achieving success, you can step into other starry sky ancient roads and collide with the top Tianjiu of other races. After traversing the entire ancient road, we reached the final destination. Then the strongest of all races will gather there, and then fight to the death to determine the strongest. Only by defeating all competitors between heaven and earth can he finally become the supreme emperor. Sometimes, the entire universe falls into a trough, and there are not enough characters to open the ultimate level. At that time, even if there are some characters whose talents are earth-shattering, there is often no way to break through to the emperor. Guy Joyo has walked such a road, so he is extremely emotional. If there was such a special spiritual world in that era, the Void God realm, then in the early stage of practice, many of the top Tianjiao heroes can collide. In the process of honing each other, the relevant characters can grow to the fullest. Even more than that, in the spiritual world, there is no complete death, and there is often a glimmer of life. Even if you are defeated in the spiritual world, the whole spirit is shattered, and in the real world, it is only mentally sluggish for a period of time. It will be restored later. Of course, if it is in the immortal ancient or chaotic ancient period, there are some special attacks specifically targeting the spirit, which can make people shatter. If you die in the Void God realm, reality will also die. However, there is no such means now, so there is no scruples at all when fighting to the death in the Void God realm. It's not much different here than in the real world. Wang Mingyuan looked at this newly born world. Among the 5 cities, 5 arenas emerged. During the chaotic ancient era, there was a special battle place in which unlimited battles could be fought. Of course, in the ring, the only restriction is probably cultivation. The 5 arenas here are Will See, Dao Palace, Four Poles, Transformation Dragon, and Sendai. The further areas above modern times can be further divided, but once he crossed the level of the immortal 3 slashing paths, he was a saint. It is ridiculous that the battle between the saints is carried out in a small city, and Wang Mingyuan has no further plans. Even in the Sendai realm, fighting in a city is a bit restricted. However, the construction ability is not so strong for the time being, and the entire Void God realm is not so large. Wang Mingyuan simply built it. It's a pity that there are still too few people at present. Wang Mingyuan sighed. Although his Void God realm pulls people a bit like the Source Fortress. Please, you, collection _6191 book 1 bar, 6 //////9 ///book // bar. But in fact, this is the basic livelihood facility of the ancient and chaotic
chaotic periods. The more people come in, the more they can help the Void God Realm recover. Moreover, the Void God Realm is only called the Void God Realm in the 8 domains of the lower realm. The cage of the 8 regions of the Nether was not to imprison the descendants of the 7 kings of the frontier wilderness, but mainly to imprison those true immortals who were infected by dark matter. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there are actually their Void God Realms in the 3000 Dao prefectures, but it seems to be called the Spirit Realm.
However, Wang Mingyuan prefers the name of the Void God Realm.
Therefore, even if there is a correct name, he only calls this place the Void God Realm. For the time being, you can learn a lesson. Zhou Mingrui Taro will have a meeting. Only the top group of people in this piece of heaven and earth were selected to come to Bai Yujing. Now in the entire universe, after all, it is still the Dark Supreme who speaks and counts, and others can't stand it. Without the invincible strength of the world, directly exposing the complete Void God Realm was not to promote the great development of the entire heaven-covering universe cultivation realm, but to seek death.
The Dark Master will definitely do it.
I am already high-profile enough. I am a firefly in the dark night. Once it falls in front of the Dark Sovereign, they will all notice something strange. If I find out that the Void God Realm is also dominated by me, then the problem will be bigger.
When the darkness is turbulent, they definitely don't mind a little more time and effort, and then find me.
Realizing this, Wang Mingyuan's mentality became more and more peaceful. But how to pull people like the Lord of Mystery is a problem. The Void God Realm can probably spread thousands now. Oh, more than 10,000, tens of thousands of miles. I can sense people within this range and pull them in. It is not as powerful as the original Void God Realm, basically with Wang Mingyuan as the core, and can pull people within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. If it is in an ordinary world of low demons and no demons, such a range is of course large enough, and it can be said to be a top supernatural power. But in Beidou, the distance of tens of thousands of miles is just a little far away from the holy city, and it has reached a relatively remote and barren area.
Not even the northern regions.
Under such circumstances, it is difficult to attract some very special characters. But for now, there are quite a few people who come here, which is very special. Wang Mingyuan looked at Yifan and the Black Emperor, and then looked at the fighting holy ape next to him with slippery fur and golden light all over his body. Now these people are already very special and strong. Even at this time, after hearing that the Holy Prince would not really die here, he was eager to try and pull Yifan to fight. And Xia Juyo is also here, wanting to come to the next wave of battles. In the real universe before, the battle for the Imperial Road was quite cruel, and if it failed, it would die unjustly.
The most typical and special one is the Emperor of the Ancient Disorder.
He didn't die after his failure, but all his elders, relatives, friends were killed, and he directly drove this one crazy. With such a tragic lesson, relatively speaking, the competition on the Imperial Road will be more cautious.
The most outstanding and top characters will be emphasized and trained.
Then let them grow their cultivation and strength to the point of being high enough, and the people behind him and those who are optimistic about him feel that he has hope of victory, and he can almost be invincible on the road of the great emperor.
This will make them really fight to the death. Yifan met the heavenly overlord on the ancient road of the human race, and met the existence of the overlord. Yifan was in the realm of the saint at that time, and the heavenly overlord was in the realm of the saint king. Even to this extent, the top figures in many organizations believe that their growth is not in place and should not collide in advance. You should wait for the two to grow up to a high enough height before fighting to the death. Their ultimate ideal collision stage should be in the Great Sage realm, or even the peak of the Great Sage. Because in that area where the duel was about to be held, there were also the holy body of the previous generation and the heavenly overlord fighting. The previous generation of the holy body ushered in a tragic end of defeat, dying in that battle, and although that generation of heavenly overlord won, even almost broke through.
10 years later, he had wisps of imperial energy on his body, but in the end, he still didn't cross that threshold and sat there. Nowadays, the rules of the entire cultivation world are almost like this. If they don't grow to the peak and don't reach the realm of great victory, they basically won't let these great emperor seeds and young supremes fight to the death. Xia Joyo had wanted to fight Yifan to fight to the death several times before, but he was basically stopped and suppressed. Now that I know that the gentleman's war here will not die, then I suddenly became interested, and the group was about to fight.
Wang Mingyuan didn't care, and watched with a smile on the side. Not long ago, after learning about Wang Mingyuan's divine transformation scripture,
Gai Joyo once again went up to the holy cliff, selected 2 saint origins, and integrated them into Xia Joyo's body. The potential of this person has also been further stimulated and further grown. Even Gai Joyo consciously chose the origin of a very special and powerful character in the body. In this way, it was integrated into Xia Joyo's body and partially enhanced her.
At present, Xia Joyo and Yifan are terrifyingly strong, and the divine silkworm princess of Shenkan Ridge was silent after hearing Wang Mingyuan's story of divine transformation. Just silently went up to the silkworm ridge once, and then went to Mount Meru. Wang Mingyuan later heard that the Buddha on Mount Meru quietly descended the mountain and killed 2 ancient ancestral kings. It is 2 ancient ancestral kings who have reached the level level of saints.
They were one of the races that was in turmoil after the death of the Holy Emperor of the battle. The Buddha personally extracted their origins and then entered the body of the Holy Prince.
Wang Mingyuan had nothing to say about cultivating the Divine Transformation Sutra.
Because the Divine Transfiguration Sutra can eat anything and digest everything, it can help them grow up and advance. When they grow up to Dashang, they can build a Divine Transformation map. At present, Wang Mingyuan has 3 pictures to be completed here: the ancient holy body, the fighting holy ape, and the 9 ghostly bodies.
He doesn't reject this practice at all, he just needs to leave the map after they achieve it. As for the great battle in the Void God realm, Wang Mingyuan did not reject it.
The more intensely the spirit is consumed in this, the more it can help the Void God realm grow.
This is a great thing. Let them go.
In the Void God realm they had just gotten, they played happily, and they stayed together for several days before coming down to play. But they didn't play the longest, but the ones who stayed the longest were Gai Joyo, Dongfang Tai, and Jiang Taishu. Gai Joyo and Jiang Taishu sat together, discussing ways to live the second life. Jiang Taishu even tried to cut off his own origin in the Void God realm and feel that special state.
Then see if you can take the path of living a second life in this question. And the actions made by Gai Joyo are similar.
Gai Joyo was trying to become a Phoenix Nirvana here, trying to live out the second life while adjusting his own chi and blood state. The current actions on Jiang Taishu's side are still relatively difficult, and the current magical powers of the Void God realm have no way to support him with such powerful power. At least let him build a complete physical state in it, and it is still a bit impossible to do it. He is trying to cut off his origin and live a second life here, but it is not very good yet.
Gai Joyo's attempt is okay. Verify the spell here and perform Phoenix Nirvana here. At least part of the spirit can be Nirvana. Spell-related attempts aren't too problematic here.
The rules of heaven and earth in the Void God realm are no different from those in the real world, they are exactly the same.
And the old man of the human demon, that is, Dongfeng Tai, was completely fascinated by this place and did not go out at all. One of the most difficult problems to solve is the problem of the original spirit. The collision of the two, whether it is the power of the moon or the power of the sun, will make people fall into a state of madness and gradually lose their minds. Can't control yourself. Once something like that happens to him, it will cause endless killing, and the favorite thing for the old man to do should be to barbecue and eat something good. When I can control myself, I will hunt by myself so as not to fight too much. But once uncontrolled, this kind of training will grow without limit. I want to take 2 bites of anything I see. In the original work, when the old man of the human demon was a little about to enter the demon, even Yifan, an ancient holy body, he wanted to taste it a little. The fighting holy ape was beside him, and he directly muttered that he wanted to eat some monkey brains. This made Yifan and the holy prince a little numb. And in the Void God realm, there is no big problem for him to go crazy. Anyway, there are not many things here at the moment. It doesn't matter if he crumbles these things. And here the power of the moon and the power of the sun can also be fused and collided with each other. Many things that were originally not dared to be tried in the outside world can be tried here. If something goes wrong with the external soul, it will really die. But in the Void God realm, he would only be weak for a day or 2 at most, and he could try more. It's amazing to die here. What he didn't dare to do before, here he can boldly try. Moreover, there were many people communicating with him during this time, and he felt that his inspiration had increased greatly, so he could give it a try. Wang Mingyuan didn't care about this. The main reason is that these most supreme big people try to be here, and every time they try it, their spirit fluctuates violently. The power of the primordial god exploded wildly. In this area, the expansion of the Void God realm reached an incredible extent. In just a few days, due to the attempts of Gai Joyo and Dongfang Tai, in terms of scope, the Void God realm almost covered the entire Beidou. There is a reason for the Oriental Tai. Because this one was in the Void God realm, the entire primordial god really exploded once. Then the spiritual power in the Void God realm was greatly enhanced, with the Big Dipper as the core, and it expanded some distance to the outside world. It's just that the coldness and darkness between the universe and galaxies are the eternal theme, and there are not many other lives near the Big Dipper, just an eternal nothingness. Therefore, other living ancient stars cannot be touched for the time being. But if this continues, Wang Mingyuan feels that it will not be long before the Void God realm may spread to the Ziwei galaxy. Because Gai Joyo and Dongfang Tai, even including Jiang Taishu, are trying in the Void God realm. At the same time, the area of the Void God realm was already wide enough, and Wang Mingyuan deliberately isolated a large part of the distance for them. In this way, it does not affect Wang Mingyuan's usual fashion. For example, now, the Black Emperor dog sneakily approached Wang Mingyuan's side, and then took out a spiritual mark from his body. Come on, this is what I worked hard to get from the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Wang Mingyuan glanced at it and nodded slightly. Now the Void God realm has covered the entire Beidou. The spiritual world of the Void God realm was not confined to that piece of heaven and earth, but Wang Mingyuan basically spread around him in the Beidou Void God realm. Therefore, the easiest to cover is Beidou. This area is the first to be covered. In this area, Wang Mingyuan can pull people into the Void God realm at will, well. Of course, there is also a premise. Basically, people are needed not to resist too strongly. Of course, those whose cultivation strength is much lower than Wang Ming's, even if they resist, they can be forcibly pulled in. The cultivation level is too high, such as Gai Jodo, the God King Jiang Taishu, it is difficult to pull in by force. Of course, it was originally a great thing, but if people were forcibly pulled in, then good things would become bad things, and Wang Mingyuan would not do such a thing. He will only give the other party a choice, unless it is a very necessary person, otherwise he will not forcibly pull people up many times. But there needs to be a certain premise for pulling people, although it now covers the entire Beidou, but not everyone can touch the mold. For example, in the dark forbidden area, Wang Mingyuan stayed away from one after another and did not touch it at all. In addition to these very bright and dazzling characters, if you want to attract others in, you have to have a clear coordinate. After all, the entire population of Beidou is calculated in hundreds of millions, and it is too difficult to accurately select one person among the hundreds of millions of people and then pull this person into the void god realm. If you want to pull people, it is best to have this person's mental fluctuations. In the real world, it is necessary to have the detailed IP address of this character. In this way, people can be easily pulled into the void god realm. Of course, Wang Mingyuan would not do this. After all, this was to help the Black Emperor do things, and of course the Black Emperor had to deal with it himself. And now the Black Emperor came over to report the situation, and the frequency of the fluctuation of the primordial spirit of the Purple Mansion Saint was taken by him. The fluctuation frequency of each person's primordial spirit is different, which is a unique mark for each practitioner. This is like a person's fingerprint. Everyone has his own special fingerprint. The primordial spirit fluctuation was useless to people before, but it was useful for the void god realm. Because this is a unique personal IP, it will leave relevant marks after entering the void god realm with it, and you will be able to come in with it next time. Wang Mingyuan stretched out his hand, and that special fluctuation naturally fell into his hands. Then he looked down at the Beidou displayed in the void god realm, and suddenly found that there was a bright point of light that completely matched the fluctuation of this primordial god. Wang Mingyuan was silent for a moment, and did not pull people directly, but glanced at the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor scolded angrily, and was directly forcibly kicked out of the void god realm. Touching his chin and thinking about it, Wang Mingyuan smiled, and then reproduced the primordial fluctuations of the small moon of the Ji family he had seen in it. Soon found traces of Ji Ziyue in Beidou. After thinking about these two alone, Wang Mingyuan felt that there seemed to be a little fewer people. He couldn't help but think of the demon princess Yen Ruyu, who gave him a lot of help at the beginning. Now he was very familiar with the aura of the demon princess. He thought about it, checked it, and added this one as well. After checking, I found that the current state of these primordial gods was in a quiet stage, and there were no too strong fluctuations, so Wang Mingyuan took action. The next moment, invisible fluctuations flow. In the Purple Mansion Holy Land, the Purple Mansion Saint who was practicing in seclusion was stunned for a moment. She felt an inexplicable call ringing in his heart, but when she looked closely, she found that she was in the most core area of the Holy Land at this time. With the heavy protection of the elders of the division, there is also the strongest formation. She suspected that some brother and sister were joking with her, so she lightly pointed her finger in front of her. The next moment, the bright divine light in her eyes dimmed. Ji family, Ji Ziyue was bored and wandered around in her retreat. Since the last time she went out with her brother and then encountered a crisis and almost died, she has been strictly controlled by the family. She must be allowed to practice to the Four Poles realm before she can go out. Therefore, after returning, she was directly locked up in the cave, and if she did not reach the corresponding realm, there was no way to break through the barrier. But she has always been a person who can't sit still. She can't sit still at all. As a result, I was locked up for so long, and I didn't practice seriously, and I was uncomfortable to die. At this moment, her big eyes suddenly turned left and right, because she sensed an inexplicable call. After taking a look, at this moment she was in the core area of the family, an area guarded by the extreme emperor's soldiers, and there was no treasure on her body that raised the warning at this time. Therefore, she did not hesitate to respond to any call. In the special secret realm where the Qingjiao king was located, Yen Ruyu also suddenly opened her eyes. She was like a character who came out of a picture scroll, and there was no flaw on her face. She was flawless. After thinking for a moment at this time, she also chose to respond to that special call. Then she heard a brisk, somewhat pleasant question in her ear. Where is this place? Yen Ruyu opened her eyes and found that she had inexplicably come to a magnificent hall. The hall is very empty, but it is also very dignified. At the top of the temple, a mysterious figure wrapped in fog sat on the dragon chair-like position, overlooking the area. Inside this empty hall, 6 figures also appeared. The 6 figures were all wrapped in inexplicable fog, and they couldn't see everything inside them. The person speaking at this time was
was a figure wrapped in fog on her right, although she couldn't see it clearly. But you can hear from the sound that this is about a 13 or 14-year-old girl, and her voice is light and lively, full of innocence. As soon as you hear this voice, you can feel that this is a character who has lived a prosperous life since childhood and has not encountered much pressure. Yen Ruyu felt a crisis. The small world of the Qingjiao king was already very secretive, and at the same time, it had multiple protections. And this is obviously not the small world that the Qingjiao king has. Who could quietly bring him here from the secret realm of the Qingjiao king? Just thinking about it, she felt a lot of pressure. However, the situation was very unclear at this moment, so she suppressed the doubts in her heart and watched calmly. Besides, someone has already raised questions in advance, and she wants to see what is here. Brother, are you kidding me? How do you do it? The lively and very cheerful woman, at this time, looked around and asked, as if she was still so innocent. But I have begun to be vigilant. Ziyue just hasn't suffered much. It doesn't mean he's not smart. I had an experience before. I was chased by a person in the family, and then ran to Taixuanmen with Yifan. She has developed many minds, and she is a smart and clever person herself. At this time, he had quietly pressed the communication magic weapon in his hand, which was specifically responsible for notifying the family. The little bell hanging from her wrist. When she reached out to touch it, Ziyue was stunned for a moment, because the little bell that had been hanging on her right wrist was gone at this time. But before he could ask more words, Tue Yefan, who Wang Mingyuan had found in advance, spoke at this time. 3 more newcomers are coming. Who of you is responsible for explaining this time? For this new type of internet, Yifan accepted it the fastest. He glanced to the left. Even if there was a girdling fog that made it impossible to see the figure clearly, he could still outline the appearance of the holy prince in his mind. As for his right side, it was Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo didn't speak at this time, just remained silent. Okay. Yifan shrugged his shoulders and took the initiative to take over the topic. This is Bai Yujing, and we are here to attend the party held by the Lord of Bai Yujing. Every character who can come here is the pride of heaven in the entire universe, and a person who is expected to become an immortal in this big universe. And Bai Yujing's ultimate goal is to become an immortal, to explore a path to immortality. The 3 new members were silent, but in fact they all set off stormy waves in their hearts. You don't have to worry too much. You are not here in real flesh, but your soul is here. If I want to return, I just need to silently recite it in my heart, and then get the consent of the Lord of the White Jade Lord. As for coming here, we will have a gathering of official members every month to share the results we have achieved on the road to immortality. Of course, this kind of sharing is not gratuitous, and any exchange needs to be exchanged for equivalent items. Members can exchange with each other, and of course with the Lord of Bai Yujing. As for the normal world, you can also come to this world. You only need to silently recite it in your heart. The White Jade capital in the sky, the 12th floor and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my head, and I wish to receive immortality. Then you can come here. Yifan explained the relevant rules of Bai Yujing. A large part of the rules in this part were set by Wang Mingyuan, and Yifan thought it was very interesting, so he took the initiative to explain. The Void God realm actually doesn't have so many restrictions, but Wang Mingyuan didn't want to open the Void God realm too much now, so he deliberately added some restrictions. You are probably new here. There are probably a lot of unfamiliarities. Many things are relatively unfamiliar. I suggest you take a look at the pillars of the hall first. There is also our exploration on the road to immortality above the mural. If you only know the life experiences of those characters, you don't need to exchange them for contributions, but if you want to get related exercises, you need to pay something of equal value. The demon princess Yen Ruyu felt that something was wrong at first, not very reliable, and was ready to return directly. Quietly pulling her in from a small world is indeed mysterious and special, but a person with the power of the second realm of immortals or even a higher level should be able to do it. She is also a character she has eaten and seen, and she is not very shocked by such a method. The environment he was in was not clear, so he calmly observed and confirmed that the other party had no malice, so he prepared to return directly. The main reason is that she has a lot of treasures, and her own cultivation strength is relatively weak. She feels that this may be a peculiar scam, specifically aimed at her. I'm going to talk to King Qingjiao. The small world he owns has been exposed. I was pulled into this by some special mysterious means that I didn't know, and after I went back, I baptized my body with the ancestral extreme Dao Holy Soldier. At that time, they should not be able to pull me in anymore. With a strong sense of vigilance in his heart, this person took the time to look at the walls and pillars in the hall, and at first he was careless. But after taking a closer look, his pupils couldn't help but contract, and there was a look of astonishment above his beautiful face, because on the nearest stone wall, or on the wall, the life of the Qing Emperor was actually recorded. Qing Emperor, the immortal medicine is made of psychics. As a chaos green lotus, by chance, it took root on a fragment of the immortal cauldron in the immortal pool. After a long period of accumulation, he channeled psychics, transformed into a human form, and embarked on the path of cultivation. Just the opening has completely attracted it, because this is also a top secret in the demon race. Many characters believe that the Qing Emperor is a demon race, a green lotus, and is transformed by psychics.
But it is not clear that the Qing Emperor is more follow-up.
But as a direct descendant of the Demon Emperor, she was completely clear about the Demon Emperor's bloodline and related origins. If it's just this far, this mysterious organization is powerful, but it's not too excessive and prominent.
After all, it is still possible for the top desolate holy body and family to know about this situation.
But what she saw later made her hands and feet cold, and she couldn't help but clench her fists.
Because below the inscription, the scriptures practiced by the Qing Emperor are described.
Now she practices the Qingdi Sutra left by the Demon Emperor, and of course she is not unfamiliar with these scriptures, and she recognizes them at a glance. This made her heart beat like a drum, but instead of awe, an inexplicable anger came out of her heart.
There is a traitor among the demon clan.
She had this idea at the first time, otherwise, she would not have been brought here quietly. At the same time, the scriptures of the Demon Emperor will not appear here clearly. Inscribed the scriptures of her ancestors here like this, she felt it was an insult to her.
She didn't feel awe, but anger.
This time she was not in a hurry to leave, and was ready to be quiet here and learn about the details.
At least you have to know who betrayed the demon race, and at least you have to know what kind of medicine is sold behind this organization.
In anger, he looked at the other walls. What caught her eye was the beginningless emperor, and she looked at the life of the beginningless emperor, and her heart couldn't help but jump.
I became a little suspicious of my previous guesses. However, there is a hazy fog at the bottom of the inscription of the beginningless emperor, which is completely unclear.
The scriptures left by the beginningless emperor, whom he was most concerned about, could not be seen, leaving only one sentence. Only the innate holy body Taoist fetus can inherit the scriptures of the beginningless emperor. On the other side, there was an exclamation in her ears. Yen Ruyu looked sideways and found that it was the person on her left hand before. The hazy fog before was obscured and she couldn't see clearly, but she had a slight judgment when she heard the voice. Just judging by the sound, it should be a young woman, an adult. It's just that she couldn't judge more, and after the woman exclaimed, she actually looked up directly at the figure wrapped in fog that had been explained to them before.
Can the following verses also be exchanged? If you are willing to pay enough price, you can redeem it.
Yi Fan had just answered part, and Wang Mingyuan at the top of his head suddenly spoke. That is the most suitable scripture for your physical practice. Someone has already paid you the price. You can get the cultivation methods of the previous 4 secret realms. As for more, you need to exchange them yourself. Yen Ruyu glanced over there and found that the life of a great emperor was also recorded there. He is a peerless figure who has moved the entire eastern wilderness, and it is the experience of the Western Empress Mother. Even if there were countless thoughts in her heart, she couldn't help but suppress the distracting thoughts at this moment, and then gave birth to a peculiar thought.
The most suitable physique for practicing the Western Emperor Sutra?
Although the Western Empress Mother is far away from today, because the Western Empress Mother established the Yao Qi. Therefore, many practitioners are not unfamiliar with the experience related to the Western Empress Mother, as well as her history.
Innate Tao fetus? She is a congenital Taoist fetus?
Yen Ruyu suspected that these people were playing her, and she didn't believe it very much at the moment. She still suspected that the demon clan had betrayed her, so she was able to see the demon emperor's scriptures without any obstacles. At the same time, you can also see the lives of other great emperors, and see that the inscription is shrouded in fog, but you cannot see the entire great emperor scripture. She felt that the other party was deliberately bluffing, and the woman she was sure to be a congenital Taoist fetus was already staring at the stone tablet in front of her at this time.
It seems to be constantly recording and constantly comprehending. Yen Ruyu was shocked and already felt that something was wrong. It seems that there really is a great emperor scripture here. Although there is fog on the high platform, Wang Mingyuan can actually see everyone's image and expression clearly. He looked down at this area and saw the suspicion on Yen Ruyu's face, the interest in Gzu's eyes, and the addiction of the saintess of the purple mansion. Feeling that the stimulation this time was almost the same, he looked down and said lightly, "You are all the top Tianjiao of this era, and you can also be regarded as first-class people on this ancient star of life. There are the direct bloodline of the ancient emperor, the direct descendants of the great emperor, and the person who is known as the first physique on this ancient star of life. In the future, you all have hoped to take a few steps on the road to immortality, and I have high hopes for you." After saying this, Wang Mingyuan specially invited a few trusts. Yi Fan, the Holy Prince and Xia Joyo's expressions were quite flat. The other 3 looked different. Yen Ruyu was suspicious. In her ears, the descendants of the emperor must have said her. But I never thought that this area still had the direct blood of the ancient emperor, and at the same time, there was also a physique known as the first in the Big Dipper. He hadn't felt any difference before, but when he heard Wang Mingyuan say this, he immediately felt that the figure of the person who spoke before was a little familiar. She couldn't help but look over directly, and the more she looked, the clearer she felt. No one can make a clear judgment about which ancient emperor is stronger or weaker, but there is no ambiguity in saying who was the first physique of the Big Dipper. Everyone knows that the ancient holy body is the first physique of the Big Dipper, which is recognized as common sense. And the ancient holy body, Yen Yen Ruyu had seen it before. There is no doubt that the ancient holy body is called Yifan. Therefore, Yen Ruyu looked directly at Yifan, although Yifan had grown to a certain extent during this period of time and became a little bigger, but the overall figure and temperament could not be hidden. Alas! To determine this, Yen Ruyu set off a stormy wave in her heart, and she was sure that this one was real. Then look at this ancient temple, and then look at the figure at the top of the temple, and there are really boundless waves surging in my heart. Looking at the names of the great emperors and ancient emperors recorded on the stone walls of this temple, as well as their lives, and the exploration of the road to immortality, there was a thunderous explosion in her mind. Is this true? Such a thought came to her mind, and then there was an infinite shock, and her side was extremely shocked, with a little doubt. The quirky and wise Gzus saw Yifan's figure more clearly, and she was directly sure that this was really Yifan. After all, not long ago, he fled for his life with Yifan and worshipped the Taishan gate together. For Yifan, she is very familiar. On the combination of the temple, the words of the Lord of the White Jade Capital. At this time, he looked around the temple and looked at the lives related to the Void Emperor and the Hangyu Emperor, and his heart really exploded. She felt an unparalleled thrill. Immortal? Looking at the person sitting on the front of the hall, she really suspected that this person was an immortal, because even if he was also the top desolate ancient family, even if he was a peerless figure with the extreme imperial soldiers, there was no way to quietly bring him out of the G family, and then brought to this one place without arousing anyone's suspicions. What's even more terrifying is that even if they are both desolate ancient families, there is usually only one step of the imperial scripture in the family. There will be a lot of scriptures left by the saints and great sages under the imperial scriptures, and here she has seen the lives of many great emperors at a cursory glance. At the same time, she also saw that next to the life of the great emperor, there were also records of the flawless scriptures left by this supreme emperor. Of course, although many of the lives of the emperors are recorded, some stone tablets are also written very clearly, and a gap is written directly in the part of the scriptures. This not only did not affect Bai Yujing's strength but made Bai Yujing more and more incredible, because it shows that the relevant scriptures he has are basically true, 8 or 9 out of 10. Jizue looked at the inheritance from the ruthless emperor, as if she understood what was in her heart, knowing that she had the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. The fog there gradually dispersed, and a heavy layer of mist dissipated, revealing the complete record of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill below. And not only that, there is also a taboo chapter in the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill written above. There is not only a thought, the king of the world, but also the supreme attack secret technique such as the 10,000 transformation sacred technique and the flying immortal technique. These things she didn't know. At least the last time she didn't get this from that ruthless Taoist master. With awe, he quickly looked at the stone tablet that recorded the life of the Void Emperor, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after reading it, because the area where the life of the Void Emperor was located did not have the Void Sutra. This shows that the inheritance in her family has not been lost, it is still there. Looking at it like this, his mood relaxed, and he even had the time to take a closer look at the life of the Voidland, and then compare the history of the family. She wanted to see how much the Lord of the White Jade Capital knew about the Void Emperor. Looking ahead, she was in a relaxed and happy mood, a little careless, because most of the lives recorded in it are similar to those in the family, and even many of them are not so detailed. But when she looked back, she began to feel uneasy, because she saw that it recorded that the Void Emperor deliberately pretended to be dead in his later years, buried in the coffin of the ninefold gods, and then used it to deceive the unimaginable enemy. He deceived the two extremely terrifying beings in the immortal mountain, and killed them in the coffin, which can be regarded as dying together. Now there are two supreme beings in the coffin of the Void Emperor with him, which means that one coffin contains 3 great emperors. Jizuyu's instinct was that she didn't want to believe it, because it was too shocking, too incredible, and the classics in the family did not record it like this. But she couldn't help but think of the deepest secrets in the family she had ever seen. Everyone in the world knows that when the Void Emperor entered the immortal mountain, he carried the coffin in, and he was already determined to die, and then the Void Emperor came out alive from it. This composed the legend of the Void Emperor. But what the world doesn't know is that when the Void Emperor's chi and blood declined in his later years, he really left a suicide note in the family, and he really had a move to pretend to be dead. This is the deepest secret. The Void Emperor sealed the entire family in the void back then, and no one could find out the truth. It wasn't until later that they came out of the void again that a peerless figure found the suicide note left by the Void Emperor, showing the truth about the Void Emperor's pretending to be dead. Not only did he deceive the family that he was dead, but he also deceived the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area. But in the end, the Void Emperor is really gone. Even the G family did not have the body of the Void Emperor, and they could not find the coffin of the Void Emperor. This is the deepest secret in the family. No one knows. It is a tragedy. Jizue did not expect to see detailed records in the palace of Bai Yujing. She was extremely shocked, and even let out an exclamation, and then couldn't help but look up at the Lord of Bai Yujing and ask about the authenticity of this matter. Is this true? And said, ancestor. The Void Emperor really pretended to be dead in his later years, and then killed the two Dark Supremes in the Immortal Mountain? His bones are still floating in the universe today. Can you find his specific location? Although knowing that this question would basically reveal her origin, GZUS still couldn't help but ask. Sure enough, as soon as her words fell, Yen Ruyu and the Purple Mansion Saint both looked at her. There is no need to ask. As soon as the two heard GZUS' trembling voice, they could determine that this was a person from the G family, and he was a very advanced figure in the G family's bloodline. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but think of what the Lord of Baiyujing had said before. There are descendants of the great emperor and ancient queens, and my heart can't help but jump. Before, she thought she was the only descendant of the great emperor, but now it seems that she is sitting in a well and watching the sky, and there are probably too many descendants of the great emperor here. Even, he glanced at the stone tablet, and the life of the Void Emperor was written on it. Looking at the woman again, she has different thoughts and ideas. A descendant of the Void Emperor? It's actually from the ancient G family. She sighed in her heart, and at the same time, the saintess of the Purple Mansion Holy Land also sighed in her heart. Jizuyue knew that she had exposed so much, but it was related to the situation of her ancestors, so she couldn't help but say much. At this time, she had no intention of hiding anything, because there was more recorded on the stele. The G family's record of the Void Emperor ends with the Void Emperor faking his death and then deceiving the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area. But the record in this White Jade capital is not just that. There is also a fairly long record later. The Void Emperor actually left a certain backhand. Or by chance, the body buried in the ancient coffin of the Ninefold Gods fell into the ancient star of the flood. Beidou has always been called the first Tibetan emperor star, but in fact, the Honghuang ancient star is the real burial emperor star. After being buried in the flood ancient star, the corpse will revive in a very short period of time, giving birth to a new consciousness. Of course, ordinary corpses do not have this qualification. Only the real emperor and the ancient emperor had this qualification, so the body of the Void Emperor was psychic in the flood desolate ancient star. Thus, he lived a new life, and its name is also very special, very natural, called the Yellow Emperor. Today, it is still a legend in the entire Honghuang ancient star, and it is one of the ancestors of the entire China between that piece of heaven and earth. Jizuyue never thought that things would have such progress. There was such a special direction, and the whole person was staring here. Yifan didn't look at these monuments carefully before, but when he glanced over here at this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, he also understood part of it, knowing that Wang Mingyuan had successfully become a figure in the Jiang family, and he was a person with a very high status in the Jiang family. He was puzzled before, couldn't understand, and felt strange. He couldn't figure out why Wang Mingyuan had the blood of the Jiang family. I feel that a character like the ancient Jiang family is a bit crazy, but after understanding the situation a little more, I felt that this situation was very reasonable. The Jiang family has very many connections with the Yen Emperor on Earth, and there are similar points in many places. Not only the Jiang family, but even the Ji family and the Flood Ancient Star or the Earth also have a lot of connections. Even many myths of the Big Dipper have a lot to do with the Earth. He had long felt that there should be a certain relationship between these two ancient stars of life, but I didn't expect the relationship to be so explosive. Such a bizarre and eccentric relationship seems unreasonable, but it really happened. After Yifan learned about this part, he couldn't help but look at the Jiang family, which is the life record of Emperor Hangyu. Before, he only cared about the scriptures of these great emperors, but now he has the time to learn more about the lives of these great emperors. The more I looked at it, the more shocking it became, because after the death of the Jiang family's Hangyu the Great, there were also new developments in the follow-up. This one also buried his body in the ancient star of the flood, and then communicated with the ancient star of the flood, and became the Yen Emperor, one of the ancestors of China. This kind of news is very powerful and unacceptable. Lu Yafan and Ji Ziyue looked at this area at the same time, and the others naturally noticed this. Xia Jiuyo stared, but felt a little confused and a little surprised, and lamented that the ancient emperor was indeed extraordinary. Even Xia Jiuyo looked at it, and some other thoughts were born in his heart. With his master's current state, if he really fails later, it won't be long before he dies. And if she left her body, she wanted to bury her master there and wait for a period of time and years for her master to revive. Therefore, that special ancient star of life was firmly remembered in her heart. Is it a flood ancient star? She was just simply surprised, and she didn't know much about these things involving the level of the great emperor and the ancient emperor. And the holy prince stared at that record, his eyes unblinking, and even rediscovered his father's record. Then he sighed regretfully. He hoped that his father would also be buried in the flood ancient star, and then recover and return in this era, but unfortunately, he did not. But at the same time, he also felt relieved in his heart. If his father is really buried in the flood ancient star, and then rechanneled, then he didn't know what kind of face to face his father. After all, his father is quite fierce and domineering, and he wants to turn into a battle immortal for a lifetime, live a new life, and come back again, so I don't know if he can be considered his father. Now that this situation is happening, he feels both regretful and relieved. Yen Ruyu saw this
part of the record. Her heart jumped, and she couldn't help but look back at the life of the Qing Emperor.
And then I found a difference.
The Qing Emperor died 10,000 years ago in the situation that everyone recognizes, and now it is almost 10,000 years since the death of the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor's heaven and earth Tao was also about to completely dissipate from heaven and earth. All this shows that the Qing Emperor seems to be dead, but on this stone tablet it records what the Qing Emperor did.
This top emperor is not dead. He is still alive and doing well.
He himself cut open his physical body and divided it into parts, leaving a heart for his descendants, but his own true soul entered the desolate tower
to transform into an immortal realm in the desolate tower.
A short comment was also left above this stele. The wild imagination and the road cannot be said to be wrong, but it is not something that a great emperor can do. This evaluation is very good, but it also reveals a different meaning. Therefore, 5 of the 6 people who joined Bai Yujing in this line looked at different stone tablets at the same time and fell into a stagnation. Only the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion looked around after reading the Western Emperor Sutra, and then felt that she was a little prominent. Of the 6 people who came, 5 were extremely shocked by what happened on the stele. Obviously, the ancient emperors and emperors recorded on the stele have something to do with them, and the Purple Mansion saint has nothing to do with any ancient emperor or emperor.
Discrimination. Blatant discrimination.
The saint of the Purple Mansion felt a sense of grief and anger, and also felt a kind of pressure. The Lord of Baiyujing said that the descendants of the ancient emperor and the great emperor came here.
Who are the descendants of the ancient emperor?
She already had a certain guess. There is no need to use too much force to distinguish. That one is shining with golden light all over the body, and even the fog cannot completely cover it. Should be a human-like creature. He retains some of the characteristics of beasts, which are very similar to ancient creatures. And this one is indeed like this, staring at the stone tablet of the holy emperor of fighting, his mind floating for a long time. And the 2 women at her hand, one stared at the stone tablet of the demon emperor, and the other stared at the stone tablet introducing the life of the void emperor. The most special one is the person who explained some of Bai Yujing's rules to her in detail after she came in. She stared at the ancient monuments of the 2 great emperors, the void emperor and the Hanyu emperor, constantly flowing her eyes, looking left and right. Next to him, there was also a figure who looked still not very old and looked like a woman, also staring at the 2 stone tablets in a daze.
The 2 of them are descendants of the void emperor and the Hanyu emperor? Or do they have a deep relationship with the void emperor and the Hanyu emperor?
The Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion also looked at the 2 stone tablets.
My heart was shaken.
Because this involves the secret of the great emperor, and at this moment, there are many characters who are fascinated by such a stone tablet. Then what was originally considered a fabrication seems to be very authentic at this time. Not to mention that she also saw the scriptures of the Western Emperor's Sutra just now. Although there are only 4 secret realms of Will See, Tao Palace, 4 Poles, and Transformation Dragon, it does not involve Sendai. But she can also be regarded as having knowledge of practice, and has a certain understanding of the scriptures of these 4 realms. She can be sure that this Western Emperor Sutra should not be fake, it is true.
In other words, everything in this area is real.
Then this is quite a test of people's hearts. And Wang Mingyuan was very indifferent to Gzu's inquiry. Of course it's all true. If you want to verify the authenticity of this, you don't need to cross the void.
Didn't someone come from the extraterritorial starry sky and fall into the Big Dipper? You can know many secrets from them.
If you don't want to believe it, you can also ask the Huanggu Jiang family. They should have a certain understanding of the situation. Wang Mingyuan was very indifferent, because all this he said was true, and there was no falsehood. For all this, he can be sure.
Gzu fell into a huge shock.
As a desolate family, the Huanggu Ji family actually has a certain understanding of what happened to the Huanggu Jiang family. Especially Wang Mingyuan made such a vigorous fuss, and at the same time involved the god king Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu, the god king who has lived for 4,000 years, is still in his prime, and there is no appearance of decay of qi and blood. The most powerful desolate ancient Holy Land and family knew in their hearts that this one should have stepped into a higher level and realm, and was not the same as them. And the person who received it also recognized that the person who was not from the ancient Jiang family, and believed that this person's bloodline is closer to their ancestors than them, and it is one of their sources. It was difficult for them to understand before, because a person with such a high bloodline source would definitely be recorded in such a powerful desolate ancient family,
even if the ancient Jiang family is famous for its infighting with each other.
Because they come from different factions and backgrounds. Back then, Emperor Hengyu had too many wives, and there were too many disputes left.
Even Emperor Hengyu could not completely settle the dispute between them, and even had to go far away to Zhongzhou.
But no matter how much they fight, no matter how fierce, they will maintain a certain degree of dignity internally and fight without breaking. After all, there are extremely imperial soldiers in the ancient family. Characters whose bloodline is close to the source will not be affected by such struggles, which means that it is impossible for such characters to be left out. But combined with the information of this step of Hanyu the Great's physical psychic communication, everything makes sense. The family also communicated with the ancient ancient Jiang family, and the other party was unknown, only knowing that the one was from the starry sky outside the domain, and his identity was extremely noble. They didn't understand it before, thinking that it was likely that Emperor Hengyu married his wife in the starry sky outside the territory, and his descendants who left behind embarked on the ancient road of the starry sky and came here to recognize their ancestors. But now, maybe not as they guessed. The Huanggu Jiang family was very nervous before, and the group of people who came out of the desolate Forbidden Land gathered them all together, and they seemed to have learned a lot from their mouths. It was puzzling before, but now, it should be that there are other secrets in it. Ji Ziyue had countless associations in her heart in an instant, and she decided to investigate after returning to the family. And at the top, the Lord of White Jade Capital calmly looked at the many figures below. You are all people with the potential and qualifications to become immortals. I am very willing to invest in you, let your maximum potential be released and bloom with unprecedented light, and I hope you can continue this road to immortality. As he spoke, the Lord of Baiyujing stroked the nearest stone tablet beside him. The words above the stone stele on that side are even more dazzling and faint, moving. Ji Ziyue had already seen this stone stele before, but she didn't believe it very much, and when she looked at it at this time, she had different feelings and ideas, and several other people also looked at this stele and their hearts were shaken. Because it is explained by the above is very simple. The comments of the two sides are not very long, only a simple paragraph. The person who has gone the farthest on the road to immortality in the current world. After reading the lives and experiences of other great emperors, comparing this one of the comments brought shock to people, especially big. But after reading this person's life, no one felt that this comment was excessive but took it for granted, because this person is called the Ruthless Emperor. I don't know how long I have been in this world, and I have witnessed countless romantic figures. I have witnessed the most wonderful characters throughout the ages. I was very impressed by them, and the methods they left behind were also eye-catching. I hope you can do the same, leave me with enough shocks and surprises enough. Even if he is very familiar with Wang Mingyuan, he knows what kind of situation Wang Mingyuan is like. But when the other party sat above with the identity of the Lord of Baiyujing at this moment and said such a thing, Yifan still felt that the other party did not exaggerate much. On the contrary, it is very calm and very real. Even if he and the other party came here from the earth, that is, the flood ancient star. But he felt that he was getting more and more unable to see through Wang Mingyuan. At this moment, the young man was sitting there, a little fog enveloped him. It's not like pretending to be mysterious, but it's back in his right place. People like him are naturally shrouded in fog. At this moment, the other party sat at the top and talked about their expectations for the future, which was still so calm and natural. You are also more clever, and we are just preparing to publish a special article recently. For me, it should be regarded as a journal, a magazine, and it should be regarded as a research result for you. I wouldn't mind sharing it with the whole universe, but given these special times, this operation is destined to fail. But if you show it to you in advance, it's not a big problem. When Wang Mingyuan spoke, a stone monument rose directly in front of them, and there were two simple big characters on it, the avenue. Below this is a line of small characters, the first issue. What is recorded above is the principle of yin and yang balance that Wang Mingyuan and Gai Joyo himself have studied before. At the same time, there is also the scripture of the forbidden chapter created by Wang Mingyuan later. When Yifan saw this scene, he could only sigh at Wang Mingyuan's arrogance, which was the top scripture in the world. He just put it here without scruples and without pity, and everyone present showed a shocking scene in their eyes at a glance. Yifan, Xiaojiu, and the Holy Prince couldn't help but sigh at this time, even if they had already practiced the divine transformation scripture. And Wang Mingyuan stood on a high place, just said indifferently, I don't have high requirements for you. When you really achieve great things in the future, just leave the special origin map left behind by you when you were a great achievement here. This scripture I created is destined to require the joint efforts of all the powerful Tianjiu in the entire universe to be perfected little by little, and it is impossible for me to perfect it. Wang Mingyuan said it lightly, but in a scene where three characters who had just joined Baiyujing, it was extremely shocking. In particular, Wang Mingyuan's first scripture on the balance of yin and yang. At the same time, two extremely powerful origins are integrated into the body, allowing them to entangle each other to form a special yin-yang tai chi. At such a time, let yourself become the balance line of the central axis, and in the transformation of yin and yang, let your own origin be greatly enhanced. The clever reasoning in this part is amazing enough, and the references below have silenced a group of top figures. The Saint of the Purple Mansion glanced at the many references below, then couldn't help but close her eyes and took a deep breath. Taiyin True Scripture, Sun True Scripture, Heaven Swallowing Demon Skill, Immortal Heaven Skill, Kuanping Treasure Technique, one of the 10 fierce treasure techniques of the immortal ancient period. Any scripture placed in their eyes is the most supreme and powerful scripture under the sky, and as a result, the other party casually used it for reference and listed it below. Moreover, the paragraphs in the reference part indicate the source, which paragraph and section of the Sun True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra, which section and section of the Kuanping Treasure Technique came from the Heaven Swallowing
swallowing demon skill.
And the names of the people who created this spell below are also recorded in detail and clearly.
Wang Mingyuan, Gai Joyo, Wei Yi, Dongfeng Tai.
Most people have never heard of the Saint of the Purple Mansion, but she can also see the power of this part of the scriptures.
And beside her, after Jizue looked at it for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, Wei Yi? Is he one of the three masters of Tianqian back then? Is he still alive?
Yan Ruyu and the Saint of the Purple Mansion both looked at him, and they were not very familiar with this name. After all, she came from a great holy place and received a good education since she was a child, and after thinking for a while, she said in
surprise, is it the holy place that was going to ascend to the teachings and enter the desolate forbidden land together 6,000 years ago? But didn't the Tianqian Holy Land die long ago in that change? They all died in the ancient forbidden land, no one was alive, and anyone survived that special tragedy? Wei Yi? I seem to have a little impression of this name. The elders in the division told me that it was one of the peerless Tianjia 6,000 years ago. He is still alive to this day? 6,000 years of immortality, isn't that the same as that god king?
Yan Ruyu is the least cultured of the three. Although he is known as a descendant of the great emperor, he is not a direct descendant of the Qing emperor, and he does not know how many generations have been passed down.
The bloodline has to be purified a little bit.
And the ghost knows how many things and inheritances she has lost in such a long time and years.
Anyway, as far as Wang Mingyuan knows, the one who can stand up to the tank in the current demon emperor's lineage is the 19th grandson of the demon emperor who took him away and then killed him. And that one is just the power of the Sendai realm. For the realm above Sendai, that one didn't know much, and he didn't know very clearly. As for the secrets of the cultivation world that have been passed down for 6 or 7,000 years, they are obviously descendants of the great emperor, and they can be regarded as the inheritors of the great emperor's family. He also has the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, but he knows very little about these. She was not even as good as the Saint of the Purple Mansion and Ji Ziyue, so she could only be silent on the side, listening carefully to the information revealed in their chat. If he hadn't sealed himself in these 6,000 years, then his cultivation would probably not only reach the level of the God King, but even more exaggerated. Ji Ziyue felt that because the inscription of the Void Emperor had revealed too much. At this time, he did not hide his origin too much, and even took the initiative to tell some experiences to lead this group of people. At least it is necessary to have a good enough character in the neutrality of this group of people, so that any needs in the future can be more easily met. Yan Ruyu, who seemed to be a little puzzled, looked sideways at her, and explained softly, as far as I know, after the destruction of the Tianqian Holy Land, many powerful holy places and families divided the many treasures they left behind. Many buildings and special materials and treasures on the mountain gate were moved by them, but their mountain gate has never been occupied, and it is a very special place in the entire eastern wilderness. It is a holy place where the essence of heaven and earth gather, and it is special by many holy places and the inheritance mountain gates of families. It can be regarded as the top blessed land. The holy land and the family will not be gentle in the face of such fragrant food.
They can't wait to swallow it all in one bite. The reason why it was not swallowed was because there were people crying there every 1,000 years at the mountain gate of the Tianqian Holy Land, and the sound of crying shook the earth, and the entire mountain range would tremble in that cry. Even the sad voice made the heavens and the earth grieve together, and everyone who stayed in that area would cry and wail. When this incident first appeared, it had already made many holy places and families uneasy, and such a cry lasted for 6,000 years. Not long ago, someone cried there again, and they also mourned there. These words made Yan Ruyu and the holy goddess of the Purple Mansion look solemn. Even if they lack common sense of practice, they have a certain understanding of a character who has lived for 6,000 years and has such expressiveness.
That is definitely the strongest person in the world. Stronger than anyone they have received right now. He is Wei Yi? Yan Ruyu asked curiously.
The Saint of the Purple Mansion also felt that this was probably Wei Yi, one of the three masters of Tianqian back then. At the same time, he was also amazed in his heart, worthy of being a person who dared to march into the ancient forbidden land and teach to become an immortal. Unexpectedly, after Ji Ziyue heard this, she shook her head. There are a lot of speculations, all thinking it's him, but it shouldn't be. The crying figure, someone has seen him, and you may have heard of him. He was called an old madman, walking madly in the eastern wilderness. Even if the peerless power wanted to catch up with him, he couldn't catch up. He seems to be one of the three masters of Tianqian back then, but no one knows the more specific name, and the more widely circulated nickname is the old madman.
As for Wei Yi,
speaking of this, Ji Ziyue paused, thinking of the classics she saw from the family. He is the youngest of the three masters of Tianqian, also known as the most talented one, and people have been paying attention to him for 6,000 years.
The place where he stayed was not a secret. He stayed in the holy city of the eastern wilderness and the northern region, and stayed in the stone workshop left by the Tianqian Holy Land.
Every year someone secretly observed him for 6,000 years, and he stayed there. The Holy Land watched him grow old little by little, hoping that he would die sooner, so that they could naturally occupy all the inheritance of the Tianqian Holy Land. But 6,000 years have passed, and even the younger characters youngtimers have become old-timers, and then the old-timers have been buried, but Wei Yi has always been alive. Although he is old, it seems that he will die at any time, but he has always lived in the stone workshop of the Tianqian Holy Land, and he has always been there. When GZUS said this, she deliberately lengthened her tone, as if she was talking about a horror movie, but her language is cheerful and lively, and it doesn't feel scary. On the contrary, it made the few people present feel sad. The Saint of the Purple Mansion felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but think of the holy place where she was, and then put herself in it, and suddenly felt sad. Now she is also known as the most talented one in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Even the contemporary Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land was no match for her. She thought that if the Purple Mansion Holy Land was suddenly destroyed, she would be the only one between heaven and earth. Then she stayed in the old place of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, year after year, and just grew old. She was the only one between heaven and earth, and she was the only one who remembered the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion. Only she was guarding the homeland of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and then there was an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Well, as for Yen Ruyu, she is the one who can empathize the most, because now she is the strongest person in the Qing Emperor's lineage, and she is also the most talented. I didn't expect such a predecessor to be active, and even created such a special scripture. Several people sighed, but Jizue was not entangled in this aspect. At most she sighed Wei Yi's nostalgia for the Holy Land, which made her feel admirable. As for making her empathize, it was difficult. Because there are extreme Tao Emperor soldiers in the desolate ancient family, they will not be destroyed for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, and they can be passed down forever. They are difficult to destroy in the fluctuations of heaven and earth. Jizue looked at the line of signatures. Her brows were actually furrowed tightly. She recognized two of them, but the other two she had basically never heard of and didn't have much impression. For her, this is also a lot of torture. She has no impression of a character like Dongfang Tai, but being able to stand side by side with Wei Yi is definitely the strongest person in the world. Senior Wei Yi is so good, he is already one of the strongest people in the world. Who are the other characters who can stand side by side with him? Sure enough, the Saintess of the Purple Mansion asked curiously at this time, and Jizue hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. Listening to the side, one of the three people who arrived here before the three of them spoke. Listening to the voice, she was also a girl. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, about the same age as Jizue. You don't know Gai Joyo, and you say that you are a descendant of the great emperor. You are really ignorant. Jizue's eyes shrouded in fog narrowed slightly, but she didn't say much. She heard the pride in the girl's mouth, and even with a sense of pride. Therefore, a certain judgment was made, and this person should have a certain relationship with Gai Joyo. 8,000 years ago, Gai Joyo was already invincible in the world, and he had to preach under the suppression of the Qing emperors. Heaven and Earth Avenue, but unfortunately he failed to break through the blockade of that Heaven and Earth Avenue in the end. The girl said that the first part of the words was full of pride and pride, but when it came to the back, it was a little bit gritted teeth. Even staring at the inscription of the life of the Qing emperor recorded on the side of Bai Yujing, it seemed that fire was about to spew out in his eyes, as if he was going to pull the Qing emperor out of it and beat him hard. This time, no matter how dull the three new arrivals are, they probably understand that the relationship between this one and Gai Joyo is very special and should be very close figures. Are you? I am a disciple of Gai Joyo. Xia Joyo proudly straightened his chest. Yen Ruyu, Jizue, and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion looked at each other. Although they couldn't see each other's expressions in the fog, they could both feel each other's prudence. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion was the first to ask, and she seemed to be curious, praising first and then asking. Senior Gai Joyo is so profound. I don't know what kind of character can be written on this inscription alongside Senior Gai Joyo. Jizue secretly liked. This is also what she wanted to ask. Obviously, the family judged that in this era, with the appearance of his brother Shen Huangti, a atavistic bloodline, the family would usher in glory. Once the God King body is completed, the Huangguji family will once again rule the eastern wilderness and dominate this land. For this reason, the family asked the God King Ti to begin to hone their bodies very early and ask the Sword World. Now her brother really has the invincible style of the younger generation in the east, and he is almost never lost in competing with others all the way. Even Yen Ruyu, who was known as the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, was defeated by her brother. But now, why is this world different from the world she knows? Just a few names on this inscription make people sigh and even feel desperate. Even the invincible God King reappeared between heaven and earth 4,000 years ago, and it seemed to be inferior to the characters on this inscription. How does this make her brother fight? Hit with your head? And these questions did not need to be answered by Wang Mingyuan himself, and the Holy Prince gave the answer. Dongfang Tai, I have some understanding. He is a figure in the immemorial period, known as a human demon. He practiced the Taiyin True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra together, but because of problems with the scriptures, he was a god during the day and a demon at night, and he once set off endless killings in the immemorial years. Finally, in ancient times, there was an extremely powerful royal family that used the extreme Tao imperial soldiers, and a person who was about to step into the quasi-emperor paid a huge price price to suppress and seal him in the divine source. The holy prince finished speaking. Yen Ruyu was still ignorant. Although she was a descendant of the great emperor, she was the most lacking inheritance among these people.
I have no idea what it was like in ancient times.
A holy place inherited by the holy maiden of the purple mansion was not very powerful, and she was also a little dazed, not knowing the immemorial creatures and the details of the immemorial period. Only Gzui understood a little, and explained in a low voice at this time. In the immemorial period, the immemorial creatures reigned over the world, and the emperors of the immemorial period were invincible in heaven and earth, and were not inferior to our human emperor. During that period, the entire land was dominated by primeval creatures, and the human race was only one of many races, and they needed to rely on primeval creatures to live.
The royal family in the immemorial race is very similar to the current desolate ancient family. It is a family that has produced an ancient emperor.
Usually there are endless strong people in his family, and there are also extreme imperial soldiers. Saying this, both of them had a certain understanding of the immemorial royal family, and then thought about the understatement of the human demon in the mouth of the holy prince, which set off boundless killing in the immemorial years.
I couldn't help but feel terrified.
That concept is equivalent to the appearance of an extremely terrifying immemorial creature in this era, killing a large number of people up and down. In the end, the peerless powerhouse among the human race dispatched the extreme imperial soldiers, and they paid a great price to suppress this terrifying demon. And such a strong person is not ordinary, he is an extremely powerful existence.
The prospective emperor mentioned by the holy prince is an understatement.
But in this era, perhaps the most powerful group of people in the family heritage should have reached the quasi-emperor realm. Such supreme heroes were injured, and even paid a great price. You can imagine how powerful the human demons are. Then I saw the reference scriptures introduced above this inscription, including the Taiyin True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra.
They immediately understood.
The scriptures that marked the parts of the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture were probably from the hand of that peerless powerhouse. Therefore, the more you look at this inscription, the more you look at it, the more awe-inspiring it becomes. 8,000 years ago, he was already invincible in the world, and he dared to challenge the Qing Emperor's Tao when the Qing Emperor's Tao had not yet dissipated, and the supreme man Jiegai Jodio who was almost preaching. In the immemorial years, when the primeval creatures were rampant in the world, they single-handedly crossed the world and killed all the immemorial creatures to the terrifying human demons. In contrast, the three masters of Tianqian 6,000 years ago, Wei Yi, who was known as immortal for 6,000 years, was much inferior,
suddenly became the weakest of this group.
Moreover, the words on the inscription also have a related order: Wang Mingyuan, Gai Jodio, Dongfang Tai, and Wei Yi.
The first three are already so strong, so what is the situation of the front one?
Although Jodio, Dongfang Tai, and Wei Yi are very secretive powerhouses, but from the exchange just now, they already knew the exercises that these three peerless figures were good at. Gai Jodio is the scripture he created himself, the Oriental Taiyi is the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture, and Wei Yi practices the practice method of the Tianqian Holy Land. In such a patchwork, the scriptures written on the inscription from the heaven-swallowing demon Gong and the immortal heavenly Gong may be from the hand of the person at the front of the inscription, and that character also left a mysterious reference scripture, claiming to be derived from the Kuanping treasure technique of the Xiangu period. Kuanping was no stranger to everyone present. It was a creature in myths and legends, known as a pure-blooded divine beast, and it was an impossible existence in the world. I don't know how many years it has disappeared in the world. As for the immortal ancient era, many of the characters present only have a hazy concept. Even if it was passed down from the oldest desolate ancient family, Gziyue hadn't heard much about these two words. The oldest history she learned was the mythical era, which was rumored to have a special time above the mythical era, called the Chaogu era. However, the corresponding history has long been unresearchable, and it is in the era of legends. It is rumored that in the chaotic ancient era, there are immortals between heaven and earth. The roads to immortality that remain now are known as the paths left by a true immortal in the chaotic ancient era to explore the left paths in the world. As for the era above the chaotic ancient era, they are not clear. And now, in this mysterious and unpredictable Lord of White Jade capital, Xiangu is clearly mentioned. It also mentioned the inheritance scriptures left by the pure-blooded divine beast suspected of being a true immortal. And no one knew Wang Mingyuan's origin, and several people present muttered to each other, still not knowing, but they were more in awe in their hearts. Although Gziyue had been with Wang Mingyuan for a while, and accompanied Wang Mingyuan and Jiang Taishu, the god king of Yifan, from the road of the ruthless people in the shaking light Holy Land, he got the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill in his hands.
But she wasn't very clear about Wang Mingyuan's name.
At first, when she saw the heaven-swallowing demon Gong and the immortal heaven skill, she also felt that the one might have contributed a little in the creation of this scripture. But when she learned about the cultivation and strength of Gai Jodio, Dongfang Tai, Wei Yi and others, she didn't think so. It is unrealistic for a person of her generation to participate in such a scripture creation.
Out of shock and awe, they looked at the second chapter of this great
great Tao volume.
Then, all three of them fell into a strange shock.
Because the second chapter is called the Divine Transfiguration Scriptures. After seeing it, they also understood why the Lord of Baiyujing said that this scripture was not perfect. In the future, after they practice this scripture, they will leave their own divine transformation diagrams.
This scripture has some similarities with the special method of yin and yang in front of it,
but it has detached from that method even too much.
From the perspective of ideas and creation methods, the two are in the same vein, but there are not too many traces of yin and yang mutual aid in the Divine Transformation Sutra.
Such a method can even make a powerful physique mature in advance and reach its peak early.
Combine different origins and let yourself grow in advance.
The spiritual mystery of the scriptures is beyond imagination, and all three of them are fascinated by it, and each has its own gains. There are a lot of emotions in my heart, and at the same time, there are endless shocks. It can be said that in this regard, it gave them three biggest shocks. The origins of the three are all very extraordinary, so at a glance you can see that this scripture is indeed very mysterious, not inferior to the great emperor's scripture. And if enough divine transformation pictures are engraved in it later, it is definitely a treasure more precious than the scriptures of the great emperor. The three of them carefully noted down, and there was not much rejection of the request of the Lord of Baiyujing. They were all shocked, and at the same time saw the inscription, and there were only 5 words above the creator at the back, the Lord of Baiyujing. They couldn't help but look up at the being sitting on the throne, shrouded in endless fog, and their hearts were shocked. After experiencing the initial shock, Yifan and the others have begun to skillfully carry out their respective operations.
So let's talk about the many things that have happened in the cultivation world recently. I have been sleeping for too long and want to know a thing or two.
The 3 new characters were silent and a little unsure of what to say.
Yifan and the others are familiar with the road.
Even with the Holy Prince, he fell into deep thought, feeling that Wang Mingyuan really looked like a peerless figure who had been sealed from ancient times to the present.
Yifan first began to speak.
I got the immortal treasure map, which records the location of the ancient stars of life between the universe galaxies, but I don't know when I can start crossing between the ancient stars of life.
I want to go to the Honghuang ancient star. Can the Lord of the White Jade capital give me some help? He is sincere and serious.
Coming to the Void God realm, Wang Mingyuan said that he could speak freely, and everything could be exchanged equally. At the same time, this question has long been known to Yifan. As soon as Yifan's question came out, the newcomers were shocked. They thought they were strong enough, after all, their identities and origins were very passable.
But after coming to Baiyujing, I always felt that they were dirt buns. The topics here are higher than the other. The emperor is the emperor at every turn, and the ancient emperor is the road to immortality at every turn.
Nowadays, any member of the team is exploring to cross between the galaxies of the universe. This gives them an alternative sense of excitement and a different kind of surprise. Therefore, they were very shocked, but they couldn't help but listen carefully to the side.
Wang Mingyuan glanced at Yifan and was very satisfied with Yifan's compliment.
In fact, crossing the galaxy and going to the Flood Ancient Star is also what he will do next. After all, he still lacks a real extreme imperial soldier. If he wants to rise quickly in the future, he has to find suitable materials to build, and there is one in the ancient star Kunlun. This aspect is not too difficult. He had several plans for a long time. Therefore, in the face of Yifan's question, he pondered for a moment and said, "There is a starry sky map to ensure that you will not get lost all the way in the universe. But the distance between the 2 living ancient stars was too far. If the cultivation strength was high enough, you can directly cross the starry sky of the universe and follow the coordinates all the way." This was said as if he hadn't said it. Gai Jiuyo and the others could do this, but he couldn't. He was only now in the realm of the dragon. Yifan stared at him with burning eyes, and continued to listen to the Lord of Baiyujing go down.
Sure enough, the main topic of Baiyujing took a direct turn.
But with your current strength, it is indeed impossible to cross between the cosmic galaxies. Even if you reach the realm of saints, you can only survive in the cosmic galaxies. It was still difficult to cross this distance with his own cultivation, and he had to rely on the field teleportation array.
But I'm afraid an ordinary field teleportation array won't work, right?
Yifan had long thought about this aspect of the problem. He was teleporting arrays through the field from the southern region to the northern region. But this is just the beginning of the shuttle in the interior of the planet. Even so, the energy required was massive, and the field teleportation array that crossed the galaxy was incredibly powerful.
With his current cultivation level, he couldn't do it.
Fortunately, the owner of Baiyujing does not sell Guanzi. Someone has already done it to shuttle between galaxies, and even in order to facilitate the communication of practitioners between many galaxies, someone has built a field teleportation array that covers the entire universe. There are convenient and fast ways to get from one life star to another. The Zhangzhou Qishir mansion has a 5-colored altar that can lead to the outside of the domain. But that path is the strongest trial road in history, and it is not correct for you.
But the other way is to try.
In the desolate Forbidden Land, there is a mutilated 5-color altar. If the 5-color altar is repaired, and at the same time with the power of the 5-color altar, it will be loaded into the coffin of the 9 dragons. dragons. After activating the 5-colored altar and marking the coordinates, you can follow this road to the flood-desolate ancient star. This is a path that has been opened up a long time ago, and it is not difficult.
How to fix it?
Not only Yifan was curious, but a group of people present were all curious. After all, they were all currently living on the Big Dipper.
For the characters from Another Life Ancient Star, they are also very curious about going to Another Life Ancient Star.
Also in Zhengzhou, there is an ancient tomb with the parts of the 5-colored altar that is the core of the ancient Forbidden Land, and you can get the complete parts by going there. Then stand in the desolate ancient Forbidden Land and activate the 5-color altar to cross the void. As soon as these words were spoken, 5 of the 6 people present retreated.
For them, it was too hard.
If you just collect the fragments of the 5-color altar, all 6 people present have this ability.
Oh no, someone can't do it.
If Gzue is willing to do it, tell this news to the Huangguji family, and you can contact the characters in the family to do it.
After all, her brother is a top sister control and will definitely agree.
And her identity and her brother's identity are important. The two of them said this idea and requirement together, and it could basically be implemented. After all, this involves a 5-color altar, and at the same time a royal burial ground. There was the tomb left by the Feathering Emperor, and even the Feathering Emperor buried himself in that piece of heaven and earth, trying to live out the second life.
Among the many great emperors and ancient emperors, this one is actually very amazing.
Transform yourself towards the Holy Spirit, and let yourself change little by little over the endless years.
Lifespan is extremely enhanced, and the second life is lived by this alternative method.
Although it took hundreds of thousands of years to complete this step, this was not a disadvantage for the Dark Supreme, but a good thing. After all, they lived to enter the immortal realm at the right time and in the right place. It is a beautiful thing to be able to smoothly drag on for more than 200,000 years to keep yourself at its peak.
It can be said that the Feathering Emperor is outstanding among the great emperors and ancient emperors.
If it weren't for the descendants of the Yuhua dynasty, they would have offended the ruthless emperor. He abruptly wanted to restore the so-called glory of the heavenly court, and then took the brother of the ruthless emperor to the blood sacrifice.
From this point on, the ruthless emperor was completely offended to death.
Although it was not done by the Feathering Emperor himself, the Feathering Emperor belonged to one of the branches after the collapse of the heavenly court. He had an inseparable connection with the heavenly court, and it was his descendants who personally did this thing, and the Feathering Emperor had an inseparable relationship with this. Therefore, the unlucky character of the Feathering Emperor lived out of his second life after more than 200,000 years, and was directly targeted by the ruthless emperor. He was trembling all his life, and there was no later time at all. Otherwise, with the talent of the Feathering Emperor, it is impossible to say that he can still take a few more steps on the road to immortality.
After all, the emperor who can live the second life by himself, not by the immortal medicine, is very strong.
The first recorded was the emperor of the mythological era, and the Feathering Emperor said that he lived out of the second life, but in fact it should be the third life. At his level, he should have also taken the immortal medicine. He lived one life, the immortal medicine for one life, and then transformed himself into the Holy Spirit, which was a new life.
It's not bad to say anything.
If Gzue understands the corresponding situation in detail, she can get help from the family. Even let the people in the family carry the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers over, and then snatch the fragments of the 5-colored altar. Being able to connect a living ancient star, the value of the 5-color group is very high, and this is true for any practitioner. Even if it takes a lot of energy to open the 5-color altar, for the great emperor's family, this effort is nothing. If Yin Ruyu wants to collect the 5-color altar, she also has a chance. Although she, a so-called descendant of the great emperor, has no face at all, compared with many ancient princes and emperors, it is simply embarrassing. But she still has the standard extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, and he also has a large number of supporters among the demon race, the Green Dragon King, the Peacock King, and the Red Dragon Daoist. In the current era, these characters can be regarded as the top in strength. It is the opportunity to participate in the cemetery left by the Feathering Emperor, and get the 5-colored altar fragments from it. The Holy Prince didn't need to say much, after getting the dark turmoil from Wang Mingyuan, which would break out in 200 years, and getting the support of the divine transformation scripture. Even the victory over the Buddha on Mount Meru could not sit still. He personally went down the mountain to kill the 2 immemorial ancestor kings and helped the Holy Prince become stronger in advance. Even the Holy Prince once quietly found Wang Mingyuan in private and took out a divine source to hand over to Wang Mingyuan. Do defeated the cultivation of the great sage of the Buddha at his peak, and was even about to get rid of the influence of his brother Do Zhanxing. He was already about to get rid of the imperial law of fighting over the emperor, and he was about to take that step.
Under such circumstances, he would not simply kill 2 ordinary immemorial ancestor kings when he went down the mountain to make a move.
Among the divine sources given to Wang Mingyuan, there were 2 ancestral kings among the immemorial races who had reached the realm of the same king.
This is the reward given by the one who gave it on purpose.
If the Holy Prince wants to go to other life ancient stars to take a look, to ask for a fight to defeat the the Buddha. The fighting victory over the Buddha will definitely carry the extreme Tao Emperor down the mountain and try to get it. And with his cultivation and strength, it was basically simple to take such a thing. After all, Do Chang defeated the Buddha, not only mastered the extreme imperial soldier left by his brother, but also mastered the Vajra left by Amitabha Buddha on Mount Meru. With two extreme Tao imperial soldiers in his hand, plus his cultivation at the peak of the great sage, he could walk sideways in the entire Beidou.
Well, as long as you don't touch Gai Joyo. Xia Joyo doesn't need to say more. Her master is Gai Joyo.
If Yifan wants to take it, as a member of Baiyujing now, it is okay to ask for someone. Yifan himself was able to borrow the extreme Tao imperial soldier from the demon clan, and at the same time, he had the identity of the holy son of Tianxian Holy Land.
If he speaks, Wei Yi will also make a move.
Now this group of characters of the older generation are all self-cultivating in the original work, and the murderous nature is not very large.
The one who killed a little more was the god king Jiang Taishu and Gai Joyo.
Even Gai Joyo, an invincible figure in the world, is quite restrained. In the face of the provocation of the immemorial race, it was only to destroy some marginal immemorial royal families, which was very inconsistent with his invincible identity. The main reason is that Gai Joyo, as a character of the older generation, still has a corresponding temper and does not want to come out to bully the juniors. After all, the most supreme figures in the world are all local chickens and dogs in his eyes. Of course, Wang Mingyuan had told Gai Joyo before that there was a dark supreme among the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness. It is impossible to say that this old man with little longevity will directly refine his essence and blood and then break into a forbidden area to find a former ancient emperor and great emperor to fight.
Then recreate the classic scene, an invitation to the Dark One, who can fight me?
And now that Wang Mingyuan has inserted it, this older generation of characters is not so harmonious.
Each one seemed to have a whip behind them.
They are all working hard to become stronger and strive to climb to a higher level. Among those present, the only one who learned the news and couldn't get the 5-colored altar fragments was the saintess of the Purple Mansion Holy Land.
Well, the inheritance gap, no need to say more.
If there are no extreme imperial soldiers to dig the tomb of the emperor, then there is no need to participate, and you won't feel the final round at all. Yifan listened with great interest, and this was the first time Wang Mingyuan clearly pointed out the way home to him.
After a few years away from home, he couldn't sit still and couldn't wait to go home. Where is the specific location? Can you tell us in detail?
I know the principle of equivalent exchange, and I am willing to exchange the fairy treasure map in my hand.
Yifan is very atmospheric.
When the Shenzhen map was in his hands, he found that Wang Mingyuan had looked at it several times. At this time, there is no hesitation in proposing an exchange. This was also discussed by him and Wang Mingyuan in advance, and there was also an equivalent exchange in Baiyujing. After all, Wang Mingyuan had told them before that the people he pulled were all people with high status. They want this group of people to grow up and advance, but giving them everything for free will not be cherished more.
It's better to have an equivalent exchange.
Anyway, this group of people has identities and backgrounds, and they are all big dog owners, and the families behind them will reimburse them.
Don't you need to communicate with me alone for such a message? Want to share with everyone? Wang Mingyuan looked around and looked at the 6 people below, and Yifan waved his hand atmospherically.
Anyway, this thing is not a one-time item. We members of Baiyujing got it. I will borrow it when the time comes. What are you afraid of? Yifan was very angry, and Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. When he saw the 3 new people who joined this place, they all became nervous and perked up their ears. The sutra in front of him is of course ingenious, and of course it shocks the world.
Releasing it will also shake the world.
But they were also very curious about the 5-colored altar that one side could connect to another living ancient star.
Gzue even had a reason to get the 5-color altar fragments at all costs.
Because it was recorded on the inscription just now that the body of the Void Emperor was rechanneled in the flood-desolate ancient star. She wanted to find her ancestors.
This reason is said, and no one in the family will object.
It's not a big secret. The fragments of the 5-color altar are in the tomb of the Zhengzhou Feathering Emperor. I can't remember exactly where it was. I only remember where the ancestral temple was in Zhengzhou.
You can recognize the situation when you get there.
Of course, there is no need to say anything when you get there, because it is already a ruin. It has been leveled by the ruthless emperor, and the ancestral dragon veins have been blown up.
Yifan solemnly clenched his fists and saluted. This is very useful news for him.
The other 5 people also perked up their ears one by one, very concerned about this.
Wang Mingyuan is very atmospheric, and he has recorded the approximate lives of many great emperors in it, even including the emperor. Regarding the record of the emperor, there is only one evaluation in the end, suspected of becoming an immortal. And the place of origin of the emperor is the ancient star of the flood, and he is invincible in the sky and on the ground on that ancient star. At the same time, the burial emperor star can give birth to the reincarnation seal in the shortest possible time. Such a special feature is also useful for them. Then how to use it?
Not only Yifan was tempted, Gzue was also very tempted at this time, and took the initiative to speak. She wanted to find her ancestors. ancestors. It is only one of the fragments of the five-color altar, and most of the five-color altars are in the ancient Forbidden Land.
If this fragment is found, how to unite the fragments? How to start in the ancient Forbidden Land?
Even if we can piece together a complete five-color altar, the five-color altar is in the Forbidden Land, we can't use it. As a core figure in the Great Emperor's family, Jizun knows all about the 7 forbidden areas of the Eastern Wilderness. She knew very well what terrifying existence existed in the Forbidden Area. Of course, he didn't know who was in the specific Forbidden Area. Even the contemporary emperor wants to understand it completely. After all, the restricted area is really too scary. Among the 6 people present who heard this question, 5 of them looked at Wang Mingyuan with great concern. Only Yifan had a strange face.
Sure enough, Yifan heard the last thing he wanted to hear the next moment.
For others, the desolate Forbidden Land is a forbidden area, but for the forbidden zone of the desolate Forbidden Land, going there is like going home. Others can't use it, but he goes over and activates the five-color altar, and no one will stop him from succeeding. Yen Ruyu and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion beside her had a terrifying feeling. For characters like them, they have partially learned the truth in the forbidden area.
Forbidden areas are synonymous with taboo for them.
After all, among the great emperors of modern times, the Void Emperor is too famous. Carrying the coffin into the Immortal Mountain, he was already ready to die before entering, and he didn't gnaw down the Immortal Mountain. The reputation of the 7 forbidden areas of the Eastern Wilderness has been heard by anyone who has inheritance.
Not to mention anything else, just now, Jizue gave them popular science.
6,000 years ago, there was an extremely powerful holy place, and even entered the ancient Forbidden Land with the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers. Then the whole church almost died. Therefore, the content of the 3 words forbidden area is actually no less than that of ancient princes and emperors. In the concept of Yen Ruyu and the Purple Mansion Saint, Yifan, a character called the Forbidden Area, is definitely extremely powerful, and the backstage is also powerful. Of course, having a strong bloodline is also powerful. Even the Holy Prince and Xia Joyo looked at Yifan with a surprised gaze, as if they knew Yifan on the first day. Yifan was quite speechless, but in order to maintain the majesty of the Lord of Baiyujing, he opened his mouth, but after all, he did not speak.
I'll give it a try.
Yifan nodded seriously, but after hearing this, Wang Mingyuan continued to add with a smile, the immortal treasure map is very precious, the value of our exchange is not equal, do you have any other needs? Yifan was at a loss.
Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, since you don't really want it, the road you want to take already has a direction.
But the corresponding scriptures are still lacking. Dragging his chin, Wang Mingyuan stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him.
Then in the surprised eyes of several people, the topography of the entire Zhangzhou was revealed. They seemed to be on an infinite height, overlooking this map.
And Wang Mingyuan thought for a while, and did not directly reach out to point out the location, but continued to ask Yifan, the place I am going to point out has a complete copy of the Great Emperor's scriptures, which is very suitable for your current state and in line with your path. Of course, if you want to take that scripture, you have to take it yourself.
Do you need to communicate with me alone? Or is this news still completely public?
The flawless Great Emperor scriptures? Of the 6 people present, 6 of them began to light up. Even if their identities and origins are extraordinary, each of them currently owns an imperial scripture. Well, the imperial scripture of the Saintess of the Purple Mansion comes from Baiyujing, but it also has no. But they are also very interested in a new imperial scripture. They all looked at Yifan almost at the same time, but soon they looked away again.
A complete imperial scripture is of infinite value.
With this complete imperial scripture alone, a desolate holy land and family can be created. That's the imperial scripture. They wanted such an incomparably precious thing, but they didn't have such a free prostitution.
Although I was eager, I restrained it. After thinking for a while, Yifan asked, is it difficult to get it? Are there many dangers?
His eyes rolled, and he actually had an idea in his heart at this time. Wang Mingyuan and Yifan have been together for a long time, and when they look at his actions, they understand that this person is already calculating something and should have an idea. Of course, there is a tomb of an ancient emperor, or even the tomb of 2 ancient emperors, which overlap each other. Well, if I remember correctly, that verse should be in the coffin of the emperor.
Wang Mingyuan was talking about the unlucky man of the emperor.
In his later years, the emperor didn't know what kind of wind he smoked, so he directly occupied the cemetery of the immortal emperor,
and throw out the skin of the immortal emperor buried in the coffin.
He lay in a coffin made of the trunk of the ancient tea tree of Wudao,
and he realized the new Tai Huang Sutra in it.
It is more perfect than his original Tai Huang Sutra. He carved this verse in a coffin. It can be said that as long as you enter the tomb of the emperor and have enough strength, you can get this flawless great emperor scripture. In the original work, Yifan also got the Tai Huang Sutra here.
Of course, due to the interference of many great emperor-level forces in it, especially the emperor who left behind the imperial dynasty almost went crazy.
He frantically chased and intercepted Yifan. Under such a threat, Yifan did not get the full version of the Tai Huang Sutra in the end, but only got the chapter of the Tai Huang Sutra that belonged to the the dragon chapter. It's very regrettable. However, what the emperor himself did was also very confusing.
The emperor and the ancient emperor did not meet.
Everyone is an invincible figure of their time, a representative of that era. In such a situation, they have a corresponding pride and dignity in each other's hearts. Even if they find the tombs left by the previous emperors or the great emperors, and find their coffins, they usually do not move.
They basically go back the same way and maintain a little respect.
After all, they will also die, and later ancient emperors and great emperors will appear.
The beginningless emperor once chose the 10,000 dragons' nest to be his cemetery.
But when he found that there was a coffin left by the ruthless emperor in the 10,000 dragons' nest, he naturally walked away and chose another place. The other great emperors and ancient emperors were basically the same, and the location was very good, but if someone was there, they would not grab it.
The emperor is different. Blatantly occupied the cemetery of the immortal emperor, and even threw the relics left by the immortal emperor out of the coffin.
And if you don't care about it, throw it aside. Then use the coffin prepared by others directly, well, how to say it, a little unparticular. Wang Mingyuan guessed to himself that a character like the emperor should not directly do such an excessive thing. Perhaps the emperor sensed the traces of the immortal emperor and discovered that the immortal emperor was using the essence and blood of the ancient emperors and emperors of the past dynasties to nirvana. Therefore, he was very disrespectful to the immortal emperor, just like the holy emperor in his later years.
It's just that the emperor is a little more dishy.
After occupying other people's coffins and throwing away other people's abandonments. After all, he was targeted by the immortal emperor, the old sixth, and retaliated. He was directly attacked and died, leaving only a puddle of blood.
At the same time, it also left an eternal mystery.
The imperial dynasty established by the emperor still does not know where the emperor was in his later years, and why he disappeared. Wang Mingyuan's mind was like a cloud floating in the sky, and after Yi Fan asked about the situation, he made up his mind directly.
He looked around, then arched his hands and said directly, "The scriptures are not disposable items anyway, everyone can read them, and everyone can understand them. Even you have opened so many scriptures of the great emperor and the ancient emperor to us, without any secrets, and I want to learn it. I just hope that under your witness, all of you will agree to one thing.
We have made sure that there is a complete scripture of the great emperor there, and we can explore it together. No matter how you say it, it is also the cemetery of the great emperor, and my personal strength is weak, and my strength is not enough. Everyone here has a very extraordinary background, and I hope you can work hard with me after getting the news. After getting the scriptures, just copy them for each other."
"I agree."
The holy prince was the first to agree. For him it was not a problem. Although they have been together here for a short time, he and Yi Fan are already friends, and Yi Fan is willing to share with him, and he is not stingy. After he agreed, the others thought for a moment and nodded repeatedly. No one refuses. After all, with a certain amount of effort, you can get a complete copy of the great emperor's scriptures.
This is a good thing for anyone.
Even the great emperor family is curious about the imperial scriptures owned by other great emperors, and they also want to refer to it.
I'm willing to put in all the effort I can in this process. The holy prince made a solemn promise.
And Yen Ruyu from the demon race rolled his eyes, and had a certain guess about the tomb of the great emperor that he was going to explore and the scriptures left in the tomb of the great emperor. In Zhongzhou, it was basically the great emperor of the human race, or an ancient emperor from an even older era. After all, she had never heard of any famous demon kings in the Zhongzhou area, and such scriptures did not have much effect on her. Although the human race and the demon race were both humanoid later, there was still a gap in practice. But looking at the others who were eager to try, Yen Ruyu was also good.
I'm also willing to put in all the effort I can.
The area of Bai Yujing is mysterious and unpredictable, and there is a mysterious and powerful ancestor of Bai Yujing. At the same time, the identities of Yi Fan and others are also extremely mysterious, and she is very curious about what kind of existence the forbidden area is. At the same time, since the identity and origin of the people here are very unusual, it is suspected that they have a relationship with the great emperor and the ancient emperor, and it is also a good thing to have a good relationship with this group of people.
Ji Ziyue didn't agree immediately, but looked at Yi Fan thoughtfully.
Because not long ago at Taixuanmen, she participated in a special event. Not only did he get the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill from it, but he also knew a lot of secrets.
One of the secrets is that the ancient holy body Yi Fan is actually a forbidden area of the ancient forbidden area.
Now she heard someone mention the forbidden area and the ancient forbidden area, and she immediately thought of something. I had doubts about the identity of the person in front of me shrouded in fog. At this time, Yi Fan seemed to feel the gaze and nodded at her. Ji Ziyue came back to her senses and said equally gently, "Me too, and I also hope to see you soon. I think it will be a very surprising thing." Yi Fan looked at the last purple mansion saint who had not yet agreed. He didn't know the specific identities of the three new characters, and the purple mansion saint looked at Yi Fan with awe and curiosity, and nodded seriously, "Me too." She was a little embarrassed while nodding, because she felt like she was a bastard.
It's like a husky mixed into a wolf pack.
The others were very confident in their promises. After After all, in the eyes of the Saintess of the Purple Mansion, this place was basically the descendants of the great emperor and the ancient emperor. It seems that she is a little more watery, relying entirely on her physique. Even as soon as she came here, she took advantage of the Lord of Baiyujing and got half a volume of the imperial scriptures. Now he wants to take advantage again, and he is suspected of getting a complete volume of the imperial scriptures. This made her feel a little embarrassed. But she was also curious about the meeting soon after. He was curious about what the other people he saw in the land of Baiyujing looked like. And Wang Mingyuan saw everyone nodding, and at the same time he smiled slightly. The incomparably accurate map in front of him suddenly shone, and the area where the Qishir mansion was located suddenly lit up. That cemetery was the cemetery of the emperor, and it was once the cemetery of the immortal emperor, but later the emperor occupied it. In his later years, he practiced in seclusion in the cemetery, and then had some insights to make his Taiyuan Sutra more perfect. He carved that part of the text on his coffin. If someone goes over to get it, they will naturally be able to get it. Wang Mingyuan was very peaceful, but the secret he told was earth-shattering, and all 6 people were moved.
Gzue explained intimately next to her. Is it the scripture that claims to be the number 1 attack? The imperial dynasty left by Emperor Tai of the Middle Zhou dynasty is still continuing.
Among them, the prince and the emperor are known as the first in the same realm of attack power, and they are unparalleled. He specializes in the imperial dragon energy, and the dragon volume is known as the first dragon. Sure enough, as soon as the statement of the first in the same realm was said, Yifan's eyes lit up. He liked this the most, and what he practiced in the Wheel Sea realm was known as the strongest scripture in the Wheel Sea realm, Tao Sutra, Wheel Sea Scroll. The realm of the Tao Palace, he practiced the strongest scripture known as the realm of the Tao Palace, Western Emperor Sutra, Tao Palace volume. In the realm of the Four Poles, he practiced the scripture Hangyu Sutra Cg volume, which is known as the strongest in the 4th level realm. Now he has reached the realm of dragons, although there are many imperial scriptures as references, but he still wanted to practice the strongest scriptures of the dragon realm. And at this time he also understood why Wang Mingyuan told him like this.
Wang Mingyuan said it completely in his heart.
The human body has 5 secret realms, the first 3 secret realms and the Sendai secret realm, and he has the scriptures suitable for practice. The first 3 secret realms he practiced were all known as the most secret and strongest scriptures, and in the Sendai secret realm, he already had the Taiyin true scripture and the Sun true scripture. In this way, he did lack the scriptures of the dragon transformation secret realm. To this day, he is still determined to return to his hometown, to the earth, to the ancient star of the flood. After all, it was his hometown, and at the same time, he didn't want to give up his practice. He already felt the difference in practice. Even if he returns to earth, he will not give up this path. Therefore, it seemed reasonable to him to take the corresponding scriptures and return to earth. At this moment, he stared carefully at the map in front of him. After looking at it for a while, he turned around and muttered to the holy prince in a low voice. Then Wang Mingyuan looked at Xia Zhouyo again and said with a smile, "You can go and tell your master that there are things he wants to see in the emperor's cemetery. The secret I mentioned earlier about the immortal emperor is in it." Xia Zhouyo nodded seriously, while the other 3 new people who joined Baiyujing were extremely curious. But the Saintess of the Purple Mansion came here to get too many benefits, so I'm sorry. After all, this is a great secret involved. The Saint of the Purple Mansion just quietly glanced at the most special and dazzling stone tablet not far away. That stele is the same as the stele of the Ruthless Emperor and the Beginningless Emperor, and it is the most special one among this group of great emperors and ancient emperors. But she came here to be shocked and didn't have time to look at it yet. At this look, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Not only him, but also Yen Ruyu and Gzue looked at this stone tablet and looked at the corresponding text introducing the life of the immortal emperor, and they all felt a feeling of numbness in their scalp and cold hands and feet. Born from the end of the age of mythology, he preached in the immemorial years, that is, in the early years of ancient times, opening up the realm of emperors.
Even the entire year is divided by him as a stage.
He was revered by the immemorial tribes, and was the god in the hearts of all races in the immemorial tribes, and his status was even higher than that of the contemporary emperors.
What's even more special and terrifying, this one has been walking on the road to immortality.
It swallows the essence and blood of the emperors, and constantly nirvana. And of course, the contemporary ancient emperors and emperors will not dedicate their essence and blood to the immortal emperor out of thin air.
There are many records of the immortal emperor's actions recorded on the stone tablet.
The Taiyin emperor conquered the road to immortality, but was almost successful, but suddenly encountered a sneak attack, leaving eternal regrets, suspected of being an immortal emperor's sneak attack. In his later years, he encountered a sneak attack and discovered the true face of the immortal emperor, so he swept away all the dojos of the immortal emperor. At the same time, it is suspected that in the case of heavy damage, he has to choose an almost impossible path to succeed and become a battle immortal for a lifetime. As a result, it ushered in a tragic defeat, leaving eternal regrets, and at the same time, it also changed the world greatly. In his later years, the emperor had an ominous accident and was directly killed killed by a sneak attack, which was the immortal emperor's shot. One of the 9 holy bodies, the holy body that died on the holy cliff, was ominous in his later years, and it was the immortal Taoist who believed in the immortal emperor. Finally, the beginningless emperor was born, and after preaching the Taoist title as emperor, he suppressed the immortal Taoists. In the previous generation, when the specific year and month were unknown, the road to immortality opened on the ancient star of Mars, which was also regarded as the ancient star of life. The emperors and emperors made a joint move, but in the end, the immortal emperor became the winner, and the emperors and emperors were swallowed by him. He swallowed a lot of essence and blood and was in the stage of nirvana. I don't know if I don't see it. I was shocked when I saw it, and even the other few people just hated the immortal emperor. But the rest of the holy princes who didn't know much about the specific shots were also very shocked. The holy prince clenched his fists on the spot, and his whole body was full of blood and blood. His chi and blood were also golden, and his whole body was covered with golden light, just like Sun Wukong who came out of the myth. When it comes to his father's death, he can't calm down at all. Is there any trace of him there? The holy prince looked up at the Lord of Baiyujing, and he saw the Lord of Baiyujing nodding. I'll go to my uncle, I'll let him go down the mountain. Jizue and the others listened inexplicably, but at the same time, they also took a deep look at Xia Joyo and the holy prince. They saw the last comment about the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor was evaluated by the Lord of the White Jade Capital as the person who went the farthest on the road to immortality between heaven and earth. There is no need for others to say this, they all felt this kind of shock. After all, there were millions of years from the ancient time to the desolate era, and from the desolate period to the post-desolate era, there are millions of years. In these long years in time, the immortal emperor was not sealed in the divine source like others. It is not like the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area, who cut himself off, so he sealed it in the immortal source. He lived like this and never sealed himself. They dare not imagine how terrible such a character is. But even with these premises, knowing that there may be traces left by the immortal emperor in that area. No, not possible, but definitely. After all, this is what the Lord of Baiyujing said. Although they came to Baiyujing not long after, they had truly believed that the Lord of Baiyujing was a mysterious and unpredictable big man, extremely terrifying. This one won't talk nonsense. The lives of so many great emperors and ancient emperors here, as well as the scriptures of great emperors and ancient emperors, are clear proof. The Lord of Baiyujing has this confidence. Then why should that ordinary girl who looks not too old, and next to that girl, she looks more like a monkey than a human, dare to let their masters and uncles explore on the premise of knowing all this? Ji Ziyue turned her thoughts in her heart and compared them carefully. There is a certain speculation about the identity of the creature that looks more like a monkey than a human. Maybe the other party is not a human, but really a monkey, an ancient creature. Not long ago, there was an incident in the holy city. Someone solved an immemorial creature in the stone, and it was a royal family among the primeval creatures. It was a golden monkey. At that time, an old man who had lived for thousands of years recognized the identity of the monkey, which was the most powerful race fighting the holy ape in ancient times. At that time, there were a lot of top powerhouses who wanted to capture that monkey, but in the end, the fighting holy ape disappeared strangely. The ancient Ji family had a certain understanding of what happened in the entire eastern wilderness, and Ji Ziyue had also heard of such a situation. And I have also heard the elders of the family speak in the family. The clan elder stopped Ji Haogue, who was eager to try and wanted to fight the fighting holy ape, which was known as one of the strongest races in ancient times, and told a past event from 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, a monkey was also dug up in the eastern wilderness, which was also a fighting holy ape. But it's not like this monkey in its infancy, and the monkey in its prime. It was truly an invincible existence in the world, and he was already a great sage at that time. There are not many records of its shots, but it shook the entire Beidou. In the end, the monkey walked into Mount Meru, the holy place of Western Desert Buddhism, alone, and entered there. Therefore, the person who really knows the situation of the fighting holy ape does not dare to provoke the little monkey who is still in his infancy. The more powerful the character, the more in awe of the fighting holy ape, because they were really beaten by monkeys back then. The younger brother of the fighting holy emperor, the great sage cultivation, and holding 2 extreme Dao imperial soldiers, is indeed qualified to explore that area. On the high platform, the understated words of the Lord of Baiyujing made Ji Ziyue shake, but she was even more curious about the mysterious girl's master. But the Lord of Baiyujing didn't say much on this topic at all. But even if she didn't describe it much, she also had guesses about the strength of that one. The figure of the great sage peak holding 2 extreme imperial soldiers is qualified to participate in this matter, and the other person didn't mention it, which means that the other party has the strength to enter it, and it will not have any impact. Then this character who has not been said is probably even more powerful and terrifying than the younger brother of this fighting holy emperor, and not a little bit stronger. This is unsettling to think about, but there is a different kind of stimulation to them. Such powerful characters are all related to Baiyujing, so doesn't this mean that it also has something to do with me? After all, I am also a person from Baiyujing now? Thinking about it, I suddenly felt
happy. And above Bai Yujing, Wang Mingyuan watched many characters communicate and smiled slightly. Everyone, Bai Yujing has no other rules, only a few simple ones, and all items can be exchanged for equal value. The other is the existence of Bai Yujing, and it is not allowed to inform others at will. In the face of many expectant eyes, Wang Mingyuan didn't care much. After all, with Bai Yujing's strength now, there is no way to wipe out all the forbidden areas, and it has not yet reached the level of true invincibility in heaven and earth. Some things also need to be kept confidential. The 6 characters all nodded separately, and Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly, and the relevant contracts in the spiritual world emerged, and they each left their names. Such a contract is not too powerful, but if they break the relevant promises, it will be impossible to enter Bai Yujing later. Wang Mingyuan didn't mind spreading the word about Bai Yujing, but as he said now, his strength is not yet invincible in the world. If Bai Yujing's existence spreads, there is no doubt that Bai Yujing is the most attractive to the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area. Bai Yujing's purpose is to become an immortal, and the purpose of the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area is also to become an immortal. And the secret of becoming an immortal recorded by Bai Yujing was more known than the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area. Ji Ziyue also wanted to feel the magic of Bai Yujing further, but when she came back to her senses again, when she opened her eyes, she was already in the secret room of the family's retreat. She quietly ran out of a small door in the secret room and found that she was indeed at the Ji family. Even if you feel it carefully, you can feel the majesty of the extreme imperial soldier void mirror hidden in the deepest part of the family. This gave her a deeper understanding of the strength of the Lord of Bai Yujing. Even the extreme Dao imperial soldiers can't interfere with him. How powerful is the Lord of Bai Yujing? Ji Ziyue felt that this was really almost an immortal, but at the same time, she had another doubt, which involuntarily came to her mind. In this case, who can affect Bai Yujing, and who can affect the Lord of Bai Yujing? The Lord of Bai Yujing said that he was not good at his own strength, but Ji Ziyue listened to this kind of thing casually. She didn't believe it. She couldn't help but think of the lives of many great emperors she saw in the temple. Among them, the most special and distinctive are the ruthless emperor, the beginningless emperor, and an immortal emperor. He is really like his name, living for a long time and still not dying. But the means by which he survived were terrifying and terrifying. Sneak attack the emperor in his later years, sneak attack the ancient emperor in his later years, and then survive step by step with the help of the essence and blood of the emperor and the ancient emperor. This style of behavior, such a method is full of demonic nature, and it is similar to the Dark Supreme. Perhaps this one is the most terrifying enemy. Of course, among the 7 forbidden areas of the Eastern Wilderness, the Dark Supreme within the 7 forbidden areas is also a powerful enemy. After all, no matter how you say it, they were once the best in the world. Even if he cut himself, he was still an invincible existence in the entire universe, and only the ancient emperors could match them. The thoughts in Ji Ziyue's heart flew randomly and kept floating. She couldn't help but think of the cemetery left by the Feathering Emperor in Zhengzhou and the tomb left by the Immortal Emperor. The Feathering Emperor's side is not so urgent. After all, we are not very good at using the 5-color altar. Thinking of this, Ji Ziyue couldn't help but grit her teeth. She thought that the existence known as the Forbidden Area was likely to be Yifan. Of course, on Bai Yujing, she didn't want to expose Yifan's identity, so she didn't say anything. But if you want to go to Zhengzhou in the future, you want to go to the vicinity of the Qishir mansion to get the Taihuang Sutra. She felt that she would know if it was right when she got to the scene. But this part is not the most critical. The most important thing is the divine transformation scripture. Ji Ziyue thought about it carefully. She originally wanted to share this part of the scriptures with her brother, but at this moment she was uneasy and did not dare to do it directly. The Lord of Bai Yujing is mysterious and powerful. Since she had kept the promise of the Lord of Bai Yujing and was not allowed to exchange the information about Bai Yujing's existence at will, then she would not dare to do anything. So she hesitated for a moment, and she silently recited Bai Yujing in her heart. Sure enough, she felt that her spirit was hazy and continued to rise, reaching an infinite height. The inscrutable Lord of Bai Yujing still sits on his throne. Everything is peaceful, everything is natural. Ji Ziyue told the Lord of Bai Yujing about her doubts. Then he heard the Lord of Bai Yujing laugh. This matter is not a big problem. I still follow the principle of equivalent exchange. This section of the text is an introductory chapter for members of the White Jade Land. If you want to practice this scripture, you only need to promise to leave the divine transformation diagram after the practice reaches its peak. But if it is passed on to someone outside of Bai Yujing, it needs to follow an equivalent exchange. At the same time, after his cultivation reaches Deshang, he still has to abide by the relevant regulations and hand over the divine transformation diagram after Deshang. Ji Ziyue nodded. Then is it okay for me to exchange with the Void Sutra? Is the value of the Void Sutra sufficient? Ji Ziyue had deliberately looked at it before, and there were no scriptures left by the Void Emperor under the life related to the Void Emperor. In other words, the Lord of Bai Yujing has not yet collected the relevant scriptures. Originally, the scriptures passed down in the family would never be exchanged at will, but Ji Ziyue exchanged with
with the Lord of Bai Yujing at this moment, and was even very apprehensive. She was afraid that Bai Yujing's Lord would not look down on him, because for other holy places, the great emperor's scriptures can be passed down to the world and can forge an invincible holy place and family. But for the Lord of Bai Yujing, this is an ordinary thing. He has too many scriptures here, and even has a method of becoming an immortal inherited from the ancient era of immortals. Although the Lord of Bai Yujing did not say it, everyone saw the 4 words Kunping Bao Shu, and some of the mysteries about the transformation of yin and yang. Everyone was very shocked. Okay. When she was uneasy, she finally heard that voice, although it is just a simple word. But her heart couldn't help but shake. And then comes joy. After thanking the Lord of Bai Yujing again, she felt that she waved her hand with the Lord of Bai Yujing. Her spirit fell from the boundless heights and returned to her body. She has the right to pass on the transfiguration to others, but only to one. Ji Ziyue didn't feel unfair. This exchange was enough. In the Divine Transformation Sutra, there is not only the mystery of the immortal heavenly power of swallowing the heavens, but also the truth of the transformation of yin and yang, which involves the method of becoming an immortal. It can be described as one of the most powerful methods in heaven and earth. The promise of the Lord of White Jade Capital is that she can pass it on to outsiders, but only one. But if it is her own descendants, it can be passed on. Ji Ziyue didn't think so much for the time being, she just wanted to give her brother a chance. She had seen the so-called dark turmoil from the family before, and she just felt that it was a record in the family classics, and it was still far from her. Even in danger, she has his brother and her family to protect her. But when she boarded Bai Yujing, she felt the bearing of the Lord of Bai Yujing, and after feeling the uniqueness of others, she had a strong sense of crisis in her heart. It's really dangerous. Her brother is a divine body, very good in this generation, and she has always felt the same way before. But compared with the many heroes above Bai Yujing, it seems that there is still something lacking. Because the characters above Bai Yujing include both Jin Suzi, the descendants of the great emperor, and the direct bloodline of the holy emperor. Compared with them, Ji Haoyue, the descendants of many generations of the great emperor family, are much worse, and their bloodline, potential, and talent are worse. By all accounts, this is true. It's scary. A divine skill? When Ji Ziyue quietly followed the back road she had left a long time ago, slipped out of her retreat room, and found her brother, Ji Haoyue looked helpless. If you don't want to retreat, just say it, and the family won't force you. The reason why I force you is because I hope that your cultivation can be better, and it is also for your safety. As for the Divine Power Treasure Book, forget it. Ji Haoyue didn't say much, but the meaning had been fully revealed. As a family of great emperors, they did not have any scriptures. Any scripture can be called a treasure book of divine power in the outside world. However, when Ji Ziyue asked him to make a vow not to pass on the scriptures casually, if it was really achieved, he would leave the relevant divine transformation map. Ji Haoyue still reluctantly complied. Okay, enough fooling around now. Okay, go back and continue the retreat. Then take a look at this scripture, and remember not to spread it at will. Okay. Ji Haoyue was like a child. He just glanced at it casually, ready to finish this play, and then this I couldn't be separated. As a descendant of the great emperor's family, Ji Haoyue's vision is still online. After all, he and Ji Ziyue practiced the void scriptures passed down from the family, and they were the most direct descendants of the Ji family, and they were the direct lineage. Therefore, after reading the opening chapter for a while, he felt the extraordinariness of this passage, and then the more he read it, the more fascinated he became. The more he looked at it, the more attention it attracted, and the truth of yin and yang conversion made him understand it all the time. I feel like I can see the endless years. This scripture is really profound and mysterious, with subtle words and great righteousness. It is just a simple part of the text that in his opinion is not inferior to the scriptures of the great emperor. Among them, the most complex yin-yang transformation, the means of transforming the origin of others and refining the essence of heaven and earth as one's own origin, made him even more amazing. Which great emperor did this scripture leave behind? Is it a scripture left by the ruthless emperor when he lived out the second or even third life? There are many places about the change of the origin, and Ji Haoyue is not an uninformed person. No matter how much he said that he was also a direct descendant of the great emperor's family, he still knew a lot about the secrets of this party. Therefore, after asking carefully, Ji Ziyue just shook her head. With a smile on his face, he said with a serious face, "Brother, I'm afraid the problems behind will be big and dangerous. According to what I have received, the dark turmoil will break out in 200 years, and that will be the most terrible time ever. If you can, you need to grow as high as possible in these 200 years. I have assured the owner of this passage that it will not be passed on at will. I also paid a great price for passing it on to you. You can practice, but you must not spread it to others at will. As for allowing you to grow up quickly and become the top figure among the younger generation." Ji Ziyue thought for a moment. The three characters who had already arrived in Bai Yujing. The three characters were not very surprised when they heard the Transfiguration Sutra, and even when they watched, they did not pay much attention. This suggests that the three characters should have received this introductory scripture long ago and had all begun to practice. It is very likely likely that they have gone far in this regard. Thinking that there were direct descendants of the fighting Holy Emperor, there was a suspected Baidu first physique of the desolate, ancient holy body, and there was a supreme layer whose master seemed to be alive and had reached the level of the quasi-emperor. Gzue felt the pressure like a mountain. The family believes that if her brother continues to improve and has the qualifications of a great emperor, he may be able to lead the family to glory after the future great success. But now it seems that her brother just has this potential. But among Bai Yujing, each of the other few has this strength.
Compared with them, Ji Haoyue is still much worse.
From what I know, brother, your cultivation may not have reached much advantage among the younger generation, and you may even be far behind. Gzue did not disclose the specific situation of Bai Yujing, and after thinking for a long time, she organized some language and said, "When I went out, I met the ancient emperor's parent and son, and he learned from him that there may be many ancient emperor's sons or direct descendants of the emperor in the future.
Their cultivation is terrifying."
Gzue thought for a while. The cultivation and strength of the people she felt in Bai Yujing were basically above the realm of transformation dragons, and they were still rising, especially after practicing the divine transformation scripture. Even if they could feel that they should rush into the Sendai realm in a very short period of time, she felt the mystery of the divine transformation scripture. If she could have a suitable origin, a strong enough source to fill her body, she could also soar into the sky in a short period of time. And from Bai Yujing's situation, none of them lacked a strong origin. The great emperor's family is not as good as others, which makes people feel a bit funny and ridiculous. If others said this to Ji Haoyue would not be too nervous. But when his sister said this to him herself, he immediately became nervous. Soon found the old man of the Zhu clan and made his request. "I learned the corresponding information from secret channels that the road to immortality should be opened in 200 years. At that time, the most terrible dark turmoil broke out. I need to rise from heaven in the shortest possible time, and I have a very mysterious scripture here. It combines the mysteries of some of the scriptures of the ruthless emperor, so I need two powerful sources that are opposed to each other and can form a balance with each other. The stronger the better. This may have allowed me to rise from heaven in the shortest possible time, and my sister also got the scriptures in this regard. If she could, she would get a copy too. This matter is not complicated, nor too troublesome, and can be easily solved. Both of them have a high status in the family." When this statement was put forward, there was still a little dispute at first, and the family was only willing to provide Ji Haoyue with a large part of the origin. Moreover, the origin aspect has also been discounted, not reaching the level of a saint, probably the origin left by the existence of the second level of immortals to the level of immortal 3 slashing paths. After all, now that the whole world is withering, it is necessary to pay a great price to get the origin of a sufficiently high-level person, and the same is true for the great emperor's family. However, when Gzue said that he knew about the tomb of a great emperor, and knew that there was a complete scripture of the great emperor in the tomb of the great emperor, the family completely agreed to provide them with most of the resources. Gzue didn't think there was much of a problem, but Ji Haoyue was surprised. He is the top sister control and has always protected her sister. "I didn't expect that one day I would be so protected by his sister." This made him think about it and had quite a lot of doubts. "There is a feeling of discomfort. There is always a feeling that suddenly my sister has grown up." However, although it was a little strange, this top scripture did fascinate him, and with the help of the family, he was attacked by the origin of the two great achievement kings in a short period of time, and punched them into his body. The scriptures were still not leaked in their entirety, because he and his sister had already made great vows and would not say them randomly. However, after completing this part, the elder of the family had many close conversations with his sister. Ji Haoyue instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. Until he briefly fused the origin, he was complete in the four-pole realm, had reached the peak of the fourth-level realm, and was about to break through to the dragon realm. A person suddenly came in front of him. A person with an ordinary face and a medium height is not too tall. But when she saw this person, Ji Haoyue was shocked, because the portrait of this person is very similar to the portrait left by his ancestor Void Emperor that he saw in his family, almost exactly the same. You are?" Ji Haoyue's words were a little trembling. "Not sure." And the young man in front of him smiled at him. "I'm Himiko. Western Emperor Scripture, God Transformation Scripture. Just returned from Bai Yujing." The saint of the Purple Mansion felt the scriptures flowing in her heart, and felt the changes in her body little by little in the 3 secret realms she had practiced before. Then he couldn't help but let out a long breath. The inheritance of the Purple Mansion Holy Land is not bad in the entire heaven and earth, and it can be regarded as a great sage-level inheritance. But compared with the real inheritance-level inheritance, it is a little lacking. The scriptures she practiced were outstanding among the characters, but she couldn't help but sigh again when she thought of what she had seen and heard in Bai Yujing. The great emperor's scriptures were only the basis for getting started there, and in comparison, she was the worst of the 6. In her own holy place before, she was arrogant, because she is the most top figure in the younger generation. Even if she practiced the same scriptures, she could sweep away everyone in the younger generation. generation. Even the Purple Mansion Holy Son, who was known as the next generation of the Holy Lord of the Purple Mansion, could not raise his head in front of her and was far from her opponent. But when she boarded Bai Yujing, she felt a lot of pressure. The group of people in Bai Yujing are obviously the younger generation, but everyone's aura was extremely strong, especially the three people who entered Bai Yujing before them. Obviously, there are related states in appearance, as well as the voice of their speech. They are not very old, and they should be in the same generation as them. But their cultivation strength is very strong. Judging from the situation they sensed, they are already generally in the realm of transforming dragons, and they are climbing to a higher realm. As a proud representative of the younger generation, she did not encounter this terrible oppression in the process of communicating with other holy places in the past. She is just in the realm of the four poles now. Under such circumstances, she felt a lot of pressure. And just now, I only understood part of the Western Emperor Sutra and adjusted the corresponding state. She felt that she was more closely connected to heaven and earth, and the power of her life was stronger than before. This is only a relatively short time. If the time is a little longer, the improvement she can get will be greater, and her body and mana will be more powerful. While adjusting her state, she thought about the requirements related to the Divine Transfiguration Sutra in her heart, and then sighed inexplicably. Even if she is a saint in the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion, the saintess is only a saint after all, and she is not like a sect like Yaoqi, with the saintess as the facade. The Holy Son grew up strong enough to marry a saint, and then became the heirs of the next generation of the sect. The cycle goes back and forth without changing. Like Yaoqi, women are respected, women become the mother of the Western Empress Dowager, and lead the development of the next generation of the sect. After all, there are only a few. Therefore, she was personally stronger than the son of the sun in the sect, which put great pressure on the son of the sect. Now that the Western Emperor Sutra has been renovated, his life's strength and cultivation have reached a higher level. If he had to practice the Divine Transformation Sutra again, he didn't know what kind of strength would happen. The characters in the sect are not very likely to give her strong support in this regard. Moreover, now this era and years are relatively withered, allowing the characters in the sect to find her two extremely powerful origins, and it is difficult for her to form a balance between yin and yang. Therefore, although she had the top scriptures in the world, she was unable to practice for a while. After thinking about it, he sighed heavily in the sect. In addition to sighing, she didn't have a good solution. I don't know how they solved the related problems. The Purple Mansion Saint muttered to herself. As her cultivation and strength became stronger and stronger, her status in the sect gradually began to become embarrassing. I don't know if going to Zhongzhou will change anything. Everyone else could rely on their own forces to help, but the Purple Mansion Saint thought about it and thought of what the Lord of the White Jade Capital said involved the Tai Huang and the Immortal Emperor. If there were no extreme imperial soldiers, then participating in the past was pure to deliver food. Although she got such precious news for free, she had no intention of reporting it. After being in the cultivation world for such a long time, she also knew in her heart about the competition for the top treasures in the cultivation world. That is, the soldiers who arrive at the ground are often a doorplate, and they are often characters with extreme imperial soldiers, so that they can participate in the final division. If not, in the past, you could only get some leftovers, and you would encounter a very huge danger, and you would die directly if you were not careful. Now the tomb of the great emperor in Zhengzhou is almost clear. Among them is the most precious scripture of the great emperor in the world. With this alone, the power left by the emperor, the Daxia dynasty, would go crazy to compete. Not to mention that there are also immortal emperors who have survived since ancient times. If the immortal emperor leaves anything there, how far will the final Armageddon go? The saintess of the Purple Mansion didn't dare to think about it. Although the conversation in Bai Yujing was brief, it was only a few words, but after coming back, she also checked the relevant information. The descendant of that immemorial emperor, that golden monkey, is suspected to be really a fighting holy ape. And the uncle of the fighting holy ape is still alive, and he entered Mount Meru when he entered Mount Meru, shaking the entire Beidou. From the conversation of a few words, you can know that one will also go to the tomb of the great emperor. That one was not inferior to the peerless figure who opened the patriarch back then, and was even more powerful than the patriarch they had opened the school. He held two extreme imperial soldiers in his hand, and he could go deep into that area. The Purple Mansion Holy Land does not have this ability now, even if it invites all the foundations in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Participating in the final battle cannot be won. Therefore, after thinking about it, the saint of the Purple Mansion could only sigh heavily. The secret of the Qingjiao king, Yen Ruyu, suddenly opened her eyes. Ancestor. The ancestors are still alive. As long as they are descendants related to the Qing Emperor, they actually know it in their hearts. After all, the time when the Qing Emperor became enlightened was very close to now. The age he lived was too short, which made people's hearts full of doubts. Not only did the practitioners between the entire heaven and earth doubt the situation of the Qing Emperor, but even Yen Ruyu and the others were extremely suspicious. And the more people who know something about the Qing Emperor, the more suspicious they are. No matter how you say it, in terms of the origin of lifespan, it should not be inferior to the enlightenment of the holy body, or even inferior to the enlightenment of the innate holy body. After Yifan became emperor with the ancient holy body, he lived for 17 or 8,000 years in his first life, and there was no problem at all. And the Qing emperor should be like this, and there should be no problem at all if he lives for 17 or 8,000 years. Coupled with the immortal elixir, it is stable to live for 2 lifetimes and maintain its peak state for more than 30,000 years. In such a situation, in such a stage, the Qing emperor disappeared from heaven and earth in about 20,000 years, without a trace.
No one believed it.
Even if there is a conspiracy theory, this road to immortality, which is possible to open once in a million years, is likely to be completely tailor-made for the Qing emperor. It happened to be the beginning of this road during the period of the Qing emperor. And this road is open, and the requirements required to go directly to the destination are also very simple. The right time, the right place, the right person. The right time and the right place were all available to the Qing emperor, and even other ancient emperors and emperors knew about it. 200 years later is the right time, and the right place is the ancient forbidden area. As for the right person, it is even simpler. This is a hidden clause, which requires the contemporary emperor to be at the peak of qi and blood, and at the same time echoes the heaven and earth in all ways.
This clause seems to be tailor-made for the Qing emperor. As long as the Qing emperor lived normally, he could basically go directly to the road to immortality. Amazing, this road to immortality is a little harder. Because it was only halfway through, it was not completely opened. The latter section of the road needed the great emperor of contemporary peak and the great emperor who integrated the seal of the heart of heaven to pass all the way. This is not a big problem for the Qing emperor, who is almost the combat effectiveness of the heavenly emperor. It can be said that the bowl of rice of Cheng Xian has been fed to the mouth of the Qing emperor. He was born with this luck, this qualification, and this ability. Born to be an immortal elixir, it took root in the immortal pool and grew up in the immortal cauldron. In the era when it was most unlikely to become an emperor, he became an emperor step by step and wrote endless legends. The combat effectiveness is also invincible among the great emperors of the same realm. In terms of the combat effectiveness of the first life, the Qing emperor is likely to be stronger than the ruthless emperor, and it is more exaggerated than the ruthless emperor. And the beginningless emperor may be in the middle of the brotherhood. This is a person who can be compared with the beginningless emperor in terms of talent. As a result, his choice was simply devastating and speechless. Even the heavenly lord in ancient times, and even in the age of mythology, was able to calculate the right place, the right time. It is impossible for the Qing emperor, who is already so powerful, not to calculate, but he just doesn't try to enter this path to immortality. Wang Mingyuan felt that this may have been learned by the Qing emperor, and the previous few times the road to immortality was open may have learned that other great emperors and ancient emperors were attacked in their later years. I think the road to immortality is a trap, so I don't choose. He may have been misled by the immortal emperor, but it doesn't have to be. He had this strength, so there was no need to put himself in the barren tower, and there was no need to break down his physical body little by little. Just wait to see this specific situation. And this path to immortality is not easy to enter. Wait for hundreds or thousands of years, and then the road to immortality of the flying immortal star. That is just a hand, even mortals can easily pass by. Really, all the food was fed to his mouth, and he was the most correct person since ancient times. Wang Mingyuan seriously suspected that the Qing emperor had such good luck and became emperor in such a good time, all because he was the Qinglian immortal king in his previous life, so he had such luck. As a result, the food fed to his mouth was thrown away by the Qing emperor himself. Wang Mingyuan could only sigh. And Yen Ruyu also sighed at home, uncomfortable. The ancestors actually chose such a path. Why not wait 200 years? That's the right time and place. Yen Ruyu was really sighing. If the Qing emperor was still alive, then all the problems would not be a problem for her. Then she is the descendant of the great emperor's family, and she is a pivotal figure in the entire Beidou universe. As a result, now he was being hunted everywhere, and he still needed to hide in the home of a demon king with the power of the immortal second realm, and then practice hard in such an environment. Let your physique mature in advance, and let yourself continue to get closer to your ancestors. Yen Ruyu looked at the Divine Transformation Sutra in her hand. She had endless thoughts and endless desires in her heart, but in the end she sighed heavily. The 19th grandson of the demon emperor, who was the most powerful and likely to rise in their entire lineage. The person who reached the level of power had died quietly, leaving no trace. He was able to live well now, still with the help of the Red Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, and the Qingjiao King. According to the requirements of the Divine Transformation Sutra, with his current cultivation, if he wants to mature quickly, it is best to have a saint-level origin. Coupled with some top miracle medicines, it will grow very quickly. But these things can only be thought of. At present, the most powerful characters in the demon race are only characters from the immortal second realm, close to the level of the immortal 3/Dao. Under such circumstances, where to find the origin of the saint level for him, the power of the second immortal realm was a difficult threshold for her to cross. It's really uncomfortable to enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Yen Ruyu's heart turned endless thoughts, and she couldn't help but think of the Lord of
of Bai Yujing and the peculiar palace.
200 years later,
With a leisurely sigh, Yen Ruyu called the maid beside her and invited the Peacock King. I found a secret from the ancestral texts. There is a place where there is a tomb of a great emperor, and there is even a complete scripture of the great emperor left behind by the great emperor in his later years. I want to compete, but unfortunately my strength is humble and I can't get it, so I want to ask my seniors for help. Although Yen Ruyu couldn't get much help among the demon race, she also had her own ideas. She clearly knew her advantages. After all, she had an extreme imperial soldier in her hand. If you have the extreme Dao imperial soldier in your hand, it is equivalent to becoming a desolate ancient family, which can be passed down forever. If there are extreme Dao imperial soldiers in hand, although the battle between each other is extremely fierce, there will be a certain degree of restraint relatively speaking. After all, there are extreme imperial soldiers who are qualified to eat at the table.
And with these things in hand, if you can get something and get some benefits in the next competition.
Yen Ruyu thought that she could exchange with the Lord of Bai Yujing, and she herself could not get the top saint origin between the celestial bodies. Not to mention the origin of the saint. Now, it would be extremely difficult for her to find a Dao Slayer king, and she couldn't do it at all.
Even if you find it, you can't beat others.
But she has lived a difficult life since she was a child, so she knows how to take advantage of the situation.
If you can get enough benefits in this battle for the Emperor's tomb,
then can I use the benefits of this part to ask the Lord of Bai Yujing for help and let him find me the origin of the two saints? Although this request was very embarrassing, he directly exposed his buttocks.
Obviously a descendant of the Emperor, he wanted to ask for help in such a thing, showing his own vulnerability.
But for her, the problem is not very big. The most urgent thing at the moment is to improve her cultivation, and other things can be thrown aside.
The great Emperor's tomb? The great Emperor's scriptures? The Peacock King's eyes lit up directly.
In such an era, the demon race is extremely difficult. Obviously, the era closest to everyone was the era of the Qing Emperor, who overwhelmed the sky and the earth. The Qing Emperor can also be regarded as a demon race. But the Qing Emperor's race was different from theirs, and at the same time, the Qing Emperor was too sacred and too high to be far away from them. Obviously it was the closest to this era, but the Qing Emperor left almost nothing useful for the demon race. Recently, they have been able to recover some because of the opening of the tomb of the Qing Emperor, and many top good things have flowed out of the economic tomb.
But overall, the power of the demon clan is still very fragile.
Since ancient times, all races have shined between heaven and earth, and there are also demon races. But some races shine for an extra long time, and some races are shorter.
Since historical records, there have not been many top figures of the demon clan becoming emperors.
In ancient times, it was recorded that the demon emperor Shui Wuqing evolved step by step from an ordinary rabbit to a pure-blooded true dragon, and the other demon emperor closest to them now is the Qing emperor.
From this point of view, the demon race is really a bit bleak.
Since records, there have not been many real top demon emperors. Now that he heard that he could get a great emperor's scripture, the Peacock King was really moved. Not only did he move his mind, but other comrades such as King Qingjiao also had this mind.
How true is this matter?
He carefully questioned to determine the authenticity of the intelligence. 8 or 9 are inseparable from 10, it has been almost determined, but the risk is extremely high. Judging from the current situation, it should be that the tombs of the two great emperors coincided together, and one of them may also involve a supreme emperor from the immemorial period. Yen Ruyu did not say the specific source of her information, but she only said that it involved the Qing emperor, from the Qing emperor. Many demon clans believe it more and don't doubt much. After all, the Qing emperor was very close to their time, and they knew a lot about all this. They were willing to give it a try, and after thinking for a while, Yen Ruyu said with a little nervousness, "Judging from what I got, there is a lot of danger in this, because the person who left the scriptures is the emperor. The rest of the remaining Daxia dynasty still continues between heaven and earth, and if our action of obtaining the scriptures is too big and has too much impact, it will be known by others, and I am afraid that a huge conflict will break out. Everything can be risk-free, since you already know that there are so many treasures, it is worth trying." The Peacock King didn't care about this aspect of the problem. After all, he had lived for more than 2,000 years.
If you don't change normally, you won't have many years to live. Instead of that, it is better to try it. If you can get a copy of the great emperor scriptures, comparing it with the scriptures he himself practices now, he may be able to go to the next level on the original basis. If you move forward, you still have a chance to survive. If you stand still, it will be a dead end. In that case, why not try to move forward?
Then try.
Yen Ruyu nodded.
She packed her things, took the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, and set off with the Peacock King. Even several top demon kings who were close to her in the demon clan wanted to explore with her.
Normally, Yen Ruyu would not go out. After all, no matter how she said it, she could be regarded as a descendant of the Qing emperor, and now if she was alive, she would have great prestige and could command many demon races. But Yen Ruyu was very curious about the other characters in Bai Yujing, and wanted to go over and take a look and understand it. In Bai Yujing that day, a group of people didn't know much about the description, but they all had corresponding guesses and corresponding understandings in their hearts.
years. The most impressive thing is that there are many people in Baiyujing, especially the older group of people who joined Baiyujing. He was very rude to the immortal emperor who lived from ancient times to the present. There are even many characters who have bluntly expressed their disgust, and once the immortal emperor appears, they will all arrive at the scene. He even had to compete with the immortal emperor. Under such circumstances, Yen Ruyu wanted to take a look and understand it. She packed her things, carried the package on her back, and prepared to go to Zhongzhou for a gathering. And there are several others who do the same thing as her. The victory over Buddha on Mount Meru quietly listened to the relevant narration, and then closed his eyes slightly. He grabbed the cassock on his chest with his right hand and lifted the cassock open, revealing golden hair. After meditating for 2,000 years, I still can't get rid of that breath in my heart, so I still have to go down the mountain for a walk. My brother can die by himself, he can die of old age, he can realize that he has gone crazy and died, but he must not be framed and killed by someone with a conspiracy. Let's go down the mountain. I want to see what that ancient god who was revered by all races looks like. The extreme Tao Emperor soldier left by the Holy Emperor of Fighting was in his hands, but he didn't take the demon subduing pestle left by Amitabha Buddha beside him. It's just that when he was about to go down the mountain, the demon subduing pestle automatically vibrated and then flew up from Mount Meru and fell into his arms. Seeking immortality and asking for immortality, how can you live without me? The golden demon subduing pestle vibrated slightly, conveying the corresponding ideas very clearly, and defeating the Buddha. Looking back in a trance, I saw that the accumulated power of faith on Mount Meru for hundreds of millions of years had accumulated and condensed into a golden monk. The great monk seemed to smile at him slightly, and when he looked again, everything had returned to its original state. The endless power of faith flowed into Mount Meru, condensed for a moment, and then flowed back down the mountain. Has your cultivation made another breakthrough? In the Void God realm, Wang Mingyuan sat on Baiyujing's throne, looking at Gai Joyo, who was still in retreat trying to break through not far away. The qi and blood flowing on Gai Joyo's body became more and more vigorous, and his appearance became younger and younger. But Wang Mingyuan looked at such a scene, but he couldn't help but show a worried look. His understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique had reached an extremely advanced level, and no one in the world could compare to him. Therefore, he could see through the situation related to Gai Joyo at a glance. Now Gai Joyo's understanding of the true Phoenix treasure technique has also reached a very deep level. The state of his life is constantly elevated, returning to his youth. His qi and blood are constantly being refined in this process, constantly recovering to youth. But the scar on the deepest part of his body was also real and not fake. Under such circumstances, he did not try to use the true Phoenix treasure technique to live out the second life. The main reason is that the relevant steps are not perfect enough, and the time is too short. If he wants to live out of the second life with the true Phoenix treasure technique, he can't do it for the time being. The path he was going to take was probably similar to the path of the god King Jiang Taishu, cutting off all the past and cutting off all the origins in his body. Then live a second life in this desperate situation. Of course, this road cannot be said to be wrong. This road is very clear and clear. If you want to live out the second life, you need to be in an extremely difficult situation, like the god King Jiang Taishu has basically been on the verge of death for 4,000 years, and he can die at any time. And in recent years, Shouyuan has almost been consumed, although the realm is breaking through one after another, but the state is getting weaker and weaker every time, which is a fact. On the other hand, the god King Jiang Taishu in the original work was able to live out of the second life because he had just survived this most difficult environment, just came out, and was ready to welcome a better new life. As a result, his beloved Kaiyuan fairy 4,000 years ago died directly in front of him. The originally heroic god King Jiang Taishu suddenly turned gray overnight. There is no greater sorrow than death in the heart. Under such circumstances, the god King Jiang Taishu paid another body of god King essence and blood to help Yifan come out of the experience of death and help Yifan recover from the Tao injury in his body. The god King can be said to be dead in heart and body, and in a desperate situation, he has taken a new step. Although the experience of Gai Joyo and the god King Jiang Taishu is not similar, the whole process is still very similar. When I was a teenager, I reached the peak of my life in about 1,000 years. It is very similar to the experience of the god King Jiang Taishu in the first half of his life. The first half of his life was very early. The god King body was great, became the king of the way, and was invincible all over the Big Dipper. And Gai Joyo is an enlarged version of this aspect. Gai Joyo's life in the first half of his life or even the first 1,000 years is basically a cool text template. He is invincible in heaven and on earth, sweeping all opponents. Just like the ancient emperors and emperors recorded in historical classics, it took about 1,000 years to reach the peak of his life, to reach the ninth heaven, and even to the point of alternative enlightenment. Under normal circumstances, the ancient emperor and the great emperor directly defeated all their opponents at this stage and preached the title of emperor. Gai Joyo did all the previous parts, but did not do the last step, because in his period, the Qing emperor had just disappeared from heaven and earth. The Qing emperor's heaven and earth avenue is still in the entire heaven and earth. No one has ever preached again since ancient times when someone else
has already preached. Once the only possible chaos body, he was killed as soon as he entered the quasi-emperor realm.
It is famous for eternity, but it also leaves eternal regrets, so this curse has never been broken. Gai Joyo was already invincible in the world 8,000 years ago, and his invincibility in the world is truly invincible.
He could not find an opponent in the entire universe.
Unfortunately, after that peak period, he began to sink. Because he wanted to become emperor under the suppression of the Qing emperor, he was most seriously traumatized.
It was indeed an unbelievably heavy trauma.
Under the suppression of the Qing emperor's heaven and earth Dao suppression, he was injured by the Dao and directly fell into a state of serious injury and dying. And even the realm of the whole body is in that process, and it is inevitable to fall. The injury was too heavy for him to maintain that invincible state.
This is a huge tragedy.
This man has been plagued by this injury for 8,000 years, and it is a miracle that he can still survive such an injury, and it is a miracle that he is alive. But so far, it can be regarded as reaching a certain limit, so he needs to seek change. Learn from the God King Jiang Taishu and cut off everything he has in such a state. If successful, then he will usher in a new life in just a few years, and his achievements will be at their peak. That can be said to be a miracle in the world, a miracle of creation. In the entire original work, Wang Mingyuan remembers 3 characters who have done this step and are not the emperor. One is the God King Jiang Taishu, and the other is Guan Chang, who will be able to compete with Yi Fan on the ancient road of the human capital in the future, but was almost killed by Yi Fan with a direct shot. There is also a golden crow whose current cultivation status is similar to that of Gai Joyo, who has reached the quasi-emperor 9 heavens. He was in the future, when many of the strongest were competing with the flying immortal ancient star for the opportunity to become an immortal. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had a chance to care about him, he directly preached to the emperor and achieved the golden crow emperor. Although later under such circumstances, Yi Fan still preached to the emperor and suppressed him.
He became a joke in future history.
But this one can undoubtedly be called a top Tianjiao. No matter how you say, he is also a great emperor. No matter what, he also swept many heroes back then, and was invincible in the world in his era. Moreover, the lifespan of this great emperor is not short, and it is changed on the basis of the original, living for more than 10,000 years. He lived longer than the normal emperor.
If he was willing to take an immortal elixir, he could live longer. It's just that being in the same era as Yi Fan is a kind of torture for him, and finally left a famous saying, "Go to the TMD Heavenly Emperor." Thus, he sat down. The overall strength of this one is not obvious, and it has even been challenged by many Tianjiao Jia. One after another, the top figures went to him to fight. I just want to see if I can walk out of a different path like Yi Fan and surpass its avenue. Then in the case of the great emperor becoming emperor, he preached again. Of course, it is true that no one did this step later. The other one who lived out of the second life was Guan Chang on the ancient road of the human race. He was completely rotten in the most desperate situation. After all, he was first shot to death by the overlord, and then he was almost killed by Yi Fan. Such a heavy blow directly shattered his Taoist heart. He just rotted there, didn't care about anything, and his cultivation was standing still. But in this most difficult and unlikely situation, he also survived and lived out his second life. Among the 3 characters who lived out of the second life, he is the one who pulls the crotch the most. Although he was very crotch-pulling, he did live for a long time, and his lifespan alone was even longer than that of a great emperor. If he hadn't been shattered by his Taoist heart, his state would have been very special and strong. Because 2 of the 3 people have survived the second life and the Taoist heart still exists, they are very fierce, incredibly fierce. The golden crow directly preached to the emperor, and the other Taoist heart is still there, and it is the God King Jiang Taishu who is making great progress on the road of cultivation. He first came out of the Purple Mountain, probably in the realm of a saint, and did not reach the level of the Saint King. But after cutting off all the past and cutting off all the origins, within just a few years, when he saw the God King Jiang Taishu again, the God King Jiang Taishu had already entered the level of the Saint King. And this is not the limit. When the dark turmoil is coming, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue of the Ji family hold a wedding. The Lord of the Divine Court, who claimed to be preaching in the future, wanted to rule the world and take the initiative to send an invitation. At that time, none of the characters on Yi Fan's side except for Gai Joyo reached the quasi-emperor realm. In the face of the post with Diwei, no one can respond directly. It must be suppressed by the extreme Dao imperial soldiers to be able to stand normally. At the scene, the God King Jiang Taishu was the only one who could normally give a reply with his hands without relying on the extreme Dao imperial soldiers. You know, in that period, the crazy old man, Wei Yi, and even Dongfang Tai, who had reached the peak of the great sage realm in ancient times, were alive, but they were unable to break through to the quasi-imperial realm again in just 200 years. Even when they first appeared, they were basically wandering in the great sage realm. Wei Yi was basically a great sage shortly after appearing, while the crazy old man became a great sage in Ziwei Star. Then one person hit a boat of ancient kings, including 3 great sages and several saint kings and saints. Dongfang Tai has already reached the peak of the great sage in the immemorial years, and as soon as he appears, he is
the peak of the great sage, and killing the great sage is like mowing grass. But 200 years later, their cultivation lagged behind that of Jiang Taishu, the god king who lived out of the second life. You can imagine how amazing the god king who lived out of his second life is. If you can maintain your Taoist heart, then cut off all the origins of the past on the original basis and get rid of the shackles of the past. Then blood-related troubles are no longer troubles. Originally, whether it was the great emperor's bloodline, the desolate ancient holy body, or the heavenly overlord body, they all had unparalleled advantages in the early stage of cultivation. But the more you go to the back, the more powerful your blood and physique are, and the more heavy shackles you will bring to yourself. The ancient holy body has always been known as the first in the Baidu physique, but there is no way to break through the achievement of the emperor no matter what. It can only be in the quasi-emperor ninth heaven or in the stage of alternative enlightenment. The bloodline of other ancient emperors and great emperors is almost the same. Their early physical bloodline mana, there is no problem in any aspect. In fact, the same is true in the middle and late stages. But when they practiced all the way to the peak and reached the quasi-emperor nine heavens, the help they had brought in the past had become a factor limiting their breakthrough at this stage. It was as if after becoming a great emperor, both Yi Fan and the ruthless emperor had turned into the most powerful chaos body ever. But in the end, they all cut off this special physique and returned to the mortal physique. Even their own special physique is not retained, because the most ordinary mortal physique can have no restrictions on them, allowing them to climb all the way to the highest peak between heaven and earth. Of course, the mortals that Yi Fan and the ruthless emperor said and the mortals understood by ordinary practitioners should not be a concept. It's like Manhwa said that if he is an ordinary family, the house is a little bigger than ordinary people, and the money is a little more than ordinary people. I really believe that is a joke. Gai Joyo is now going to take this path, and Wang Mingyuan is surprised and worried about this matter. If Gai Joyo succeeds, then there will definitely be a brand new change in just a few years, and directly preaching that it is not a problem to call the emperor. But if it fails, the top Tianjiao Renjia like Gai Joyo may also die directly. How about taking an immortal elixir directly? Wang Mingyuan gave advice. Gai Joyo shook his head when he heard this. If you don't dare to try it on the road to becoming an immortal, how can you fight with the Qing emperor in the future? In terms of talent and footsteps, I may not be as good as the Qing emperor, but in terms of the courage to become an immortal, I am not worse than him. Wang Mingyuan's stone stele engraved in the white jade capital did not avoid others, and Gai Joyo also saw it with his own eyes. He also once stared at the Qing emperor's stele and fell into a long silence. His talent may not be inferior to that of the Qing emperor in his opinion. Of course, if you talk about his own heritage, he is far worse than the Qing emperor. At least he did not grow up in the immortal pool, nor did he take root in a fragment of an immortal artifact. In this regard, he admitted that he was indeed inferior to the Qing emperor, but it was given by God, and he lacked this aspect, he admitted. But that's not a problem. I tried to walk on this road, and if I succeeded, it showed that I could compete with the Qing emperor in the future. If it doesn't work, Gai Joyo smiled and shook his head, still not depressed. Isn't there a famous saying in the starry sky where you are? If you don't break out in silence, you will die in silence. I think the same is true for my future, either erupting in silence and shining with incomparable light, or dying in silence. Seeing that Wang Mingyuan was about to say more, Gai Joyo waved his hand. Besides, I am not a dead end, I still have a clear plan for the future. You don't need to worry too much. Speaking of this one suddenly paused again and asked a question that Wang Mingyuan did not expect. After the Void Emperor faked his death, he still dragged the two most terrifying Dark Supremes to death. Can you find their specific location? Ha! Wang Mingyuan was puzzled for a moment, and Gai Joyo smiled and said, make a backup option, in case I fail in this process and die. After that, the dark turmoil also needs to be dealt with. I can't help too much, but I also have to try not to hold you back as much as possible. I have read the Divine Transfiguration Sutra you created, and it is indeed the most mysterious scripture in the world. Now each of you has a saint's origin in your body, and I will help you ripen in advance to reach the realm of saints and even saint kings, that is, the limit. It is impossible to reach higher. Speaking of this, Gai Joyo paused for a while. In my estimation, to help you reach the realm of saints, his acceleration of you is basically gone, and the effect is close to nothing. Although this effect is very good, it will not have much impact on 200 years later. After all, what can the two saints do? I want to sit down, and I have to pave the way for you. If you can find the bodies of those two Dark Supremes, with their origins and their own heaven and earth Tao, they are actually no worse than any desolate ancient holy body in the heavenly overlord. Before I try, I will try to bring back those two supreme bodies as much as possible. In this case, Yi Fan could use the Deshang holy body on the holy cliff to form a balance with one of the Dark Supremes to help him mature. I think having these two origins in his body and ripening him in advance will not have much impact on him. At least it can allow him to grow all the way to the realm of Deshang without being affected much. When Wang Mingyuan heard these plans, he could only sigh heavily. This is indeed a good way, and he has nothing to say. As for rebirth and nirvana, this thing can only rely on the practitioner himself, and others cannot help. Although he understood the relevant relevant methods thoroughly, he had no way to interfere with others. Just like the god King Jiang Taishu cut off all the origins and then lived out of the second life. At that time, even the Black Emperor said that in such a situation, no one else could help. Even if there is an immortal elixir, it is useless. After doing this step, you can only rely on yourself, everything else is false and insufficient. I have no way to be sure where the coffin of the Void Emperor is. Characters like Wang Mingyuan also sighed. But what is certain is that even if the Void Emperor is physically psychic and becomes the Yellow Emperor, there is no way to recover from the injuries he suffered in his early years, and he is in a state of recovery for such a long time. What is certain is that he stayed in the ninefold coffin of the gods and has been floating in the universe. If you really want to investigate his whereabouts, you can explore a little from the life of the Yellow Emperor of the ancient Star of the Flood and the items left by the Yellow Emperor. At the same time, some clues should also be obtained from the family passed down from the Void Emperor. If Wang Mingyuan wanted to specifically tell the whereabouts of the Void Emperor, he really couldn't say it now. In the original work, the whereabouts of the Void Emperor are actually not very clear. Among them, it has been clearly recorded that Ji Fan went from eternity to Beidou after cutting the way. On the way, I happened to encounter a huge starry sky fleet. It was the peak period of the eternal star field, and it was a formation led by many great sages to sail far away in the universe galaxy. It was only in that era that this formation mysteriously disappeared. Later, after Yi Fan and the others came into contact, they learned that the original formation had encountered the coffin of the Void Emperor between the cosmic galaxies and tried to capture and open it. It was these actions that brought them unimaginable disasters. It was the coffin of the Void Emperor, and the Void Emperor fought until his death. In the final battle, the Void Emperor faked his death. The two Dark Supremes in the Immortal Mountain were deceived, and then the three invincible beings fought to the death in the coffin of the Void Emperor. In the end, I don't know what kind of means the Void Emperor used. Anyway, he dragged the two Dark Supremes to death with his old and dying body. But the battle of that year did not come to an end, and the Tao of the three people has been entangled. The aftermath of their battle has always been in the coffin. After the coffin was opened, a terrifying fluctuation killed the entire fleet. The fleet at its peak in the eternal star field died directly here, and many of the great sages died unjustly. Even the 8th rank strongest bloodline evolution liquid they had practiced back then was lost in the fleet. It was under such circumstances that Ji Fan benefited from this, and in the next process, his cultivation strength improved by leaps and bounds. This is the first time that the coffin of the Void Emperor has appeared. The second appearance of the Void Emperor's coffin was to take Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue into a mysterious ancient land, and then let the two of them transform in that ancient land, which Yi Fan happened to see. And the next time it appears, it can basically be the last time it is announced. That time it was not the coffin that appeared, but the Void Emperor or the Yellow Emperor personally came forward. In that time, they were directly involved in suppressing the dark turmoil. After that time, the Yellow Emperor completely disappeared from heaven and earth, and he was dead. Therefore, the whereabouts of the Yellow Emperor are actually elusive, and there is no way to determine its specific location. Even Wang Mingyuan had no way to directly determine the location of an ancient emperor. Of course, for a character like Gai Joyo, he has reached the level of alternative enlightenment. With so much information, combined with some of the relics of the Void Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, it is still possible to calculate the location of the Void Emperor. For him, there is a certain difficulty, but it can still be calculated. After all, the Void Emperor has already been reincarnated, and with a new reincarnation seal, he is no longer the great emperor of his peak. In terms of actual cultivation, the Yellow Emperor was not even Gai Joyo's opponent. Of course, both the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor have the body of the great emperor. If they reach the Quasi-Emperor 9th heaven or reach the level of alternative enlightenment, they are actually equivalent to an alternative ancient holy body. If it really reaches that point, it is hard to say who is stronger or weaker between Gai Joyo and them. Unfortunately, time is still too short for them. Still wandering between the universe and galaxies, or even healing? After hearing part of the situation that Wang Mingyuan said, Gai Joyo was silent for a moment. In terms of misery, the Void Emperor is miserable among all the great emperors. After Emperor Chang, he still lived only one life, and whether he lived for 10,000 years was a question. Even until his death, he fought with the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Area, and dragged two down before he died. At the peak moment, you have to personally carry the coffin into the restricted area and fight the terrorist beings in the Forbidden Area. In this way, the Forbidden Area and the contract signed by him cannot be revived at will, and the Forbidden Area cannot go out at will. At least that contract is still useful to this day. Not to mention other forbidden areas, Immortal Mountain has been relatively stable for so many years, and there has been no random action in the outside world. This is basically the credit of the Void Emperor. And the Void Emperor has made so many contributions, and my state is actually very poor, very bad. Even though his physical body had been channeled, the injuries left on his body in the early years still did not recover, and he had been healing for a long time. He regained consciousness in the Honghuang ancient star, lived a new life, and became the Yellow Emperor. But after that, probably the physical injuries memories still affected him. He returned to his coffin, floated again between the universe and the heavens and the earth, and chose to start healing. Without the state of the Great Emperor at its peak, it is probably possible to deduce the whereabouts of the Void Emperor with Guy Joyo's current cultivation and state.
If you want to find it, the Void Emperor is probably with that fleet.
If you encounter a Taoist friend, you can bring back that fleet along the way, or you can bring back how to refine the strongest
bloodline evolution fluid in the fleet and the 8-rank bloodline evolution fluid that was practiced at its peak in the fleet. With such an item, many people may be able to go further on the original basis. Wang Mingyuan's plans for the future are clear and unambiguous.
That is to let the people around him reach a high enough state before the chaos of darkness for 200 years as much as possible. If there is a shortcut, of course you should take shortcuts as much as possible. But even if you take shortcuts, your background and foundation cannot be bad, and you must reach the strongest in the realm of the same sex. Otherwise, even if he practiced to the Quasi-Emperor 9th Heaven 200 years later, if he was a weak chicken Quasi-Emperor 9th Heaven, in front of the Dark Lord, it was just a dish, or even a more delicious dish.
The Dark Supreme will not only not be angry, but will be happy.
The divine transformation scripture is one of this way of becoming stronger, and so is the strongest bloodline evolution liquid. As a gathering area of ancient stars of life, the eternal star field is also very powerful. Among the ancient stars of life where he was located, there were two characters who had reached the level of the Great Emperor, and in the great universe of covering the sky, a unique civilization has also developed according to their development direction and context. They go far above technology, and the combination of technology and practice makes it easier for them to practice. At the same time, it also makes them very different from other practitioners. When their cultivation realm was weak, they could drive space battleships and run around in the cosmic starry sky. At the same time, when they were running around in the cosmic starry sky, they would also pick very powerful divine matter from between the cosmic galaxies. For example, the primordial life stone and the fire god stone. They used this very special divine substance to refine the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. It can help characters with the strongest blood and physique revive and evoke more powerful power from their bloodline in advance. Let them break through to a higher level in advance, and there are no sequelae of such a breakthrough.
The more critical and terrifying point is that the bloodline evolution fluid is divided into 1 turn to 9 ranks. Every realm is useful.
Among them, the strongest bloodline evolution liquid of rank 8 can make it easier for people to break through to the Great Sage domain, and even in the Great Sage domain, it can help people break through. It can be said that for a special scientific and technological civilization how strong the bloodline evolution fluid is, the strongest characters among them can reach this state smoothly or even in batches.
This is a miracle of the Creator.
After they refined the 8-rank blood purification liquid, they reached a peak of their civilization development.
Great sages are born one by one.
It's just that they were not very lucky during that period.
Just bumped into the coffin of the Void Emperor. Then the entire fleet, everyone was frozen in that void.
This special bloodline inhalation liquid consumed a huge amount of the most powerful divine matter in the universe. It takes a huge amount of money to find that special substance. Of course, the most special and unique point is, after the forbidden area appeared between the universe galaxies, the strongest divine matter between heaven and earth was basically moved into the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness and the underworld.
If others want to get it, they can only find a few fragments from the universe. Basically, the Supreme didn't care about it back then, and it didn't collect it.
Moreover, the strongest bloodline evolution liquid has reached rank 8, which is already the peak in a sense. If he wanted to perform the 9th rank, the last divine substance needed nothing else but the fruit of a ripe immortal medicine.
This is a violent thing for any being.
Because the strongest bloodline evolution liquid of the 9th rank is amazing, it can help people break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, or make people break through in the Quasi-Emperor realm. For characters who can reach this state, they can still achieve it after a while. As long as any practitioner between heaven and earth brings the word Emperor, it means that this cannot be achieved by external forces, and it must rely on oneself. They were in their respective star fields, and they could all be called invincible in their respective stages of cultivation. Only in this way can you become an emperor, whether it is a quasi-emperor or a great emperor. And this so-called strongest bloodline evolution liquid is just to help people reach this state in advance. If his own potential is still insufficient to understand, even if he uses the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, there is still no way to touch a higher level. If there really is the fruit of the immortal elixir, where is there such a trouble? Directly eat the fruit of the immortal elixir and live out of the second life. If he reaches the peak of the great sage and lives another life, even a pig will probably be able to grind to the quasi-emperor realm. On the other hand, even if the immortal elixir had already been eaten, the ripe immortal elixir fruit could be used to refine the rank 9 immortal pill. That was the supreme means that could allow the Dark Supreme in the Forbidden Zone to recover from his injuries and have the peak imperial destiny of 2000 years. No matter from which aspect you look at it, no matter from which point of view, refining the 9 ranks strongest bloodline evolution liquid is superfluous, wasteful, and very cost-effective. However, Wang Mingyuan still attaches great importance to it, because 10,000 years is too long, only the day is competing.
At this stage, until now, what they all lack is time. It is acceptable to pay some price for this. Is it the strongest bloodline evolution liquid and related tempering methods? Guy Jiuyo nodded.
At the same time, he looked at Wang Mingyuan and was a little surprised.
You broke through again? For a character like me, there is no shortage of energy in the body, and if you pass the relevant understanding, if you want a breakthrough, isn't it like eating and drinking? Wang Mingyuan was not much surprised, but he was still calm. He did make a breakthrough.
Not long ago, he had reached the first heaven of the Sendai realm, and now he had already ascended the fifth small step in the first heaven of the Sendai realm. This is Wang Mingyuan's recent new and deep understanding of this world, so he has climbed several small steps in a row. For other practitioners, the more difficult it is to break through the cultivation realm in the later stage. In the early stage, if the resources are accumulated enough, you can even break through to the realm of dragons in the shortest possible time. But once you enter the Sendai field, if you want to break through, the years are calculated according to 100 years. You don't see the top Tianjiu like the Peacock King Qilong Daoist, who is now famous for his power. They have all lived for thousands of years, but the realm is still only wandering in Sendai's second heaven. For thousands of years, this barrier has not been broken through and reached the level of slashing paths. Not only them, but even the god King Jiang Taishu, who had already cut the Dao De Shang 4,000 years ago and swept the heavens and the earth. But the subsequent breakthrough still lasted for thousands of years for this god king. For 1,000 years only allowed him to break through from the king of slashing Dao to the level of a saint and a saint king. You must know that his talent belongs to the top in the world in this era. Even if it is placed in a golden world, he can compete with the top Tianjiu at the same time. He is the supreme person who can compete with the young emperor. But because of the lack of essence in heaven and earth, the great road of heaven and earth is not visible. Even if he is a character whose talent is not inferior to that of the young emperor, it will take thousands of years to break through the realm. But the breakthrough in cultivation was reversed here with Wang Mingyuan. His practice was slow in the early stage, but it became faster and faster in the later stage, and there was a trend of acceleration. I originally had this accumulation, but now I'm just taking this path again.
Wang Mingyuan was very indifferent.
He has the first part of the original true explanation, that is, the divine introduction chapter. The comprehension of the great way of heaven and earth itself is not inferior to that of a great emperor. He even had the true phoenix treasure technique and the Kuanping treasure technique in his hands, two scripture treasures left by the 10 evils.
Just these two treasure techniques can achieve the immortal king by cultivating to the peak.
It's just that now that the situation of heaven and earth has changed, the original path is no longer suitable for this heaven and earth, and the way of cultivation has changed. The desolate heaven emperor has opened up a new and different path. Therefore, all subsequent cultivation plans need to be adjusted. Wang Mingyuan cannot follow the original path step by step, otherwise he will break through faster. After all, he can directly copy the homework of Kuanping and Jinhuang. Now this progress, Wang Mingyuan feels a little slow. Of course, overall he was quite satisfied. At first, he was a clever woman who was difficult to cook without rice, so he had to go to the desolate family to deceive and get an imperial scripture. And now, the imperial scriptures in front of him are one after another, a lot. With these imperial scriptures comparing the original true interpretation, his understanding and blessing of this heaven and earth has really reached an incredible level. And now that he had two supreme saint origins in his body, his enlightenment was realized, and the relevant cultivation naturally broke through.
There is no need to accumulate too much. The process of accumulation was born by the two saint origins.
That's true.
Guy Jiuyo nodded slightly, not too shocked.
Judging from the level at which Wang Mingyuan can sit with him and discuss the Tao, it is not so much a practice now, but a restoration of his former cultivation. Now this kind of recovery speed is a bit slow in his eyes. Of course, Guy Jiuyo thought that this should be Wang Mingyuan's desire to take a new path again, and he didn't want the past road to affect him. Therefore, it walks a little slower, of course, although it is very slow, but it is also very stable. After all, having just entered the Sendai realm, and just the 5 secret realms resonated, he was able to enter the divine forbidden realm and open up a new scripture. Throughout the ages, perhaps only people in the realm of the emperor could do it.
And Wang Mingyuan is now just a realm of Sendai.
Although they were going to investigate various situations, Guy Jiuyo and Wang Mingyuan didn't need to go out. Just ordered to go out, and the god king Jiang Taishu and Tianxian Wei would naturally make preparations in this regard. Even Toho Taichi was interested in such a thing. After all, it was about a human emperor, and there were 2 dead Dark Supremes. No matter how terrible the 2 Dark Supremes had done during the dark and turbulent period, they were also the invincible ancient emperors or heavenly sovereigns in the world. If we can obtain their complete bodies and analyze the results of their practice, it will also have a great impact on them and bring great help. Guy Jiuyo said he wanted to work, but the entire universe did not need him to take direct action at present. In today's era, an ancient saint has come forward and is already earth-shattering. terrifying. Wang Mingyuan thought that the results would not come so soon, but he only chatted with Gai Joyo in the Void Dust realm for 3 days.
The God King Jiang Taishu brought new results.
With him as the target deduction, the relevant position can be determined as quickly as possible. The God King Jiang Taishu was accompanied by an ordinary young man. His figure was not too tall, and his momentum was not too compelling. Standing there is ordinary, but naturally there is a very compelling demeanor, not inferior to the Holy Prince and the ancient holy body. Wang Mingyuan glanced at it and was a little surprised, but after measuring the state of the other person's body in the running scriptures, I quickly had a general assessment.
The descendants of the Void Emperor? Is it GZ?
Although it was a question sentence, his words were very affirmative.
The ordinary young man in front of him couldn't help but look at Wang Mingyuan, and his eyes showed surprise.
Wang Mingyuan is the most powerful and special person he has seen since he broke through the seal. Under the same realm, he actually had no confidence to defeat the other party, and even had a feeling that he would be defeated by the other party, which was very amazing and terrifying. They are the bloodline of the Emperor, the direct descendants of the Emperor, and the descendants of the Emperor.
If we talk about the final achievement, it may not be able to surpass their father.
After all, when they finally broke through from the quasi-emperor ninth heaven to the level of the great emperor, their bloodline would not only not help them, but would limit them to some extent. But in the early stages of practice, especially when the realm is low, their natural potential is better and better than that of their parents. After all, many great emperors throughout the ages were not born with invincible physiques, they were all honed step by step. The races and families born of the corresponding ancient emperors and emperors are not too extraordinary, at least they are not as good as the real emperor family. In terms of the help given by the family, in terms of his own bloodline, and the cultivation resources that can be obtained, the emperor's son is better than the emperor himself. As a result, in such a situation, in the low realm, Himiko actually felt that she would not be the opponent of the man in front of her.
It's scary, because in their youth, the emperors of the same grade and realm were not necessarily their opponents. Are you? GZ was also curious, and she was more curious about Wang Mingyuan's birth than ever before.
Wang Mingyuan only smiled slightly when he saw him.
It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that I'm looking for your father.
Himiko was stunned, and for the first time, there was a strange movement on Furue Wugua's face, and she couldn't suppress the impulse. Ever since he revived from the divine source, he had this strange feeling, and he was out of place with the whole world. The era that belonged to him has long passed, and his familiar relatives and friends, his lovers, his experiences, and the world he is familiar with have all changed.
Everything has changed.
Yes, the time is too long, and even the world has changed now, which is very different from the past. Previously, the entire world could be called the desolate era, but now it is even called the post-desolate era. Even the most unlikely rules of heaven and earth have changed over the years, but he has not changed. Everything that was familiar with him was gone, and his descendants, known as the Great Emperor, are burdened with extremely heavy hopes. As soon as he came to this world, there were countless people who respected him, and these people were even willing to die for him. But at the same time, these people also told him that he should do this, that he should suppress the dark turmoil,
just like his former brothers and sisters.
Himiko has long understood this, but she still has infinite reverie in her heart. He is not afraid of death, of suppressing dark turmoil. His brothers and sisters have already done this at the corresponding time. Even people with the same status as him have done this. He was not afraid. It's just that he is alone in this world, and he feels a little alone after all. As a result, the God King Jiang Taishu suddenly said that he wanted to take him to find his father, and his father was suspected of not dying and was still alive. This directly made him unable to hold back, and he had a different emotion in his heart. Without too much hesitation and waiting, he came directly over and came directly to Wang Mingyuan.
My father is not dead yet?
Roughly speaking, I think the God King has already told you that the real emperor has long since died and no longer exists. It is your father's body that survives, and his body falls on the burial emperor star. Then there are special rules for the burial emperor star to give birth to psychics, and a new consciousness is born. He can be said to be related to the void emperor, using the same physical body, but he will definitely not be your father. When Himiko heard this, she was silent for a moment, but he still said firmly, I want to see him. He didn't say anything more. In fact, his words were full of emotion, because he hadn't seen his father a few times since he was born, and only briefly reunited with his father for a while when he was very young. When he woke up again, he had already learned that his father was dead, and even his brother and sister were dead, leaving only him. The group of brothers and sisters all died in the process of suppressing the dark turmoil, leaving not much trace. This is an extremely sad thing, but it is also a great and glorious thing for the whole world. He couldn't help but sigh. Wang Mingyuan looked at GZ, and there was also an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He couldn't be like the Void Emperor, like the Void Emperor's family, and pay countless prices to suppress the dark turmoil. He died, and his son and his descendants also died in the process. He can't do these things, but he admires people who can do it all. Many human emperors throughout the ages have basically done this, and he admires it very much. Why don't you go to Bayou fusing together, you should rest for a while or two, even if there is no way to achieve great success in 200 years. But with your state, with your bloodline potential, 200 years of time, you should be able to revive your bloodline to a very high level.
It can be of great help in the final battle. Himiko did not refuse.
That is, in the blink of an eye, several of them arrived at Bai Yujing again. Looking at the many words engraved in front of Bai Yujing, mainly looking at the relevant records about the Void Emperor, GZ was a little distracted. Guy Joyo stood aside, looked at GZ, and looked at it for a long time. In the end, he just let out a long sigh. With your cooperation, it shouldn't be too difficult to find your father. As for the divine transformation scripture, Himiko, your family should provide you with enough help so that you can grow up quickly, at least in a short period of time. I won't intervene too much in this regard. Guy Joyo didn't say too much, and after the two talked about all this, they quickly disappeared into the Void God realm together.
Wang Mingyuan could feel the whole world. The relevant rules are fluctuating violently. This is Guy Joyo using his personal strength in GZ as the core to calculate the whereabouts of the Void Emperor. Normally, Guy Joyo can't count it, because it is too complicated.
Although the Void Emperor was dead, he was still entangled with the other two Dark Supremes before his death, and the calculation was extremely complicated. Although after physical psychics, the Yellow Emperor's state was greatly different from that of the Void Emperor. The difficulty of the calculation has been reduced a little.
The causal entanglement on the Void Emperor's side is also very, very complex.
That is, there is a direct bloodline of the Void Emperor as a leading party here, so all this is carried out relatively quickly and stably. But there were still many changes in the middle, and it was difficult to calculate.
Wang Mingyuan watched from the side and saw Guy Joyo's brows frowning from time to time.
The boundless chi and blood flooded the heavens and the earth and covered the sky, if it were not for the deduction in the small world specially opened up. At this moment, I am afraid that the entire Big Dipper ancient star will be shaken. If it weren't for Guy Joyo's conditioning state such as Phoenix Nirvana, all his injuries would have been compressed, allowing him to recover his combat effectiveness when he was young. Otherwise, such a deduction would not be able to continue. I don't know how long it took to calculate it, but at the critical moment, Guy Joyo's eyes suddenly opened, and a hint of joy appeared on his face.
Found it!
In the universe where cold and darkness persist, a huge fleet quietly sailed through the void. It was obviously an extremely large fleet, but it was silent when sailing, and even more bizarrely, the huge fleet was completely coordinated before and after. They seemed to have grown together with the entire void, and their movements were completely coordinated, without any prominence or change. It is not so much a fleet advancing, but rather a whole void walking forward little by little.
This strange and inexplicable scene is tingling to watch.
The most special and peculiar thing is that in the deepest part of the boundless void, there is a small coffin. Compared to the fleet, the coffin was very small. Because the warships that were densely packed all over the sky, the smallest were thousands of feet, and the largest were even tens of thousands of feet. That was a microcosm of the eternal star field's development to its peak, and they had reached their peak. In the entire fleet, a group of great sages led the team, carrying the strongest bloodline evolution fluid of rank 8, searching between the entire universe, wanting to find the opportunity of rank 9. At this moment, it resurfaces and shows such a scene, which is also extremely depressing and shocking. However, such a huge fleet was not extremely quiet at all. Like this universe, it has become one of the themes of cold and darkness. It was the peak of the eternal star field 100,000 years ago, even after the baptism of time. Even if 100,000 years had passed, many of this battleships had dimmed, but still flowed with immortal light. That kind of momentum, that kind of breath still flows in the heavens and the earth. At such a moment, Guy Joyo stepped out of the void and stared at this place.
Have you been floating and flowing in the void of the universe?
Guy Joyo stared at the very center, that is, the core, and couldn't take his eyes off.
Others can't see or feel it, but people like him can feel it.
In that core area, even after 100,000 years, there are still indelible imperial laws colliding and impacting there. The entire void was frozen, which was the law of the Void Emperor. The other destructive power did not come from the Void Emperor, but from the other two supreme beings who were not inferior to the Void Emperor.
It's really sighing and admirable. It was a sigh of the 9 shadows.
His divine thoughts flowed between heaven and earth, and he instantly sensed the strongest bloodline evolution liquid that Wang Mingyuan had been asking for, and at the same time found the method of refining. The eternal star field is not so much a civilization that does not move between the galaxies of the universe as a civilization that has been grazing between the universes. They searched for the strongest divine substance they wanted between the cosmic galaxies, and then refined the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. They have always gathered together in the form of civilization, but each of them will privately send members of their family to search the entire universe. The relevant refining methods are already in their spaceships.
Practice wherever you go, and then break through where.
They did the same at their peak 100,000 years ago. Mainly with the Great Sage level characters, they drove the Great Sage level spaceship and then shuttled between the cosmic galaxies. They brought the best rank 8 bloodline evolution liquid they had refined. Then searched between the cosmic galaxies for more divine matter. All their refining tools, refining methods were brought with them in the fleet, and wherever they walked, their civilization spread. At their peak, they did have this arrogance. After all, there are great sages in a bunch of fleets, and it is not a waste to go anywhere. And these things were all collected by Guy Joyo now, and he determined the relevant process with a sweep of his thoughts. Knowing how to refine the strongest bloodline essence, he even found the way and method of refining the 9-turn bloodline evolution liquid. It was in the main fleet of the great sage level. It was enough to get these things, but Guy Joyo thought of Wang Mingyuan and Wang Mingyuan's newly established Bai Yujing. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the most core several great sage-level space battleships and related materials from this special controlled space. In the entire universe, only a person like him who has reached the level of alternative enlightenment can easily do this. Only such a character can intervene in the battle between the great emperor and the ancient emperor. These great sage-level weapons and materials were of little use to him, and he stayed just to give Wang Mingyuan a little backup. Casually grabbed this piece aside, and then Guy Joyo looked at the deepest part of the fleet. Now all he gets is the scraps, the real core, and what he needs most is still inside. Sure enough, this area originally maintained a wonderful dynamic balance, and the entire fleet was covered by the imperial law leaked out of the coffin because of the opening of the ninefold coffin of the gods. The unique laws of the Void Emperor fixed this void and kept them indestructible, and the other two Dark Supremes leaked the law to destroy this place. All living beings collapsed and died here. This kind of scene is special. If it hadn't been broken, probably this special situation could have been maintained forever, but now this balance was broken by Guy Joyo, and the ninefold coffin of the gods was suddenly taken as the core. A silent ripple began to spread outward. It's like throwing a pebble on the surface of the lake. The ripples were very dim and spread smoothly outward, but wherever they flowed, they would collapse and destroy. Whether it was the fleet tens of thousands of feet high that could block the attack of the great sage-level figures, or the heirloom holy soldiers left by the great sage, wherever the ripples flowed silently, everything quietly vibrated and turned into boundless dust. And with such a movement, everything is being destroyed, and the power slowly but surely spreads outward. Meanwhile, the ancient coffin of the gods is also opening little by little. The reason why the ancient coffin of the gods is called the ancient coffin of the gods is because it is not only one, but has 9 layers. The ninefold coffin is heavily wrapped. The outermost layer is huge at first, but as it opens inward, it becomes smaller, and as it gradually opened, the invisible ripples became bigger and bigger. At first it was just like a stone falling into the lake, but now it is like a huge stone hitting the center of the lake. I don't know how huge the spread is. Even in the cosmic starry sky, the warships that span thousands of miles are annihilated little by little in the process. Everything is shattering for it, leaving not much trace. And as this fluctuation became more intense, the last layer of coffins finally opened, and the boundless laws of the Imperial Road spread wildly in this area. Standing quietly beside Guy Joyo, who still had no way to live in the void with her own ability, GZ looked at this scene and burst into tears. It's my father, it's the law he left behind, I feel it. The huge coffin looked like gold but not gold, wood but not wood, and was a very peculiar material. It was blocked by the 4 core great sage-class warships with iron chains, just like the Kowloon coffin that Wang Mingyuan encountered at the beginning. They were pulling with chains to drag the coffin back to the eternal starfield. Wang Mingyuan could only sigh when he saw this. It can only be said that when it comes to death, the eternal starfield is serious. One of their peak periods back then, they practiced the 8th rank of bloodline evolution liquid. In that era, in the eternal starfield, in a short period of time, the same generation produced 7 great sages in a row. It was an era of unprecedented glory in the eternal starfield, and it was even thought that they would reproduce the glory of the ancestral period, and another god would appear. Because they were only one step away from the 9 turns blood evolution liquid, and the 8th rank bloodline evolution liquid still has a lot in his hands, and he can even continue to try to refine it. This situation is really possible to reproduce the peak period. And then, there is no more then. The most powerful group of people found the ancient coffin of the gods between the cosmic galaxies, that is, the ancient coffin suspected of being a god. The 4 great sages took the lead and took the initiative to lock the coffin back to the eternal starfield. This is simply a miracle and the most outrageous. After Wang Mingyuan learned about this part in the original work, he was also amazed at the boldness of this group of people. However, later the eternal starfield dared to take the initiative to explore the Big Dipper, and even took the initiative to land in the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness and mine divine substances from the 7 forbidden areas. He can also understand this kind of death action now. The eternal starfield seemed to be either dying or on the way to death. As the life stars of the great emperor and the ancient emperor, it stands to reason that they should not be like this. But they have always been like this, breaking away from the mainstream practitioners and opening up another path. Wang Mingyuan, who hadn't seen it before, didn't feel very special and surprised. At this time, I looked at it and thought back to the eternal starfield, and found that the eternal starfield really had been dying. They tried to capture the future heavenly emperor fan, and in earlier times, they also tried to capture Wan Cheng and let Wan Qing help them give birth to several descendants with very special bloodlines. Directly saying that Wan Qing may not be very impressive, but if you talk about the Qing Emperor, it will be clear at once. Of course, they still had times to die in ancient times. During the period of the beginningless emperor, the eternal ancient star also had extremely powerful figures, and in that era, he was about to attain enlightenment and reach the pinnacle state of the universe. Then this character had to fight with the beginningless emperor. The consequence is that the beginningless emperor has rumors in the Beidou that before he became enlightened, he relied on his body to carry the soldiers of the extreme Tao emperor. And in the eternal star field, all the powerful families knew that their life ancient stars were almost blown up back then.
And there are two mechas that have been passed down from generation to generation.
They had two divine mechas, but after experiencing the beginningless thing,
there is a divine mecha that is permanently shattered.
Including the one of them who was about to become enlightened, they all turned to ashes in the universe and galaxies. Therefore, there is a long tradition of talking about the eternal star field of death. A character who is about to become enlightened does not fight with the beginningless emperor, but has to control the extreme Tao emperor's soldiers left by his ancestors to confront the beginningless emperor. It can be said that when he chose this path, he had already lost the possibility of preaching, and he had no invincibility at all.
And at this time, the ancient coffin of the gods in front of him shook slightly. The coffin that had been opened on the 8th floor on the outside was completely opened, and the 9th that had not been opened was also exposed from the coffin, showing the scene inside the coffin. People haven't really seen it yet, but there are three supreme devastating forces rushing out in advance. At this time, all the space battleships related to it collapsed, and the entire universe was empty. If it weren't for this outbreak, it would have been in the cold and dark cosmic starry sky, in a no man's land. That would probably cause endless killing. If it lands on a life ancient star, the entire life ancient star will collapse and completely disintegrate.
GZ was in tears at this time, and Guy Joyo's eyes were also slightly lowered, a little unbearable, because he had already seen the deepest scene inside the coffin, 3 corpses lying there. No, not 3 corpses to be exact, but 2.
One of them is alive.
He sat cross-legged in the center, looking very similar to Himiko, and it could even be said that most of them were the same.
It's just that she looks older, which can be regarded as the image of Himiko entering middle age.
At this moment, as the coffin opened, 3 eternal immortal lights rose into the sky from it. The great way of the Void Emperor and the other 2 ancient emperors' avenues are entangled and entwined, illuminating the entire universe. Even if they have been dead for an unknown number of years, these 3 avenues are still entangled with each other and fighting each other. At this time, a majestic body rolled out of the coffin. In fact, there was an eternal blue light shining on his body, and it was actually a broken extreme Tao Emperor soldier, made of eternal blue gold. The majestic body was covered in blood and was obviously hit hard, and when it rolled out, the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers who had already been broken in their hands also shone at this time.
It transformed into dozens of streamers, rushing into the universe and galaxies. And when Guy Joyo saw this scene, he just sighed silently. Stretching out his hand, all the fragments of the extreme Tao Imperial soldiers that were going to flow into the universe and galaxies were gathered in his hands. Wang Daoyu still doesn't have enough suitable materials in his hands to build the extreme Tao Imperial soldiers, and now I took some from the Void Emperor, but I borrowed it to offer Buddha. Guy Joyo spoke very calmly, and even directly triggered the law of the Imperial Road when he spoke. The statue was lifted out of the coffin, and the extremely majestic man was taken into his hand. The boundless laws of the Imperial Road spread wildly in this. However, for him, a figure who has already stood at the top of the universe, it is also acceptable. Just stretch out his hand and a sarcophagus will be shaped by him and put this figure into it. And it was at this time that another majestic figure also rolled out of the coffin. The collision between the great Emperor's law and the Imperial Road law reached its peak, and at the same time, words came out. Void, you have fought all your life, and you have pulled us up before you die. Even if you hate it, you respect, counting that we will come, pretend to die in the coffin, although we are old and weak, but we are also desperate to die, unwilling to. Those are 2 regrets that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Wang Mingyuan sighed when he heard it, and GZ listened, but he was crying silently on the side. Guy Joyo didn't interfere anymore, but just stretched out his hand and took the other body into his hand, sealing it in the coffin together. And after all this, the 3 of them clearly saw that there was a pair of bright eyes watching them in the deepest part of the coffin. He opened it for a moment, then closed it again, full of exhaustion. But indeed, someone opened their eyes at that moment.
Through the light of the moment, you can see that this person has scars running through his body. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, there was still no way to erase it, and even eternal blue gold pierced his body. There was also the blood of the Void Emperor on it.
GZ was in tears, staring at the place in a daze, and muttered, "Father." And that character just shook his head faintly. "I'm not him anymore."
After saying this, he lay down in the coffin again, and the 9-fold open coffin closed layer by layer. Just at the moment of closing, an eternal light flew out of it and fell into GZ's hands. Then everything fell into silence, and the coffin continued to float in the the cosmic galaxy, not knowing where it started or where it ended. Himiko wanted to catch up, but in the end she suppressed this impulse and just cried silently on the side. He still had heavy injuries on his body, even though he gave birth to the reincarnation mark and came back to life. Shou Yuan was re-added, which was a new life, but the scars on his body were also real and did not disappear. He should have to go through a long period of healing before he can recover little by little. Gai Joyo looked at the ancient coffin flowing again in the cosmic galaxy. He didn't interfere, just watched silently, and there was a corresponding respect in his heart. The Void Emperor is not the strongest of all the great emperors throughout the ages, but when it comes to the human emperor, the Void Emperor is basically an unavoidable monument. Wang Mingyuan watched all this. Take the initiative to let the spiritual power touch the other party, and then record the other party's mental fluctuations. According to Wang Mingyuan's original plan, after seeing this person, he still had to do more actions. For example, try to cooperate with this person so that he can reach the level of alternative enlightenment or even preaching as soon as possible. In this way, in the dark turmoil, the Jiang family and the Ji family do not need to pay such a painful price. Throughout the clan, basically a large part of the essence and blood of all the core characters was extracted to help them recover to their peak. And not only that, the God King Jiang Taishu and Ji Zi have the strongest bloodline, and at the same time they have enough strength. Only they could get close to that terrible dark battlefield. Therefore, they themselves fused endless essence and blood, entered the battlefield, and chose to fuse with Hainyu Emperor and Void Emperor. In such a state, such a special situation, Wang Mingyuan does not want to encounter a second time. But after really seeing the Void Emperor, or after meeting the Yellow Emperor, all the relevant thoughts were only in his mouth and not spoken. The other party's strength realm is too high, and at this time, they are all steadily going far away in the quasi-emperor field. Not to mention that the other party recovered from the body of a great emperor and was born with the body of a great emperor, and he is also inextricably linked to the previous life, although he has not inherited a complete memory, but the corresponding top scriptures and insights remain on this body. The injuries suffered by the Void Emperor were clearly confirmed on his body. Therefore, seeing this one, Wang Mingyuan was not even qualified to step forward. Even though he had a myriad of thoughts in his heart, he was indeed not qualified to step forward. Only a character like Gai Joyo can sit down and talk with this character. And many of Wang Mingyuan's previous achievements are of no use to this one, such as the Divine Transformation Sutra created by Wang Mingyuan. The Divine Transformation Scripture can make people mature in advance, and it can make people's physique and bloodline reach their peak the fastest. But for the Void Emperor or for the Yellow Emperor, he himself has already reached his peak in this regard. What is really lacking is the law of the Imperial Way. Wang Mingyuan clearly had no way to help him on the surface. But if the other party is willing to listen to Wang Mingyuan's explanation of the original true solution, it should be of some help to the other party. But these words will be said to the other party later. Now the most important thing for the Yellow Emperor is to heal his wounds and restore his injuries. He had already come out of the coffin before, and gave birth to a new primordial god in the flood-desolate ancient star. The reason why he returned to the coffin was to use his former coffin to break into the most terrifying areas between the universes. With the help of these most special zones, heal his physical injuries. Wang Mingyuan felt that he could also give the other party some help in this regard. Of course, he had to talk about it later. He just watched the coffin go away, and Gai Joyo didn't stay here. After staring over there for a while, he turned around and took GZ with him, taking Wang Mingyuan back to Beidou. While walking, there was a golden avenue spreading under his feet, taking him to shuttle between the cosmic galaxies. Although Gai Joyo is not a great emperor today, he is not much different from the real emperor, but he has not fused the Tianqin seal. As the avenue of stars spread, he went directly towards the Big Dipper. At this time, Wang Mingyuan thought about it, but let Gai Joyo take the initiative to walk a little longer. Since they have all come to the universe and the galaxies, let's just go to the Ziwei ancient star. Go to Ziwei star? Gai Joyo was slightly confused, but did not reject Wang Mingyuan's proposal. He glanced at the immortal treasure map in his hand, which was provided by Yi Fan. There are clear coordinates on the immortal treasure map, marking the most peculiar areas between the universes and the ancient stars of life between the universes. With this map, it can be said that traveling between the universe and galaxies will not get lost or lost. Such a map has a lot of reference significance for a great emperor. This atlas was once in the hands of the Holy Emperor of Fighting in ancient times, and the Holy Emperor of War often watched it. Of course, this is not only because it records the ancient stars of life between the universe, but also contains deeper secrets, and is even related to the immortal realm. All the way through the universe and the galaxies, a saint, I am afraid that he will not be able to travel the entire universe in his lifetime. Even if a person who has reached the level of the Saint King and wanders between the universe and galaxies, he will not be able to complete his ultimate life. Only the great sage-level figures can never stop wandering between the cosmic galaxies, but without the correct coordinates, they will also drift between the void of the universe. But for Gai Joyo, even if there is no correct map, with his current cultivation and strength, he can travel travel freely between the universe and galaxies. He can even cross a galaxy in one step. During this time, I don't know how many stars were easily crossed by him. When he arrived at the Ziwei star field according to the starry sky map, Wang Mingyuan felt that the moment was majestic and huge, not inferior to the Beta's life ancient star, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. And Gai Joyo didn't ask Wang Mingyuan why he came here until this time. I remember that one of the 9 secrets, the secret of the word, is also here. You can try to get it. For you, it's not a big problem.
Wang Mingyuan told Gai Joyo about the existence of the ancient scriptures of the gods in his memory.
Here, the secret of the word was divided into 2 and recorded on a piece of metal paper made of phoenix blood in red gold. It's just that this paper was cut open, and it was controlled by the 2 most powerful forces on the Ziwei ancient star. For so many years, one of the most powerful scriptures has been unable to come together because of trust. When Joyo heard it, his heart moved.
Himiko also moved.
He attaches great importance to one of the legendary 9 secrets, and the scripture that can help people heal and recover from their injuries among the 9 secrets. Especially when he saw his father not long ago, the current Yellow Emperor is still injured while sitting in the ancient coffin of the gods. He became more and more interested in this secret technique that could best help people heal. Seeing that Gai Joyo was about to enter this ancient star of life, Wang Mingyuan thought for a while and continued.
Since you're here, let's take care of everything.
The ancient star of the crepe myrtle was once the ancient star where the Emperor of the Sun and the Emperor of the Moon lived, and they preached here and became supreme beings. At the same time, their Taoist system also remained here, but the Taoist system of both of them had problems here. The underworld once targeted the Taoist system of the Sun Emperor, causing the Taoist system of the Sun Emperor to collapse from its peak. Now on this ancient star of life, the inheritance is almost broken.
They were even targeted by the Golden Crow on this planet to be completely exterminated. If possible, change the fate of the inheritors of the Sun Emperor and save them. As for the moon, Wang Mingyuan sighed and didn't say much. The Taoist system of the Taiyin Emperor collapsed earlier because the Taiyin Emperor died on the road to immortality.
The related weapons and inheritance basically had problems, and their Taoist system had collapsed between this piece of heaven and earth. Wang Mingyuan sighed here, and Ji raised her brows when she heard this related question. The Moon True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture are known as the 2 mother scriptures of the human race, and the later human emperors basically referred to these 2 scriptures. And the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor have both made great contributions to the human race. Their contributions will never be erased, and the normal human race is in awe of these 2. Hearing that the Taoist tradition passed down by the 2 of them ended up like this, no one could sit still.
Gai Joyo didn't speak, but there was a trace of imperial aura on his body. His expression was serious for a moment, and then he suddenly burst out laughing again.
I have already seen the secret of the word, Gai Joyo said and stretched out his hand, and Wang Mingyuan saw a page made of phoenix blood and red gold flying in front of him. To be precise, they are 2 pieces, and they merge into one in front of Wang Mingyuan. Then the incomplete inscription that was originally broken above was also united, showing the mystery of the real word secret.
But Gai Joyo did not continue to move forward, did not continue to stay on this life ancient star.
If the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor do not have suitable descendants, my descendant of the human race should come forward as the Taoist lineage of the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor.
Deal with a few things.
But now that the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor still have descendants in the world, I think it would be more appropriate for him to handle this matter. Wang Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, and then saw Gai Joyo stretch out his hand to pull the void in front of him, and the incomparably strong void was directly opened by him a big hole.
A familiar atmosphere flows from the opposite side of the space.
Before Wang Mingyuan could react, he saw a huge white bone stick stretching out from the space before his induction. Then there is the fat and strong man, who is full of strong muscles. When he was sealed in the abyss, the old man was thin and withered, like an old man who was about to die. But shortly after it came out, perhaps because it quietly killed some ancient creatures and then ate them. With these worst and ancestral king-level existence nourishment, his flesh and blood quickly filled up again. At this moment, he was basically wearing a simple animal skin, lying on his chest, showing his strong muscles. Standing in front of a group of people, he showed an extremely fierce and wild posture. After briefly listening to the situation described by Gai Joyo and Wang Mingyuan, the eyes of the originally wild and very comfortable human demon old man stood up. There was no need to say another word to cover Joyo, and the old man turned into a streamer, and the whole person rushed into the Big Dipper like a comet hitting the earth with the most terrifying momentum.
Because in a sense, the old man of the human demon is the descendant of the Emperor of the Moon and the Emperor of the Sun.
In ancient times, he was supported by these 2 religions, and one person received the Taiyin True Scripture and the Sun True Scripture. Back then, he had failed the hopes of many people, and the Emperor did not change the fate of the human race, and it was already very uncomfortable for him not to change the life of the human race. Now that he heard about this again, his whole body was about to explode, and he was very angry. Although Wang Mingyuan also wanted to solve a problem, he couldn't help but be silent for a moment when he saw the old man like this. He felt that Guy Joyo seemed to be a little extreme.
Do you want to persuade me a little? I'm afraid that the old man will kill all the creatures on the ancient planet of Ziwei.
Wang Mingyuan had no doubt that if the old man of the human demon wanted to enter the demon, he would kill the entire Ziwei ancient star regardless of the enemy army.
And the old man of the human demon is a bit of a demon in this situation now. When the Taoist system of the Sun Emperor was about to be shattered, no one restrained it, and when the Taoist system of the Moon Emperor was about to be shattered, no one restrained it.
Now, I hope someone can persuade him to restrain himself.
Guy Joyo shrugged his shoulders, very natural,
and Wang Mingyuan also shrugged.
Then let's pray for the ancient stars of Crepe Myrtle and wish them a new atmosphere in the new year.
The related matter of Ziwei Gushing is just an episode. After dealing with this part of the situation,
Wang Mingyuan was taken back to Beidou by Guy Joyo.
It is worth mentioning that in the process of Wang Mingyuan walking between the universe and galaxies, his perception naturally increased. Especially in the process of watching the Void Emperor and the other two Dark Supreme Tao entanglements, he had a new understanding of the rules of heaven and earth in this great universe. His cultivation was rising steadily, and he directly reached the peak of the immortal realm. Others need to replenish both perception and energy to break through, and Wang Mingyuan's own energy has absorbed enough. There are two statues in his body that have reached the origin of the saint level. As long as his perception can keep up, he will naturally break through, just like eating and drinking. GZ looked at Wang Mingyuan on the side, and her eyes became a little strange. And the process of returning to Beidou is ancient and unwaved, and the general good can be explained. Guy Joyo took out the harvest this time, and arranged the harvest neatly in the 9 small worlds opened up by Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan thought that there would not be too much harvest this time, but in fact, when it was time to summarize the harvest, he was also surprised. The fleet at its peak in the eternal star field 100,000 years ago was led by the 4 great sages. Among them, there are many saint kings and saint-level existences, hundreds of them.
For Guy Joyo, these beings can die completely by blowing their breath.
Back then, they forcibly opened the 9-fold coffin of the gods, and they did die when they met. In an instant, he was killed by the laws of the 3 emperors and the great emperor. It's just that the Void Emperor has no murderous intention towards them, and he still has a certain good impression of the human race, so he took the initiative to protect and fix that void. For Guy Joyo, the things in the entire void, except for the 2 Dark Supremes and their weapons, were all garbage. But for the sake of Wang Mingyuan and future generations, he still packed all those things and brought them back. In other words, Wang Mingyuan has hundreds of spaceships, and they are spaceships that have reached the level of saints. They can all resist the attacks of the saints. Among them, dozens of them were the spaceships of the Saint King, and 4 were spaceships that had reached the level of the Great Sage. And not only these spaceships, these saints, Saint Kings, and Great Sages died in an instant, and their bodies all remained. In the law of entanglement with each other, they were frozen in that piece of time. Although the person died, the physical body remained. That is to say, Wang Mingyuan had a lot of cultivation materials in his hand at once. The bodies of these saints, Saint Kings, and even great saints can extract the source and then help the practice of divine transformation scriptures. The weapons they had refined themselves were also brought over, and there were hundreds of sage-level weapons scattered apart.
There are also 4 weapons left by the great sage.
It can be said that this wave came back from the starry sky of the universe, and Wang Mingyuan suddenly had a great heritage. In addition to the lack of extreme Tao imperial soldiers, his heritage is no less than that of the great emperor family. It was even more exaggerated, because this was the essence of a starfield, and it was a very powerful force for them to reach their peak.
Now their accumulation is all cheaper than Wang Mingyuan.
Of course, this part of the things is not the most precious and rare.
The most precious is the dozens of fragments of broken eternal blue gold collected by Guy Joyo.
It was an ancient emperor's broken extreme imperial soldier. According to the normal situation, one of the fragments of the broken eternal blue gold in the future even fell from the Void Emperor's family and merged into the body of the Northern Emperor Tang. Among them, it came from the inheritance of the Dark Supreme, which made the Northern Emperor Tang completely crazy.
But now, due to Wang Mingyuan's early intervention, all this was interrupted.
Guy Joyo collected all this large pile of eternal blue gold. But to Wang Mingyuan's surprise, Guy Joyo gathered this pile of fragments together, but it was not used for himself. Instead, he used the unquenchable Tao fire in his body to ignite this ball of eternal blue gold and melt them little by little. This thing is of no use to me, but I took a look. You still lack the materials to build the extreme imperial soldier. Why not give this part to you? Although it was a general question, Guy Joyo had already very decisively placed this part of the eternal blue gold that he had gradually resmelted from a weapon into a material in front of Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan was astonished.
Actually, I have the material.
The part of the mother energy of all things above your head is just a shelf, empty inside, and cannot be truly built into an extreme imperial soldier.
I'm not talking about that.
Wang Mingyuan pointed to the immortal treasure map in his hand and said seriously, in the Honghuang ancient star, in the place of Kunlun immortal land, there is a tower made of divine trace purple gold. There is no heaven and earth avenue stored above, which can can be used to create extreme imperial soldiers. I wanted to go over to get it before, but there were too many things recently, and I got the immortal treasure map, but I didn't have time to practice it yet. Wang Mingyuan spread his hands and said very seriously, and after hearing this, Guy Joyo smiled more and more obviously. This material is not as good as the Taoist first. Even if I have the materials to create the extreme Tao imperial soldier, I can't fight the extreme Tao imperial soldier in a short period of time, but it is better to use it first than the Taoist. If the Taoist can cast an extreme Tao imperial soldier, then after participating in 200 years, oh no, now that a year has passed, it should be the battle after 199 years. If there is such a weapon as the bottom, the seniors will have a higher winning rate. Guy Joyo didn't speak, but shook his head firmly. He couldn't help but look up at the starry sky again, and then at the location of the eastern wilderness southern region. I didn't lack these things for a long time, and I had them back then. This remark, he said it of course, and Wang Mingyuan also had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Guy Joyo's talent, and luck are not lacking in all aspects. The only thing that didn't do well enough was that he met the Qing Emperor, and he was born at the wrong time. He has the materials to create the extreme Tao imperial soldier, and he has the ability to become a Taoist in the shortest possible time. The only regret was that he had to choose to preach when the Qing Emperor's avenue of heaven and earth had not yet dispersed. GZ was a little numb on the side. This kind of ancient emperor was very cherished, and if you want to receive what you have at hand, don't you care so much? Guy Joyo saw Wang Mingyuan's firm refusal, but he did not have a strong request. After thinking about it for a while, I saw the map of the Kunlun immortal land described on the map pointed out by Wang Mingyuan. He kept the map in his heart. Then he pulled it from a large pile of garbage that he had scraped away. With just one finger, two powerful beings that reached the level of saints shattered on the spot, turning into the source of two entanglements with each other. Then these two groups of origin were directly punched into Himiko's body. Since you have recovered, you should also suppress the dark turmoil in the future, so you should understand the terms of Baiyujing, and at the same time, you should also practice the Divine Transformation Sutra. Otherwise, after 199 years, you may not be qualified to participate in that battle. As he spoke, the scriptures related to the Divine Transfiguration Sutra were injected into Himiko's mind. With Jizi's talent, he quickly reacted. He didn't hesitate much and took the initiative to accept the origin of the two groups of saints. The whole person immediately changed and wanted to break through under the current state. However, he took the initiative to suppress it and did not let the realm change immediately. And Guy Joyo stared at the map that Wang Mingyuan pointed out to him, and after thinking for a while, instead of taking away the eternal blue gold, he still put it here, turned around, and went to the flood desolate ancient star again. Wang Mingyuan took this opportunity to take the initiative to go to the outside world to survive the tribulation, and he had broken through 5 or 6 small realms in a row before. The related calamities have not passed. Walking to the outside world, dense thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, and the exquisite Xianhuang pagoda of heaven and earth cast by his mother energy of all things hung above his head. However, when it comes to the realm of Sendai, it is indeed not enough to rely on the foundation laid down by the mother energy of all things before. For characters of the same level, Wang Mingyuan's weapons are very strong. But compared to Yi Fan and other emperors and princesses, his weapons are a bit poor. Fortunately, there is the top figure between heaven and earth now, Guy Joyo. He goes quickly and comes back quickly, even because he not only brought back the divine trace purple gold pagoda, but also brought back about 1/3 of the fragments of the immortal tripod. I also dealt with the family situation of Wang Mingyuan, Yi Fan and others. He explained Yi Fan's general situation to Yi Fan's parents. At the same time, he took out the money in Wang Mingyuan's bank account and used it. It can only be said that Wang Mingyuan is worthy of being Jingyi. Before Wang Mingyuan left, he squandered tens of millions in his bank account. But because of the crazy growth of housing prices that have lasted for many years, Wang Mingyuan's wealth has not only not decreased, but has expanded wildly. The value of several of his houses today is terrifying, and they are all calculated at the level of tens of millions. After all, he was an old dragon, and his parents gave him a lot of property and a house after his death. The house is the most important. He has done nothing over the years, and his assets have basically doubled several times. Guy Joyo didn't know much about these situations, but he had full authority to entrust Wang Mingyuan's related assets to Yi Fan's parents and let them be responsible for handling the relevant situations. As for the impact of sadness and old age over the years, Guy Joyo used a little divine power to help them condition, and it almost rejuvenated them and went directly to a middle-aged state. It can even make them younger. Was just rejected by Yi Fan's parents. They don't want to suddenly change from old age to youth, or even adolescence. That would be quite bad, but even so, they basically completed their practice directly in the realm of the Will See and reached the realm of the Taoist Palace. The next road Guy Joyo did not interfere too much, nor did he bring them back. This was mainly rejected by Yi Fan's parents. Although they didn't know much about the various knowledge of the cultivation world, they sailed between the starry sky. Crossing from one ancient star to another is difficult to achieve with modern human technology. Of course they knew how difficult it was and sternly refused. At the same time, they also felt that no matter how much they said that this was Yifan's home, they thought that Yifan was dead before they took care of it, so they had no intention of dealing with this aspect of the problem. Now the whole person has become younger, regaining the energy and vitality of his youth. At the same time, knowing that Yifan was still alive, of course they wanted to take care of this side of the situation. Not only did they have to deal with the relevant situation for Yifan, but they were all ready to deal with Yifan's classmates back then.
It's troublesome for the Taoist. It's all a small thing.
Guy Jodo's voice was calm, and he didn't think this matter was too difficult. But recalling this experience of the ancient star of the flood, he also had an inexplicable emotion. The Emperor is indeed powerful, incredibly strong, and can actually forcibly move the dragon veins from other life-ancient stars from between the universe galaxies, casting an area that can give birth to immortals. Obviously, in Kunlun, that special area that could give birth to the immortal cauldron made him feel surprised and shocked. In that area, he felt the handwriting of more than one great emperor, including the great emperor of Yuan who had the formation of the great emperor, and the handwriting left by the person who had supreme control over the mountains and rivers and ley lines. Even if he is a figure who has reached alternative enlightenment, if he does not have a perfect map and rushes in indiscriminately, he may fall. Of course, the biggest shock to him, the highest level of shock, should be the ruthless emperor. Because after Wang Mingyuan finished the tribulation, he saw Guy Jodo, and Guy Jodo looked a little dazed. He was even muttering, not to become an immortal, just to wait for your return in the red dust.
The lethality of this sentence is too great. If you just say such a sentence, many people can say it, and it doesn't matter. The key is that the person who said this sentence is a ruthless emperor. Judging from the talent shown by the ruthless emperor, it is really possible for her to become an immortal. This one of the most mysterious emperors throughout the ages really went to the immortal land and saw the place where the emperor left the immortal place. If you really want to become an immortal, you may really be able to take a new step there. As a result, the former immortal artifact didn't care, and the special ley lines that could give birth to immortals were lightly broken by the ruthless emperor. This is really shocking to the senses and stimulation. Throughout the ages, talent is the first. Guy Joyo couldn't help but recite the comments written by Wang Mingyuan himself on Bai Yujing. This time he really felt the appropriateness of this comment. At the same time, I really felt the talent and arrogance of the ruthless emperor. Even if he is the most arrogant person, he can't help but be convinced in the face of such an achievement as the ruthless emperor. Guy Joyo was amazed, but he also did everything he had to do. He brought back the divine trace purple gold pagoda and also brought back the immortal ding. When looking at the divine trace purple gold pagoda, Guy Joyo was still a little distracted inexplicably, because he had seen this divine trace purple pagoda in historical records and understood the origin of this divine trace purple pagoda. This is a tower of solitary pride. Guy Joyo looked inexplicable when he said this, and Wang Mingyuan was silent for a moment when he heard this. No wonder Guy Joyo has a feeling of empathy, because lonely pride is a figure before him, lonely and proud of the same era as the Qing Emperor. This one is a copy of Guy Joyo. He was also invincible when he was the youngest, and he also had the divine object divine trace purple gold exclusive to the ancient emperor when he was young, and made it into a weapon with him. Everyone thinks that this is the eternal light in that era, the only light, and will preach the title of emperor in that era and write a personal legend. Then this one met the Qing Emperor at his peak, when he was in the quasi-emperor field. This is a tragedy. He can be regarded as the only opponent on the road of the Qing Emperor's certificate. As an opponent before the Qing Emperor's sermon, he ushered in a tragic defeat. This one has only lost once in his life, but this time it was a mess and a complete defeat. He is not bad, because he is the only one who can be called an opponent on the path of the Qing Emperor. He and the Qing Emperor really had a big war. Being able to fight with a character like the Qing Emperor who became an immortal medicine and became an emperor, it can be imagined that this person's talent and talents still have potential. It can only be said that he was born at the wrong time and in the wrong place. If it weren't for the Qing Emperor coming out back then, but he swept the universe alone, the situation of the entire universe might be different now. Perhaps this one will still be active between heaven and earth. It can even be said that he will inevitably live between heaven and earth, becoming the right time, the right place, and the right person. Because when he fought with the Qing Emperor, it was about 10,000 or 20,000 years ago. At that time, he was in his prime, but he was only 1 or 2,000 years old. Based on the Emperor's lifespan of 10,000 years, plus an immortal elixir, it is not a big problem for him to live until now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. This one was defeated, and his own most special divine mark purple pagoda was not taken away, passed on to his family descendants. Then his descendants, the one who reached the quasi-emperor, died in the land of immortality in the ancient star of the flood. Even this divine trace purple gold pagoda was left there. Guy Joyo looked at the tower in a daze, but quickly abandoned the related miscellaneous thoughts from his mind. With these, your next practice will be fine. The divine soul in the divine trace purple gold pagoda claims to be the most special and powerful
scripture between heaven and earth it captures, and in terms of control of the scriptures, you can say that it is the strongest and most powerful in the world. Make it a 33-story tower, and you can inscribe the relevant scriptures in each tower. In the future, you have enough accumulation, and you can even fuse other immortal gold to create a supreme immortal weapon. With this, everything is considered to be a dead end, and I don't have a burden to try my things. Guy Joyo said this as if he was explaining his last words. Wang Mingyuan wanted to say something more, but in the end he suppressed his impulse. If you want to live out the second life, others can't give much help. Before Guy Joyo made this decision, Wang Mingyuan had already tried his best to help the other party. The true Phoenix treasure technique and the secret of the word can make this one see different paths, but Hadago can only rely on himself. Others can't help with this. After Guy Joyo ordered Wang Mingyuan's side of the matter, he took the time to go to the fire domain located in the southern region. He practiced the eternal blue gold obtained from that dark supreme again, and burned all the remaining Dao methods belonging to that dark supreme in the eternal blue gold. A very huge piece of eternal blue gold was re-refined. This piece of material can also be used to create extreme imperial soldiers, and it can be said that he is also the top item in the world. Even if it wasn't for Guy Joyo, someone else would have gotten it. Directly holding the broken fragments can partially exert the power of the extreme Dao imperial soldiers. Others are absolutely impossible, and they do not have the ability to burn all the Tao and Dharma located in this extreme Dao imperial soldier. Guy Joyo handed this material to GZ. Your father gave all his love to the human race, and I am also a member of the human race, and now I want to give you a love back. GZ wanted to refuse, but Guy Joyo shook his head and said directly, no need to say more, this is basically the last help I will give you. This is your father's spoils, and I have taken most of it. This part was not even given to you before, almost to my friend, which is a bit excessive. Now that he has a plan, this part of the loot is also suitable for you. After saying that, this huge piece of eternal blue gold that could create an extreme imperial soldier was given to GZ by Guy Joyo. GZ had a dark gaze, and finally accepted this material. Since it is my father's trophy, if I have a chance to achieve great success in the future, I will use it to forge an extreme imperial soldier and then go up to the immortal mountain. He did not refuse, but Guy Joyo nodded and fell silent completely. Wang Mingyuan was a little nervous. This was the thickest and strongest thigh he had held in the early stage. If something goes wrong with this one, it's a big problem. With this one as a backer, he dares to fight with anyone in the world. Well, except for the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness and the underworld. However, this one is going to retreat, but it is also true. He has helped Wang Mingyuan too much, and in many ways Wang Mingyuan has improved rapidly. Wang Mingyuan didn't dare to ask for more. Not to mention anything else, Wang Mingyuan has an intact purple gold pagoda in his hand. With this thing, Wang Mingyuan directly fused the divine trace purple gold pagoda with his current 33-fold Linglong pagoda into one. With this thing, he can be regarded as the most supreme person in the world, no worse than any young emperor and ancient emperor. There is no complete fusion yet, but when I break through from the immortal 1 realm to the immortal 2nd realm and become powerful, I can completely integrate it with the help of the Thunder Tribulation. I can even inscribe 33 supreme scriptures on these 33 towers. The divine trace purple gold itself can engrave the most special rhythm between heaven and earth. If there is a peerless powerhouse who uses him to practice and use him to refine the extreme Dao imperial soldiers, then he can engrave his own supreme scriptures on the divine trace purple gold. It is also possible to inscribe the scriptures left by the pinnacle of the most ancient era. Usually the scriptures of the great emperor are engraved, and then the special supreme power of the great emperor is shown. In the original work, Yi Fan's disciple Zaiamatsu got this divine trace purple gold pagoda, and at the same time, he got the inheritance of Emperor Fushi on the earth. He once engraved the scriptures of Emperor Fushi on the purple gold pagoda, giving the purple gold pagoda extraordinary power. It can be said that this artifact can exert extraordinary effects in the hands of any person. The luck of any person in the world who can become an ancient emperor and emperor is extraordinary, and he can often get the inheritance of 1 or even 2 or 3 ancient emperors and emperors. But these people do not necessarily have as much inheritance as Wang Mingyuan has received. Now Wang Mingyuan can't count the great emperor scriptures he got on his fingers. Heaven swallowing demon skill, immortal heavenly skill, Hanyu scripture, void scripture, western emperor scripture, heavenly human god transformation scripture, Tianxian holy land, inheritance, tribulation immortal scripture, derived from Guy Joyo, Kunpeng treasure technique, true phoenix treasure technique, Taiyin true scripture, sun true scripture. There are many terrible scriptures, and even soon after, Wang Mingyuan was able to get the inheritance of the Taiwan scriptures left by the emperor from the Zhongzhou side. Regarding the reserve of scriptures, Wang Mingyuan can be said to be the first in the current world. He has horribly many scriptures, and he is terribly strong. But now Wang Mingyuan is fully understood and completely familiar, but as instinctively, there are only Kunpeng treasure techniques and true phoenix treasure techniques. He prioritized these 2 scriptures that had reached the level of the immortal king and engraved engraved them on the purple gold pagoda of divine traces, which was considered to have laid the foundation. And with Wang Mingyuan's actions, something very strange happened.
On this 33-story pagoda, the towers of the two-story tower at the bottom emerge a Kuanping and a true phoenix respectively.
It is a miracle of creation between heaven and earth. Both Kuanping and Jinhuang were lifelike, as if they were about to jump out of them.
Kuanping seemed to be about to pounce at any time, showing supreme ferocity.
The true phoenix, on the other hand, was surrounded by endless flames, as if it was in the midst of nirvana transformation at any time. This hand directly brought the most special and mysterious divine trace purple gold to its peak. Even the divine traces of purple gold are a bit impossible to completely engrave these two true supreme scriptures. These two verses are too high level.
If it was in the immortal ancient period, the grade of the divine trace purple gold itself would be very high. It just downgraded as the world was downgraded.
It could have been able to carry such a scripture, but now it is a bit incomplete. But the related mystery is still in it, and the details are still recorded, but there is no way to show the supreme power.
Wang Mingyuan looked up at the heavens and the earth, and then looked back at the mountain of loot behind him.
There was a smile on his face that could not be hidden.
This is a huge gain for him that he has never experienced before.
If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his personal image, he would have wanted to lie down in this pile of loot desperately, and then sleep with him for 3 days and 3 nights. When he had such an idea, he suddenly felt a slight vibration in the Void God realm. It's not just one person who wants to log into the Void God realm, but there are a full 6. Oh, it turns out that it is a monthly meeting, and when the corresponding time comes, they are all sending messages here.
Wang Mingyuan suddenly realized.
He glanced nostalgically at the many treasures piled up here, especially on the rank 8 bloodline evolution fluid that had been practiced several times. It turned out that it was the supreme artifact between heaven and earth, and after hundreds of thousands of years of wear, the relevant divinity was lost little by little.
By now, he was probably equivalent to a rank 4 bloodline evolution fluid.
It is still very strong. It can help people cut the road, and it can also make people improve by leaps and bounds in the realm of cutting the way. Until he became a saint, he was able to be of great help to practitioners.
The more critical point is that since it was once the Zestron's 8-turn bloodline evolution fluid,
in addition to the most important divine materials, it also has a large number of other related auxiliary materials. Now it continues to improve, and it is not difficult to return to the ranks of rank 8. It is only necessary to have enough divine matter. Only 4 divine substances need to be found. It was able to return to the 8th rank. In other words, this pile of bloodline evolution fluid, if there is a suitable divine substance in hand, it can ripen people to the realm of great sages in advance. Even if Wang Mingyuan dared to do it, he could go to the Black Emperor in advance and let the Black Emperor go to Zishan to deceive a mature immortal elixir. Or let Gai Joyo's true peak recover. Take the initiative to walk to the 10,000 dragon nest and pick off the mature true dragon immortal elixir. There is even the simplest one. Let Yifan go to the desolate ancient forbidden land, pick part of the 9 wonderful immortal elixirs in the desolate forbidden land, and pick a few holy fruits on each holy mountain.
Together, these can also be used as an immortal elixir. This is the easiest point.
If you really want to do it, it is not difficult. Ruthless people will never stop it, and that great holy body will not block it too much. If you can really practice the strongest 9-turn bloodline evolution liquid in the legend. Although there is a feeling of violent destruction, it is indeed possible to forcibly let the characters who have reached the peak of the great sage realm break through to the quasi-emperor level with such special items. At present, there is one by Wang Mingyuan's side, that is, the old man of the human demon. Although this is extremely wasteful, if it can really make people take that step in advance, it really saves a lot of time. Because for the vast majority of the top cultivation geniuses in the world, the great sage's breakthrough to the quasi-emperor is a huge threshold. As strong as Yifan, who had practiced for only 200 years, he had already reached the great sage realm, but it took more than 300 years for him to break through from the great sage realm to the quasi-emperor realm. If Yifan was in a coma for nearly 300 years because he helped suppress the Dark Supreme and the Dark Turmoil, there was a time when there was no true practice for 300 years. But other top geniuses of the same generation as Yifan are the same. Yifan had not broken through in a coma for 300 years, and they also did not break through, basically stuck in front of the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. This threshold is still quite high, and it is difficult for the vast majority of geniuses to cross over, and even if they can cross it, it takes a lot of time to accumulate. And once the past is crossed, the subsequent practice will be much faster and much more rapid in rapid progress. After Yifan crossed over, it was only a short time of hundreds of years that he reached the peak of the quasi-emperor 9th heaven. Even soon after, it reached the level of alternative enlightenment. And the other top Tianzhou of Yifan's generation is a little slower, but the gap is not far off. In other words, if there really is the strongest bloodline evolution liquid of rank 9, it will make the demon old man cross this threshold in advance. 200 years later, it is really possible for the human demon old man to reach the level of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens and have the opportunity to participate participate in suppressing the dark turmoil.
With imagination, Wang Mingyuan's mind was infinitely high, and then he went deep into the void god realm,
ascended to the throne in his white jade capital. And when he arrived here, he felt 6 points of light calling to him. No, not just 6 points of light, but actually 7. The old man of the human demon who was far away in the Z-Way star field was also calling this side. If the old man wants to come up, he can do it directly, but this time he took the initiative to call, which surprised Wang Mingyuan a little. Thinking about it, it should be that the old man of the human demon has a lot to say, and it is very likely to be related to the void god realm and Baiyujing, so take the initiative. Wang Mingyuan did not reject it. Anyway, he did not force that the group of the most absolute characters be separated from the geniuses of the younger generation. It's just that when he first arrived, in order to avoid confusion, he only called a few acquaintances.
Yi Fan, Xiao Jiuyo and others, who were still excellent in cultivation among the younger generation, were called over. Fearing trouble before, he even strongly asked the Black Emperor not to participate.
Now the Black Emperor saw that he was going to bark twice, expressing strong protest.
But for Wang Mingyuan, the protest was ineffective.
It's okay if he comes, this time I'm going to invite a few newcomers over, and it's more convenient to have one person here.
Wang Mingyuan stretched out his hand and directly summoned the 6 people who had participated in the Baiyujing meeting before.
At the same time, the old man and Himiko also came in directly. At the same time, when Wang Mingyuan pulled these people, his fingers twitched.
The void god realm is vast and actually covers the entire universe. Theoretically, Wang Mingyuan can pull people from the entire universe, as long as he has the other party's spiritual imprint and the other party's mental fluctuations.
Thinking of the Yellow Emperor he had seen not long ago, Wang Mingyuan habitually pulled. Just lost a top thigh, and Wang Mingyuan himself wanted to pull another thigh. Of course, while pulling people over, he also hoped that he could bring some help to the Yellow Emperor. When it comes to healing under the heavens, there is nothing stronger than the secret of the word. If there is, it is only the true Phoenix treasure technique in Wang Mingyuan's hands. With these two things in hand, Wang Mingyuan felt that he could still help a group of Yellow Emperors. Therefore, when the spiritual fluctuations touched the Yellow Emperor in the ninefold pass of the gods, Wang Mingyuan also specially transmitted a passage of the scriptures of the secret scriptures.
I thought that with the Void Emperor or the Yellow Emperor's heritage, I should have the secret of the word in my hand, and the other party might not react much. As a result, in Wang Mingyuan's astonished gaze, a 9th figure appeared in Baiyujing.
Although Wang Mingyuan was stunned, it was covered by Baiyujing's fog, and others couldn't see clearly. However, when they saw 3 new characters coming, the 6 people present were a little surprised. At the same time, there is a different sense of identity and arrogance. Like Yenryu, Ji Ziyue, and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion, there is naturally a feeling of an old man bringing a newcomer. Even Yi Fan and the others were a little surprised, because 3 more people came in, and they were not familiar with it. But after a little look, Yi Fan recognized one of the 3 new people.
Because even if the old man of the human demon came here, he was still very tough and very special.
He was just wearing a simple animal skin, and he carried a huge bone stick on his shoulder.
Even the fog couldn't cover him.
As for the other 2 people, Yi Fan also looked at them carefully. One of them was of medium stature and not much special, and the ordinary figure made his pupils shrink slightly, because he felt a lot of pressure. The state and strength of this person made him feel pressured, and he felt the familiar taste of the divine transformation scripture from the other party.
Is it another ancient emperor, or a descendant of the great emperor? Yi Fan was secretly surprised. He didn't know much about these secrets before. However, since he and Wang Mingyuan were together, he came into contact with the top secrets between heaven and earth every day. He is no stranger to the descendants of the ancient emperor and the great emperor, at least he has seen a lot recently. Therefore, after arriving here, you can make a very clear judgment with a little research. But the last person to arrive here made everyone present look serious.
Everyone's eyes were on this person, because this figure was in a coffin. The void god realm is the world of spirits, and only spirit-related items can reach here. The clothes and daily clothes you wear after coming here are basically transformed by your own spirit. But that's all, you won't bring in too many items or other things. However, for the top characters in the world of covering the sky, there is actually not much difference between the spirit and the body.
It's like the old man of the human demon has arrived here, because his bone stick is also intertwined with law and reason. It can be said that he gave birth to a god.
After he came here, his bone rod came here with him. And the Yellow Emperor came here the most peculiar. Not only did he come by himself, but even the coffin he lived in arrived here with him. After arriving here, you can hear the sound of coffins opening one after another. It rang 9 times, and then it could be heard and seen through the hazy mist.
The 9-fold coffin opened little by little, and then a person sat up inside the coffin. Obviously, it is the most mysterious and sacred place above Baiyujing, but everyone present at this time had a little terrifying feeling in their hearts. The longer you live, the more you know about heaven and earth, the more terrifying it becomes.
The holy prince's eyes were spewing golden light, and the golden light was uncertain, staring in that direction.
The 9-fold coffin of the gods?
He was born in astonishment, and cautiously approached Yi Fan and and Xiaojiu, and the two of them were back to back, which was regarded as a reliance. At the same time, he explained in a low voice what the ninefold coffin of the gods was. It was a coffin that only the gods could use, and it would never fall to the ground, but would always float in the void. It is the most special and unique item between heaven and earth. No one can be sure whether there are gods or gods between heaven and earth, but what is certain is that the ninefold coffins of the gods are usually buried in the ancient emperors or later the great emperors of the human race. Anyone who can lie in this coffin is not immortal, terrifyingly strong. Even the old man of the human demon stared sideways at the coffin at this time, and then stared at the person in the coffin who had not yet stood up but only got up on his upper body. And the yellow emperor came here suddenly, not too surprised, very calm. As a person who has long entered the quasi-emperor realm, as a person with the body of a great emperor, and has a certain understanding of his past, he had full confidence in himself, and few people in the entire heaven and earth and the entire universe could hurt him. Some time ago, suddenly needing Gai Joyo between the cosmic galaxies gave him a kind of surprise. I never thought that there would be such a powerful character in the entire universe. That character was even more pressure than the Yen Emperor brought to him. It is an existence that has reached the limit under the current rules of heaven and earth. But except for this one, he was not worried about anyone else. Even if he came here suddenly, he was not worried. But after he really got here, he looked around again, and his expression became special, because he felt the specialness of this here and now. Of the 9 people present, it can even be said that there are 10. After all, it must include Wang Mingyuan, who is high above and sits in the center of the temple. Except for the mysterious person sitting on the throne, everyone else surprised him, because none of those who came here were weak. Although it is the void god realm and the spiritual world, the spirit and body are synchronized here, and everything is real. The spirit is endowed with a special nature, and the physical body is revealed in a peculiar form in this world. The corresponding state and aura of each of them were displayed in front of him. Although the cultivation level of these people present at the moment does not seem to be very high. Well, there is a very tall one, which is the character dressed like a barbarian in animal skin. Even if he was shrouded in fog, the Yellow Emperor could feel the other party's fierce aura. That kind of aura was similar to what he had seen before. It was like Chi Yu's aura. Well, the other party was not weak under this world, and he had actually reached the peak of the great sage realm. And there is a grand demeanor flowing on his body. It is an invincible posture cultivated by invincibility in the same realm or step-by-step realm. I don't know a person, and although I don't have the body of the emperor, I am not bad in itself, and I am the top existence in heaven and earth. This one surprised the Yellow Emperor, and the other 7 were also not bad at all. Although the other 7 characters were not very strong, they did not even open the 5 secret realms at the same time, nor did they light up at the same time. Most of them are in the realm of the 4 poles and dragons. It's not too overbearing, but everyone's blood and body are extraordinarily outstanding. The Yellow Emperor could even hear the strange Taoist sound coming out of each of their Taoist palaces here. This shows that the group of people present, 8 of them, all practiced the great emperor scriptures. Everyone's foundation is extremely strong, and their chi and blood are extremely strong. One of them, the Yellow Emperor, seemed to feel a little familiar, and couldn't help but take a second look. Even though he was wrapped in fog, the indifference that seemed to merge with the void also made him take a second look. At the same time, when he looked around mentally, when he found one stone stele after another carved on the wall, and at the same time found all kinds of words on the stone tablet, the Yellow Emperor's heart was also shaken. He saw a lot of scriptures in it, a lot of the life of the emperor, and a lot of records of the emperor. When he saw the stone tablet of the Void Emperor, and wrote in detail about the Void Emperor's experiences above, his whole body was stunned. For him, and even for the entire universe, this is a secret thing. But here it is clearly described, and even the opponent from many years ago is also described. Yen, is Emperor Hongyu physically psychic? He looked at the stone tablet. In fact, he and the Yen Emperor abandoned their previous suspicions, and the two already knew this when they knew each other deeply. And he also got the Hongyu Sutra from the Yen Emperor. It's just that both of them clearly know that even if they were a great emperor in their previous lives, they brought them unparalleled accumulation, which made countless people sigh in the entire flood ancient star, and they don't know how many top characters admired them and were ashamed of themselves. Their great emperor's body is also really real, giving them an invincible heritage. But if they have a higher pursuit and want to reach a higher level, they can't rest on their laurels, they have to change. Throughout the ages, no one has taken the same path of the emperor to achieve the emperor. If possible, the Yellow Emperor would try to avoid knowing about the experience of the Void Emperor as much as possible. At the same time, it is necessary to avoid the influence of the great Tao in the previous life as much as possible. He needs to embark on a new path and not intersect too much with the original path. Once there are too many interlacing, although the practice may be faster, it is likely to pick up the imperial law in the body in the shortest possible time. But basically it will be forever restricted, and there is no way to preach to the emperor. Therefore, after he had his own consciousness, he consciously made this choice. For example, the Void Emperor was very poor in his life, and he left behind the legend of the ascension of the 3,000 5,000 imperial daughters in the Hongguang ancient star. The Yin Emperor, on the other hand, was completely reversed in this regard, trying to be as pure as possible and not touching the great road of the past. But the great Tao of the past still inevitably affects him. He is still known as the Flame Emperor, and he has more control over the power of the sun than anyone else. The Yellow Emperor stared at this hall, his heart intertwined with shock and astonishment. Feeling the mystery of this temple, he couldn't help but look at the Lord of the White Jade Capital sitting high there at the highest point. The Lord of Baiyujing nodded to him with a smile, and then smiled at everyone's eyes. This time I have some new friends. I hope everyone can get along amicably and go on the road to immortality together. I hope that everyone here will be able to fly in the future. The old man looked at the Emperor very jealously. He didn't know this person, but he could feel the peerless strength of this character in front of him. It was a terrifying existence, even more powerful than him. Being able to sit in the ninefold coffin of the gods, the ghost knows how powerful and terrifying this character is. Moreover, this person's special state and posture reminded the demon old man of the most ancient secret news he heard in ancient times. It is rumored that in the oldest mythological era, in the oldest period, the beginning of the age of mythology, the being known as the Emperor of the Underworld once created the underworld and left behind supreme means. It is the most bizarre and unpredictable method that allows people to resurrect their bodies after death, and this method has been pursued by countless people back then. I don't know how many corpses are left between heaven and earth. The underworld was created because of this one character. At the same time, after this death, it also caused great damage to Lingbao Tianzuan. Lingbao Tianzuan didn't know how many corpses were resurrected back then. He deliberately left the 4 swords of killing immortals to fight against this matter, and even the 4 swords of killing immortals turned dark red because of too much killing. What I was thinking was the special posture formed by the blood flowing above after it coagulated. Now this character is very similar to the record, because he lies in the ninefold coffin of the gods, which is a legend, a coffin that only gods can live in. Could it be that the path that this character took was resurrected in the coffin? The 9 characters first looked at Wang Mingyuan, and then 8 of them all stared at the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor also felt these gazes, especially one of the 8 gazes, which was the most special, and he faintly felt a little familiar. As a quasi-emperor, he can clearly remember all his memories, but he really couldn't remember this one. He felt that this familiarity seemed to be the familiarity of this body, and there was even a feeling of blood connection. In other words, among these people present, one person may be a descendant of his bloodline. It is the descendants left before the resurrection of this body psychic. The Yellow Emperor did not want to touch this. After learning about his life records, he once walked to Beidou, but took the initiative to avoid it. Because from the information he received, if his body wanted to preach again, he had to avoid the influence of the results of his previous life as much as possible. But now this figure has come to him. He took the initiative to come over, and the Yellow Emperor did not retreat, but looked at this side curiously. The lives of many great emperors and the records of scriptures surprised him and felt the strength of the Lord of Baiyujing. The appearance of the divine transformation scripture also made him feel a little emotional about this Lord of Baiyujing, because this scripture can obviously help the strongest bloodline between heaven and earth. From this point of view, this one also doesn't like the forbidden area. Doesn't he like those ancient emperors and heavenly sovereigns who cut themselves off? The Yellow Emperor only read this part and already understood the position of the Lord of Baiyujing. In fact, you know this without looking at it. Because the Lord of Baiyujing erected a stone monument in the area where Baiyujing was located, openly stating his purpose. He hopes that everyone can become an immortal. I hope that a group of people will work together, and the special scripture called the Great Tao Scroll standing at the forefront is a clear proof. He was surprised by the Transfiguration Sutra above, and at the same time he saw a brand new scripture. It is a scripture about refining the rank 9 immortal elixir and the strongest bloodline evolution liquid. From the first turn to the 9th turn, all the relevant ingredient needs are listed on it, and the promotion effect on practitioners is also clearly written. The strongest 9 ranks bloodline evolution liquid can allow a person who is not so talented to step into the quasi-emperor realm. The Yellow Emperor couldn't help but think of the scene he had seen not long ago, and the person who had reached the level of alternative enlightenment walked to his side. Then he took away the 2 bodies of the 2 dark supremes that he had left behind after his defeat in his previous life. He didn't stop him. At the same time, that character also took away many better items from the space battleship. Of course, it also included the 4 great sage bodies, as well as the 8-turn bloodline evolution fluid they left behind. He had known these things for a long time, but he had never taken care of them, and these things were useless to him for a long time. Unexpectedly, these things appeared in Baiyujing shortly after that character got them. Even after meeting that person, he was even invited to this place. He sensed the connection. Is that person also a member of Baiyujing? Why didn't you see him this time? The Yellow Emperor looked around and indeed did not find Gai Joyo's figure. He was a little suspicious, but he didn't say much. With the strength and realm of that character, can't you still become the Lord of Baiyujing? In his heart, he asked such a rhetorical question, and at the same time, after reading the surrounding scriptures and many records of the life of the great emperor, he had a sense of course. The great emperor's scriptures of the same level only have one reference value for him and do not have much meaning. To his level and cultivation, he had seen enough great emperor scriptures and walked out of his own path. In the face of the scriptures left by other great emperors, he only referenced them, but he was not very amazed. Moreover, he had lived to such an age and had such a cultivation, and he had seen many scriptures of the same level. The scriptures here are more complete and systematic, but not too shocking. But the information revealed by many other details in this white jade capital is shocking. For example, the Lord of White Jade Kyo knows the immortal emperor. Knowing that this person has lived from ancient times to the present, and during this period of time, he has continued his life with the essence and blood of many great emperors and ancient emperors, and has been constantly nirvana. He didn't know the others, but he did have a certain amount of him for this one, because he was very familiar with the Yen emperor, and the Yen emperor also returned to the Beidou after understanding the past and the future, and learned some of the facts. That one has really come to a very deep level, and it is very likely that he will always be alive. After all, Emperor Hengyu once refined weapons on the periphery of the primordial ancient mine, using the phoenix blood and red gold that the immortal emperor liked the most, just to seduce this top being. Unfortunately, at this point, Emperor Hengyu did not know in detail enough. The immortal emperor did not seal himself in the primordial ancient mine, but has always survived in his special state. Not only this one, but also about the past and future of many great emperors and ancient emperors, this Lord of Baiyujing is written in detail. From this point of view, this Lord of White Jade Capital is also an ancient emperor or ancient emperor who lived out the second or even third life. These details made the Yellow Emperor more and more cautious about the Lord of Baiyujing. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the utensils that the Lord of Baiyujing was playing with, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was a three-legged and two-eared copper cauldron, and the green copper top was shining brightly in his hand, but at this moment, this green copper cauldron was not intact. It is in a broken state, about one-third. When he saw this, his pupils contracted slightly. As the top powerhouse in the entire universe, although he did not have much reputation among the universes. But this is only because in this era, most practitioners have too low cultivation and realm, so they don't understand their situation. In fact, he has a deep understanding of the entire universe and the top powerhouses in the universe. He was even familiar with this mouthful of the immortal cauldron, because the emperor recorded in Baiyujing was from the ancient star of Honghuang, that is, from the ancient star of life he was born. The people on the other life ancient stars didn't know much about the emperor, but the people of the flood desolate ancient star were still very clear about the existence of this one. Even he and the Yen emperor made considerable efforts to save the flood ancient star and reverse the continuous decline of the flood ancient star. But with the strength of him and the Yen emperor, there was no way to go deep into the pregnant immortal land of Kunlun. Take out the utensils in the land of pregnant immortals, so that the life essence of the ancient star of the flood will no longer give birth to the ethereal immortal. Obviously, the flood ancient star has the largest accumulation among many life ancient stars, with 99 ancestral dragon veins. Once the so-called immortals are not bred, but used to feed back the ancient stars of life, the entire ancient star of life will become a miracle in the cultivation world, the most special and powerful planet between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they had no way to change this, so after consulting with the strongest between many heavens and earths, they left the flood desolate ancient star one after another. This is something that cannot be helped. If they continue to stay, their practitioners above the level of saints can suck up the essence of heaven and earth between the universe and galaxies to practice. But people below the realm of saints have no way to practice at all. The flood desolate ancient star society became a forbidden place for practitioners, and there was no way to give birth to many practitioners. Therefore, when he saw this mouthful of the immortal cauldron, the Yellow Emperor's heart set off a stormy wave. As for a tower made of divine traces, of purple gold mixed with the mother energy of all things played by the Lord of White Jade Capital in his left hand, he didn't care at a glance. Whether it is the divine trace purple gold or the mother chi of all things, it can be the material for creating the extreme imperial soldier, and it is the top part of the materials for creating the extreme imperial soldier. For ordinary people, this is of course the most precious item in the world, but for a character of the Yellow Emperor, it is reasonable for the Lord of Baiyujing to use this as a toy. Who is the Lord of Baiyujing? Can he even change this? Has everything in the flood desolate ancient star changed? Although he was regarded as a physical psychic of the Void Emperor, he essentially did not have much connection with the Void Emperor. He basically spent his long years on the flood desolate ancient star, and his feelings for the flood desolate ancient star were even deeper. The Yellow Emperor looked at this place quietly, with endless doubts in his heart. He was silent and did not speak, and at the same time, he was also looked at by others. The purple mansion saint stared here, and there were actually a lot of waves in her heart. She discovered the new characters as soon as they arrived. She felt the other party's incredibly powerful demeanor, and those breaths just flowed over, making her feel depressed, a little unbearable. If it weren't for Baiyujing, she had no doubt that she would be crushed to death directly. That was definitely a character far beyond her her imagination. But she didn't find it strange, but had a sense of course.
As a member of Bai Yujing's organization, there should be a kind of platoon.
They joined because of their background and identity physique, but there must also be people who have long joined Bai Yujing, and they are the most supreme heroes in the world.
This makes sense.
She felt the change. Obviously not long ago, she had used her identity to swallow 2 balls to reach the origin of the level of great power, helping her improve. At the same time, the revision of the Western Emperor's Sutra made her own realm and strength more and more terrifying. But here she remained humble. Looking at the new character, she became more and more humble.
I didn't dare to say more. Ruji Ziyu and Yen Ruyu also felt the same way.
The last time they could talk was considered very courageous, because their identity backgrounds were amazing. This time they felt the real powerhouse, and they were silent for a while and did not dare to say anything. Even Xia Jiuyo and the Holy Prince were carefully looking at this brand new figure, that is, the Yellow Emperor. This momentum was so amazing that the Holy Prince even felt in a trance that he had returned to the ancient times and saw his father again. After tasting it carefully, he felt that something was wrong, not as strong as his father, but still extremely terrifying.
Ha!
It is another style that nourishes all things and stretches endlessly. How can there be such a strong man in such an era? And this coffin is. The Holy Prince was silent and did not dare to speak. And after Yifan looked at it for a while, he didn't feel much pressure, but there was an excitement. After all, he and Wang Mingyuan are real classmates, and he doesn't have so much baggage and ideas in his heart. At this time, he even felt the green copper block in his body vibrate slightly. The last time he came here for a party, he felt that most ordinary items could not enter this special space. But part of it could. For example, the most powerful items of the gods were born. They have a physical body similar to that of a human in reality, and they also have a spiritual existence. Possess a deity. Last time, not only did he come over, but the heart of the Qing Emperor and the bronze block also came over. It's just that they are quieter, so Yifan didn't ask much, but this time it was different. The bronze block shook, and it is related to the mutilated bronze cauldron next to the throne of the Lord of Bai Yujing. Yifan looked up, and then Somatomania, because of his relationship with Wang Mingyuan, he didn't have too many scruples, and blurted out directly,
"What is this?"
He pointed to the mutilated bronze cauldron held by Wang Mingyuan in his right hand. With this point, other talents turned their attention to Wang Mingyuan one after another, and suddenly found the difference in details. The Lord of White Jade Capital had 2 more utensils at his hand. One was a peculiar pagoda made of a mixture of the mother energy of all things and the purple gold of the divine traces.
The other is a mutilated tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. That's it?
The people present were very knowledgeable, and they could tell the general situation at a glance.
They couldn't tell much about the incomplete cauldron, but they could see clearly what was thrown up and down like a toy next to the cauldron. It was a supreme artifact that could create a great emperor's artifact. Jizu's heart shook, and she sighed at the strength of the Lord of Bai Yujing. After going back this time, she had searched in all aspects to find the information of the Lord of Bai Yujing, but there was no relevant record in the family classics. She has read through many great emperors, ancient emperors, and even records about Tianzuan, but it is true that I have not seen any records related to the Lord of Bai Yujing. But the Lord of Bai Yujing casually played with the top divine gold in the world, and she took it for granted. With such a character of identity and strength, what is reasonable about playing with the Emperor's exclusive artifacts?
And this tower is very peculiarly carved, and at the bottom is actually a red phoenix and a Kuanping that is constantly changing between Kuan and Pang. The charm of the two is fully displayed, and it is fascinating to watch. It seemed that 2 pure-blooded creatures had come out of the immortal realm, playing there. It's just that the mutilated bronze cauldron that he pulled out and played with on his right hand was a bit inconsistent with the temperament of the Lord of Bai Yujing. He always felt that he did not match his identity with a broken object in his hand. Hearing Yifan's question, she also looked up curiously and waited for the Lord of Bai Yujing's answer, and then Bai Yujing's short answer made her feel numb in shock. It's nothing, it's the one of the Emperor's weapons back then, which has been broken and then simply repaired. Now it has lost even the gods inside and does not want to return. I don't know what kind of changes he went through back then, from a majestic hero to the posture he is now.
It's sighing now that I think about it.
A group of people present were a little shocked. On the contrary, it was the Yellow Emperor who broke the silence at this time. You boarded the flood desolate ancient star, took out this artifact from the pregnant immortal land, and changed the fate of the flood desolate ancient star? The Yellow Emperor's tone was very gentle, and naturally there was a dignified atmosphere. If you want to say that, it's true, it's not me who doesn't go over to take it, it's one of my Taoist friends. Wang Mingyuan is very calm, and now he has got most of the things he needs, and he doesn't need to maintain too high a force, and he doesn't need to deliberately pretend to be a ghost. Even with what he knows and what he masters, he can already become the top person in the world. Sitting directly with the Yellow Emperor, sitting and talking, he is not inferior by half a half. Just be a little careful not to show too much in front of the Dark Supreme. It is necessary to hide his identity a little to prevent the Dark Supreme from directly hanging him up and killing him. After all, the Dark Supreme does not talk about martial arts, and and after understanding his situation, he may come to deceive and sneak attack him, a guy in his 20s.
Which one do I see in the starry sky of the universe?
The Yellow Emperor said to himself, but quickly shook his head again. But even if he reached the level of alternative enlightenment, it was impossible to force into that area. Even if a contemporary emperor forced himself into it, he might bleed.
Which area do you have a map of?
He asked, and without waiting for Wang Mingyuan to answer, he responded to himself, it should be reasonable. You even know so many secrets, and it is also reasonable to get the map of that area. The Yellow Emperor was very proud in his heart, but after learning about Bai Yujing's methods, he couldn't help but be a little shocked.
There is a new assessment of Bai Yujing's power level.
The others present didn't know much about this conversation, and they were even a little dazed. But it can also be guessed that what this person is talking about with the Lord of Bai Yujing should be an earth-shattering secret.
The Yellow Emperor was in awe of such people and things. Looking at the broken immortal cauldron in Wang Mingyuan's hand, he was silent. Wang Mingyuan was very comfortable.
I haven't done much, after all, I haven't recovered for too long, and my strength is not too strong. Wang Mingyuan was very straightforward, but there was a sentence that no one believed in, not even the Yellow Emperor. He was also looking for that map back then, wanting to get a complete map, and then change the situation of the flood-desolate ancient star. He joined forces with many quasi-emperors, but they all failed. The Lord of Bai Yujing easily got it. Where is the strength not enough? The strength is terrifyingly strong. Wang Mingyuan did not struggle with this, he had already felt the shock of the Yellow Emperor in his heart.
The next thing to do is easier.
Pointing his finger in the void in front of him, several more articles suddenly appeared above the Tao scroll.
Recently, I remembered some things separately, so I engraved them on them.
Originally, these things should not have been engraved on the Tao scroll, which pays more attention to innovation and breakthroughs. However, this part of the scriptures can be regarded as the highest achievement of that era and the highest breakthrough of that era in the mythological era, and it is not bad to write it on it now.
If you want, exchange it for something worth enough.
As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present lit up, and each of them was pleasantly surprised by the harvest of the divine transformation scripture. They are still savoring that kind of harvest, and now there are higher and better things. Of course they want to be thirsty and want to get them by all means. Then after taking a look, they all marveled in their hearts, and sure enough, it was worthy of being the Lord of Bai Yujing. What is engraved on the top is nothing else, it is the many 9 secrets that Wang Mingyuan has recently obtained.
Xingzi secret, Zhizi secret, Dozi secret, Bingzini.
The 4 major methods can be regarded as earth-shattering, the supreme scriptures that once existed between heaven and earth, and the taboo chapters in the scriptures of the great emperor.
However, everyone present could only see the opening and the introduction after seeing it.
As for the specific content, there is no way to watch it directly like the original Tao scroll. Looking at the shocked crowd below, Wang Mingyuan stretched out his hand, and the Yellow Emperor's body lit up. Then the whole mystery of the word secret was completely revealed in front of the Yellow Emperor. Although you are no longer him, the injuries he suffered back then are still reflected in your body one by one. Since you bear his cause and effect, then I should also give you a certain reward. The secret of the word should have a certain effect on you, you can see it, you don't have to care too much. Hearing this, everyone present was a little confused, but Jizi's eyes became sharper and sharper, staring at the Yellow Emperor non-stop. But the Yellow Emperor did not respond directly, he looked at the secret of the character, and at the same time determined that the Lord of Bai Yujing should know his identity very well. He sighed in his heart, but did not refuse this gain. After all, the injuries suffered by the Void Emperor did still exist. Even with the elixir of immortality, this ancient emperor still only gained 1 life. Moreover, when his chi and blood declined in his later years, he had to drag the 2 Dark Supremes to death, and there are still indelible scars in his body. He did not refuse to receive such help, and after Wang Mingyuan instructed the situation here, he suddenly stopped saying more. He looked down, looking at the characters with different expressions below. At the same time, I felt their subtle changes. There were also 2 groups of origins in the body of the Purple Mansion Saint Maiden entangled with each other, but these 2 groups of origins only reached the realm of Immortal 2. When heaven and earth had not yet recovered, such an origin was considered good, but if you were to think about dealing with the dark turmoil in the future, it would be very bad. At the same time, the situation on Yen Ruyu's side is similar, and there are not even 2 entangled origins in her body. She got the Divine Transfiguration Sutra, but she hadn't really started practicing yet. Although she is a descendant of the great emperor, the situation on her side is even worse than that of the Saint of the Purple Mansion. The Saint of the Purple Mansion has an inheritance anyway, and she doesn't even have a place to inherit. It is not your side, no matter how you say it, it is also a holy place, and the heritage given is better than Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu has only been sheltered by the Peacock King, the Red Dragon King and others, and characters like the Peacock King and the Red Dragon King are only the power of the immortal second realm. Although they are very powerful, there are 5 to 7 prohibitions. Wang Mingyuan looked at it and sighed silently in his heart, but it didn't show much on his face. In the dark turmoil in the future, he hoped that the group of people in front of him would be as strong as possible, and then stand in front of them together. After all, even if he he is as powerful as Yi Fan, he is not alone in quelling all the dark turmoil. Yi Fan also had a large number of disciples, and at the same time, there were many top tianjia between heaven and earth during the Golden Age. Originally, Wang Mingyuan couldn't interfere too much in this regard, but Gai Joyo almost brought him everything like a lonely person. It will be easier for him to deal with some things. I think you have some improvement, but each other's improvement is not too great. After all, because of the difference in identity and environment, there are still many difficulties in practice. Recently, a Taoist friend gave me some small help, which is not very useful to me, but it should be of great use to you.
Wang Mingyuan
Pointed a finger, and the original aura of hundreds of saints, saint kings, including the 4 great sages flowed in by Yujing. This is all packaged by Gai Joyo, and it comes from a very powerful force in the strongest and most peak period of the eternal starfield.
Wang Mingyuan can use some of them, but most of them can't.
After Wang Mingyuan reached the realm of a saint, at most he was integrating into the origin of several saint kings, and he was remarkably integrated into the origin of the 2 great sages. After that, it can't be absorbed, and the extra part can be shared. After all, Wang Mingyuan is not practicing the heaven-swallowing demon skill. He only fused part of the mystery of the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill. He does not need to constantly swallow the source and strengthen himself. And now the characters present in Bai Yujing are basically the same, and there is no need to swallow the origin frantically. All they needed was 2 extremely powerful origins to strengthen them.
Let them mature in advance.
Therefore, this extra part can be taken out and contributed to Bai Yujing. Wang Mingyuan gently laid out the origins of the hundreds of paths and listed them clearly step by step. At the same time, their special physiques and special situations are clearly marked and understood.
This point comes from the marks in the heaven-swallowing demon skill and the immortal heaven skill.
The heaven-swallowing demon skill needs to swallow the origin of all kinds of supreme strength in all heavens and worlds, so that it can achieve the strongest physique. Therefore, the classification of physique has reached a peak. And this group of people from the eternal starfield, few of them are simple, and their physiques are very special. The most powerful and special point of the eternal starfield lies in the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. With this one thing, they can revive the strongest blood veins in their bodies, so that people can continue to climb and reach the strongest. But there is a premise for this, which is intentionally or unintentionally ignored. That is, if you want to revive the bloodline, you must first have the strongest bloodline in your body. The eternal starfield also does a good job in this regard. They collect all kinds of self-improvement physiques and strongest bloodlines from the universe, and then integrate them into their own bodies. Among them, there are both traditional natural factors and scientific and technological means. Of course, the means of nature are very simple. Let these strongest creatures give birth to offspring. After this, naturally they have the strongest bloodline in their bodies, and there is that kind of strongest factor. There are more scientific and technological means. Through manual collection, you can get the bloodline genes of the strongest, and then clone them, or other methods. They have countless ways to integrate these bloodlines into themselves. Therefore, the strongest families in the eternal starfield and the characters above the level of saints among them basically have one or more types of supreme bloodlines in their bodies. Although it may not be the first generation, not the first generation of desolate ancient holy bodies like Yi Fan, but the bloodline and essence are also quite good. After Wang Mingyuan listed hundreds of bodies scattered, he was shocked to find that they did not have a single mortal body. No wonder the eternal starfield has been targeted by the beginningless emperor, the Qing emperor, and others, and they have all been beaten. Only in this way can blood be collected from the universe, and the means used are often not very civilized. Also deserves to be pitted. Back then, figures such as the beginningless emperor and the Qing emperor passed by this side. I think it was also Wu, and even later the Qing emperor left an immortal legend in the eternal starfield. The beginningless emperor has become a taboo in the eternal starfield. Wang Mingyuan was amazed here, while the other characters in Bai Yujing were astonished when they looked at the many origins of this row. As powerful as a human demon, the old man's eyes narrowed. He thought he had killed a lot of people, and even caused chaos throughout the immemorial era. Let the ancient times not be stable. But letting him kill hundreds of characters at once is a bit too much. For great sages, dozens of saint kings, hundreds of saints. Moreover, the bloodlines are very special and powerful. Even a royal family among the immemorial creatures cannot provide such a number of strong people in a short period of time. It may take multiple races to merge to have such an exaggerated amount. As a result, the Lord of Bai Yujing proposed the divine transformation scripture at the last gathering, and the next time he provided everyone with the resources to practice the divine transformation scripture, which was simply terrifying. The Yellow Emperor looked at these hundreds of origins a little familiar. He guessed where these origins came from, but he didn't say much. This thing is not precious to him, but what is really precious is the divine transformation scripture. He felt some of these changes, some of which were borrowed from the Kunping treasure technique and the True Phoenix treasure technique, which made him very amazed. He was surprised, and he was savoring it carefully at this moment. The saint of the purple mansion in Yenruyu looked at these sources, first shocked and uneasy, and and then surprised.
Even Gzue was very surprised.
She shared the transfiguration and gave it to her brother and her. But in this era, even if she wanted to directly obtain the origin of the two saints, and then help her practice in the family, even if she and her brother are both direct descendants, the relevant resources will only be piled up on one person and will not be divided too much. The origin of the two saints in this withering years is a big burden for the desolate ancient family. Not to mention that not long ago, GZ really recovered. All the resources will naturally be piled up on Himiko's body and will not be given to others.
She is quite embarrassed now.
Now, the Lord of Baiyujing has solved her problem. These things can be exchanged for items of equal value, whether it is imperial scriptures, secret arts, or others.
Wang Mingyuan whispered, looking at the shock below.
He didn't feel too relaxed, and there was still a lot of pressure. Because of the darkness and turmoil, I am getting closer and closer to him, and there are still 199 years left. After ordering this, Wang Mingyuan looked at Yi Fan. He said in a deep voice, among everyone, your bloodline potential is not the best in the world, but you have already collected the things that help you mature in advance. Between speaking, there were two eternal and unquenchable lights, and two immortal origins emerged in this area.
Everyone was stunned.
The pupils of the old man of the human demon contracted. If he had said that there were several great sages and hundreds of saints before, he still had the confidence to kill them all.
It only takes a while.
He had no confidence at all now, because what was displayed here at this moment were the two supreme origins. Yi Fan felt numb and a little speechless.
He and Wang Mingyuan have a very close relationship,
but I didn't expect Wang Mingyuan to do so much for him. At this moment, he had a certain concept of the strongest between heaven and earth, but the concept was not too much, so he said firmly, I will try to attain enlightenment within 200 years, hoping to suppress the dark turmoil at that time.
Wang Mingyuan smiled and said nothing.
GZ, the Holy Prince and others just shook their heads after hearing this. In the end, the Holy Prince, who still had a good relationship with Yi Fan, took the initiative to explain. Throughout the ages, there have been many figures who have set practice records in the cultivation world, among which the person who practiced the fastest since historical records has become a great sage in more than 100 years. But after that, his cultivation stopped and never broke through. And throughout the ages, whether it is the heavenly sovereign, the ancient emperor or the great emperor, in terms of cultivation speed and related potential, they are the top in the world. They are the most first-class figures between heaven and earth.
Among them, the most amazing characters have the talent to crush everything.
For example, the beginningless emperor and the ruthless emperor recorded in the White Jade capital, such as the Qing emperor. Their talents and heals are terrifying. But even so, none of them became enlightened within 500 years.
This is almost a curse, almost unbreakable.
Gzue had already guessed Yi Fan's identity, and she still had a certain good impression of this character who shared hardships with her. Therefore, it is also actively introduced at this time. Many great emperors and ancient emperors throughout the ages are very special, and they are regarded as the strongest group of people in heaven and earth. But their average enlightenment is about 1,000 years old, with not many exceptions. There are even earlier, but they have never been enlightened within 500 years. The beginningless emperor may be the fastest and earliest of all the great emperors to attain enlightenment, but he also did it after 500 years. For those who are more late, Gzue did not introduce it, and it does not need to be introduced. Just saying this, Yi Fan probably already had a bottom in his heart. He felt a lot of pressure.
However, Wang Mingyuan did not have much pressure.
As long as you can keep up with the enlightenment, you don't need to worry too much about breakthroughs. The Divine Transformation Sutra is in conflict all the time, showing the highest mystery, which is of great help to your enlightenment. The two supreme origins were entangled and collided with each other.
It itself represents a conflict, and one of them originally belonged to one of their strongest physiques.
In this collision and entanglement process, they will show their own powerful power of the Great Way. If the understanding is passed, the subtle context and changes will be grasped in the process. Their grasp of their own origin will naturally be very high, and their grasp of the Great Way of heaven and earth will not be too bad, and at the same time, the saint-level origin will also provide them with abundant resources.
Just like Wang Mingyuan,
there is no shortage of enlightenment, so when he wants to break through, he instantly reaches the pinnacle of his current realm. If you want to continue to break through in the future, you can enlighten yourself or use the strongest bloodline evolution liquid. Wang Mingyuan pointed to the Dao scroll on that side, looked at the strongest bloodline evolution liquid above the map and said, with your own understanding, passing, plus the origin of the strongest, plus the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, it is still possible to break the corresponding curse. It is said that it is possible, but in fact, Wang Mingyuan himself is a little bottomless. There is still a great possibility to make this group of people very quasi-emperor in advance, but to reach a higher level, Wang Mingyuan feels a little suspenseful.
Anyway, Wang Mingyuan looked at the current environment and sighed silently.
At present, the fastest among this group of people has basically climbed to the peak of the Dragon Realm and is about to enter the Sendai Realm. The slower characters are also hovering on the edge of the Dragon Realm, and they are about to reach the Dragon Realm realm. The bottom of the cultivation is basically Yen Ruyu and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion, and of course Gzua is also a bit at the bottom. It is really a bit embarrassing for them to achieve alternative enlightenment 200 years later.
Thinking of this, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh.
Then he looked at the old man and the Yellow Emperor who had reached the peak of the great sage. If there is really a possibility of a breakthrough, they are more likely to do so. They are the real hope. Dark turmoil needs to be resolved, but dark turmoil is not the ultimate crisis. Soon after the dark turmoil, it was the opening of the flying immortal star's true path to immortality. That road was not like the one in the ancient forbidden area, and it still needed to be opened by the contemporary emperor to truly reach the immortal realm. The road of the flying immortal star has already been opened, and it can be passed directly.
Even if he is just a mortal, he can directly cross that road.
That path opening would attract the Dark Supreme's true attention, and there would be more terrifying Dark Supremes who wanted to enter the immortal realm from there. And even so, the 7 forbidden area Supremes of the eastern wilderness will not be gone, and there will still be a group alive.
Wang Mingyuan clearly understood this, so he was not surprised by his current achievements.
Not satisfied, he still needs to work harder.
Is there something wrong with you coming up? Wang Mingyuan looked like an old man of human demons, and if there were no special circumstances, the old man of human demons would not come up.
After all, the human demon old man should have been killing during the time he went to Ziwei Star, killing the Golden Crow and related beings. After all, although the Taoist system of the Sun Emperor was attacked by the underworld, it led to the collapse of the extreme Tao imperial soldiers and the Taoist system. But the real destruction was still in the hands of the Golden Crow on the ancient star of Ziwei. Therefore, the old man of the human demon should kill this group of people first, and if he has the opportunity in the future, he should kill in another direction, that is, the underworld. The old man was silent for a moment. He glanced at the latest redemption-related options that appeared on the Tao scroll, and at the same time glanced at the strongest bloodline evolution liquid. Reaching out in front of her, Gzua glanced there in astonishment, and then couldn't help but cover her mouth, because when this mysterious powerhouse pulled forward, an iron skewer was like an iron chain, and one after another, the roasted golden birds were carried to the front. If that's the case, it's not too surprising, but she's shocked when she distinguishes it carefully, because the roasted bird had 3 legs, and the feathers had been plucked and roasted golden, so it looked like a bird. In fact, this is a string of golden crows. That is a legendary race. The pure-blooded golden crow is not inferior to the emperor. It is a pure-blooded divine beast, extremely terrifying. Not only did she recognize the origin of this item, but Yen Ruyu's red lips were also pursed slightly, a little nervous. She had felt that this character had a strong aura before, and she thought that this character was unexpectedly powerful, but now she has a deeper understanding that killing a 3-legged golden crow is like killing a chicken. Looking at this, there were dozens or hundreds of roasted golden crows in that series, which was probably killing a race. The old man of the human demon was very simple. The solar red Taoist system has collapsed, and even the inherited scriptures have been lost. There are not many people alive now, and I want to re-establish the Taoist system of the human emperor. When he said this, his tone was cold, with a bloody smell, staring at the roasted golden crow in front of him. Obviously, he was extremely angry when he learned about this situation, thinking that all the golden crows in Ziwei Guxing should have been almost killed by him. But then he changed his mind again, and his tone became a little lighter. Perhaps as the Taoists said that the darkest years are coming, so in such an era, someone came into being. I discovered that there was a child in the Sun Man Emperor's Taoist lineage, who had just been born and was born with the body of the sun. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present was shocked, and even the Yellow Emperor glanced here in slight surprise. Because the body of the sun is also the top physique between heaven and earth, it may be slightly worse than the ancient holy body, but it will not be too far away. Moreover, the body of the sun will not hinder when cultivating to the highest level, and it will not be stopped when entering the realm of the great emperor. In contrast, it is difficult to evaluate whether such a physique is worse than the ancient holy body or better than the ancient holy body.
Physique is one of the many influences. It will have different effects on different people.
It is as if mortal bodies can bloom with unparalleled light on the ruthless emperor, and mortal bodies that cannot practice can be opened up by the ruthless emperor. And as powerful as the ancient holy body, there are also high and low among the 9 holy bodies. The desolate ancient holy body that guarded the void emperor Chang Emperor was bleeding on the holy cliff in his later years. The father of the beginningless emperor, the holy body that dominated the world, died because of the curse of the underworld, and even affected the mother of the beginningless emperor. After the Martian holy body suppressed all the dark turmoil, he could even travel from the Beidou to all walks of life, and finally died on Mars. A wisp of divine thought was even born on his body, and when he recovered, even the ancient emperor in the forbidden area thought that this was a great emperor, an existence that was not inferior to them. In this case, even the same physique will shine differently in the hands of different people. At that time, the Sun Emperor was invincible in the world with the body of the sun. Therefore, there is no specific distinction between the body of the sun and the desolate ancient holy body as to which is stronger or weaker. It's just that generally speaking, the desolate ancient holy body lineage shows a little more brilliantly. But anyone who hears of the body of the sun will not be negligent. After all, it is also one of the strongest physiques between heaven and earth. I can probably still shelter him for 200 years, but in 200 years, I'm not sure how far he can grow, so I hope he can also join Bai Yujing and be cultivated by Bai Yujing. The old man is a bachelor, although times have changed, but he is still a figure like a barbarian in ancient times. He pulled the string of golden crows in his hand in front of him. This is one of the prices and gifts I paid for him to come up. The old man of the human demon is also so hardcore when giving gifts. Wang Mingyuan took a look, but did not refuse. This string of golden crows looked roasted, but in fact, what was displayed in the void god realm was more of their spiritual origin. Their ontology is not in this world, and people like Ji Ziyue, Yen Ruyu and others were secretly surprised. Although this time the conversation between the Lord of Bai Yujing and the old man of the human demon is relatively simple, but they all heard the corresponding meaning from the conversation here. The Taoist system of the Sun Emperor was threatened by the underworld, and the extreme Tao Emperor's soldiers collapsed, and the strongest foundation was all gone. And the human emperor's Taoist system was seriously challenged on his life ancient star, and was basically wiped out by the Golden Crow. As a result, he was now liquidated by this member of Bai Yujing, and all the Golden Crows were killed. This character has a lot to do with the Sun Emperor, and may be the predecessor of Dongfang Taiyi, who participated in the creation of the predecessor of the Divine Transformation Sutra. He left behind the Sun Sutra and the Sun Sutra. No wonder I hadn't heard of the deeds of this senior in the Big Dipper ancient star. It turned out that he was in another life ancient star. Ji Ziyue has already discerned a lot of information from this conversation. First of all, it is clear that Beidou has had a golden crow, but it is not too strong, just a demon with a golden crow blood. There is no immortal holy place and inheritance established by the golden crow. At least it is absolutely impossible to threaten a family with a huge imperial soldier. And judging from the string of golden crows carried by the old man of the human demon, among them, there are even golden crows that have reached the level of saints, which is absolutely not available in Beidou. At the same time, Beidou has never heard of leaving behind the inheritance of the Sun Emperor. From these 2 points, it can be determined that Dongfang Taiyi is on another life ancient star. And Yen Ruyu and the Purple Mansion Saint were shocked and at the same time dazed. Is there still such a powerful demon clan among my demon clan? Why haven't you heard of it before? Is it in Zhengzhou or in Nanling and Beiyuan? Dare to attack the human emperor family with extreme imperial soldiers. This demon clan is too brave, right? Both of them were amazed. The inheritance among them was not high, so they didn't know much about this aspect of the situation. Xia Jiaoyou didn't care much about these things, she only cared about her master. Therefore, there is only silence at this time. And Wang Mingyuan saw that the old man Dongfang Taiyi was suddenly so active. I couldn't help but think of another thing. He took the initiative to send people from Jiang's lineage back to the Jiang family before, intervened in the Jiang family for this reason, and then included them in the Jiang family tree. But one of the 2 people he escorted back was actually a Taiyin body. Since Beidou does not have the inheritance of the Taiyin emperor, the Taiyin body can be regarded as a desperate physique in Beidou, and it will not live to be 20 years old. In the original work, he survived through the baptism of the god King Jiang Taishu with the original baptism of his life. But now, there is an old man who has reached the peak level of the great sage. Then there is no need to be so troublesome. With your contribution to Bai Yujing, you don't need to carry such gifts. Wang Mingyuan smiled and refused, but the demon master had no intention of taking it back. Therefore, Wang Mingyuan did not dwell on this topic too much, and said directly, however, you have received the favor of the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor at the same time, and it is a bit lacking to support only one sect. As far as I know, the Taoist system of the Taiyin Emperor has basically collapsed, and the entire Taiyin holy sect has disappeared. It takes a lot of effort to re-establish it. Hearing this, the old man was silent, and then there was a burst of discomfort. In the immemorial years, the family of the great emperor was extremely glorious, and when he woke up, he actually fell to such a point, and he couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Wang Mingyuan's next sentence directly made his eyes shine. But I do know the whereabouts of a Taiyin body. Since you have the Taoist lineage of the Taiyin emperor and the Sun Emperor, you can also teach her in the future. The old man's eyes lit up completely. Where is it? I will send you his address after this gathering, and you can come and invite her to practice with you. Wang Mingyuan is talking about Zhang Tingting. In the original work, Zhang Tingting and Yitong, the body of the sun, were combined, and the offspring they gave birth to were actually chaotic bodies. This is a very rare thing. If possible, Wang Mingyuan would like to take a look. Of course, the reason why she has the intention of helping such a hand now is also because Zhang Tingting still remembers him. In the original work, this little girl is also affectionate and righteous, and in the original work, after Yifan escorted her back to the Zhang family, this little girl also gave a very generous reward. She directly showed Yifan the Zhang family's imperial scripture Hangyu Sutra. Of course, she did not give the whole chapter, but gave the Hangyu Sutra 4-pole chapter. In the follow-up, up, her relationship with Yifan was also quite good, and they were very close to each other. The old man was very happy. It seems that he will take the baby in Ziwei Gushing for a while. However, Wang Mingyuan felt that the old man lacked a little fighting spirit in this regard, and he had to give the other party a certain amount of encouragement. The strongest driving force behind the destruction of the Sun Emperor's lineage was the underworld, which caused the collapse of their peak. The extreme Emperor's soldiers were damaged, and the foundation was also consumed. Only then was the Golden Crow clan taking advantage of the situation and directly fell into a desperate situation of collapse. The old man of the human demon nodded. He had already checked the context very clearly. Although he had not been in the Ziwei Ancient Star for a short time, he had already given a deep shock to many strong people on the Ziwei Ancient Star. Many great sects and top powerhouses on the Ziwei Ancient Star couldn't figure it out even if they wanted to break their brains. Why did a living figure of the great sage at the peak of his chi and blood suddenly pop up? And it is also related to the Moon Emperor and the Sun Emperor. The underworld now chooses to hide. It will not come out for the time being. It will probably appear when the road to immortality is opened, so you don't have to worry too much for the time being. However, the Golden Crow, which you think is not an opponent, is actually not a small problem. The old man frowned, full of murderous intent.
Is there anyone who hasn't killed clean?
This murderous appearance made the corners of Wang Mingyuan's mouth curl slightly, and he wanted to complain a little, but he suppressed it. The arrogance of the Golden Crow does not start now, but has been there since a long time ago. When Wang Mingyuan said this, he couldn't help but look at Yifan again. Yifan was puzzled, and heard Wang Mingyuan say, on the Honghuang Ancient Star, about 4 or 5,000 years, or even more distant, there are corresponding myths and legends, and many characters on the Honghuang Ancient Star before thought that it was just a myth and not true.
But now it should be true. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor chased deer in the Central Plains. This one is one of them.
In that period or earlier, there was another very famous myth and legend, that is, Hoi shot the sun. One day above the sky, 10 suns suddenly appeared, and the people were miserable, and many people were sunburned to death by the sun. Therefore, there is a praise father chasing the sun, and Hoi shooting the sun. Yifan frowned. He had heard these myths and legends before, and he didn't care much about these myths and legends. But now that he has really entered the immortal cultivation world, combined with ancient myths and legends, he has a different taste in his heart. Both the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor have now been confirmed to be true. And Chi Yu, who was able to compete with the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor at that time, should not be fake, and from this situation, it is very likely that it is the Jiuli Emperor. Hou Yi's shooting day should not be fake, but also real.
If you think about it carefully, it is very amazing and terrifying. During that period, in the case of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor in the Honghuang Ancient Star, Hou Yi was able to die, and Quafu was able to die. The top 10 golden crows can be pressed horizontally in the sky. From this point of view, the father of the top 10 golden crows is probably the one who belongs to the Demon Emperor in myths and legends, and the realm of strength is terrifying. Is he real? Is there really a great emperor of the demon race? But why haven't I heard of relevant records? Will he be the incarnation of the Qing Emperor?
Yifan now has a certain understanding of some knowledge in the cultivation world, but at the same time, he does not know much about some other knowledge. Therefore, questions are raised at this time.
Ji Ziyue took the initiative to answer part of the answer for him.
He can't be a demon emperor. 5 or 6,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor's Heaven and Earth Avenue had not yet dissipated from heaven and earth. There was no demon emperor born during that period, and it should be a terrible figure who had reached the realm of a quasi-emperor. At the same time, he can't be the Qing Emperor. If the Qing Emperor really wants to make a move, he doesn't need to change his face. With the strength of the Qing Emperor and his arrogance, it is impossible to change himself into a figure of the Golden Crow clan. She answered some of her doubts, and then looked up at Wang Mingyuan, who was sitting in the highest position, and Wang Mingyuan nodded in agreement with his statement.
That's really not a great emperor.
Hearing this, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief.
But the next moment his heart rose again. It was a figure who was infinitely close to the great emperor, and had reached the pinnacle in the field of quasi-emperors. It's just that because the Qing Emperor's Heaven and Earth Avenue spanned between heaven and earth, he had no way to preach. His state is very similar to Gai Joyo, and he is a character similar to Gai Joyo. Everyone present took a deep breath and felt the pressure. And the Yellow Emperor added at this time, he had not yet reached the highest level of the quasi-emperor's field back then, but later there were indeed fluctuations in the entire universe, and he should have reached the highest level in this realm. But he was also seriously injured back then, and he had a great wound on his body, and he hadn't seen him for many years. His state. The Yellow Emperor didn't say much, but just such a short sentence made everyone's hearts lifted, and at the same time, they knew the strength of this character. Obviously, 5 or 6,000 years ago, the Yellow Emperor had already met this character, and even knew the other person's situation very well. And the other party has survived the tribulation in these 5 or 6,000 years, and no one else feels it or notices it. I think it should be when you reach
the level of a saint or above, or even a higher level. When you touch the quasi-emperor realm, you can feel that someone is crossing the tribulation in the universe.
The strength of the Yellow Emperor Emperor is self-evident. Wang Mingyuan listened to everyone's words, but the people just shook their heads. He was injured by the Great Tao disaster, but it was not because of the tribulation, but because he did it intentionally. This one was already invincible in the sky and on the earth in his era. If it weren't for the suppression of the Qingdi Avenue, he would have already preached and proclaimed himself emperor. Even before he reached his peak, the powerful beings in the penalty area had already taken the initiative to target him. He also sensed this. Someone was communicating with him to get a definite answer from him. Wang Mingyuan's words and the secrets involved this time touched a blind spot in the hearts of everyone present, and they did not know the deepest secret. Therefore, they all listened very carefully, and even the old man of the human demon was listening carefully. Generations of great emperors of the human race have been working hard to flatten all the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness. But at the same time, the 7 forbidden areas of the eastern wilderness were also looking down on the entire universe with indifferent eyes. They are not dead. At their peak, they were once invincible in heaven and earth, invincible in the entire universe, and they also have extremely deep wisdom. They also know how to prevent problems before they happen. When the most supreme Tianjiao appears between heaven and earth, they will also pay attention to observation, especially when such the top Tianjiao steps into the advanced level of the quasi-emperor realm. They will observe step by step. They will investigate the past of this one person. Wang Mingyuan's tone was not high, but it made everyone present look serious. Himiko's face changed a few times, and then she sighed. He knows the most about the inside story. How to investigate. Yi Fan was curious. He originally asked Wang Mingyuan about this paragraph, but Wang Mingyuan hadn't answered yet, and GZ spoke at this time. Looking at the attitude he has shown in the process of cultivating in the past, at the same time, there will be peerless strong people in the forbidden area who will come out and ask this person in person about his wishes. See if he is willing to live in harmony with the penalty area. They were not like this before. At that time they were more rude and would do it directly, but later generations of human emperors played prestige and negotiation opportunities. Therefore, they will investigate in advance. When a great emperor has not really reached the peak, when they reach the 5th and 6th heavens together, someone will take the initiative to search for the existence of this character. If they are willing to sign a covenant with the forbidden area and not invade each other, then when the emperor is alive, dark turmoil will not break out. In the future, you can choose a forbidden area to enter and seal yourself. And if he was unwilling, the supreme in the forbidden area would not mind taking action in advance to clear the obstacles. If they wanted to fight against Tianjiao Renjie, who had reached the peak of the quasi-emperor, then they would also be at risk of injury and death. But it is easy to cross a few small realms in advance to suppress the emperor who has not yet reached the peak. In the relevant records, the Void Emperor has encountered such a problem, and the Ruthless Emperor has also encountered it. Speaking of this, Himiko seemed to be a little unbearable, and said a few more words. The timing of the Void Emperor's weakness is okay, when he is about to really step on the peak, and at the same time, he has not yet expressed his attitude and has not stated his position. He has already been listed as a hostile in the forbidden area. That was his most dangerous period, and it was the great body who had reached his later years of enduring this period of about 100 years. He silently practiced and suppressed himself alone in the wilderness of the universe, and then crossed several steps at once at the most opportune time, reached the peak of the quasi-emperor, and even became enlightened during that period. This is definitely the most secret story between heaven and earth. Although everyone present didn't know who Himiko was, as Himiko told this aspect of the situation little by little, several people present had a certain guess about his identity. Himiko's aura is not strong, but his blood is extremely strong, and several people present can feel a strong sense of oppression in him, so Himiko should be an emperor or prince. But judging from what Himiko knew, he was more like an emperor. Even they felt like the son of the Void Emperor. But no one says much about this. The main reason is that the experience of the Void Emperor itself is very bleak, and now it is even more distressing to make up for a difficult period before enlightenment. Everyone knew that the period of time in which the Void Emperor was the most difficult and dangerous period, and even the 7 forbidden areas seemed to have riots. GZ didn't say much on this topic, but said quickly, therefore, when the situation of the Terran Emperor is in crisis, he will take the initiative to hide himself and all his relatives, friends and sects when he arrives at the quasi-emperor's 5th or 6th heaven. Then he kept hiding silently, and when he had the opportunity to break through, he broke through several realms at once, so as to reach the peak, otherwise he would not have a chance to grow. This is a very special secret. The people present listened to this, and felt more and more the difficulties of the human race emperor, and the forbidden area was now played out of generations of human race emperors. Wang Mingyuan didn't speak when GZ spoke, but only added lightly when he finished speaking. This is also why the Golden Crow chose to take the initiative to let himself be hurt by the Great Way. He is young and arrogant, and he would rather die than compromise with the penalty area. Speaking of this, Wang Mingyuan suddenly couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. He thought of the future of the Golden Crow Emperor. At the most appropriate time, the Golden Crow Emperor directly stole chickens in the Golden World and preached to the Emperor in front of many Tianjiao heroes. This did allow him to complete a very amazing
amazing move, but at the same time, it also made him a shame and a joke, because Yi Fan suppressed his heaven and earth avenue, and then became emperor against the sky.
He became the most humiliating emperor of all time. Then isn't he looking for death by himself?
Yi Fan was stunned.
Wang Mingyuan shook his head. No.
He was prepared before he did all this. He already has a lot of experience in how to live out his second life, so he took the initiative to let himself suffer irreversible injuries. Then he found the most secret area and went to Nirvana directly, and when the time was right, he would break out of his shell and directly preach to the emperor.
Speaking of this, Wang Mingyuan looks like an old man with a human demon.
And the old man of the human demon also became serious at this time, knowing the seriousness of the problem.
Competing with the same realm, the old man of humans and demons is not afraid of anyone.
But a person who is invincible all over the world, a figure who is not inferior to Gai Joyo, wants to target him, and he really has no way. Because he and the other party are 9 small realms apart, and they also cross a big realm.
No one can cross such a realm.
Not to mention that the other party is also an invincible figure in the same realm, and under the same realm, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose.
Is he in Nirvana?
The old man felt the pressure, but did not retreat, and there seemed to be fire surging in his eyes. He even unconsciously put his right hand on his huge bone stick, constantly rubbing it. Obviously, he felt the crisis, but he was not ready to hide, but was ready to take advantage of the other party's Nirvana to come to the door and knock the other party to death.
Wang Mingyuan just shook his head.
There is no way to really kill him when he finds his position, and he has a lot of backhands left.
In this regard, Wang Mingyuan did not say much.
It can also be seen from the original work that this one left a lot of backhands, with a great sage-level golden crow guarding by his side, and there should be other backhands at the same time. If you want to kill him, it shouldn't be possible to go directly. Of course, Wang Mingyuan said that the most important thing is that he doesn't want the old man to face this golden crow now. He just wanted to put some pressure on the old man of the human demon, and then find a way to collect the raw materials of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, and find an opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor during this time. And the performance of the golden crow emperor is not too bad. It is indeed not a good idea to kill such a top figure directly at the door. He just pointed to the Dao scroll in front of the old man of the human demon and turned to the page of the 9 ranks bloodline evolution liquid. If you break through normally, it will take a while for the wavelength, and the accumulation is almost enough, but it is still difficult to cross this barrier, so you may be able to try using the technology of the eternal starfield.
The old man of the human demon stared at the 9-turn bloodline evolution fluid.
When he saw the fruit of the ripe immortal medicine that needed to be used for the last turn, he was slightly surprised, but after pondering for a moment, he did not refuse.
Let him break through to the quasi-emperor realm now. He can't do it.
This is not self-deprecation, but a clear understanding of oneself. He was still some distance away from that realm, even if Wang Mingyuan showed him Kuanping's art of transformation. Now he has a deep understanding of the balance of yin and yang, and the cooperation of yin and yang.
But digestion and absorption still take some distance. Quasi-emperor.
After all, he brought the word emperor, and the word he brought was very different from heaven and earth. It was the most powerful and special barrier between heaven and earth.
I'll try.
He nodded seriously, and then memorized all the materials needed for the 9 ranks bloodline evolution liquid in his heart. Therefore, the related matters led by Wang Mingyuan have basically come to an end.
He looked at the characters with different expressions below and said lightly, "Next is free communication. You can communicate at will." Wang Mingyuan was very calm.
He was indeed very calm, and now he lacked nothing in his hand, and he was a good hand. Even the materials of the most lacking extreme Dao Imperial soldiers have been completely collected. He can deal with many things very calmly, at least for the next 200 years. As long as he does not take the initiative to enter the restricted area, his development will not be restricted.
Ji Ziyue glanced left and right, and she was the first to speak.
She was very interested in the origin of the hundreds of paths arranged in the White Jade capital. This allowed her and her brother to grow and rise rapidly. After joining by Yujing, she also has a more macroscopic understanding of the whole world. There is still a strong sense of crisis in her heart all the time, and she will never have the idea of her brother being the best in the world anymore. Not to mention anything else, her brother is facing Yi Fan, who is now the first physique in the Big Dipper, and who wins and who loses is a question. And not only in this aspect, but also in other aspects.
Bloodline, scriptures, experiences, inheritances, protectors. Her brother has no advantage or even disadvantage in by Yujing. If she could, she still wanted to change 1 or 2 as much as possible. My family and I already have a certain understanding of the situation on the Zhengzhou side, and we probably know where the location is. However, the tomb of the great emperor has not yet been fully opened, and the relevant internal drawings are already being searched. This tomb is related to a royal family of Daxia, and they seem to have drawings in their hands, and we are trying to get them as much as possible. After waiting for a few days, there may be a result. The reason why it takes some time is because Ji Ziyue and her brother do not have a high enough voice in the family now. Although the family attaches great importance to his words now,
now, it still has not reached the point where he wants to use his heritage. There is a clan elder in the family who is close to the king of the Slander, but he is still exploring.
And there are other people in the family who want to stop and obstruct this matter. A long family, in which there are always multiple forces, cannot be completely integrated. Someone doesn't want her and her brother to rise to the sky in a short time. And Gzu's words surprised Yen Ruyu and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion. They also have this aspect of action, but the action is too small. The Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion is only investigating relevant information in the Holy Land, and has not yet taken action. The main thing is to understand the inheritance of his own holy place, and to understand that his ancestor is just a mere great sage. After participating in this matter, the Saint of the Purple Mansion was inherently weak by 3 points. When it comes to excavating the tomb of the Emperor, Beidou has abundant experience in this aspect. There is nothing of the same level as the Emperor, and if you want to enter the Emperor's tomb, you are basically looking for death. Therefore, the Saint of the Purple Mansion did not even dare to report too much in this regard, and did not dare to leak a lot of news. On the other hand, as his cultivation strength further increased, others didn't feel much yet, but the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion clearly felt the difference. There was a certain gap between the two of them before, and there were already relevant criticisms within the sect. Now her scriptures have been adjusted again, and she has changed them to the Western Emperor Sutra, which is most suitable for her practice. This gap widened in the shortest possible time, and it was huge, since the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion was directly hit by her to doubt her life. If the gap between them was originally small, now it was so big that the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion despaired. This situation did not allow the Purple Mansion Saint's voice in the Purple Mansion Holy Land to be further enhanced. Instead, it led to controversy among the sects. Some of the older generation of characters felt that the Purple Mansion Saint might bring the Purple Mansion Holy Land to a more glorious situation, but there are also a large number of older generation figures who think that this cannot go on. This is the Hensi Chen. The Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion was too powerful to suppress the Holy Son, which would make them a disgrace in the Holy Land, and there were few such examples in ancient times. Such situations often cause turmoil, cause unrest. Both parties had an argument in the Holy Land at this moment. Under such circumstances, the Saintess of the Purple Mansion even had to sneak in to practice the Divine Transformation Sutra. She needed to seek help from the group of people who supported her the most. Her progress was the slowest in the group. Although Yen Ruyu did not have the help of her family, she acted the most decisively. At this time, the Peacock King and the Qingjiao King among the demon tribes have been united. Directly borrowed the field teleportation array to go to Zhengzhou, and arrived at the location of the Qishir Mansion. She directly took the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers to search in this area. I also arrived in Zhengzhou, and I brought the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, so I may be able to get a certain advantage in this dispute. Yen Ruyu was very calm. She looked at Gzue, and then looked at Xia Zhouyo and the others. Yi Fan and others did not expect them to act so decisively. Therefore, Yi Fan was silent for a moment, and nodded solemnly. I will also go to Zhengzhou immediately. I will be with the ape. Go with Brother Sunday. Yi Fan was originally going to talk about Brother Ape, but he thought that this would probably expose the foundation of the fighting Holy Ape, so he hesitated for a moment and changed the subject. He was replaced by Brother Sun, mainly thinking of fighting to defeat the Buddha Sun Wukong. And the Holy Prince didn't dwell much on this topic. I'll go over too, it won't be long. Because it involved matters related to the Emperor, he was not ready to go alone in this matter. Now that his aunt has recovered, his uncle is also close to him, and even went down the mountain himself to help him change the current situation. When it comes to a great emperor and an ancient emperor, he wants to call his uncle over. Not to mention that the Lord of Baiyujing said it himself, that area involved the secret of the immortal emperor. His father overturned the dojo of the immortal emperor in his later years, which made his identity a little embarrassing among the immemorial race. Originally, as a descendant of an emperor, he had an extremely high status among the immemorial tribes. But the immortal emperor has a higher status and is a god that all races have revered in ancient times. Under such circumstances, his father lifted the dojo of the immortal emperor, so there was a great deal of controversy in the later period. Originally, he was still young at that time and didn't understand the twists and turns, but in Wang Mingyuan's mouth, in the mouth of the Lord of Baiyujing, he learned the secret of that year and the secret of the immortal emperor. He knew that his father was likely to encounter a sneak attack by the immortal emperor in his later years, and his father suddenly became so irritable and eager in his later years. He was suddenly going to try to ritualize the battle immortal, and it was very likely that he was attacked by the immortal emperor and suffered a heavy blow. In such a situation, he had to go on a trip and with his uncle. After thinking about all this, he looked at Gzue and took the initiative to invite. We can meet in Zhengzhou. I will help you get that map, and then we will explore it internally. Gzue nodded, did not refuse, and was a little happy, because if this person's identity and origin are as she guessed, then she can get a very big help. A living great sage holding two extreme imperial soldiers, in this era, no matter where he is all over the world. With his help, it is possible
impossible to sweep in all directions. Even if she is a direct descendant of the Ji family, if you want to move the family to directly take the extreme Dao Imperial soldiers, I am afraid that there will be a little trouble.
I can also go over and help, and I can join in.
Yen Ruyu also expressed his position at this time. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion was very embarrassed. She could only echo, I will also leave over, hoping to help you in this matter. Everyone else didn't feel much, only the Black Emperor around Wang Mingyuan was bulging up at this time and wanted to jump out. Then Wang Mingyuan pressed it back with one hand. It's just that the fog around Wang Mingyuan fluctuated for a while, and no one cared.
Just keep doing what I did before.
Yi Fan is a very assertive person. If others strongly interfere, he will definitely not agree. But this kind of pushing the boat can boost this step. The Black Emperor was urgent, but he didn't dare to say anything more about Wang Mingyuan, who was becoming more and more mysterious. I could only nod in silence in agreement.
And Wang Mingyuan is an understatement.
If you really have this thought, it is better to break off the relationship between the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion and the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion first.
Otherwise, they get along day and night, childhood sweethearts.
There is also an order from the division, and it may be difficult to get rid of the influence of this aspect.
The matter of the God King Zheng Taishu is not far away.
As soon as the Black Emperor heard this, his expression immediately became serious.
That stinky fish and rotten shrimp are also worthy of being with the Saintess of the Purple Mansion?
He cursed angrily, but he also knew the seriousness of this problem. How powerful the God King Zheng Taishu was back then. He had already crossed the world when he was a teenager. The great achievement of the divine body was not only swept away by the older generation 4,000 years ago, but even the characters of the older generation were not his opponents.
There are few people in heaven and earth who can compete with him.
He himself is a figure in the ancient family, with identity, status, talent, and strength.
There is no shortcoming in any aspect.
As a result, under such circumstances, the God King Zheng Taishu had no way to hold the beauty, the holy place that held the Kaiyun fairy alive and did not let go, and with the feelings of the master and related friendship, the other party was firmly tied. Kaiyun fairy also acquiesced, but she would never marry. It may be waiting for the God King. At that time, the God King was divine, and basically everyone concluded that the God King Zheng Taishu could make a breakthrough on the basis of the original time and years. After reaching that state, you can break all obstacles.
But no matter how many calculations and plans there are, in the end, they didn't succeed.
The love story between them has been widely spread in the cultivation world, and it has been regretted by countless people to this day.
The Black Emperor was very uncomfortable when he thought of this.
Don't worry, I have many ways to deal with this matter. I have 9 ways, and I will definitely be able to make problems between the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion and the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion.
Wang Mingyuan listened, but just shook his head.
You don't need to do too much. It is basically impossible for her and the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, and it is impossible for the Heavenly Dragon to fall in love with ants.
In fact, it is also true.
The Saint of the Purple Mansion still showed signs of being active in the finale of Covering the Sky. At that time, she had probably become a saint or a saint king. Even more exaggerated, she may have reached the Great Sage.
But the Purple Mansion Holy Son didn't move much back then.
He was able to be listed with the Purple Mansion Saint only because they were born in the Purple Mansion Holy Land at the same time. But as the gap between the two widened little by little, the other party's mentality would collapse sooner or later. The more this happened, the more impossible it was for him and the Purple Mansion Saint to achieve. What you need to do is to make the Purple Mansion Saint as much as possible have a certain rift between the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Purple Mansion Holy Land. You don't need to do too much, just watch quietly, and when the Saintess of the Purple Mansion encounters a crisis, just pull her and let Yi Fan go.
That's it? The Black Emperor was still slightly confused and did not fully believe it.
But Wang Mingyuan's strength and realm became more and more exaggerated, and his mastery of the secrets between heaven and earth exceeded his imagination. Therefore, in front of Wang Mingyuan, he was a little afraid to be presumptuous.
More often than not, he chose to listen to Wang Mingyuan's words. No need to say more, no need to do more, just keep going like this. If possible, let the strength of the Purple Mansion Saint improve as quickly as possible, and leave the rest to time. Wang Mingyuan is very confident in this. The mentality of these Holy Land families was not outstanding during this time and years, and could even be said to be very bad. The long time and inheritance have made them all a little twisted and too conservative.
Wang Mingyuan believes that as the Saintess of the Purple Mansion becomes more and more dazzling
beyond their imagination, conflicts between her and the sect will naturally occur. The gift given by fate has already been secretly priced.
The Saint of the Purple Mansion now feels that her cultivation has made great progress, and she has become very powerful in all aspects. But after that, as she became more and more powerful, the strangeness on her body would eventually cause uneasiness in the Purple Mansion Holy Land.
It doesn't matter if this check is correct, it will definitely reveal the filling.
The Western Emperor Sutra is much more profound than the scriptures faxed by their own families. The more she practiced, the more she couldn't hide this, and she couldn't do it if she let the Purple Mansion Saint give up. Wang Mingyuan glanced glanced at the Purple Mansion Saint, who was still excitedly participating in the discussion of many things, he already understood that the Purple Mansion Saint would never give up. She would still choose to continue. As long as you are ambitious to the great road, you are determined to become emperor. Those who have come into contact with a higher level of cultivation and a wider sky cannot take a step back. And the Purple Mansion Saint suddenly became mysterious, and it was difficult to explain this aspect, which would definitely arouse the vigilance of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Conflicts between the two are inevitable. The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion will definitely make great efforts in this process. Originally, he and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion were bound to marry. In this situation, there has been a big dispute between the two sides, and there is a big problem with each other. As a result, the Saint of the Purple Mansion suddenly continued to be strong, and even the fundamental law of the Holy Land was not practiced. If he wants to say the exercises and immediately choose to hesitate, he will definitely make a strong move in the process. Just observe all the way. Just help the Saintess of the Purple Mansion at the right time and let her and Yifan walk together. Yifan was born to hate dogs, and when the major holy bodies and families saw Yifan, they would definitely have a conflict. And Yifan is quite good to his friends. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion is in trouble, and when she encounters Yifan, she will definitely collide with strange fire. The Black Emperor was psychologically reluctant to accept it, but after thinking about it, he nodded. He became more and more in awe of Wang Mingyuan, especially after Wang Mingyuan brought back so many things. At this time, facing Wang Mingyuan, it twisted and pointed at the two most powerful of the hundreds of origins. One of them is a reproduction of the origin of the heavenly demon body, and the other is related to Wan Qing, that is, the Qing Emperor. A smiling face squeezed out of its dog's head. I think I can also practice the divine transformation scripture, so that my physique changes and becomes an extremely powerful demon emperor body. I feel that those two origins are very good. Wang Mingyuan looked at it, smiling. The Black Emperor was directly targeting the origin of the two great sages. It can be said to be the most powerful and terrifying existence between heaven and earth. The eternal star field has existed for so many years, and it has a certain reserve for the top bloodlines and physiques. The most powerful figures in their family will choose to integrate into some of the strongest bloodlines, then use the strongest bloodline evolution fluid to revive the bloodline in the body, constantly getting closer to the original, the ancestor of that bloodline. It's not a big problem, and I think you have a lot of potential. After all, he is a person who has been baptized by the essence and blood of the beginningless emperor, and if you continue to strengthen it all the way, you may be able to partially revive the bloodline of the beginningless emperor in you. When Wang Mingyuan talked about the first half, the Black Emperor was so embarrassed that his eyebrows danced, and even his face showed a shy and embarrassed look. I dare not think about it. I can't compare to what kind of person the emperor is. I can't compare. If I can have a little divine power of the great emperor, I will be satisfied to become a demon emperor. It was shy, staring at the two great sage origins and drooling. Showing his greedy nature, Wang Mingyuan just smiled when he looked at it. Then what items are you going to use to exchange? Ha! The Black Emperor was stunned, but Wang Mingyuan couldn't hold back. I have always been about fairness and justice. As long as you have the right item of sufficient value to exchange with me, then I agree. All the items placed on the white jade capital can be exchanged. Saying that, Wang Mingyuan pulled it casually, and the stone steel engraved with the Qing Emperor's scriptures came to Wang Mingyuan. He said like a salesman, the only person who preached to the emperor in the post-desolate era. A spiritual plant of immortal medicine, rooted in the immortal pool, rooted in the fragments of the bronze cauldron, and left behind by the peerless figure of the psychic shapeshifter. And it is a scripture that is completely suitable for the demon race to practice, and it is definitely a supreme treasure for you. What do you think? Should you consider changing it? The Black Emperor's face collapsed, but he saw Wang Mingyuan stretch out his hand lightly, and suddenly a stone tablet stood up in front of Wang Mingyuan, which was the Great Way Scroll. The scriptures of the first issue of the Great Tao volume are the Divine Transfiguration Sutra. The second phase is 4 kinds of 9 secrets, with the practice method and detailed formula of the 9 transformation bloodline evolution liquid. It can be said that any secret is the driving force of today, and it is also of certain value to the emperor. The Black Emperor looked at it and was silent. Instinctively, I wanted to rush up, and I covered it all in my arms. But he also knew that all this was meaningless to Wang Mingyuan, and this entire spiritual world was created by Wang Mingyuan. All objects in this world can be born and disappear with his thoughts. In this regard, among the ancient emperors, only Amitabha Buddha can compare with Wang Mingyuan. Even compared with Amitabha Buddha and Wang Mingyuan, there is a big gap. The so-called Western heaven bliss created by Amitabha Buddha can only leave the spiritual imprint of the strongest sage. Among them are Amitabha the Great, there are ancient Buddhas who burn lamps, and even Shakyamuni. Their avenues were all imprinted in that special spiritual world, and they remained in the temples one after another. Often, if believers want to understand their spiritual avenue, they must go to the appropriate temple, so that they can have relevant insights. If you want to enter it, you also need to have a deep attainment in Buddhism and a deep understanding of Buddhism. Compared with
with what Wang Mingyuan created, there is too much difference. The spiritual world of Buddhism is fragmented, and there is no way to connect them in different temples. And the requirements for those who enter it are very high, and they must have a deep study of Buddhism before they can enter. The spiritual world created by Wang Mingyuan connects the entire universe. There doesn't seem to be a limit in sight at the moment. As far as the Black Emperor knew, Dongfang Tai, that is, the old man of the human demon, had already gone to another ancient star of life. But I was still able to get here normally, and there was no hindrance. As for the mysterious and unpredictable character who just appeared in by Yujing, he also knew behind his back that it was the Yellow Emperor. I don't know how far away it is from today's Big Dipper ancient star, but that one can also reach the spiritual world without any obstacles and without gaps. Not to mention that the spiritual world that Wang Mingyuan possesses seems to be able to let any practitioner in. As long as you have a spirit, as long as you have a soul, you can step into it. This kind of teaching is much better than Buddhism. Although Buddhism is known as Buddhism fearless and sentient beings, it has Buddha nature in its mind, and as long as there is a Buddha in its mind, it can become a Buddha. But the threshold for entry is still not low. How can it be so natural now? How can it be so special now? Not to mention that there are more special functions in the Void God realm. The top powerhouses can fight and challenge in this as if they were in the real world, and not afraid of death. Even if the spirit dies in this world, it can be remanifested in the future. The short-term death of the spirit will only make the spiritual part of people in the real world languishing for a while. The old man of the human demon has recently been able to make another breakthrough on the original basis, and the further balance of yin and yang is because of the unreserved crazy battle in the Void God realm. Even the God King Jiang Taishu was constantly fighting in the spiritual world, and he and Wei Yi had been fighting in Honing. This kind of tempering is simply unimaginable to the outside world. Therefore, the Black Emperor became more and more in awe of Wang Mingyuan, even though Wang Mingyuan never said how special his identity was. Standing in the Void God realm, looking at the many people below, watching them communicate the situation in various places, Wang Mingyuan smiled and said nothing. At this time, Ji Ziyue had already confirmed her guess from Dongfang Tai's mouth. Mainly Dongfang Tai, there is no intention of concealment. I am indeed above the ancient star of crepe myrtle. Dongfang Tai's words were cold, and there was a strong pressure. I didn't expect that after a million years of self-proclamation, the Emperor's Taoist system would actually wither to this point, and I want to re-establish the Emperor's Taoist system here. No one can stand in the way. In the face of many characters in this by Yujing, the old man of the human demon took the initiative to make his mission and explained the reward. I want all the materials that match the strongest bloodline evolution liquid. There is no limit. You can ask me to exchange it. I can exchange with you with the origin and body of a powerful character, just like the Lord of White Jade Capital. What kind of physique you need, what kind of realm of characters you need, you can directly ask me. I can kill you on the spot to ensure freshness. These words were said plainly, but I heard that many people present were chilling in their bones. Such a god-killing character is killed at the spot. It really makes people's scalps tingle. The Saint of the Purple Mansion and Ji Ziyue both listened very carefully and couldn't take their eyes off. Both of them wanted the strongest saint body provided by the old man of the human demon. For them, it is more difficult to directly let the family provide the origin of saint-level characters. But it is not difficult to take out something from the treasure house in the family or from the treasure house in the Holy Land, especially if it is not very important now. Using these things to exchange with a person who has reached the peak of the great sage, and to gain friendship with this character, seems to them to be very reasonable. I want to. Yen Ruyu was also busy joining, and the old man of the human demon glanced at Wang Mingyuan and saw that Wang Mingyuan had no intention of helping in this regard, and thought for a while. You can exchange at a fixed time. I give you what I have in my hand, and you give me what you have. I will rush over from Ziwei Gushing. The old man of the human demon also knew from Wang Mingyuan's mouth just now that the Big Dipper ancient star also had a moon body. This is the most important news for him who wants to re-establish the Sun Emperor and the Moon Emperor's Taoist system. Several people agreed after a simple discussion, but secretly exchanged glances with each other. Although they couldn't see each other's true faces, they all felt surprised. Bai Yujing is really strong and terrifying. This is the thought that came to mind that Ji Ziyue, Yen Ruyu, and the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion all came to mind. For them, the ancient stars from outside the domain were long and distant. But in this mouth, it was as simple as them going from the southern region of the eastern wilderness to the northern region. I don't know when the senior will arrive. I can now provide a large number of items that can refine the 9-stage bloodline evolution liquid. If the seniors can arrive in advance, maybe they can explore the cemetery of the Emperor in Zhengzhou with us and see the demeanor of the immortal Emperor. Ji Ziyue took the initiative to propose, and directly burst out of the mouth a large piece of the most top-notch material. I have seen the Vulcan Stone, the Primordial Destiny Stone, and the Destiny Rock in my family. If the senior can come over, I can secretly take out all these items from the treasure house. If you think about it, you can restore this former rank 8 bloodline evolution liquid to rank 7, or even rank 8, in
in the shortest possible time. Gzuf felt that she couldn't get too strong help on the family side, and the other people put too much pressure on her, especially the Holy Prince. The Holy Prince's uncle holds two figures of the extreme Emperor's soldiers, and he is also a great sage.
She really couldn't think of how to compete with each other.
Although they are in a relationship of unity and mutual assistance, if the difference in strength between them is too great, the biggest benefits will be taken by each other.
Then she has nothing in by Yujing, which is very detrimental to her growth.
Yen Ruyu, who came in with her on the other side, also made an invitation very wisely, and even joined forces with her directly. I can take out the extreme Dao Imperial soldier from the family, and when the time comes, the seniors will hold the extreme Dao Imperial soldier, and I think I can also occupy a place in the exploration of the cemetery and get more benefits.
Purple Mansion Saint, I feel like you are isolating me.
The Saint of the Purple Mansion felt strong pressure and hurriedly followed to stand on the united front. I can also take out a large amount of auxiliary materials from the sect treasure house to help my seniors refine the strongest bloodline evolution liquid to make them go further.
She couldn't say more, because she said what? She can't do more.
The more she stayed here, the more she felt that her identity and background were a little different, and the more she couldn't stay any longer. But she didn't want to let her go, because this really gave him hope of enlightenment. The other party's purpose is not even to become an emperor, but to become an immortal.
Immortal.
In comparison, how small and humble the previous realm was. The previous pursuit was also a little too humble.
Wang Mingyuan watched everyone finish discussing the relevant topic, so he nodded slightly. Then this party ends here, let's each prepare. As soon as the words fell, everyone shook again. The spirit fell infinitely, and once again felt each other's bodies. Whoa! The Black Emperor let out a long howl and turned into a black shadow, staring at the Purple Mansion Holy Land on the periphery of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, walked to a place where people rarely interacted. Look up at the sky here.
There are divine marks above the head, and the exquisite Xianuan pagoda created by purple gold mixed with the mother energy of all things is shining. There was another layer of light above the divine mark purple gold pagoda, and then part of it turned into the purest and darkest black hole.
Divine trace purple gold is most suitable and best at engraving the pulse between heaven and earth.
And what Wang Mingyuan is doing now is to let him carve a part of it, not anything else, but the heaven-swallowing demon skill that he has comprehended the most recently. Little by little, he engraved the most profound and mysterious parts on the purple gold pagoda. The whole tower is glowing.
Wang Mingyuan even automatically evolved and sublimated in this process.
He re-engraved this scripture on the purple gold pagoda, as if he had understood it again.
It gave him a new understanding in his heart.
Then in such a process, his people are sublimated. Boundless black lead clouds covered this area, and Wang Mingyuan was not afraid at all. The whole person even jumped up on his own and was submerged in the catastrophe above his head. This is considered a fairy second realm that is not a small barrier for most people, and it was directly crossed by him.
Boundless thunder flooded this area. The divine trace purple gold above Wang Mingyuan's head and the mother chi of all things were originally newly obtained, and even after multiple trainings, the overall was still not too compatible. In this thunder tribulation, Wang Mingyuan was focused on targeting and tempering. When he stepped into this realm, Wang Mingyuan's spiritual realm was also infinitely elevated, and he stepped into the realm of divine forbidden land in ignorance and unawareness.
A large part of the two groups of saint origins in his body were integrated into his body, and were perfectly digested and absorbed by him, turning into his true heritage. It was the mystery of the transformation of yin and yang, and even in this moment, Wang Mingyuan could even feel the deepest origin in his body. It was a map that had not yet been fully lit, and there was a phoenix flying high with wings spread and a Kuanping that lived in the boundless sea, constantly transforming between the forms of Kuan and Pang.
Kuanping completely contained the origin of the mass of supreme Taoist questions in his body. The entire yin-yang transition is included in it.
And the almost pure-blooded phoenix origin that was specially collected was perfectly filled into the true phoenix origin. Even some of the wonderful parts of the yin and yang transformation can be filled in the origin of the supreme Taoist body, making its origin brighter.
This is the original secret hidden in the origin, hidden in the deepest part of the bloodline.
In a trance, Wang Mingyuan had such a clear understanding in his heart.
And then with this enlightenment is a faint joy.
Originally, this kind of joy should have been very much, even crazy. Because the most powerful physique in the world is not only an unprecedented help but also a different kind of confinement.
The blood physique can make itself almost invincible in the same realm.
But when the limit of bloodline growth is reached, if you can't understand the origin of the bloodline, you can't fully understand your own physique. Then there is no way to break the barrier of the bloodline. Even if you can't understand the essence of the bloodline, you can't achieve great things. Yi Fan also encountered such a barrier in the original work, and when he reached the peak of the great sage, he encountered this layer of obstacles.
When he realized the origin of the bloodline and the origin of the great holy body,
he broke this kind of barrier, and the holy body really moved towards Dashang and stepped into the realm of quasi-emperors. From then on, he really stood at the top of the world, and and no one could stop him. And now Wang Mingyuan has only reached the realm of the second immortal, but at the level of power, he has already felt the origin of his own bloodline.
It's an unprecedented opportunity for anyone, but it's a little lacking for me. Wang Mingyuan looked at the special heavenly and human map he had left behind.
Normally, this should be what the Divine Transformation Sutra will stay after practicing to Deshang. Outlined in the deepest part of his body was a peculiar map composed of the power of the original bloodline. Once it is analyzed, it means that the secret of this physique has been fully understood by oneself. Therefore, the most precious thing about the Divine Transformation Sutra is not only to be able to make the physique achieve great success and advance. The most precious thing is the picture of heaven and man in the body built after Deshang. With this map of heaven and man, others can follow this map step by step to achieve it, from mortal to divine and royal. And a character with such a physique can also use this map to achieve a faster understanding of the mystery of the origin. It's a pity that I arrived at this realm too early. My origin map has not been fully outlined. I saw it in advance. It is not of much help to me.
In the realm of divine forbiddenness, Wang Mingyuan's state was very special, and his thinking was running extremely fast.
His mood swings are still there, but relatively calmer. At such times, he can think calmly and then make a clear evaluation of himself. But it is difficult for others to know the mystery of this bloodline origin, but it is not too difficult for me.
Because the exercises I practiced and I changed were originally based on my own little bit of design and little bit of control.
Wang Mingyuan was able to make the clearest plan at this time, and even analyzed it at this time. The power of his original bloodline is the most powerful, and the most essential is from the true Phoenix treasure tree and the Kunping treasure technique. He understood that these two treasure techniques were not inferior to the level of the 10 evils of the immortal ancient period. In other words, he is close to the level of the immortal king. It can even be said that in terms of the flesh, it is not inferior to the 10 evils. Any of the 10 evils in the ancient period of the immortal age can enter the level of the immortal king when their mood fluctuations are more intense. The only thing they lacked was the primordial spirit aspect, and the physical aspect was no worse than that of the immortal king. With these two as the main body in constructing his own origin, Wang Mingyuan handled it naturally and coordinatedly, because he himself is like the reincarnation of Kunping, like the reincarnation of a true phoenix. However, in the divine forbidden realm, he could also do it more subtly. This side of heaven and earth cannot allow me to achieve a pure-blooded phoenix, nor can I achieve a pure-blooded Kunping, which can be infinitely close, but it is impossible to truly achieve. Wang Mingyuan has a clear understanding of this, which is the limitation of heaven and earth. He ended up getting infinitely closer to that realm, but higher impossible. Even when he realized this, Wang Mingyuan suspected that the immortal emperor had fallen from the immortal realm, but it might not be a real pure-blooded phoenix. Pure-blooded phoenixes logically do not exist between heaven and earth. They can be infinitely close, but they are not real. My current state is like a pure-blooded creature that has completely merged with the true phoenix, and it is combined with Kunping, and the advantages of both bloodlines are fused in my body. But my main body is neither Kunping nor true phoenix, but humanoid, and I accommodate both of them with a humanoid body. Of course, normal people can't do this. Even the most amazing immortal king in the immortal ancient period can't merge and balance these 2 points. Because any one of the 10 fierce spirits is also an immortal king, it is unimaginable how terrifying it would be to fuse the two together. Wang Mingyuan is standing in such a state, standing in such a stage, but other thoughts can still emerge in his heart. The Zhejiang life system is obviously a bug, learning from the life of the desolate heaven emperor, and learning from the life of the desolate heaven emperor. As long as I can do the same thing and experience as the desolate heaven emperor, I can get the top inheritance. And the desolate heaven emperor not only had the Kunping treasure technique and the true phoenix treasure technique, but also other top treasure techniques. Just thinking about it, Wang Mingyuan could think of a lot, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill, such as the treasure technique left by the 9-leaf sword grass, that is, the curse of sword technique. That is known as one of the means with the strongest attack power in the immortal ancient or chaotic ancient era. At the same time, there are also the Thunder Emperor treasure technique left by the Thunder Emperor who has not grown to the peak.
These methods are the top and most powerful in the world. Wang Mingyuan also wanted to try to get it. Even he has a complete idea.
The cursive sword technique, as well as the middle part of the original true solution, were found by the desolate heaven emperor among the treasures left by the Supreme Hall, which Wang Mingyuan had no idea about.
He didn't know how to find the remnants of the Supreme Hall in the current heaven-covering universe, but how to obtain the immortal king-level exercises 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill. Wang Mingyuan has a clear idea.
In the period when the desolate heaven emperor was located, the inheritance related to the Supreme Hall had disappeared. The desolate heaven emperor got some of it by chance, but more real inheritance techniques were not obtained. The Master Qi Daolin that the desolate heaven emperor met after stepping into the 3000 Daozhou got part of the inheritance of the Supreme Hall, and claimed to be the descendant of the Supreme Hall. He passed on some of the incomplete 6 reincarnation heavenly skills he got in his hand to the desolate heavenly emperor. But the desolate heaven emperor still did not get a complete inheritance. The truly complete inheritance was to cooperate with this part of the incomplete exercises, and then the desolate heaven emperor mistakenly entered the primordial ancient mind. Then in the primordial ancient mind, he got the truly complete 6 reincarnation heavenly skills, that is, the immortal king level exercises.
Wang Mingyuan had such an idea and had such an idea before, but I don't dare to try, because his lifespan is too long. Just now, Wang Mingyuan measured it. His lifespan has exceeded 6,000 years and is approaching 7,000 years. If he hadn't used one ancient character after another in different large scriptures, and used the wonderful methods in the True Phoenix Treasure Technique and Kuanping Treasure Technique to suppress his body, he may now become a child waiting to be fed. After all, it is equivalent to his lifespan of nearly 7,000 years, and he has only lived for about 20 years, a child, or even a baby. The power of the second realm of immortals has a lifespan of 7,000 years. This is very terrifying, very incredible, and completely inconsistent with the rules of heaven and earth and the current heaven-covering universe. But it was in line with the rules of the immortal ancient period in Wang Mingyuan's body, and the rules of the immortal realm. After all, there is a clear description of the finale in the original work. After truly connecting the immortal realm, the power of reaching the immortal second realm can soar, and it has a long, almost inexhaustible lifespan. Wang Mingyuan now only has a lifespan of less than 7,000 years, which is already very limited, mainly because this world is too barren. It takes time for the immortal matter in heaven and earth to flow into Wang Mingyuan's body.
Obviously it was a tribulation, and it was obviously extremely dangerous, but Wang Mingyuan could be multi-purpose. While tempering the exquisite Xianuang pagoda of heaven and earth, he completely carved the Hanyu Sutra on top of its tower, so that it could show all kinds of mysteries in the Hanyu Sutra. This, while looking in the direction of the Taichu ancient mind, he made a calm and subtle assessment. If I enter the primordial ancient mind, after the judgment of the Zhejiang life system, there should be a high probability of being able to obtain the 6 reincarnation heavenly skill. However, it is not possible to explore the bone or in depth in my state. Once I go too deep into the primordial ancient mind, the gathered immortal matter will accumulate frantically into my body.
Wang Mingyuan's thoughts turned and he strode in the direction of the Taichu ancient mind.
In the realm of divine forbiddenness, his understanding of the secret of the word reached an incredible level. The whole person shuttled between heaven and earth with a large gray lead cloud, and crossed the endless distance in an instant. I don't know how many people exclaimed and were horrified during the whole process, because the continuous lead cloud covered the entire world as if people were going to die in it. Many people couldn't see what was going on, and they could only vaguely see that there were many palaces in the thunder tribulation, and humanoid creatures were fighting to the death with people.
Terrifying and vast, dangerous and terrifying. What kind of person can't find a no man's land to survive the tribulation, and he still has to run around? How could he move so fast? Could it be that a Tao Slayer king, or even an ancient saint is overcoming the tribulation? Some people were shocked, some people were exclaiming, but Wang Mingyuan ignored it.
He suddenly chose a place and landed on the edge of the primordial ancient mind. As soon as he stood here, Wang Mingyuan felt a relatively rich immortal substance pouring into his body.
It's like a long-term drought desert ushering in rain that is frantically absorbed.
In just a very short time, his lifespan exceeded 7,000 years, rushing towards a mark of 8,000 years. I will stay in the primordial mind for 3 days at most, and if it exceeds 3 days, my lifespan will definitely exceed 10,000 years. It's a pity that 10,000 years is too long, and I only fight for the day.
Wang Mingyuan felt a lot of pressure. He could still wander around the edge of the primordial ancient mind in this state now.
After all, it can be said that he was lucky enough to take the elixir of immortality, so he has such a long lifespan. But if he continued to grow and break through the lifespan of 10,000 years as a monk of the Sendai realm, the ghosts knew that there was a problem.
You can give it a try. In the realm of divine forbiddenness, Wang Mingyuan's courage became very large, and his thinking was extremely clear.
He knew he was doing the most risky thing, but he could still walk in it calmly. Even at this time, he could calmly analyze his approximate success rate this time.
At least 70%.
The Dark Supreme and the Forbidden Area don't look behind after the opening of the Immortal Road. As Yufan's strength reached an extremely high level, the force plummeted.
A person with a bad character and an extremely bad personality.
But except for the time when they set off dark turmoil, their pressure was infinitely low. Other times, they still have a certain degree of force. They are less likely to do anything without touching their fundamental interests, especially in this sensitive period.
I can probably walk around here.
The thunder tribulation above his head was still flashing. Wang Mingyuan was bent on multi-use, while fighting against the thunder tribulation, tempering his weapons, and still thinking. And as his thinking changed rapidly, relevant hints began to flash in front of him.
After entering the 3000 Dao prefecture, you feel the gap between you and the top Tianjiao more and more.
The most powerful first generation has the pinnacle spells that are not inferior to yours, and they all have the natural supreme bone. At the same time, they also have the most top-notch heritage. That completes complete inheritance comes from the immortal realm, from the former immortal king, and your opponent is the immortal hall. You recognize the gap between each other. You have the strongest bloodline, and you are not inferior to them in this aspect. Compared to them, what you lack is a powerful enough technique, a sufficiently advanced inheritance. Mission: join the Supreme Hall and get the inheritance of the Supreme Hall. Wang Mingyuan looked at this task prompt, a little speechless, but I accepted it quickly. Anyway, this Supreme Life system is not a day or two, he has long been used to it. It's just that I don't know how to complete this task. I don't know if I can admit it if I changed by using to the exhaust system of the Supreme Hall. At such a moment, Wang Mingyuan's mind can turn such thoughts. Of course, this joking thought just jumped in his heart and disappeared quickly. Even Wang Mingyuan couldn't help but think of his real opponent in this world, that is, the Immortal Emperor. That one is his real opponent, and if he keeps alive, he will definitely be targeted by the other party, and his traces are difficult to erase. From here, there is no problem with this quest prompt. My opponent is from the Immortal Realm, and he has the inheritance of the Immortal Realm, and at the same time he is strong and terrifying. Wang Mingyuan sighed here, but his eyes were very bright, wandering on the edge of the primordial ancient mine, and he was not busy going deep into it immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the area. His whole body went deep into the sky to avoid the thunder affecting this area, but soon he realized that he didn't need to worry too much, and the relevant thunder tribulation would be suppressed after entering the range of the primordial ancient mine, so as not to spread too far. Thinking about it, if the thunder tribulation was so easy, it could affect the Dark Supreme and the primordial ancient mine. The Dark Supreme and the primordial ancient mine had long been targeted by the ancient emperor using this, and then killed them one by one. Suspended above the sky, Wang Mingyuan overlooks this land. Since he was going to decide to go deep into the primordial ancient mine and try to get an immortal king level scripture, then he would not give up at this time. The further this thing is delayed, the more difficult it is to do. The whole thing will be difficult, because the further back he goes, the longer and more terrifying his life becomes. Once it appeared at that time, it would definitely attract the attention of these terrible monsters, and it would never be possible to run around until it was an alternative enlightenment. As his eyes rolled, many insights about the Yuan Tian book all came to mind. After stepping into the divine forbidden realm, his thinking was infinitely strengthened. In the past, it took a long time and practice to comprehend things, but at this time, just thinking about it once, I directly and completely understood and absorbed it. The realm of the whole person reached a level that was not inferior to the Source Landmaster in a very short period of time, and even approached the Source Heavenly Master infinitely. Then looking down from above, Wang Mingyuan quickly determined where he was going. Falling Sun Ridge, Blood Moon Cave. Both of these are recorded in the Book of Origin Heaven, the most terrifying Jedi between heaven and earth. Entering it is a life of 9 deaths, and these 9 deaths are for Master Yuan Tian. And if the two are combined with each other, it is the most terrifying area under the sky, known as 10 deaths without life, and Yuan Tianxia entering it is also a dead word. Wang Mingyuan stared at the place at this moment. There were endless runes flashing in his eyes, and then he saw the end of that area. It is actually close to the outermost of the primordial ancient mine, and in the outermost territory, there is actually such a terrifying Jedi? In the field of vision of the Yuan Heavenly Master, the primordial ancient mine was a terrifying Jedi in Demon Land. Looking into the eyes, you can see the place of death recorded in the Book of Origin Heaven everywhere. Terrifying, but also fierce. But the related arrangement also follows a certain law. The more ferocious and terrifying the area, and the closer it is to the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. As for the depths of the Taichu ancient mine, Wang Mingyuan did not dare to look inside in this situation. His current state was too special. He was worried that under the divine forbidden realm, he would directly step into the realm of the Source Heavenly Master if he looked too deep. Then it attracted the attention of the terrifying Dark Supreme and the primordial ancient mine. If his own worries were understood by the Yuan Tian masters of the past dynasties, he would definitely be angry. After all, the Yuan Tian masters of the past dynasties have pursued hard all their lives to reach this state, and Wang Mingyuan can reach it very easily, and even has to take the initiative to suppress himself and not let himself touch that area too deeply. After determining this route, Wang Mingyuan still did not act rashly. The main reason is that this area is very close to the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine, and it is already close to the exit. It can be said that it only takes one step to get there. Wang Mingyuan is afraid that this brain-damaged system will not be able to determine that he has entered the Taichu ancient mine. When the time comes, you take a risk, but you don't get what you deserve, then you will lose a lot. Standing in the void, he is still planning. It has been planned to go deep, and you can go to the location of the Taichu ancient mine about 50 miles. After determining a perfect walking route, Wang Mingyuan suddenly acted, and his whole person turned into a streamer and rushed down from the sky, then rushed into the area where the fallen sun ridge he had seen before was located. As soon as he entered it, he saw a black sun rising above his head. The invisible black flame burned quietly between this heaven and earth, and on the opposite side of the black sun, a blood-colored moon rose into the sky. The boundless blood-colored light kept kept fluctuating in that area. Wherever the ripples went, everything was destroyed in the slightest. There is nothing left. The 2 or 1, such an area is basically dead and lifeless for Yuan Tian Master. Normally, this round of black sun will also emit related ripples to sweep this area, but at this moment, this round of black sun seemed to be insufficient in yang energy and sluggish, although it was still suspended there, but it was much dimmer. This is not a change in the Yuan Tianshi of the past dynasties, nor is it caused by Wang Mingyuan. Instead, Emperor Hangyu sacrificed weapons here, so he sucked out too much yang energy here. Therefore, a flaw and a flaw have been achieved here, and entering here directly will not be affected in any way. Wang Mingyuan stood here directly, and the thunder tribulation above his head was compressed under his intentional control at this time. Of course, there seems to be a unique world on this side of the Taichu ancient mind that is influencing and suppressing it. Wang Mingyuan was clearly standing in the primordial ancient mind, but he seemed to be standing in another space. The lead cloud above was still boundless and vast, but contained in another space. He was among them. This feeling and taste is difficult to express directly in words, but this did not affect him from walking in the primordial mine. Wang Mingyuan walked through it like a leisurely walk, and then saw a hall. The hall is not too tall, about 10 feet high. The architectural style and related text above are in the style of Hangyu the Great more than 100,000 years ago. Of course, the most clear judgment is that there is a plaque at the top of this temple with the word Hangyu written on it. Those 2 words dragon and phoenix danced. Standing there, just looking at it for a while, there was a feeling of integrating into the entire void, and endless insights were born in his heart. Staring at those 2 words, Wang Mingyuan even naturally appeared in his heart, and his perception of the Hangyu Sutra was even higher. There is no doubt that these are the 2 words left by Emperor Hangyu back then. For a moment of staring, the secret capital of the word fight naturally operated, and then a Hangyu furnace was condensed behind Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan's eyes jumped. His understanding is too high, and he has the original true understanding, coupled with the blessing of the divine forbidden realm. In an instant, the perception of the Hangyu Sutra reached an extremely high level, and with his perception, one of the layers of the exquisite Xianuan pagoda above his head flashed with light. It seems that there are 4 pillars supporting the sky condensed in it. A flame flickered in it, flickering continuously. The most important part of the Hangyu Sutra was engraved by Wang Mingyuan in the purple gold of the divine traces. At this point, Wang Mingyuan still did not stop his movements, and his eyes fell. In the main hall, all the scenes fell into his eyes. The hall was very empty, with only clumps of burning ashes with traces of burning, and next to the ashes one after another, there was a gray stone about the size of a fist. As Wang Mingyuan's eyes fell on the top, the stone suddenly made a sonorous sound of metal colliding. Pieces of stains fell off on the gray surface, revealing a sunlight glow inside. A clear phoenix cry could be heard in his ears, and the stone even flew naturally and floated beside Wang Mingyuan. Phoenix blood red gold, the ancient emperor's exclusive military training artifact, the top metal between heaven and earth. Only with such materials can the Tao and reason of the great emperor be carried, and the extreme Tao imperial soldiers can be refined. Emperor Hangyu also learned about some of the immortal emperors back then, so after getting the phoenix blood and red gold, he deliberately fished in the ancient mine of the primordial beginning. But with such a small piece for fishing, isn't it a bit contemptuous of the immortal emperor? Wang Mingyuan stroked the phoenix blood red gold in his hand, although the piece of phoenix blood red gold was not very big, but it was 10,000 pounds in his hand. It is far from enough to use it alone to create weapons. It should be the leftovers left after the creation of the extreme emperor's Hangyu furnace. Wang Mingyuan casually combined this piece of phoenix blood and red gold with the exquisite Xianuan pagoda in his hand. With the help of the fallen sun ridge and the thunder tribulation above his head, this step was not too difficult to complete. Although the flames of the falling sun ridge were a bit lacking in yang energy, the Hangyu emperor's sacrificial weapons were already hundreds of thousands of years ago. After hundreds of thousands of years of recovery, it is still possible to melt the phoenix blood in red gold and then help refine the weapon. What Wang Mingyuan wanted to refine now was not the extreme Tao imperial soldier, but only the weapon of his immortal second realm, which was not too difficult for him. The fist-sized piece of yellow blood and red gold shone with the most dazzling light, as if it had turned into a phoenix spreading its wings and flying high, and then merged into the bottom layer of the exquisite mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, integrated into the true phoenix treasure technique engraved into it by Wang Mingyuan. The phoenix was originally extremely bright and dazzling, but at this time it became more and more active, and it seemed that there was flames in those eyes that were about to spray out. Even in front of Wang Mingyuan, he flew out from the exquisite Xianuan pagoda of heaven and earth like a peerless phoenix coming out of the immortal ancients, pounced on the world. A large area of thunder above Wang Mingyuan's head was swallowed up by the phoenix. Emperor Hangyu should not only use this fist-sized piece of phoenix blood red gold to attract the immortal emperor, but also use the entire phoenix blood red gold that can refine the Hangyu furnace for fishing. It's just that he didn't know the specific situation of the immortal emperor. Wang Mingyuan put this piece of phoenix blood red money into his weapon, and at the same time time made a judgment in his heart. Such a small piece of phoenix blood in red gold is very attractive to the saint, and even the saint king. But for a great emperor, there is definitely not much attraction for an ancient emperor. If you really fish with such a piece, it is simply an insult rather than a temptation. Back then, Emperor Hangyu should have taken a whole piece of huge phoenix blood in red gold to fish here. It's just that Emperor Hangyu still underestimated the immortal emperor.